South America, Bolivia, La Paz. Officially Sucre in central Bolivia is Bolivia's constitutional capital. In reality, however, it is La Paz, home to the presidential palace parliament building and the vast majority of government headquarters, that serves as the true capital of this South American nation. At an altitude of over 3,500 meters, La Paz is the highest capital city in the world. Surrounded by mountains, the city is sheltered from cold winds. Such an environment makes it difficult to nurture truly outstanding players. Yet when they play at home in the world's highest altitude Centenario Stadium, even the strongest teams find themselves in serious trouble. Club the Strongest, the second strongest team in Bolivia's top division, is based right here in La Paz. Hey Leo, a tall strapping boy waved toward a smaller, slimmer one. The tall boy had fair skin and distinctly European features. Bolivia was home to a sizable number of European immigrants. Hey Daniel. The slimmer boy flashed a bright, sunny smile. He was unmistakably East Asian, yellow skin, black hair, and that warm, radiant grin on his face. I heard you're leaving Bolivia, asked Daniel the white boy. Yeah, heading back to China, replied the Eastern boy with a smile. What a shame. I was planning for US to break into the strongest first team together, play in the Copa Libertadores, and then head to Europe together. I thought so too, but there's nothing I can do about it. My parents are going back to China to start a business, and I can't exactly stay in Bolivia all by myself. Leo the Eastern boy let out another sigh. They say I came to Bolivia from China when I was just 1 year old. Honestly, I don't remember anything about China at all. But the real question is, can you even play football there? Daniel frowned and asked. As long as you keep playing, we'll definitely meet again someday. I have no idea. From what I've seen, China only qualified for the World Cup finals once, Leo replied. Bolivia only made it 3 times. Daniel answered optimistically. Daniel was remarkably open-minded about it. Leo laughed, but said nothing in reply. Anyway, we're going to make our mark on world football together. You break through up front, and I'll organize and protect from behind. Daniel stood up and shouted loudly. Don't forget, I can organize too. We're the perfect duo. Leo laughed as well. That's right, we're the perfect duo. Daniel burst into hearty laughter. In the cold sea breeze of Bolivia, 2 boys, not yet 16, made their grand vow. Though such a grand vow might have seemed rather laughable. The world of football never lacked for prodigies. Boys of 14 or 15 who'd already caught the eye of the world's top clubs were a dime a dozen. Given Bolivia's football standards, how could 2 nearly 16-year-olds who hadn't even made the strongest reserve team hope to leave their mark on world football? After all, throughout all of Bolivia, almost no one had ever earned the right to leave their name in world football. Yet the precious thing about youth is that their future holds infinite possibilities. Who could say that years from now such a perfect duo might not truly emerge in the world of football? September in Dalian. The season of crisp autumn air was nearly upon them. The hottest month of August had passed, and for a time people could enjoy life comfortably. The fine weather today put the class monitor of Class 10 Grade 1 at Dalian No. 2 High School Wu Xin in a particularly cheerful mood. It wasn't time for afternoon classes yet, and most of his classmates had gone out to enjoy themselves. Wu Xin, however, hadn't left. The homeroom teacher had told him a transfer student would be arriving today, and he was assigned to receive them. You're Meng Qiu, right? Looking at the boy half a head shorter than himself, Wu Xin asked with a smile. Leo, or rather Meng Qiu, tilted his head slightly, studying the tall boy before him. No wonder Dad said the kids in Dalian are all so tall. How annoying. Meng Qiu sighed internally, then replied. Yes, I'm Meng Qiu. You can call me Qiu or Leo. In Bolivia, everyone called him Leo. At home, his parents called him Xiao Qiu. Being addressed as Meng Qiu caught him off guard. He barely recognized his own name. Wu Xin nodded. He knew this transfer student had come from abroad, so having a foreign name was perfectly normal. Dalian was an international city, and even local students sometimes had foreign names. After accompanying Meng Qiu to the textbook storage room to collect his books, Wu Xin pointed at a seat in the back row. Meng Qiu, that seat's empty. You can sit there. Oh, Wu Xin called out, Meng Qiu, twice before Meng Qiu finally responded. Then he carried his textbooks over to his seat. Wu Xin was about to turn and leave when Meng Qiu called out to him from behind. Oh, class monitor, does our school have a football team? How do I sign up? Wu Xin paused for a moment, then looked Meng Qiu up and down from head to toe. Meng Qiu didn't notice this. He was gazing through the window glass at the brand new football field outside, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. Meng Qiu's academic performance wasn't outstanding, but in Bolivia, he had loved playing football. That was how he joined the strongest youth ranks and met Daniel. After returning to China, Meng Qiu had only one request: to enroll in a school with a football team. Looking at this now, his parents had indeed made good on that promise. He'd been staring at the field for a while, but no answer came from Wu Xin. Puzzled, he turned his head and discovered Wu Xin was still examining him from top to bottom. What's up, class monitor? Meng Qiu asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. A lot of first years want to join the football team, but someone with your build, that's pretty rare. Wu Xin was just being honest. Dalian No. 2 High wasn't a specialized football school, but as a football city, plenty of kids here loved the sport, and most of them had solid physiques. And Meng Qiu, at 16, he was only about 160 centimeters tall, with a slim, slightly frail build. Even without glasses, he looked more like a bookworm than a sports-loving student. Haha, playing football doesn't mean you have to be tall. Meng Qiu laughed. He wasn't offended. After all, he'd weathered plenty of doubtful stares like this back in Bolivia. Bolivian youth players typically had impressive physiques too. Our class is an honors class, not many football fans here. But there was one guy at the start of term who just like you wanted to join the team right away. That guy. Man, he's a big deal on the football team now. Wu Xian continued. Class monitor, you still haven't told me where to sign up for the team. Meng Qiu hadn't expected the seemingly bookish class monitor to be such a chatterbox. Oh, look at me, talking too much again. Our school's football team is on the 3rd floor of building 2 room B, 305. See that building over there? If you want to sign up, go after school. Let's out this afternoon. Meng Qiu nodded and said thanks to Wu Xian. He breezed through a Chinese literature class and a math class with half a mind. The moment the bell rang, Meng Qiu bolted toward room B, 305 in building 2, the location Wu Xian had given him. Watching Meng Qiu sprint out of the classroom, Wu Xian sighed. This guy. Forgot to tell him today he's on duty for classroom cleaning. Never mind. Same as that other guy. Total weirdo. With that, Wu Xian glanced toward the seat in class 10 that had always been empty. When Meng Qiu pushed open the door of room B, 305 with excitement written all over his face, 2 girls inside, who were sorting water bottles and clothes both, turned to look at him at the same time. Meng Qiu's face flushed crimson instantly. For him, this was the first time 2 girls his age had looked at him like this. In Bolivia, he'd always been with the youth team, so he hadn't really been around many girls, and he hadn't attended Bolivian schools much either. Meng Qiu scratched his burning red cheek with a finger. Excuse me, is this the football team? One of the girls, slightly taller than the other, nodded. She put down the training jersey she had just organized and walked toward Meng Qiu. You're here to sign up. Yeah, my Chinese name is Meng Qiu, but you can call me Leo or Hio. Meng Qiu said shyly. A foreign name too. The shorter girl also put down the water bottle she had been filling and walked over. Hi, I'm Feng Shuer, a second year. I'm the football club's manager. Feng Shuer extended her hand toward Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu hesitantly extended his own right hand as well. The cool small hand made him unconsciously grip a little tighter. Just then the other slightly shorter girl came over and swatted Meng Qiu's hand away directly. Hey kid, even if you're good looking, don't try to take advantage of Shuerjia. Feng Shuer, also flustered for the first time having her hand squeezed like that, blushed too. Alright Xiaoqing, stop fooling around. The girl named Xiaoqing pouted. Her first impression of Meng Qiu didn't seem too favorable. Just at that moment, a fellow only a small half head taller than Meng Qiu, wearing glasses, pushed the door open and walked in. Feng Shuer, Yi Jiqing. Have you prepared the training uniforms and drinking water? After entering, the fellow pushed up the glasses on his nose bridge, and then his gaze settled on Meng Qiu. This is... The glasses fellow pushed his glasses up again and asked. His name is Meng Qiu. He says he wants to join the football team, Feng Shuer answered. Yes, I just transferred here today, so I was hoping to join the football team, Meng Qiu replied. I'm the captain of the No. 2 High football team. My name is Liu Yang. The glasses fellow introduced himself. There are quite a few new students wanting to join the football team this year, so the team will hold an assessment. Those who pass will join B team. Those who don't will only join C team as sparring partners for B team. Understand? So is there an A team? Meng Qiu instinctively asked. Liu Yang nodded. The A team is last year's school team. Since quite a few third-year seniors will be leaving the team, soon, we'll select some players from the B team to fill the A team, also known as the first team. Understood. Seeing Meng Qiu nod, Liu Yang nodded as well, then said to Feng Shuer, give him a training uniform later. Since everyone's here after school today, just assess him then. After saying this, Liu Yang gave a few more instructions to Yi Jiqing, then turned and left. The captain of the No. 2 High football team came and went with equal swiftness. Meng Qiu, I'll give you the team application form later. What size training uniform do you wear? Xiaoqing, go find one for him. You fill out the form first, then go to the changing room next door to change into your uniform and shoes. Feng Shuer rattled on, then guided Meng Qiu to complete the form. Your handwriting is really something. Yi Jiqing laughed. Meng Qiu's handwriting was indeed terrible, crooked and uneven, missing strokes here and there. It didn't look like a high school student's writing at all, more like a primary school kid just learning to write. Well, I haven't written much Chinese. Meng Qiu awkwardly scratched his head. In Bolivia, he mostly spoke and wrote Spanish. After all, Spanish was Bolivia's official language. He spoke Chinese with his parents at home, so speaking wasn't an issue, but writing was a different story. Watching Meng Qiu's retreating figure, Yi Jiqing pouted. Shuer, Jia, do you really think this short kid can play football? You can't judge someone's football by how short they are, Feng Shuer smiled. I think football players should be like that guy. Tall, strong, looks like a real man. That guy. He's really impressive. That's why he got into A team, without even an assessment. The captain thinks highly of him too, Feng Shuer said with a smile. With him this year, we're definitely breaking past last year's city top 8, and making it to the national tournament. Yi Jiqing clenched her small fist, and said earnestly. Meng Qiu naturally knew nothing of the two girls' discussion. All he wanted was to keep playing football. Quickly changing into his training uniform, and switching to his own football boots, Meng Qiu jogged toward the football field. There were quite a lot of people on the football field, at a rough glance 40 or 50. The football culture in Dalian ran deep. Every school had a team, and though No. 2 High was better known for academics, their football team was no pushover. Even those in the C team had been playing for years. They weren't just there to goof off. Liu Yang, who was directing the warm-up, spotted Meng Qiu and beckoned him over. This assessment tests your physical fitness and ball feel. How tall are you? Liu Yang asked after pushing up his glasses. 160. 100-meter sprint time. 12. 3 seconds. Liu Yang gave Meng Qiu a slightly surprised look. A sub, 13. Second 100-meter time was pretty fast by school standards, though being small and quick was expected. After all being small and skinny and slow, what kind of football player would that make? Alright, we'll have a series of assessments later: slalom, dribbling, shuttle run, sparring. Well, let's skip the sparring for now. Let me see your fundamentals first. Liu Yang considered this and said. The first team at No. 2 high was essentially full. Liu Yang didn't think Meng Qiu was anything particularly special, but for an ordinary high school team like theirs, having one more player could only help boost the football culture around campus. After all, before Liu Yang came along, No. 2 high hadn't had much of a football tradition. Had it not been for their top 8 finish in last year's Dalian regionals, so many students wouldn't have been lining up to join the team this year. Compared with those top-tier football schools in Dalian, the standard of an ordinary high school team was far below. Over time, ordinary students gradually lost the desire to play. Meng Qiu had been quite interested in the assessment. Although he was slightly disappointed upon hearing the number of assessment items was merely a few, he brushed it off, considering it was just an amateur competition tryout. But when he saw the row of 10 obstacles in front of him with gaps as wide as 1 meter between each, Meng Qiu couldn't help but feel speechless. Back at the strongest club, the gaps between these obstacles were no more than 30 or 40 centimeters. Narrow spaces where dribbling through them would better train ball sense. With reluctance, but duty calling, Meng Qiu began his assessment. Oh, a new player, one of the players on the field said with genuine interest. Why are you so excited about a newcomer? Someone else laughed. Isn't it just one more competitor? The moment the word competitor was mentioned, the chatter fell silent. Last year, Dalian No. 2 high school's team was nothing more than a hobbyist group. But Liu Yang and the 4 Heavenly Kings rose to prominence, leading the previously unranked school into the top 8. The first non-specialized football school to achieve this in Dalian. Not only did they qualify through the preliminary rounds, but they also had the chance to compete against teams from football specialty schools in the quarterfinals. For amateur student players, this would be an incredibly proud accomplishment. However, joining Dalian No. 2's team was no easy task now. But isn't the entrance assessment already over? Why is there still a newcomer? Someone asked with curiosity. Probably a transfer student, or someone who enrolled a bit late, another player replied. Most B-team players were first-year freshmen. Making it into the B-team through assessment proved they were more talented than C-team players, and some of them would go on to carry the team. Although the A-team still had about 20 players last year, second years were now third years preparing for college entrance exams. They stayed only to mentor the newcomers. The A-team had at least 12 or 13 spots remaining, mostly to be filled from the B-team, unless a C-team player showed exceptional performance in internal training and matches. So the B-team members chatted relaxedly, not overly worried. While they were distracted, Meng Qiu had already begun his assessment. Light on his feet, dribbling the ball effortlessly, Meng Qiu paid little mind to this assessment. In Bolivia, he had dribbled on far rougher terrain. This simple test was nothing to him. While dribbling, Meng Qiu took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, faces coming into view one by one. That was Captain Liu Yang, flanked by 3 seemingly mature seniors, who a middle-aged man he didn't recognize, and a pretty face. Wait, wasn't that the girl he'd seen in B305? Lost in thought, staring at Yi Jiqing's pretty face, Meng Qiu momentarily lost control of the ball. It rolled away dangerously close to an obstacle, but he reacted quickly, dragging it back with his foot and continuing past. Dribbling skills are mediocre. Liu Yang shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Yi Jiqing puckered her lips and said to Schwerer, Sister Schwerer, this new pretty face doesn't seem very impressive. Fong Schwerer also nodded. Indeed, his dribbling movements aren't particularly polished. Meng Qiu ran over to Liu Yang. Liu Yang instructed, next do a set of shuttle runs, starting from 5 meters, then 10, all the way to 20. Meng Qiu nodded and immediately took off running. He completed the shuttle run set swiftly. His agility is good and his speed isn't bad either. A short second-year player standing beside Liu Yang nodded in approval. Nothing remarkable overall, and we don't really need average players right now, said another taller player. The shorter one was Wei Ming, the team's starting left midfielder, nicknamed Lightning. The tall one was Gao Meng, the starting center back, nicknamed Rock. Adding the other tall one who hadn't spoken, Lin Bing, the goalkeeper, nicknamed Neural Surge, the clutch player. These 3, along with Liu Yang, were the core players who made Dalian No. 2's surprising run to the quarterfinals last season. Goalkeeper Lin Bing, center back Gao Meng, midfielder Wei Ming, and playmaker Liu Yang, nicknamed the Schemer, formed the central axis of Dalian No. 2. It was precisely these 4 players who dragged the previously nameless Dalian No. 2 into the final 8 last season, breaking the record that no non-specialized football school team had ever reached the knockout stages in Dalian's history since the National League began. These 4 were unquestionably the most important players on the Dalian No. 2 team, and now they were all paying little attention to Meng Qiu. Wei Ming thought Meng Qiu was acceptable. Gao Meng thought he wasn't. Lin Bing hadn't voiced an opinion. However, after last year's quarterfinal run, many incoming students at Dalian No. 2 had been playing football since childhood and were quite skilled. If Meng Qiu was only average, then he wouldn't make the cut. Thinking this over, Liu Yang decided to ask Meng Qiu one more question. Just then, Meng Qiu finished the shuttle run and walked over only slightly out of breath. Liu Yang noticed that despite Meng Qiu's small and slim build, his endurance was decent. After such an intense shuttle run, those with poor endurance would be gasping for air. The fact that Meng Qiu was only slightly winded at least proved his fitness was above average. What position are you used to playing? Liu Yang asked. Meng Qiu thought for a moment. At the strongest academy, he played as an attacking midfielder. When playing street football with Daniel, he took a more advanced role as a free roaming forward. At the academy, he mostly played left back since he wasn't the starting playmaker. So he answered, I can play both midfield and left back. Hearing this, Liu Yeyang's eyes lit up. He continued, are you left-footed or right-footed? Left foot. Meng Qiu answered quickly. All right, then join the C team for now. Liu Yeyang said with a smile. Oh, Meng Qiu nodded. The other three Heavenly Kings had no objection to Liu Yeyang's decision. Liu Yeyang became captain as a first year not just for his individual skill, but because of his excellent big-picture awareness. Last year Dalian No. 2 stopped at the quarterfinals, and their forwards and wingers were visibly thin. Many first-team players were third years who would inevitably leave. Although the forwards had become surprisingly strong with that one person's arrival, the defense, especially the fullback positions, had grown even thinner, especially the left-back position. The right back was fine. Li Leming's second year was reliable there. Energetic and solid defensively, he was a dependable piece of the team. But after the graduating third years left, there was no suitable replacement for left back. This year's freshman Zhao Qingji was considered the likely future starter, while Lu Xinrui, the other left-back capable player, was mediocre at best. If Meng Qiu could play any other position, there truly would be no room for him. But the fact that he could play left-back changed everything. Every position needs a backup. Having one more option was always beneficial. Better to start him in C team and watch his match performance first. Meng Qiu didn't understand the inner politics, but the other team members were well aware of the squad situation. They had all seen Meng Qiu's assessment. None found him outstanding. Yet the captain kept him. So, Zhao Qingji showed no reaction, but Lu Xinrui's expression darkened. For these freshmen who had been in school for half a month, everyone knew the current situation. The first team needed about 10 new players. The 4 Heavenly Kings needed backups, and the left-back position likely needed 2 more since left-footed players were rare, and even rarer as defenders. In a relatively less competitive position, a newcomer with mediocre assessment results getting in wasn't anything unusual. Those freshmen who performed well in assessment and training had a high chance of making the first team. They wouldn't mind Meng Qiu. But those whose chances were slim saw a seemingly mediocre player get in due to positional advantage, and resentment and jealousy stirred. So when Meng Qiu walked over to join the C team lineup, an awkward silence fell over the group. For kids this age, entering a new school meant everyone was a stranger. But after half a month, many had already grown familiar with each other. Especially those who were both classmates and teammates. They grew even closer, developing a somewhat naive but sincere understanding of brotherhood. As Lu Xinrui's classmate and fellow team member watching this scene, Wu Chun felt he should somehow show his solidarity. So after seeing Meng Qiu stand near them, he walked over, looked Meng Qiu up and down, then gestured between their height difference. Bro, with your height you think you can play football? By now Meng Qiu had heard this kind of remark twice today. Class monitor Wu Xian had spoken without any particular intention, and there was no real unfriendliness behind his words. Wu Chun, on the other hand, shared the same surname as the class monitor and said something quite similar, yet the unkindness in his tone was unmistakable. Even though Meng Qiu still could not fully grasp all the tonal nuances in a Chinese conversation, he could still sense such obvious unfriendliness. Wu Chun was fairly tall as well. Though he was only average height by No. 2 high school standards, he was close to 1.8 meters. Standing before Meng Qiu, he appeared nearly a head taller, looking down on him completely. Students in Dalian are all so tall, Meng Qiu remarked to himself once again. After that inner sigh, he turned to look at the pitch with a puzzled expression. Isn't this a football pitch? I thought it was a basketball court, Meng Qiu said. When Wu Chun made his pointed remark toward Meng Qiu, most of the Team C players simply watched with detached amusement. After all, they had known Wu Chun for nearly half a month, while Meng Qiu was a newcomer. Yet not everyone appreciated Wu Chun's approach. Li Qi was one of those who did not. Seeing how Wu Chun spoke to Meng Qiu, the forthright Li Qi already felt rather uncomfortable. When he heard Meng Qiu's answer, he immediately let out an exaggerated ha to show his support. Wu Chun, who had been briefly stunned by Meng Qiu's answer, grew even more irritated when he heard Li Qi laugh, but he did not dare make an issue of it with Li Qi. Although Li Qi was about his height, Li Qi had displayed his physical strength as soon as he joined the team. In physical contests, he was the equal of any second-year player, including Gao Meng, one of the 4 titans. If his footwork had not been so rough, Li Qi probably would not have remained in Team C. People with great physical strength always tend to make others more cautious. Unable to take it up with Li Qi, Wu Chun instead turned his irritation toward Meng Qiu. Whether on a basketball court or a football pitch, someone is short, as you has no place standing here. Before Meng Qiu could answer, Li Qi had already spoken. That's enough. What's so fun about picking on a newcomer? Li Qi walked over, stood beside Meng Qiu, and said in a low voice, looking at Wu Chun. What do you mean? With Li Qi continuing to speak back, Wu Chun's face grew stiff. I don't mean anything by it. Li Qi raised a hand and patted Meng Qiu on the shoulder. He's a student in our class 10. If you're going to pick on him for no reason, shouldn't you ask me first? Meng Qiu turned to look at Li Qi. So this warm-hearted fellow with the rough manner was also his classmate after all. At that point the conversation reached an awkward stalemate. Fortunately, since they had all played together for half a month, several other players quickly came up to smooth things over and draw the two apart. Lu Xinrui also drew his good friend Wu Chun aside. The No. 2 high school team had strict discipline, and an open clash would do neither side any good. Thank you, Meng Qiu said to Li Qi with heartfelt sincerity. It was nothing. Li Qi waved his hand. We're classmates after all. but be careful during the match. Even without deliberate fouls, the physical contact is enough to be tough for someone your size. Meng Qiu gave a wry smile. It seemed his height really was easy for people to look down on. Even in Bolivia, he had often been belittled for being short, but even the strongest players there were not all towering figures like those at No. 2 high school. There had been quite a few ordinary-sized players, so Meng Qiu was never singled out. I'll be careful on the pitch. Knowing Li Qi meant well, Meng Qiu nodded to him. This little episode did not escape Lu Yiyang's attention. After thinking for a moment, he exchanged a few words with Gao Meng and the others, then walked over and announced that Team C would hold a split squad scrimmage. This news immediately brought cheers from the Team C players. An inter-squad match was a fine chance to showcase oneself. In daily training, everyone did the same drills, making it difficult to tell who was better. But in an actual match, each player's true level could be displayed far more clearly. Especially since Team B was now practically the first team. Most of Team B's players would move into the first team, while those from Team C would have a much harder path. If a player performed well in Team C's scrimmage, the chance of being selected for Team B would naturally be much greater. After making the announcement, Lu Yiyang began casually assigning the sides. Whether by design or by chance, Meng Qiu and Li Qi were both on the yellow team, while Lu Xinrui and Wu Chun were both on the white team. Just wait and see me outplay that short fellow, Wu Chun said to Lu Xinrui with confidence. His position was right midfielder, so he would be directly matched against Meng Qiu. Team B had already taken in many players who had performed well in trials and internal matches. What it now needed was simply the 3 positions of left back, right midfielder, and defensive midfielder, because those were also the positions most lacking in the first team. For left back, the first team had only one third-year player who was about to leave. For right midfielder, there was only He Fan, a second-year player. As for defensive midfield, although several players remained, that position also required plenty of backups. I play defensive midfielder, so I'll come over to cover for you, Li Qi said, patting Meng Qiu on the shoulder before taking the field. Then I'll have to thank you, Meng Qiu replied. Meng Qiu laughed. Naturally, such an internal training match had no elaborate tactical arrangements. The players simply discussed things among themselves and settled on a setup. The yellow team played a 4-3-3, with Meng Qiu at left back and Li Qi as the left-sided defensive midfielder in a double pivot perfectly placed to cover the left flank. The white team started in a 4-4-2. Wu Chun was the right midfielder, which was exactly why he had told Lu Xinrui he wanted to make a point against Meng Qiu. In an internal match, standing out as an individual was one of the best paths forward. Whether through more dribbles, more passes, more shots, or more goals, the more one contributed, the more noticeable one would naturally become. Wu Chun felt that as long as he kept getting past that short fellow, his chances of entering Team B were sure to improve. To enter the school team's first squad, one had to overtake some rivals within the school. This newly enrolled short fellow looked like the best stepping stone. With that thought, Wu Chun was filled with determination. There were quite a few right midfielders in the No. 2 high school team, so if he performed well in the scrimmage, his chances of making the team would naturally become greater. The match is about to start, Sister Schwerer Yi Jiqing said, while arranging mineral water bottles at the sideline. Team C scrimmage. I suppose it's still about selecting some players for Team B, Fang Schwerer replied. Fang Schwerer tucked back the hair that had slipped forward as she bent down, then answered. That short fellow is playing too. I have no idea how someone so short has the courage to go on. Yi Jiqing said with a smile. Let's see if he has any real ability, Fang Schwerer nodded. I don't think he's much of a player. You saw the tryout earlier. He was just average, Yi Jiqing said casually. Yi Jiqing said in an unconcerned tone. Lu Yiyang was also observing the upcoming match. Lu Xinrui and Wu Chun were the 2 players he most wanted to watch. Although Lu Xinrui had performed slightly below Zhao Qingji in previous training as a left back, he should have a place in the first team. Wu Chun also had solid footwork, and such players were highly valued at No. 2 high school. The reason Wu Chun had not made it into Team B was that Lu Yiyang could see he played somewhat selfishly on the field. If he could correct that habit, he would be quite good. Just as Lu Yiyang was thinking this, the match had already begun. The white team kicked off first, and quickly moved the ball to the right side, delivering it to Wu Chun's feet. Wu Chun promptly pushed the ball forward and moved swiftly along the sideline into the yellow team's half. Having trained together for half a month, everyone knew that Wu Chun was quick, respectable in physical play, and possessed quite good footwork. His dribbling down the flank could pose a significant threat. The yellow team's left winger was directly matched against Wu Chun and immediately stepped forward. Wu Chun's footwork, however, was truly solid. As his opponent stretched out a foot to intercept, Wu Chun quickly cut the ball to the side, evaded the challenge, and continued forward. Well played, Wu Chun. Lu Xinrui, following on the left, called out from a distance. The yellow team was in a 4-3-3 formation. Once the left winger was beaten, a vast open space opened up before Wu Chun. He began to dribble quickly along the flank. If that short fellow came to defend him, Wu Chun did not plan to use a feint to get around him. He would power straight past him. He even imagined bursting past him with sheer strength for everyone to see. The thought made Wu Chun even more eager. What met him next, however, was not Meng Qiu, but Li Qi, the yellow team's left defensive midfielder. Big guy, watch me get past you, Wu Chun thought to himself as Li Qi rushed toward him, stirring a gust of wind. He smiled inwardly and made a feint as though cutting inside, drawing Li Qi to shift toward the middle. Then he quickly knocked the ball out toward the wing and broke through. That Li Qi. He committed himself too eagerly, Lu Yiyang said with a slight shake of his head. Right, he's a good runner, but his positioning and reading of the game are a bit lacking. If he could improve in those two areas, he could be a solid shield at your side. Captain Wei Ming, who was short in stature, nodded. Yet in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. At the exact instant of Wu Chen's breakthrough, a short figure whom everyone had overlooked appeared beside his path. Just as the ball left Wu Chen's foot, the figure stretched out a leg with delicate ease, hooked the ball, and took it away. What a brilliant interception. How did he appear there? Yi Jiqing could not help exclaiming in surprise. That was exactly what everyone present was thinking as they watched Meng Qiu win the ball. At the moment Wu Chun made his move, everyone's attention was on Wu Chun and Li Qi. Yet Meng Qiu had soundlessly appeared on Wu Chen's path and made a clean, crisp interception with an outstretched foot. Such a deft defensive move. It effortlessly cut off Wu Chen's advance. Only after Meng Qiu took 2 steps with the ball and passed it upfield did everyone snap back to attention. A very precise judgment, coming right when the ball was leaving Wu Chen's possession. Gao Ming commented, the way he made that challenge within the zone looked effortless, but it was deceptively complex. As the best defender in No. 2 middle school, his assessment naturally carried considerable weight. Wu Chen stared at Meng Qiu's back in disbelief. His moment to shine had been ruined by this short fellow. Well done, Meng Qiu. Li Qi ran over to compliment Meng Qiu, seemingly just to aggravate Wu Chun. You lunged at him a bit too fiercely just now. He had already built up speed, so if you charge him like that, he only needs one change of direction. In that brief moment, it's hard for you to react. Meng Qiu smiled and said this to Li Qi. Oh, then what should I do? Li Qi asked thoughtfully. Just block his forward path, or at least force him to slow down. That way if he does break through, there won't be an opening behind you. Meng Qiu explained, the defensive midfielder serves as a barrier in front of the penalty area. Positioning and holding the line are more important than breaking up play. Without absolute certainty, do not casually stick out a foot. You're right. I didn't expect you to know so much about defending, Li Qi praised Meng Qiu. I'm not particularly strong in direct duels, so I rely more on running and anticipation for defense. Meng Qiu replied with a smile. After stopping the white team's attack, the yellow team launched an immediate counterattack. Lu Xinrui, who had just been about to push forward to support, had to sprint back to defend. By the time he got back, the white team had already broken up that attack, leaving him to halt his run in dejection. The white team attacked again. Wu Chen wanted to drop back to receive the ball, but his teammates had little trust in him because he had been keeping the ball to himself just moments ago. After the ball was advanced into the front field, white team forward Lu Hongba took possession. Li Qi blocked his path, but Lu Hongba's close control was also good, and he shook off Li Qi with a 1-2 with a teammate. The yellow team's center back shouted for Meng Qiu to press Lu Hongba and set up the second defensive line. Having already noticed Wu Chun overlapping on the wing, Meng Qiu could only charge forward reluctantly. Lu Hongba did indeed choose to pass, and the ball flew toward Wu Chun on the wing. But at the very moment of the pass, Meng Qiu turned around without warning and darted out like an arrow. A sliding tackle. Wu Chun watched helplessly as Meng Qiu got before him and knocked his teammate's pass out of bounds. Great job, a white team player shouted. Meng Qiu got up off the grass, patted the dust off his clothes, and said to the defender who had just directed him to mark the forward with the ball, just now you should have been the one to challenge the ball carrier, or at least cover the wing. Then we might not even have given them a throw-in. Meng Qiu is right, Li Qi said, nodding repeatedly as he ran back. The defender was at a loss for words, then nodded and said helplessly, fine. Lu Yiyang nodded slightly off the field. Accurate judgment, explosive power, and a willingness to defend. Lu Hongba is also decent. His combinations just now were done well. Wei Ming said. As for Lu Xinrui, I have no idea what he was doing. If he had made a firmer forward run earlier, Lu Hongba might have passed the ball to the left. Perhaps because he had to track back halfway before he was hesitant this time. That's not acceptable. Gao Ming shook his head repeatedly. The white team's attack was interrupted midway and ultimately came to nothing. The yellow team then promptly launched an attack. Meng Qiu, go forward. I'll cover you, Li Qi called out to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu nodded. He had been hesitating, unsure whether he should go forward. Fullback overlaps have become the trend in world football. Purely defensive fullbacks are no longer in vogue. But for a fullback to attack effectively, he needs a teammate with good understanding to quietly cover for him from behind. A fullback without anyone covering him will almost certainly be overwhelmed. What made Meng Qiu hesitate was the thought of whether in his first game with these teammates he should keep a low profile and stay back to defend. But since Li Qi had explicitly offered, he had to trust him. Then let's go. Meng Qiu began to move forward, and his 2 successful defensive plays had gradually given his yellow team teammates some confidence in him. So when they saw Meng Qiu overlapping down the wing, his teammate immediately passed the ball back from the middle. As he ran, Meng Qiu lifted his foot to kill the ball, and then advanced, observing his teammates' runs while dribbling forward. Lu Yiyang's eyes lit up. His basic dribbling skills are quite good. Wei Ming also nodded emphatically. For an amateur player, it is already quite something to control the ball well, and then dribble, let alone to lift his head to observe teammates' movements while doing so. That already made Meng Qiu stand out among most amateurs. Compared with his performance during the assessment, Meng Qiu appeared far more composed on the field. It seems we misjudged him before. The qualities he has shown are far superior to Lu Xinrui's. Lu Yiyang murmured to himself. Perhaps he can become an excellent fullback, even able to compete with Zhao Qingji, Gao Ming said, agreeing with Lu Yiyang's judgment. Seeing Meng Qiu dribbling forward along the flank, Wu Chun, who usually did not bother tracking back, began to retreat. He charged at Meng Qiu from behind, intending to use a body check to strip the ball. Wu Chun was not slow either. He bore down with great momentum, and many of the watching students began to worry about Meng Qiu. Yi Jiqing also felt a twinge of worry perhaps, because she disliked Wu Chen's provocative nature. Just as Wu Chun was about to crash into Meng Qiu, already savoring the imagined thrill of knocking the short fellow, flying his vision suddenly blurred. Meng Qiu had made an abrupt stop, and slipped away from in front of him by a hair's breadth. Wu Chen fell into the same mistake as Li Qi. He had pounced too hard. Adding to that, Meng Qiu craftily waited until the instant of impact before dodging. You see, the moment a person collides with something, they make an instinctive, self-protective motion that offsets the reaction force. If you actually hit, nothing happens, but if you hit nothing, you completely lose control of your center of gravity. It is just like when you miss a step while descending the stairs. You may sprain your ankle, or even fall down. That is precisely what happened to Wu Chun. He tumbled forward, landing squarely on his face in an undignified heap. Laughter immediately rose all around. It was not that everyone disliked Wu Chun and was mocking him on purpose, it was just that the way he landed was too comical. Li Qi was laughing too very heartily. But after a while he began to think in his own usual defending, he also charged in just as ferociously. If he were not careful, he might very well end up as embarrassed as Wu Chun right now. Meng Qiu is right. I must not rush into tackles so recklessly from now on. Unbeknownst to himself, Li Qi had already begun to call Meng Qiu a Qiu in his heart. Having dodged Wu Chen's pressure, Meng Qiu did not continue to advance with the ball. Instead, when the opposing midfielder came over to cover, he passed the ball crosswise back. His teammate, receiving the ball in midfield, immediately launched a threatening attack. Unfortunately, the shot from inside the penalty area was saved by white team goalkeeper Lu Yang. Lu Yang also performed well with quick reactions, Lin Bing commented. He can serve as your substitute, and next year he can take your place. Lu Yang laughed. Lin Bing shrugged his shoulders. He would be a senior next year, and would leave the school team anyway. This Meng Qiu is actually quite good, competent in both attack and defense. Putting him in Team C is somewhat a waste of his talent. Wei Ming nodded. In the next white team attack, Wu Chun got the ball again. He wanted to pick a fight with Meng Qiu, but Li Qi stood in his way. Frustrated, Wu Chun tried to break free from Li Qi directly. But Li Qi did not charge up fiercely like before. Instead, he held his position well and cut off Wu Chen's forward route. No matter how many feints Wu Chun made, Li Qi would not be baited into lunging. At last, Li Qi seized a chance to close in, and after causing Wu Chun to lose balance, successfully stole the ball. Li Qi seems to have figured things out, Gao Meng said with brightened eyes. Yes, this defense was beautiful. No reckless advance, no hasty challenge. Finally, he took advantage of his physical strength to win the ball. When he can stay calm on the field, his physical qualities can be better displayed. Lu Yang nodded. As a midfield organizer, he genuinely hoped to have a stalwart by his side for protection, so that his organizational skills could shine even more. As for Wu Chun, Wei Ming said, somewhat speechless. The other three-star players shook their heads simultaneously. First being stripped by Meng Qiu, then by Li Qi, the team's famously brainless athlete. Wu Chun felt he was going crazy. In the following phase, he kept demanding the ball, and kept trying to break through on his own. But the third time he took the ball to attack facing Meng Qiu's defense, he intended to charge straight through. However, Meng Qiu cleverly opened up an angle, and as Wu Chun passed by, stretched a foot, and nudged the ball to Li Qi, who had come over to double team. The fourth time he took the ball to attack facing Li Qi's lateral defense, he intended to perform a feint. But before he could even execute it, Meng Qiu suddenly emerged from behind Li Qi, and stuck a foot in his path of escape. Wu Chun stumbled, and naturally lost the ball. The fifth time. The sixth time. Growing more and more agitated, Wu Chun became a complete black hole on the field. The ball never left his feet when it reached him, and he was constantly dispossessed by either Meng Qiu or Li Qi. As the match went on, the white team players simply stopped passing to him, leaving him to run empty laps. After the 30-minute training match ended, Wu Chun stopped running dejected. He knew how terribly he had performed without needing anyone to tell him. Li Qi, on the other hand, was beaming. He had robbed Wu Chun of the ball at least 3 times in the match. Even without much physical contact, it made him feel that this kind of defending was immensely satisfying. Lu Yang, Lu Hongba, Li Qi. Meng Qiu, promoted to Team B. After the match, Lu Yang announced the 4 players promoted to Team B. Naturally, those selected were jubilant, and those not selected had no objections. Everyone had seen the performances on the field. Congratulations, Ah Qiu, Li Qi said to Meng Qiu with a beaming smile. Thanks to you as well, Li Qi, Meng Qiu replied with a smile. Take a half-hour break, then we'll have another match. After announcing the selections for Team B, Lu Yang clapped his hands and called out. This made the members of Team C who had not been selected for Team B brighten up. There was still a chance. However, Lu Yang's next words deflated them. This match is Team B versus Team A, so they had no chance today. Why another match? Yi Jiqing asked Fang Shuer curiously. Fang Shuer shook her head. Originally, today's schedule only included 1 exhibition match for Team C. She had no idea why Lu Yang had suddenly arranged this. The 2 girls could not possibly fathom what this schemer, nicknamed after the former Romanian superstar Hagi in Dalian high school football circles, was thinking. As the captain who miraculously led No. 2 high school into the quarterfinals of the Dalian division last year, Lu Yang was not a rigid person. He clearly knew what No. 2 high school needed now. Compared with the traditional soccer school powerhouses, No. 2 high school's foundation was weak. Making it to the quarterfinals last year had involved a fair amount of luck. This year some veteran players had left No. 2 high school, Correspondingly, they needed to bring in some outstanding new players. Last year's two high school had been weak in its forward line and wings. Although the forward line became unprecedentedly strong because of that person's arrival, the wings remained thin. Last year two high school's right flank was composed of two first-year newcomers, right back Li Lemming and right winger He Fan. Although they were not as eye-catching as the four Heavenly Kings, they were dedicated and performed well on the pitch. Although the left flank had lightning Wei Ming and two high school's tactics, the right flank mainly focused on defense, while attacks relied more heavily on the left flank. Behind Wei Ming there needed to be an excellent defender to support him. Last year two high school's results came mostly from defense, but this year relying solely on defense would not be enough. They also needed to attack. He was an outstanding all-round midfielder, but being able to do everything did not mean he could do everything well. If he had a good defensive midfielder alongside him, he could devote more energy to attacking. Similarly, to make better use of Wei Ming's wing-breaking ability, Wei Ming also needed a good player behind him to cover and coordinate. Therefore, Liu Yang needed to select outstanding talents to fill the positions of left-back and defensive midfielder. Li Qi and Meng Qiu had performed very well in the just-concluded training match, but he wanted to test these two young men further to see if they were the talents two high school urgently needed. So he had made the spur-of-the-moment decision to add another training match. After all, a training match only lasted 30 minutes. That would be enough to observe what he needed. The training match Team A versus Team B. Liu Yang and Liu Hongba joined Team B, but what surprised and even jealous many was that Li Qi and Meng Qiu were unexpectedly put directly into Team A's starting lineup by Liu Yang. What's going on? He's actually in Team A. Yi Jiqing said with great dissatisfaction. He performed well just now, let's see. Fang Shueter said with a smile. Liu Xinrui meanwhile gaped, staring at Meng Qiu, who was about to take the field with a mixture of surprise and envy. Are you kidding? Getting into Team B was already something, but he went straight into Team A's starting 11. This kid must be related to the captain. Even the players of Team A were somewhat surprised by Liu Yang's arrangement, but because they trusted him, they did not express any objections. Qiu, we're going to play for Team A. Li Qi excitedly grabbed Meng Qiu and shook him vigorously. Let go. You're going to shake me apart. Meng Qiu cried, flailing his arms. Sorry, I'm just too excited. Li Qi released him. It's just a training match, why are you so excited? Meng Qiu rubbed his neck and said with dissatisfaction. Are you kidding? I'm going to assist Senior Liu Yang. This is my dream. Li Qi said dramatically. Oh, what do you mean, oh? Haven't you even heard of Senior Liu Yang? Li Qi was annoyed. I came back from abroad, so I don't know. Seeing the 1.8-meter-tall Li Qi looking like he wanted to devour him, Meng Qiu replied weakly. Oh, you don't know. Li Qi's momentum immediately deflated. Then he began to explain excitedly. Senior Liu Yang is a star player in Dalian High School football. I'm not boasting. If it weren't for wanting to play alongside Senior Liu Yang, I'd have gone to another school. Dalian 2 High School used to be no football powerhouse. The National High School League had been going for years, and they finished last in their group every year. If Senior Liu Yang and the others hadn't come, how could they have made it to the quarterfinals last year? It was precisely because of such a miraculous performance that Senior Liu Yang was hailed as one of the 4 midfielders of the Dalian division. Li Qi praised Liu Yang's great achievements endlessly, but Meng Qiu remained somewhat bewildered. He truly knew nothing about Dalian High School football. However, he was still glad to have a match to play. Team A versus Team B. Team A had an absolute advantage. Just as Li Qi had said, Liu Yang and the other 3 Heavenly Kings were all-star players in Dalian High School football. Their fame alone was enough to make the first-year students feel weak at the knees. From the very start, Team A seized control of the match. Liu Yang took command and allowed Team A's midfield to establish dominance. Under such pressure, the white team scored a goal quickly. This was a typical 2 High School goal. After orchestrating the play, Liu Yang deftly delivered the ball to Wei Ming's feet, who dribbled past one red team defender, cut into the penalty area, and shot to score. Last year, 2 High School scoring ability was weak. Most goals were not scored by the strikers, but by Wei Ming, who played on the wing. His pace was extremely difficult for defenders to handle. A star-level player in Dalian High School football was indeed not something the defenders of Team B could contain. After scoring, Wei Ming did not look particularly excited. He simply exchanged a high-five with Liu Yang. Did you notice anything? Liu Yang asked again as they high-fived. I hardly felt his presence. Wei Ming replied. Before the match, Wei Ming had already known he needed to pay attention to Meng Qiu's performance behind him to see whether Meng Qiu could provide more help from behind. I did notice. When you broke through, he was less than 3 meters behind your left diagonal, drawing the attention of one defender. If you hadn't gotten past him, you could have turned to shield the ball, seen him, and passed to him. Liu Yang smiled. Oh, Wei Ming's eyes lit up. Interesting. The red team launched an attack, and this time their attack was again concentrated on the left flank, because Liu Yang had instructed before the training match that they should focus on attacking the white team's left flank. When the red team player with the ball saw Wei Ming pressing toward him, he panicked a little. After all, he was only a first-year student, and seeing Wei Ming charging at him, he immediately became somewhat at a loss. In his panic, he chose to thread the ball forward to his teammate. At the very moment he released the pass, a short figure suddenly appeared beside the receiving player. Wei Ming's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. The opponents were attacking, leaving their backfield relatively empty. If he could intercept the ball and send a through ball, Wei Ming instinctively began to move into position. Just then Meng Qiu, who had suddenly appeared, stepped in front of the red team's receiving player. It would be a beautiful interception. However, he did not raise his foot to intercept. Instead, he met the rolling ball directly, and with the inside of his left foot, sent it forward in one touch. The ball hugged the touchline and sped forward along the ground. Wei Ming's early start played a crucial role. After all, even he could not instantly reach top speed, but now, because he had started before Meng Qiu even passed, he was just hitting his maximum velocity at that moment. If Wei Ming had not started early, he would not have been able to reach Meng Qiu's first-time pass. If Meng Qiu had stopped the ball before passing instead of making a first-time through pass, then Wei Ming would have been offside. Now perfectly timed. A single pass instantly pierced the red team's defensive line. Wei Ming received the ball behind the defense. What followed was simple. With such a one-on-one chance, Wei Ming would not let the defenders catch up. He deftly cut the ball toward the middle, and in the next moment he charged into the penalty area and slotted the ball past the goalkeeper. The sideline fell silent. A goal already. So simple. Yes, a perfectly timed pass combined with a perfectly timed run made scoring look that simple. Lightning Wei Ming lives up to his name. 2 goals right after coming on. Yeah, and with that guy as well, our attacking power this year will be much stronger than last year's. Who knows, we might even challenge for the national tournament. The No. 2 high school students watching from the sidelines broke into applause and praise. Last year had been a triumphant year for football-loving No. 2 high school students. Although No. 2 high school mainly focused on academics, the National High School Football League had been booming in recent years. As members of No. 2 high school, how could they remain indifferent to the school finishing last in its Dalian group every time? Last year, the emergence of the 4 Heavenly Kings brought them hope. From initial anxiety to later whole school attention, the performance of Dalian No. 2 high school touched the hearts of thousands of students. After losing that quarterfinal in a morally glorious defeat, countless No. 2 high school students shed tears in the stands. Football, the world's foremost sport after a period of silence on the ancient land of China, had been reborn with new vitality. Unlike the first revival, which had been club-dominated and driven by professional teams reorganized for the market, this revival was rooted more in grassroots efforts and centered on young people. The booming National High School League was one of the most important events in this movement. Although it had only been running for a few short years, there were already examples of high school students entering national teams, albeit only at the national youth level. Still, everyone believed that if this momentum continued, students at the Olympic team level, or even the national team level, could be expected. Against such a grand backdrop, the emphasis that small No. 2 high school placed on football was not particularly noteworthy. While the students were all praising Wei Ming was talking with Liu Yeyang. That assist. Do you think it was luck or something else? Liu Yeyang asked in a low voice. Wei Ming, who had just run over to give Meng Qiu a hug, chuckled softly. I honestly don't know. It's impossible for him to have learned about my speed and sprint style so quickly. All I can say is that he also has a sharp forward attacking awareness when defending. That pass. If I hadn't started my run, we would have wasted possession, but if I did start, it could create a one-on-one and a killer chance. Wei Ming's meaning was clear. Wasting one possession meant little in a match, but creating a decisive scoring opportunity was extremely significant. Has excellent attacking awareness. No wonder, he said, he could also play as a playmaking midfielder. Liu Yeyang said thoughtfully. As a midfielder, his physical dueling is still a bit weak. Wei Ming replied. Liu Yeyang nodded slightly. The starters of the strong high school teams in Dalian all had outstanding physical conditions. Even in the midfield, which relatively demanded more technique and awareness, the best midfielders in Dalian high school circles also possessed excellent physical attributes. From this perspective, the wings suited Meng Qiu better. There, the number of physical duels would be much lower and his attacking awareness could be fully utilized. While Liu Yeyang and Wei Ming were discussing among the students on the sideline, an unremarkable middle-aged man was also watching Meng Qiu on the field with a thoughtful expression. He had the same question in his mind. Was that assist a stroke of luck or intentional? If it was luck, there was nothing to say. If it was intentional, then forming such an understanding with Lightning Wei Ming in less than half a month after joining the No. 2 high school team would be quite alarming. The middle-aged man had a sharp eye. He noticed something even Wei Ming himself hadn't. Meng Qiu's through pass was not merely about seizing the right moment. The speed of the rolling ball was perfectly in sync with Wei Ming's sprint. For the first 20 meters, Wei Ming only needed to chase the ball, and when the ball's speed began to slow, that was exactly when Wei Ming was ready to cut diagonally into the penalty area with the ball. No matter how fast a player is, he still needs the ball to cooperate. Wei Ming was not one of those South American geniuses with phenomenal ball sense. Those talents don't even need to look at the ball while dribbling. They can advance purely on feel, and their dribbling speed is almost as fast as their sprint speed. But Wei Ming did not possess such an ability. Except when there was no defender ahead, and he could knock the ball forward and chase it, his dribbling speed was far inferior to his sprint speed. Excellent passing, however, could compensate for this. If the pass had not been perfectly timed with Wei Ming's sprint, Wei Ming would not have easily left the entire red team defense in his wake. In the middle-aged man's mind, several scenarios had already taken shape. Meng Qiu receives the ball, plays a through pass. Wei Ming sprints forward. In the early stage of his run, he doesn't need to think about controlling the ball or dribbling. Just run easily, leaving those tall defenders behind. The opponent attacks, Meng Qiu intercepts, and instantly plays a through pass. Wei Ming accelerates again and shakes off defenders. Perhaps this wouldn't help much in positional offense, but in a counterattack seizing that very moment when the opponent transitions from attack to defense, how much damage could Wei Ming do? Even professional teams involuntarily expose gaps when transitioning from attack to defense. The middle-aged man felt that he had come to the right place. He had originally come to observe that legendary guy, yet unexpectedly found himself watching another one. When he first saw that the legendary guy wasn't there, the middle-aged man thought he had made a wasted trip. But now it seemed the trip was not wasted. The middle-aged man intended to observe Meng Qiu carefully to see what he would do next. However, the middle-aged man was disappointed. Apart from that through-ball assist, Meng Qiu's subsequent performance could only be described as unremarkable. He rarely challenged attacking players directly, instead choosing to position himself, block passing lanes, and read the opponent's passing intentions. And after intercepting the ball, he never again delivered such sharp through passes. Rather, he passed to his teammates and let them organize the attack. In attack, Meng Qiu also constantly moved up and down, occupying the opponent's attention, and delivered a few crosses, but the results were only mediocre. After the 30-minute match ended, Meng Qiu's report card remained unremarkable. The side he guarded had been the target of repeated attacks. Although he contributed an impressive 7 interceptions, 2 of the opponent's 3 goals were also scored from the side he defended. As for offense, apart from that assist, Meng Qiu never created any real threats. He performed rather ordinarily. Yi Jiqing said to Fang Shuer, "But he can fill a gap in our team." Fang Shuer said with a smile. She had been the school team's manager for over a year, so she naturally knew which positions no. 2 high school lacked. Connecting this with Lu Yiyang's decision to let Meng Qiu play directly without a formal trial, she could roughly guess Lu Yiyang's intentions. Because the team needed such a fullback, even if Meng Qiu's performance was not especially outstanding, his current showing was enough to earn him a spot on the school team, perhaps even a starting position. At least from this 30-minute match, he had performed a bit better than the previous Zhao Qingji. Something is better than nothing. Yi Jiqing laughed. Lu Yiyang knew for certain that Meng Qiu's place on the team was beyond doubt. Now it was time to let the young lad know a few things. The school team is about these players. There's one more who isn't here. He's never around at this time each week. Lu Yiyang walked over and said to Meng Qiu, who was drinking water. "Oh." Meng Qiu nodded. "So what do we do next, Captain?" "Next we prepare for evening study. After school in the afternoon, we only have 2 hours for training. But you must remember, starting tomorrow you won't need to go home for meals. The whole noon and afternoon will be school team training time. Unless there are special circumstances, no leave is allowed." "Understood," Lu Yiyang said to Meng Qiu. "Then where do I eat?" Meng Qiu asked a question he cared deeply about. Before Lu Yiyang could answer, Yi Jiqing beside them snorted, "Don't you even know that? The football team gets 2 meals at school each day. The first is before the 3rd class in the morning, and the second is after the 1st class in the afternoon." Meng Qiu was stunned. Free meals just like that? What he didn't know was that no. 2 high school had not valued football in the past. However, with the development and exposure of the National High School League, after a new principal took office, the new principal began to vigorously support the school football team, with tremendous backing. But valuing football was one thing, the players on the no. 2 high school team were after all still students. As students they had to attend classes, but there were only so many hours in a day. What could be done? After Captain Lu Yiyang and the school leaders discussed it, this rather peculiar rule was established. Don't go home at noon to stay at school for training. After school in the afternoon, stay at school for training. To train they had to eat. They couldn't let a group of growing young men train on empty stomachs. However, intense exercise immediately after eating was not allowed. Between the morning classes, afternoon classes, and evening study, there were only 5 hours in total, and after eating they needed time to digest. Thus at most 2 hours of training per day, just enough for 1 training match. So the schedule was adjusted. Lunch was moved to 10 a.m. and the afternoon meal to 3 p.m., allowing more time for training. After hearing Yi Jiqing's explanation, Meng Qiu did not look enlightened. Instead, his expression became even more bitter. "What's wrong?" Fang Shuer asked with a smile. "I didn't know we could eat at school. I haven't eaten dinner yet, and I didn't bring any money." Lu Yiyang couldn't help but burst out laughing for the first time. "That's my mistake. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal outside." "Awesome," Meng Qiu cheered. Before he knew it, 3 days had already passed since Meng Qiu joined the No. 2 high school team. Apart from still being quite awkward around Yi Jiqing, he had grown familiar with everyone in the squad. Li Qi, being a freshman like Meng Qiu, had built the closest rapport with him. "Keep playing like this, and you have a real chance of making the 23-man roster for the school team." He had said this to Meng Qiu during a break in training. Meng Qiu nodded. Only after joining the football team did he realize that earning the right to represent the school in the high school inter-school league was no simple matter. First of all, after Lu Yiyang's rigorous selection, the No. 2 high school football team still had more than 40 players in total, combining the A and B teams. After all, Dalian was a city of football, and everyone's passion for the sport ran deep. Li Qi had also described to Meng Qiu the scene at the induction ceremony after school started, when more than 90 out of over 100 hopefuls were cut. However, only about half of the players currently training on the field would ultimately get to represent the school team officially. The person responsible for choosing those 23 players was none other than Lu Yiyang, the captain of No. 2 high school. As for the coach, word had it that the school team did have one, yet neither Li Qi nor Meng Qiu had ever met this coach, who was as elusive as a dragon that shows its head, but never its tail. The initial selection for joining the team is handled by Captain Liu, while the 23-man roster is decided by the coach. I just hope I can eventually catch the coach's eye. Li Qi smiled and said. Back in Bolivia, although Meng Qiu had played in youth matches for Club the Strongest, the Bolivian clubs did not place particular importance on such competitions, and there were few national-level exchanges. So when he learned that two high school could compete at the national level, he felt quite drawn to the opportunity. How big was Bolivia's population compared to China's? Even if China's football standard was only mediocre with so many schools participating, the level of the competition could hardly be that bad, could it? Meng Qiu thought to himself. In reality, if Meng Qiu had been born a few years earlier and had returned to China, he would probably have been quite disappointed. China's National High School Inter-School League had existed before, but its scale was rather modest, and many schools were not interested in joining. For the most part, the participants were the youth teams of various clubs. It was less of a high school league than a gathering of professional club academies. In those days, even if Meng Qiu had joined the school team, he would not have had the chance to compete in a national league, or at best, he would have played at the municipal level. In the past 2 years, however, the National High School Football Inter-School League could be described as electrifying. All in all, Dalian can be called the group of death of the National High School Inter-School League. You should know that the National High School Inter-School League is divided into zones according to China's vast geographical territory. Dalian, being the football city, is designated as a separate zone on its own. Aside from that, there are 10 zones in total: Beijing, Dalian, Guangzhou, Shanghai, Central China, North China, South China, Northeast, Southwest, and Northwest. That is what we call the 10 major zones. Li Qi explained to Meng Qiu while sipping from a bottle of mineral water. The competition starts every November, and because it falls in winter, we also call it the winter selection. After the preliminaries in November and December, each zone produces its regional top 8. Then in March of the following year, we call it the March to the Nationals. Only the teams that win the championship or finish as runners-up in each zone can directly qualify for the National High School Inter-School League held in June and July. The remaining 12 spots are then distributed to teams from each zone that did not directly qualify for the national finals, namely through the April playoffs. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place teams from each zone are divided into 10 groups, making a total of 40 teams, and through single elimination matches, 10 spots are ultimately decided. Listening to Li Qi's explanation, Meng Qiu could not help but ask curiously, then what about the other 2 spots? Li Qi smiled. Those 2 spots are directly allocated to Shandong Luning Football School and Guangzhou Evergrande Football School. Professional football schools. Meng Qiu was taken aback when he heard that. But that is not so surprising, because under this brand new format, even Shandong Luning Football School, which has produced countless national team players, and Guangzhou Evergrande Football School, packed with prodigies, only managed 1 semifinal and 1 final last year, neither winning the championship. Compared with his earlier words, what Li Qi now told Meng Qiu was even more astonishing. It almost overturned Meng Qiu's understanding. He knew the difference between professional and amateur levels. Even at the high school level, the gap between professional and amateur was not particularly wide, and the players' abilities did not differ too much. Yet both of the country's top football schools had failed to win the championship, because the National League finals are single elimination and upsets happen every year. And Qiu, don't underestimate the other strong high schools. Li Qi's explanation made Meng Qiu nod. Indeed, China's vast territory held hidden talents, and many families still hoped their children could enter university. Moreover, although Shandong Luning Football School and Guangzhou Evergrande Football School were widely famous, there remained some traditional football powerhouses in China that absorbed more of the local talent. And for the past 3 consecutive years, the national champions have all come from the Dalian zone. Although no team has managed to defend the national title since the reform teams from the Dalian zone have secured this honor for 3 straight years. When Li Qi said this, a hint of pride gleamed in his eyes. Qiu, you should know that the Dalian zone is known as the absolute group of death, surrounded by countless football powerhouses. Among them, 13 schools are the strongest, and within those 13, 8 football schools stand out as representatives. They are also called the 8 great football powers of Dalian high school football. Li Qi let out a sigh. Although no team has ever defended the national title since the reform, the champions over the past 3 years were Dalian Yunbei Football School and Dalian Qingxi Football School. Yunbei won the title in the first and third years of the reform, but was eliminated by Qingxi in the semifinals in the second year. Otherwise, even with all the upsets in this format, Dalian Yunbei Football School would probably have completed a three-peat. The moment Li Qi finished speaking, Meng Qiu was somewhat astonished. Last year, our No. 2 high school was the only non-football specialized school in the top 8. Qiu, Dalian Yunbei Football School is a soccer superpower that has cultivated 15 national team players. Many professional clubs even have contracts with them so their students can directly enter professional teams. They are also known together with Qingxi Football School as the twin giants of Dalian, having long monopolized the qualification slots in the Dalian zone. As for the other Dalian schools, most of them, like us, set their sights on the playoffs. Li Qi also let out a slightly helpless sigh. After all, it was rumored that this year's Dalian Yunbei Football School had 4 players from the U-17 national youth team. Such a lineup could only be described as formidable. The Dalian zone indeed earned its reputation as the nation's #1 group of death. But after listening to Li Qi's introduction, Meng Qiu felt only more stirred and eager. His innate competitive nature and the thrill kindled by the prospect of formidable rivals made Meng Qiu look forward with great anticipation to the National High School Inter-School League, which would begin 2 months later. Even in the strongest youth ranks, because the Bolivian league was not very big, the number of official matches Meng Qiu played in a year was actually not that many. And now, in November and December, there were preliminary rounds in March and April, qualifiers in June and July, the national tournament. Even if the format was still unknown, even if it were single elimination all the way, he would still be able to play quite a few real competitive matches in a year, wouldn't he? If the selection started at the beginning of November, and since he had only enrolled in mid-September, that would leave him only a month and a half to prepare. During this period, he needed to get thoroughly familiar with his teammates so that he could perform better on the field. Seeing Meng Qiu unconsciously clench his fist, Li Qi could not help laughing. Qiu, the first thing we need to do now is strive to make the starting lineup, Li Qi said with a smile. I think we have a good chance. Meng Qiu said seriously. Although Li Qi was a freshman, as a midfielder he had a decent frame, excellent physicality, tireless energy, and a keen sense of interception. After his recent breakthrough, he had been performing exceptionally well in intra-squad scrimmages. A player like this would have little trouble claiming a starting role in any team. Captain Liu Yiyang was also a deep-lying midfielder, but he needed to devote more energy to attacking. With a standard workhorse like Li Qi beside him, his burden would become much lighter. Last year, No. 2 High School lost to the eventual champion Yunbei High School, not only because the opponent was stronger overall, but also because Liu Yiyang had to take on a considerable amount of defensive responsibility in the midfield. Although he curbed Yunbei's offense to a great extent, it also greatly affected No. 2's own attacking play. Under the powerful midfield pressure of Yunbei High School, Liu Yiyang could not organize attacks well throughout the match. Although Lin Bing, the mercurial striker, had an exceptionally brilliant game, he still could not resist the opponent's relentless attacking waves, and they conceded a decisive goal. Besides, the left-back position, defensive midfield was also a position that No. 2 High School urgently needed to reinforce. That was exactly why Liu Yiyang and the others valued Li Qi and Meng Qiu and quickly moved them up to the A team. If the veteran players formed the core, then the newcomers needed to be more of the workhorse type, and Li Qi and Meng Qiu were precisely such players. In other words, they were what people commonly called water carriers. Neither Li Qi nor Meng Qiu minded this in the least. Although Li Qi was not outstanding in technical footwork, he had always been a tireless runner and was used to playing a supporting role. As for Meng Qiu, over these few days his teammates had realized that his physical dueling was indeed relatively weak, but surprisingly he proved to be a remarkably tireless runner. Evening self-study session. As a second-year senior high student, the academic workload was naturally heavy, and the teachers were sure to keep a tight rein on everyone's studies. Liu Yiyang was a good student. Although he was the captain of No. 2 Middle School, he had never fallen behind in his studies. A sharp mind served one well both on the pitch and in the classroom. Liu Yiyang rarely let his mind wander during class. But in tonight's self-study session his thoughts did drift. Though he held a textbook in his hands, he was not reading its words, but a piece of paper hidden beneath it. The paper bore a list of names. The captain of No. 2 Middle School was pondering the lineup arrangements for the coming matches. Nearly 20 days had passed since the new semester began, and Liu Yiyang had already formed a clear picture of the school squad strengths. Most of the starters, of course, were the veterans from the second year. There were also third-year players, but under the pressure of the college entrance examination, they mostly served a mentoring role and could not be counted on too much. With second-year players as the core, plus a few outstanding first-year players, by next year those freshmen would become the new backbone of No. 2 Middle School. No. 2 Middle School had never had a football tradition before, nor had it ever advanced past the group stage of the qualifying tournament. Under Liu Yiyang's leadership, No. 2 Middle School broke through the group stage. Likewise, Liu Yiyang hoped to establish a tradition for the school team during his time. With such a tradition, the school would be able to attract more talented junior high graduates to choose No. 2 Middle School. Had it not been for the school's remarkable breakthrough performance last year, he probably would not have been able to pick such promising prospects from the freshmen. That particular guy, choosing to come to No. 2 Middle School, was quite a surprise. And not just him. Players like Li Qi or that Meng Qiu were all excellent hands. In midfield, he himself needed a player to provide cover behind him, and Wei Ming also needed someone to link up with him. As it happened, Meng Qiu and Li Qi were exactly such players. Among the other freshmen, there were also a few decent players, though their positions overlapped somewhat. This year they could gain experience, next year would be the time to make full use of them. Liu Yiyang's importance to the No. 2 Middle School squad was beyond doubt. He was not only the captain, but also effectively served as the team's coach. No. 2 Middle School had no football tradition, so even among the school's PE teachers few had a deep understanding of the sport. Ever since he entered the school, Liu Yiyang had been managing the team, and the teacher nominally serving as coach was in fact just a front. If Meng Qiu had known this, he might have felt disappointed because he still dreamed of the team having an excellent coach. But having not seen the coach show up for days, he let the matter rest. During recent training sessions, aside from always being paired with Wei Ming for warm-ups, Meng Qiu spent most of his time positioned beside Wei Ming, studying his movement patterns. Liu Yiyang did not expect that merely watching would make Meng Qiu and Wei Ming familiar with each other, so every day he arranged training matches having Wei Ming and Meng Qiu appear together on the left flank. He intended to forge this left flank into No. 2 Middle School's main attacking line. After a few days of training, Wei Ming had begun to appreciate this fullback who stayed quietly behind him, yet always delivered comfortable passes and constantly appeared in his field of vision with well-timed runs. Because the focus was on building the left flank attack, Liu Yiyang directed most of the plays toward the left side during these training matches. The cooperation between Wei Ming and Meng Qiu grew increasingly smooth. Still, Meng Qiu was somewhat puzzled. After all, Wei Ming was a winger, although he was a strong scorer relying entirely on a flank attacker for goals. Wouldn't that make him too easy for opponents to mark out of the game? Such doubts persisted until one day. It seems there's an extra person today. Meng Qiu asked Wei Ming. How that guy? He's a freshman like you, but on the first day of the team tryouts he stunned every one of us. Wei Ming chuckled. The young man was powerfully built. He was not particularly tall. At least he showed no clear advantage over Gao Meng, who stood 183 meters, or Lin Bing, who stood 187 meters. However, in terms of physique, Gao Meng was already a very strong high school student, but compared to this young man, he might have been equally built, yet lacked the explosive power that rippled through the youth's muscles. September was still hot. The young man wore nothing beneath his training top, his arms bare, solid biceps glistening under the sunlight. Yet compared to his thighs and calves, his arms seemed almost unremarkable. This guy has explosive power in his body. Meng Qiu murmured to himself. Wei Ming turned back to glance at him, then chuckled. Yes. His most outstanding trait is his strength. Wei Ming said leisurely, a few of us are known as the 4 heavenly kings of No. 2 middle school with some reputation in Dalian's high school football circle. When it came to raw strength, Gao Meng was considered the strongest. But at the tryouts after passing the assessment, Yun Feiyong specifically asked to take on Gao Meng one-on-one with the ball. The clash between those two really frightened quite a few people back then. Yun Feiyong. Meng Qiu was taken aback. That's the kid's name, Wei Ming replied. A great wind rises o'er the clouds soar. Although it seemed like an elegant and free-spirited name with those preceding words, it carried a formidable air. Such a strong and mighty youth truly lived up to that name. And also, in junior high football there are no national competitions. But here in Dalian, we have a junior high league. During his 3 years of junior high, this guy led his team to win 3 Dalian Junior High League championships. Wei Ming's meaning was obvious. Winning 3 Dalian Junior High League titles was enough to prove that he was currently the #1 freshman in the entire Dalian high school football circle. Oh, in that case, he could be considered close to the best player in the country for his age. Meng Qiu let out a sigh. In the few days he had been here, he had come to understand that Dalian's youth football level was among the best in the nation. Standing out in such an environment was enough to prove Yun Feiyong's ability. That's not necessarily true. Wei Ming chuckled. After all, the junior high league doesn't include students from football academies. But he's indeed outstanding. It's said that before he even finished junior high, quite a few football academies tried to recruit him, but he turned them all down and chose our No. 2 middle school. To be honest, I could hardly believe it when I found out. Then why hasn't he been coming to practice these past few days? Meng Qiu asked curiously. Because he's been training on his own, Wei Ming shrugged. Anyway, he'll definitely come to the weekly team practice, so it doesn't delay anything. Just then Lu Yiyang clapped his hands, calling everyone over. When everyone had gathered, Lu Yiyang did not speak immediately. Instead, he beckoned to Meng Qiu. Bewildered, Meng Qiu walked over and heard Lu Yiyang say to Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong, let me introduce a new teammate. This is Meng Qiu, a newly transferred student and also a member of the school team. Yun Feiyong looked down at Meng Qiu. Compared to Yun Feiyong, who stood about 185 meters, Meng Qiu was a full size smaller. You're quite handsome, kid. Yun Feiyong complimented. Almost as handsome as me. A laugh came from the side. It was Yi Jiqing, who couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Speaking purely of looks, even Yi Jiqing, who didn't much care for Meng Qiu, had to admit he was a handsome young man. Yun Feiyong was not bad looking either, but compared to Meng Qiu, his features were more rugged and less refined. Hello, you're handsome too. Meng Qiu paused for a moment before replying, and another huff sounded from the side. Yi Jiqing couldn't help but crack up again. Alright, time to split into groups. Today's practice is in preparation for an upcoming warm-up match. Lu Yiyang coughed, then announced in a louder voice. A warm-up match. Meng Qiu immediately grew excited. Although facing off against his No. 2 middle school teammates was enjoyable, after all they were teammates, it was competing against opponents that was truly interesting. Meng Qiu also wanted to test in actual combat how well he could coordinate with Wei Ming. During the past few days of training, their coordination had been good, but their opponents were only the weaker players from the B team, so not much progress could be shown. While Meng Qiu was lost in thought, Wei Ming was listening carefully to Lu Yiyang's group division. This grouping was quite subtle. It was not like before with Team A and Team B each fielding a side. Lu Yiyang seemed to be casually picking players. In a flash, he had clearly designated the lineup for both sides. Meng Qiu was placed on the same team as Lu Yiyang, Wei Ming, Yun Feiyong, and a few other teammates. Li Qi, on the other hand, was put on the opposing team by Lu Yiyang, grouped with Gao Meng, Lin Bing, and several other veteran second and third-year players. At first, Li Qi thought he had been assigned to the substitutes when he saw he wasn't with the captain, but now he began to grin. Besides Lu Yiyang and Wei Ming, everyone in this group was either a former starter or a key substitute. The starting defensive line, which conceded only 2 goals in last year's group stage, and only 1 goal in the knockout rounds against the high-powered Dalian champions and the national champion Yunbei High School, was on this team. Lu Yiyang's intention in this grouping was obvious. He wanted to use this defensive line to test how far the 2 newcomers could go on the offensive. You're going to face the captain's offense directly. Nervous? Meng Qiu winked at Li Qi. Of course I'm not nervous. Li Qi puffed out his chest and said loudly. As for facing that kid, I'm actually a bit nervous, Lin Bing said to Gao Ming with a smile. Gao Ming did not answer, as silent as a stone. This grouping. This is going to be a good show. Fang Shuer watched the players from both sides taking the field, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Go Yun Feiyong. Yi Jiqing's eyes sparkled with little stars as she cheered softly from the sidelines. Fang Shuer turned to look at the young girl, and couldn't help but laugh. Jiqing, today's grouping is quite a challenge for Yun Feiyong. I know, but no matter how formidable senior Gao Ming and the others are, they definitely won't be able to stop Yun Feiyong. Yi Jiqing said firmly. That's not necessarily true. Last year this defensive line held back the ferocious assault of Yunbei High School's nationally #1 attacking line. No matter how talented Yun Feiyong is, he's only a freshman in high school. The opponents he has faced before are nothing compared to those from a professional football school. Gao Ming and his teammates stand their ground even against the kind of formidable players who might one day enter the professional football world. Fang Shuer deliberately teased Yi Jiqing. Humph, Sister Shuer, have you forgotten the entrance assessment that day? Senior Gao Ming couldn't keep an eye on Yun Feiyong at all. Yi Jiqing pouted. One-on-one situations are naturally disadvantageous for defenders. How can a match like that be compared to a real game? The two girls bickered on the sidelines, but Yun Feiyong on the field paid no attention to anything else. He simply stared at the opposite side of the pitch, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In middle school, he had already run out of challengers, and now this was high school. Among the 4 heavenly kings of No. 2 high school, 2 were on the opposite side. Especially Gao Ming, a top-tier defender well known in Dalian's high school football circle. During the assessment, he had beaten him once. This time he was determined to win again. At center back were Gao Ming and Shi Linshan. Shi Linshan, a senior and former captain of No. 2 high school, known for his steady style and keen overview. It was largely due to his advocacy that Lu Yiyang became the captain as a freshman last year. A center back of true dedication. Although his physical attributes were not as exceptional as Gao Ming's, having such a steady center back remained highly important for the current No. 2 high school team. At right back was Li Lemming, and at left back was Song Qinyu, also a senior. The two shared similar traits: solid defense and excellent mobility. Though they offered little going forward together with the 2 center backs, they formed an exceptionally reliable defensive line. Standing behind this defensive line was goalkeeper Lin Bing. This defense did not concede a single goal during last year's group stage. Even against the onslaught of national champions Yunbei, they conceded only 1 goal. This was the defensive line Yun Feiyong had to face. What he aimed to do was to crush through it. This defensive line was among the best in all of Dalian's high school football scene. Only by breaking through it could Yun Feiyong prove that he had what it took to make a name for himself in Dalian's high school football circle. Compared with the ambitious Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu appeared to harbor far fewer ambitions. He simply wanted to play well, even if it meant being a supporting role on the pitch. Remember to push forward more in this match. We're mainly rehearsing our attacking and defensive patterns. Wei Ming said to Meng Qiu, we're the attacking line and they're the defensive line. Meng Qiu nodded. He had already figured that out. Since No. 2 high school's defense was solid while their attack was slightly weaker last year, it made sense that they would put extra effort into their offense this year with the addition of an outstanding center forward. Whether it was Lu Yang moving forward thanks to Li Qi's protection behind him or the pairing of himself with Wei Ming, all of it served this purpose. With Lu Yang devoting more energy to attack, he would naturally be able to provide more passes to the center forward. With Meng Qiu's support, Wei Ming would naturally have more opportunities to break through on the wing and deliver passes, thereby creating more scoring chances for the center forward. The next question was whether this center forward could seize those opportunities. Behind Yun Feiyong stood Wei Ming, Lu Yiyang, and Meng Qiu himself. By arranging such a confrontational lineup, Lu Yiyang intended not only to see how many chances Yun Feiyong could take, but also to evaluate how well he himself could orchestrate from the field. As a school team member acting as a temporary referee blew the whistle, the match began. Lu Yiyang of the red team had the ball under control. He positioned himself not too far forward, but rather held a slightly deeper spot. Wei Ming began to run along the flank, while Meng Qiu moved to a slightly deeper position to support on Lu Yiyang's left. 2 forwards from the white team pressed forward aggressively. They held nothing back, because in official matches their captain would face even fiercer pressing. Rather than holding onto the ball, Lu Yiyang quickly lifted his foot and sent a lateral pass. Meng Qiu received the ball, did not keep it at his feet, and immediately poked it forward to Wei Ming, then accelerated forward himself. Wei Ming received the ball with his back to the opposing half. He now had 2 passing options: Lu Yiyang, who was arriving in the center to support, and Meng Qiu, who was surging forward down the flank. It was only natural for Lu Yiyang to appear in his field of vision and passing lane whenever he received the ball. They had been midfield partners for years. Meng Qiu, however, had only trained with him for less than a week. That kid is actually really good. Wei Ming marveled inwardly. To the others on the sidelines, like Yi Jiqing, Meng Qiu seemed utterly inconspicuous on the pitch, almost offering nothing to the attack. But only Wei Ming, who was playing on the field, understood just how fortunate it was for an offensively gifted winger like himself to have such a low-key, yet reliable fullback by his side. In just a few short days, Wei Ming already felt he could hardly do without that young man on the pitch. His timing for this forward run was again so well judged. Wei Ming feigned a strong turn to break through, and after drawing the attention of the defender behind him, he suddenly knocked the ball out to the wing. Meng Qiu, making his forward run, received the ball near the touchline. Yun Feiyong, who had been constantly moving, brightened. He began sprinting into the penalty area and raised his hand to call for the ball. Pass it over. Yi Jiqing couldn't help shouting from the sidelines. Meng Qiu also saw Yun Feiyang's movement. However, instead of passing forward, he pulled the ball back and sent a long-range return pass to Lu Yiyang, who was near the center circle. What kind of pass was that? Yi Jiqing said indignantly. Yun Feiyang had already pinned down senior Shi Linshan. If that Meng Qiu had lofted a high ball and Yun Feiyang could have created a chance. Fang Shuer looked at the field and did not answer Yi Jiqing. On the pitch, Yun Feiyang did not show any sign of anger either. He simply turned and ran back. Shi Linshan and Gao Meng pushed forward together, denying the attacking side more space. Did he notice you were about to cut in from the middle to block Yun Feiyang? Shi Linshan couldn't help asking. Gao Meng did not reply. Receiving the ball, Lu Yiyang saw Yun Feiyang drop back deliberately and immediately played a chip pass into the front field. Li Qi immediately stepped forward, hoping to clear the ball in the air. Then he collided with a sturdy figure. Yun Feiyang. This guy really is strong. Li Qi leaned in for the first contact, but Yun Feiyang didn't budge. Then at that moment Yun Feiyang jumped. Li Qi dared not hesitate and jumped up against Yun Feiyang. He was slightly shorter, but for a high ball he was jumping toward the ball, while Yun Feiyang was jumping with his back to him, so Li Qi should have had some advantage. However, the moment he left the ground, Li Qi realized he was wrong. In the aerial duel for power, Li Qi was utterly overwhelmed. In the instant he lost his balance, Li Qi sighed inwardly. Yet with this bit of disruption, would it be that easy for Yun Feiyang to make a headed flick? But Yun Feiyang did not attempt a header. He jumped higher than Li Qi had imagined, directly cushioning the ball with his chest in midair, then landed steadily. Meng Qiu widened his eyes in surprise. Meng Qiu had seen many peers with excellent physical attributes, but rarely had he seen anyone as exceptional as this. Lu Yiyang's delivery was a high ball, one might even say aimed right at Yun Feiyang's head. Yet instead of opting for a flick on, Yun Feiyang directly cushioned it down with his chest. Despite his surprise, Meng Qiu did not forget to follow up in time. Because Yun Feiyang was the only center forward, Wei Ming had already moved up when Yun Feiyang dropped back. Although Wei Ming was a winger, he covered a large area. Otherwise, he would not have become the top scorer at No. 2 high school last year. As Wei Ming moved into a central position, Meng Qiu naturally followed suit, providing support on the flank. As he surged forward, Meng Qiu thought to himself, if Yun Feiyang had made an accurate flick, then with Wei Ming's awareness and speed in timing his run, it might have generated a chance for a decisive strike. After landing, Yun Feiyang did not pause. He swiftly turned with the ball. Li Qi, who had also just landed, tried his best to close him down, but Yun Feiyang literally shouldered him away while carrying the ball. This. What kind of power is this? Li Qi fell flat on his back, unable to believe his eyes. It was one thing to be outmatched in strength, but the real issue was that Yun Feiyang, having just landed, could pivot and charge through with such force. Otherwise, despite the gap in power between them, Li Qi would not have been so easily shoved to the ground. That kid's physical capability is truly outstanding. Lu Yiyang behind him subconsciously adjusted his glasses and thought to himself. Yun Feiyang carried the ball and charged forward. Before him stood the entire first-string defensive line of No. 2 high school's varsity team. Gao Meng stepped up to meet him. Yun Feiyang did not halt his sprint. His forward pace was not especially rapid, but it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. If he slips it diagonally to me, and then drives forward, we could play a 1-2. Meng Qiu, already running into the area within 30 meters of goal, thought to himself. Yet Yun Feiyang did not pass. Just as he was about to collide with Gao Meng, he quickly nudged the ball to the right and forced his way through. He disdained elaborate feints entirely. Yun Feiyang was determined to break through using the most straightforward method. Gao Meng's reaction was not slow in the slightest. He did not stick out a foot, but instead turned at the same time and pressed his tall frame against Yun Feiyang. Their shoulders slammed heavily into each other. Both wobbled slightly to the side from the impact. This collision was evenly matched. He's even more ferocious than during the assessment. The thought flashed through Yun Feiyang's mind, yet his feet were far from slow. He quickly nudged the ball forward and accelerated. Gao Meng's speed was slower than his. This move should be enough to shake him off. However, at the instant the ball left his feet, Gao Meng's massive body suddenly dropped to the ground. With a beautiful sliding tackle, he swept the ball horizontally away from danger. See that? In a real match, Gao Meng won't be shaken off so easily, Fang Shuer said to Yi Jiqing with sparkling enthusiasm. Yun Feiyang's breakthroughs had been thwarted 3 times in a row by the defensive line led by Gao Meng. It was not entirely because of Gao Meng's outstanding performance, but rather because he was attacking alone while Gao Meng and the others made up an entire defensive line. On the second attack, Yun Feiyang forced his way past Gao Meng only to have Shi Linshan, the covering defender, knock the ball away. On the third attack, Yun Feiyang noticed Shi Linshan's cover this time. He nearly bulldozed through the 2 starting center backs of No. 2 high school with a wild, overpowering breakthrough, yet Lin Bing's timely advance intercepted the ball midway. Center back, Gao Meng sweeper, Shi Linshan goalkeeper Lin Bing. The iron triangle of No. 2 high school's defensive line. This kid's breakthroughs are truly relentless. The smile in Lu Yiyang's eyes grew deeper. Although all 3 attempts had been stopped by the main defense, Gao Meng and his teammates were having to work harder with each one. If Yun Feiyang had initially felt somewhat unaccustomed to the intensity of high school football, then through the earlier matches he had begun to adapt more and more. With only a few dozen minutes of experience, he had already improved at such a rapid pace. No wonder the entire Dalian football circle considered him the runaway favorite for the newcomer king of this season. But relying on individual strength alone is not enough. Lu Yiyang said nothing, not even when Wei Ming and Meng Qiu made futile runs around Yun Feiyong time and again. He simply passed the ball to Yun Feiyong again when receiving it. Down on the sidelines, quite a few other players of the school team were starting to grow dissatisfied. After all, Yun Feiyong was clearly playing alone, and every failed attack wasted the entire team's chance to score. Moreover, there were many who were not convinced by Yun Feiyong, who bore the title of the #1 junior high football player in Dalian. Wei Ming, however, was not looking at Yun Feiyong. He was watching Meng Qiu with growing interest. He knew the captain's arrangement, so even these many empty runs did not bother him. But Meng Qiu, although every run was futile, his expression never changed. Each time Yun Feiyong's attack broke down, he simply turned and ran back looking diligent and uncomplaining. Kids like this are truly rare. Wei Ming laughed inwardly. He was one of the more easygoing players, but if he had been running up to support and never receiving the ball under such circumstances, he would certainly have grown annoyed. But being too obedient and docile on the field is not necessarily good either. The thought passed through Lu Yiyang's mind. Players who are earnest and hardworking can usually achieve the expected goal on the field, but at the same time, generally speaking, one cannot expect them to bring surprises. Of course, such players are also very important. Not to mention high school leagues. Even in the strong teams of the world's top leagues, apart from elite star players, one also needs plenty of capable, hard-working players who can complete their tasks on the field perfectly. No, two high schools' overall depth was still quite thin. A player like Meng Qiu who could carry out his tasks on the field well might not become a phenomenon, but he would never become a problem. Yun Feiyong, on the other hand, was a player who could become a phenomenon on the field. Of course, if handled poorly, he could also become a problem. Although Lu Yiyang had not known Yun Feiyong for long as a student, only 1 year above him, he had already heard of Yun Feiyong's reputation during junior high. He knew he was a forward with formidable scoring ability, and also knew he was a very self-reliant striker who was used to relying on his own strength to play the game. A striker like this, if used well, could become a brilliant weapon for breaking down enemy defenses. However, if one simply relied on his individual talent, then the height of his personal ability would become the ceiling that limited the entire team's level. Moreover, the fact that he had immediately challenged the starting center back, Gao Meng, after joining the team, and that he seldom took part in training in the following days, made Lu Yiyang realize that before becoming No.2 high school's phenomenon, Yun Feiyong could very well become No.2 high school's problem. As the captain, Lu Yiyang had to do his best to avoid that. Among this batch of newcomers, the ones Lu Yiyang valued were Li Qi, Meng Qiu, and Yun Feiyong. Li Qi and Meng Qiu were easier to deal with. They had a certain level of ability which could precisely fill the weak spots of No.2 high school. They were relatively obedient, and they would not cause trouble on the field. They were ready to use combat power upon arrival. But to get Yun Feiyong to help the team more, Lu Yiyang would have to rack his brains. For the past half-month, he had been agonizing over this very issue. Although this was supposed to be the coach's headache who made Lu Yiyang the de facto coach of No.2 high school. As they say, with greater power comes greater responsibility. So Lu Yiyang arranged this training match, letting Yun Feiyong charge alone against the main defensive line of No.2 high school to make him realize that relying solely on individual strength to break through an opponent's defense as he did in junior high would not work. Do not underestimate the most well-developed high school football in the whole country. Yun Feiyong was not a stupid player who would merely rush headlong. Anyone who plays football needs a certain degree of teamwork, even just a little. No.2 high school's main defensive line would use harsh reality to teach Yun Feiyong that if he wanted to score a goal, he would have to seek cooperation with his teammates. Even cooperation with just Wei Ming alone would do. The pairing of a fast striker and a center forward has always been a classic combination in football. When No.2 high school's main defensive line pressed and challenged, they targeted only Yun Feiyong, which would better force Yun Feiyong to seek coordination with his teammates. How can one grow without experiencing setbacks? A prodigiously talented player also needs to learn to be wiser through setbacks. Being taught a lesson in an internal training match was far better than being taught a lesson in an official match. However, what Lu Yiyang did not know was that he had misjudged Yun Feiyong's character. After being blocked time and again by Gao Meng and the others, Yun Feiyong showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, a blazing light shone in his eyes. This is high school football after all. Such an outstanding defensive line was something rarely seen in junior high. After receiving yet another pass from Lu Yiyang, Yun Feiyong did not even look at the teammates making runs on either side. He simply took the ball and charged straight forward. After several rounds of confrontation, Yun Feiyong had already learned Gao Meng's strengths. This big man was extremely strong in physical contests, but his agility and speed were slightly inferior to Yun Feiyong's own. However, his experience was rich. He seldom engaged in direct physical clashes, instead relying more on positional play to complete his defense. Most importantly, he had a well-coordinated defensive line around him to help defend. Even if Yun Feiyong broke through all of them, he still had to face the goalkeeper, who came out quickly and reacted swiftly. This was a formidable challenge. Yet it was precisely this kind of challenge that ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit within Yun Feiyong. On the fourth breakthrough, Yun Feiyong did not wait for Gao Meng to close in. He quickly nudged the ball aside and swung his right foot in a powerful shot, only to have Lin Bing dive horizontally and palm it away. On the fifth attempt, Liu Yang pushed forward to support and delivered a through ball with perfect placement, absolutely beyond the goalkeeper's reach to come out. But Rock, true to his name, knew that his speed was certainly no match for Yun Feiyang's, so he did not give blind chase. Instead, he selected the shortest route back to defend. Just as Yun Feiyang trapped Liu Yang's through ball, Gao Ming appeared right in front of him. But to Gao Ming's astonishment, at that very moment, Yun Feiyang suddenly raised his right foot. From such a distance was he about to shoot directly. Gao Ming froze for an instant, then stretched out his leg to block Yun Feiyang's shot. He took the bait. Gao Ming's positioning was excellent. Even if Yun Feiyang intended to fake a shot and then dribble, Gao Ming's blocking motion was small enough to allow him to react in time. Yet in the next second, Gao Ming still lost his balance. A reverse feint. This time, Yun Feiyang suddenly nudged the ball inside and swiftly stepped forward, shielding Gao Ming behind him. When Gao Ming tried to turn and chase back, it was already too late. Good lad. A reverse feint can't be used too often, but to make it maximally effective, he deliberately kept breaking down Gao Ming's same side to create a habitual momentum in Gao Ming's body. Quite clever. Standing up front, Liu Yang pushed up the glasses on his nose and watched the one charging into the penalty area with the ball, thinking silently to himself. Yet Yun Feiyang still failed to score. A figure appeared in front of him. Goalkeeper Lin Bing threw himself across and directly gathered in this one-on-one attempt. Lin Bing, standing close to 1.9 meters tall, displayed astonishingly agile movements. Yun Feiyang had never imagined the goalkeeper's range of activity could be this vast. Mercurial Lin Bing. When he got going, he was the wild goalkeeper who saved 3 one-on-ones and 2 penalties in a single match last year. From the sidelines, Feng Shuai recalled last year's quarterfinal match when No.2 High School lost narrowly 0-1 to the strongest high school team in Dalian, where even the opponents found it nearly impossible to score easily thanks to Lin Bing's miraculous display. And from the looks of it today, Lin Bing was in exceptional form. That breakthrough route was the only route the seniors left open, and Lin Bing was guarding exactly there. Meng Qiu suddenly murmured. Wei Ming glanced at Meng Qiu in surprise. Meng Qiu was positioned at the corner of the penalty area where he should not have been able to clearly see the on-field situation during Yun Feiyang's breakthrough just now. Yet Meng Qiu spoke such a sentence. It seems this kid has quite a talent for judgment and vision. Wei Ming thought to himself. At that moment, Meng Qiu was astonished inwardly. He was surprised that No.2 High School's defensive line had managed to set a trap for Yun Feiyang in this way, and he cited how Yun Feiyang had simply jumped right into it. Truly a headstrong fellow. But this headstrong fellow really had an excellent physique, tall yet agile, full of strength, and with quick foot movement. If he himself had such good physical qualities, he would probably be able to perform much better on the field, wouldn't he? At that thought, Meng Qiu shook his head with regret, then ran back. This training match had up to now been a show Liu Yang wanted to put on for Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang was a proud man. Even those who played alongside him had to display their own strength before this proud soul would truly integrate into the team. For such a thing, sooner was better than later. As a second-year senior high school student, Liu Yang would likely have only this one chance to compete in the national tournament. By third year, his energy would turn to academics. Seeing Yun Feiyang raise his hand for the ball again, Liu Yang did not hesitate. He threaded a pass straight through and delivered it cleanly to Yun Feiyang's feet. If he wanted to win Yun Feiyang's respect, he could hardly set up other obstacles. At least in passing, Liu Yang pushed himself to the absolute limit. Every time Liu passed to Yun, he did his utmost to let Yun receive the ball in a better position. Yun Feiyang half-turned toward the opponent's half and lifted his foot to receive. Shi Linshan pressed up from behind. Although Shi Linshan mostly played as the deeper defender, he could also step forward to defend. Likewise, Gao Ming would drop back to cover. Yun Feiyang, however, did not stop the ball. He raised his right foot, but let the ball roll under his sole instead of trapping it. Shielded by Yun Feiyang's large frame, Shi Linshan could not see where the ball was going. By the time he realized Yun had simply let it run past, the ball had already rolled by his side. Next came a surge of force. As Yun Feiyang turned, he collided with Shi Linshan in a move that bordered on a foul, yet was not called one. Shi Linshan lost his balance. Yun turned smoothly and left him behind in a few long strides. By now he was near the edge of the penalty area. Standing in his way was only Gao Ming, and beyond him the goalkeeper. As Yun Feiyang advanced, his teammates in red loyally carried out their runs to create space. Wei Ming drifted into the middle and occupied Li Qi. Meng Qiu appeared on the left, drawing the attention of right back Li Lemming. Yun Feiyang needed to beat only Gao Ming. Gao Ming did not close him down right away. In the previous attack, Lin Bing's timely rush had stopped Yun from scoring, but Gao knew that in their one-on-one battle, he had already been left behind. Was Gao Ming hesitating because of that reverse feint? What if Yun Feiyang chose the reverse feint again? Moreover, Gao Ming was not very familiar with Yun's traits, especially the fact that the fellow was quick and even stronger than Gao. As he watched Gao Ming's movements, Liu Yang pushed up his glasses and analyzed silently. If not for that earlier breakthrough, Gao Ming might have appeared in Yun Feiyang's path in time when Yun got past Shi Linshan, sealing off his advance. Could Yun Feiyang have done that feint deliberately? After all, even a single attack can be used as part of the larger design of a match. This kid just keeps getting more impressive, Liu Yang thought to himself. Go on, press him. I've got your back. At that moment, Lin Bing, standing on the goal line, suddenly shouted. Gao Ming, solid as a rock, nodded, then began to shadow Meng Qiu, who was carrying the ball. But to Gao Ming's astonishment, Yun Feiyang's dribbling rhythm seemed to quicken. He was actually beginning to find it difficult to read the kid's direction of attack. Liu Yiyang also noticed Yun Feiyang's sudden change. Clearly this was Yun Feiyang's potential. He was constantly learning during the match and adjusting the way he played. His style was still simple, yet he kept improving within just over 30 minutes. Gao Ming was unbelievably about to be completely outplayed by Yun Feiyang. Perhaps in their next duel Yun would break through Gao completely. Yun Feiyang's expression grew more and more excited. This unbridled, exhilarating feeling on the football pitch was exactly what he pursued. It was not a sensation one could get merely by overpowering weaker opponents. Meeting an outstanding opponent and drawing out a better performance from oneself, that was the real thrill. A reverse feint. Gao Ming made a timely read. He spun around and pressed his body close. Even if he was no match for Yun in strength, if he could disrupt him, just a little, Yun's control of the ball would no longer be so precise. His unspoken partnership with Lin Bing told him that Lin, who covered an enormous area, would surely have rushed out by now. This was a golden opportunity to steal the ball from Yun Feiyang's feet. Yet Yun did not keep charging. Just as Gao Ming threw his body and Yun, who had been surging forward, stopped abruptly. His right foot stamped on the ball, halting his forward momentum in an instant. Then rapidly Yun Feiyang pulled the ball back. Unable to check his own momentum, Gao Ming staggered forward a few steps. Lin Bing had just charged out of the 6-yard box. If Yun had tried to bulldoze forward with the ball, Lin Bing would surely have taken it off his feet. But Yun Feiyang had not rushed forward. He had instead moved back 2 steps. Lin Bing now found himself in an awkward position. Even while battling Gao Ming, he still had the composure to track Lin Bing's movement. Liu Yiyang could not help stepping forward 2 steps. At that moment Yun Feiyang raised his foot and shot. It was not the powerful drive he had attempted before. It was a clever chip. The shot did not carry great force, yet it was by no means slow. Lin Bing immediately halted his charge, turned, and raced back toward the goal. He had to stop the ball before it crossed the goal line. Everyone on the pitch and along the sideline froze, eyes locked on the ball. Would Lin Bing's retreat be faster, or Yun Feiyang's lob? The answer arrived soon, yet that second or so felt unbearably long. Lin Bing did not turn his head to watch the ball while tracking back, which would only slow him down. He judged the ball's final landing point while turning and sprinted toward the goal. Only when he neared the goal line did he half turn his body, leap, and stretch out his hand toward the ball. Lin Bing was nearly 1.9 meters tall with an excellent wingspan, and his timely retreat made his effort pay off. The moment his outstretched fingertips made contact, Lin Bing summoned the last of his strength and flicked it away. The ball rotated, hopped up, struck the crossbar, and bounced back into the penalty area. A wave of sighs rose from the sideline. Yi Jiqing jumped up with an "oh no," her face full of regret. Her cheer was stuck in her throat, leaving her thoroughly frustrated. Yun Feiyang, however, was not too discouraged. He shifted his feet, eager to charge into the box for a follow-up shot. He had not forgotten that the ball was still in play. Gao Ming moved at the same time. Very soon, however, both of them froze. Everyone along the sideline widened their eyes again. A slender small figure suddenly appeared in front of the ball. No one had seen Meng Qiu before that moment, and afterward no one could tell how he had gotten there. Facing the falling ball, Meng Qiu did not even jump. He simply met it with a gentle nod of his head. Lin Bing, lying on his back, watched helplessly as the black and white sphere flew past before his eyes. Goal! It was Meng Qiu's follow-up strike. The red team broke the deadlock and breached No.2 High School's main defensive line. Everyone was stunned. What just happened? Everyone had wanted to watch Yun Feiyang tear through the main defense and score, only for this short kid to snap up the rebound. This made no sense. Meng Qiu raised his arms and cheered. He had not thought too much. When Yun Feiyang chipped the ball, Meng Qiu had already begun moving into the penalty area out of pure instinct. If there was a chance to score on the rebound, it would be a good opportunity. He ran, and so he earned the chance. It was not a beautiful goal, but it was still something worth celebrating. Yet after just 2 cheers, Meng Qiu faltered and unconsciously let his celebrating trail off. Because no teammates had surged over to celebrate with him. Whether teammates or opponents on the field or spectators off it, everyone stared at him in utter amazement. With a single action, Meng Qiu, originally the least conspicuous player on the pitch, instantly became the center of everyone's attention. What's wrong? Meng Qiu lowered his hands and asked sheepishly. Wei Ming laughed, ran over, and gave Meng Qiu a hug. Sharp follow-up, Xiao Qiu. Wei Ming said with a smile as he hugged him. Meng Qiu chuckled, finally reassured. Liu Yiyang looked at Meng Qiu with some amusement. How should this be accounted for? Yun Feiyang still had not scored through his individual effort, yet 80% of the credit for Meng Qiu's goal would probably have to go to Yun Feiyang. No.2 High School's strongest defensive line had thus been breached by 2 newcomers working together. This is going to be a bit tricky. Liu Yiyang couldn't help scratching his head. Sharp follow-up. Yun Feiyang ran over and praised Meng Qiu. How about it? Why don't you play striker? I'll lead the charge, and you pick up the leftovers. The captain wants me to play fullback, so I'll play fullback, Meng Qiu answered seriously. Then why did you charge into the penalty area? Yun Feiyang asked in confusion. Can a fullback charge into the penalty area? Meng Qiu countered in an equally serious tone. Yun Feiyang was taken aback, then broke into a wide grin. You're right. Off the pitch, Yi Jiqing curled her lip and complained to Fang Shuer. He ended up being the one to pick up the rebound. How does he have the nerve to score that? Yun Feiyang was the one who created the chance with all his effort. If he hadn't followed up, the goal would have been gone. Fang Shuer laughed. What skill is there in a rebound? Yi Jiqing muttered. By that logic, even a legendary poacher would have no skill either. Fang Shui'er raised her eyebrows. Yi Jiqing stuck out her tongue and said no more. How could she have forgotten that Fang Shui'er's favorite was that retired poaching legend? In the end, it was Yun Feiyong who stole the spotlight in this match. In the later stages of the game, Yun Feiyong continued to make solo breakthroughs. Eventually, in the second half, he powered past Gao Meng and scored. However, since Meng Qiu had already opened the scoring, much of the limelight was taken away from him. Nevertheless, in student conversations, Yun Feiyong remained the central topic. As for scorer Meng Qiu, he was regarded as merely lucky to have been at the right place for the rebound. Lu Yiyang, however, began to sense some trouble ahead. This training match really didn't achieve its purpose, Lu Yiyang said with Asai seated at a small late-night snack stall beside the school. Beside him sat Gao Meng, Lin Bing, and Wei Ming. The second high school was a mix of day students and boarders with fairly strict management. However, members of the football team who lived on campus were an exception because they had dinner earlier and needed time for a late-night snack. After all, those lads shouldn't be left hungry. Wei Ming was wolfing down 2 skewers of grilled meat, speaking indistinctly as he tried to console the captain. Boss, don't worry too much. That style of play won't work in the long run. Yun Feiyong will gradually learn that teamwork is the key to performing better. Yes, and he is truly outstanding. In the group stage, we may not face too many stronger opponents. By then, he should be sufficiently adapted. Gao Meng echoed the same view. No, you don't understand. The result of today's training match is the very thing I least wish to see. Lu Yiyang sighed. How so? Lin Bing lifted his head and asked. Before the match, I considered 2 possibilities. The first was that you would contain Yun Feiyong and show him the caliber of high school football. If so, it would be much easier for him to lower his pride and integrate into the team. Lu Yiyang said. But I don't think that young man was particularly impressed by us. Lin Bing shook his head. Yes. The other possibility was that we couldn't stop him, which would mean his skill is a level above ours, perhaps even exceptional throughout Dalian and the entire country. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. We build the team around him, and our results will surely surpass those of any previous year. Reaching the national tournament would not be a problem. Lu Yiyang continued. Didn't he score a goal? Wei Ming asked, puzzled. The problem is that he scored only at the very last moment. Lu Yiyang glanced at Wei Ming and replied. Wei Ming suddenly understood. He should have realized this earlier, but since he wasn't a defender, he lacked the direct perception that Gao Meng and the others had. Only after hearing Lu Yiyang's words did he grasp the point. True, it was called a training match, but its intensity was nothing less than a real game. I was contesting against him for nearly the whole match, and I'm exhausted now. Gao Meng suddenly spoke, his hand holding the skewer, trembling slightly. His strength and physique have already surpassed the high school level, haven't they? Lin Bing sighed. Yes. Meng Qiu was constantly challenging him in the later period, but his stamina gave out, and that gave him the chance for that goal. Lu Yiyang nodded. Meng Qiu is one of the best center backs in Dalian, yet although there aren't many better than him, there are still a few, such as that person. Wei Ming fell silent. He knew who Lu Yiyang was referring to. With Yun Feiyong's current ability, he alone can break through the defense of most teams. Yet there are still quite a few teams capable of completely stopping him. Now you know what troubles me, right? Lu Yiyang spread his hands. If we build the team around him only with a favorable schedule, can we reach the national tournament? Wei Ming said thoughtfully. Yes. But if we want to make a mark in the national tournament, we have to become one unified team. I don't want to stop at the Dalian regional competition again, nor merely take a trip to the national tournament. If we go for it, we should aim for the championship. I may never become a professional player, but the national tournament is my World Cup. Lu Yiyang's voice grew louder. Now our situation is favorable. For some reason, Yun Feiyong chose to join our second high school, and we also have several promising newcomers. On paper, we have the strength to compete for the city championship and the national championship. If we lose this chance just because the team hasn't fully gelled, I would be most unwilling to accept it. Understood. Boss, whatever you say we'll do. We'll go with you and challenge for the national championship. Lin Bing laughed heartily. All right. A week from now, we'll have a friendly match against Qingxi Football School. Lu Yiyang regained his composure and said softly, Qingxi Football School. Wei Ming's mouth fell open. Last year's runner-up in the Dalian division and a top 4 finisher in the national tournament. Their performance last year, though not as decorated as the championship they won the previous year, was by no means less significant. Because last year marked the first time that a football school from Shandong and one from Guangzhou joined the National High School League. After 2 editions of the National High School League had proven highly successful and drawn attention from fans nationwide, the traditionally reserved professional football circles also began to take an interest in the High School League. It was under these circumstances that those 2 football schools decided to join the National High School League. This was like pouring another bucket of fuel on the fire of a league that was already blazing. Last year, the attendance at the national tournament's knockout stage was already on par with some top-level professional matches in China. The 2 ambitious football schools eager to bring home a championship instead met an unexpected setback. Among them, the Shandong-based football school, after reaching the last 8, was defeated by Qingxi Football School. It is no exaggeration to say that Dalian's Qingxi Football School already represents to a considerable degree the highest level of the National High School League. A friendly against them. Isn't that a bit too demanding? Wei Ming asked hesitantly. Indeed, it won't make those new lads lose confidence right away, will it? Even Lin Bing, usually somewhat flippant, couldn't help adding. The others will be fine. Lu Yiyang shook his head. Neither Li Qi nor Meng Qiu is the kind to act recklessly. Even if they lose, it won't be too heavy a blow to their confidence. After all, not every high school league player aims at professional competition. Gao Ming nodded slightly. That was exactly right. The National High School League to a great extent hoped to bring forth excellent players from outside the professional ranks to remedy the weak foundation of Chinese football. More broadly, though, it was meant to popularize football. Football is the world's premier sport and is highly popular in China. Yet a long-standing, awkward reality persists. Many people watch football, and many are devoted fans, but those who actually play are few. The proportion who play is especially low among younger age groups. On those paved football pitches in the city, the ones running about are mostly middle-aged men trying to lose weight or pursuing their love of the game. On school fields, it's true that young people run around, but for most of them academics must take priority. The elimination rate in professional football is alarming. It is precisely because of this harsh elimination rate that even parents are reluctant to let their children take up football from the outset. After all, the consequences of not making it are grave. This is a problem that football schools cannot solve either. Under these circumstances, those in Chinese football chose high school football as a breakthrough point. Middle school students are too young, and there are too many middle schools, making a nationwide competition impractical. University students are relatively older, and the National College Football League already has some scale, yet the number selected from it to enter the professional ranks is rather small. Only high school offers the ideal window. Students are generally between 15 and 19. If a student at this age shows sufficient talent, some professional training can easily turn them into a fine player. Even if they never make it professionally, they won't miss too much study during high school, nor will it have an especially significant impact on their future employment. Most students in the high school league do not play with utilitarian motives. They simply don't wish to waste their youth. They want to add some memories to it. Under such circumstances, even if they lose a match or are soundly beaten, they may feel upset for a while, but the wound will heal quickly with the passage of time. Liu Yiyang believed that neither Li Qi nor Meng Qiu would be greatly affected by it. The other three concurred with his assessment. Their judgment on Li Qi was correct, but with Meng Qiu, they were somewhat off. Yet in the end, the decision proved right. Even a heavy loss would not affect his composure. Although the Bolivian league was not particularly remarkable, Meng Qiu was already quite familiar with the world of professional football and well accustomed to it. What are professional players? Failure will never defeat them, for there is no undefeated team or player in the world. A match that has passed is always just a match that has passed. What professional players need is to look forward. As for that Yun Feiyong guy, do you think he is someone who would be beaten by a loss? Liu Yiyang continued speaking. Wei Ming smiled. Lin Bing shook his head. Gao Ming simply grunted. None of them said a word, yet all of them agreed with Liu Yiyang's assessment of Yun Feiyong. Take today's training match. Although Liu Yiyang and the others had set a trap for Yun Feiyong, a person of slightly weaker resolve would have either grown disheartened or turned to his teammates after repeated failures. But what about Yun Feiyong? The more he was blocked, the more fired up he became. How could a young man like that be brought down by a possible heavy defeat? Most importantly, while the other three were marveling at the captain's thoughtful consideration, Liu Yiyang said slowly, I arranged this friendly with them during the summer vacation. We can hardly back out now. In reply, 3 middle fingers were raised high. After learning that no. 2 high school offered boarding, Meng Qiu decided to move into the dormitory. Since his parents had just returned to the country and were busy with business, he rarely saw anyone at home. Back in Bolivia, he had often taken care of himself, but back then he didn't attend school much. He simply played football and had ample time to manage daily life. Now, with both classes and football training demanding his time, Meng Qiu immediately felt that his schedule was stretched too thin. Oh, you're going to board at school. I heard the dormitory conditions are decent and the cafeteria food is good too. Aren't you on the football team now? You get free meals, which just about offsets your boarding fee, so I won't be sending you any money. Meng Qiu's father said cheerfully over the phone. Come on, I'm still a kid. You won't even give me 100 yuan. Where's your conscience? Before Meng Qiu could finish, the line went dead. Am I supposed to take a part-time job to earn pocket money? And isn't hiring child labor illegal in China? Meng Qiu stared at the phone in his hands, speechless and on the verge of tears. On the other end, Meng Qiu's mother looked at his beaming father and asked with some concern, Are you really not sending him money? I already spoke with the school principal. I told him to let our son move in first, and I've already paid the boarding fee to the principal long ago. I'm just scaring him a little. The kid only thought about boarding after half a month. I had to give him a scare. Meng Qiu's father burst into laughter. Unaware that he had been tricked by his father, Meng Qiu set the phone down with a sulky expression. When he arrived at the training ground in that gloomy mood, Liu Yiyang was somewhat puzzled. I haven't even announced who our warm-up match opponent is. Why does Meng Qiu look so dejected? Curious, Liu Yiyang decided to check on Meng Qiu. As he approached, and before he could speak, Meng Qiu looked up and asked, Senior, is there any place on campus where I can work after evening self-study? I need to earn some money. Hearing this, Liu Yiyang couldn't help but chuckle. Liu Yiyang took Meng Qiu to check the dormitory, which only made him more dejected. His name was already on the boarding list, yet the payment was marked as pending to be settled by the end of the semester. So I really do need to find a job now, Meng Qiu said with a grimace. With daytime training filling his schedule, any part-time work would have to be done after evening self-study. Actually, there is such a place for you, Liu Yiyang said after thinking for a moment. Really? Where? Meng Qiu looked up joyfully. The school team's indoor training facility. We have a football field, but Dalian's weather can change unexpectedly. On days when we can't train outside, we use the indoor hall. It needs to be cleaned every day, and it's actually a work-study opportunity. However, most know. 2 high school students come from comfortable families, so nobody takes that job. The team members do a cleanup once a week. If you need it, I'll submit a report to the school. Lu Yiyang explained. That's great. I can handle this job, Meng Qiu said excitedly. It seems Meng Qiu's family isn't doing so well. He can have lunch and dinner at school, but what about supper? Let's eat a bit later. After he finishes cleaning the gym, we can invite him to join us. How about that? Lu Yiyang gathered the 4 heavenly kings to discuss it. No problem. One more person is a small matter. Wei Ming was the first to agree. Meng Qiu had no idea he had just been classified as a student in financial need. At the moment, he was simply overjoyed that his boarding problem was solved. That made him train with exceptional vigor that day. Everyone performed remarkably well in today's session, which fills me with even more confidence for the upcoming warm-up match. Lu Yiyang stood before his teammates and said with a smile. Captain, who is our warm-up opponent? Asked Yun Feiyong. After that practice match, Yun Feiyong had changed. He no longer showed up for only one weekly practice. Instead, he attended the noon training every day. Yet, as before, he never came to the afternoon sessions. Our warm-up opponent is Qingxi Football School, Lu Yiyang said slowly, his eyes fixed on Yun Feiyong. He wanted to see what expression Yun Feiyong would have upon hearing that name. At the 6 words, Qingxi Football School, Yun Feiyong was clearly startled for a moment. Then quickly a look of excitement spread across his face. Really? That's fantastic. Yun Feiyong shouted, pumping his fist. Why is he so excited? Is Qingxi Football School famous? Meng Qiu asked Li Qi in confusion. Li Qi, already surprised, became even more astonished at Meng Qiu's question. How can you not? Oh well, you're an alien from abroad, so it's normal that you don't know. Li Qi shook his head. Then tell me quickly, are they any good? Oi. Meng Qiu pressed. They were national champions 2 years ago, and last year they made the national top 8. They beat Shandong Luning Football School and lost to Evergrande Football School in the quarterfinals. Now do you think they're strong? Li Qi huffed and said. They do seem pretty strong. Meng Qiu nodded. Seem? They're incredibly strong, all right. It's really lucky that I came to know. Too high. We get to face such a strong school in a warm-up match. Li Qi said excitedly. Tell me, why are they so strong? Meng Qiu kept pulling at Li Qi, pressing for more. Ho, you should know that Dalian Qingxi, one of the twin titans of Dalian, is hailed as the king of endless battles because their strength far surpasses that of ordinary high school teams at the same age. Historically, Dalian Qingxi has produced many national team-level players and numerous professional players. In the past, many pro clubs would come to poach talent from there. Li Qi leisurely twisted open the cap of his water bottle and said to Meng Qiu. So who are their standout players right now? Meng Qiu continued to probe. Li Qi looked at Meng Qiu amused. Of course they have strong players, but why does that matter to you? Fine, I'll tell you this. Dalian Qingxi conceded only 1 goal in last year's Dalian regional qualifiers. Meng Qiu looked at Li Qi in surprise. Only 1 goal. Isn't the Dalian qualifier a group of death? Li Qi nodded. Of course, the Dalian region is absolutely a group of death. And Dalian Qingxi conceded only 1 goal in the entire national tournament last year as well. But you said they only made the national semifinals last year, and they didn't even win the Dalian regional title. Meng Qiu pointed out the inconsistency. Right? In the Dalian regional, they conceded 1 crucial goal in the final. In the national tournament, they kept clean sheets all the way against strong sides, including Shandong Luning Football School. It was only in the quarterfinals, exhausted from the previous matches, that they allowed a decisive goal to Evergrande Football School. Li Qi snickered. Meng Qiu swallowed hard. Was their defense really that formidable? Dalian Qingxi is famous for its defense. Ho, I'm sure you know Italy is a country that deeply values defensive counterattacks. Dalian Qingxi was formerly the Inter Milan Football School, so it has been deeply influenced by Italian football. And the reason their defense is so formidable is that they operate around 3 defensive pivots. People call these 3 defensive pivots the 3 axles. Unlike most teams whose defense relies on the backline, Dalian Qingxi's first defensive pivot is their forward, the second is their holding midfielder, and the third is their center back. Ho, don't be fooled by Dalian Qingxi's iron defense. Their offense is no slouch either. They're a team that values attack while maintaining a solid defense. Li Qi explained to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu nodded. He hadn't expected China to harbor so many hidden talents. No wonder. As the former Inter Milan Football School, they must have a very deep foundation in training and talent scouting. Of course, the ones who truly brought the 3 axles to fame are the 3 core players in this year's senior class at Dalian Qingxi. Their forward is He Xiaoyun, a striker with blazing speed and extraordinary stamina, known to everyone as the Cheetah. He has also been selected for China's U-17 national youth team. Their holding midfielder Sun Xiangxin is tall and formidable in interceptions. Few players of his age can beat him in one-on-one duels. Thanks to his performances in the high school league over the past 2 years, he also joined the U-17 national youth team. His nickname is the Rhinoceros. But the truly terrifying one is their center back. Even as he said that name, Li Qi felt a chill running down his spine. Cheetah Rhinoceros. Is the third pivot also nicknamed after an animal? Meng Qiu waited curiously for the answer. Dalian Qingxi's center back is one of the few Chinese high school players who has participated in a world-class competition. He Xiaoyun and Sun Xiangxin were selected for the national youth team after the high school league, but their captain, the team's star player Yi Yan, has been the captain of China's youth football teams for years. At the U-15 Asian Youth Championship 3 years ago, it was precisely the defense led by him that helped China's team finish fourth, thus securing a place in the following year's FIFA U-17 World Cup in Mexico. Although the team was eliminated in the group stage, the Chinese U-17s conceded only 2 goals in 3 matches, leaving a deep impression on football fans around the world. Li Qi could not help trembling when he uttered the name Yi Yan. Yi Yan. He is known as the Emperor in high school football. Under Emperor Yi Yan's leadership, Dalian Qingxi's defense is arguably the strongest in the nation among high school teams. It is said that his sights are set beyond China's professional leagues. After graduating from high school, he may very well go abroad to play for a foreign club. He is already a quasi-professional player. After finishing his words, Li Qi finally let out a breath. Emperor Yi Yan. Meng Qiu was also shaken. Although he had grown up abroad, he understood what a title like Emperor signified. If even a small school like No. 2 High had so many outstanding players, that was enough to prove the overall level of the entire high school league. And what level did Yi Yan, acknowledged as the Emperor, possess? Yi Yan. Yun Feiyong, standing in another direction, clenched his fists tightly. West of Dalian City proper. Qingxi Football High School. Naturally, the pitch facilities of a football high school are far superior to those of an ordinary high school. With 4 first-class football turf pitches, the hardware facilities of Dalian Qingxi Football High School rank first in Dalian, and even by national standards they are among the finest. The dedicated football field is not encircled by running tracks. Though the surrounding stands are not as elaborate as those of a true club stadium, they still appear thoroughly professional. On these stands a tall youth sat quietly, toying with a phone in his hand. "Boss!" A stocky youth called out from below the stands. The tall youth paid no attention, still bent over his phone game, as if he wouldn't care even if the sky fell. The stocky youth sighed, swaying as he climbed toward the stands. Only after finishing a round of the mini-game did the tall youth look up and ask, "What's up?" "Boss, the friendly match against No. 2 High is in a few days. How can you still be playing games here?" the stocky youth asked deliberately. "Training is training, matches are matches, and games are games. You need to focus." The tall youth laughed. "Aren't you afraid those guys in the high school league will laugh at you?" The mighty Emperor Yi Yan, when not playing or training, spends his time on brainless little games. The stocky youth couldn't help sighing. Yi Yan shot him a glare. "Sun Xiangxin, if you have something to say, say it." Sun Xiangxin, the top defensive midfielder in the National High School League side. "What I'm asking is, why did you decide to have a warm-up match with No. 2 High? When that match was arranged, that guy hadn't even decided to transfer to No. 2 yet. Back then I thought that guy might come to our school. No. 2 High was the best defensive warm-up opponent I could find, so I chose them." Yi Yan said calmly. "Of course, Liu Yang took the initiative to arrange the match with me, so I had to do him that favor. So that's how it is. I never expected Yun Feiyong to go to No. 2 High. This year's No. 2 team might be worth watching," Sun Xiangxin said thoughtfully. "No matter how gifted a player is, without professional training, he won't become particularly strong." Yi Yan said flatly. "Not coming to Qingxi is Yun Feiyong's loss. It's a pity that a forward with such good qualities may fade into mediocrity from now on. Liu Yang and the others aren't fools. With such a top-level junior high school student coming to their school, they'll certainly nurture him properly." Sun Xiangxin argued with Yi Yan. "But they chose us for a warm-up." Yi Yan stood up and said indifferently, "I hope that in this friendly the confidence of a promising center forward won't be completely shattered by me." Sun Xiangxin silently mourned for Yun Feiyong. He knew very well how 2 years ago, when Yi Yan was just a first-year high school student, he had completely dominated the star forward of another football school. After that match, the promising forward's confidence was utterly destroyed, and a year later, he quietly withdrew from professional football. Yi Yan felt no guilt about it. In his view, a player with such fragile mentality wouldn't develop well even if he did become a professional. Hopefully that kid Yun Feiyong has stronger mental resilience. Sun Xiangxin thought silently. No. 2 High School. After the announcement that the warm-up opponent would be Qingxi Football High School, everyone on the school team began to notice a change in Yun Feiyong. He attended every training session, and in each practice match he began to exert himself more and more, as if trying to expend all his energy. A proud young man needs a strong opponent to spur him on. Since we can't let him taste defeat, let Yi Yan be that opponent. Wei Ming and the others deeply agreed with Liu Yang's words. Meng Qiu's performance, however, remained steady and calm. He completed every day's training well, but only just met the standard. In practice matches his performance was unremarkable, yet Wei Ming's praise of him grew day by day. After every evening self-study session, he would go to the training hall to clean. He would stay there very late each day, only hurrying back when the lights went out. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today we'll set off for Qingxi Football School for this warm-up match. After this we'll have several more friendlies, but this one will be the most valuable. Liu Yang looked quietly at the team members before him. There were 22 in front of him plus himself, 23 in total. This was a brand new No. 2 High team. No senior students had been included because the team was now moving toward the national tournament. Although many of last year's starters had left, the addition of several first-year players filled Liu Yang with confidence in this year's No. 2 team. "Captain, why are we going to Qingxi High instead of them coming to our place?" Meng Qiu raised a question. "Because their pitch is better. Most importantly, Qingxi High Stadium is one of the venues for the Dalian Division's top 8 round. Playing there lets us get an early feel for the field." Liu Yang replied. "Then why are we leaving so early? It's only 10 in the morning." Meng Qiu continued. Without any trace of impatience, Liu Yang said, Qingxi Football High is quite far from here. Besides, today is Saturday, so there might be traffic. It's better to head out early. The match is at 2 in the afternoon. Our two beautiful team managers have already prepared boxed lunches in the cafeteria. We'll eat on the bus warm-up when we arrive and face this friendly in the best condition. Now that's a captain for you. So thoughtful. Meng Qiu praised. I never thought you'd be such a flatterer. Li Qi whispered from the side. No, I genuinely admire him. Off the field, Meng Qiu was always a bit absent-minded and wouldn't notice such details. When he was in Bolivia before club staff would arrange everything for away matches, he had never imagined that so much preparation went into a friendly match. Liu Yang smiled and didn't reply. All right, first years go to the cafeteria and help the managers carry the food. We can't let the girls do heavy work. Liu Yang smiled and didn't reply. All right, first years go to the cafeteria and help the managers carry the food. We can't let the girls do heavy work. Meng Qiu shook his head and strolled leisurely toward the cafeteria. Yun Feiyong also moved slowly, but he headed directly to the school gate, the boarding point where the school bus would wait to take them to Qingxi Football High. Li Qi is enthusiastic. Meng Qiu is steady, and that Yun Feiyong. He doesn't seem to care about anything but football. Wei Ming watched the backs of Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong, saying thoughtfully, actually Meng Qiu is the same way, haven't you noticed? Liu Yang chuckled. Gao Ming frowned, however. Boss, since no seniors are playing this time, the back line will change a lot. Meng Qiu is fine at left back, but in the center back position, Shi Linshan is absent. Among the first-year newcomers, there's probably no one who can cover behind me. Liu Yang nodded slightly. You can't always rely on others to cover for you. A good center back must learn to cover. Now Han Ming will be paired with you, so remember to guide him. Next year you'll be a senior, and you'll have to rely on newcomers like him. Gao Ming nodded. Han Ming is a bit lacking in physical duels, but he's steady. With some experience this year, he can become a regular starter next year. Let's get ready to leave too. We don't want those guys at Qingxi High laughing that our defense has turned into tofu dregs this year. Liu Yang clapped his hands. When Meng Qiu and the others boarded the bus, besides the driver, a middle-aged man was sitting inside. Coach Wang. Liu Yang greeted the man. Is everyone here? The middle-aged man smiled genially. I'm the coach of No. 2 High's team. But I'm just a figurehead. Though I was a sports student back in the day, I did weightlifting, so I won't have an amateur instructing professionals. All your training and so on is handled by Captain Liu Yang. If you didn't need a teacher to accompany you for today's away match, I wouldn't be here to bother you. The first years had almost all figured out that the team's head coach was just a figurehead with the real duties being done by Liu Yang, but they hadn't expected the nominal head coach to be so amiable. He knows he's an outsider, so he doesn't even come to training, probably to maintain the captain's authority. Meng Qiu thought to himself. Liu Yang counted heads, then nodded. All right, managers, hand out the lunchboxes and water. The bus is about to leave. Let's eat first, and after we finish we'll discuss the upcoming match. Then, on the bus, the sound of a group of boys eating filled the air. Growing boys eat their parents out of house and home. Fortunately, Fang Shuer had gained enough experience last year when she went with the team for friendly matches. When preparing the meal boxes in the cafeteria, she had basically followed a ratio of 1 box of rice and 1 box of dishes per person, which was the only way to satisfy these appetites. Yi Jiqing watched the boys wolfing down their food somewhat dumbfounded, then shot Fang Shuer an admiring glance. There are lots of details to pay attention to. Take your time, you'll learn plenty too. Fang Shuer giggled. However, there was one exception. Yun Feiyong didn't eat. Instead, he put his lunchbox aside. Yun, why aren't you eating? Yi Jiqing couldn't help asking. I already ate before I came, and I'm very full. No need to prepare a meal for me from now on. Yun Feiyong flashed a bright smile at Yi Jiqing. Her heart fluttered at his smile, but she also felt a little disappointed. His lunchbox was something she had specially prepared. Everyone has finished, right? Now I'll announce today's starting lineup. When Liu Yang said this, everyone on the bus except 2 people looked up, watching him attentively. The 2 who did not look at Liu Yang were Coach Wang, who was dozing on the bus, and the driver. All the other players were watching Liu Yang, including Yun Feiyong. Today we'll still play our usual 4-4-2. Goalkeeper No. 1, Lin Bing. Lin Bing took the No. 1 jersey as a matter of course. He was a second-year student, and the most outstanding of the goalkeepers. The other 2 could not compare. Whether professional or high school, no team could store up goalkeeping talent for the future. Whoever was best would play. This was dictated by the unique nature of the position. Right back No. 2, Li Lemming. Left back No. 3, Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu took the jersey calmly. Fang Shuer, who handed it to him, could not know what impact this number and its owner would bring to the National High School League in the time ahead. Center back No. 4, Han Ming. Han Ming was a first-year student this year with solid physical qualities and a steady presence on the pitch. Dalian's high school players all had good physiques, but it was his calm and dependable style that let him surpass the other 2 new center backs to claim a starting spot. A steady defender was needed to partner with a formidable center back like Gao Ming. Han Ming accepted the No. 4 jersey with a little surprise and joy. Knowing that Shi Linshan and the other third-year students would only train with the team during practice and not play in official games, he already realized he would likely become a starter. Yet when he actually got the No. 4 jersey, the symbol of a starting role, he still felt boundless joy. Even as his teammates congratulated him, he didn't know how to respond. He just grinned broadly, laughing. Center back No. 5, Gao Ming. Gao Ming silently took the jersey. Defensive midfielder No. 6, Li Qi. Yeah, Li Qi pumped his fist, then stretched out his arm to take the jersey from Fang Shuer, almost stumbling. This caused a burst of laughter on the bus. Right midfielder no. 8. He Fan. He Fan was a veteran second-year player who had been a starter last year. Likely lemming the right back behind him, he was a hard-working midfielder with a strong ability to get up and down the flank, though his attacking contribution was somewhat limited. Last year no. 2 High School's offense mostly came through Wei Ming on the left side. Left midfielder no. 7. Wei Ming. Playmaker no. 10. Liu Yiyang. Forward no. 11. Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui was also last year's starting forward. He wasn't slow and he worked hard, but he lacked sharpness in front of goal, serving more as a disruptive threat. Otherwise, the team's top scorer last year would not have been Wei Ming, the left midfielder. Forward no. 9. Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang took the jersey Yi Jiqing handed him with an excited smile. He was so excited that his eyes were fixed on the jersey, unaware of anything else. Yi Jiqing pouted and stepped back a little unhappy. After the 11 starters were announced, it was the substitutes' turn. Apart from a few second-year veteran players, the other 7 or 8 substitutes were all first-year newcomers. This was the foundation Liu Yiyang was laying for the future of No. 2 High School. No. 2 High School had no real football pedigree before, but after its stunning emergence last year, quite a few students of above-average ability indeed chose to enroll there this year. After all, most of Dalian's traditionally strong teams were football schools. Many who were not from football schools chose to join No. 2 High School. After all of last year's top 8 teams, only No. 2 High School was not a specialized football school, the other 7 all were. Even among the teams that were eliminated in the preliminary rounds, many were professional football schools. After all, Dalian has 13 officially registered football academies with the Football Association. And there were still many schools which, while not football academies, boasted a strong football tradition. Since they were football schools, their recruitment was carried out through a feeder system from their own middle schools, rarely taking outside students unless they actively poached someone. In addition, football schools tended to have weaker academic curricula. Middle school students who loved to play but were unsure about becoming professional footballers mostly chose ordinary schools with a strong football culture. Being the only non-football school among last year's top 8 No. 2 High School thus attracted many talented middle school players. Liu Yiyang's confidence in fielding so many first-year students was justified. Everyone should be quite clear about today's opponent. Meng Qiu, I know you're not familiar with Dalian High School football. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Seeing Meng Qiu raise his hand, Liu Yiyang immediately spoke. Meng Qiu sheepishly lowered his hand. Liu Yiyang, when on, their biggest star is of course their captain Emperor Yi Yan. He's not just a defensive stalwart, he's also quite capable in attack, and his long-range strike after a late run from behind is his specialty. Li Qi, you're the defensive midfielder and the first barrier in front of our backline. When defending, keep an eye on Yi Yan's forward runs. If he gets the ball, close him down right away, understand? Li Qi nodded vigorously. Last season we built our success on defense. But this season, to go further, we need to be more productive in attack. Meng Qiu Wei Ming, our left side attack, will be the key focus of all our upcoming matches. Meng Qiu push up boldly and combine well with Wei Ming on the flank. Li Qi Gao Meng, and I will cover for you. Once we break through down the wing, we'll deliver the ball into the penalty area. Yun Feiyang, that's where your runs and finishing will matter. No problem. Give me the ball, and I'll definitely score. Even Emperor Yi Yan himself can't stop me from scoring. Yun Feiyang said with absolute confidence. Liu Yiyang smiled faintly. That's basically it. When defending, watch Yi Yan's late runs. When attacking, emphasize the left side and carry out what we've practiced. As for anything else, don't worry too much. After briefly laying out the tactics, Liu Yiyang called Meng Qiu over and began to explain the details about Qingxi Football High School. It's unlikely you'll run into Yi Yan, but you must be aware of their forward He Xiaoyan. He isn't the kind of striker who just waits in the opponent's box. When they attack, he's up front. When they defend, he drops back to help. He's different from ordinary forwards. His defensive ability and work rate are outstanding, and he's very fast. If he marks you, don't try to dribble too much. Pass to Wei Ming as soon as possible, and don't get tackled. 60% of Qingxi's goals in official matches come from quick counterattacks after they steal the ball in midfield or the back line. Meng Qiu nodded, understood. I'll keep an eye on the defenders' movements and won't give them any chance to intercept. Good. This is your first match representing us, but you'll soon feel at home. Do your best. In this city tournament, we're aiming for the national tournament. Liu Yiyang said softly. Yes, Captain, Meng Qiu replied seriously. Only by reaching the national tournament do we get more matches to play. Liu Yiyang continued chatting with Meng Qiu, and the other players did their own things. Not long after they arrived at Qingxi Football School. Let's get off. Coach Wang, who had remained silent all the way, stood up, exchanged a few words with the driver, and stepped off the bus first. The players followed Coach Wang into Qingxi Football High School. Fang Shuer and Yi Jiqing did not leave immediately. They stayed to collect the players' leftover lunch boxes. Yun Feiyang didn't eat, so there's plenty of food left. Driver, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Would you like this lunchbox? Fang Shuer said with a smile to the driver. Oh sure, that's great. I get to save my lunch allowance. The driver laughed heartily, took the box, and exclaimed when opening it, the food is this good. Then I won't hold back. Yi Jiqing's face flushed slightly. Fang Shuer saw it, but just smiled and said nothing. That lunchbox had been specially prepared by Yi Jiqing for Yun Feiyang. Fang Shuer had been nearby and knew exactly how much meat Yi Jiqing had added. The two girls started clearing the leftover boxes. Most were thoroughly eaten, as students that age rarely had small appetites. Whose is this? The rice is only half eaten and a lot of the dishes are left. Yi Jiqing picked up a lunchbox from under a seat and said crossly, "Really? Let me see." Fang Shuer came over for a look. Indeed, the full box of rice was barely even half eaten and the dish box was only about 2/3 eaten, leaving quite a bit. The cafeteria always prepared decent meals for the football team. Today there were 5 dishes, 2 vegetables plus boiled beef, braised chicken, and red braised pork. In this dish box, everything else was eaten cleanly, but the red braised pork was untouched. I remember Meng Qiu was sitting here. Fang Shuer said hesitantly. He ate the vegetables, beef, and chicken, but didn't touch the pork. Maybe he has a religious reason for not eating pork. Oh, that can't be right. If he did, he would have told us in advance, or simply not eaten it at all. Yi Jiqing also sounded uncertain. Forget it. He's not that big, so it seems his appetite really is smaller than the others. That's why he left so much, but it's not intentional. Fang Shuer shook her head. All right. Yi Jiqing nodded unwillingly. The Qingxi football school. Seems quite small, doesn't it? Not even as big as our school, Meng Qiu said to Li Qi as he glanced around. Of course. Our no. Tu High School has 3 or 4,000 students. How many do you think Qingxi football school has? Only a few hundred. But they're all football players. At most 100 from our school play football. They're a professional football school after all, so they don't need such a large campus. Li Qi replied. So in China, are there more regular high schools or football high schools? Meng Qiu continued asking. You're naive? Oh right, you're an overseas Chinese. Of course there are more regular high schools. In most cities there are over a dozen key high schools, each roughly the size of our Tu High School. Li Qi answered. Wow, China really has so many people. Meng Qiu exclaimed. Li Qi chuckled. As Meng Qiu had said, Qingxi Football High School wasn't particularly large. After walking through the gate, the group soon spotted a football field. It's bigger than our school's field. Meng Qiu muttered. Lu Yiyang caught Meng Qiu's remark and shrugged. No, Tu High School hadn't prioritized football before, so they hadn't invested much in their facilities. Though they'd spent on decent turf in recent years, space constraints limited the field size, typical of most high school pitches. Football pitch dimensions vary considerably across stadiums. The Bernabeu and Camp Nou are notable examples, with Camp Nou boasting some of the widest and longest dimensions permitted by regulations. Barcelona's technical players thrive in that expansive space. In contrast, Premier League grounds tend to be more compact, reflecting English football's emphasis on rapid transitions between attack and defense. Smaller dimensions create a more intense, fast-paced contest. Another case in point is Mallorca during the turn of the century, whose remarkable home record under Argentine coach Cooper stemmed directly from their compact pitch, among the smallest at professional level, which perfectly accommodated their impenetrable defensive approach. Generally speaking, regulation football pitches measure 90 to 120 meters in length and 45 to 90 meters in width, while venues certified for international competition require dimensions between 100 to 110 meters long and 65 to 75 meters wide. Nearly all professional clubs operate within these parameters. Qingxi Football High School's main pitch met all these specifications precisely, fully compliant with the highest standards. Flanking the pitch on both sides were spectator stands with nearly 5,000 seats, according to Lu Yiyang. Impressive given the school's total enrollment of under 1,000 students, yet the venue consistently filled during annual city championships. Upon reaching the sideline, a middle-aged man waiting there approached them. Hello, Coach Lin, Coach Wang greeted him. Old Wang, you're leading the team again this time. Yeah, after all, I'm a coach. How leisurely. I wish I could be as relaxed as you. After some casual conversation, Coach Lin, from Qingxi High side. I originally hoped to recruit Yin Feiyang, who knew he'd end up at your Tu High School instead. I had no idea about that. I don't manage the school team matters. Perhaps it's because we performed well last year, haha. Never mind. You've arrived a bit early. There are still over 2 hours until kickoff. Want to come to my office for some tea? I could go since I don't run the school team anyway. Can you leave the team behind? You have Lu Yiyang helping manage the school team, and I have Yi Yan. As they spoke, the two coaches linked arms and walked off together. The second-year students from Tu High School weren't surprised, but the first-year freshmen exchanged bewildered glances. Even Yin Feiyang, who usually played the cool persona, looked genuinely startled. That's just our Coach Wang. Even though he's not a specialist and doesn't manage the team directly, he's quite popular among Dalian's high school football coaching circle. Let's warm up, Lu Yiyang explained briefly, then waved his hand, signaling the players to start moving. Having eaten on the bus, even though it had been over an hour, sitting cramped in the vehicle wasn't ideal. Start with a light jog around the pitch. Get familiar with every section of the turf, understood? Before the city tournament begins, this might be our only chance. Lu Yiyang called out loudly, and beneath his voice Tu High School players began measuring the entire field with their footsteps. You should have quite a few promising prospects joining this year. The only non-football school in last year's top 8. A voice came from behind Lu Yiyang. Lu Yiyang turned around. It was Yi Yin, the emperor. You're lucky this year. But I heard Qingxi Football School hasn't produced any talent in several years. Aren't you worried that after graduation only Yunbei will remain as one of Dalian's 2 powerhouse schools? Lu Yiyang smiled. I'm just a player. My only wish is to win another national championship before going abroad. Everything else is beyond my concern. Yi Yin looked up and said calmly. So a foreign professional club is really after you. Could there be scouts constantly watching? If I perform a bit better, might I have a chance to go abroad too? A hint of a smile played on Lu Yiyang's lips. Save it. Your mind games won't work on me. Yi Yan stretched lazily. You know why I'm here. Where's that kid? I came to see him today. The strongest one there. Following his gaze, Yi Yan quickly spotted Yun Feiyong among the jogging players. His physique is indeed formidable. But do you really think I'd be afraid of just a physically strong forward? Yi Yan's voice carried undeniable confidence. I know you saw plenty of tough forwards from around the world at last year's World Youth Championship, so no need to scare me with that kind of talk. Lu Yiyang laughed. If you don't want your top rookie to become completely useless, then let me give him a heads up. Losing to me isn't the end of the world. Yi Yan said coolly. I won't lose to anyone. A voice came from nearby. Yun Feiyong, who had been jogging laps moments before, had somehow appeared beside them. Many have said that to me, but they still crumbled in the end. If you want to avoid being broken by me, there's only one right choice. Become my teammate. Unfortunately, you gave up that opportunity. Yi Yan looked down at the first-year freshman, who was slightly taller than him. Many wondered why I turned down Qingxi to join No. 2 high school. It's because I refuse to be your teammate. Beating you on the practice field holds no interest for me, only defeating you in a real match is what truly excites me. Yun Feiyong licked his lips and said eagerly. Your words sound a bit twisted. Yi Yan wasn't provoked by Yun Feiyong. Instead, he shrugged, nodded to Lu Yiyang, and walked away directly. Be careful not to fall for his goading. Lu Yiyang patted Yun Feiyong's shoulder. Though everyone calls me a schemer, that guy Yi Yan is no fool either. If he's trying to anger me, he's gone about it the wrong way. Because I really chose not to go to Qingxi precisely to defeat this emperor on the field. Yun Feiyong's stern expression instantly vanished, replaced by a chuckle. Are you serious? But there are plenty of ways to beat him on the field. You don't need to specifically join our No. 2 high school. Lu Yiyang said in surprise. Well, there are other reasons, but I can't say them now. Yun Feiyong smiled. One reason I can share is that No. 2 high school's attack lacks strong options. I'd start immediately if I joined. I train at home most of the time. If I went to another school and skipped practice, I might not even make the team. I see. Lu Yiyang shook his head. But forget it. Regardless of why you're joining our No. 2 high school, since you're now part of the school team, you need to prioritize the team's interests on the field, understood? Of course. I'm a genius aiming for a professional career. I certainly understand the importance of teamwork. Yun Feiyong slapped his chest loudly. Fine, then go jog laps quickly. What does the captain's word mean? Nothing to you. Lu Yiyang widened his eyes. Okay. Yun Feiyong sprinted off in a flash, completely disregarding his proud and cold demeanor that had just vanished. This kid, he's always putting on airs. Lu Yiyang turned to Gao Meng beside him. Could this count as psychological warfare too? Gao Meng scratched his chin. Anyway, during practice matches, his arrogant attitude really gets on my nerves. If he weren't a teammate, I'd want to punch him. Might he lose his composure defensively and expose vulnerabilities because of this? Lu Yiyang asked suddenly. If we hadn't already discussed how to handle him, we probably would have. Gao Meng admitted. Look, someone with your temperament gets provoked by his attitude, let alone others. Don't let his young age fool you. His understanding of opponent's psychology on the field is sharp. Lu Yiyang sighed. No wonder he claims his goal is to turn professional. This kid's quite calculating. I'm not too fond of that, Gao Meng said grimly. Lu Yiyang shrugged. Meng Qiu studied the opponents across the field while loosening up his body. It was almost 2 o'clock and quite a few figures had already appeared in the stands, students from Qingxi Football High School who had come to watch the match. Of the nearly 1,000 students at Qingxi Football High School, only 23 could make the school team and compete in the city and national tournaments. This was the demanding reality of professional football. Under such circumstances, the starting players of Qingxi Football High School's team could truly be described as 1 in 100. Soon Meng Qiu noticed a player. Not tall, but exceptionally compact and vigorous. He was stretching his limbs while talking with his teammates. You noticed? He's Xiaoyan Qingxi's forward. He tends to drop back to the right flank to help defend. When we attack, he's the first line of defense we face. Wei Ming murmured beside him. But the captain already warned me. I won't let them intercept the ball when we attack, Meng Qiu replied. Wei Ming nodded. For young players, confidence was always a good thing. The 4 new starters at least all had that. What he didn't know was that Meng Qiu had not exaggerated. Moreover, a detail overlooked by him, and even by Lu Yiyang, was that in the several training matches since joining the team, Meng Qiu's performance had been modest, yet his pass completion rate was an astonishing 100%. Although he didn't make many threatening passes, even so a zero-error passing display was enough to astonish. Besides, in intramural training matches, no one bothered to tally a player's pass numbers. In fact, detailed statistics for professional players in matches had only become prevalent in the last decade. Football in the new century had undergone comprehensive improvements thanks to advancements in technology. Yet such improvements had not easily reached the world of high school football. As 2 o'clock arrived, the substitutes from both sides returned to the benches, leaving only the players and the 3 referees on the pitch. The referees were naturally the coaches of Qingxi High School. Lu Yiyang didn't mind since it was only a friendly match, and with Qingxi's reputation, they wouldn't resort to biased officiating in such a game. Yun Feiyong stood at the center of the pitch with his foot on the ball, his eyes fixed on the tall figure in the opponent's half. The Emperor Yi Yan. A genius of professional caliber. A prospective professional about to play abroad. Now I will defeat you, and defeat you again in the national tournament, to prove my ability. Captain, Yun Feiyong suddenly turned and walked toward Lu Yiyang, who stood just outside the center circle. What's wrong? Lu Yiyang asked, puzzled. After the kickoff, can you pass it straight to me? Yun Feiyong asked. I want to say hello to Yi Yan. Lu Yiyang was taken aback for a moment. Then he quickly regained his composure. Fine, I'll pass it to you immediately. Yun Feiyong nodded and walked back to the center circle. The head referee, seeing both teams in position, blew his whistle with force. Yun Feiyong kicked the ball to Zhao Rui and then sprinted forward. Zhao Rui turned and passed back. The moment the ball left his foot, he felt a gust of wind sweep past. The compact He Xiaoyan had darted by him like a leopard. Immediate pressing right after the kickoff was exactly He Xiaoyan's specialty. In terms of goal-scoring rate, he wasn't an outstanding forward, but his running and pressing ability was remarkably formidable. Fortunately, Zhao Rui was a seasoned second-year player and knew about He Xiaoyan's habit of pressing immediately after an opponent's kickoff. He put extra force into the back pass, so it wasn't intercepted midway. He Xiaoyan didn't stop. He charged straight at Lu Yiyang, who was receiving the ball. He wasn't the only one pressing forward. Qingxi High School's entire formation immediately pushed forward. Whether it was the second high school's wingers or Zhao Rui and Yun Feiyong in the front, they were all quickly marked by Qingxi players. Another Qingxi forward joined He Xiaoyan in charging at Lu Yiyang. A two-man pincer. Lu Yiyang turned seemingly ready to pass the ball back again. He Xiaoyan pressed up from behind, trying to disrupt the pass. If Lu Yiyang completed the pass, he would continue pressing forward. The leopard He Xiaoyan never feared extra running. Lu Yiyang lifted his right foot as if to pass. He Xiaoyan dashed forward a step, already moving half a body length past Lu Yiyang. But Lu Yiyang didn't pass. At the moment of touching the ball, his soul skimmed over the top of it. Then he deftly knocked it backward and spun around swiftly. He Xiaoyan had charged too fiercely. That was his strength, but at this moment it left him watching helplessly as Lu Yiyang elegantly dribbled past him. The other forward who lunged in was also unprepared, largely because this was only a friendly match. Lu Yiyang caught up with the ball, nudged it past him, and beat the second forward as well. Lu Yiyang had taken on two players right away, to some extent breaking Qingxi's high press. No wonder he's called the mastermind. Many Qingxi students in the stands marveled. Sure enough, as one of the 4 attacking midfielders of the Dalian division selected last year, he had delivered such a stunning performance right from the start. Come on, if you've got the guts, break through all the way. I doubt you'll even reach me. The Rhino Sun Xiangxin thought with a sneer. Although Lu Yiyang had eluded Qingxi's 2 forwards right away, he still faced the entirety of Qingxi's midfield. No matter how outstanding Lu Yiyang's dribbling was, he couldn't possibly break through Qingxi's iron wall midfield as well. Of course, Lu Yiyang couldn't break through alone, nor had he intended to. The earlier dribble was merely to create a better passing opportunity. While dribbling, Lu Yiyang had noticed that Yun Feiyong was sprinting into the heart of the opponent's territory. Without hesitation, he struck the rolling ball with his right foot mid-stride, a direct long pass. The ball traced an arc through the air and landed precisely in Qingxi's half. This pass seems so aimless. Isn't he just giving us possession? The Qingxi students who had been marveling moments ago shook their heads. However, a sturdy figure was charging toward the ball's landing point. Wait, when did he get here? Sun Xiangxin was startled. With his attention on Lu Yiyang, he hadn't noticed that Yun Feiyong had already come to a spot near him. Lu Yiyang's pass came fast. The moment Sun Xiangxin noticed it, the ball was already overhead, and the sprinting Yun Feiyong leaped to meet it. Sun Xiangxin cursed inwardly and also jumped. But although the Rhino was equally gifted physically, a hasty jump could hardly match Yun Feiyong's power. Sun Xiangxin pressed beneath. Yun Feiyong felt quite frustrated, but being a seasoned campaigner, he didn't panic. None of the second high school's other attackers had come up yet. Even if Yun Feiyong had won this positional battle, he had no one to lay the ball off to. Just as Sun Xiangxin was thinking this, the others saw Yun Feiyong shrug his right shoulder and use his chest to bring down the falling ball. After landing, Yun Feiyong was already side-on to the opponent's half. He nudged the ball to the right, and then executed a half-turn shielding Sun Xiangxin behind him. So that's how he dealt with me that day. Li Qi, still in his own half watching from afar, thought to himself. Then he felt somewhat relieved. If even Sun Xiangxin, one of the top defensive midfielders in Dalian high school football, had been forced past by Yun Feiyong in the same way, what chance did he have? His physical condition is amazing. Meng Qiu, sprinting forward to support, thought to himself. To regain balance and explode into a sprint right after landing. What enviable athleticism. Having passed Sun Xiangxin, Yun Feiyong's spirit soared. Sun Xiangxin was the last line before Qingxi's back line. Oh, after beating him, he could directly face the Emperor Yi Yan. Let's go one-on-one, Yi Yan. Yun Feiyong shouted as he dribbled forward. So naive. Yi Yan said indifferently, then made a gesture with both hands. 2 Qingxi defenders quickly converged from both sides. Timid, Yun Feiyong cursed inwardly. Proud as he was, he knew he couldn't break through the pincer of 2 excellent defenders. Moreover, Yi Yan was still ahead. So Yun Feiyong didn't continue dribbling. Instead, he swung his right leg in full stride. A powerful long-range shot. Struck head-on, the rolling ball dented slightly inward, then immediately soared into the air like an angry dragon, flying straight toward the top corner of the goal. Yun Feiyong's long-range shot was sudden and of exceptional quality. Yi Yan, guarding the edge of the penalty area, moved. With a quick sideways turn of his tall frame, Yi Yan leaped into the air, raised his right foot, and precisely placed it in the ball's flight path. With a thud, the ball was intercepted mid-flight by Yi Yan. Yun Feiyong didn't waver at all. After shooting, he sprinted forward, shook off the 2 converging defenders, and launched a sliding tackle straight at Yi Yan, who had just intercepted the ball. It was an extremely fierce sliding tackle. Several Qingxi students in the stands rose to their feet in alarm. However, Yi Yan's expression remained completely unchanged. After intercepting the ball, Yi Yan flicked it up as it descended, lifting it over Yun Feiyang's body, then jumped himself to dodge the sliding tackle. Go, it's our turn to attack. Meng Qiu was sprinting back to defend. Earlier he had moved forward to support a potential pass from Yun Feiyang, but no pass came. After Yi Yan intercepted Yun Feiyang's shot, Meng Qiu had already begun his retreat. This kid is quite eager to track back. Wei Ming thought to himself as he jogged back. His defensive duties were never too heavy, especially in this situation. His speed held at the front was itself a threat to Qingxi High School. Yi Yan did not hold onto the ball for long. He immediately sent it forward to Sun Xiangxin, causing Yun Feiyang, who had scrambled to his feet, to chase back and press to run in vain. Too afraid to go one-on-one with me. Yun Feiyang taunted as he ran alongside Yi Yan. Do you think I need to prove anything through such a thing? Yi Yan's tone was calm, also quite provoking. It's just a friendly match, old man. You're too tense. Yun Feiyang sneered. Yi Yan did not respond to the trash talk. Instead, he suddenly accelerated, shaking off Yun Feiyang with a burst of pace. Caught off guard, Yun Feiyang was left behind. Seeing Yi Yan charge past the halfway line, Yun Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then gave chase. He needed to track back, not because he enjoyed defending, but because Yi Yan had gone forward. Sun Xiangxin dribbled past the halfway line, and Qingxi High School's midfield exchanged quick passes. Before Li Qi could step up to defend, Sun Xiangxin had already switched the ball to the right flank. He Xiaoyan, sprinting up the wing, received Sun Xiangxin's pass. Meng Qiu chased hard from behind, though he was not yet able to apply pressure. Mark them tight in the box. Gao Ming directed Han Ming to shadow Qingxi's striker, while he himself pulled out slightly, cutting off He Xiaoyan's path into the penalty area. With just a few passes, Qingxi High School had swiftly penetrated deep into No. 2 High's territory. Like No. 2 High, Qingxi's offense was renowned for its rapid counterattacks. He Xiaoyan did not attempt to break through. Instead, he pulled the ball back, delivering a pass just before Meng Qiu lunged into a sliding tackle. Meng Qiu read He Xiaoyan's intention, but his tackle was half a beat too slow. The ball skimmed past his foot and flew toward the edge of the penalty area. Li Qi was momentarily blocked by a Qingxi midfielder's body. By the time he circled around to press forward, Yi Yan, surging ahead, had already reached the ball. Yun Feiyang, tracking back, launched a risky sliding challenge from the side and behind. Yi Yan trapped the ball and casually pulled it back. At this moment, Yi Yan looked less like a center back and more like a technically gifted attacking midfielder. Yun Feiyang, unable to stop his momentum, slid past Yi Yan. Yi Yan swung his right foot and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball flew in a straight line, whizzing past the desperately diving Li Qi and into the penalty area. It was a ferocious long-range strike. After traveling through the air, the ball began to curve. Lin Bing leapt with all his might, but his jump was clearly a beat too late. The ball grazed past his fingertips. Swish! That was the sound of the ball hitting the net. Roar! That was the eruption of cheers from the stands. Yi Yan! Yi Yan! Yi Yan! Rhythmic chants rose from the stands as Qingxi High School students worshipped their emperor. Undoubtedly, for every student of Qingxi High School, Yi Yan was their greatest idol. Yi Yan did not celebrate the goal extravagantly. He simply clenched his fist once, briefly embraced a teammate, who rushed up, then turned and trotted back toward his own half. Throughout it all, he did not spare Yun Feiyang, still on the ground, a single glance. Yun Feiyang slapped the turf, then climbed to his feet. I should have made my decision to track back quicker, Yun Feiyang said. Lu Yiyang walked over and extended a hand. Next time you'll know what to do. Their attacks are too fast. I went up too recklessly, Meng Qiu said with a hint of guilt. Now you'll know how to handle such situations in the future, Wei Ming said, almost echoing Lu Yiyang's words. Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu, at different spots on the field, nodded in unison. Wasn't our defense doing well? How did we concede so quickly? Yi Jiqing couldn't help but ask. There's no helping it. Yi Yan's long-range shot was high quality and came out of nowhere. Lin Bing is a solid goalkeeper, but his flaw is inconsistency. When he's in form, he can save anything. When he's off form, well, that's why he's called a streaky keeper. Looks like he's not in top form today, Fang Schweder said with some helplessness. But he was in great form when facing Yun Feiyang the other day, Yi Jiqing grumbled. Fang Schweder chuckled. Their opening attack had failed, and then they conceded within 2 minutes of their own kickoff to a swift counterattack. A heavy blow to No. 2 High's morale. After the restart, Lu Yiyang did not immediately pass to Yun Feiyang, as before, even though Yun Feiyang continued to call for the ball. Instead, he passed to Li Qi, and No. 2 High's midfield began circulating possession. Qingxi High School, far from easing off the pressure after taking the lead, intensified their high pressing in the front. The 3 axes across the 3 lines coordinated closely, forming a strict front field press. This was Qingxi High School's main tactical approach since Yi Yan joined. He Xiaoyan handled the frontline press, while the responsibility for executing the counterattack after winning the ball fell jointly to He Xiaoyan and the forward line. Sun Xiangxin's midfield unit was the core of the full-court press, closely marking ball carriers and immediately delivering the ball forward for counterattacks. The defensive line, led by Yi Yan, bore even greater responsibility. They held a strict straight line, using the offside trap to neutralize many of the opponent's attacks, blocking through balls and denying clear one-on-one chances. Without the shield of the back line, the entire pressing strategy would not hold. This was a tactic custom-built by Qingxi High School's coach Lin after Yi Yan joined the team. It immediately brought Qingxi their national championship glory. They defeated the previous Overlord Yunbei High School and went on to win the national title. Though their performance declined somewhat last year, it still proved the reliability of this system. Pass it to me. Liu Yiyang called to Li Qi, then ran over to receive the ball that Li Qi had managed to send through. Sun Xiangxin immediately pressed forward. Pressing the opponent's key player was also the essence of this full-court pressing tactic. Even with Liu Yiyang's decent ball control, being pressed so closely by Sun Xiangxin was bound to make him flustered. He spotted Wei Ming making a forward run, but at least two Qingxi players loomed menacingly on the passing lane between them. Qingxi came out this aggressively. Is Yi Yan trying to destroy Yun Feiyang's fighting spirit? Liu Yiyang quickly realized if Yun Feiyang was completely overpowered by Yi Yan in individual duels, and no. Too High was also being dominated as a team. The damage would not just be to Yun Feiyang's confidence, it would crush the confidence of the entire team. After all, over 60% of the current No. Too High squad were freshmen. They hadn't experienced the baptism of the Dalian qualifiers and could easily be affected. Emperor Yi Yan truly was a player willing to do anything for victory, deciding to eliminate a potential rival on the road to the national tournament beforehand. Yi Yan did it, and he did it as though it were his due. Just as Liu Yiyang was being pressed harder and harder by Sun Xiangxin, a teammate appeared in his field of vision. The connections between his other teammates had been cut off by Qingxi's pressing. Only Meng Qiu, through relentless running, managed to shake off the opposition midfielder and appear beside Liu Yiyang. Without time to overthink, Liu Yiyang lifted his foot and passed the ball over. Even as he passed, Liu Yiyang had no guarantee of success. He wasn't sure of Meng Qiu's ball control level. In training, Meng Qiu was steady, rarely made mistakes, and had a good passing accuracy. But under such intense pressing, relying on passing alone would probably not break through the opponent's defense. Meng Qiu trapped the ball at his feet. Instantly, two Qingxi players closed in on him from front and back. Meng Qiu did not hold the ball. Instead, he immediately passed it away and began to move. The ball fell to center back Gao Meng, and Xiaoyun turned and sprinted toward him. Gao Meng controlled the ball and was about to hoof it upfield when he heard Meng Qiu's voice. Here, Meng Qiu had appeared in front of him unmarked and calling for the ball. Gao Meng passed directly without hesitation. Meng Qiu received it again. This time he did not dribble either. Before the opposition could close in, he sent a through ball to Liu Yiyang, who had just shaken off Sun Xiangxin. Then Meng Qiu continued his forward run. Liu Yiyang slightly settled the ball and pushed it sideways. Meng Qiu on the move knocked it forward and burst through. The space ahead suddenly opened up. After a string of sharp passes, Meng Qiu had dribbled past the center circle. Well done, lad. Liu Yiyang praised him inwardly. Though he couldn't quite tell how they had broken through Qingxi's midfield press, the evidence was right before his eyes. With a few runs, 2 passes, and 3 receptions, Meng Qiu had helped No. Too High advance the ball into the final third. A flicker of surprise passed through Yi Yan's eyes, the first change in his expression since the match began. Qingxi's players surged back like a tide. Having failed to win the ball in the front, they quickly retreated. Their pressing wasn't full court, it was front field pressing and backfield pressing. In the middle third, they didn't press. Hey, he should play a through ball. If he'd passed it just now, Yun Feiyang might have been through on goal. Yi Jiqing said anxiously, seeing that Meng Qiu didn't launch an attack directly. He probably has his reasons for not passing. We're on the sidelines, we don't see as clearly as they do. Fang Shuer shook her head. On the field, Meng Qiu stopped the ball and turned, passing it to Liu Yiyang, who had surged up in support. Alright, let's press forward. Remember to stay compact and deny them easy possession, Liu Yiyang. Qingxi High's 3 core principles were quick transitions, coordinated pressing across both halves, and rapid counterattacks after winning the ball. Their defense was solid, but relying solely on defense was insufficient to win matches. Qingxi High had nightmare for every powerhouse over these past 3 years precisely, because while you were attacking them, you constantly had to remain aware of their swift counters. During the year they claimed the national championship, 80% of all their official match goals came from fast breaks after regaining possession. One moment they were attacking, the next they had conceded on a counter, a type of psychological blow that many stronger sides simply could not withstand. When facing such a team, even in attack, players carried a heavy mental burden. Liu Yiyang distributed the ball to Wei Ming, who had just managed to find space through intelligent movement. Wei Ming trapped the ball at his feet, but a Qingxi High defender immediately pressed close behind him. Meng Qiu stepped forward to offer support. Wei Ming played it back, and Meng Qiu's first touch was instantly shadowed by Xiaoyun. The few quick passes had already drawn Qingxi High's attention to Meng Qiu. Instead of carrying the ball forward, Meng Qiu opted to play it back to Li Qi near the top of the center circle, then drifted deeper. Li Qi laid it off sideways. Meng Qiu received the ball, turned before Xiaoyun could close in, took a few strides forward, met resistance, and then played it back once more. Boos echoed from the stands at No. Too High's repetitive backward passing. Meng Qiu remained unfazed, though some of his teammates grew impatient with the deliberate, patient approach. They were not built for grinding out position play. After receiving another return from Meng Qiu, Gao Meng chose to launch a long ball directly. As a side that had relied on defense to attack transitions the previous year, No. Too High depended on more than just Liu Yiyang's distribution. Gao Meng, playing as center back, possessed a likewise capable long pass. The long ball found Wei Ming straight away. Wei Ming controlled the aerial ball, faced the marking fullback, and suddenly dragged it toward the byline, driving past him. Wei Ming's explosive pace was on full display. Meng Qiu shook his head and jogged back into position. Wei Ming used his speed to leave his marker behind, raced to the byline, and immediately delivered a cross. While Wei Ming was breaking down the flank, Yun Feiyong had already made a run into the penalty area, and Cheng Shihai's defensive line shifted back in unison. A cross from the wing remained the most reliable way to beat the offside trap. Tracking Wei Ming's delivery, Yun Feiyong surged forward, drawing the center back out with him, then stopped sharply and rose high. Yun Feiyong's reading of the ball's trajectory was impeccable. The other Cheng Shihai center back, an established name in Dalian high school football, was left behind. However, Yi Yin was not beaten. As Yun Feiyong jumped, Yi Yin rose simultaneously. The sole difference was that Yi Yin took off half a body length ahead. That half-body advantage allowed Yi Yin to meet the ball first and clear it headed despite not entirely overpowering Yun Feiyong in the duel. Unbelievable, Yun Feiyong muttered to himself. He had rarely encountered a center back who could hold his ground in an aerial challenge. The Emperor Yi Yin proved worthy of his title. Sun Xiangxin beat Lu Yiyang to the ball and immediately played it wide. The supporting teammate did not control it, instead swinging his right leg and striking it cleanly. A long ball flew into the right half of No. 2 Hai's territory. He Xiaoyun, who had drifted wide without anyone noticing, sprinted toward the landing zone. Back! Gao Ming shouted. Li Qi turned and ran backward, then noticed someone retracing his steps even faster. Meng Qiu. While Wei Ming had driven forward, Meng Qiu had not followed aggressively. Instead, he dropped into a deeper position, placing him closest to He Xiaoyun at that moment. He Xiaoyun was quicker, but Meng Qiu was no slouch. More importantly, Meng Qiu had been retreating from the outset. By the time He Xiaoyun prepared to take a touch and accelerate, his momentum had softened slightly, allowing Meng Qiu to close in and apply tight pressure. In height, Meng Qiu was only marginally shorter than He Xiaoyun, but in physical stature the difference was considerable. After a brief struggle, He Xiaoyun soon shook off his marker. However, by then No. 2 Hai's other defenders had already recovered into shape. Feudal counter. He Xiaoyun thought, stopped sharply, turned, and passed to his supporting teammate. Yi Yin pushed up toward the center circle, watched Meng Qiu with quiet consideration. From breaking through the press with composed circulation to disrupting the counter with tight, marking, Meng Qiu's impact had been subtle, yet highly effective. Much like Lu Yiyang, Yi Yin could not identify any singular brilliance in Meng Qiu's display. Yet he consistently found himself in the right spaces at the right moments. Like a single drop merging into the ocean, nearly invisible. Interesting. Pity he plays on the flank. He cannot be matched head-on, Yi Yin reflected. That attacking sequence ended with Lin Bing collecting Sun Xiangxin's distant shot. Yi Yin attempted to make a late run, but the prepared Yun Feiyong marked him ruthlessly. With the ball played ahead, Sun Xiangxin's volley lacked quality under Li Qi's pressure, and Lin Bing gathered it comfortably. The match then settled into a measured rhythm. No. 2 Hai began to engage Cheng Shihai in a balanced contest, repeatedly launching attacks down the left flank. Crosses were played into the box for Yun Feiyong, who created a few opportunities under Yi Yan's close marking, though none resulted in goals. Cheng Shihai's counters also struggled. He Xiaoyun was tightly marked, robbing them of their primary outlet. Forced into position play, they resembled a side less comfortable in such scenarios. When the first half concluded, the score stood at 1-0, Cheng Shihai leading thanks to Yi Yan's early long-range strike against visiting Dalian No. 2 Hai. Yet the result hardly satisfied Cheng Shihai. The scoreline was acceptable, but aside from that single goal, their counters had produced very little real threat throughout the half. Aiming to rebuild and challenge for the national title this season, they could hardly afford to struggle so heavily against No. 2 Hai. The trailing side, meanwhile, maintained good spirits. After falling behind early and surviving sustained pressure that nearly prevented them from progressing beyond halfway, the first-year freshmen had felt a flicker of doubt. Football was meant to be a highlight of their youth. No one wished for that memory to be defined by defeat. But once they found their footing, they realized Cheng Shihai was not unbeatable. The 4 first-year players on No. 2 Hai's side had not been overpowered. Yun Feiyong, however, was somewhat disappointed. In his duel with Yi Yin, he had gained little advantage. Indeed, across the entire half, he managed only 2 shots, one intercepted by Yi Yin and another flying high. Going a complete half without testing the opposition goalkeeper was a novel experience for Yun Feiyong. Yi Yin is arguably the finest center back among 18-year-olds nationwide, and he will be the Chinese youth national team captain at the AFCU 19 championship this autumn. Against a player like him, patience is essential, Lu Yiyang advised. Yun Feiyong nodded. Still, he is not invincible. Correct. They are not invincible. Meng Qiu added quietly. Play with purpose and we have a chance. Yun Feiyong had spoken of him, while Meng Qiu referred to them. No one remarked on the distinction. Lu Yiyang smiled. True, but talking is not enough. We need to be more patient in the second half. Crosses from the wing alone will not suffice. Wei Ming agreed. Wide penetration and crossing was among the simplest attacking methods, and simplicity often meant limited efficiency. Against Cheng Shihai's disciplined defense, No. 2 Hai already generated few chances. Relying exclusively on wide balls would be even less effective. The left flank had always been their primary point of attack, and shifting tactics suddenly. Meng Qiu move into midfield for the second half, Lu Yiyang announced. Meng Qiu paused. His teammates were equally surprised. Meng Qiu was a left back, moving him to midfield implied. Replacing Wei Ming. Lu Yiyang had not considered the substitution fully. He had merely noticed Meng Qiu's exceptional passing accuracy, and reasoned that if Meng Qiu advanced slightly, linking with more teammates, the entire team's circulation might improve. After all, this was a friendly. While victory remained desirable, a preparatory match served best when flaws were identified and addressed. Meng Qiu into midfield. Gao Ming shifts slightly left to cover. Fullbacks hold position and do not join the attack. Li Qi Fan, focus primarily on defense. If we lose the ball, suffocate He Xiaoyun's counter threats and recover quickly. In attack, we will circulate more and look to disorganize their line. I will drop slightly deeper to organize. Meng Qiu, you are not confined to the flank. Drift centrally to collect and distribute. You can play as an attacking midfielder as well, can you not? Lu Yiyang said with a smile. Understood. I can play there, Meng Qiu replied, nodding. In short, we must attack through both flanks, increase movement, keep the ball rotating, and avoid forcing our way through Qingshi Hai's wall. We need to run them into gaps. Sun Xiangxin said to Yi Yan. This first half was rather frustrating. He Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Although he couldn't always seize opportunities on the counterattack, in ordinary matches he usually managed to create some threats, putting increasing pressure on the opposing defenders. Yet in today's match, every time he received the ball on a counter, he was constantly disrupted by his opponents and could only reluctantly shift into positional play. Unfortunately, both forwards of Qingshi High School were quick and agile strikers who didn't have much advantage in positional warfare. Against other schools, positional play wouldn't have frustrated Qingshi High School so much, but no. Two high schools' defense this year was clearly even more impressive than last year's. Although nearly half of their 7 main defensive players had been replaced this year, the 2 core defenders Lin Bing and Gao Ming remained. The 3 new recruits all displayed considerable defensive abilities. Han Ming was steady and strong in duels. Li Qi was energetic and solid defensively. Meng Qiu, though seemingly less imposing physically, was the newcomer who caught Yi Yan's attention in the first half, second only to Yun Feiyang. This was a very intelligent player. Accurate judgment, precise positioning, the ability to calmly analyze situations and make the most correct decisions and actions. That was Yi Yan's evaluation of Meng Qiu. Qingshi High School's counterattacks had little effect in the first half, and He Xiaoyun felt quite uncomfortable. Apart from No. 2's defense having risen another level compared to last year, Meng Qiu's timely presence at key spots was also a major factor. In the second half, we'll drop deep and defend, Yi Yan suddenly said. He Xiaoyun and Sun Xiangxin were both taken aback. Coach Lin beside him nodded slightly. Yi Yan, you've thought this through well. In the first half, they were always mindful of our counters during their attacks precisely because they feared them. Even while attacking, they kept many players back. Under such circumstances, it's hard for us to score on the counter again. If we retreat and defend, they're much more likely to push forward, and we can seize the chance to extend our lead. But there's still a goal behind. Even if we don't do this, they'd likely push forward anyway, He Xiaoyun objected. Lu Yiyang is also a clever guy. He won't leap headlong into a trap. Yi Yan said coolly. If I were him, I'd keep the game tight and only commit fully at the very end, minimizing the threat of our counters. Besides, for No. 2 High School, losing by just 1 goal would already be a pretty decent result. Sun Xiangxin said with a laugh. A 1-goal win wouldn't be bad either, haha. Yi Yan looked up at him, then shook his head. Winning by just 1 goal won't be enough to truly undermine that kid. No. 2 High School has quite a few impressive newcomers this season. They could become obstacles on our way to the national tournament. We need to overcome such opponents early. At the very least, leave a shadow of doubt in their minds when they face us in the future. Coach Lin nodded approvingly. To focus only on one match was a tactical perspective. To foresee the trend of the entire tournament and plan in advance was to elevate to a strategic level. Losing by just 1 goal was nothing shameful for No. 2 High School. Instead, it could boost their confidence, especially since they weren't at a disadvantage in terms of play. Therefore, a 1-goal lead wasn't enough to make them launch a full-scale attack in the second half. If they dropped back to defend, No. 2 High School, which had many first-year students, would very likely be unable to resist such temptation and would attack en masse. Moreover, Yi Yan saw ambition in Yun Feiyang's eyes. Even if other players didn't take the bait, Yun Feiyang would, and he would unconsciously ignite the entire team's fighting spirit. Dropping deeper was simply to hasten that process, making it more likely that Qingshi High School would win by a sizable margin. The 20-minute halftime break passed quickly. Both sides returned to the field, and neither made any substitutions. After the kickoff, Qingshi High School quickly launched an attack, but was repelled by the well-prepared No. 2 High School defense. Lin Bing quickly threw the ball and Gao Ming received it, and passed it to Meng Qiu. Oh, he's actually receiving the ball in the middle. Watching from afar, Yi Yan couldn't help but be startled. Qingshi High School's high press continued, but Meng Qiu quickly found space after receiving and passed the ball out. After a few exchanges, the ball swiftly crossed the midfield. Qingshi High School retreated quickly. Before their frontline players could return, their backline had already sealed off Meng Qiu's passing lanes. This was also why Meng Qiu hadn't directly sent the ball upfield after carrying it through the midfield in the first half. A through ball would likely be intercepted en route, and even if it got through, Yun Feiyang alone couldn't break through the entire defense. With Meng Qiu at the core, No. 2 High School started passing back and forth. Qingshi High School's midfield interceptions failed to disrupt No. 2 High School's passing rhythm. Through continuous passing, No. 2 kept the ball at their feet and astoundingly didn't let Qingshi touch it for several minutes. The Qingshi High School students in the stands grew restless. To them, it was rather incredible. Qingshi's pressing from the back was intense, and even the most well-organized teams could hardly avoid mistakes under such pressure. Yet No. 2 had managed it. Lu Yiyang was also astonished. Does Meng Qiu really have such strong ability to organize attacks? He alone connected the whole team's offense through his own receiving, passing, and running. Lu Yiyang found it hard to believe. After all, Meng Qiu had joined the team less than a month ago, and they had never practiced an attacking system centered on Meng Qiu. How could he possibly do this? The others weren't making specially coordinated runs for Meng Qiu. In other words, he was orchestrating almost entirely through his own observation of his teammates, a truly remarkable ability. What he didn't know was that Meng Qiu was also puzzled at that moment. The resistance he felt was nowhere near as great as he had imagined. Even the pressure from Chengxi's defense right now was less than the pressure they had exerted in the high press earlier. A defense close to the nation's best. Is this all it has? Meng Qiu felt somewhat disappointed. As no. Tu High School continued to pass and attack, Chengxi High School's defense kept retreating, and the entire backline was pushed further and further back. Yun Feiyong kept making runs inside the box, and also kept pulling out of it, yet he never received the ball. In fact, only 4 players were involved in the passing offense: Meng Qiu, Lu Yiyang, Wei Ming, and right midfielder He Fan. Among them, He Fan hadn't pushed too far up and the ball was essentially circulated among the other 3. How could such passing possibly break through Chengxi's defense? Yun Feiyong pulled out of the box for the 3rd time and raised his hand to ask for the ball. Meng Qiu hesitated for a moment, then passed it to Lu Yiyang instead. Yun Feiyong complained a little to Meng Qiu before lowering his head and running back into the box. Yi Yin had guessed correctly. Yun Feiyong's spirited attitude began to gradually influence the other 2 players. Chengxi High School, focusing only on withdrawing and defending, looking like they were on the back foot, served as a catalyst. If many 2 players had been okay with losing by 1 goal earlier, at this moment they couldn't help but think, what if we score? What if we could win? Wouldn't that prove we have the ability to make it to the national tournament, or even win the national championship? Young people always love to fantasize. Even the veteran second-year players were just 17-year-olds. It was an age prone to excitement and impulse. Because they had passion. Li Qi began to drift forward unconsciously. The backline also began to push up. More and more 2 players joined the attack, giving Meng Qiu more passing options. That was certainly a good thing. With more teammates to combine with his playmaking ability could be brought into full play. However, Meng Qiu was not the regular playmaker Tu was used to, and his teammates didn't have the instinct to give him the ball right away. So Tu formally launched an attack. After receiving Meng Qiu's pass, Lu Yiyang distributed it to Wei Ming. Wei Ming feigned a drive to the byline, then pulled the ball back and delivered a cross from a 45-degree angle. Wei Ming was much more familiar with combining with Yun Feiyong than Meng Qiu was, because since Yun Feiyong joined the team, he knew that Wei Ming would always be the one to deliver him the ball from the wing. The cross was a beautiful curving ball. Yun Feiyong sidestepped with a swivel, temporarily shaking off his marking defender, and meeting the falling ball, executed a side volley. Yi Yin appeared right in the path of the shot, blocking the ball with his chest. The goalkeeper, who had come out in time, cleared the dropping ball. A rushed clearance wouldn't have a good landing spot, especially since Chengxi High School's forward line had no height. In that respect, Tu High School had an absolute advantage. Gao Ming read the flight perfectly, leapt high to meet the ball, and headed it away before He Xiaoyan could reach it. On the ground, Gao Ming might have been easily shaken off by He Xiaoyan, but in the air, Gao Ming could absolutely win the first ball above He Xiaoyan's head. The ball flew accurately into the front court. Li Qi received it and quickly tapped it to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu passed it square immediately. Lu Yiyang took it, played it straight to the edge of the box, then sprinted forward. Yun Feiyong trapped the ball, nudged it sideways before Yi Yin closed in, and the charging Lu Yiyang wound up his right foot and let fly with a long-range shot from outside the box. The goalkeeper barely managed to parry the ball away. Zhao Rui tried to score on the rebound, but a recovering defender cleared it far upfield. Keep attacking. Let's pull the goal back. Yi Jiqing and Fang Shui are called out from the sideline with the substitutes. Tu High School's momentum suddenly surged. The players of Chengxi High School stared at the pitch in disbelief. The team that was their pride, composed of their best players, the side that had once claimed the national championship, was now being pushed back by the Tu Middle School. They knew full well that Tu Middle School was no ordinary side. Otherwise, how could they have been the only non-football school team to reach the quarterfinals of the Dalian regional tournament last year? But Chengxi High School, what kind of team were they? Even last year, they had been the runner-up in the Dalian region and one of the top 4 teams in the nation. During the first half, their only advantage had been that single goal, with nothing else going their way. That had already made them feel something was amiss. And now Chengxi High School were being overwhelmed by Tu Middle School. Chengxi High School had been pressed before, but back then it was by their own choice. They would retreat and constantly threaten the opponent's goal with counterattacks. In such situations, even under pressure, they never panicked. But now, wave after wave of Tu Middle School's attacks came crashing in, while Chengxi's counterattacks had completely lost their former sharpness. Under the aggressive pressing of several tenacious Tu Middle School forwards, even when Chengxi High School won the ball in their own half, they could only clear it immediately. The 2 towering central defenders of the opposing side would then claim the landing point and launch another attack. This quick frontline pressing after losing the ball, forcing the opponent to air or hoof it blindly, had always been Chengxi High School's trademark. When did Tu Middle School learn to do this? It was something the students of Chengxi High School could not imagine nor dare to believe. And what about Tu Middle School's substitutes and the 2 girls? They were thrilled, absolutely thrilled, shouting loudly from the sidelines, cheering on their teammates. The cries of a mere dozen or so people drowned out the voices of hundreds in the stands. When the players on the pitch performed brilliantly, the spectators naturally grew even more fervent. Coach Wang watched with delighted excitement. Although he didn't know much about football, he could see that his team held the advantage on the pitch. Sitting in the home team's coaching seat, Coach Lin's brow furrowed slightly, yet his expression remained calm. After all, he had already anticipated such an outcome. When you deliberately drop deep to lure the opponent forward, being pushed back is only natural. If they didn't appear a little weaker, how could the opponent attack with such abandon? However, that two middle school's offense should suddenly turn so ferocious did catch Coach Lin off guard. This Yun Feiyong, he doesn't rely purely on individual brilliance after all. No, two middle school's ability to dominate was certainly due in part to Meng Qiu's passing orchestration and Qingxi High School's voluntary retreat, ceding control of midfield. But Yun Feiyong's performance was also a crucial element. He didn't simply stand in the penalty area waiting for passes. From time to time, he would drift out of the box to link up play, helping his teammates get shots off and giving two middle school's offense more options and greater menace. Although he hadn't taken many shots since the second half began, this kind of display was far more valuable than a center forward who could only shoot. Football is not like basketball. Sometimes a single chance in the entire match is enough to be decisive. In modern football, a good center forward who merely waits for teammates to create opportunities is not sufficient. Only one who can create chances for himself can be considered excellent. What a pity he didn't choose Qingxi High School. Otherwise, our attacking line would have been greatly strengthened. And next year, when Yi Yin and the others are gone, with him more mature, I could build a formidable team around him. Coach Lin sighed inwardly. The fact that he could still think about such things at this moment was proof enough that Qingxi High School's situation was not really that dire. Yun Feiyong, for his part, wasn't thinking too much. Only one thought occupied his mind: to outplay Yi Yin and score. He really hadn't shot much before, but that was merely groundwork for what was to come. A striker who only shoots can easily be neutralized. Although he had never faced a center back as outstanding as Yi Yin before, even in middle school matches, opponents would use their collective strength to deal with him as a superstar forward. Thus, timely passing and movement not only create chances for teammates, but also open up more space for himself. Charging forward alone against an organized defense as he had at the very start of this match would be futile. No matter how confident Yun Feiyong was, he would never think he could take on both Yi Yin and the other Qingxi High School defenders at the same time. After all, they were hardly unknown players. Although not as famous as Yi Yin, they were his most reliable partners and teammates. So he needed his teammates' help. By continually creating chances for them, he had begun to draw the attention of Qingxi High School's other defenders away. The situation was increasingly moving toward a one-on-one duel between him and Yi Yin. Yun Feiyong had been waiting for exactly such an opportunity. In the 16th minute of the second half, after a quick 1-2 exchange, Meng Qiu gained a moment of space. At that moment, he spotted a gap in the penalty area. It was the first time in the entire match that he had seen such an opening inside Qingxi High School's box. This spoke volumes about how solid Qingxi High School's defense was. Now Qingxi High School's other defenders were all drawn to two middle school's attacking players. Wei Ming surged forward on the flank, occupying the attention of two opposing defenders. At this moment, the only one who could threaten Yun Feiyong inside the box was Yi Yin. Compared to a fenced defense, is always reactive. In a fast break one-on-one, the attacking player often leaves the defender behind because they have so many options. Yun Feiyong sensed this as well. He didn't raise his hand to signal for the ball, because calling for it now would only alert his marker. He simply hoped that Meng Qiu, who hadn't passed to him all match, would deliver the ball now. On the sideline, Fang Shui'er noticed it too. She watched nervously, hoping a decisive chance would emerge. Although two middle school had dominated the second half, they hadn't scored. What good was dominance without goals? Meng Qiu passed the ball. It was a beautifully weighted through ball, skimming rapidly along the turf and landing precisely at Yun Feiyong's feet. Great pass. Yun Feiyong praised it inwardly. This through ball was of the highest quality, and more importantly, its path and speed perfectly matched his own movement. He didn't need to adjust his stride. He simply received it in the most comfortable manner possible. What came next was the turn and facing Yi Yin. Yun Feiyong collected the ball at the edge of the arc, and after turning, he had already stepped into the penalty area. The other Qingxi High School defenders were still too far away to intervene. The only one who could close him down was Yi Yin. This was the opportunity Yun Feiyong had awaited for most of the game. He drew back his right foot. From within the penalty area, he was well within shooting range. Yi Yin had to step up and block, or once Yun Feiyong completed his shot, there would be no chance to stop it. Yi Yin did charge forward, turning his body sideways as he closed and using his frame to block the shot. A faint knowing smile flickered across Yun Feiyong's lips. The right foot that had been drawn back with tremendous force softly pulled the ball inward. Following the direction of Yi Yin's approach, Yun Feiyong cut the ball the opposite way. A feigned shot turned into a clever cut. After evading Yi Yin's blocking path, Yun Feiyong finally raised his left foot. Unlike most players, Yun Feiyong's left and right feet were equally proficient. He could shoot equally well with either foot. That cut had not only deceived Yi Yin, but also briefly wrong-footed the goalkeeper. Yun Feiyong was absolutely certain he could put the ball into the back of the net. He had easily deceived Yi Yin, the Emperor, and was about to breach the goal of Qingxi High School, a team renowned as the nation's best defensive side. Such a moment stirred an indescribable thrill even in Yun Feiyong. It was the sheer exhilaration that came from defeating a worthy adversary. His left foot struck the ball with power. The ball rose off the ground, darting like a fierce serpent toward the far corner of the goal. This was a shot destined for victory. But at that very moment Yi Yan, who had seemingly been beaten, suddenly moved. Against all odds, Yi Yan spun around in a swift half-turn. As he turned, he lifted his right foot, met Yun Feiyong's shot, and blasted the ball straight back. Fang Shuer's cheer froze in her throat. Spectators in the stands rose to their feet. The ball, kicked out by Yi Yan like a bolt of lightning, tore across the entire half in an instant. After being struck with such force by Yun Feiyong, and then hammered back by Yi Yan, the ball's speed was far beyond anyone's reaction time on the pitch. Meng Qiu sprinted desperately back toward his own goal, but it was too late. He Xiaoyan, who had been as silent as a stone since the second half, began shot forward like lightning between Gao Meng and Han Ming the instant Yi Yan kicked the ball back. Gao Meng leaped with all his might, hoping to intercept Yi Yan's pass. Yet he was a fraction too late, and the ball whistled past him. Han Ming turned to chase, but he was far slower than Yi Xiaoyan. Having reached his top speed, Yi Xiaoyan successfully collected the ball behind No. 2 Middle School's defensive line. By the time the ball reached him, he was already near the 30-meter attacking zone of No. 2 Middle School's half. Only then did the ball's momentum finally fade. That showed just how much power Yi Yan had put into that kick. What followed was simple. On a clean breakaway, Yi Xiaoyan took the ball past the advancing goalkeeper Lin Bing, and before Lin Bing could scramble back, lifted the ball into the No. 2 Middle School goal. A lightning counterattack. Qingxi High School extended their lead to 2 goals. Watching from a distance, a quiet fire of resolve burned within Yun Feiyong. To think he used my own shot to create such a long-range assist. Don't think you're the only clever one. That withdrawal into defense earlier was also part of my plan. Yi Yan's voice rang out coldly beside his ear. Yun Feiyong was furious at that moment. He wasn't angry that Yi Yan had also set a trap for him. After all, he had been planning to set one for Yi Yan himself. What made him truly furious was that this goal had actually been an assist completed by Yi Yan using his own shot. This was something that filled Yun Feiyong with incomparable humiliation. It's unbelievable. This goal must have been pure luck. It couldn't have been planned. As Yun Feiyong suppressed his anger and walked back to his half, he suddenly saw Meng Qiu approaching him and saying something. Yun Feiyong paused for a moment. He quickly realized the truth. Indeed, this couldn't have been planned. No matter how exceptional a player was, such control was impossible. The only explanation was luck. Perhaps Yi Yan had only intended to clear the ball. His powerful kick was indeed excellent, and he executed the clearance well. However, through sheer coincidence, the ball landed precisely in the gap of No. 2 High School's defense, giving Yi Xiaoyan a clear path to goal. Even if it was luck, there must have been some general plan. It seems their earlier retreat was designed to draw us further forward. Even if they hadn't scored this time, our defensive vulnerabilities would still be exploited. Meng Qiu continued. You're right. Lu Yiyang glanced at the small-statured player. He had nearly panicked himself. Yi Yan's performance in that play was truly extraordinary. However, Meng Qiu had calmly analyzed the situation. The key characteristic of that goal was clear planning without absolute certainty. Their luck had been particularly favorable this time. In that case, we need to be more patient in our upcoming attacks. Don't take careless shots. We created a lot of noise just now, but no real scoring opportunities. Facing Qingxi High School, we need to stay cooler-headed. Taking advantage of Qingxi High School's celebration, Lu Yang quickly gathered all the players for a brief meeting. Common practice in friendly matches. We'll continue with the midfield tactics. Defenders, pay attention. We can't push up like before. If we hadn't had only 2 players in the back, they wouldn't have gotten such an easy breakaway. Lu Yang advised Gao Meng, then turned to Meng Qiu, having completely calmed down. Meng Qiu, you continue to handle the distribution and organization. Your vision is better than mine. Lu Yang said earnestly, just play as a libero, don't worry about defense. Okay, Meng Qiu replied simply. Everyone else, keep making runs, waiting for Meng Qiu to pass to us. With over 20 minutes left, we still have a chance. Lu Yang clapped his hands and spoke loudly. Their fighting spirit seems to be rising again, Sun Xiangxin said to Yi Yan, watching the other half. A bit of a headache. These guys are really tenacious. Yi Yan replied simply. The match resumed. After kickoff, No. 2 High School played more cautiously. Meng Qiu's performance remained unremarkable. He continued to make constant runs, receive the ball, and pass it out. This approach wasn't unfamiliar to Meng Qiu, though even when partnering with Daniel in Bolivia, he rarely shouldered the responsibility of an organizing midfielder. However, he knew Daniel intimately and understood how he operated. Combined with his quick mind and keen observations, even though this was his first time playing as an organizing midfielder, he managed it reasonably well. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Qingxi High School's pressing was concentrated in the attacking and defensive thirds, not heavily in the midfield, which gave Meng Qiu space to gradually adapt. He was inherently a highly adaptable player, otherwise he wouldn't have become the sole East Asian in the elite squad. After all, in terms of physical attributes and other factors, he couldn't compare with those of European or indigenous descent. He survived in Bolivia relying on his intellect. The Qingxi High School students in the stands booed, criticizing No. 2 High School's seemingly passive approach despite trailing by 2 goals. However, the No. 2 players had learned not to be affected by such interference. The previous goal conceded had proven that against Qingxi High School, reckless attacking would only lead to disaster. Led by Fang Shuer and Yi Jiqing, the No. 2 substitutes passionately cheered on their teammates who were fighting on the field. They were the only ones who could support their teammates. Passing it around won't get you goals. I think No. 2 High has no future. Yun Feiyong choosing to join No. 2 will be the biggest mistake of your life. Yi Yan said coldly into Yun Feiyong's ear. Does Emperor Yi Yan only know how to talk trash? Yun Feiyong glanced at him sideways. Michael Jordan, the god of basketball, is my idol, Yi Yan said with a slight smile. Yun Feiyong was taken aback. Jordan was a player with an insane hunger for victory, which is why he achieved so much. And his trash talk was legendary. Players who crossed paths with him either got demolished on the court or psychologically torn apart by his words. No wonder Yi Yan had no restraint, deliberately seeking out a first-year student like Yun Feiyong to exchange trash talk. Such an opponent was terrifying. Yun Feiyong thought to himself, then made a run out of the penalty area, received Meng Qiu's pass, and distributed the ball. Liu Yiyang received the ball and saw a sea of defenders everywhere. Unable to find any attacking opportunities, he had no choice but to pass back to Meng Qiu. Damn! The two Qingxi High midfielders cursed simultaneously in their minds. Both were notable players in Dalian's high school football scene, and they could clearly see that the offensive core of No. 2 was this handsome young player. Every crucial pass that broke through Qingxi High's press involved Meng Qiu. He was the brain, the metronome, the conductor orchestrating all of No. 2's attacks. Without him on the ball, No. 2's offense would drop a level. In truth, these two midfielders were focused on neutralizing Meng Qiu, preventing him from receiving the ball. However, they couldn't succeed. Meng Qiu was constantly running his slender frame, seeming to hold infinite energy. Though he lacked speed and strength in physical confrontations, he never stopped moving. A player who never stops running is the hardest to mark. He always found space, and Meng Qiu didn't need much time on the ball. Sometimes just a touch less than a second and he'd pass to a teammate in space. Send another player. Sun Xiangxin also rushed over. He hadn't wanted to initially, considering his former national youth team experience. Marking a first year with two teammates would be humiliating. But now, if he didn't commit, it would embarrass the entire Qingxi High School. Even more, No. 2 had been passing around their own half for nearly 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, Qingxi High hadn't touched the ball once. Kid, you're done for. Hand over the ball. As two teammates closed in from the side, Sun Xiangxin charged from the front. Meng Qiu had barely received the ball when he was triple-teamed. Behind him, the receiving Liu Yiyang was also marked by He Xiaoyan. Meng Qiu had no passing option. Just as the three defenders were about to close in, Meng Qiu stopped the ball, turned with it, and backed towards Sun Xiangxin. What's the point of that? Sun Xiangxin immediately pressed close. With his strength, once he made contact, Meng Qiu would lose balance and be unable to control the ball. Besides, Meng Qiu hadn't shown strong ball control skills before. Just as Sun Xiangxin was about to make contact, he suddenly noticed something flash at the corner of his eye. Of course it wasn't tears. In the split second before Sun Xiangxin could close in, Meng Qiu subtly swung his left foot over the ball and nudged it backward. The ball immediately rolled along the ground past Sun Xiangxin, slipping through his peripheral vision. The ball stayed low, rolling toward the corner of Qingxi High's penalty area. This was a pass to Wei Ming. As Sun Xiangxin pressed, and even Qingxi High's defenders had their attention unintentionally drawn away. Wei Ming kept making runs, easily shaking off his marker to reach a dangerous position at the penalty area corner. He was running on instinct, thinking, if the ball could come to him now. Then he saw the ball rolling into his field of vision. As if reading his mind, Meng Qiu delivered the ball in an incredible way from within the three-man press at this crucial moment. Using Sun Xiangxin's press as cover, Meng Qiu's heel pass was so concealed that by the time Wei Ming received it, an accelerated Qingxi High's defense hadn't reacted in time. This open space allowed Wei Ming to easily penetrate the penalty area, and after adjusting his dribbling angle, he faced the goalkeeper directly. Yi Yan lunged from the side, the first defender to react. Wei Ming swung his left foot across. Yi Yan was closing in, and the goalkeeper had recovered. The shooting angle wasn't large. Wei Ming wasn't very confident. So he chose to pass to Yun Feiyong, who had followed up centrally. Yi Yan couldn't block the pass anymore, but he still made an effort. With his body diving toward the wing, he stretched his leg and managed to barely touch the ball. Wei Ming's pass was slightly deflected. Yun Feiyong's timing on his run was perfect, but because of Yi Yan's touch, the ball went behind him. Yun Feiyong had run a bit too far ahead. The Qingxi High School students in the stands collectively exhaled in relief. With defenders positioned along the ball's trajectory, they were convinced the goal was safe. Yet Yun Feiyong, having already overshot the play, found himself turned away from the ball. Without hesitation, he flicked it backward with the outside of his right heel. A delicate touch that sent the ball curving around the bewildered goalkeeper and into the net. The entire stadium fell suddenly silent. Players from both teams near the penalty area of Qingxi High School watched in astonishment as the ball nestled into the net. What stunned the Qingxi High players was that they had actually conceded a goal. What shocked the No. 2 middle school players was that they had actually scored. From any angle, this was hardly a goal that should have been scored. With Meng Qiu surrounded by three defenders, losing the ball seemed almost inevitable. Yi Yan's final disruption had spoiled Wei Ming's pass, and Yun Feiyong missing the opportunity also seemed nearly unavoidable. For high school football, both teams fielded quite talented players, and fine players naturally possess equally discerning tactical vision. Whether watching from the stands or imagining themselves in those two players' positions, none of them believed Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong had any real chance. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Yet it was precisely two unconventional moves that proved decisive in this goal. Football is simple because its fundamentals boil down to three elements: pass, dribble, and shoot. And yet it is also profoundly complex, for these same three basic movements can transform into countless breathtaking spectacular plays. Those extraordinary maneuvers that draw gasps of admiration are rarely conventional. They cannot carry the magnificent sport of football on their own. What truly sustains this grand game are the unassuming fundamentals. Yet moments on the football pitch that stir the heart, ignite excitement, and draw cheers from the crowd can never be without such unconventional brilliance. Volley strikes, bicycle kicks, long-range lofted shots, diving headers, heel flicks, scissor crosses, step-overs, Marseille, turns Cruyff, turns rainbow, flicks, nutmegs, elasticos. Even the hand of God. They bestow upon football an eternal charm. Whenever such unconventional moves emerge, they stir the hearts of fans in the stands and before television screens, leaving them unable to contain their excitement. Meng Qiu's heel pass and Yun Feiyang's heel shot were precisely the kind of unconventional actions the Qingxi High students in the stands could not see clearly given the considerable distance. They could only sigh, wondering how they had lost the goal. Surely the opposing side had stumbled upon it by chance, somehow breaking through the cluster of defenders and launching an unexpectedly elegant attack. As for that shot, Yun Feiyang's shooting instinct was solid and his technique was fine. He had indeed built a reputation since middle school. But without that fortunate chain of events, what right did he have to score? Our defense remains the finest. Clinging to this belief, the Qingxi High students erupted in collective disapproval when they saw Yun Feiyang on the field pump his fist dramatically, then dash into the goal to retrieve the ball while jogging back, waving his fist in celebration. Pure luck. Celebrating something like that? How unrefined. Yet the starting 11 of Qingxi High harbored different thoughts. Yi Yin, Sun Xiangxin, and He Xiaoyan. All three sets of watching eyes locked onto Meng Qiu as he embraced Wei Ming and then jogged back toward his own half. They could plainly see that Meng Qiu's build-up had not been luck but deliberate design. That turn to shield the ball was meant to create even a sliver of space in the defense behind him. That gap would not have been enough for Meng Qiu to break through himself, but it was sufficient to allow him to thread the pass. The puzzle remained when he turned. Wei Ming was still positioned nearer to the touchline, not yet making his run toward the edge of the penalty area. Why had Meng Qiu been certain Wei Ming could reach such a concealed pass? Was it mere guesswork, or had he anticipated Wei Ming's run all along? If the former, then Meng Qiu was simply fortunate. But if the latter, that was rather chilling. Setting aside the awareness and technique displayed in that pass, which after all they were among the best high school players and could replicate on the pitch, the question was whether a high school student could truly possess the vision and calculation to read Wei Ming's run and devise such a brilliant build-up in a single instant. And moreover, he was merely a first-year student. In other words, he had been enrolled for at most a month. Enough time perhaps to grow familiar with the team, but surely impossible to develop such deep understanding and seamless chemistry with Wei Ming. Not even professional players could manage that. It could only mean that Meng Qiu had already mapped every one of Wei Ming's running patterns and attacking habits, enabling him to divine the likely run within such a brief span and deliver that pass. To others, Yun Feiyang's heel strike was the highlight, but to Yi Yin and his companions, it was Meng Qiu's heel pass to Wei Ming that constituted the masterstroke of the goal. This lad is difficult to read, Yi Yin thought. That goal was luck, right? As Meng Qiu jogged back, Yun Feiyang, who had already positioned himself near the center circle arc, suddenly reached out to stop him and asked hesitantly. Meng Qiu smiled. It was luck. Honestly, I had no idea Wei Ming would actually make that run. Their press was quick, so I had to take a chance. I just happened to win the bet. Yun Feiyang scratched his head and nodded, accepting Meng Qiu's explanation. What he did not know was that Meng Qiu was not lying. But in Yun Feiyang's view, unless a move carried absolute certainty, every action on the pitch contained some element of chance. Only the degree varied. Though Meng Qiu had only joined the team for half a month, during that period he had trained alongside Wei Ming almost exclusively. Wei Ming was amiable and treated Meng Qiu while revealing his full range of qualities during every training session, which is why Meng Qiu could grow so thoroughly acquainted with him in such short order. When it came to Wei Ming's positioning, Meng Qiu had actually been quite certain, perhaps 80% confidence, though certainly not absolute. Had Yun Feiyang known the true extent of Meng Qiu's certainty, even a man as confident as he might have been left speechless. Football was riddled with uncertainty. There was no such thing as absolute guarantee. A single goal born from 10 attempts, or even 100 across a match, could ultimately decide the entire contest. If certainty truly existed, football scoring would edge toward basketball. A few goals per game would be unremarkable, and double-digit matches would be commonplace. Regardless, this unexpected goal sent the morale of two middle schools soaring. Such as football. When they conceded the second goal, their spirits had briefly bottomed out, and unease crept into some players, but after clawing one back, their momentum surged once more. Football at its core is decided by goals. Without finding the net, even sustained pressure breeds growing frustration. With that goal to two players felt fortified, ready to face whatever came next without fear. When Qingxi High launched their attack, they met stubborn resistance from two middle school. Li Lemming dropped back in his central defense, was a reliable fullback. Though not as physically dominant as Han Ming or Gao Ming, his presence added another layer of security to two's penalty area. Lu Yiyang and Li Qi, retreating near the edge of the box, formed the second line of defense, while others constantly moved across the midfield to relieve pressure. The rock-solid defense two had displayed the previous year had returned. Qingxi High tried building from the left flank, but Gao Ming perpetually covered that side. Coupled with Meng Qiu's ordinary physicality offset by his sharp anticipation to cut passing lanes, Chengxi's left side attacks became increasingly problematic. Yi Yan's forward surges were not always effective, and as a center back constantly pushing up posed risks to the defensive line. Yi Yan only pushed forward when he had clear opportunity. Against No. 2's resolute defending, Chengxi Hai's attacking options appeared strangely limited. He Xiaoyan persisted with his wing runs, but even if he broke through and delivered crosses into the box, Chengxi Hai lacked a dominant aerial presence to finish. This illustrated how much Yun Feiyang's refusal to join Chengxi Hai had impacted them. Though Chengxi Hai was a football academy since the era of Yi Yan and his outstanding cohort, few remarkable new talents had emerged. Had it not been for this, Chengxi Hai might not have faltered at the quarterfinals of the national tournament last year, as Captain Yi Yan's hostility toward Yun Feiyang was evident. That was why he wanted to completely break down No. 2 middle school, or rather Yun Feiyang, in this match, not merely to clear the path for the upcoming Dalian regional tournament, but also to settle old scores for Chengxi Hai. Unfortunately, with that brilliant heel goal, the strategy of breaking Yun Feiyang seemed unlikely to succeed this match. It was the inherent disadvantage defenders face against forwards. Even if a defender rendered a forward ineffective for 89 minutes, a single late goal would crown the attacker a hero and brand the defender a failure. Of course, that required such a decisive late goal. Without a strike, a forward could not become a hero. Yun Feiyang was not entirely satisfied with the current outcome. Though he had scored, it was not a goal won through overpowering Yi Yan directly. Without Meng Qiu's unexpected build-up and Wei Ming's precise delivery, the goal would never have come. In essence, he had relied on the combined force of Meng Qiu and Wei Ming to overcome Yi Yan. What Yun Feiyang needed to do was defeat Yi Yan in a genuine one-on-one confrontation to prove his ability. Yi Yan sought to break Yun Feiyang, and Yun Feiyang in turn harbored the same ambition. To defeat Yi Yan, over the past 2 years, nearly everyone who wanted to make a name in high school football had aspired to accomplish this. However, in those 2 years, only 2 people had managed to do so. No, strictly speaking, even they had not managed to do so, only the teams they led had won against Chengxi High School, which was led by Yi Yan. As for Yi Yan himself, whether in his performance on the pitch or in the media ratings after the match, he had not lost to them. Every one of them was a famous name in high school football circles, and some had already gained a certain reputation in professional football circles as well. After all, Yi Yan was the captain of the national youth team for his age group, and a player who had made a mark at the U-17 World Cup. It was hardly an exaggeration to call him the finest Chinese footballer in his age group. A player of outstanding physical quality, resolute character, and professional training from childhood, he had won the title the Emperor through his own unique strengths. Countless people wanted to defeat Yi Yan, but many discovered that they were not even qualified to become his opponent. Even the 2 who had beaten Chengxi High School could not claim to have truly defeated him. If Yi Yan were to announce to everyone in the high school football world, "I want to defeat Yun Feiyang," many people would lament for Yun Feiyang, and even more would envy why Yi Yan would single out this young man named Yun Feiyang. If Yun Feiyang announced to everyone that he wanted to defeat Yi Yan, what he would receive would likely be jeers along with remarks such as, "Here comes another kid who doesn't know his place." Yet Yun Feiyang had announced it with perfect confidence. He had declared it within the team, and before the match he had also declared it to Yi Yan himself. As fearless as a newborn calf that does not fear a tiger, Yun Feiyang held a grand goal in his heart. It was precisely because of that grand goal that he had turned down invitations from many football schools, including Chengxi High School, and chosen No. 2 High School. Now, having merely scored a goal like that, what was there to be satisfied about? Watching Yun Feiyang constantly moving in the forward area and constantly observing his own half, Yi Yan frowned slightly. This young man's self-confidence and desire to win were even greater than he had imagined. A center forward with an unquenchable thirst for victory, Yun Feiyang. A small figure whom even he could not quite see through Meng Qiu. Yi Yan suddenly felt that this friendly match was well worth coming to. If this friendly match had not been arranged, Chengxi High School might not have met No. 2 High School in the Dalian regional competition. During his 2 years at Chengxi High School, there were not many high school opponents who could truly interest Yi Yan. Even among the reserve professional players there were few. Being able to encounter 2 such young people made Yi Yan very pleased. Time passed second by second. No. 2 High School's defense was quite solid, while Chengxi High School's attack was beginning to lose momentum. He Xiaoyan tried to force his way past Gao Meng's defense on the wing. His speed was swift. Before Gao Meng could react, he had burst through along the inside lane. After the breakthrough, however, a short figure, almost negligible, appeared in front of him. Meng Qiu read the direction of He Xiaoyan's breakthrough. The moment He Xiaoyan shook off Gao Meng, Meng Qiu appeared on his forward path. Seizing the instant the ball slipped slightly out of He Xiaoyan's control, he stretched out his foot and hooked the ball away with deft ease. Unable to stop his momentum, He Xiaoyan hurtled toward Meng Qiu. Though he was not much taller than Meng Qiu, he was far more solidly built. Had he collided with him, it would probably have been quite unpleasant for Meng Qiu. But after stealing the ball, Meng Qiu turned in one fluid motion, slipping right past He Xiaoyan. A graceful move. Even Yi Jiqing, standing off the pitch, felt her eyes light up. "That move is rather handsome," Yi Jiqing could not help saying. "Actually, all of his moves are very natural. Besides Yun Feiyang, we've also picked up someone like him from the new students. We're quite lucky this year. Maybe we really can make it to the national tournament." Fang Shueter said with a smile. "Humph, with Yun Feiyang alone, it's already enough to make the national tournament," Yi Jiqing sniffed. On the pitch, after evading He Xiaoyan, Meng Qiu did not linger on the ball. Instead, he lifted his foot and delivered a long pass. The long pass was more than 40 meters, yet it happened to be perfectly suited to unleashing Wei Ming's speed. Fall back. Sun Xiangxin shouted, then turned and ran back. Yi Yan said nothing, simply following Yun Feiyong, whose eyes were shining and beginning to retreat. No. Two high school's defensive line had pulled in very tightly just now, so the only ones who could join the attack at this moment were Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong was sprinting, trying his best to keep up with Wei Ming. Although Yun Feiyong was not slow, he was still a little short of Wei Ming. However, he only needed to keep up in time for when Wei Ming chose to pass. So he did not think about anything else, and simply rushed straight ahead. It appeared mindless, but it was the most suitable move at that moment. As Yun Feiyong charged toward Qingxi High School's penalty area, he quickly realized that Yi Yan was still staying close beside him. This made Yun Feiyong admire him inwardly. Yi Yan, after all, was not merely retreating in a mindless way, he also had to keep observing the positions of Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong, placing himself on the best defensive route. Even so, he still stayed tightly beside Yun Feiyong. This was the first time Yun Feiyong had met an opponent whose physical condition was in no way inferior to his own. The Emperor Yi Yan truly lived up to the title of Emperor. Go block his path to cut inside. Yi Yan was orchestrating the other Qingxi High School defenders as he retreated. Even at Qingxi High School, no defender could keep up with Wei Ming's speed. However, Wei Ming still had the ball on the wing, and to threaten the goal directly, he had to cut inside. Now Yi Yan had cut off Wei Ming's path to cut inside. If Wei Ming could not break through by sheer technique, there was only one course left: to send the ball into the penalty area and let Yun Feiyong shoot. Are you going to face me one-on-one now? Yun Feiyong shouted to Yi Yan as he sprinted. No one is going to come and help you this time. Likewise, no one will come to help you either. Yi Yan glanced at him, his expression composed. If I hadn't been distracted by defending Wei Ming, did you think you could have scored in front of me? Then come and try it. Yun Feiyong answered without the slightest weakness. Wei Ming drove the ball all the way to the byline. It was not that he did not want to cut inside and break through. After all, the threat posed to the goal from the wing and from the middle was vastly different. But Yi Yan's commands had been timely. One defender pressed in while another hung back slightly, completely sealing off the route for him to cut inside. Thus, he could only take the ball to the end line, giving Yun Feiyong time to follow up. Then he saw Yun Feiyong charge into Qingxi High School's penalty area. This was the moment. Although Yun Feiyong still appeared to be some distance from the goal, a cross at this time was the best choice. With the momentum of Yun Feiyong's sprint, as long as he could deliver a perfectly measured cross, Wei Ming raised his foot and sent the cross in. The ball swept through the air in an arc, curved around the two defenders in front and behind, and flew straight into the penalty area. The line of this cross ran exactly between the edge of the 6-yard box and the penalty spot. At such a distance, the goalkeeper dared not rush out easily. Qingxi High School's goalkeeper was also outstanding. However, even Lin Bing, who was famous for daring to charge off his line, would not have come out in such a situation, let alone this steady goalkeeper. Qingxi High School's goalkeeper indeed did not come out. He simply stood in front of the goal, concentrating his mind. Yun Feiyong, meeting the ball with the speed of his sprint, leaped high. He believed that with the force carried by his sprint, even Yi Yan would be unable to resist it. Although Yi Yan had also sprinted over, the direction of Yun Feiyong's attack was the same as the direction of his own charge. Meanwhile, the direction Yi Yan had to brace against was exactly opposite to the direction of his sprint. Leaping under such circumstances, Yi Yan had to contend not only with Yun Feiyong, but also with the power of his own forward rush. Yi Yan indeed could not match the power Yun Feiyong had shown in that moment. Yet he immediately displayed his defensive expertise. The tall, stalwart man now coiled around Yun Feiyong like a serpent. Rather than confronting Yun Feiyong head-on, what he did was to interfere and harry. If Yun Feiyong at this moment was a cavalryman charging straight ahead at full speed, then Yi Yan, instead of colliding with him head-on, yielded from his path, continuously harrying from the flank, while laying countless traps waiting for the other man to run into them. Under Yi Yan's relentless interference, Yun Feiyong still seized the first landing point. In the leap, he completely outperformed Yi Yan in the air. But just as he was about to head the ball away, he realized that his power had already been severely disrupted. A header from this distance, if not struck with enough force, would struggle to get past a brilliant goalkeeper. Qingxi High School's goalkeeper was outstanding as well. His earlier saves had already demonstrated his level. To force a header under such conditions would not be a wise choice. It would merely waste a great opportunity. In a flash, Yun Feiyong abandoned the idea of shooting directly. With a light touch of his head, he flicked Wei Ming's cross down. The ball hit the ground. He was not trying to flick it onto a teammate because there were no other teammates in the penalty area. He was laying it off for himself, creating an opportunity for himself. As he knocked the ball down, Yun Feiyong absorbed most of its force, but the ball's own impact with the ground still made it bounce straight back up. Straight up and straight down. Then upon landing, Yun Feiyong immediately swung his right foot and struck the ball as it rose. A powerful shot inside the penalty area. So long as the direction was true, no matter how quick the goalkeeper's reaction, he could not possibly make a save. But just as the instep of his right foot was about to meet the ball, Yi Yan's foot had already blocked the ball's path. That's impossible, flashed through Yun Feiyong's mind. He had the audacity to bypass a direct strike on goal, opting instead to settle the ball before shooting. While Yi Yan's disruption had indeed robbed him of the chance for a forceful header, the decisive element was his unshakable belief in his instinctive response upon landing. Yun Feiyong was a gifted player. His physical prowess was not merely a matter of raw strength. Rather, his explosive, instantaneous muscular response was where he truly excelled. To leap at full force, contend fiercely in the air, and still have the readiness to react and complete the move immediately upon landing. This was no ordinary feat. Even professional athletes would struggle to accomplish this. It had nothing to do with training. It was purely a matter of innate talent. This was Yun Feiyong's greatest gift, and the one he took most pride in. He was well aware of this edge, and so he chose to settle the ball and shoot without delay. He was certain that he could get to the ball before any opponent. From this distance, as long as he kept his strike within the frame of the goal, it was bound to go in. Yet, Yi Yan managed to block his shot just in time. Yi Yan did not possess the same gift as Yun Feiyong, the ability to spring up instantly and react correctly after landing. However, he did not get up. As he landed, Yi Yan saw that Yun Feiyong had already regained his footing while he was still on the ground. By the time he rose, Yun Feiyong's shot would likely have already found the net. So instead of standing up, he pushed off the ground with his right hand, propelling his body upward, and with that burst of force raised his right foot to block the path of Yun Feiyong's shot. This movement was executed before Yun Feiyong had even completed his shot. In other words, Yi Yan had no idea which direction Yun Feiyong would aim. He relied solely on his experience to make that judgment. Yun Feiyong relied on his talent. Yi Yan, on the other hand, relied on his experience, his courage, and an unyielding spirit. The ball struck Yi Yan's right foot with a heavy thud and then bounced high into the air. Yi Yan was now completely spent as a defender. Yet his single block had utterly extinguished the second middle school's seemingly certain assault. Yun Feiyong had not given up. He sought to contest the ball in the air. But Yi Yan's delay had allowed the Chengxi High School goalkeeper to rush out in time. Leaping high and using the advantage of his hands, the keeper plucked the ball cleanly above Yun Feiyong's head. Chengxi High School had dismantled the second middle school's attack. In this defensive stand, Yi Yan demonstrated the caliber of the current captain of China's under-19 national youth team. The stands erupted with thunderous cheers. The students of Chengxi High School went wild, as sharing the pitch with Yi Yan had always been a source of pride for them. And now their idol had not let them down. When the second middle school launched their counterattack, many Chengxi High School students had held their breath, a sense of foreboding gripping their hearts. But at this moment, all of it transformed into roaring cheers that shook the heavens. This was Yi Yan, the king of Chengxi High School. Yun Feiyong swung his fist furiously. He still refused to accept it. Yet at this moment he could not help but admire Yi Yan for being able to defend so promptly under such circumstances. After venting his frustration, Yun Feiyong was taken aback to discover that Chengxi High School had already launched a silent attack. Even Yi Yan, who had just risen to his feet, did not continue his trash talk. Instead, he sprinted forward. Defense. Hold against their wave of attack. Lu Yiying shouted at the top of his voice, having keenly perceived that the momentum of Chengxi High School was once again surging to its peak. If one had felt that Chengxi High School's previous attacks lacked just a little something at this moment, they had once again reached the pinnacle of their form. This was the power of example. If this attack were not handled properly, they might concede a goal. And if they conceded again, there would be no chance left in this match. This time, Chengxi High School's attack carried an unmistakably different momentum. With swift midfield passing, they immediately penetrated into the second middle school's half. Fortunately, during the previous counterattack, only Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong had pushed forward because Wei Ming had sprinted ahead too quickly. Thus, the second middle school now had ample defenders in their own half. Chengxi High School's passing was equally met with stubborn resistance from the second middle school players. Though the match was nearing its end and both sides' stamina had plummeted dramatically, they still dashed about as swiftly as if the contest had just begun, even while gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. This was no high-profile professional league. It was merely an ordinary friendly match between high schools, yet they still played with the utmost seriousness. Because they all genuinely loved this sport from the bottom of their hearts. The ball again found its way to Sun Xiangxin's feet, but Chengxi High School's swift attack failed to materialize as the second middle school's running and defense firmly checked them. This left Sun Xiangxin feeling somewhat troubled. The second middle school's defense was indeed outstanding, and he had little confidence in creating a chance at this moment. Just then a familiar voice came from behind him. Without hesitation, Sun Xiangxin immediately lifted his foot and sent the ball across. At the same time, the other Chengxi High School players began their run, spreading out to create spaces in every direction. Yi Yan, charging forward, received the ball. When Yi Yan made his forward run, the other Chengxi High School players used their movement and pulling to lighten the pressure on him. This was the very essence of Yi Yan's attacking run. Lu Yiying stepped forward to confront him. The other second middle school defenders each had their own marking assignments. The overall defensive shape could not afford to be disrupted. One must remember that Yi Yan's tactical awareness was superb. If numerical advantage alone could halt his forward runs, they would never have become Chengxi High School's lethal weapon. Since nobody else could move, Lu Yiying, as the captain of the second middle school, naturally assumed that responsibility. A duel between two captains. Yi Yan was the captain of Chengxi High School, the undisputed emperor of high school football. Lu Yiying, on the other hand, had only emerged on the scene last year in the Dalian division, rated as one of its 4 finest midfielders. Against other opponents, Lu Yiying would not be at a disadvantage, but compared with Yi Yan, he was a tier below in both reputation and ability. Moreover, Lu Yiying was not a defensive player by trade. His strengths lay in orchestration and organization. Though his defensive ability was respectable, it was not his forte. When Lu Yiying stepped in front of him, Yi Yan did not hesitate in the slightest, choosing instead to drive forward with the ball and force his way through. Liu Yang locked onto Yi Yan, but in that instant Yi Yan's physical qualities came to full display. While shielding the ball, he simply used bodily contact to shove Liu Yang aside. Off balance, Liu Yang stumbled to the side. Seizing the moment, Yi Yan charged past him with the ball. Having burst through Liu Yang's defense, Yi Yan had already neared the 30-meter zone. This area was already within his striking range. Lin Bing tensed his body ready to make a save or a judgment at any moment. Li Qi lunged forward. He had abandoned the player he was marking. It was clear that Yi Yan now posed the greatest threat. At the same time, he had not entirely given up on guarding another Qingxi High School midfielder. If Yi Yan chose to pass, he could still dash over to cover in time. Let the other player have a bit more time to receive the ball outside the box. It didn't matter, because Lin Bing was guarding the goal. Although Li Qi was merely a freshman, Liu Yang's preparations for this friendly had been meticulous. How could he have left his players unprepared for Yi Yan's forward runs? In fact, during previous training sessions, Li Qi had already learned exactly what he should do when this situation arose. Moreover, Li Qi had ample confidence. His physique and strength in duels were a cut above the captain's, and he was capable of holding his ground even against Yi Yan. He only needed to occupy Yi Yan for a short while until the captain could retreat, and their chances of defending this ball would greatly increase. After all, Yi Yan's forward runs depended on an element of surprise. Not every forward run could yield a goal. Yi Yan's forward runs were closely tied to his timing and the pulling and running of his teammates. If the second middle school tightened their defense in time, even Yi Yan could not score from distance through the layers of defenders in front of him. As Li Qi lunged forward, these were the thoughts racing through his mind. Then he saw Yi Yan swing his right leg while running. A pass. Li Qi immediately judged it to be a diagonal pass. If it were played, the Qingxi High School midfielder who had found space would receive the ball at the edge of the penalty area. He made an abrupt stop, about to stretch out his foot to intercept. But Yi Yan pulled the ball back. With a deft touch and a sharp cut, he slipped past the halted Li Qi and surged onward. This was Yi Yan. Not only had he achieved an impressive level of defensive skill, but his attacking ability was every bit as formidable. Solid fundamentals, no weaknesses in technique, forwards capable of outstanding defending, and defenders with an array of attacking tricks. These were the hallmarks of a modern professional player. And Yi Yan was in existence infinitely close to a professional player. Charging forward, he used his body and skill to shake off two major midfield barriers of the second middle school in succession. Now there were no more defenders in front of him. He had no need to advance further, for he was already within his shooting range. The verdict that would decide the second middle school's fate was about to be rendered by Yi Yan. Many Qingxi High School students in the stands had risen to their feet in excitement, hoping to get a clearer view. Yi Yan's shots from outside the box were powerful and insidiously placed. If Lin Bing moved to save only after the shot was taken, it would be nearly impossible to keep them out. Only by anticipating in advance and then diving could a save be made. Lin Bing's heart turned cold at this moment, for he could not predict in the least which direction the shot would take. The ball shot out from under Yi Yan's foot like a cannonball. Yi Jiqing covered her eyes. A figure appeared before Yi Yan without any warning, followed by a dull thudding sound. A dull thud echoed across the pitch. It was the sound of the ball striking Meng Qiu's chest. Though the sound was not loud, it drew everyone's attention. How is this possible? That was the question that had crossed Yun Feiyang's mind earlier when Yi Yan had blocked his seemingly unstoppable shot. Now the same question crossed Yi Yan's mind. When he took the long-range shot, he had not relaxed his vigilance toward the defenders. He had only completed a shot after confirming that no one could block it. Yet Meng Qiu lunged forward without warning and intercepted his strike. Blocking a shot was nothing extraordinary. What truly stunned Yi Yan was that he had not sensed Meng Qiu shifting from the left flank at all during his shot. Perhaps because Meng Qiu was short, moving among a cluster of two high players who were mostly over 1.8 meters tall, he was naturally overlooked by Yi Yan. Yet despite stopping Yi Yan's shot, Meng Qiu was not in a good state himself. Although he had blocked the shot with his chest before the ball had fully risen, the force behind that strike still pounded against Meng Qiu's chest, as if he had been hit by a heavy object. Meng Qiu felt a tightness in his chest, as if he could barely breathe. The ball dropped from his chest. Though startled, Yi Yan did not hesitate for an instant. He charged forward to reclaim possession. Yet Meng Qiu, who seemed on the verge of collapsing, did not fall. Just before Yi Yan could take the ball away, he lifted his foot and passed it sideways. The ball fell to Li Qi's feet. Meng Qiu began his forward run, slipping past Yi Yan. "Let's attack," Meng Qiu called out in a low voice. Li Qi played a diagonal pass, sending the ball back to Meng Qiu's feet. "Let's go," Liu Yang shouted at the same time. With Yi Yan's surefire shot blocked, this was too high's chance to counterattack. Yun Feiyang said nothing. Instead, he made a quick stop, turned, and dashed toward Qingxi High's attacking half. Even if Yi Yan hadn't come back, scoring a goal wouldn't prove much. But at this moment, Yun Feiyang felt he had to bury this shot, if only for Meng Qiu, who had thrown himself into the line of fire. If before the match Yun Feiyang had considered defeating Yi Yan the most important thing in this friendly, he now began to feel that winning the game, or at least not losing it, was the result he desperately wanted. Meng Qiu passed the ball to Liu Yang, then stopped, rubbed his chest, and let out a long breath. Yi Yan's shot had indeed left him uncomfortable, with a trapped breath in his chest. A timely rest would be fine, but if he forced himself to attack again, he might end up feeling unwell for days. Yi Yan ran past Meng Qiu. A sentence reached Meng Qiu's ears. "Sorry." Meng Qiu laughed. Yi Yan, who would apologize for such a thing, was rather interesting. Liu Yiying quickly passed the ball to Wei Ming. No. Tu Hai's attacking approach had been quite simple so far. Liu Yiying organized pass to Wei Ming. Wei Ming broke through, and then delivered the ball into the box to create chances for Yun Feiyang. Compared with last year, they had simply added a finisher in Yun Feiyang. Yet such tactics could pose a considerable threat on the counterattack. Qingshi Hai's players began falling back. However, with Yi Yan not yet back on defense, their efforts seemed somewhat feeble. Liu Yiying and Wei Ming executed 2 consecutive 1-2s, leaving Qingshi Hai's midfielders behind. Yi Yan lunged at Liu Yiying like a tiger descending the mountain. Liu Yiying did not choose to force a confrontation. Instead, he lifted his foot and slipped the ball back to Wei Ming, who had drifted wide. Wei Ming advanced 2 steps with the ball. Seeing Yun Feiyang already stepping onto the edge of the penalty area, he immediately lifted his foot for a 45-degree cross. Such a cross was naturally not highly accurate, but Wei Ming believed that with Yun Feiyang's physical qualities, he would still be a great threat once he controlled the ball. He was right. Under the double teaming of 2 Qingshi Hai defenders, Yun Feiyang leaped high and still won the first landing point. In midair, he forcefully shouldered past 2 defenders who were not shorter than him and controlled the ball with his chest. This kid's physical condition is truly remarkable. Exclamations of admiration came from the stands voiced by Qingshi Hai's players. But while they marveled, they were not at all worried that Yun Feiyang, who had knocked 2 defenders off balance, would score, because their Emperor Yi Yan had already returned to defense. At astonishing speed, Yi Yan raced back into the penalty area. Yun Feiyang landed, controlled the ball, and looked up to see Yi Yan. Then Yun Feiyang swung his right leg ready to shoot directly. Yi Yan raised his leg knowing that Yun Feiyang's shot was likely a feint. Sure enough, Yun Feiyang tapped the ball, shifted to open a shooting angle, and prepared to shoot again. Yi Yan quickly shuffled sideways and raised his leg again to block the shot. Only then did Yun Feiyang's true feint reveal itself. With a wide swing, he rapidly dragged the ball from right to left, entirely evading Yi Yan's defensive coverage. Only then did Yun Feiyang swing his left leg and shoot. He was a 2-footed player, equally reliable, with both his left and right in both power and accuracy. He knew Yi Yan was steady, but Yi Yan had just run a longer distance to get back, so he was not yet set. That was his opportunity. The ball flew from Yun Feiyang's left foot like a cannonball. At that moment, Yi Yan pushed off hard with his right foot, leaping diagonally like an arrow from a bowstring. His head happened to meet the ball's flight path. Struck suddenly, the ball veered far toward the left touchline. Wei Ming wanted to follow up and attack, but he was a step too slow. No. Tu Hai's attack was once again blocked by Yi Yan. Yet at this moment, even louder gasps erupted from the stands. Having blocked Yun Feiyang's shot, Yi Yan was now completely off balance and falling downward, but he struggled to raise his head and look. Then he saw a short figure as the ball passed just in front of Wei Ming lift a leg and bring the ball to a stop. Meng Qiu had rested only a moment before continuing his forward run. He appeared on the ball's flight path just in time and stopped it. The next moment, he raised his left foot and sent the ball into the penalty area. 2 of Qingshi Hai's 3 defenders were still on the ground, not yet up. The remaining 1, Yi Yan, had just fallen. Meng Qiu's cross sailed beyond their possible reach. Even if they got up in time, there was no way they could clear the ball. Yun Feiyang, however, had not fallen. Watching the arc of the ball, he surged forward quickly. This cross was urgent and fast, not easy to receive. Yet precisely because of that, it could fly into the box before Qingshi Hai's defenders even got back on their feet. Qingshi Hai's goalkeeper came out. At this moment, only he could protect the goal. He could use his hands, which still gave him an advantage on such high crosses. No matter how high Yun Feiyang jumped, he could not surpass the keeper in that regard. The ball flew into the penalty area. The goalkeeper leaped, intending to punch it away mid-flight. But as he jumped, he realized Meng Qiu's cross was even higher than he had judged. He could only graze the underside of the ball with his fingertips. The ball bounced slightly past over the goalkeeper's head and began to descend. Yun Feiyang threw his entire body forward. Meeting the falling ball, he headed it with great force. Before the despairing eyes of hundreds of Qingshi Hai students, the ball quickly flew into the net. Yi Yan's final effort could not stop the goal. His bicycle kick clearance was just a fraction too late. The ball slammed into the net. After heading the ball, Yun Feiyang fell down, but he stubbornly kept his head up watching the ball. Only after it crossed the line did he let out a relieved breath. He then toppled over, sending grass clippings flying. The next moment, he scrambled up, waved his arms, and charged toward the left side of the box. Meng Qiu spread his arms and looked at him with a grin. Yun Feiyang did not embrace him, though. He rushed over, wrapped his arms around Meng Qiu, and lifted him up entirely. Compared with Yun Feiyang, who stood over 185 meters tall and was as sturdy as a young bull, Meng Qiu looked like a child. After being lifted by Yun Feiyang, Meng Qiu panicked for a moment, then burst into laughter. Then came Liu Yiying, Wei Ming, he fan. All the 2 high players rushed over. This was the equalizer just before the end of the match. An equalizer after trailing by 2 goals. On the sideline, Yi Jiqing and Fang Shuer cheered and hugged each other. Though it was only a friendly, the way 2 high had played made them feel incredibly excited. Coach Wang high-fived the substitutes in celebration. On the home bench, Coach Lin shook his head with some helplessness. To be reversed after leading by 2 goals. Qingshi Hai had never played like this even in the national tournament. But perhaps it was because this was a friendly match. In a formal match, at least with a 2-1 lead and the game almost over, Yi Yan would not have easily joined the attack. Even if there was an opportunity, he would not have done so. It was in a friendly that Yi Yin would act this way. Yi Yin shook his head. Coach Lin was right. It was precisely because it was a friendly that Yi Yin had made such an unorthodox move. What made Yi Yin feel even more helpless was that no. Two High's freshmen had already shown their abilities while the sophomores like Lu Yiyang remained the core. They were indeed a vigorous and promising opponent. And Qingxi High, Yi Yin shook his head again. He was just a player. What he wanted was to play well in his final year at Qingxi High. When the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, sighs echoed from the students of Qingxi High School in the stands. The final score was 2-2. Qingxi High had been held to a draw by No. 2 High School on their home ground. Even though it was only a friendly, and even though No. 2 High had been one of the top 8 in the Dalian division last year, conceding 2 goals in a row after taking a 2-goal lead was still hard for Qingxi High students to accept. After all, they boasted the nation's best defense, yet a newcomer had scored a brace against them. While resentment lingered, they couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder Yun Feiyang had the confidence to turn down Qingxi High's invitation. At the same time, they secretly regretted if Yun Feiyang had come to Qingxi High, how formidable would the team have become. If it had been an official match, we wouldn't have conceded that last goal, Yi Yin remarked coolly as he shook hands with Lu Yiyang. We're still gelling as a team. Lu Yiyang answered with a smile, pointing out a key issue. Qingxi High's players were essentially the same starters from last year, so they could hardly improve much further. As for No. 2 High, with 4 first-year starters now, No. 2 High would inevitably grow stronger with time and team chemistry. Even if this draw owed something to luck for No. 2 High, by the time the Dalian division qualifiers began, how powerful might No. 2 High become? That was why Lu Yiyang was beaming. Ever since he joined the team, No. 2 High had transformed from a pushover into a top 8 side in the Dalian division, and this year's freshman intake had uncovered several gems. Truly a stroke of good fortune. You have 2 outstanding young lads. I hope they grow even stronger in the future. Having stepped off the pitch, Yi Yin had become remarkably amiable. Lu Yiyang was unsurprised. There's still a long way to go before they can fully realize their potential. Yi Yin smiled. How about we talk to your principal about transferring them over? Money wouldn't be an issue. Don't joke about that, Lu Yiyang said, casting him a sidelong glance. After a few more exchanges with Yi Yin, Lu Yiyang turned and walked toward his teammates. All right, let's head back. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow is a full day of training. Yeah. The players from No. 2 High cheered. They had no fear of training. It was almost the end of September, leaving just over a month before the start of the Dalian division qualifiers. Coach Wang had just finished shaking hands with Coach Lin from the opposing side. He walked back laughing and announced, extra dishes at the cafeteria tonight. At that, the No. 2 High players erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. Watching the departing backs of the No. 2 High players, Coach Lin walked over. What did you think of the match? Coach Lin asked. If No. 2 High grows the way they're going, they'll be formidable, Yi Yin said indifferently. But it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. His meaning was clear. This year's No. 2 High was unlikely to become a real threat to Qingxi High. By the time they truly matured, it would probably be next year. And by then, what would it matter to Yi Yin, who would have already graduated? Coach Lin nodded, but a trace of worry lingered in his eyes. Qingxi High had performed well in recent years, not just because of a national championship and a national top 4 finish, but more importantly, because it had nurtured semi-professional players like Yi Yin, Sun Xiangxin, and Yi Xiaoyan. After this year, Yi Yin would most likely go abroad to play football. Although young players rarely command high transfer fees, whichever club signed him would offer Qingxi High substantial compensation, quite generous compared to the school's overall expenses. After all, Qingxi High was a football school, and its goals were to produce players capable of professional competition and to make a profit. Thus, over these 3 years, Coach Lin had focused on one thing: building a system around these 3 players to make them stand out on the field. Once these 3 departed, Qingxi High would likely face a downer. Only with fresh blood flooding in could they continue their glory. To cultivate players like Yi Yin, Qingxi High had paid a heavy price, even sacrificing many young players. That was the harsh reality of professional football. Even Manchester United keeps some young players in their youth academy who clearly won't meet professional standards, simply so the prize talents can have teammates to set them off. Every professional club in the world does the same. To the players of No. 2 High, such a heavy reality seemed irrelevant to them. Because they weren't professionals, they could enjoy football more purely. Drawing against the mighty Qingxi High was something worth celebrating. Back at No. 2 High, the group headed in high spirits to the school cafeteria. The football team's subsidies were indeed the best, at least in terms of meals, which were always quite good, even on weekends. Yun Feiyang, however, was not among those heading to dinner. After getting off the bus, he exchanged a quick greeting with Lu Yiyang and slipped away home. The other football team members weren't surprised by this because Yun Feiyang had never eaten with the team. He rarely joined training, either only participating in full team practices more recently. As the hero of the brace, Yun Feiyang's departure did nothing to dampen the celebratory mood. Meng Qiu's performance had been unremarkable, yet the players all knew that securing a draw after trailing by 2 goals owed less to Yun Feiyang and more to Meng Qiu. He orchestrated the first goal and assisted the second. If there had been statistics to record it, others would have been astonished to discover that he touched the ball 167 times, completed 145 passes with a 100 accuracy rate, covered 9 kilometers, and made 3 interceptions. It was an extraordinary set of numbers. Unfortunately, No. 2 High didn't have a dedicated statistician. Still, his complete involvement in both goals was enough to make everyone take notice of the shortest player on the team. As soon as they started eating, Li Qi loudly proposed a toast to Meng Qiu. Beer, of course. On a weekend, having a bit of beer didn't seem like a big deal even for high school students. Especially for people from the Northeast, there weren't many taboos about drinking. Meng Qiu, however, declined with a smile. I really can't drink. I'd pass out after one sip. You're kidding. Li Qi didn't believe him. But despite his disbelief, he didn't force Meng Qiu to drink. Pressuring someone into drinking was something Li Qi wouldn't do. The dishes were abundant, even more lavish than usual. Though they had all eaten well at noon, the match had drained their energy, so they tucked in with great relish. Meng Qiu was also focused on the food, unaware that someone was watching him. See, he really doesn't touch any pork. Only chicken, beef, and vegetables. Yi Jiqing held a bowl and whispered to Feng Shuer. Oh, so it seems he truly doesn't eat pork. But we can't prepare separate meals for him. Those chicken and beef dishes were stir-fried in the same wok used for pork. Feng Shuer said, a little troubled. What he didn't know was that Meng Qiu was also puzzled at that moment. The resistance he felt was nowhere near as great as he had imagined. Yi Jiqing was more easygoing about it. Witnessing Meng Qiu's excellent performance on the field, Yi Jiqing began to change her impression of this slight small guy who hadn't made a good first impression. Moreover, when she realized that Meng Qiu genuinely didn't eat pork and hadn't deliberately wasted the lunchbox she'd prepared, the tiny resentment in her heart melted away. After dinner, Liu Yang clapped his hands and dismissed the team. He simply announced that training would begin at 9 o'clock the next morning, leaving the players the whole evening to relax and have fun. After all, there were plenty of entertainment options near too high. The players scattered at once, leaving only Yi Jiqing and Feng Shuer, who stayed behind to help the cafeteria staff clean up alongside Liu Yang. You two girls go on back. I can help out here alone, Liu Yang said with a smile. It's no trouble. Sister Shuer and I agreed to go shopping at 8, and there's still over an hour. Yi Jiqing giggled. Shouldn't you be saving your energy for shopping? Liu Yang replied with a chuckle while clearing the dishes. Yi Jiqing and Feng Shuer exchanged a knowing smile. Yi Jiqing said teasingly, it seems you don't understand girls at all, senior. If this keeps up, you won't find a girlfriend in university. Oh, why's that? Liu Yang adjusted his glasses and asked. Girls always have energy for shopping. Yi Jiqing replied. Liu Yang couldn't help but laugh. With help, the dishes were cleared quickly. After saying goodbye to the kitchen staff, Liu Yang left the cafeteria with the two girls. Senior, are you going shopping too? Yi Jiqing asked out of politeness. Liu Yang shook his head. I'm heading back to the dormitory. I have some things to think about. With a wave of his hand, Liu Yang strode toward the dormitories. The boys' dormitory at No. 2 High was close to the gymnasium, and to reach it one had to pass by the gym. The gymnasium lights were on and Meng Qiu was cleaning the gym, his work-study job. Whistling softly, he rinsed the mop clean and let out a satisfied sigh. Now that the gym was clean, he could start training. Outside the door, Liu Yang watched Meng Qiu shooting footballs into the goal, one after another, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What a diligent new student. Meng Qiu had arguably been the best performer today, yet he was still putting in extra practice after dinner. It seemed that in the days ahead, Liu Yang would not only have to figure out how to deploy Yun Feiyong, but also how to make the best use of Meng Qiu. As October arrived, Dalian began to grow cool and crisp. The weather was so agreeable that it made one want to sleep. Meng Qiu felt drowsy at that moment, not only because of the weather, but also because of the classes. Having spent 15 of his 16 years in Bolivia, Meng Qiu's academic level was now barely comparable to that of a Chinese junior high school student. For him, the curriculum at No. 2 High School was somewhat excessively difficult. It basically fell into the category of, I can recognize every single character, but when they are put together, I have no idea what they mean. As a result, he felt sleepy in every class, even English, because his spoken English was exceptionally good. When he dozed off, the teachers did not bother him because they knew this child who had transferred from abroad was essentially an unofficial student. He would most likely not take the college entrance examination, and even if he did, he would not affect the school's advancement rate. Since the teachers paid no attention, the classmates naturally did not either, for this class already had a few exceptions. However, Yi Jiqing, who sat in the same row as Meng Qiu, but in another group, seemed dissatisfied with this. Every time Meng Qiu nodded off, she would cast him a sharp glance, forcing him to rouse himself and look up at the cryptic tome in his hands. After nearly a month at No. 2 High School, Meng Qiu realized that he was certainly not the only bad student in this class. At least the empty seat in the last row had never been occupied, and the teacher ignored it. After class, Meng Qiu could not help asking his deskmate, "Whose is that seat? Why does that person never come to class?" Meng Qiu's deskmate was a bulky boy, yet he consistently performed well academically. Although he was also fond of soccer, it never affected his studies. If Meng Qiu had not been a silent sleeper who never whispered in class, the teacher would probably have moved the chubby Su Bin away to prevent him from being influenced by Meng Qiu. In class, Su Bin was very earnest, but after class he was just as talkative as the class monitor Zhao Rui. "Oh, why did you suddenly think to ask about this today? You've been here for a month and never asked who sits there. Are you that bored today?" Seeing Su Bin bombard him with words, Meng Qiu sighed. "Yeah, when am I ever not bored? Then promise to tutor me in spoken English when you're free, and I'll tell you." Su Bin took advantage of the situation. Yi Jiqing could no longer stand by. Su Bin, don't take advantage of him. Meng Qiu is very busy apart from class time. How could he possibly have time to tutor you in spoken English? Meng Qiu looked at Yi Jiqing with a mix of amusement and helplessness. "Are you helping me or mocking me?" Yi Jiqing giggled, turned away, and said nothing. "Then I'll tell you. That person is..." "What the?" Su Bin stared dumbfounded at the outside of the classroom. Curious Meng Qiu turned to look and saw a sturdy fellow walking into the classroom. Huh? Why is Yun Feiyong here? Meng Qiu asked curiously. This guy is the one who hasn't come to class for a month. Su Bin said helplessly. What a coincidence. He hasn't shown up in a month, yet the moment you ask he shows up. Meng Qiu broke into a light sweat at the coincidence. Oh, Meng Qiu, you're in this class too. Yun Feiyong walked in as if no one else was present and greeted Meng Qiu. Yeah, I've been here for nearly a month, but I haven't seen you once. Meng Qiu replied with a smile. I've been busy training. How could I have time to come? Yun Feiyong waved his hand, sat down in his seat, and said casually. Then why did you come today? Meng Qiu asked curiously. Didn't Miss Yi call me over? She said the captain had something to discuss with me. I have no idea what it's about, Yun Feiyong replied. Then both of them turned their eyes to Yi Jiqing, who was sitting nearby. Caught under Yun Feiyong's gaze, Yi Jiqing seemed at a loss. I don't know either. The captain just told me to let you two find him in the dormitory after school. Yi Jiqing said in a low voice. Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu exchanged a glance, then thanked Yi Jiqing in unison. During the following class, Meng Qiu got a true taste of how Yun Feiyong behaved. From the moment the bell rang, Yun Feiyong was asleep. He fell asleep the instant he laid his head on the desk. The teacher lectured with great enthusiasm at the front, while he slept soundly at the back, completely unmoved. When the bell rang for the end of class, he immediately raised his head, as if he had been pretending to sleep the whole time. I really envy you. With such a strong body you can fall asleep so quickly. Meng Qiu sighed as he walked out of the classroom with the crowd. What? Can't you sleep in class? Yun Feiyong asked while stretching his arms. I have a hard time falling asleep, and once I'm asleep it's hard to wake up. Besides, I really can't sleep on a desk. Meng Qiu gave another sigh. Then you should learn from me. I can eat well and sleep well, which is why I'm in such good shape. Yun Feiyong said smugly, seeming delighted that he had bested Meng Qiu in this regard. Yi Jiqing, walking behind them, watched the tall one and the short one and found it amusing in her heart. These two really were a striking contrast. One tall, one short. One with excellent physical fitness, one with average physical fitness. One was carefree off the field, the other utterly easygoing. One was as passionate as fire on the field, the other as calm as ice. Yet despite being so different and having met only a few times, they appeared completely natural with each other and chatted with remarkable harmony, as if they had known each other for a long time. Some things in this world are truly remarkable. They made their way to the boys' dormitory, only to find that the second-year boys' dormitory was empty. Just as the two were wondering about this, Lu Yiyang's voice came from behind. You're here so early. Probably because our classroom is on the first floor. Meng Qiu replied. Lu Yiyang laughed heartily. With 3 grades on 3 floors, the first-year classroom was on the first floor, so of course they would arrive earlier than Lu Yiyang. Come and have a seat. Lu Yiyang opened the dormitory door and invited Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu inside. Boys' dormitories everywhere are alike, never particularly clean. Meng Qiu naturally didn't mind and casually found a place to sit. Yun Feiyong's expression, however, was somewhat amusing. Yun Feiyong, usually arrogant on the field and carefree off it, now showed a hint of hesitation on his face. He doesn't have a thing about cleanliness, does he? That would be interesting. Meng Qiu noticed all this and laughed inwardly. Lu Yiyang, however, didn't notice it at all. After the two sat down, he pushed up his glasses. These past few days I've been thinking about your positions. Yun Feiyong, you'll remain the center forward, that won't change. No one on our team is more suited to that position than you. But the center forward is still part of the team's overall structure. Changes in other people's positions will affect you too. Hearing this, Yun Feiyong nodded. He knew he was here to listen. So is Lu Yiyang going to address Meng Qiu's problem today? Meng Qiu, I have to say I initially placed you as left back out of consideration for the team's current situation. After all, we don't have a reliable left back. Lu Yiyang turned to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu nodded. He had known this for a long time. You've performed very well as left back. There's no doubt about that. However, this position is somewhat a waste of your abilities. In this warm-up match, you've fully displayed your organizational and passing abilities in attack. If you stay only as a full back, your offensive skills will be largely wasted. No. Tu High School is not a powerhouse team. We cannot afford to waste your attacking ability. Senior, do you mean to move me to midfield? But then won't we have no one for left back? Meng Qiu asked in confusion. That's right, and this is what troubles me most. Whether the back line stays stable will determine whether our defense remains solid. Especially on the left flank, the combination of Meng Qiu and Wei Ming is bound to be an outstanding wing on both offense and defense. It would be our most important line. If we break it up rashly, problems may arise. Lu Yiyang replied. This problem is indeed not easy to solve. Yun Feiyong also furrowed his brow. He understood that the left flank partnership between Wei Ming and Meng Qiu had been practiced by Tu High School all along, and their passes were a great help to him. Breaking them up would be a pity. Yet if they kept things as they were with Meng Qiu permanently at left back, it would greatly waste his attacking ability. Although the attacking full back is an increasingly important tactic in modern football, an excellent offensive full back basically plays a role similar to a winger, focusing more on attack and leaving the space behind to others to cover. Meng Qiu's attacking characteristics are different from those of a full back. A full back requires the ability to sprint quickly, a strong physique, and excellent crossing and forward runs. What Meng Qiu has displayed, however, is the attacking ability of an attacking midfielder. He needs more possession and passing to orchestrate play, and his position needs to be closer to the middle for him to be effective. If Meng Qiu is confined to the flank, even if his position is pushed forward, his attacking ability would still be wasted. So I thought of a solution. When attacking, Wei Ming pushes forward to play as a winger, while Meng Qiu plays in midfield. When the opponent counterattacks, Li Qi Gao Meng, and I can all cover for Meng Qiu. In positional defense, Meng Qiu continues as left back. This way we can make better use of Meng Qiu's attacking and organizational abilities. Lu Yiyang said. So when attacking, Meng Qiu is the organizing midfielder, and when defending, he goes back to left back. Yun Feiyong asked. Lu Yiyang nodded. This will cause confusion for the player. Yun Feiyong replied. A player has his own familiar and habitual zones on the field. The more familiar he is with them, the better he performs. Switching back and forth like this, can Meng Qiu really adapt? I can give it a try, Meng Qiu replied simply. That's what I think too. We'll try first and see if it doesn't work, we can talk later. Lu Yiyang smiled. Besides, even if it doesn't work out, there's no real losses there. This requires a lot of running. Can you keep up? Yun Feiyong asked doubtfully. I'm okay with that, Meng Qiu said with a smile. During the match I watched Meng Qiu. He can really run. He was almost constantly in motion. That's the only reason I suggested this approach, Lu Yiyang said. Meng Qiu, if you're just going to doze off in class anyway, why not train with me from now on? Yun Feiyong thought for a long while, then spoke, as if he had made up his mind. Train with you? Meng Qiu was taken aback. Yeah, my family has a training room full of exercise equipment. It's really good. If I didn't go to class, what do you think I'd be doing? Yun Feiyong said it, as if it were only natural. You're skipping classes is specially approved by the school. Lu Yiyang said helplessly, then shook his head. Forget it. Judging by the look of Meng Qiu, he doesn't seem interested in preparing for the college entrance exam anyway. If you're willing, Meng Qiu, I'll file a report with the school. Can you get it approved? Meng Qiu asked with great interest. He really had no interest in classes. Compared with high school students at home, he had fallen too far behind in his fundamentals, and what he had studied in Bolivia could hardly connect with the domestic curriculum at all. It will probably be quite difficult since No. 2 high school has always been academically strong and has to think about its college admission rates. But the football team is highly valued by the school right now, so there should be a decent chance of getting the request approved, Lu Yiyang said cautiously. His caution naturally came from knowing what the school administrators thought. In the past, not to mention filing a request for Meng Qiu. Even Yun Feiyong would have been expelled long ago for skipping class. It was only in the past few years, as the school had begun to value the football team's results, that Yun Feiyong was recruited under a special admissions policy. In earlier times, with his high school entrance exam scores, he would never have had a chance to attend No. 2 high school. What Lu Yiyang hadn't expected was that the request he filed for Meng Qiu was approved with surprising ease. It was too easy. I filed the request yesterday, and it went through today. Even when he saw Meng Qiu again, Lu Yiyang still looked somewhat incredulous. Yun Feiyong came to school today too. He yawned. All right, Meng Qiu doesn't have to go to class anymore, right? Come with me. I'm going to train you properly and make your physical condition even better. You're not trying to sell me off, are you? Meng Qiu looked at Yun Feiyong cautiously. I hear China has a lot of human traffickers. A teenage boy like you. Nobody would bother trafficking you. Besides, with how skinny you are, even if someone sold you to a coal mine, you wouldn't be worth much. Yun Feiyong said with a smile. Remember to come for the joint training at noon and in the afternoon. Be sure to come for the team practice at noon and in the afternoon. Lu Yiyang called out to Meng Qiu, who was being pulled away by Yun Feiyong. Watching the number of empty seats in the classroom go from 1 to 2, Yi Jiqing couldn't help but sigh. Su Bin, on the other hand, looked at the 2 empty seats with some envy, then resigned himself to continuing his hard study of his English textbook. Yun Feiyong had already been a fairly well-known player since junior high, and in the future, he would most likely follow the path of those celebrated names in Dalian high school football circles and step onto the professional stage. Whether he studied or not naturally made no difference. As for Meng Qiu, though he might not necessarily become a real professional player with his fluent spoken English and Spanish, even without a diploma, he would have no trouble finding work as a translator. He still had to study hard. Sigh. While Su Bin was sighing, Meng Qiu was looking around in amazement. After Yun Feiyong led him out of the school gate, he pulled Meng Qiu into a car. Meng Qiu's family circumstances were actually not poor. His parents had been doing business overseas for years and had built up a modest fortune. Still, Meng Qiu had been raised fairly frugally, otherwise his parents wouldn't have made him earn his own lodging money through part-time work. At the very least, he had never owned a car in his life, and when he went to the team in Bolivia, he always took the bus by himself. And even though he hadn't seen many cars, he could tell this was a very, very expensive car. Because it was different from ordinary cars, the body was very long. It was a stretch limousine. Such a car was generally far from cheap, and it looked very imposing at first glance. A stretch car at home, a private driver. Yun Feiyong's family background seemed rather extraordinary. Is your family very rich? Meng Qiu looked around inside the car before asking. Not bad, I guess. Yun Feiyong shrugged. They didn't drive for long. After only a little over 10 minutes, the car stopped. Yun Feiyong pushed open the door, got out, exchanged a few words with the driver, and then called out to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu shook his head. What appeared before him was a row of single-story buildings. The site occupied a large area. Although No. 2 High School as a school was located outside Dalian's downtown area, and close to the suburbs in an international city like Dalian, even suburban land prices were not cheap. And this row of single-story buildings covered a very large area. At a rough glance, it was about as big as the No. 2 High School training hall. Is this where you train? Meng Qiu asked. Yeah. Yun Feiyong nodded. There's a small dining hall, 1 nutritionist, 4 physical training coaches, and 2 technical coaches here. It's where I train my physical fitness and technique. Quite a luxury, Meng Qiu said. When Yun Feiyong pushed open the main door, Meng Qiu, who had been relatively calm all along, was genuinely astonished for a moment. A dazzling array of training equipment was neatly arranged in the spacious training hall. Some of it was familiar to Meng Qiu, and much of it he had never seen before. This model just came out in Germany last month. How do you have this here too? Meng Qiu touched the equipment in front of him and asked in surprise. This time, it was Yun Feiyong's turn to be surprised. Huh, you actually know about this? Yeah, I've always kept an eye on training equipment from Europe, Meng Qiu answered. Well, the equipment I have here basically stays in sync with Europe. Whatever new training gear or training methods come out over there, it arrives here within a month at the latest, Yun Feiyong replied. Using all this just to train one person is a waste, Meng Qiu said with a sigh of admiration as he looked around. What can I do? They all have to go to class. Yun Feiyong shrugged. And even after class, I can't have that many teammates come here to train since I don't have a pitch here. Meng Qiu nodded. That was true. No matter how large a training hall was, it couldn't hold an entire team for training. That required a full training base. Also, don't eat at the school anymore. It's not that the food isn't good, but it doesn't fit the profile of a professional player. If you'd like, you can have your lunch and dinner here from now on. I eat here anyway, Yun Feiyong continued. No wonder you didn't eat the box lunch Yi Jiqing prepared that day, Meng Qiu said with a smile. And you didn't eat the braised pork in that box lunch either, did you? Yun Feiyong laughed. Meng Qiu shrugged. The reason he didn't eat pork wasn't anything else. It was because pork had too much fat. Plenty of vegetables, fish, chicken, and beef. That was a professional player's diet, and it had to be low in salt. That didn't really suit Chinese taste, so during this period Meng Qiu had actually not been eating very comfortably in the school cafeteria. When he was in Bolivia, the strongest club wasn't exactly a well-known club across South America, but it was still a professional club. Meng Qiu had always followed a professional player's diet. Now Yun Feiyong's invitation solved a big problem for him. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll leave my meal expenses to you from now on, Meng Qiu said as if it were only natural. Yun Feiyong was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. And what about the training equipment costs? Well, I'll pay you back after I earn some money. Right now the little income one make from working part-time at school is only enough for my lodging and meals. Meng Qiu answered honestly. Yun Feiyong laughed heartily. After that day's training, Yun Feiyong left school but didn't go straight home. He went to his training room. How did Meng Qiu's physical test go today? Can you put together a training plan for him quickly? Yun Feiyong asked a sturdy, well-built man. Young boss, this classmate of yours is in excellent physical condition, the man replied. Oh. Yun Feiyong was intrigued. This man was an outstanding physical training coach. With his abilities, he would have had no problem working as a fitness coach for a domestic club. That he had become Yun Feiyong's personal coach was partly because Yun Feiyong's father paid a very high salary, but also because the physical qualities Yun Feiyong had shown made the coach admire him. That was what had made him stay. For such a top-level physical trainer to give such high praise to Meng Qiu, who looked so thin and frail, made Yun Feiyong all the more interested. His heart and lung function is excellent. Although he looks thin, his cardiorespiratory system is extraordinarily strong. It's obvious that he has had consistently good training conditions. Otherwise, given the physique he shows, he couldn't possibly have such a sound body. His weight isn't high, but he's compact and solid. He has almost no excess fat and a good amount of muscle. He isn't as frail as he looks, the middle-aged man answered. No wonder he can run so much on the field. But why does he try so hard to avoid physical contact with others? Yun Feiyong asked, somewhat puzzled. It's probably to save energy. After all, given his frame, no matter how good his physical condition is, there are natural limitations. But for a footballer, being not so tall has its advantages too. A lower center of gravity naturally makes you more agile, and shorter players often have greater endurance. The middle-aged man smiled. Also, when we were working out the training plan, he offered a lot of sound suggestions. Are you sure he's just an ordinary student? He looks more like a player who has been trained professionally since childhood. Yun Feiyong smiled. Looks like this kid really is a pleasant surprise. Regarding Meng Qiu's physical condition, Yun Feiyong kept it to himself, revealing it to no one. The only change this brought was that Yun Feiyong began to pay closer attention to Meng Qiu's performance during matches. For Yun Feiyong, if he wished to excel in the national championship, his teammates would also need to be sufficiently formidable. He chose the second high school not only because it was a non-football school team, but also because the squad contained outstanding players such as Lu Yang, Gao Meng Wei Ming, and Lin Bing. No matter how proud he was, he never believed he could lead the team to victory single-handedly. No matter how skilled a player might be, he could not defeat 11 opponents alone. Having excellent teammates naturally delighted him, and Meng Qiu was unquestionably a pleasant surprise. That surprise also spread to the other players. During subsequent training sessions, the second high school continuously worked on a new tactic, defend, as usual, but when attacking, make Meng Qiu the focal point, letting him orchestrate the offense, and ultimately deliver the ball to Yun Feiyong to finish. Under such conditions, Meng Qiu's playmaking, Lu Yang's midfield direction, Wei Ming's pace, and Yun Feiyong's scoring prowess could all be maximized. To achieve such an effect, Meng Qiu's performance was of paramount importance. The burden on his shoulders was also immense. When defending, he had to participate as part of the defensive line. When attacking, he had to coordinate the entire team. Such tasks would naturally be exhausting. Even someone as steady as Meng Qiu experienced various maladjustments at the very beginning of training. unable to organize attacks in time when going forward and unable to track back in time when defending. Initially, Meng Qiu's performance seemed clumsy for the first time, but the second high school's strength lay in patience. Moreover, Liu Yiyang's prestige in the team was unparalleled. Since he had proposed the plan, it would be implemented with utmost thoroughness. The players of the second high school began to train rigorously without a hint of complaint. It was not for any utilitarian motive, but merely to make an appearance at the national championship, allowing fans across the nation who followed the tournament to witness their flair. They started to cooperate wholeheartedly with Meng Qiu's play. For Meng Qiu, what he had to do was far more than what his teammates had to do. His teammates only needed to coordinate with one person, Meng Qiu, while Meng Qiu had to try to coordinate with all his teammates. The difference between knowing one teammate and knowing an entire team was immense. Liu Yiyang and the others were fully aware of this. They simply hoped that through such training Meng Qiu and the rest of the team could become more familiar with each other and better understand the tactic. Then as time went on, that understanding would be built up bit by bit. Yet Meng Qiu gave them a genuine surprise. Half a month later, in training matches, the second high school players discovered that their new tactic had already begun to take shape. When defending, Meng Qiu dutifully held the left flank. When the attack unfolded, he would sprint forward, and as he advanced, Li Qi or Gao Meng would swiftly cover behind him. When Meng Qiu arrived in midfield, the ball would be delivered to his feet immediately, and the attack would be completed through his organization. Meng Qiu barely participated in quick breaks. However, if the ball happened to be at his feet, when a fast break unfolded, he would instantly launch a long pass, accurately locating Wei Ming in the front, allowing Wei Ming and Yun Feiyang to jointly execute the counterattack. Remarkably, the direct long pass from the back to Wei Ming had an alarmingly high success rate when initiated by Meng Qiu. In internal scrimmages, 6 or 7 out of 10 such attacks would succeed. It seems you're still more familiar with Wei Ming, Liu Yiyang once said to Meng Qiu with a smile. Meng Qiu smiled. That was beyond doubt. Since his first day on the team, he had been working in tandem with Wei Ming, so he knew Wei Ming's running routes, speed, and habits better than anyone, and naturally, they could combine even more effectively. In counterattacks, Meng Qiu's immediate long pass after receiving the ball can become one of our trump cards, Liu Yiyang announced to everyone. The second high school team members nodded one after another, and Meng Qiu gained yet another responsibility. After a successful defensive stop in the back, the first option was to find Meng Qiu, who would then decide, based on the situation, whether to build up play patiently or launch an immediate long pass for a counterattack. Liu Yiyang had not thought too deeply. He simply wanted Meng Qiu to further exploit the abilities he had displayed. Yet this approach unwittingly led everyone to regard Meng Qiu as the core of the entire team. Everyone still thought to themselves, our core is Yun Feiyang, our core is Liu Yiyang. But when the match truly started on the field, their core had unconsciously become Meng Qiu. This would be a low-profile core. For the football team members who buried themselves in books during class and sweated on the training ground after class, 1 month passed very quickly. During this period, the second high school arranged no more friendly matches. Instead, they only played internal scrimmages, and the starting lineup gradually came to the surface. The same as the starting 11 from the friendly against Chengxi High School, the second high school's first team displayed tremendous strength in subsequent training. This was also enough to testify to Liu Yiyang's excellent judgment. Goalkeeper Lin Bing, defenders Meng Qiu, Gao Meng, Han Ming, Li Leming, midfielders Li Qi, He Fan, Wei Ming, Liu Yiyang, forwards Yun Feiyang, Zhao Rui. Within this lineup were 4 freshmen and 7 sophomores, meaning the second high school's transition to a new generation was ahead of every other team. Compared to this starting lineup, the other members of the second high school squad all had their own shortcomings, but they were still decent substitutes. For instance, Zhao Qingji, a freshman, whom Liu Yiyang had previously considered the starting left back before Meng Qiu came, was a fairly steady fullback, though, without the balanced abilities that Meng Qiu displayed. Liu Yiyang even pondered the possibility of fielding him at left back and fixing Meng Qiu in midfield. This would become a crucial piece in the second high school's tactical adjustments. Even more gratifying for Liu Yiyang was that the incoming freshmen this year were overall better than last year's. Many of them lacked only experience and capability, they already had what it took to replace some of the veteran players. If they continued this way, by next year the second high school's strength would not decline much. Li Qi, Han Ming, Meng Qiu, and Yun Feiyang would become the new for heavenly kings of the second high school. Now Liu Yiyang began to anticipate the qualifiers. As one of last year's top 8 teams, the second high school would enjoy a favorable draw. At least they would not meet the other 7 quarter-finalists in the preliminary stage. However, the Dalian division gathered numerous powerhouses. There were 13 football schools alone. Besides the 7 football school teams among the top 8, there were another 6 football school teams, any of which could become stumbling blocks for the second high school in the group stage. If they were not well prepared and got eliminated in the group stage despite being stronger than last year, it would surely become a huge joke. Thinking of this, Liu Yiyang felt a chill of lingering fear. Had it not been for Meng Qiu's outstanding performance in that friendly, when the second high school came back from a 2-goal deficit to equalize against Chengxi High School, the morale within the team would not be as good as it now was. Had they suffered a heavy defeat, then his subsequent drive for training would probably not have gone so smoothly. After all, he was only a captain, not a teacher or a member of the school's staff. His prestige derived solely from the field. For a non-football school like the second high school, newly joined players needed long-term adaptation, and this adjustment period was of critical importance. Unlike those football schools which had their own systems, and whose newcomers could quickly integrate into the team, the preparation time for a non-football school team was naturally much shorter. That was their advantage. In discipline and continuity, football schools inevitably held the upper hand. Now the 13 football school teams in the Dalian division had armed themselves to the teeth preparing for the upcoming knockout rounds. After all, the high school league had developed remarkably in recent years, drawing considerable attention. For football school students, it was likewise a way to attract the notice of professional teams. If one delivered an outstanding performance in the high school league, one might even achieve meteoric success, win the favor of a professional club, and become a true professional player. This was not rare. Apart from Yi Yin, who had been scouted by an overseas team, several players with excellent performances in last year's National League were immediately signed by domestic professional clubs and became genuine professional footballers. Although those professional clubs were not top tier, mostly from the China League 1 and China League 2, for a football school member entering a professional club was itself a giant leap. Strictly speaking, only reaching the national championship would create such opportunities, yet the Dalian division, which had performed best in the national championship, attracted attention much earlier. Even players from non-football schools, if they showed anything attractive enough, might use this as a springboard into a professional club. Such an allure made all the high school team members in Dalian intensely crave the coming matches. Even if they were not spotted by professional clubs, simply being idolized by students at school would greatly satisfy these youths' vanity and give them ample passion to approach these competitions. I wonder which group will be drawn into this time. No matter what group it is, will definitely make it to the quarterfinals and then to next summer's national championship. Conversations like this often appeared within every school team. The Dalian division and the national championship, they were the stage for their dreams. The captain has gone to the group draw ceremony. How impressive. Of course, only the captain and the head coach are allowed to attend. Do you want to go too? Of course I want to go. The captains of all the strong teams will be there. Apart from Yi Yin, I've never seen those captains up close. I never thought you were such a fanboy, Han Ming. If we ever run into those strong teams, you won't go easy on them as center back, will you? Don't underestimate me. Paying tribute to my idols means defeating them on the field. That's a young man's dream. Han Ming, with that look of yours, people on the street might call you uncle. Li Qi, do you think you look that young? Only Meng Qiu would be mistaken for a teenager. Meng Qiu, sitting in the corner, raised his head helplessly. How did you drag me into this? Haha, Meng Qiu, how have you been training over at Yun Feiyang's place lately? It's great. They're all excellent equipment for physical training. Meng Qiu nodded. Could we go and try it too? Li Qi asked. Li Qi asked with a hint of envy. Yun Feiyang shrugged. It's because Meng Qiu has such outstanding physical fitness that he can stick with that kind of training plan. Do you guys want to try it too? After saying that, Yun Feiyang rattled off the training plan his personal trainer had designed for Meng Qiu: jogging, steady runs, sprints, interval runs, speed, strength training, strength, endurance training, neck exercises, core work, barbells, dumbbells. Hearing such a varied yet extremely demanding training plan, all the players of No. 2 High School turned somewhat pale. I think I'd better not go. The school's training hall suits me just fine. Li Qi waved his hands hurriedly. He was the most physically gifted and well-built among the new students, with even Han Ming unable to match his running ability. Even he turned pale hearing the training plan, let alone the others. Even Gao Meng, who had previously been the most powerfully built, looked utterly dumbfounded after hearing it. I was born with a sturdy build and Meng Qiu has outstanding endurance, which is why we arranged such a demanding physical training plan. Unfortunately, my personal trainer only has so much energy and can only customize plans for me and Meng Qiu. Otherwise, all of you could try it too. Yun Feiyang said after thinking for a moment. I heard the school is planning to invest more in the football team. Perhaps they'll also purchase a batch of good training equipment and hire professional coaches to train us. Lin Bing smiled. As the team's starting goalkeeper and a veteran player, he knew a bit more about things. At the end of the day, we need to perform well. Only then will the school value our football team and invest even more. Gao Ming concluded. Then let's perform well. Maybe we second-year students won't get to use it, but it will do good for you and the underclassmen coming after. Wei Ming smiled. With the 3 Heavenly Kings all having spoken, the other members of the school team raised their fists and shouted that they would give the upcoming Dalian division opponents a real show. However, such high-spirited enthusiasm began to fade after Lu Yiyang and Coach Wang returned. The preliminary rounds in the Dalian division were relatively relaxed. After all, with so many teams in the Dalian division, the organizing committee's aim was to give more teams more matches. Naturally, they would not use a single elimination format in the preliminaries. At the very beginning, the Dalian division also used a single elimination format. But in that case, many teams would pack up and go home after just one match. If this went on for long, it would dampen all schools' enthusiasm for participating in high school competitions. So starting last year, the preliminaries adopted a group format. Throughout November and the first half of December, the preliminary matches took place. Teams in the Dalian division were divided into 8 groups of 7 teams each. Each group played a round-robin 1 match per week for a total of 6 rounds. The team with the highest points advanced. In this way, although only 1 team from each group could advance, every team at least got 6 matches, which was a fairly good opportunity for training. Apart from last year's top 8 who were seeded and would not be placed in the same group, all other school teams were mixed together in the draw. Dalian has 13 football schools. That meant theoretically No. 2 High School could be grouped together with the other 6 football schools, landing in a true group of death. Boss, what's wrong? You look terrible. Don't tell me we've been put in the same group as 6 other football schools. Seeing Lu Yiyang, Wei Ming shouted. No. 2 high schools' draw this time was not that exaggerated, but it was hardly any better. Tengfei Football School. Xinya Football School. Even the composed Gao Ming couldn't help exclaiming in surprise when he saw the grouping sheet Lu Yiyang handed over. Tengfei and Xinya, 2 football schools. Although with 6 football schools and 8 groups the probability of each group drawing 1 football school was quite high, it was still quite unlucky for No. 2 high school to be grouped with 2 football schools. More importantly, one was Tengfei Football School. Before last year this football school had been a regular in the top 8. The Dalian division had been held for 3 editions so far. In the first 2, Tengfei Football School was a regular in the top 8, and one year, they even reached the final, losing only after extra time to the then-champion Yunbei High School. The year before last they lost in the quarterfinals to the eventual champion Qingxi High School, defeated by the Emperor Yi Yan. In other words, if it weren't for last year calling Tengfei Football School the 3rd strongest in the Dalian division would hardly be an exaggeration. And last year the reason Tengfei Football School failed to make the top 8 was that they lost to the suddenly rising No. 2 high school in the group stage. In that year's group stage No. 2 high school faced Tengfei in the final round. In the first 5 rounds No. 2 had won narrowly almost every time by 1-0, while Tengfei had won in overwhelming fashion. Everyone believed it was a foregone conclusion that Tengfei would beat No. 2 and advance to the top 8. After all, even a draw would have been enough for Tengfei to qualify on goal difference. In that match, however, No. 2 high school, led by Lu Yiyang, played a game of exceptionally high caliber. The 4 Heavenly Kings made their mark. Lu Yiyang controlled the midfield, Gao Ming continuously cleared the danger, Lin Bing made outstanding saves, and Wei Ming scored the decisive goal with a lightning-fast counterattack. In the 6th round No. 2 high school defeated Tengfei and advanced to the top 8, stunning the entire Dalian football circle. From that day on, the fame of No. 2 high school's 4 Heavenly Kings began to resound throughout Dalian high school football. Actually, we were a bit fortunate to win that match. Their top striker Li, who nicknamed the Tiger, was unable to play because of accumulated yellow cards in earlier matches, which greatly weakened Tengfei's attacking power. Only then did we have the chance to hold off their offense and score on the counter. This year Li, who is a senior, this is his last chance to compete for the national tournament. As one of the best forwards in the Dalian division, he has never played in the national tournament. He will certainly do everything he can to make up for that regret. Lu Yiyang said. Actually, it's fine. Although Tengfei's overall strength is outstanding, unless they have some remarkable new players join, they may not necessarily be our match. And Xinya Football School is near the bottom among Dalian's football schools. We have the ability to beat last year's Tengfei, and even more so this year's Xinya. Gao Ming replied. As for the other 4 teams, they have neither history nor star players. No. 6 high school and No. 8 high school have been bottom feeders in previous years, so they'll probably just show up for the experience. Maya, a private high school, was founded less than 10 years ago, and has even less heritage. As for Huikai Secondary Vocational School, those students have decent physical fitness, so maybe they could surprise us. Our real greatest opponent is still Tengfei. Lin Bing analyzed. Exactly. Although our group isn't ideal, our goal is to reach the national tournament. Our focus is on next year's top 8 clash, when we will face the best high school teams in Dalian and even the whole country. This group is both a test and a touchstone for us. Defeating them and advancing is the only way to prove that we have the strength to challenge for the national tournament. Lu Yiyang waved his fist and shouted. That's right, we're going to challenge for the national championship. Such a group cannot stop us. Yun Feiyong also waved his fist and shouted. An awkward silence fell. Everyone looked at Yun Feiyong a bit awkwardly. Reaching the national tournament was already an amazing goal, but the national championship. I just got up and haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Yeah, if we're going to take one, let's take the national championship. Meng Qiu also waved his fist and shouted. Everyone stared at these 2 incredibly confident newcomers at a loss for words. While having ambition is certainly a good thing, but we still need to start from the ground up. Lu Yiyang coughed and said. Just then Wei Ming, who was looking at the group assignments, suddenly burst into loud laughter. What's wrong? Did you get electrocuted? Gao Ming asked curiously. Yangwang Football School, one of last year's top 4 this time, their group is just absolutely ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Wei Ming laughed so hard that his hands trembled wildly. Let me see, let me see, let me see. A crowd immediately scrambled to look, and those who had seen it all burst into laughter at the same time. Being grouped with 2 football schools already meant No. 2 high school had pretty bad luck, but compared with Yangwang Football School. Aside from Yangwang itself, their group contained a full 3 other football schools. In other words, 4 of the 7 teams in this group were football schools. With half of the 6 unseeded football schools placed in the same group as Yangwang, that was indeed an extremely rotten stroke of luck. So we've been drawn into the same group as No. 2 high school. Excellent. Last year they managed to beat us while I wasn't around. Lu Yiyang, this is a score I intend to settle with you properly this year. A player of unassuming height but a sturdy build gripped the paper in his hand and let out a chilly laugh. Senior Li, who will our greatest rival be? No. 2 high school. Xinya is a football school though. A student nearby, considerably taller, yet noticeably slenderer, posed the question. Wangzhong, let me tell you this, although Xinya is a football school, their overall strength may not match that of No. 2 high school. No. 2 will be our biggest rival in the group. Our first match is against Xinya and the second against No. 2. You and I will pair up. We'll take down Xinya first to let No. 2 know our strength, and then we'll defeat No. 2 and show everyone that this year Tingfei is bound for the national tournament. Li Hu said coldly with that daunting gleam in his eyes. He truly resembled a fierce tiger. The young student who bore a somewhat enigmatic air nodded in a matter-of-fact manner. When I combine forces with you, senior, there's no one who can deal with us. Of course, if I am the fierce tiger, then you are Tengfei's demon blade. Tengfei has always had a tradition of producing outstanding strikers. This year we join forces and make a journey to the national tournament. Next year, the one who leads Tengfei High School to challenge for the national championship will be you. Li Hu clapped Wang Zhong on the shoulder and declared in a booming voice. Good. The voice, gentle to the point of seeming unreal, sounded once more as the young Wang Zhong nodded in reply. After the group draw was announced, the entire Dalian High School football circle began to stir. There was less than a week left before the first match of the qualifiers. Although high school students generally have demanding academic schedules at this point in the first semester, the pressure was not especially heavy. Apart from the senior students, virtually every Dalian student with an interest in football had their attention fixed on the upcoming Dalian qualifiers. Besides cheering for their own school teams, they also supported the traditional powerhouses. The kingly Yunbei Chengxi, led by Emperor Yiyan Tengfei, making a comeback, and No. 2 High School, whose success last year had surprised everyone. All of these had become hot topics of discussion. The back-and-forth rivalry between Yunbei and Chengxi over the past 2 years had always been the most compelling storyline in the Dalian division. In the first Dalian division tournament, Yunbei High School advanced to the final with overwhelming dominance, sweeping aside all opposition. They then narrowly defeated Tengfei High School, and capitalizing on that momentum, went on to claim the national championship. The following year, Emperor Yiyan moved from the junior division of Chengxi Football School to the senior high division, beginning his legend. Leading Chengxi High School, which had only reached the quarterfinals the previous year, Yiyan marched his team all the way to the final. Tengfei High School also fell at their feet, failing even to reach the semifinals. In the final, during a tightly contested stalemate, Yiyan's forward surge and long-range strike secured the crucial goal, helping Chengxi High School capture the Dalian championship. The Royal Yunbei came crashing down, having claimed the Dalian title. Chengxi High School, just like Yunbei High School the year before, ultimately swept past all formidable opponents and won the national championship. The name Emperor Yiyan rose to prominence throughout the Chinese high school football world. In the third year last year, Yunbei High School made a comeback. Lu Hao, the midfield prodigy who was in the same year as Yiyan and had been a freshman, then fully matured. In the quarterfinals, they controlled the midfield and defeated the surging No. 2 High School. In the Dalian division final, Yunbei's defensive line completely neutralized Chengxi's counterattacks, while Lu Hao, commanding the midfield, orchestrated the entire team to besiege the Chengxi backline, led by Yiyan, eventually scoring a goal of vital importance. They then went on to win the national championship, defending the honor of the Dalian division. In the mere 3-year history of the National High School League, every magnificent scene had centered on the Dalian division. This division is a group of death, yet it is also the most thrilling division. While other divisions only attract widespread attention, when the final knockout stage begins, the Dalian division draws numerous scouts from the domestic football circle from the very start of the qualifiers, coming to observe and discover talents. The tradition of Chinese football has always been Guangdong in the south, Liaoning in the north. After the professional league era began, the rate at which young players matured in Guangdong in the south, especially in the heartland of Meixian, began to decline. However, Liaoning in the north still boasts countless outstanding young players with promising talents emerging in wave after wave. The holy land for young Chinese footballers is Liaoning in the north, and the football city of Liaoning is Dalian. As the only division among the national 10 major divisions named after a single city, it fully attests to the status of the Dalian division. Now the curtain of this division's football feast is gradually rising. Tomorrow the Dalian qualifiers will begin, and our No. 2 High School is about to set out. We hope you can bring honor to No. 2 High School and surpass last year's results. Of course, don't feel any pressure. We are not a football school, but as long as you display your characteristic style and your true level, and let the more than 3,000 students of our school feel proud of you, that will be wonderful. The day before the qualifiers, at a school-wide assembly of No. 2 High School, all 23 members of the school team stood on the platform displayed like pandas. The principal delivered an impassioned speech, and the students below responded with enthusiastic applause, sending off the school team heroes as if they were heading out to win glory for their country. Afterwards, several skilled writers from the school magazine came to the team to conduct interviews. Naturally, the 4 heavenly kings were indispensable, and the fabled best newcomer Yun Feiyong was also cornered and besieged. Tisk, they should have interviewed you. Anyone who watched the match would know how crucial you were in that warm-up draw against Chengxi High School. Li Qi felt indignant on behalf of his good friend. No, I wouldn't accept an interview anyway. I imagine Yun Feiyong is having a headache right about now. Meng Qiu had just finished speaking with a smile when he saw Yun Feiyong barging into his dormitory with a dejected look. Yo, the big star has arrived. Li Qi rose to greet him. I heard the reporter who interviewed you was the beautiful journalist from our school magazine. Why didn't you chat a bit more with her? Talk about what? All she did was call me the best newcomer. She doesn't even know what offside is, Yun Feiyong complained. Well, she's a girl. Not knowing offside is perfectly normal. As long as she's pretty, that's enough. Li Qi said with an extremely sly grin. I only love football, Yun Feiyong replied. Our team has two managers, both of whom are beautiful and know football inside out, Li Qi said with an exaggeratedly serious expression. I'll tell them what you said, Yun Feiyong shot back, glancing at Li Qi. Don't. Li Qi was taken aback. What if they hold a grudge and put laxatives in my water? No. Two high school strength would drop by a huge margin. By the way, where are we playing tomorrow? Meng Qiu asked. Oh, it's at the Tungfei Middle School field. There are 3 matches in total, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. In the morning, Tungfei plays Xinya. In the afternoon, we play Maya No. 6 plays No. 8, and Huikai has a bye. Han Ming, who had been reading, looked up and said. Then Huikai will have watched all our games first, putting us at a disadvantage. Meng Qiu thought for a moment, then spoke. Hey, Huikai is hardly a football school. The most important thing for us is still the second round match against Tungfei. If we lose that one, we'll be in real danger. After all, only one team from each group can advance. Li Qi replied. Whoever it is, we will defeat them all, Yun Feiyong said with a snort. To reach the national tournament, naturally, we must defeat every team. Although the group stage is a round robin, it basically amounts to single elimination because only the group winners advance. Against amateur teams, football schools almost never lose. It's only a matter of how many goals they score. Han Ming said thoughtfully. Leave the goals to me, defense is up to you guys, said Yun Feiyong. That's right. Our seniors won't be playing in competitions next year. At most, they'll spar against us in internal training matches. Come next year, the 4 Heavenly Kings of No. 2 High School will be the 4 of us, Li Qi said, waving his fist. Meng Qiu chuckled. When put that way, it was rather interesting. No. 2 High School had transformed from a pushover into a well-known team in the Dalian division, all thanks to the 4 Heavenly Kings led by Liu Yiyang. And this year there were also 4 newcomers who could directly enter the starting lineup. A center back, a midfielder, a forward, plus Meng Qiu, who was hard to define in terms of position. This was also a central spine that could support an entire team. From that perspective, No. 2 High School was indeed fortunate. 2 cohorts each had 4 talented players, and the positions of these 8 players did not clash much. A goalkeeper, 2 center backs, a defensive midfielder, a playmaker, a winger, a powerful center forward, plus Meng Qiu, an odd genius who could play both fullback and midfield, supported by several hard-working veteran players. Such a configuration came close to the ideal makeup of a complete team. Everyone in professional football circles knows that a perfect team does not necessarily consist of 11 superstars. 1 core, 3 or 4 key players, 2 or 3 surprise performers, and 3 or 4 reliable workhorses and supporting roles. This combination is, relatively speaking, the most perfect. Even the greatest teams in the world are like this. The current No. 2 High School was of course far from perfect. Nevertheless, in terms of configuration, it was quite good. At least the team atmosphere was excellent. No one clashed with one another, and even the seemingly unruly Yun Feiyong did not arouse jealousy among his teammates. Because within No. 2 High School, there were seasoned and steady veteran players who were willing to give the newcomers naturally had little to complain about. A team like this is one with a bright future. The next morning, all members of the school team rose early, had breakfast at the school canteen, and prepared to set off. The 2 girls had not prepared packed lunches for everyone. Although it was already November, so the prepared lunchboxes would not spoil, they could hardly let everyone eat cold food. Liu Yiyang had already arranged with Professor Wang that they would dine at the Tungfei football school canteen. In this regard, all teams hosting group matches would make proper arrangements, as it was also an opportunity to showcase the school's image. When they set off, Meng Qiu gazed out at the empty campus, feeling a faint sense of regret. It was the weekend, and the students were all on holiday. On campus, apart from the football team members, there was not a single soul. I thought there would be a crowd to see us off, Li Qi said, regretfully voicing the feelings of every member of the school team. On the bus, besides the school team, there was one extra person, Xue Nua, the beautiful reporter from the school magazine, who had once interviewed Yun Feiyong. Hearing Li Qi's words, Xue Nua said nothing, but whispered something quietly to Yi Jiqing and Feng Shuer. Yun Feiyong, however, did not care much. He covered his eyes with an eye mask and sat there dozing off. Liu Yiyang was discussing the upcoming tactics in a low voice with Lin Bing and the others, but this was merely to pass the time, as the tactics for the match had long been arranged. Their match was scheduled from 2 to 4 in the afternoon. The morning match was from 9 to 11, and the last match of the day was from 5 to 7. Nevertheless, No. 2 High School still planned to leave early in the morning. The match between Tungfei High School and Xinya High School was an excellent opportunity to gauge the strength of their opponents. For No. 2 High School, this schedule was also quite favorable. Although they would face Tungfei High School in the second round, in the first round the 2 biggest rivals, Tungfei and Xinya, would be pitted against each other. A match between 2 football schools would naturally not allow either side to conceal its strength. It was a golden opportunity to observe the opponents. Therefore, everyone from No. 2 High School had risen early, intending to arrive in time to watch the morning match. Tungfei High School was not too far from No. 2 High School. Although weekend mornings were prone to traffic jams, it took only half an hour for the No. 2 High School team to arrive at the gates of Tungfei High School. Like Qingxi High School, Tungfei High School did not occupy a very large area. Nevertheless, it boasted a rather excellent competition field. All football-focused high schools possessed such a field. Thus, in the other 7 groups, group stage matches were held at the home grounds of the seeded teams, but in No. 2 High School's group, the matches were arranged at Tungfei High School, which had the best facilities. The members of No. 2 High School could hardly raise many objections. After all, their own pitch could not be considered a fully standard one. After getting off the bus, Meng Qiu saw two people standing at the entrance of Tengfei High School. One was a middle-aged man with a slightly balding crown, the other was a student with quite delicate features, not very tall, yet exuding a sense of sturdy vigor. Seeing this student, Meng Qiu was reminded of Yun Feiyang. Like Yun Feiyang, this student had a very robust physique brimming with explosive power, only he was considerably shorter than Yun Feiyang. Coach Wang and Liu Yiyang stepped forward to greet them. Tengfei High School's head coach is surnamed Zhang, the other one is Tengfei High School's captain, Li Hu, known as the Fierce Tiger. Wei Ming said in a low voice to Meng Qiu. Why do they always like to use animal names for nicknames? Last time we saw the rhino and the cheetah, and now the fierce tiger. Meng Qiu muttered softly as well. Wei Ming was speechless at the remark, but Meng Qiu's point seemed quite reasonable, leaving him with no retort. Coach Wang was shaking hands with Coach Zhang, exchanging casual pleasantries, yet Li Hu did not shake hands with Liu Yiyang. Liu Yiyang withdrew his hand and gave a smile that betrayed no embarrassment. Last year when you played against us, I was unable to take the field. This year I am glad that we have been placed in the same group, because if not, maybe I would never have had the chance to face you. Li Hu said in a cold, clear voice. His meaning was plain. If not for being in the same group now, Tu High School would never have had the chance to stand before them, and after this year Li Hu would graduate from high school and enter the professional football world, making it even less likely that he would have any further connection with Liu Yiyang and the others. I am a semi-professional player, what about you? Liu Yiyang seemed not to notice the hostility in the other's words and replied with a slight smile. As long as we keep playing football, there will always be opportunities. The captain was too polite. That guy didn't even shake hands with the captain. He's a defender, right? Just wait and see how I outplay him on the field. Yun Feiyang said in a low voice. He is a forward, Gao Ming replied. Oh, then I'll just score more goals than him. Yun Feiyang was taken aback for a moment before saying that. After the pleasantries, Liu Yiyang walked back and led the players into Tengfei High School. Captain, you're too good-tempered, Yun Feiyang grumbled as they walked. What's the use of saying more? Besides, although Li Hu has a bad temper, he is not a fool. A provocation won't work on him. Moreover, we're playing them tomorrow. As long as we win, everything will be made up for, Liu Yiyang said with a smile. Captain, that's encouraging. Yun Feiyang praised his captain. It seems this tiger bears a great deal of resentment toward us. Who asked us to take their place in the top 8 last year? Wei Ming replied with a smile. Toward Li Hu's provocation, the veteran players were basically calm because they were the victors. After walking up into the stands, Tu High School sat down in their designated area. It was an excellent spot, allowing them to observe the game in considerable detail. Let's focus on observing Tengfei High School's players, especially those who will be marking you. You must observe carefully. I don't know if they have brought in any new players this year, but their overall strength is formidable. Do not underestimate them. Liu Yiyang reminded them before the match began. On paper, Tengfei High School was stronger than Xinya High School. More importantly, Tu High School's next opponent would be Tengfei High School. Zhao Lei Wang, Fazhong Jiang, Tao Li Yuezheng, Tianqing Li Hu. Looking at the starting lineups of both sides, Lin Bing recited the names one by one under his breath. They seem to be last year's core players. 5 from the third year and 5 from the second year, Gao Ming said to Liu Yiyang. How is that young guy a first-year student? Liu Yiyang suddenly pointed at the field and said. Gao Ming, Wei Ming, and Lin Bing all looked up at the same time, then shook their heads together. Never seen him before. If he's starting, then he must be a newcomer. Number 11 jersey. Does Tengfei High School have a new forward? Will he partner with Li Hu to form a new front line? Liu Yiyang murmured to himself. In that case, their tactics are likely to undergo considerable changes, Wei Ming murmured to himself. Why? Meng Qiu asked, and the other first-year students also looked at Wei Ming curiously. Wei Ming cleared his throat. In the past 2 years, Tengfei High School played a 4-5-1 formation with a single striker, with Li Hu charging ahead. But their attacking power did not rely solely on Li Hu. The midfield, composed of Wang Fazhong Jiang, Tao Li Yuezheng Tianqing, and Zhao Lei, was extremely strong in attack, making repeated forward runs, with every one of them capable of scoring. In contrast, their defense was relatively weaker. They really relied on their offense to stand firm. Now all 5 of those players are on the field along with Li Hu and that young forward. Their formation might change to a 3-5-2. For a high school team, such a change is already quite substantial. Perhaps we won't be able to learn much from a single match. Let's just play tomorrow and see, Yun Feiyang said coolly. Yes, once we play we'll know. We may not be familiar with their new tactics, but they are likely to be even more unfamiliar with us. After all, we have 4 new players. Liu Yiyang laughed heartily. Two high school players were chatting, and by this time the stands were already packed with spectators. Matches in the Dalian division had always been highly attractive, and today's match was a rare confrontation between 2 football schools as early as the group stage, so its appeal was naturally strong. Perhaps only the match in another group where last year's top 4 team, Sunshine Football School, faced another football school, could rival this game in appeal. The stands at Tengfei High School's field could accommodate over 4,000 people. At this moment they were nearly full. Apart from the fewer than 1,000 students from Tengfei High School, the rest of the spectators were students from other schools. There were also various unknown individuals, some of whom might be scouts from professional teams. The domestic league was currently in full swing, yet the consequences of neglecting youth development over the previous decade had been exposed. Many clubs had money, but could not find good players. As a result, football schools had become increasingly popular, giving many young players a path forward. Similarly, in the high school football league, there were many club scouts because high school students compared with college students were younger and thus more malleable. Thus, the number of middle-aged men in the stands was by no means small. Among them was one who had previously appeared outside the practice field of No. 2 High School's team. He stared at the pitch, muttering to himself, "A great opportunity to observe. It seems my work is going to get very busy from now on. Blame this awful school, no preparation at all. How am I supposed to lead the team in matches? I even have to personally scout the opponents." While muttering, the middle-aged man took out a video camera and aimed it at the field. On the field, the players of Tungfei High School and Xinya High School had already spread out across the pitch, ready to start the match. The bustling stadium began to quiet down. Everyone was waiting for the match to begin. Twee. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Their offense is excellent, but their defense leaves something to be desired. So in this match, our objective is to defend first. Even if we cannot win, we must at least secure a point. There are quite a few strong teams in this group, at least No. 2 Middle School is a very strong side. If we cannot beat them, we must not lose to them either. Against these two opponents, we need to obtain 2 draws. And against the other opponents, we must accumulate a bigger goal difference. A place in the top 8 is ours for the taking. This was the tactical arrangement the head coach of Xinya High School laid out for the team before the match. Using defensive counterattacks to deal with the 2 most formidable opponents in the group stage was indeed a well-considered plan. Tungfei High School's offense was outstanding. They had long been known for their multi-pronged attacks. Their center forward Li, who was a striker with remarkable scoring ability. Against such a team, unless one was confident of surpassing them in both attack and defense, engaging them in an open duel would simply be asking for trouble. Defend tenaciously and strike on the counter, seize 1 or 2 chances, and take the match, just like No. 2 Middle School did last year. And in devising such tactics, the head coach of Xinya High School had his own reasons. Because his captain, Xinya's third-year central defender Lu Zhanfeng, was one of the finest center backs in Dalian's football circles. Though not as renowned as Yi Yin, when counting the top 5 central defenders in Dalian High School football, Lu Zhanfeng would certainly be one of them. With such an excellent central defender as the core, and with the bus parking defense being one of the most difficult tactics to break down, the head coach of Xinya High School was confident that even if the counterattacks failed to produce 3 points, his defense alone would be enough to secure 1. Although such an approach seems somewhat negative for a football school like Xinya, failing to achieve good results in competitions would affect the school's student enrollment and reputation. In the 3 years since the National High School League had been held in the Dalian Division, Xinya High School had never once reached the national tournament, nor even the top 8 in the Dalian Division. For a football school team, that was indeed a fairly embarrassing record. So no matter what, the head coach of Xinya High School had to strive for a breakthrough in this year's competition. After all, it concerned his livelihood. The world of professional football is cruel. On Tungfei High School's home ground, naturally many spectators in the stands were cheering for Tungfei. After 20 minutes of play, more and more neutral spectators began to root for Tungfei as well. Hey, Xinya is playing far too conservatively. 10 of their 11 players are defending. Can they really withstand Tungfei's multi-pronged attack? Li Qi could not help saying. During those 20 minutes, Xinya High School had done only one thing: defend. The 3 lines were compressed tightly together with virtually no gaps in between. The 2 center backs and the 2 fullbacks who had withdrawn into the penalty area occupied the box. The 2 wingers dropped back to the edge of the box to take up fullback duties, while the remaining midfielders formed a dense defensive screen in front of the area. Only one forward was left up front to harass and occasionally delay Tungfei's attacks. Even for non-football school teams, such desperately deep retreating defense was rarely seen in the qualifiers. After all, high school league players were 16 to 18-year-old lads, an age of hot blood. Even if they knew they could not win by attacking, they would often throw themselves into an all-out exchange with their passion, giving everything to the very end. And spectators of that age generally did not favor defensive teams. Although No. 2 Middle School had relied on counterattacks last year, their counters followed a distinctive pattern. Liu Yiyang's organization and Wei Ming's lightning-fast breakthroughs often produced some very impressive moves. Such occasional flashes of brilliance were enough to attract a fair number of spectators. As for Xinya High School, they were simply holding on. On the counter, they basically resorted to long balls to try their luck. Such tactics were of course as dull as they could be. It seems they have no other choice. For a steady defense-to-counter approach, you need midfielders and defenders who can deliver accurate long passes and counterattacking players with outstanding individual skill. Xinya hasn't produced much talent in the past year or two. They simply don't possess such players. So, I suppose they're just hoping to secure a draw through defense. After all, there are 3 strong teams in this group. If you cannot win, then do not lose. That logic is actually the best option. Liu Yiyang commented. But with Xinya's attacking ability, can they accumulate enough goal difference against the other 4 teams? Gao Ming chuckled dismissively. Even if they can hold Tungfei and us to 2 draws, they don't have the ability to compete on goal difference. At least there will be a glimmer of hope. If they lose to Tungfei, they won't even have that. Meng Qiu suddenly said, under such circumstances they can only strive toward the direction that offers the greatest possibility. After Meng Qiu said this, the players of No. 2 Middle School fell silent. Everyone there played football, so they naturally understood how much courage such a decision required. That courage was at least worthy of admiration. Playing like that means they are carrying too much on their shoulders, Li Qi said with a hint of disdain. Meng Qiu smiled and did not reply. For anyone striving to become a professional player who was not carrying something while playing football, Even those professional players who seemed glamorous bore enormous, unseen pressure on their shoulders at all times. Professionalism inevitably brings pressure. But Meng Qiu did not intend to explain this to Li Qi because Li Qi did not aspire to become a professional player. He had joined the No. 2 middle school team purely out of love for football, a very pure state of mind. He would enjoy matches and enjoy football, pouring out his sweat and youth to the fullest during these 1 or 2 years, and then study hard and live his own life. On the pitch, Lu Zhanfeng threw himself into a dive to block a shot from Li, who just outside the penalty area. The ball bounced out for a corner kick. Lu Zhanfeng wiped the sweat from his face, but his heart was ablaze with fighting spirit. As a central defender ranking among the best in Dalian high school football, Lu Zhanfeng had never reached the national tournament because of his team's overall strength and luck. He had not even made the top 8 in the Dalian division, truly a matter of regret. But Lu Zhanfeng thought otherwise. Xinhua Football School had once changed his life. A farm boy with poor grades who would otherwise have given up on education to find work in the city or return home to farm was discovered by a coach from Xinhua Football School and began playing football with tuition waived. It was certainly the coach's sharp eye for talent, but was it not also a completely different life bestowed upon Lu Zhanfeng? That was why Lu Zhanfeng had always been so diligent. He quickly became the captain of Xinhua High School's team. During those 3 years, other football schools had tried to lure him away with better conditions, but Lu Zhanfeng refused them one by one, simply wanting to give a little more to Xinhua High School. Lu Zhanfeng was not short of options. In fact, a professional club had already taken notice of him. Like Yi Yin and the others, he would join a professional team right after graduation. Before he left, Lu Zhanfeng simply wanted to do something more for Xinhua High School. Advancing from the group. Top 8. Top 4. Lu Zhanfeng did not think that far ahead. He only wanted to show his best self in match after match. Against Tongfei High School's fierce attacks, Lu Zhanfeng's performance was nothing short of outstanding. Not only did he constantly intercept, clear, and block, he also organized the entire defensive line, superbly preventing Tongfei, known as the most formidable scoring force in Dalian, from creating any decisive chances despite their sustained siege. Lu Zhanfeng, the pillar of Xinhua High School. As Lu Zhanfeng once again rose high into the air to head away the opponent's corner cross, enthusiastic applause broke out from the stands. Football is not merely about goals. A single pass, a single tackle, a single switch of play. All could give rise to moments of spectacular brilliance. Lu Zhanfeng's defending was the most dazzling presence in the match so far. Lu Zhanfeng is truly an excellent defender, even though he's still not as good as Yi Yan. If only we could exchange Gao Meng for Lu Zhanfeng. Go away, Gao Meng answered tersely. Even if he's good, he couldn't come to our school. He's in his final year. Lu Yiyang laughed heartily. No. 2 middle school was a public school, not a football high school, and it was customary that third-year players no longer served as first-team members of the school team. But if they keep defending like this, it may be somewhat dangerous, Wei Ming commented. Lu Zhanfeng is in excellent form right now, but can he withstand 90 minutes of continuous attacking? Remember how we won last year? Although Tongfei didn't have Li Hu back then, Lu Yang said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Wei Ming suddenly understood. Tongfei High School was also a team full of character. Their character came from their captain Li Hu. Li Hu, nicknamed Fierce Tiger, was a striker with formidable scoring ability. At the same time, his temperament was rather fiery. A team led by a hot-tempered captain would also be hot-tempered. When they were at their wildest, they could play a 5-5 draw against the mighty Yunbei in a warm-up match, yet by the same token, they were prone to impatience. Their defeat by No. 2 middle school last year was a clear example. They only needed a draw to advance, and in a stalemate the ones who should have been anxious were not them, but No. 2 middle school, who would have been eliminated with a draw. But at that time, they became impatient, convinced that they ought to win. So they poured forward, leaving gaps in their backline, and were struck down by Wei Ming's lightning counterattack. Today would they become impatient once more? If they did, it might well be Xinhua's opportunity. Perhaps Xinhua High School had been waiting for exactly such a chance. And Xinhua High School's counterattacks seem almost too simplistic. Meng Qiu suddenly remarked. Lu Yiyang was taken aback, then slowly nodded. Exactly. Xinhua High School is after all a football school. They can't possibly be lacking a decent counterattacking strategy, using only such harmless long ball counters to harass us. If their counters pose no threat, the attacking side will push higher up the pitch, and then it will be Xinhua's chance. That's our captain for you. Your analysis is spot on. Li Qi exclaimed in admiration. Lu Yiyang smiled and glanced at Meng Qiu without saying anything. On the field, Li Hu glanced at Lu Zhanfeng, then turned and walked toward Wang Zhong. It seems they want to use a packed defense to lure us into attacking. Do they really take me for a fool? Li Hu said. Wang Zhong smiled. Maybe it will work, just as long as we keep attacking without scoring. After all, we only have 3 defenders at the back this time, so our defense is much weaker than last year. But they don't know that our attack is far stronger than last year. Li Hu gave a cold snort. So we go all out attack? Wang Zhong asked. Of course. That's exactly what we plan to do. Let No. 2 High School see just how formidable our attacking power is this year. Make them tremble, make them fear. Li Hu nodded firmly. He had no intention of saving his strength or setting up some kind of trap for the opponent to fall into later. On the pitch, schemes like conserving one's strength often don't have much effect. An honest open strategy is far more useful than covert schemes. By using the first match against Xinhua to sweep them away, they could put enormous pressure on No. 2 High School, their second opponent. 2 matches would be enough to secure qualification, setting themselves up well for the games ahead. That was Li Hu's thinking, and it was also a perfect opportunity for Tungfei High School to showcase themselves. Whether a person or a team, they need their own style. Tungfei High School's style is simple: no matter what opponent stands before them, just crush them all. That's all there is to it. Alright, Wang Zhong replied, simply, a strange smile appearing on his somewhat captivating face. From a distance, Lu Zhanfeng saw Li Hu chatting with that newcomer. He couldn't help but tighten the captain's armband on his arm. Lu Zhanfeng had been paying attention to the newcomer, but over the past 20+ minutes Wang Zhong had not shown any particularly special ability. He just kept moving into positions, though not very diligently, looking as if he were having no effect at all. However, Lu Zhanfeng did not let up his focus on Wang Zhong. For a strong team like Tungfei Football School, if a newcomer had no skill at all, how could he make it into the first team, let alone become a main player in the school team? Tungfei High School took a throw-in and resumed their attack. Jiang Tao received the pass near the sideline. As he turned, Xinya High School's wide defender stepped up to face him. Jiang Tao didn't force a dribble past his opponent. Instead, he sent the ball into the middle. Wang Fazhong received it and was immediately pressured, so he quickly passed it on. Xinya High School's packed defense was not simply shrinking into the box to absorb pressure. Their protection of the box edge and the flanks was extremely tight. It could even be said that within 30 meters of goal, they never left any attacker unmarked. Tungfei High School moved the ball around a few times, but couldn't find a way through. Li Hu dropped out of the penalty area and raised his hand to ask for the ball. Li Yue, who was holding the ball, immediately passed it over. Li Hu got to it before the defender with his back to the goal, and then forcefully turned to burst through. Li Hu was extremely powerful. Although he was not tall, when he turned and forced his way through, few defenders could hold him off. The defender was pushed aside, but Xinya High School had enough defensive strength at the edge of the box, and two defenders immediately converged on him. Li Hu showed no fear and charged forward with the ball. The first defender who challenged him was knocked away almost in an instant, while the second could only barely keep up with him. I've got him. Stay with your marks. Lu Zhanfeng charged forward, challenging Li, who was also his responsibility. Xinya High School's defenders immediately spread out, each picking up a Tungfei attacker. Even Wang Zhong was now followed by a defender. Facing Lu Zhanfeng's charge, Li Hu showed no fear and forced his way through once more. Lu Zhanfeng knew that although he had some advantage in physical size, Li Hu's strength was also impressive. He had to go all out or he would be knocked aside, easily opening a shooting lane. So he closed in very cautiously. Just as he closed in, Li Hu raised his foot and sent a diagonal pass. The ball was crossed into the box. Since when did he pass in a situation like this? The thought flashed through Lu Zhanfeng's mind. Everyone in Dalian High School football circles knew that when Li Hu had the ball and charged toward the edge of the box, he would always force his way through a gap and then immediately unleash a powerful shot. His long-range shooting from the edge of the box had a very high success rate. But this time he passed. After the pass, Li Hu kept moving forward. Lu Zhanfeng's attention, however, was inevitably drawn to the situation inside the box. Turning his head, he saw Wang Zhong had already taken up a favorable position, shielding the defender behind him, and was about to shoot. Lu Zhanfeng immediately rushed over. This was the moment for him to display his blocking ability. He retreated quickly, almost throwing his entire body across Wang Zhong's shooting lane. However, Wang Zhong gently nudged the ball sideways. A graceful, effortless lob floated over the recovering Lu Zhanfeng and landed at the edge of the 6-yard box. Li Hu, surging forward, swung his right foot in full stride. The ball shot off like a cannonball, and the next instant it crashed into the back of Xinya High School's net. A tiger's roar shook the entire stadium. The Tungfei High School players in the stands immediately burst into wild cheers. They finally saw their team open the scoring. Although nearly 30 minutes had passed, scoring against a football school's team was enough to make them wildly excited. Li Hu pumped his fist, then turned to cast a scornful glance at Lu Zhanfeng before charging over to embrace Wang Zhong. The other Tungfei High School players swarmed forward to celebrate the hard-earned goal. Lu Zhanfeng's heart turned cold. Keeping a clean sheet in the first half was the prerequisite for seizing counterattack opportunities in the second half. Now that premise had been shattered. Xinya High School's chances were running out. Should they force an attack? Lu Zhanfeng couldn't help glancing toward the sideline. Then he saw the coach on the sideline nod. The period right after conceding might actually be a good opportunity for Xinya High School, especially since their defense had been fairly solid before, and Tungfei High School might relax a bit after scoring. Xinya High School would have a decent chance. Play restarted, and after the kickoff, Xinya High School launched an all-out attack. Their attack has its own distinctive style. Lu Yang commented. Xinya High School didn't have any particularly outstanding attackers, but their frontline players had been playing together for a year or two. With quick passing, they advanced the ball to the front with simplicity and efficiency. But Tungfei High School seemed to be well prepared. Although their formation had changed from their usual 4-5-1 to the current 3-5-2, their defense hadn't declined much. After dropping back, a few midfielders retreated, and Tungfei High School's defense immediately became well organized. Has Zheng Tianxing switched to a defensive role? Gao Ming asked in surprise. The veteran players could all see that Zheng Tianxing, originally Tungfei High School's attacking midfielder, was now positioned deeper, even organizing the entire defensive line. No wonder they only have 3 defenders at the back. Zheng Tianxing has always been a sharp-minded midfielder with excellent tactical vision. A player like him can transition smoothly even into organizing the defense. Lin Bing said thoughtfully. With Li Hu and that young striker up front, plus Zhao Lei, Wang Fazhong, Jiang Tao, and Li Yue, they have more than enough attackers. It's only natural for him to sacrifice his offensive position. Lu Yiyang nodded. This year's Tongfei High School is stronger than last year. They will definitely be our biggest opponent in the group stage. Watching Tongfei High School organize their defense with remarkable stability, two high school players nodded in unison. Tongfei High School had always been a team with a fierce attack, and most of their outstanding players were concentrated in the front line. Now with Zheng Tianxing dropping back, their defense had also become solid. For a team, this could bring about a qualitative change. When the defense is solid, the attack can be launched without any worries, which invisibly made Tongfei High School's offense even more impressive. What does it mean when a team that was already outstanding in attack solidifies its defense and strengthens its offense? It means they are even harder to defeat. Moreover, judging from what had just happened, Tongfei High School's chronic ailment, their tendency to become anxious in deadlocked situations, seemed to have improved a great deal. Li Hu had begun to learn how to pass, and their overall offense had become more patient. If two high school tried to deal with them the way they did last year, they would not have many chances of winning. Even a draw against Tongfei High School in the second match might not be a good thing for two high school. After all, Tongfei had a strong ability to take points from weaker teams. Two high school's strength was indeed greater than last year, but they were not the only ones who had grown stronger. There were bound to be many outstanding players among the newcomers. Their arrival would bring changes to the strong teams in the Dalian division. Such changes would bring considerable trouble to two high school. This group could indeed be called a group of death. However, Yun Feiyang's eyes lit up. I want to compete with those two strikers to see who scores more goals. He clenched his fist and said confidently. That's only natural. How many goals we score depends very much on how you perform. Lu Yiyang patted Yun Feiyang on the shoulder and said with a smile. Remember to pass me the ball more. Yun Feiyang replied. On the field, things were not looking good for Xinya High School. They had hoped to seize the moment, while Tongfei High School might let their guard down, perhaps equalizing the score and bringing the tempo of the match back under their control. However, Tongfei High School was truly different from last year. It seemed they had anticipated Xinya's approach. From the moment play resumed, they were fully focused. Xinya's counterattacks did not yield much effect. Unable to launch fast breaks, they were forced into a positional battle. This was not their forte. In terms of style, Xinya High School resembled Chengxi High School. Both had an outstanding center back around whom a formidable defensive line was built. Yet compared to Chengxi, Xinya's weaknesses were glaring. Their midfield lacked a stalwart like Sun Xiangxin, and their counterattacks lacked a clinical finisher like Yi Xiaoyan. Most importantly, though, Lu Zhanfeng was also a fine center back, he was after all not the Emperor Yi Yan. Yi Yan was a complete defender, fierce in defense and remarkably capable in attack. Lu Zhanfeng, by contrast, was a more traditional defender, organizing the backline, engaging in physical duels, and timing his tackles were his strengths. But if the attack up front could not break through, he could not do much to help the team. That was the difference between a top-tier talent and an ordinary excellent defender. Watching the attack stall up front, Lu Zhanfeng felt anxious, yet he dared not push forward. Not only because Li Hu was roaming the midfield intercepting passes and could join the attack at any moment, but also because of Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong jogged languidly in midfield, but Lu Zhanfeng, with the defender's instinct, sensed that when this guy got the ball, he would be extremely dangerous. He did not know why he felt this way, yet he knew that his instinct would not be wrong. So he kept most of his attention on Wang Zhong, monitoring his movements and positioning to avoid conceding another goal on the counter. Xinya's passing in the front third was disrupted by Tongfei's aggressive pressing, but they still tried hard to maintain possession and move the ball, refusing to let their opponents steal it and attack. With only a few minutes left before the 40-minute first half ended, even if they could not equalize, preventing the opponents from extending their lead had become a goal in itself. Unconsciously, Xinya High School had lowered their ambitions another notch. Without realizing it, they had already been overwhelmed by the momentum Tongfei had displayed. That momentum was also affecting the other teams watching from the sidelines. At least apart from two high school, the other four teams felt immense pressure watching a football school like Xinya attempt to attack, yet fail to organize even a decent offensive. Their defense is expanding the pressing area. Those midfielders and defenders really can run, and they press hard, not caring about physical contact at all. Wei Ming commented. Yes, they've always been good at using their bodies in attack, and now they're doing the same in defense. It seems Tongfei High School really hasn't been idle this year. Gao Meng remarked. They're fighting so fiercely in the first match. Maybe they're putting pressure on us, since they'll face us soon. Meng Qiu suddenly chimed in again. Perhaps. But what they don't know is that we have a guy in our team who has never known fear. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Two high school players all looked at Yun Feiyang, who remained composed. The first half is almost over. If it's only 1-0, Xinya can still fight back in the second half. Lu Yiyang glanced at his watch and spoke. Right after he said that, the balance of attack and defense on the field suddenly reversed. Xinya's attack was knocked out of bounds. After the throw-in, the receiving player was immediately pressured and in haste passed the ball sideways. Only for Zheng Tianxing, who had dashed forward, to stick out a foot and intercept it. Zheng Tianxing broke up Xinya's pass, then played it through. Wang Fazhong received the ball, turned, and immediately threaded another through ball. Li Hu surged forward. Counterattack. Delay his attack. Lu Zhanfeng, the deepest defender, shouted loudly. He was still a distance away from Li Hu, and Wang Zhong had silently moved up his positioning, eerily clever. Always staying on the same parallel line as Lu. If his marker ignored him, should Li Hu play a straight through ball, Wang Zhong could be through on goal alone. At that moment, Lu Zhanfeng finally understood why he had felt Wang Zhong was a threat. It was because his positioning kept shifting, always staying level with him. A forward with such movement was dangerous. If Li Hu was a charging, awe-inspiring tiger, then Wang Zhong was a phantom blade whose strike could come at any moment. The Xinyao players remaining in their own half converged on Li Hu. At that very moment, Li Hu lifted his foot and sent the ball directly into the attacking third. As the ball was played, Wang Zhong quickly shifted 2 steps sideways, momentarily shaking off Lu Zhanfeng's marking, and received Li Hu's pass. Lu Zhanfeng turned his body slightly and placed himself in front of Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong received the ball near the right side of the penalty area, while Lu Zhanfeng positioned himself slightly deeper, precisely blocking the route into the box toward the goalkeeper. It was a one-on-one. Although he was alone, Lu Zhanfeng was not worried. The other Xinyao players would soon track back, and the first half was nearly over. He only needed to delay Wang Zhong for a moment. Just then Wang Zhong moved. He began to dribble forward, not fast, advancing step by step. Lu Zhanfeng moved to meet him, cautiously following Wang Zhong's rhythm, gradually cutting off the path ahead. Wang Zhong dribbled to the edge of the penalty area. Lu Zhanfeng could see that although Wang Zhong's pace was not quick, his ball control was superb. He offered no chance to lunge in for a tackle. Lu Zhanfeng remained calm. There was no need to rush. Just hold his position. Wang Zhong's left foot came to the inside of the ball and nudged it sideways, seemingly preparing to cut across and shoot from the edge of the box. Lu Zhanfeng shifted his weight and moved laterally to block any next move. Then he watched helplessly as Wang Zhong pulled the ball back and burst straight into the penalty area. Lu Zhanfeng wanted to stop Wang Zhong again, but found himself unable to move. He could only watch as Wang Zhong slipped past him. After bursting through, Wang Zhong faced the charging goalkeeper and calmly slotted the ball with his left foot into the far corner. The ball skimmed past the keeper's outstretched hand, grazed the inside of the post, and flew into the net. Cheers erupted from the stands. Wang Zhong spread his arms and stood there basking in the fans' acclaim. What just happened? No. 2 high school players on the sidelines looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they were some distance away, they sensed something odd. Lu Zhanfeng had been beaten with almost no resistance. For a center back of his caliber, such a thing should have been nearly impossible. In that instant, did Lu Zhanfeng freeze? Gao Ming asked in confusion. Lu Yiyang shook his head. He couldn't figure it out either. It's a matter of rhythm, Meng Qiu said in a low voice. While dribbling, Wang Zhong kept advancing with quick short steps toward the left, and Lu Zhanfeng kept retreating to that rhythm, his body becoming conditioned to it. When Wang Zhong then feinted a lateral move to the left, the fake was so convincing that Lu Zhanfeng instinctively shifted sideways. But that movement was the exact opposite of the direction he had been moving. Normally, he would have used only 80% of his strength in such a shift, keeping the ability to stop and change direction. But in that instant, he thought he was using 80%. In reality, to counteract his previous momentum, he had already used all his strength. So when Wang Zhong then broke in the opposite direction, he had no strength left to defend. Gao Ming asked thoughtfully. Yes, because in that instant he was fighting against himself. Meng Qiu nodded. Some forwards in Europe have this trait. Their dribbling doesn't look fast, but because of their rhythm, defenders simply cannot react when they make their moves. This Wang Zhong's dribbling has exactly that quality. No wonder Lu Zhanfeng seemed to freeze for a moment. Gao Ming, when we face this guy next match, you need to watch out. Lu Yiyang nodded and said to Gao Ming, this kind of defending is really troublesome. Gao Ming sighed. No wonder Li Hu partners with him on the front line. One is fierce, the other is subtle. If these 2 forwards work well together, they could well be the strongest strike duo in the entire Dalian division. Very few teams in the entire Dalian division could boast such an outstanding pair of forwards. Very few teams in the entire Dalian division could boast such an outstanding pair of forwards. Poor Lu Zhanfeng. Judging by his expression, he seems to have been dealt a heavy blow, and probably he himself can't understand why he was completely unable to defend just now. Hopefully he can pull himself together in the second half, though otherwise this match could well become a nightmare for Xinyao High School. As the 2 high school players were chatting, the middle-aged man in the corner gave a slight nod, then lowered his head and quickly scribbled something in his notebook. Lucky I came to watch this match. After finishing his notes, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. Xinyao High School, entering the second half trailing by 2 goals, was indeed dealt a heavy blow. Their expectations kept lowering, yet they could not hold the line. Although their coach tried to boost morale during halftime, the players of Xinyao High School inevitably remained dispirited. What was most critical was that their defensive cornerstone Lu Zhanfeng, after being dribbled past by Wang Zhong, still could not figure out why he had been utterly unable to make a defensive move at that moment. Being on the field, one is easily lost in the heat of the moment. Even Gao Ming, an excellent defender in the stands, could not discern how Wang Zhong had accomplished it, and Lu Zhanfeng similarly could not figure it out. This greatly affected his mentality. 5 minutes into the second half, Gao Ming let out a sigh. Xinyao High School would have no chance in this match. Because Gao Ming could see that although Lu Zhanfeng was as hardworking as ever on the field, he would unconsciously hesitate when defending Wang Zhong. When a defender cannot concentrate on marking, he is bound to make many mistakes. And indeed, that was exactly what happened. After the match ended, even the students of Tungfei High School had not expected such a staggering scoreline. 6-0. 2 goals in the first half, 4 in the second. Tungfei High School kept attacking, and the chances created by their midfield were all seized by their forward line. After breaking the deadlock in the first half, Li Hu completed a hat trick in the second half, scoring 4 goals in total, while Wang Zhong added a poacher's finish from close range. After scoring his second goal, Wang Zhong seemed to vanish from the field, ceding all the spotlight to Captain Li Hu. That guy's goal-scoring ability has truly carried over. Yun Feiyang, he's already scored 4 goals. You need to step up, Wei Ming said to Yun Feiyang with a smile. Then I'll strive to score 5. Yun Feiyang shouted. Lord Yun mighty. Lord Yun carefree. The other players from No. 2 High School joined in the banter, but Liu Yang approached Meng Qiu and asked in a low voice, have you noticed anything? Previously, Meng Qiu had made several well-timed remarks that made Liu Yang feel Meng Qiu was a student with whom he could discuss the game. After all, watching the game is one thing, but being able to spot many key details and make accurate judgments showed that to a certain extent, he could analyze the match precisely. The No. 11 forward is the key to this match. The No. 11 Meng Qiu referred to as Wang Zhong, the rookie from Tungfei High School. Although Li Hu, who scored 4 goals, was the most dazzling player in this match, the key to such a lopsided score was the rookie Wang Zhong. The first goal that broke the deadlock for Li Hu was assisted by Wang Zhong. The second goal, which unsettled Liu Zhanfeng's mind, was solely created by Wang Zhong. The brilliance of the second half was already predetermined in the first half. Wang Zhong's unexpected rise was the key to Xinya High School's collapse. Obviously, their defensive focus was on Li Hu, which wasn't entirely wrong. After all, Li Hu was Tungfei's most threatening forward. If he were tightly marked, Tungfei's attack would lose a crucial component. I think they did notice Wang Zhong, but his characteristics were something they never anticipated. Meng Qiu said to Liu Yang. Yes, another key point is that Tungfei High School used to be overly tough, and what is excessively rigid is easily broken. With Wang Zhong's addition, the team remains tough, but has gained some flexibility. Xinya High School still dealt with them in the old way, so it's natural they suffered. Liu Yang smiled and said, this I hadn't noticed. Because I don't know what Tungfei used to be like. Meng Qiu said honestly. Liu Yang couldn't help but laugh. He had forgotten about that. After all, eliminating Tungfei in the final round of last year's group stage had been one of his proudest achievements. Before that match, Liu Yang and the entire No. 2 High School had already begun preparing for the decisive game, and their research on Tungfei had nearly reached its limit. Under such circumstances, Liu Yang could naturally spot any changes in Tungfei at a glance. Li Hu was well aware of this, yet he and Wang Zhong still gave their all and overwhelmed Xinya High School. This was not only to secure an opening victory, but also to apply psychological pressure on No. 2 High School across the board. Although their style had become somewhat softer, something deep in Tungfei's bones remained unchanged. When they sought revenge, they did so thoroughly. Before the match, they would intimidate their opponents, as after the match they would defeat them, leaving them affected both physically and mentally. Only such revenge could be deemed complete. Alright, let's go eat. There are still 3 hours until the match. After eating, we'll stretch a bit and get ready for the afternoon game. Liu Yang waved his hand and said. The players from No. 2 High School stood up in a bustle. The match had started at 9, and by the time it ended it was nearly 11. There were still 3 hours until the 2 o'clock game. Eating too late would affect their performance. Playing a match sounds simple, but to achieve better results one must pay attention to details. Although the high school league was far less rigorous than professional matches in this age of abundant information, even ordinary fans knew quite a lot about the details athletes had to follow. Under Coach Wang's leadership, the No. 2 players headed to the cafeteria of Tungfei High School. As befits a football school, they actually have a buffet. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, Li Qi let out a rather unsophisticated exclamation, but it wasn't rude, because students from other schools entering around the same time were equally surprised. Having grown accustomed to the poor cafeteria conditions of public schools, they were naturally astonished to see a football school's cafeteria for the first time. Get your food yourselves. Remember, be quick. Finish within 20 minutes. Liu Yang turned to the players. The players nodded and dispersed to prepare their food. Why does it look like Western food? They even have fruit salad but no rice. Li Qi searched around for his beloved rice without success, then returned disappointedly with a large plate of meat. Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang exchanged glances and smiled. The food here was not much different from what they usually ate. It seemed Tungfei Football School was indeed quite professional. Low in starch and fat, high in protein and organic food. This was a professional player's diet. Although there was little rice or noodles, the No. 2 players still happily selected large plates of assorted meats. At school they rarely had the chance to eat so much meat. Even though it was just chicken and beef, it was better than nothing. But why is everything so white? Could it be undercooked? After placing his plate on the table, Li Qi couldn't help saying. Meng Qiu suppressed a smile. He knew exactly what these nutritious meals tasted like. Watching their gleeful expressions now, what kind of taste would they experience when they actually ate? What a delightful anticipation. Yun Feiyang opened his mouth, seeming about to say something, but Meng Qiu secretly nudged him to silence, and he closed his mouth at once. You're a bit sly, aren't you? Yun Feiyang whispered to Meng Qiu. They have to eat it anyway. Meng Qiu covered his mouth and laughed. Yun Feiyang coughed, then sat down. He was the first to pick up a few pieces of beef with his chopsticks and stuff them into his mouth. While chewing vigorously, he said, It tastes great. Why aren't you eating? Seeing Yun Feiyang enjoying the food so much, Li Qi, who was still chatting, immediately copied him and stuffed a few pieces of meat into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his expression changed. He seemed to want to spit it out, but seeing everyone looking at him, he forced a few more chews and swallowed it all. Is it delicious? Han Ming curiously asked Li Qi. Delicious, Li Qi said through gritted teeth. The others weren't so naive. Seeing his expression, they each picked only a small piece and put it in their mouths, then swallowed with strained necks. Li Qi, you really have a wicked conscience. It was indeed fully cooked, but there wasn't much salt and no other seasonings had been added. Even if it was all meat, it didn't taste good. Hey, you're eating it wrong. You should chew more until it's fine before swallowing. That's better for your stomach. Meng Qiu said solemnly. Don't fool me. It's obvious that the cafeteria chef forgot to add salt and seasonings today. Is this their home field advantage? Li Qi yelled. Li Qi's voice was a bit loud, but to the ears of players from other schools it sounded quite accurate. For a moment, team members from No. 6 High School, No. 8 High School, and Maya, who was about to face No. 2, all began discussing among themselves. At that moment, a cold laugh came from outside the cafeteria. Li Hu strode in, glancing around at everyone with disdain. You really are a bunch of yokels. If you want to be professional players, this is exactly what you should eat: low oil, low salt, low sugar, no seasonings, no pork, mainly beef, chicken, and vegetables. Forget it, there's no need to say more to you. After all, you'll never know what the world of professional players is like. Li Hu's expression was contemptuous and his imposing aura left many speechless. Professional players. There was a huge chasm between them and ordinary students. Li Hu himself was also a quasi-professional player. It was said that a China League 1 team in Dalian had already signed him in advance, and he would report to the team once he graduated this year. Such a quasi-professional player admonishing them in the tone of a professional indeed left them speechless. When the cafeteria fell into an awkward silence, a light chuckle came from the No. 2 High School table. Li Hu turned his head, his face as cold as frost. A soft laugh came from Yun Feiyang. Li Hu turned to look at him, yet Yun Feiyang remained calm and composed. Eating like a professional player does not make you one. Do not forget that last year, it was the amateur players from No. 2 High who reached the quarterfinals. Even the others here are not pursuing professional careers. They play football simply as a hobby. To feel superior about such a thing, how insecure must you be? Li Hu shot Yun Feiyang a sharp glance. Who are you? Rather than arguing with Yun Feiyang, he went straight to the point. I am Yun Feiyang. I have won 3 Dalian championships. Yun Feiyang chuckled softly, his meaning clear. But you have not even won a Dalian championship. I am an amateur player, yet I hold 3 Dalian championships. A junior league without any football academy participation. You have the nerve to bring it up. Li Hu snorted coldly. Anyway, I have won 3 Dalian championships. Once I enter high school, my goal is the national championship. Yun Feiyang shrugged. Next year, and the year after, perhaps you will have a chance. But this year you will not even make it to the top 8 in Dalian, Li Hu said. I heard that. No. 2 High made the quarterfinals last year, while Tengfei did not even pass the group stage. Yun Feiyang picked his ear and then asked Meng Qiu. I just returned from abroad. I do not know about such things. Meng Qiu replied. A piercing light appeared in Li Hu's eyes. The defeat to No. 2 High last year, which cost them a spot in the quarterfinals, had been Li Hu's most persistent grievance throughout the year. He was not a man of broad-mindedness. In fact, his somewhat intense temperament was precisely what made him so aggressive on the football pitch. Now this first-year student had in his very first words struck directly at the one thing Li Hu could least tolerate. Li Hu clenched his fists, ready to step forward. He was not afraid of conflict. Last season he had received a red card and been suspended for the final round after clashing with an opponent, yet he held no regrets about it. At that moment Wang Zhong grabbed his arm. Senior, if you trade places with him, we will be at a significant disadvantage, he whispered, though just loudly enough for everyone from No. 2 High to hear. A confrontation between 2 players would certainly result in both being suspended. Wang Zhong believed that both Li Hu and Yun Feiyang being suspended would greatly benefit No. 2 High. The implication was subtle yet unmistakable, and a trace of displeasure began to appear on Yun Feiyang's face. The match is tomorrow. What is the rush? Meng Qiu also pulled Yun Feiyang back, speaking just loudly enough for everyone to hear. Yun Feiyang smiled and sat down, falling silent. Li Hu was also pulled away by his teammates and returned to his usual seat. The meal that followed was quiet, everyone eating in silence. Coach Wang complained. You all have no respect for your head coach. Furthermore, I am still your teacher, and you actually wanted to have a confrontation right in front of me. Coach, we would not actually fight, Lu Yeyang stated firmly. In the corner, a middle-aged man watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. He glanced at Yun Feiyang, then at Meng Qiu, and finally turned his attention to Li Hu and his companions before lowering his head to eat. The No. 2 High members finished their meal quickly and left the cafeteria first. Watch No. 2 High's match carefully later. See just how capable that Yun Feiyang really is. Li Hu said solemnly. Next week we will show them what we are made of. Our goal this year is the national tournament, even the national championship. Understood? Yes. The Tengfei High players responded in unison. After leaving the cafeteria, the No. 2 High team members made their way to the rooms arranged for them by Tengfei High. With over 2 hours until kickoff, simply waiting on the field was not practical. The midday sun was still intense, and lingering outdoors for that long would likely leave the No. 2 High players fatigued. Next week's match is certainly important. But right now we need to focus on today's game. Lu Yeyang stated this first, setting the theme. Although there had been a confrontation at the cafeteria, ultimately the upcoming match was against Maya High, not Tengfei High. In a group stage format where only one team could advance, performing well in every match was essential for all teams hoping to progress. If No. Tu Hai secured 2 draws against other opponents they risked being overtaken by Tengfei Hai on points despite winning their head-to-head matchup. Maya Hai is not a particularly difficult opponent, as they have never been strong historically. Unless they have brought in several outstanding first-year players this season, they will not pose much of a threat. As long as we play to our capabilities, we can secure victory, Wei Ming said with a smile. Are you praising yourself? Or are you praising all of us second years? Lin Bing called out dramatically. The first-year students all laughed. Last year, no. Tu Hai had been virtually unknown, but with the arrival of Lu Yiyang and the other 3 members of their legendary quartet, they had surged into the Dalian regional quarterfinals. Ahem, that possibility does exist, but let us not carry unnecessary burdens. Just play normally. Yun Feiyong, today we will create as many opportunities as possible for you and execute our set plays. You want to compete for the top scorer, right? Show them what you can do, Lu Yiyang said after clearing his throat. No problem. Leave the goals to me, Yun Feiyong said excitedly, raising his fist. Meng Qiu, simply keep a steady performance today. Play as a regular fullback. Focus on supporting the attack and defending solidly, Lu Yiyang said, turning to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu nodded, having no objections to the arrangement. Yun Feiyong's reputation preceded him, so there was no point in hiding his abilities. It made more sense to let him take center stage. The more he shone, the more attention he would draw, which would create space for Meng Qiu to emerge as the team's primary attacking threat in the next round. Since Tengfei Hai wishes to pressure us with their attitude, then we will simply keep a low profile, Lu Yiyang concluded with a smile. Since Tengfei Hai had already displayed such an assertive demeanor, keeping a modest approach seemed prudent. They would present themselves exactly as the outside world perceived them. I wonder what expressions Li Hu and Wang Zhong will have when you suddenly unleash your full power tomorrow and secure victory against Tengfei Hai. Just thinking about it brings a thrill, Li Qi said to Meng Qiu. That expression and the way you are talking, don't you sound a bit eccentric? Meng Qiu crossed his arms defensively, eyeing Li Qi warily. Li Qi looked puzzled. How am I eccentric? Yun Feiyong could not help but laugh. It seems he has not seen that popular program, which is why he finds your words unsettling. This is a generational gap, a true generational gap. Li Qi exclaimed loudly. They walked slowly, stretching and warming up. The 2-hour wait felt lengthy, but gradually it slipped away. The Tu Hai players took the field in high spirits. The starting lineup remained unchanged: Lin Bing, Gao Meng, Han Ming, Meng Qiu, Li Leping, Li Qi, Lu Yiyang, He Fan Wei Ming, Zhao Rui, and Yun Feiyong. They have 4 first-year players in their lineup, a spectator noted from the stands. Tu Hai has never had much depth to begin with. The seniors are not particularly strong, so they have relied heavily on that group of 4 legendary first years who joined last year. It is natural that newcomers from the first year would receive more opportunities to start. In most football academies, freshmen do not get such chances. Exactly. Among our batch, only Wang Zhong made it into the starting lineup, though he did earn it through skill. 2 Tengfei Hai students were discussing this in the stands when they were suddenly startled by a burst of cheers rising beside them. Go no. Tu Hai. No. Tu Hai mighty and strong. No. Tu Hai dominating. No. Tu Hai will win. Coordinated cheers erupted from the stands. Without warning, over 200 Tu Hai students had gathered in one section. Though they wore no matching uniforms, their unified presence immediately drew everyone's attention. The Tu Hai players on the field looked up toward that section of the stands. No wonder we did not see a single person when we left school. They must have agreed to come together to cheer for us. Yi Jiqing called out. Zhou Yi smiled brightly. We have been preparing for this for a long time. We promised not to tell you beforehand, so we could surprise you before the match starts. How does it feel? Excited? Happy? Yi Jiqing laughed and jumped, wrapping her arms around Zhou Yi. Yi Jia, I do not know if they are happy or not, but I am absolutely delighted. Fang Shuer watched them with a gentle smile. When they had left school, she had noticed the unusual absence of fellow students. And now she understood. There truly was a pleasant surprise awaiting them. Hey, Su Bin really stands out in the stands, Meng Qiu said with a smile, watching a figure bouncing and jumping enthusiastically among the crowd. He is large, so of course he is noticeable, Yun Feiyong replied. With this support, we have even more reason to pursue victory. I can feel my competitive spirit igniting. Do not get carried away. If you receive a red card unnecessarily, we might truly lose, Meng Qiu reminded him. Rest assured, I will not receive any cards. I am a disciplined player. Yun Feiyong laughed heartily. Meng Qiu shrugged. Disciplined? Perhaps. But after training alongside Yun Feiyong recently, he had come to understand his temperament well enough. When Yun Feiyong became passionate on the field, he could be just as intense as Li Hu. More than 200 students from Tu High School instantly turned the pitch into their home turf. From the stands, only cheers for Tu High could be heard, and for good reason. The overwhelming majority of spectators were students from Tengfei High School, and since their own school wasn't taking part in the match, they had no reason to cheer for either side. Maya High squad, on the other hand, was comparatively weak, so their students had little interest in watching such a game. The disorganized chants of a mere dozen or so people were naturally drowned out by the roaring of Tu High students. The moment he saw the opposition's starting lineup, Lu Yiyang's mind was set at ease. Most were familiar faces from last year, with only 1 or 2 new ones, all stationed in positions like fullback or wide midfielder. Even if such newcomers were gifted, their impact would be rather limited. Even last year's Tu High would have had little trouble winning this match as long as they played with focus, let alone this year now that they had Yun Feiyong. Tu Hai's weakness last year was the absence of a reliable scoring threat. Yun Feiyong was exactly that, a powerful center forward with outstanding scoring ability. After kickoff, Liu Yiyang began to display his talents in the middle of the park. As one of the 4 premier midfielders in the Dalian division, Liu Yiyang might not have shown much playmaking against Qingxi Hai, but he was undeniably a superb midfielder. With his distribution now, Tu Hai quickly seized control of midfield and started launching attacks. Maya Hai attempted to impede Tu Hai's offense by chasing tirelessly in midfield, yet Tu's central midfielders were merely orchestrating. Their real attacks were channeled through the wings. Seeing 2 midfielders bearing down on him, Liu Yiyang remained calm and dribbled for a moment. Once he had drawn more attention, he subtly lifted his foot and slipped the ball out to the left flank. Sprinting up the left flank like lightning were Wei Ming and Meng Qiu. The delivery was blisteringly fast. Meng Qiu received it near the touchline, and instead of stopping it, he eased it onward with the inside of his left foot. Wei Ming collected the ball, then accelerated sharply and burst past one of the opposing defenders. Beware of his run down the wing. 2 Maya High players immediately converged on him. Wei Ming's lightning dribbling was well known in Dalian high school soccer circles, so Maya's defenders would naturally be on guard. Just then Meng Qiu, who had delivered the pass, sprinted forward and called out from the wing, "Pass it to me." The Maya defender's attention wandered for a moment. Seizing the chance, Wei Ming did not go to the byline or offload to Meng Qiu. Instead, he lifted his foot and fired the ball straight into the box. A direct cross from a 45-degree angle. It was also a pattern Tu Hai had recently drilled. As Meng Qiu advanced, Yun Feiyong had already begun his run. The instant Wei Ming lifted his foot to cross, Yun Feiyong had already burst into the penalty area. Wei Ming's cross had a high looping arc. Charging into the box, Yun Feiyong outjumped the 2 defenders marking him and met the descending ball with a powerful header. Though the 2 defenders fought hard to pressure him, compared to Yian's relentless man-marking, such interference made no difference to Yun Feiyong at all. The ball arrowed toward the top left corner of the goal. Maya's goalkeeper could only flail a hand before it flew into the net. Within 5 minutes of kickoff, Tu Hai swung a cross in from the flank and Yun Feiyong headed it home. His first goal in the Dalian division. Brilliant. Subin jumped up in the stands. Great goal. Yi Jiqing also leaped to her feet on the sideline. The Tu Hai students immediately erupted into thunderous cheers to welcome their first goal in the Dalian division this season. Yun Feiyong did not celebrate. Instead, he ran straight into the goal, scooped up the ball, and dashed back toward the halfway line. His behavior startled everyone. Having scored so early, he still wanted to save time. Was he mad? From the stands, Li Hu let out a cold laugh. "Senior, it looks like he set his heart on competing with you for the qualifier's top scorer award." Wang Zhong broke into a smile. Because the Dalian division had many teams and the gap between soccer academy teams and ordinary schools was often considerable, the true Dalian division top scorer was determined by goals in the knockout stage, that is the quarterfinals. Goals from the qualifiers, by contrast, were not counted toward that award. Still, each group had its own qualifier top scorer distinction. Though not an official honor, it was one many students aspired to. Li Hu had scored for goals earlier, proving his quality. And Yun Feiyong's hunger for goals showed that he was far from indifferent to such accolades. Li Hu only sneered at Wang Zhong's words, "Fool." In a match like this, such conduct would only concentrate the opponent's defensive attention on him. Even if Yun Feiyong was truly gifted and could score many goals, even under tight marking, amateur players didn't always know how to pull their tackles. A hot-tempered opponent might end up injuring him. Maya Hai's players were indeed getting heated. Yun Feiyong's actions had deeply provoked them. Though they were merely amateurs, every one of them was a hot-blooded young man. How could they tolerate being seen as nothing more than target practice for his goals? After the restart, they pushed forward. But their quality was truly lacking. They finally managed to send the ball into the box from the flank, only for Gao Meng to clear it easily. Attack! Liu Yiyang brought down Gao Meng's clearance. This time, instead of playing to Wei Ming, he switched the ball to He Fan on the right. He Fan dribbled forward, and after running into opposition, played the ball back to Liu Yiyang's feet. Liu Yiyang began to orchestrate the offense. Since the opponent's attacking ability was not particularly strong, it was the perfect opportunity for Tu Hai to refine their positional attack. Tu Hai had always boasted a solid defense, but a somewhat mediocre attack. Now that they had Yun Feiyong, the midfield had to commit more numbers in attack to give him chances to seize. No matter how brilliant a center forward is, he needs support from the midfield and defense behind him. If he can't even receive the ball, how can he possibly score? With Li Qi shielding the defense behind him, Liu Yiyang could organize attacks with greater freedom. After a stretch of patient passing, Liu Yiyang sent the ball wide. Wei Ming feigned a dribble down the wing, but instead delivered a square pass to the edge of the box. Dropping deep out of the penalty area, Yun Feiyong received the ball with his back to goal. An opposing defender closed in from behind and gave him a shove. Yet Yun Feiyong did not budge in the slightest, as if the shove had been nothing. Then, while holding the ball, he whirled around in a flash. The defender who had tried to shove him and failed was thrown off balance by the sudden pivot and staggered backward. The moment he turned, Yun Feiyong's right foot was already raised. Using the momentum of the rotation, he met the ball with a powerful strike. The ball screamed like a cannonball from just outside the penalty area and slammed into the net. His second goal. Only 2 minutes after his previous strike, Yun Feiyong had bagged a brace. If the first goal showcased Yun Feiyong's leaping ability and instinct for arriving at the right spot, this one highlighted his ball control and long-range shooting. A center forward who is proficient with both head and feet is extremely difficult to defend, even in professional matches. Watching those two goals, a thought crossed many minds. No wonder he was a talent every soccer academy was eager to recruit. If before this many had believed Yun Feiyang's dominance in junior high competition was merely because no soccer academies were involved, his two-goal display in that friendly forced those in the know to truly sit up and take notice. And seeing with their own eyes his scoring ability, explosive power, and command of the penalty area, everyone began to feel that such a forward was destined to carve out his own legend in the Dalian division. Score as many as you can. We'll focus on providing the assists, Liu Yiyang said to Yun Feiyang with a grin. Yun Feiyang responded with a flex of his muscles, radiating unrestrained confidence. Li Hu was still sneering in the stands, though there was now a hint of gravity in his eyes. This Yun Feiyang really is something, Wang Zhong said with admiration. His physical attributes are exceptional, even among high schoolers, aren't they? His strength surpasses mine, Li Hu conceded fairly. Then Li Hu added a measured assessment, but no. Tu Hai's entire offense revolves around him. With such predictable attacking patterns, how many goals can he possibly score? More importantly, if no Tu Hai builds its attack around him, their defense will inevitably be much weaker than last year. If they dig in to defend, they won't be able to support him. Even in a pure scoring contest, they would surely lose to us. Senior is right. Let him enjoy his moment today. The more impressive he looks, the more no Tu Hai will depend on him for goals. When the time comes, we'll show them through our attack that it is the quality of the opponent you score against that truly determines a forward's value, Wang Zhong said quietly. Ha, exactly. They may both be 2 goals, but the 2 you scored against Xinya were far more valuable than these 2. As Li Hu laughed and clapped Wang Zhong on the shoulder, the middle-aged man in the corner watched Meng Qiu, who was tirelessly shuttling up and down the wing with a pensive gaze. That kid seems rather quiet, and he's devotedly playing left back. Young people nowadays are cunning. Lucky I watched that friendly, or I'd have been fooled as well. Looks like Tingfei Hai will have some trouble next round. Well, that's fine. It works out even better for us. This is utterly unfair. If they want to compete with Tingfei, why take it out on us? The players of Maya High School left the pitch almost in tears. Yun Feiyang had displayed his prowess as a dominant center forward to the fullest, scoring 5 goals with headers and shots throughout the match. Combined with Zhao Rui's opportunistic strike at the goal mouth, Tu Middle School also defeated Maya High School 6-0, refusing to fall behind Tungfei High School in goal difference. Both Tungfei High School and Tu Middle School have greatly strengthened this year, largely thanks to their new players. The freshman Wang Zhong has transformed Tungfei's lone striker formation into a 2-forward system, and his partnership with Li Hu is quite impressive. Tu Middle School also added a young forward, Yun Feiyang, the former best newcomer, who quickly became their top scorer. The clash between these 2 teams will be the biggest highlight of this group. After this round, local Dalian newspapers published reports on the Dalian division of the National High School League in their sports sections. There was especially much commentary about Tu Middle School's group, as it was likely the most fiercely contested group. 2 newcomers, Wang Zhong of Tungfei and Yun Feiyang of Tu, attracted widespread attention. After all, discovering young talent is one of the biggest attractions of the high school league. Given the current state of Chinese football, these outstanding youngsters could well become fresh blood in the professional leagues. Compared with these 2 high-scoring matches, the final game between 6 Middle School and 8 Middle School seemed almost neglected, with few spectators in the stands and only a handful cheering. In such a match, the 2 sides fought hard to a 1-1 draw, but their strength was nowhere near the level of powerhouses like Tungfei and Tu. Our main opponent is basically Tungfei. Huikai hasn't played yet, but their overall strength is only average. Even if they are slightly stronger than 6 and 8, they may not be able to beat Maya. After watching that match, Wei Ming commented, let's set that aside. Our next opponent isn't Huikai anyway. This week, let's work a bit harder and train more in preparation for the upcoming game against Tingfei. Liu Yiyang clapped his hands and said. After watching Tu's match, their students left Tingfei High School early. Therefore, when the team members returned to school after watching the final game, they were greeted with a warm welcome. I thought nobody would come to watch us play, Meng Qiu said with a smile to Su Bin. Are you kidding? Even though you and Yun Feiyang often skip classes, our classmates recognize you. Of course we're going to cheer for you when you play. Su Bin patted Meng Qiu on the shoulder and laughed. Our class has 2 starting players on the school team. That's a great honor for our class. You've made the starting lineup too. You may not perform as well as Yun Feiyang, but it's still something to be proud of. Meng Qiu chuckled and said nothing more. We really have to thank the members of the school magazine for helping to mobilize everyone, Liu Yang said with a smile to Zhou Yi. It was only because the students were so enthusiastic that we managed to organize it. Zhou Yi smiled demurely. The next match is arguably the most important one of the group stage. Since Tungfei will be playing at home, I need to rely on you to make sure we're not outnumbered in the stands. Liu Yang continued. No problem, leave it to our school magazine. You played so well in this match, so I think the school will pay even more attention next time. Zhou Yi said, confidently taking full responsibility. Liu Yang smiled and said nothing. He believed so too. If the 2 students had mostly gone to Tungfei High School on their own initiative to cheer in this match, then the school would certainly organize next time. That would be both an inspiration and a pressure. Liu Yang felt he should do something. In the evening, in a classroom for the second-year students, Liu Yang had borrowed the classroom for a team meeting. With more than 20 members, no dormitory could hold them all, so they had to use a classroom. The big victory during the day had everyone excited. Not to mention the freshmen, even the returning second-year players had rarely won by such a large margin last year, although they did reach the quarterfinals of the Dalian division. For one thing, the senior players at that time were average in ability. For another, their technical characteristics were such that none of the for Heavenly Kings was a prolific scorer. Therefore, in last year's matches, no. Two mostly relied on solid defense and counterattacks, which made them steady, but rarely produced high-scoring victories. From this perspective, it is clear how important an explosive scorer is to a team. Yun Feiyong did not create many shooting opportunities in the match, and no. Two's midfield support was not fundamentally better than last year. Yet he converted most of the chances created, resulting in that 6-0 triumph. Li Hu scored 4 goals, and you scored 5. I think they'll mark you tightly in the next match. After first congratulating Yun Feiyong on his outstanding performance, Liu Yiyang changed the subject. They don't have a defender of Yi Yan's caliber, Yun Feiyong shrugged. That's exactly what I'm saying. They may not have a defender like Yi Yan, but their overall attacking power is almost second to none in Dalian. Few teams in Dalian possess Tengfei's excellent collective offensive capability. You've all seen the newcomer Wang Zhong. He acts as a catalyst for Tengfei's attacking line. This year their offensive ability is even better than when they were the Dalian runners-up. Liu Yiyang said with a smile. The no. 2 players nodded. Although no. 2 also won 6-0, they all knew that their 6-0 was not as substantial as Tengfei's. Tengfei's opponent was also a football school, and they had Liu Zhanfeng, a top defender in the Dalian division, and a quasi-professional player employing defensive counterattacks. Yet Tengfei still put 6 goals past them, demonstrating their truly formidable attacking power. Xingya's heavy defeat serves as a warning to us. When facing Tengfei, winning with defense alone is very unlikely. Liu Yiyang said. Although Xingya's overall strength was inferior to the current No. 2 team, their defense was by no means worse. Their heavy defeat was partly due to their weak offense, which failed to trouble Tengfei's defense and left them suppressed until they collapsed. However, relying solely on defense is indeed very difficult against Tengfei's attack. But if we engage them in an open battle, no team in Dalian can surpass Tengfei in attack. Even the mighty Yunbei, their strength lies in midfield organization. Gao Ming shook his head. Exactly. No team can match Tengfei in sheer attacking frenzy. They have too many attacking threats. So what we need to learn from is Yunbei. Liu Yiyang smiled. Suppress them in midfield. But midfield organization isn't our strength, Wei Ming said while scratching his head. Don't forget what we've been training recently. How well Meng Qiu performs in that match will be closely related to what results we ultimately achieve. Liu Yiyang laughed. Meng Qiu. Everyone's eyes turned to Meng Qiu. I believe Meng Qiu can do it. Yun Feiyong patted Meng Qiu, who was sitting beside him, on the shoulder. His distribution is excellent, and now that he's familiar with everyone, he can certainly show enough control to suppress Tengfei's attack. Liu Yiyang laughed helplessly. He knew that Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu had a good relationship, especially over the past month. The two had been inseparable, as close as one person. But that claim was a bit too exaggerated. Liu Yiyang himself was No. 2's midfield core, and naturally knew what their midfield was like. Among the 4 starting midfielders, only Liu Yiyang had solid organizational and distribution skills. Li Qi was a typical workhorse defensive midfielder capable of running, charging, and tackling, though his footwork was a bit rough. Wei Ming, another of the 4 Heavenly Kings, excelled at wing breakthroughs, diagonal runs, crosses, and had some scoring ability. He was more of a winger than a midfielder. He Fan was a hard-working player, but it would be an exaggeration to say he was an outstanding organizer. With such a midfield, it would indeed be difficult to suppress Tengfei's midfield. Yet this tactic was the most likely winning strategy Liu Yiyang could think of. Tengfei's performance today truly surprised Liu Yiyang. Although he had led No. 2 to defeat Tengfei last year, that Tengfei had no Li Hu. More importantly, they had no Wang Zhong. Tengfei, known for their attack, naturally lost much of their offensive firepower without a scorer. Even so, last year No. 2 defeated Tengfei not because they dominated midfield, but because they wore Tengfei down with defense and exploited Tengfei's impatience. With Li Hu back, Tengfei no longer lacked a backbone. Wang Zhong's arrival made them even more composed. The current Tengfei is stronger than ever. Defensive counterattacks won't work, and neither will pressing forward recklessly. The only way out is to control midfield, increase our own attacking possessions, reduce theirs, and rely on Yun Feiyong's scoring ability to gain an overall advantage. To achieve this, it would depend on how much territory he and Meng Qiu could control in midfield, and what kind of advantage they could create. Could Meng Qiu really do it? I can give it a try, Meng Qiu replied, as calm as usual without making absolute promises. In the next match you might be under a lot of pressure. On the way home, Yun Feiyong said to Meng Qiu. It's alright. I don't plan to expend too much energy on defense. I'll leave the defensive tasks to the others and focus on attacking. Meng Qiu shrugged and replied. Then won't our left flank be directly torn open by them? Yun Feiyong made a very astonished expression. Don't joke around. Senior Gao Ming and Li Qi will cover for me, so I'm not worried about that. What I need to seize are the long pass opportunities and counterattacks, and the opportunities to organize attacks and positional play, so I can't waste my strength and energy. Meng Qiu glanced at Yun Feiyong and said helplessly. Yun Feiyong chuckled. I know. But playing this way is gambling on luck to see who can seize more opportunities. And then we can only gamble on luck. Anyway, under this tactic, even Tengfei High School wouldn't dare claim they can definitely score more goals than us. Although our attacking ability is a bit weaker than theirs, our defense is much more reliable than theirs. Meng Qiu answered. What do you mean? Yun Feiyong glared. Do you think I can't score as well as that Li Hu? There are two people while you're only one. Meng Qiu replied simply. Faced with such a simple answer, Yun Feiyong had nothing to say. Even with his confidence, he wouldn't think he alone could seize scoring opportunities better than two opponents. After all, teammates' passes wouldn't be that precise, and two forwards with excellent scoring ability would naturally grasp more chances. Our advantage lies in our overall balance, while Teng Fei is somewhat top-heavy. However, one of their midfielders is increasingly playing a defensive position, protecting in front of the backline, which will have some influence on our attacks. Meng Qiu continued. Why didn't you say that to the captain just now? Yun Feiyong asked. It's not like the captain doesn't know. Didn't you see how he intensified long pass drills in today's training? Bypassing that guy's zone of protection and sending the ball directly into the penalty area will better bring out your scoring ability. Competing for chances against those three defenders, you should be more confident, right? Meng Qiu said with a smile. Never mind those three unknown defenders. Even if it's Yi Yin, I'm confident. Yun Feiyong said arrogantly. Meng Qiu turned to look at him. Really? Enough, cut the nonsense. Yun Feiyong said, half annoyed and half embarrassed. In the following period, tactical training took up more of two high schools practice time. During counterattacks, Meng Qiu immediately sent long passes to find Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong up front. In positional attacks, they kept possession more and whenever possible delivered the ball directly into the box to exploit Yun Feiyong's poaching ability. This tactic was simple, yet it was a fairly effective attacking scheme and the easiest to drill into practice. This also reflected the weakness of ordinary schools. They had no fixed tactics nor professional level coaches to arrange tactics for them. In matches, they relied mostly on the players' own arrangements, putting them at a significant inherent disadvantage compared to football schools. No. Two High School had once created a miracle for a non-football school. This time could they create an even greater miracle? Quite a lot of people were following the upcoming match, each with different motives. The strong teams that might make it to the final single elimination bracket wanted to know whether they would face Two High School or Teng Fei High School in the quarterfinals. Scouts dispatched by domestic clubs also devoted a large portion of their attention to this match. Perhaps it was coincidence, perhaps destiny. In the various group stage matches of the following week, there was no noteworthy clash between powerhouses. The only such clash was Two High School challenging Teng Fei. That was why the scouts too focused more attention on this match. Even more attention came from students of the many ordinary high schools, big and small in Dalian, that were not football schools. It had to be said that in recent years the high school football league had grown extremely popular, completely surpassing the college football league in developing players and beginning to catch up in influence. However, unlike the college league, which was more rooted in grassroots, the high school league was still dominated by those kids from football schools. They had systematic training that kept them in better condition. They had professional guidance that allowed them to better display their abilities on the pitch. They were more organized and functioned as a cohesive unit on the field. And what about students from other schools? They had passion and fighting spirit, yet they often could not fully unleash their abilities on the field. Even some talented and gifted kids could not show a more brilliant side because their teammates were relatively weaker. In 3 years of the high school league and 3 years of the Dalian division, the quarterfinal spots in the first 2 years were all swept by football schools. Only last year did Two High School stunning everyone defeat Teng Fei High School and reach the quarterfinals. Although these football schools were indeed excellent in strength and performance, and although their students were technically high schoolers, an undeniable truth was that these football school students were strictly speaking vastly different from ordinary high schoolers. For ordinary students, high school kept them quite distant from society. Only after enrolling in university would they draw closer to society and to the working world. For football school students, however, those entering high school were already fairly mature. Many players at this age had already begun their professional careers, not only around the world, but in China as well. They thought about society and future prospects 5 or even 10 years earlier than ordinary students. This made football school students more precociously mature. It also created an obvious generation gap with the overwhelming majority of ordinary high school students. Ordinary students may enjoy watching the matches of their peers, but whether they felt strong identification with these football school teams was another matter. Even if they achieved glory, it was still glory for professional reserve teams, and it had little to do with ordinary students. This situation existed everywhere in the country, but in Dalian, it was especially conspicuous. Because the Dalian division was the strongest nationwide. Because Dalian was the soccer city with the most football schools. In other divisions, ordinary high school teams often rose in spectacular fashion to defeat football school teams, advance to the national tournament, and perform respectably. But what about the Dalian division? In the 3 years since the high school league began, every team that reached the national tournament had been a football school. The first year was Yunbei High School and Teng Fei High School. The second year was Qingxi High School and Yunbei High School. The third year last year was Yunbei High School and Qingxi High School. Admittedly, these 3 football school teams had won enough face for Dalian at the national tournament. Yunbei High School took 2 championships and 1 semifinal appearance. Qingxi High School took 1 championship and 1 semifinal. Even Teng Fei High School, the weakest of the 3, broke into the national semifinals that year. However, all of this was still glory earned by professional football reserve teams. Dalian high school students would likewise cheer for the kingly Yunbei, the Qingxi led by the emperor, and the fleeting brilliance of Teng Fei. Yet after cheering, they understood that none of it had much to do with them. This only proved what had long been proven, that Dalian had the strongest reserve force for football. The province with the strongest reserve force in all of China was Liaoning, and among all of Liaoning, Dalian stood first. To borrow a popular internet phrase, this was actually no use at all. If things went on like this for a long time, it might not necessarily mean Dalian's young people would lose interest in football, but it was quite possible that to some degree Dalian high school students would lose much of their interest in the Dalian division matches. Under such circumstances, Qiu High School, which had burst onto the scene last year defeating Tongfei High School in the group stage when nobody favored them, and then losing by just 1 goal to Yunbei, the eventual national champion, in the quarterfinals, immediately became the hope of many ordinary high school students. Although Qiu High School also had little real connection to them, the team members of Qiu High School were like them, ordinary high school students who would temporarily leave football in their 3rd year of high school and study hard for the college entrance examination. For one to love a team, there must be a sense of identification. Fans who love the world's big clubs apart from local fans must do so because those clubs possess something that touches them. Fans who love lower division professional teams as a rule are the local audience from where the team is based. Watching that team play begins in childhood, spans generations, and is carved into their bones. Now, Qiu High School, with its status as an ordinary high school, touched the hearts of many ordinary high school students. They shared common traits and a common identity with those students. Yet they could contend with those students who aimed to go professional from the very beginning without falling behind, and even come out victorious. How could that not make those students love them? Their own schools might not be good, and they themselves might not be good at football, but that did not stop them from supporting students who shared certain things in common with them, fulfilling their own wishes. This feeling is called sense of identification. Once one develops a sense of identification with something, they devote their greatest enthusiasm to following it. So many people paid attention to the draw ceremony. Although they felt the draw result was somewhat ominous, it still did not stop them from following Qiu High School's matches. The first match was merely an appetizer. This match was a true banquet. They were eagerly anticipating the start of that feast. If Qiu High School could defeat Tongfei High School, they would not only almost secure the right to advance from the group, but also win over even more students to support them. Is it really that exaggerated? Su Bin said in surprise. Yi Jiqing, sitting opposite him, shrugged. I also think it's exaggerated, but this matter is indeed true. In Yi Jiqing's hand was a stack of tickets, and in front of her were many more identical tickets. Yes, tickets. Entrance tickets. So many people are paying attention to this match. They're even using tickets to restrict who enters Tongfei High School. Su Bin shook his head. There was still one day until Saturday. During this day, the administration of Qiu High School received some news. Since many people might want to enter Tongfei High School to watch the match between Tongfei High School and Qiu High School, Tongfei High School had implemented some kind of qualification verification for entry. Of course, Tongfei High School would not rely on selling tickets. Their stadium could hold 4,000 people, so the other 16 schools each received 500 tickets, meaning they could send 500 students to watch the match. Although after the first round other schools had basically determined their teams could not advance for a match like this, they still had many students willing to come watch. So now Qiu High School faced a difficult problem. At the last match, over 500 students from Qiu High School had gone to watch spontaneously. During this past week, Zhou Yi and other school publication members had mobilized nearly half the student body, with over 1,000 students planning to attend. Now, with only 500 tickets available, who should receive them and who should not? After all, whether it was the school publication or students like Su Bin, they could only represent themselves, not everyone. Current students all have their own personalities. Who would be happy to follow your orders on who goes and who does not? Let's just draw lots. Whoever draws gets to go, Su Bin said after thinking for a moment. Not good. A crisp voice came from outside the classroom. Zhou Yi from the school publication walked in. The people we send this time are not here to watch as spectators, but to cheer for the school team. If we use random selection and only those with insufficient enthusiasm end up going, how can we achieve better results? Zhou Yi's words were correct. Tongfei High School was playing at home, and even if 3,000 tickets were distributed, their own student body numbered less than 1,000. They were also well organized. If the Qiu High School students going lacked enthusiasm, they would be at a disadvantage in atmosphere from the start. Qiu High School students took this very seriously. Though they might not excel at playing football and could not provide sufficient support on the field, they still had enthusiasm and hoped to contribute in other ways. Since drawing lots won't work, then how should we allocate them? Yi Jiqing asked Zhou Yi. Then we need to hold a large meeting. I've already borrowed the school's memorial hall. Anyone who wants to go to the match should attend, but first we need to establish one thing: obedience to arrangements. After school this afternoon, we will have cheerleading training. We need to gather the students with the loudest voices and highest enthusiasm from Qiu High School to go cheer for the school team. Zhou Yi waved her hand and said this with great presence. The match is tomorrow. Can one afternoon be enough? Yi Jiqing asked in surprise. How will we know unless we try? Zhou Yi narrowed her eyes. Watch me. I say it can be done, then it definitely can be done. Senior sister Zhou Yi looks so impressive, Su Bin secretly said to Yi Jiqing on the way to the meeting. Of course, otherwise how could she be the editor-in-chief of the school publication? Even Sister Shuer admires senior sister Yi. Yi Jiqing said proudly. During the following time, Su Bin witnessed the level of Zhou Yi, the only female in the school publication, but also the editor-in-chief, who could command more than a dozen grown men obediently. Although holding a meeting with over 1,000 noisy people was a troublesome matter, Zhou Yi easily brought the entire venue under her control. Explaining the situation, arranging registration, conducting selections. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Even the students who were eliminated did not feel too unhappy, because Zhou Yi had said that once they entered the elimination round the venue would be much larger and the school would organize more students to go to the scene to cheer. Those who were eliminated would still have a chance then. Although it was just a promise, it gave the eliminated students hope. To Su Bin's surprise, during the afternoon cheer training, he was assigned an honorable position by Zhou Yi, swinging the big flag to direct the cheer squad. When he waved the flag, the squad would sing together. The tune was simple, any football fan would know it: go go go, ole ole ole. The next day, when the school team members were preparing to depart, the first thing they saw was that big flag marked with the No. 2 high school emblem, and the extremely conspicuous Su Bin holding it. "You've donned a set of divine artifacts." Meng Qiu greeted Su Bin. From now on, please call me the Heaven King, who guards the flag. Football fans are the 12th player of the team, and I, Su Bin, am the 5th great Heaven King of No. 2 high school. Su Bin said with enormous pride. Impressive. Today we entrust the stands to you. Meng Qiu saluted Su Bin. No problem, leave it to me. Su Bin readily took on the responsibility. The football team should thank your school publication. If we achieve good results, this time the school publication's contribution will be significant. Teacher Wang praised Zhou Yi. That's also because the school leadership supported us. That's how we could achieve such results. Zhou Yi answered with a smile. After a few words of chat, the school team members boarded the bus, while several hundred people of the cheer squad, led by Su Bin at the front, walked towards Tengfei High School. Such a large group walking on the road was naturally very conspicuous. Su Bin, at the front, feeling especially cool today, walked ahead with his head held high and constantly waving the big flag in his hand. The stylish Su Bin was soon stopped by the police officer. Upon seeing the imposing police officer, Su Bin shrank back a bit. Fortunately, Zhou Yi was nearby and immediately explained in a polite manner that this group were students going to cheer, not some unregistered vagrants strolling on the street. After checking Zhou Yi and Su Bin's student IDs, the police officer waved them through. Being stopped like this, Su Bin was a bit deflated for the rest of the journey, only perking up again when they reached the gate of Tengfei High School. Coincidentally, when Su Bin and the others arrived at the gate of Tengfei High School, the bus from No. 2 High School had just arrived. "You're too slow, we walked here and arrived with you." Su Bin, who had regained his vitality, shouted to Meng Qiu and the others, "You can't be like this on the field. Bad luck today, ran into traffic jam. But it's okay, our match is in the afternoon, being late doesn't matter." Wei Ming said with a smile. "Seems a bit late. Which match was played this morning?" Lu Yiyang asked. "Huikai versus No. 6 High School." Lin Bing answered. "This match doesn't matter much." "Who says it doesn't matter? We haven't watched Huichai's match at all. We're already 10 minutes late." Lu Yiyang said seriously. "Let's go, we'll go directly to the stands." The school team members naturally had their own passage, while Su Bin and the others began to line up at the gate of Tengfei High School, getting their tickets checked one by one to enter. The No. 2 High School members, who went directly to the stands, looked up and saw the score displayed on the scoreboard beside the field. 1-0 Huikai High School, leading No. 6 High School. A goal pretty early. Lu Yiyang muttered, signaled everyone to sit down, and then watched the match. He was not only the captain of the school team, but also the coach in a certain sense. Paying attention to the opponent's performance was also part of his job. Fortunately, Lu Yiyang was also a capable person, otherwise managing such a large team, while also playing, would have exhausted him long ago. Lu Yiyang wasn't very concerned about Huichai, but they were, after all, the only opponent he hadn't watched, so he observed the match quite carefully. However, after watching the first half, Lu Yiyang determined that Huichai's strength could only be considered average. Perhaps they were a bit better than No. 6 High School, No. 8 High School, and Maya, which had been defeated 6-0 by No. 2 High School, but they were far from being on par with No. 2 High School. Even compared to Xinya High School, they seemed to lag significantly behind. However, this was also normal. Generally speaking, there was a huge gap between ordinary high schools and football schools. The score at halftime remained 1-0. Ever since No. 2 High School arrived at the venue, they had watched a chaotic match where neither side's attacks showed much organization, with more confusion than clarity, and no individual performances to speak of. After the second half began, this chaotic situation continued. However, Huikai seemed to have much better luck than their opponents, and they also had an absolute advantage in physique. The students from Huikai Technical School were all very endurance-oriented runners. In amateur matches, the difference between those who can run and those who cannot is significant. After 20 minutes of the second half had passed, the No. 6 High School players began to tire and could not keep running. Huikai started to dominate absolutely, though their ability to seize opportunities was somewhat lacking. Several chances were missed by a hair's breadth. It was not until the 25th minute of the second half that they utilized a corner kick to head the ball into the opponent's net. No. 6 High School, trailing by 2 goals, lost even more fighting spirit. They were continuously pressed by Huichai, whose stamina remained abundant. Although Huikai wasted quite a few opportunities, they still managed to score 3 consecutive goals in the final moments, defeating No. 6 High School with a commanding 5-0 victory. Huikai really can run. No. 6 High School is too weak. If Huichai's ability to seize opportunities wasn't so poor, they might have scored double digits. Yun Feiyong commented, "If we played against No. 6 High School with better chances, I might even score 10 goals." Was there any order to it? Hearing Meng Qiu's words, the No. Two high school players all burst into laughter. Huikai had played so chaotically that they could only rely on their stamina to wear down No. 6. If No. SIXS players hadn't been exhausted in the final moments, Huikai would likely have managed at most a narrow one-goal victory. Meng Qiu, you need to strengthen your overall vision. Pay attention during the match. Wei Ming, acting like the senior, he was patted Meng Qiu on the shoulder and said, come on, let's go eat. We're up against Teng Fei next, and this is the most important match for us. Wei Ming is right. We need to stay focused. Dinner in 20 minutes, then rest and warm up half an hour before the game. Understood. Lu Yang clapped his hands and said loudly, understood. The players of No. 2 High School answered in unison and then set off for the cafeteria. Hey, as Teng Fei's biggest rival, they wouldn't put any drugs in our food, would they? Li Qi suddenly imagined. We should respect our opponents. Yun Feiyong replied. Teng Fei High School naturally would not drug their food. After all, the cafeteria was a buffet where everyone ate similar dishes. Even Teng Fei's own players ate there, so a drug would have to be intelligent enough to act only in the stomachs of No. 2 players. Chatting and laughing, the No. 2 players quickly stuffed the rather bland vegetables and meat into their mouths. They had to eat while talking and laughing to get it down. Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong, however, remained silent. Without a word, they finished all the food in front of them according to their appetites. They were long accustomed to such meals. Meng Qiu even thought the buffet format was unreasonable. Professional nutritionists should tailor each player's meal to their physical condition rather than letting players choose for themselves. Yet he did not know that even few domestic professional clubs could achieve such a professional approach. After all, although the Chinese Super League was now lively and of a high standard, it still had a noticeable gap in details compared to top-tier clubs. While they were eating, the Teng Fei High School players also walked in. Unlike last time, the two sides did not have any verbal clash. They simply treated each other as if the other were invisible. There was no grudge between them, but they were rivals. Both knew that this match would decide which team advanced to the knockout stage. Whoever won would basically secure a knockout spot. Whoever lost would almost certainly be eliminated. With a group format in which only one team qualified, every match could be regarded as a single elimination contest. On the surface, it appeared more peaceful than a single elimination bracket, but in reality, it was just as unforgiving. It merely gave more teams additional match opportunities. The stands gradually filled with more people. Most were students from the 7 schools. Though the other schools had almost no chance of advancing, their students were still eager to watch such a game, even if they appeared somewhat disorganized. The largest contingent was naturally Teng Fei High Schools. They hadn't been this orderly even for the previous match against Xinya. That also showed how much Teng Fei High School valued this game. The remaining positions were occupied by all kinds of people. Club scouts came to watch, and the school naturally made things very convenient for them. Many journalists were also present. This match had touched the hearts of many people from all walks of life in Dalian. Su Bin raised the large banner high and looked with imposing gravitas at the Teng Fei High School contingent across the field. That contingent was much larger than No. 2's, for it had far more people. What does having more people matter? Let them see what we've got. Su Bin shouted. Oh, the students of No. 2 began to cheer along. Though they were good students at this moment, they were here under the school's orders to cheer. Go No. 2. Beat Teng Fei. Bring Teng Fei down so it can't fly. The No. 2 section began to call out. What No. 2? They're all just a bunch of delusional teens. The Teng Fei High School students also began to stir up a racket. At first they appeared somewhat unorganized, but soon, led by several student leaders, they began chanting in an orderly manner. With their numerical advantage, they quickly drowned out the No. 2 cheers. That won't do. Look, they're all wearing Teng Fei's blue jerseys, which looks imposing at a glance. Although we're organized enough, our clothes are a hodgepodge, making us look like a motley crew. After a bout of shouting, both sides quieted down, intending to wait until after the match started. Yi Jiqing couldn't stop herself from saying to Zhou Yi, "Yeah, wearing matching clothes really is striking." Zhou Yi couldn't help but nod. If only the school would give us each a red jersey. Su Bin leaned over and said, "Forget it, how could the school agree to such an expense? But this is a reminder for us. When we have a chance, let's try to wear red clothes so we can look more imposing too." Zhou Yi smiled. Zhou Yi chuckled. "Hey, look at me, I'm wearing a red jacket. Worthy of the banner-bearing king title." Su Bin said, swaying his head. "That jacket of yours is borrowed, isn't it? It's all wrinkled and bunched up, doesn't fit at all." Zhou Yi looked at Su Bin with disdain. Su Bin gave an awkward smile and fell silent. Just then cheers rose from the opposite stands. "Our players are coming out. Everyone come on, chant with me." Su Bin waved the banner, and the No. 2 students also began shouting Go No. 2 at the top of their lungs. Amid the chants from both sides, the players of No. 2 High School and Teng Fei High School walked out onto the field. The starting lineups for both sides were almost unchanged from the last match. For Teng Fei High School, Li Hu and Wang Zhong continued to pair up as forwards, with Wang Fazhong, Jiang Tao, Li Yue, and Zhao Lei behind them. Behind those four was Zheng Tianxing, who had switched to a defensive midfield role, and further back were 3 defenders. No. 2 starting 11 was also 4-4-2. Goalkeeper Lin Bing, defenders Meng Qiu, Gao Meng, Han Ming, and Li Lemming. Midfielders Li Qi, Lu Yang, Wei Ming, and He Fan. Forwards Yun Feiyong and Zhao Rui. Last year you beat a Teng Fei without me by playing defensive and hitting on the counter. This year you can try again and see if you can keep our attack out with defense. During the captain's handshake, Li Hu gave a cold snort. Nobody said we have to defend, did they? Let me tell you today we're going to show you with our attack that the strongest attacking team in Dalian is us no. 2. Liu Yiyang pushed up his glasses and said nonchalantly. Li Hu was taken aback. He stared at Liu Yiyang and then burst into laughter. Stop joking, schemer. You don't think I'd be foolish enough to believe you, do you? Don't think that just because you have a first-year kid you can overwhelm our Tingfei in attack. That kid Yun Feiyong wouldn't even earn a starting spot if he came to Tingfei. That's why he came to know. 2. Here we can make him a starter. Liu Yiyang remained completely unruffled. Li Hu snorted and said no more. In a verbal duel he was no match for Liu Yiyang, who was known as the schemer, and he didn't want to listen further. Liu Yiyang's words were always a blend of truth and falsehood, and too much of it might shake his resolve. After the captain's handshake came the coin toss. In the end, Liu Yiyang lost the toss and won the kickoff. Remember the attacking patterns we've practiced for the kickoff. Do it well, give them a performance to remember. After walking back to his own half, Liu Yiyang called all the players together and said in a low voice. He said this while looking at Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyong, and Wei Ming, the three key players for the opening blitz and No. 2's three main offensive weapons. Meng Qiu nodded, Yun Feiyong nodded, and Wei Ming nodded too. Liu Yiyang wasn't overly confident because a post-kickoff blitz like this demanded exceptionally high execution from the players. If even the slightest thing was off, the blitz might never materialize. In recent training, Meng Qiu had been as serious as ever, but his performance on the practice field had been no more than serviceable, with few surprises. The most critical point of the surprise tactic Liu Yiyang had designed was whether the long pass from the back could accurately reach the front, and that depended entirely on Meng Qiu's individual display. Could this short, usually inscrutable young man produce a fine performance from the very first minute? Liu Yiyang didn't have much certainty, but even if they didn't score, he wanted to give Tingfei High School a scare, making it clear that they truly intended to attack them. They might try an attack right from the beginning. On the other half, Wang Zhong said to Li Hu as the latter walked back. Liu Yiyang will try to get past two of their forwards, then pass to Yun Feiyong, and use his individual ability to complete the attack. In that warm-up match, if Yian hadn't played so well, No. 2 might have actually scored on a surprise attack. But we're well prepared, aren't we? Li Hu smiled. Yes, when my senior and I press forward, the midfielders should follow up quickly, and senior Zheng Tianxing should focus on cutting off the connection between Liu Yiyang and Yun Feiyong. Then their opening blitz won't work. Wang Zhong nodded. The football academy's intelligence gathering was beyond what ordinary schools could match. Although Liu Yiyang and Yun Feiyong's kickoff combination had only been used in the warm-up match against Chengxi High School, it had not gone unnoticed by Tingfei. In a match between two strong sides, striking first was certainly crucial. The Tingfei High School head coach seated on the home bench smiled faintly. Last year, due to a lack of preparation, he had been defeated by No. 2, which had made him a semi-professional coach look quite bad. That was why this year his preparations were especially meticulous. It's a pity that No. 2's head coach is only a figurehead. Even if we win, there won't be much glory in it. The Tingfei High School head coach thought with some regret. Coach Wang sat on the visiting team's bench, his face still wearing a cheerful smile, yet within his heart stirred a somewhat anxious feeling. He knew he was merely a figurehead, or rather just a teacher leading the team. Though he had never watched football before, over the past 2 years he had developed a deep affection for the No. 2 high school squad. As a teacher and nominally the head of the school team, he was privy to more information than most. It was true that the school administration now placed great emphasis on the football team. Precisely because of this, starting last year they had increased investment in the squad. Training equipment, a training hall, pitch maintenance, and special meals for the players in the cafeteria, all tangible financial commitments. Even as a public school, such expenditures were considerable. If the team failed to deliver results, the funding would inevitably be affected. Coach Wang did not wish to see that happen. Though he rarely watched the team train, he knew how hard these children worked for football. Their diligence was even more admirable than that of students at football academies, for they also had to complete their academic studies. They were a wonderful group of youngsters deserving of more. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side. Placed in such a difficult group, advancing would be wonderful, but if they failed to qualify, regardless of whether it was because their opponents were too strong, some of the team's privileges might be withdrawn. Coach Wang had not shared this news with any team member, not even Liu Yiyang. Their burden must not be too heavy. Liu Yiyang was already exhausted from serving as both captain and coach. He could not be given extra pressure. Coach Wang would rather bear all the pressure himself. That was the only thing he could do. Alas, if only I understood football well. At least I could arrange better tactics instead of sitting here with an unsettled heart and pretending nothing is happening. As Coach Wang lamented inwardly, Yun Feiyong and Zhao Rui had already taken their positions near the center spot. Liu Yiyang had pushed his position slightly forward, standing just behind the center circle arc. Get ready to press, Li Hu said in a low voice to Wang Zhong. The referee saw that both sides were in position, raised his hand, and blew the whistle to start the match. Yun Feiyong passed the ball to Zhao Rui, then surged forward. Zhao Rui turned and passed to Liu Yiyang, who killed the ball at his feet. At the same time, Li Hu, like a true fierce tiger, rushed swiftly toward Liu Yiyang, with Wang Zhong following closely behind. Behind Wang Zhong, Tingfei High School's midfielders streamed across the halfway line. Their press targeted not only Liu Yiyang, but also sought to cut off all his forward and lateral passing lanes. If a well-prepared attacking move was disrupted prematurely, even the finest midfielder might make a passing error when caught off guard. Launching an immediate attack after winning the ball in midfield had long been one of Tingfei High School's key offensive methods. Tongfei High School had not merely planned to stop No. 2 High School's initial surge, they also hoped to seize this opportunity to score first. Their ambition was great, and indeed they had every right to hold such ambition. Li Hu closed in with such speed that Liu Yiyang seemed to have no time to dribble past his challenge. In truth, Li Hu's press was aggressive but not without gaps. However, if Liu Yiyang broke through that way, Wang Zhong would be waiting behind him. The strike partnership of Li Hu and Wang Zhong was valuable not only for goals. Even in high-pressing situations they displayed remarkable coordination. Liu Yiyang indeed perceived this. Instead of forcing a breakthrough, he turned and shielded the ball at his feet. This was one of the scenarios Tongfei High School had anticipated. Though they had not directly won the ball, they had at least thwarted No. 2 High School's opening attack, their minimum objective. Li Hu pressed powerfully from behind, while the other Tongfei midfielders flooded further into No. 2 High School's half ready to launch an immediate press in the front. Liu Yiyang was technically sound and unlikely to make careless mistakes, but the same could not be said for every other player on No. 2 High School. Li Hu intensified his pressure, giving Liu Yiyang no time to think. Liu Yiyang indeed lifted his foot and chose to pass back. Except the pass seemed slightly off target, going straight to Meng Qiu on the left flank. Meng Qiu, a first-year student playing left back, had started the previous match and played all 80 minutes. His display was steady, excellent mobility, outstanding stamina, almost no mistakes, yet nothing particularly spectacular. That was Tongfei High School's assessment of Meng Qiu after the first match. Although Meng Qiu had performed well in the friendly against Chengxi High School, directly contributing to 2 goals, Tongfei High School did not view him as a significant threat, because the Tongfei High School scouts who observed that match had focused almost entirely on Yun Feiyang. Their assessment of Meng Qiu was that he was a promising newcomer, but nothing more, much the same as their evaluation of Li Qi and Han Ming. If he pushed forward and combined with Wei Ming, Tongfei might take notice, but when he received the ball in the back line they were unconcerned. Most importantly, even in that friendly against Chengxi High School, Meng Qiu had not displayed any exceptional long passing ability. Delivering a pinpoint long pass from one's own defensive third straight to the front, few players in all of Dalian could execute such a pass. Technically speaking, shooting, short passing, and even dribbling are relatively easy to practice. The most difficult skill to master is the accurate long pass. It requires exquisite touch, keen awareness, superb vision, and excellent decision-making, qualities that even many professional players struggle to possess. Thus, after Meng Qiu received Liu Yiyang's pass, although a Tongfei player closed him down, no one anticipated a direct long pass. Wang Fazhong charged at Meng Qiu fast and imposing, aiming to force the first-year youngster into a mistake. A successful interception here would directly threaten the heart of No. 2 High School's defense. As he rushed forward, Wang Fazhong's mind raced through several possibilities, predicting Meng Qiu's likely passing or dribbling lanes. Then he saw Meng Qiu cut the ball, move sideways, and appear to pass to Gao Ming in the center. At that moment, Gao Ming and Han Ming, the 2 center backs, were the only No. 2 players not yet marked by Tongfei. Gao Ming was closest to Meng Qiu, making him the natural passing target. Psychologically, it was instinctive for a newcomer to pass to a senior when facing danger. Meng Qiu had 3 possible passing options. Li Qi, a fellow first year, was already being closed down by Li, who so Meng Qiu would not pass to him. Wei Ming, the forward, was under tight marking and too far away. The only available target was Gao Ming. So Wang Fazhong immediately stretched out his leg, darting like an arrow from a bow to intercept the anticipated pass, only to find himself lunging into empty space. The moment he shaped to pass, Meng Qiu cut the ball back and slipped neatly past Wang Fazhong. Wang Fazhong tried desperately to recover, but his footing gave way and he tumbled to the ground, having committed too recklessly. After shaking off Wang Fazhong, Meng Qiu finally lifted his head to scan the front field. He had held the ball, because Yun Feiyang had not yet reached position. Now the timing was perfect. He raised his foot and launched a long pass. A pass of over 40 meters from his own half into the opponent's 30-meter zone. Such a long pass with its high arc could not be intercepted midway. Zheng Tianxing watched the ball sailing through the air while retreating quickly. Because they had pressed high, nearly all of Tongfei's midfielders and forwards were still in No. 2's half, making any hope of recovery practically impossible. On the pitch, the ball always travels faster than any player. That is a fundamental truth, unless blessed with exceptional pace. After a few strides, Zheng Tianxing realized he could not reach the ball before it dropped, so he turned and sprinted back, shouting for his defenders to mark Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang leaped to meet the ball. 2 Tongfei defenders converged on him, but he shouldered his way through them in mid-air with sheer power. Dominance. The Tongfei students in the stands collectively drew a sharp breath. He had already outplayed Maya's defenders in the last match. Now he was doing the same to Tongfei's defenders. However, even Yun Feiyang could not score directly with his head from the edge of the area. Yet he had no intention of shooting, and instead, as the ball descended, he forcefully nodded it to the left. The ball flew diagonally to the left wing, where Wei Ming was surging forward in support. After the flick on, Yun Feiyang landed quickly. By that time, Wei Ming had caught up to the ball. Without controlling it, Wei Ming stretched out his left foot and volleyed the ball back into the penalty area. Yun Feiyang, having landed, pushed off the ground forcefully and turned, immediately sprinting into Tongfei's box. As Wei Ming knocked the ball into the area, Yun Feiyang turned and sprinted. He was clearly not offside. Leaving all Tongfei defenders behind, he leaned forward and met the cross with a diving header. The ball changed direction and flew toward the lower right corner of the goal. The keeper originally covering the near post dove quickly, but was a step too late. The ball bounced on the turf and crossed the line into Tungfei High School's net. Silence. Then moments later the stands erupted with thunderous cheers from the No. 2 high school students. Was that a goal? For a fleeting moment before the cheers erupted, countless students in the stands shared a flicker of bewilderment. The ball was in. And within moments that uncertainty melted away into undeniable certainty. Students from No. 2 middle school erupted in wild celebration, turning the stands at the Fading High School football ground into a sea of jubilant euphoria. Fading High School students stood frozen in disbelief. Moments ago they had been pressing aggressively, looking as though they might win the ball back and launch an immediate counterattack, yet in barely more than 10 seconds the ball had danced like a joyful sprite deep into their own net. Less than a minute had elapsed. The exact figure was unknown at the time, but after the final whistle the referee revealed that this goal had come just 39 seconds into the match. A brand new record. Over the past 3 years in the Dalian tournament, the fastest goal record stood at 1 minute and 56 seconds set by Wang Zhe from Yunbei in a group stage match 2 years earlier, and now No. 2 middle school had shattered it by well over a minute. Others might break this record someday, but in this moment it belonged entirely to No. 2 middle school. Even placed on a national scale, it was the fastest goal recorded. Across all national tournament matches in the previous 3 years, including qualifying rounds, no goal had ever been scored within a single minute. No. 2 middle school had pulled it off. They were facing not an ordinary team, but Fading High School, one of the most celebrated clubs across all of Dalian. Though Fading High's attacking line was their greatest strength, their defenders, though lacking fame, and without a world-class stopper comparable to Gao Meng, were all products of specialized football programs, carefully selected from thousands of peers who had dedicated themselves to the sport since childhood. Even if none of them matched Gao Meng's caliber, they were at least equal to, if not better than, Han Meng. Against such a back line, scoring the fastest goal in National High School League history was a powerful statement of No. 2 middle school's true strength. Meng Qiu delivered a precise 40-meter-long pass. Yin Feiyong muscled past 2 Fading defenders to lay it on with precision. Wei Ming dove immediately to hook the ball back into the box, and Yun Feiyong rose magnificently for a diving header. With the entire team's meticulous preparation for this early set-piece attack, a truly splendid goal was born. Coach Wang rushed onto the pitch and embraced his students. The Fading head coach stood motionless for a moment, then a burning flush rose to his face. He had just been thinking that an amateur outfit like No. 2 middle school surely lacked Fading's intelligence work, that their opening surge would be exploited, but now, No. 2 middle school had instead exploited Fading's overzealous early press. How too many players had surged past the halfway line, striking first with long ball counters. That was a rather harsh rebuke. Though he never voiced it aloud and no one would literally strike his face, the sting of humiliation was no less real. Fading High's head coach sprang to his feet. Attack! Get that goal back for me. His voice boomed across the field. In a school like Fading, where the team favored attacking football, and the players all carried fiery tempers, speaking softly would never suffice. And his fierce barks had the effect of igniting his players' determination. Li Hu, who had been watching Meng Qiu, turned and nodded toward the touchline. Just one goal, coach, there's no need to be so worked up, Wang Zhong said with a grin. That kid's long passing is rather accurate. He could become a significant threat. Li Hu turned to Wang Zhong. It might have been a fluke. He was utterly average last match. Wang Zhong shrugged. Regardless, find opportunities to attack through his side. Let him understand what happens when he provokes us, Li Hu said calmly. After the celebrations, the No. 2 middle school players jogged back to their half. Lu Yang clapped his hands and called out, "Focus up." Others might ignore it, but Lu Yang had to watch Li Hu's expression carefully. That fierce tiger was often at his most dangerous when his face remained perfectly calm. Li Hu was a powerful and aggressive striker, but fierce aggression did not mean he lost control when riled. A calm Li Hu was in many ways even more formidable. This was precisely the moment to pay attention. Li Hu passed to Wang Zhong and made a forward run. Wang Zhong did not attempt to carry the ball himself. Instead, he played it back and also surged into the attacking half. Fading's offense was not built around just 2 forwards. Their strikers possessed strong finishing ability, but the real orchestration came from their 5 midfielders. None of them ranked among Dalian's 4 elite midfielders. Yet even if they lagged slightly behind those four, the gap was not substantial. More importantly, they had been playing together for at least 2 years. Aside from Jiang Tao and Li Yue, who were second-year students, the other 3 midfielders were all third years. Li Yu excelled at driving down the flanks. Jiang Tao made excellent forward runs into the box. Zhao Lei possessed outstanding long passing and movement from wide areas. Wang Fazhong was skilled at tempo control and organization, and Zheng Tianxing had dropped deeper to orchestrate play and intercept from behind. This midfield unit of Fading High was highly distinctive and genuinely powerful. The ball was quickly played to Wang Fazhong's feet. Facing the pressing Yun Feiyong and Zhao Rui, he did not attempt a forceful dribble, but instead turned and passed to Zheng Tianxing. Zheng Tianxing swiftly distributed to the right flank to Zhao Lei. Confronted by He Fan's pressure, Zhao Lei found a sliver of space, and rather than playing a horizontal pass to Wang Fazhong in the center, struck a diagonal ball directly into the space ahead. Wang Zhong received the ball with his back to the goal in the 30-meter zone. Han Ming pressed cautiously from behind, wary of Wang Zhong's dribbling ability, while Li Qi quickly shifted over to form a double team with him. A clash between three first-year players. Wang Zhong did not force a breakthrough. Instead, he played a sideways pass. Jiang Tao making a forward run met the rolling ball and struck a shot on the move. Li Qi arriving to cover was a half step too late as the ball whistled past him. The long-range effort carried considerable power, but unfortunately struck slightly astray. A shot of this quality posed no great challenge for Lin Bing. Taking 2 quick steps, Lin Bing positioned himself perfectly on the ball's flight path and gathered it securely. Then he saw Wang Zhong's face appear before him, grinning mischievously before turning and walking away. When did this lad make that run? I didn't even notice. Lin Bing had not thought much of it during the save, but reflecting on it now sent a chill down his spine. He had been completely unaware that Wang Zhong, who had only been passing horizontally moments before, had slipped into the penalty area. If he had not been properly prepared, and the save had gone amiss. What a tricky opponent, Lin Bing cursed inwardly. When did he make that run? I didn't notice at all. Lin Bing hadn't worried during the save, but now recalling it brought a cold sweat. He had been completely unaware that Wang Zhong, who had been passing laterally moments earlier, had already slipped into the box. If he hadn't been ready, and the ball had slipped through his hands. Bloody devilish, he muttered to himself. Lin Bing cursed silently, and threw the ball far downfield with his hand. Liu Yang dropped back 2 steps, and controlled the ball on his chest ahead of Wang Fazhong. The retreating Li Hu pressed aggressively, and across the pitch other fading midfielders closed down No. 2 middle school's players as well. Though their earlier aggressive press had allowed No. 2 middle school to counter and take the lead, fading had no intention of abandoning their preferred tactics. A strong team always possesses a stable and effective tactical system. Liu Yang barely maintained control, but everywhere he looked, fading players were closing in on his teammates. Perhaps only a backward pass to the defense would allow his companions to receive the ball smoothly. He glanced toward Meng Qiu but found that Liu had not tracked back. He remained glued to Meng Qiu's every move. Fading had noticed this as well. Meng Qiu kept making running moves to shake off Liu's marking, but Liu was faster. Even when he briefly evaded him, he was soon closed down again. Unwilling to take risks, Liu Yang sighed inwardly, and then suddenly turned sharply. He had shaken off Wang Fazhong temporarily, and in the space he had created he immediately played a through ball attempting to find Yun Feiyang in the forward area. Yun Feiyang dropped back to receive, but Zheng Tianxing appeared timely on the passing lane, sliding in to deflect the ball to the side. Fading high regained possession. The No. 2 middle school players began turning their marking around to press the fading players who had been targeting them. The balance of attack and defense shifted instantly. Jiang Tao passed to Wang Fazhong, who under Liu Yang's pressure quickly played it wide to Liu. Meng Qiu stepped up to challenge. Seeing Meng Qiu coming to close him down, Liu made no feints. He simply drove the ball along the touchline and accelerated. During their earlier exchanges, Liu had already sensed that Meng Qiu lagged behind him in both speed and strength. Against such a defender, a direct burst of pace was the most effective approach. Liu sprinted forward with Meng Qiu turning to chase. Watching Meng Qiu gradually fall behind, a faint smile appeared on Liu's face. But the very next moment Meng Qiu threw himself back into the challenge. Meng Qiu was pushed aside by Liu, but Liu's momentum was slightly delayed. Meng Qiu immediately closed in once more, only to be shoved away again. The two locked in a wrestling battle as they approached the goal line. The smile had long vanished from Liu's face. If this struggle continued, how could he ever deliver a cross? With a sharp stop, Liu dragged the ball back and played it to Wang Fazhong, who had arrived to support. Wang Fazhong immediately threaded a through ball to the edge of the penalty area. Liu received the ball. Gao Ming closed him down immediately. To defend against 2 outstanding opposing forwards, the greatest pressure on No. 2 middle school naturally fell on their 2 center backs. Han Ming marked Wang Zhong, and Li Qi frequently dropped back to help double-team him, but Gao Ming had no assistance. He was not afraid, however. Liu's attacking methods were straightforward. He preferred direct aggressive drives. Such an attacker was precisely the type Gao Ming enjoyed defending against the most. True to form, Liu immediately launched into a forceful dribble upon receiving the ball. Gao Ming half-turned, absorbed the impact with Liu, then quickly dropped to the ground and slid in to knock the ball away. The ball rolled into the box, and Lin Bing, rushing out, punted it directly toward the opposing half. Well done. The No. 2 middle school students in the stands began shouting loudly. 2 consecutive successful defensive stops against Fading's attacks proved that No. 2 middle school's defense had earned a sense of trustworthiness. 10 minutes had passed since No. 2 middle school's opening goal. During those 10 minutes, No. 2 held their ground in midfield, locked in a tense contest with their opponents. Although Teng Fei still commanded more than 70% of the attacking play, they could not create clear scoring opportunities against No. 2's targeted defense. The occasional shots on goal were all neutralized by the efforts of Lin Bing and Gao Ming. Their long passes from the back for counterattacks constantly kept Teng Fei High School on edge. After all, the opening goal had come precisely from such a long ball, and Teng Fei could not afford to ignore that threat. The No. 2 students in the stands kept cheering and shouting without pause since the match began. Subin waved his flag repeatedly, adding to the momentum. If only the match could end right now, we would win. Coach Wang glanced at his watch, entertaining a rather amateurish wish in his mind. However, the substitute players around him were full of confidence. No. 2's specialty was defense, and with the lead in hand, if the game remained deadlocked, Teng Fei would likely grow impatient. Once they did, opportunities would come again for No. 2. With a formidable center forward like Yun Feiyang and a swift striker like Wei Ming, counters would be simple, yet extremely threatening. Tongfei High School might be the stronger attacking side, but they could not afford to be careless about conceding goals. The situation, at least in the eyes of No. 2 substitutes, was highly favorable. However, Liu Yang on the field felt completely differently. The pressure brought by Tongfei's offense was simply overwhelming. The freshmen might not have sensed anything unusual, yet gritting their teeth to hold on. But as a veteran who had faced Tongfei last year, Liu Yang could tell that this year's Tongfei was much stronger than the previous one. The defensive and midfield lines were still the same faces, yet, with Li who added to the front line, the entire aura had changed. Moreover, there was Wang Zhong, who seemed quiet on the pitch, yet was as slippery as a loach. If Li, who was a battering ram, Wang Zhong was a thin blade thrust coldly through a gap in the city wall. The combination of these two was by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Two forwards with entirely different personalities and traits proved to be remarkably well coordinated. Liu Yang could tell that No. 2's midfield had been completely overwhelmed by Tongfei. They could only rely on long passes to launch counterattacks, yet under Zheng Tianxing's excellent performance, those long balls rarely reached the feet of Yun Feiyang and Wei Ming in the front. Under such circumstances, No. 2 could only endure Tongfei's relentless waves of attacks. They had to stand firm against Li, who while also guarding against Wang Zhong's unexpected strikes. Such defending was a real headache. No wonder Xinhua had not been able to withstand Tongfei's offense for long. No. 2's defense was not necessarily better than Xinhua's, if Xinhua had conceded within less than 30 minutes. How long could No. 2 hold on? Moreover, in that match, Xinhua had focused entirely on defending Li Hu, but now No. 2's backline also had to keep an eye on Wang Zhong, not to mention the attacking midfielders of Tongfei, who kept pushing forward behind them. Such overwhelming pressure. They wanted to control the midfield, but after merely 10 minutes the midfield had already slipped out of their control. How could they reclaim it? We can't go on like this, Liu Yang thought to himself. To turn the tide, they had to regain control of the midfield. At the very least, they could not allow the opponent to attack with such impunity. But regaining the midfield initiative was easier said than done, and Liu Yang could not come up with a solution. Wang Zhong once again dropped back to receive the ball, then forced past Li Qi and sent it to the left flank. Zhao Lei stopped the ball at his feet. Wang Zhong began sprinting toward the wing, raising his hand to ask for the pass. He drew the attention of both Li Lemming and He Fan, but Zhao Lei did not pass the ball to Wang Zhong. Instead, he lifted his left foot on the spot and sent the ball into the penalty area from a 45-degree angle. Li Hu and Gao Meng leaped at the same time. Though shorter than Gao Meng, Li Hu used his positioning to gain the advantageous spot, and despite Gao Meng's interference, powerfully headed the ball toward the goal. Lin Bing lunged sideways and managed to get a touch on the ball. The ball bounced upward, struck the crossbar, and rebounded into the penalty area. Li Qi and Han Ming both charged toward the landing spot, but the onrushing Jiang Tao was faster than all of them. Meeting the falling ball, he slotted it home with a crisp finish. The ball flew upward until it struck the top of the net, then dropped down. In the 15th minute, Tongfei High School equalized through sustained attacking play. Darn it! Lin Bing smacked the turf in frustration, then rose helplessly. In that instant, No. 2's defense had been pulled completely out of shape. Wang Zhong's drop back drew Han Ming out of the penalty area and pulled Li Qi's attention away, while his shift to the flank also occupied No. 2's right side. Before Han Ming and Li Qi could retreat, Zhao Lei had already delivered the ball into the box. Despite Gao Meng's efforts to disrupt Li Hu and Lin Bing's initial save, no one was left to mark Jiang Tao, who had surged into the penalty area in time. Tongfei's striking duo had always been the main source of their goals, but their attacking midfielders also possessed fine scoring abilities. In their match against Xinhua, all of their goals had been scored by the forwards, while Jiang Tao's late runs from deep had to some extent been kept in reserve. Tongfei High School had likewise held back something in the first match. Jiang Tao is getting more and more mature. Last year, his timing and accuracy when surging forward were not this impressive, Wei Ming said to Liu Yang with some resignation. After all, he is also one of the outstanding newcomers at Tongfei High School, Liu Yang replied helplessly. In the first match, Wang Zhong's brilliance had been so dazzling that No. 2 had unconsciously overlooked Jiang Tao. This was something No. 2 had never anticipated. If No. 2 had a capable full-time coach, they might have accounted for this, but unfortunately they did not. Liu Yang took a deep breath. He felt exhausted, but he still had to lead the team forward. That was his duty. Hold on. We'll make adjustments at halftime. In the urgency of the moment, Liu Yang could not think of any better solution, so he called everyone together and offered words of encouragement. It's only a draw. At worst, we'll just score another one, Yun Feiyang said with confidence. Yes, now we need to push forward in force and seize the chance to score. Liu Yang nodded. But he overlooked one thing. In the previous match, Xinhua had also tried to strike back immediately after conceding, only to see Tongfei extend their lead further. Had he been on the sideline, Liu Yang might have kept a clearer head. But on the field, playing itself demanded full concentration, leaving no energy for anything else. That was why player coaches were virtually non-existent in top-level leagues, appearing only occasionally in lower divisions. Even an experienced veteran could not manage too much while on the pitch. Yet no one would demand this of Liu Yang. After all, it was not his job. Tongfei High School did not celebrate for long. It was only a draw, and they wanted victory. Do you think they'll step up their attack right after the kickoff? Li Hu watched Yun Feiyang at the kickoff and said to Wang Zhong with a faint sneer. Probably. We need to press that short guy tightly. If they score like that again, we'll lose face. Wang Zhong answered with a smile. Yun Feiyong passed the ball to Zhao Rui, then ran forward. He was also full of pin-up frustration. Since that goal, he had barely received any passes. The long balls from the back were all cut off by Zhang Tianxing, and the wings could not produce a breakthrough cross. Up front, he was almost withering away from inactivity. Such was the helplessness of a striker. Without anyone supplying the ball, no matter how formidable the forward was, he became little more than a decorative piece on the field. The ball came to Liu Yeyang's feet. Li Hu charged toward him at full speed, while on the flank Li Yu also sprinted forward to press Meng Qiu and deny him the chance to receive the ball. Having been shaken off by Meng Qiu earlier, which led to that goal, Li Yu was deeply frustrated as well. Liu Yeyang, however, did not pass back. Instead, he feigned a backward pass, then elegantly dragged the ball back, deceiving Li Hu's press, and began to dribble forward. After Li Hu was beaten, Wang Zhong immediately appeared in front of Liu Yeyang. Liu Yeyang did not continue dribbling. Instead, he sent a diagonal pass to Wei Ming on the wing. No. Tu's leading attacker received the ball. Facing the approaching defender, Wei Ming forcefully pushed the ball down the flank and burst into a sprint. Just now, Li Yu had used his speed to trouble Meng Qiu. Now Wei Ming intended to use his own pace to outrun Tengfei's defenders in the same way. His speed was a notch faster than Li Yu's. The Tengfei defender had just turned around when Wei Ming was already leaving him in his wake. He's too fast. Meng Qiu muttered to himself, but his feet did not slow down in the slightest. If he was to provide support from behind, he had to keep up with Wei Ming as much as possible. Crosses from the wing alone might not pose too much threat, but if Meng Qiu could push up to combine with Wei Ming, their attacking options would naturally multiply. Wei Ming, however, seemed to have forgotten this. During the past 10-odd minutes, Liu Yeyang and the others had been stifled under pressure, while Wei Ming, like Yun Feiyong, had too little to do and was equally restless. Having finally managed a thrilling breakthrough, Wei Ming's composure was now slightly unsteady. Inside the box, Yun Feiyong raised both hands high. Just as Meng Qiu ran into the attacking zone about 30 meters out, he saw Wei Ming lift his foot and send in a direct cross. Yun Feiyong jumped with all his strength, outleaping the opposing defender to power a header toward goal. Despite the defender's interference, Yun Feiyong's header was still forceful, but the angle was a bit too central. The Tengfei goalkeeper raised his hand to deflect the ball over the end line for a corner kick. "Senior, you rushed it. We could have taken time to organize play in midfield." Meng Qiu ran over to Wei Ming, who was preparing to take the corner, and said, "I thought the chance just now was pretty good." Wei Ming replied. Yun Feiyong stood in the penalty area, utterly conspicuous. No fewer than 3 defenders surrounded him. Tengfei Hai was well aware that while Yun Feiyong's threat from set pieces was not as devastating as an open play, he still possessed sufficient danger. His physical strength and build presented a considerable threat, even though he was not particularly tall, standing just over 1.85 meters. Gao Ming had also moved up. As a center back, he frequently joined the attack on set pieces, and his forward runs had previously been one of two middle school's most effective weapons. Liu Yeyang stood by the corner arc, surveying the situation inside the penalty area. Tengfei Hai's superiority in attack over defense did not mean their defensive capabilities were negligible. At least when it came to set-piece defending, they had undergone considerably more training than two middle school. After careful observation, Liu Yeyang found no exploitable gaps. It seemed their only option was to deliver a high ball directly into the penalty area, allowing Yun Feiyong to utilize his jumping ability. This was naturally an inefficient approach. Even with Yun Feiyong's superior physical condition, finding space against such tight marking would be extremely difficult. However, Liu Yeyang could not think of any better alternative. Given the team's current state, developing a few decent tactical patterns had already pushed Liu Yeyang to his limit as a coach. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old student whose energy was largely consumed by football and academics. How much capacity could he truly dedicate to this coaching role? I need to find several sharp-minded individuals to discuss tactical training with going forward. I cannot continue like this. A thought flashed through Liu Yeyang's mind. At this thought, Liu Yeyang recalled Meng Qiu. Though not talkative, Meng Qiu often offered remarkably insightful observations. In the past, he should have engaged in more dialogue with him. Where is Meng Qiu? Liu Yeyang's glance failed to locate him, and only after turning his head did he realize Meng Qiu had already begun returning to defense. During corner kicks, Meng Qiu's height provides no advantage, and the back line was now somewhat vulnerable. With no time for further contemplation, seeing Yun Feiyong prepare to sprint from the center toward the near post, Liu Yeyang immediately took 2 steps back and crossed the ball into the penalty area. Near post, Yun Feiyong charged forward and leaped high to meet the ball. Li Hu, recovering in defense, jumped alongside him and subtly used his body to block the referee's line of sight, then drove his right fist into Yun Feiyong's back. The move was small but severely disrupted Yun Feiyong's jump. Realizing he could not direct a header on target, Yun Feiyong turned his head and flicked the ball backward over his shoulder. For the header layoff, two middle school had someone positioned at the far post. Zhao Rui surged forward from that area seeking to strike, but Zhang Tianxing, recovering in defense, reached the ball first and headed it clear beyond the penalty area. Liu Yeyang had already begun his defensive retreat, the realization dawning on him now that Gao Meng, their defensive anchor, remained deep in the opponent's penalty area. If the opposition launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, by the time this became apparent, it was already too late. Zhang Tianxing's clearance fell directly to Wang Fuzhong, who took possession and turned to initiate Teng Fei Hai's attack from the forward line. Beyond Li Hu's recovery run, Zhao Lei on the left wing, Li Yu on the right, Jiang Tao through the middle, and Wang Zhong, the languid figure leading the attack, all began their simultaneous sprint forward. Only 4 no. 2 middle school players remained in defensive positions behind them: Han Ming, Li Qi, Li Luming, and Meng Qiu, who was already racing back. Wang Fuzhong immediately delivered a medium-range diagonal pass, sending the ball forward to Li Yu, a type of cross that perfectly exploits the advantage of pace merchants. Meng Qiu pushed himself in a desperate sprint. For the first 20 meters, he maintained a slight edge, closing the gap to Li Yu to under a meter, but beyond that distance his pace began to fade. His strength lay in short bursts up to 30 meters, comparable to Li Yue, though perhaps not matching Wei Ming. Yet his endurance waned over longer runs. Li Yu collected the ball cleanly and immediately played it forward to Wang Zhong. Han Ming rushed forward aggressively, but Wang Zhong did not carry the ball. Instead, he simply flicked it backward with his heel to Jiang Tao, who had made a supporting run. Jiang Tao delivered a first-time diagonal pass to Zhao Lei, who was surging up the left flank. Through a series of quick combinations, Zhao Lei had already penetrated into the final third, while the remaining no. 2 middle school defenders were only just crossing the halfway line in their return. Li Luming threw himself into a desperate chase to contain Zhao Lei, but rather than dribbling, Zhao Lei launched a powerful cross into the penalty area. After Wang Zhong passed the ball, Han Ming refused to relinquish his marking duty, tracking his movements relentlessly. Despite being briefly separated by Wang Zhong's clever runs, Han Ming closed the gap the moment the ball arrived in the box, pressing tightly from behind. Good work. Stay glued to him and prevent him from turning. Just avoid committing a foul. Lin Bing shouted encouragement from behind. With Han Ming applying such close pressure, Wang Zhong would be unable to turn and shoot. A brief delay would allow his teammates to recover and neutralize the counterattack, reducing it to a set-piece situation. That was the path to victory. Meanwhile, Li Qi was diving into the penalty area, as well keeping watch for any potential late runs from Jiang Tao. At that precise moment, Li Qi watched helplessly as Wang Zhong raised his right foot and swung it through the air above the ball. His right hand pulled back as his heel struck the side of the ball with force, a heel cell shot with his back to goal. Han Ming was pressed tight against Wang Zhong, his vision entirely blocked by the opponent's body, leaving him unable to react as the ball threaded between his legs. Lin Bing's view was similarly obstructed by Han Ming ahead of him, and by the time he registered something round flying beneath his opponent, it was already too late to respond. Though not built for power, Lin Bing possessed a lean frame and quick reflexes, yet even as he began his dive, the ball slipped past him under the arm. 2-1. In less than a minute, no. 2 middle school had taken the lead, while Teng Fei Hai had scored twice within 3 minutes to reclaim the advantage. Teng Fei Hai supporters erupted on the stands, pounding their fists toward the opposing terrace. Can you see this? This is what Teng Fei is capable of. Following that unorthodox heel shot, Wang Zhong spread his arms wide and embraced the teammates who rushed to congratulate him. That goal. What a devilish player. He completely defies conventional logic. Lin Bing growled under his breath. Han Ming shared the same dejected expression. He had executed his marking duties adequately, yet who could have anticipated Wang Zhong would eschew the ordinary and opt for such an unconventional heel strike? Completely unforeseeable. Let's stabilize our shape first, Captain. Their momentum has built significantly now, and maintaining control in midfield will prove exceedingly difficult. Meng Qiu offered this assessment to Liu Yiyang as he jogged back. Liu Yiyang met his gaze intently before nodding in agreement. The previous decisions had been misguided, and a period of consolidation was genuinely necessary at this juncture. Having scored twice consecutively, Teng Fei Hai's momentum had reached its zenith, while the early advantage no. 2 middle school had established with their opening goal had been entirely expended. A measured approach, trailing by 1 goal at halftime, would prove far preferable to enduring further dismantling. Once Teng Fei found their rhythm, even Xinya's comprehensive defensive efforts had been breached repeatedly. They were now fully immersed in that destructive state. Denying no. 2 middle school any respite, the match quickly resumed. Teng Fei Hai's aggressive pressing and physical confrontations rendered the opposition's attacking efforts increasingly laborious. Possession was surrendered shortly after kickoff when Wei Ming, advancing along the flank, became surrounded and ultimately dispossessed. Teng Fei Hai then dominated proceedings with sustained attacking phases. Li Hu's powerful strikes and poachers finishes, Jiang Tao's late runs and distant efforts, Li Yu's wing penetration, Wang Fuzhong's distribution from deep, Zhao Lei's fullback crosses. Teng Fei Hai displayed their complete repertoire of attacking threats, launching wave after wave of assaults against no. 2 middle school's goal like a raging tidal force. No. 2 middle school's entire unit dropped deep to protect their goal. Even Yun Feiyang retreated, his aerial presence and heading ability proving valuable in defensive situations. They persisted, determined to endure until the remainder of the first half elapsed. 20 minutes passed in an instant, and the period was drawing to its close. Li Yu dispatched a long diagonal pass to the opposite flank, where Zhao Lei received it. Against Li Luming's marking, Zhao Lei forced his way through and delivered the ball directly into the penalty area. Gao Ming was impeded by Jiang Tao's run into the box, while Li Hu launched himself aloft at the far post. Yun Feiyang positioned himself directly in Li Hu's path, also rising to exploit his aerial advantage and clear the danger. Yet as Li Hu jumped, he extended his arm horizontally, causing Yun Feiyang's shoulder to make contact. Yun Feiyong's upward momentum was checked by the contact, allowing Li Hu to reach the first landing point and direct the ball away with a header. As Li Hu rose for the header, Wang Zhong, previously appearing lethargic, suddenly dropped his center of gravity and shifted laterally toward the central area of the penalty box. Both Han Ming and Li Qi, attempting to double-team him, moved to intercept simultaneously. But just as they closed in, Wang Zhong executed a sharp stop and slipped between them like a fish darting through reeds. A quick turn shed both defenders as Li Hu's header drifted down. Wang Zhong raised his right foot to meet the descending ball. Lin Bing scrambled into position to block the shooting angle. Bring it on, he thought to himself. Wang Zhong's foot connected with the falling ball. What appeared as a thunderous strike transformed into a delicate chip. Lin Bing's reactive timing was entirely disrupted by the change in execution. Lin Bing managed only a partial dive, extending his left arm in desperation, but could only watch as the ball traced a graceful arc and settled diagonally into the net behind him. The score was 3-1. Before the end of the first half, after conceding an early goal, Tongfei High School displayed formidable attacking prowess, scoring 3 consecutive goals to secure a commanding lead. Such was the thought that crossed the minds of many scouts from various schools who were observing the match. This newcomer Wang Zhong is quite impressive. Most of the time he stays inconspicuous, but the moment he appears in sight, he creates threats. Li Hu remains one of the best forwards in Dalian High School football. As for that Yun Feiyong, he did not show much brilliance in the first half. He still needs to be tempered. These were the private thoughts of many club scouts after watching the first half. At this moment, however, no one else was paying attention to that. There wasn't even any celebration on the field because Li Hu, the captain of Tongfei High School, was confronting Yun Feiyong, the newcomer from No. 2 High School. The two stood forehead to forehead, breathing heavily through their noses, neither willing to yield an inch. During a headed pass to Wang Zhong, Li Hu made a slight arm movement, and combined with the constant minor tricks he had used against Yun Feiyong earlier, his actions finally provoked Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong was not known for an especially good temper, and Li Hu was even worse. After landing, Yun Feiyong stared hard at Li Hu. Li Hu said, "What are you looking at?" Yun Feiyong retorted, "So what if I am?" The next moment they were locked in a forehead-to-forehead standoff. Though Li Hu was slightly shorter than Yun Feiyong, he raised his head and held his ground without retreating an inch. Fortunately, both still had a shred of composure. They only locked heads and did not come to blows. Li Hu felt that both he and Yun Feiyong being sent off would not be worth it, and Yun Feiyong felt the same way. The forehead standoff lasted only a moment before players from both sides rushed over and pulled the two apart. The referee ran up, beckoned them over, issued a few words of warning, and then gave each of them a yellow card. Although the style of play in the Dalian division had always been tough, most high school players were not bad-tempered. The physical play was fierce, yet on-field conflicts were extremely rare, even in matches between football schools. Therefore, although this confrontation was not serious, the referee still sternly issued both players a yellow card. Such behavior could not be tolerated. The referee then blew the whistle to end the first half, and Tongfei High School went into halftime with a 31 advantage. "Captain, stay calm. Don't get yourself sent off. Even if you don't play in the next game, that's fine, but don't leave us a man down in this one," Wang Zhong said to Li Hu as he walked toward the sideline. Li Hu had a hot temper. Even the veteran players dared not approach him at such a moment. Only Wang Zhong, a newcomer, dared to sling an arm over his shoulder and speak to him. "Don't worry, that kid won't get under my skin. But he's got a temper too. In the second half, you defenders might try to provoke him a bit. If you get him sent off, the rest of the match will be easier to play." Li Hu nodded, then said to the several defenders. Although he appeared reckless, the fact that Li Hu had become the foremost forward in the Dalian division and the captain of Tongfei was not due solely to his ability. At this point, Tongfei High School's head coach had already lost his earlier frustration. He smiled and nodded. Li Hu is right. Although we have a sufficient lead, we still need to be careful in the second half. If we can further expand the lead, then we should do so. That way we can conserve our energy for the upcoming knockout matches. Compared with the harmonious atmosphere on Tongfei's side, the mood on No. 2 High School's side was much more subdued. Yun Feiyong was sulking alone, while Lu Yiyang was also in low spirits due to trailing by 2 goals in the first half. Most importantly, he had felt his own powerlessness in that half, who on the pitch, simply playing the match, demanded his full concentration, leaving no extra energy to think about tactics. The others were naturally not in a good mood either. If they lost this match, it would almost certainly mean an early farewell to the tournament. For the second-year students, this was their last chance to charge toward the national competition. Although the first-year students still had opportunities, being eliminated early in their first Dalian division appearance would also be a tremendous blow to their confidence. Coach Wang wanted to say something, but he looked at one player then another and found himself unsure of what to say. After a few minutes, Lu Yiyang finally gathered his thoughts and spoke with some difficulty. "Don't be discouraged." Just then a voice rang out. In standard Mandarin, "Captain, the way we played in the first half wasn't right." Lu Yiyang was taken aback and turned to look at Meng Qiu. "Weren't we supposed to control the midfield, minimize their attacking opportunities, and increase ours, as we had planned? But in the first half we just kept defending and launching sporadic counterattacks. In terms of attacking numbers, even if they didn't have 10 times our chances, they had 8 times. Naturally, that put us on the back foot. Sometimes when one's thinking hits a dead end, a single sentence is enough to awaken it." Lu Yiyang finally understood why he had felt something was wrong on the pitch during the first half. Before the match, everything was arranged: clearly control the midfield, base the game there, increase possession, reduce the opponent's attacking chances, and increase our own. But what happened on the pitch? After a quick strike in the opening moments they had been defending all along. The occasional attacks were played too fast, quickly switching to the wings, and trying to create chances for Yun Feiyong in the box. But few chances materialized while Tongfei High School's attacks came in waves. It was no wonder they fell behind. Actually, this was a characteristic of amateur teams on the pitch. They relied more on instinct, making it easy for an organized opponent to lead them by the nose and drag them into their rhythm, leaving them unable to establish their own. When facing another amateur team, Two High School could rely on a group of talented players and overpower their opponents by sheer quality. But when facing an organized professional-style team, they easily fell into the opponent's rhythm. In terms of the strength of Two High School's current starting lineup, even if the overall level was somewhat lower than Tongfei's, the gap was not large. At the very least, the points of Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu, and the four Great Kings were in no way inferior to Tongfei's. Even the two newcomers Li Qi and Han Ming were quite good players. On paper, Two High School's strength was not far behind that of most football school teams. However, on the pitch against these football school teams, Two High School found it hard to fully realize their potential. This was the difference between an organized squad and a loosely assembled bunch of individuals. Meng Qiu is right. If we are to counterattack, we need to control the midfield. Lu Yiyang nodded. Meng Qiu, why don't you move to midfield in the second half? You don't need to play fullback anymore. Then what about our defense on the wings? Meng Qiu asked, somewhat surprised. Li Qi moved to the left and cover that position. Lu Yiyang, now having fully figured things out, answered readily. What about the defense in front of the back line? Li Qi hesitated, then asked. I'll do it. I'll drop deeper and the midfield will be handed to Meng Qiu. Everyone's first move after getting the ball is to find Meng Qiu and let him organize the attack. When he has the ball, we must all keep moving and provide support around him. That's the way, just like the second half of the warm-up match against Qingxi. Lu Yiyang slapped his thigh and said in a low voice. He lowered his voice because he was afraid the Tongfei players nearby might hear. No problem, in the second half we'll go at them exactly like this. Yun Feiyong waved his fist and shouted. He was not afraid of the Tongfei players hearing. Except for him, however, the other Two High School players still felt uncertain inside. The first half had gone that way not only because Tongfei High School were more adept at controlling the tempo, unconsciously making Two High School follow their rhythm, but also largely because most of the Two players did not yet fully trust Meng Qiu's organizational and orchestrating abilities. Although Meng Qiu had done well in organizing the team in the second half of the warm-up match against Qingxi, that had been a one-off performance. Most importantly, in the subsequent internal training sessions, Meng Qiu displayed some midfield organizational skills, yet they still could not compare with the control, orchestration, and organization that Lu Yiyang had shown. Since he had not shown anything substantial in training, he naturally failed to impress his teammates. Lu Yiyang had tried hard to control the midfield in the first half, but had not managed to do so. Could Meng Qiu do it? Could his organization and orchestration be better than that of Lu Yiyang, one of Dalian's four great midfielders? After all, in the entire Dalian football circle, apart from the one who stood high above everyone else, there were only a handful of people who could be ranked alongside Lu Yiyang. Could Meng Qiu really achieve that? Lu Yiyang had made this decision out of desperation. He knew in what areas he excelled. A calm mind, a broad vision of the game, a touch of cunning, and all-around technical ability. He could organize direct pass, thread through balls, make forward runs, and defend. This versatility had earned him a place among Dalian's four great midfielders, yet versatility was both his strength and his shortcoming. He had no particularly outstanding trait. He had failed to organize the midfield properly in the first half, and now Two High School's situation was dangerous. If they did not control the midfield and increase their own attacking opportunities while reducing the opponent's Two High School would face only one outcome: doom. If so, then let's take a gamble, betting that Meng Qiu could perform as well in the second half as he had against Qingxi High School. Qingxi High School's most outstanding midfielder was Sun Xiangxin, but their other midfielders were also quite solid, none of them inferior to anyone in Tongfei's midfield. Moreover, Yi Yan and He Xiaoyan often dropped to the midfield to provide support. Since Meng Qiu was able to compete against such a midfield, as long as he could reproduce that ability, he could likewise compete with Tongfei High School, or even overpower them. Now Lu Yiyang could only take a gamble, betting that Meng Qiu would have a good performance in the second half. Then everyone must follow my commands. Meng Qiu smiled. Fading High School kicked off the second half. After the whistle blew, they did not ease off simply because they led by 2 goals at halftime. From the first whistle, they launched a relentless wave of attacks. Their attacks continued to build from the midfield, rolling in like ocean waves, endless and unforgiving. The students of Fading High cheered in unison, casting proud glances toward the stands where the Two middle school fans sat. The Two middle school students felt the pressure weighing on them, yet they refused to fall silent. They cheered just as fiercely, determined not to let their spirit falter. Subin waved his flag steadily in the stands, mirroring the perseverance of the team holding their ground on the field. Li Hu drifted just outside the penalty area and unleashed a thunderous strike. Gao Ming dove desperately to block it with his chest, and Han Ming immediately cleared the ball far downfield. Don't rush to clear it, Meng Qiu called, jogging over to Han Ming. On my apologies, Han Ming nodded, realizing he had acted on pure instinct without thinking. The ball went out for a throw-in, and Fading High School resumed their attack. Zhao Lei took the ball from the line, saw that He Fan and Li Leping were in excellent positions, and chose to distribute to Wang Fazhong in the center rather than force a solo run. Wang Fazhong controlled the ball beneath pressure and noticed Meng Qiu surging forward toward him. The left back had pushed so far up the pitch. A faint smile crossed Wang Fazhong's mind. Rookie instincts. The left back had played steadily in the first half, but now in the second anxiety had pushed him out of position. If the opposing left back had abandoned the flank, then the wing was open for exploitation. Wang Fazhong delivered a precise long pass to the right wing, finding Li Yu ahead of him. Li Yu accelerated into space, leaving Li Qi trailing as he attempted to recover position. Just as Li Yu prepared to surge to the byline for a cross, a blur of motion appeared beside him. A faster player closing in at speed. Wei Ming had tracked back. In a contest of pace, Li Yu was outmatched. Wei Ming secured the ball, turned, and passed to Liu Yiyang, who had dropped deep to collect. Press him. Liu Yiyang was the heartbeat of No. 2 Middle School's midfield. With him receiving so deep, this was the perfect moment to apply pressure. Li Hu called out, and along with Zhang Tao and Wang Zhong closed in from 3 angles. Winning the ball in this position could lead directly to a dangerous counterattack and another goal. Meng Qiu made 2 sharp runs to arrive at Liu Yiyang's front left side. Liu Yiyang passed immediately. Meng Qiu trapped the ball and held it, choosing to advance rather than play it out quickly. Wang Fazhong pressed forward to close him down. Meng Qiu played a horizontal pass to He Fan, then made a forward run signaling for the ball. He Fan may not have possessed dazzling skill, but he was reliable and composed. He Fan delivered an immediate diagonal pass back to Meng Qiu. Get back! Zheng Tianqing called out. Meng Qiu had received the ball near the center circle, and although only Yun Feiyang stood ahead of him, he remained a constant threat. Fading High School's players surged backward in a wave. Their attacking strength did not mean they abandoned defensive duty. Instead of rushing the attack forward, Meng Qiu held the ball circled to evade Zhang Tao's pressing challenge, and then delivered a pass to Wei Ming, who had made an overlapping run on the left. Take our time. Let's build this carefully. Meng Qiu signaled with a downward gesture. Wei Ming, who had originally prepared to explode forward, slowed his pace. Though Wei Ming was a year older, he had agreed at halftime to follow Meng Qiu's tactical direction, and he trusted him completely. The attack consumed nearly a full minute. Meng Qiu played the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Yun Feiyang received it, turned and shot, just slightly wide of the far post. Back on defense. Meng Qiu clapped his hands, called out, and immediately began his own recovery run. Fading High School came forward again, though they had to restart with a goal kick. This time their attack moved noticeably slower than usual. Li Hu once again fired a long-range effort from just outside the box, which drifted narrowly wide. After losing possession, Fading pressed high in the attacking third, but Meng Qiu's constant movement and support allowed No. 2 Middle School to gradually work the ball through midfield. Seeing that winning the ball high up the pitch was no longer feasible, Fading's players dropped back into a compact defensive shape. No. 2 Middle School's attack remained methodical and slow, and they failed to convert. Still, they created a chance. Wei Ming broke through and played the ball inside to Meng Qiu, who lofted across into the box. Yun Feiyang's header deflected off a defender, and Zhao Rui's follow-up shot was gathered safely by the goalkeeper. Zhao Rui pressured the opposing goalkeeper to disrupt a quick restart, and No. 2's players sprinted back into position. By the time Fading High advanced the ball, they were met once again with a well-organized defensive structure. Is the tempo slowing? While most had not yet noticed, Fading High's coach realized with growing concern that the rhythm of the entire match was shifting. Fading High thrived on pace and chaos. With 5 or 6 players capable of scoring in the final third, the more disorderly the game became, the greater their chances of finding the net. But now every attack required time to advance into the final third, where they faced a No. 2 Middle School backline that was disciplined and well-drilled. Even in a straightforward positional battle, we won't lose to you. What is the point of this dragging on? The Fading High coach scoffed to himself. Most spectators in the stands had not yet picked up on the shift. The match was becoming deadlocked, which naturally favored No. 2 Middle School, who trailed by 2 goals. The No. 2 Middle School students felt anxious, while the Fading supporters grew confident. Except for the Fading High coach, even the players on the field had not yet sensed the change. Although the pace had slowed, Fading High could not sustain such intensity for the entire match. Leading by 2 goals, they saw no reason to worry about the tactical tug-of-war. The metaphor of boiling a frog may be simplistic, but the principle holds true on the football pitch. The gradual shift in tempo can quietly alter the course of a match. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, Fading High's attacking rhythm slowed further, and they began to adapt to the new methodical tempo. Yun Feiyang ran continuously across the pitch, his movements calm and patient. Though Meng Qiu rarely passed to him, and he did not always finish the moves, Yun Feiyang knew Meng Qiu best. He understood that Meng Qiu was biding his time, waiting for the moment to make a decisive impact. Before the second half began, Meng Qiu had pulled him aside and said, "Don't rush. Just run your natural patterns, and the opportunity will come." Yun Feiyang trusted him completely. Over the past month or more, they had trained together, and Meng Qiu had always been attentive to his movement and positioning on the training ground. The 11th minute of the second half. No. 2 Middle School entered another structured attacking phase. Meng Qiu received the ball near the center circle. Wang Fazhong and Zhang Tao closed in from either side. Meng Qiu waited until they were nearly upon him, then played the pass. The ball found Wei Ming, who carried it forward a few steps, his eyes constantly tracking Meng Qiu's movement. As expected, Meng Qiu made a series of sharp runs, losing both Wang Fazhong and Jiang Tao, and accelerated into the 30-meter zone, calling for the ball. Wei Ming delivered the pass. Meng Qiu welcomed the ball and drew back his left leg as if to shoot. Zheng Tianxing dived to block, but Meng Qiu instead tapped the ball forward with the inside of his toe. Yun Feiyong had dropped from the penalty area, using his body to shield the ball from the defender behind him. The defender tensed, wary of a possible turn and drive. But Yun Feiyong saw something else. Meng Qiu, having played the ball forward, was now accelerating at a pace, matching Wei Ming's cutting diagonally into the penalty area. Acting on pure instinct, Yun Feiyong did not turn to challenge the defender. Instead, he pivoted slightly and played a diagonal pass into the box. Meng Qiu arrived perfectly on the passing lane, right in the path of Yun Feiyong's cross. From this distance, he could shoot directly, and it would be highly dangerous. Two defenders lunged from either side to block the shot. Although Meng Qiu had rarely taken shots in previous matches from this range, finding the back of the net should have been straightforward. The pressure on Yun Feiyong eased. He turned smoothly and, guided by instinct, made a run straight into the penalty area. Meng Qiu curled the ball with the outside of his left foot. The ball curved toward the penalty spot, threading between the two defenders. Both turned their heads at the same moment and saw Yun Feiyong arriving at the exact point where the ball would land, winding up for a powerful strike with his right foot. The last defender launched a desperate slide tackle, hoping to disrupt the shot, but he was a fraction too late. The ball exploded from Yun Feiyong's foot like a cannon shot. With no one to challenge him and Meng Qiu's pass arriving with perfect timing, Yun Feiyong's strike was absolutely ruthless. The goalkeeper could only stretch out one hand as the ball whistled past him and into the net. 2-3. No. Two Middle School had pulled one goal back. Yun Feiyong did not celebrate wildly. Instead, he sprinted straight into the goal, retrieved the ball from the net, and jogged back toward the center. Along the way, he shared a quick high-five with Meng Qiu, who was also returning to position. Meng Qiu's build-up. Meng Qiu's pass. Yun Feiyong's finish. This partnership would become a nightmare for every opponent they faced. And now they were simply two teenagers fighting for victory and a place in the next round. Liu Yiyang clenched his fist hard. His gamble had paid off. The Meng Qiu who appeared in midfield was an entirely different player from the one who played at left back. Or perhaps the Meng Qiu on the training ground and the Meng Qiu on match day were two completely different people. Now the tempo was in two Middle School's control. The deficit had been reduced to a single goal. With over 20 minutes remaining and possibly 30, including stoppage time, victory was still within reach. In football, a single goal can shift the entire momentum of a match. And seeing hope return is what makes all the difference. The players of two Middle School completely dispelled their earlier downer. Their eyes no longer held any worry. Only excitement burned within them. The veteran players recalled the thrill they had felt after defeating Tingfei last year. A sensation so satisfying that repeating it would never grow stale. The newcomers began to realize how fortunate they were to have joined two Middle School. Perhaps only here could students who had not played football from the very start experience the exhilaration of defeating a professional team's reserve squad. Although they were still one goal behind, Su Bin waved his flag even more fiercely, shouting toward the opposite stands, "Did you see that? Yun Feiyong has already scored 7. He is the true top striker of Dalian." The shout carried onto the pitch, and Li Hu's face darkened. Yun Feiyong was two Middle School's primary attacking point, and he truly could seize all kinds of scoring opportunities. 7 goals in 2 matches. Li Hu, despite scoring 4 in the first match, had yet to find the net in this one. Though there were various factors involved, Yun Feiyong was the team's sole scorer, while the other forward Zhao Rui played more of a disruptive role, and in this match Tingfei had placed the scoring burden mainly on Wang Zhong, with Li Hu sacrificing his own scoring ability to provide assists. But did such justifications really matter? Even if Li Hu tried to explain himself to the two students, he would only be mocked. "Captain, don't get angry. Just score another one," Wang Zhong said at his ear. Li Hu nodded. Actually, his anger was not merely because of those words. He had planned to crush two Middle School in the second half, but in the end they had failed to create many good chances and instead conceded another goal to Yun Feiyong. A 1-goal lead felt so insecure compared to a 2-goal cushion. "We relaxed a little just now. Focus attack and finish them off." Li Hu gathered all his teammates and said. It was the same problem Liu Yiyang had in the first half. Being in the thick of the game, Li Hu failed to perceive the real reason the overall tempo had slowed and merely assumed his teammates had loosened up, causing the match to lose its pace. The head coach of Tungfei High School did notice this, but he paid it no mind. In a patient, structured attack, it was normal for either side to score first, conceding 1 goal to 2 was merely a stroke of bad luck. They would simply equalize shortly. There was no need to rush. He had absolute confidence in Tungfei's attacking ability. When both sides created similar numbers of chances, the one more likely to score would undoubtedly be his Tungfei. That was exactly what he thought at that moment. Yet he overlooked 1 point. Tungfei's attack was indeed stronger than two's, but with comparable numbers of chances, Tungfei might not necessarily score more goals than two. Because two's defense was even more outstanding. Though they had conceded 3 goals in the first half, the backline, led by Lin Bing and Gao Meng, still repelled most of Tungfei's fierce attacks. In particular, the last 2 goals were largely due to their unfamiliarity with Wang Zhong's unorthodox style, which made those 2 goals appear all too easy to concede. Once they gradually adapted, several promising attacking opportunities for Wang Zhong were collectively blocked by the two backline. They too were improving. Tu middle school had glaring weaknesses, essentially every flaw common to an amateur team. Yet once those conspicuous gaps were filled, their improvement in strength became remarkably evident, especially in the forward line. It was true that Tu relied almost solely on Yun Feiyong for goals at the moment, but this approach had its own advantage. With the attack concentrated on Yun Feiyong, the tacit understanding between him and his teammates skyrocketed with each attacking move. After all, training was only training. Only in real matches could the chemistry between teammates be elevated more effectively. With these two variables, structured offense might not necessarily be Tu's strength, but they would certainly be a style of play that Tungfei High School was not particularly good at. His oversight tipped the scales of victory ever so slightly in Tu's favor. The match restarted. Tungfei High School launched another attack. Attacking with pin-up resolve, they pushed straight into the heart of Tu's territory. Yet the Tu defenders, now brimming with momentum, pressed almost recklessly, leaving Tungfei's attacks still barely able to advance. Li Hu had to almost physically bump his way past Liu Yiyang, which surprised him. Liu Yiyang was never a midfielder who relied solely on his body, yet at this moment, he clung on with unyielding intensity. Such aggressive pressing made it impossible for Li Hu to continue dribbling, so he directly played the ball to Wang Zhong, who had pulled out of the penalty area. As Wang Zhong received the ball, Han Ming charged in forcefully from the side and brought him to the ground. The referee's whistle blew and Tungfei were awarded a free kick outside the penalty area. The free kick position was favorable. Lin Bing loudly directed his Two teammates to form a wall. Of both forwards had dropped back, and a six-man wall blocked that side completely. Zhao Lei stepped forward. He was Tungfei's primary set-piece taker, yet facing this wall, he also found it troublesome. The Two players, like most Dalian teams, were tall, except for the oddity Meng Qiu, who was under 1.7 meters. The others were all above 1.8 meters. Such a tall wall posed a very difficult situation for a free kick taker. Li Hu jostled inside the wall, hoping to carve out a gap. The Two players, however, firmly jostled back, denying him his aim. The referee had to blow his whistle to warn these young men, whose tempers were already beginning to flare, before stepping back and signaling that the kick could be taken. Zhao Lei ran up, but did not shoot directly. Instead, he played the ball straight into the penalty area. Wang Zhong received it, turned quickly, and before Han Ming could close down, unleashed a chip shot. Lin Bing leaped with all his might, stretching his arm in the air, and barely managed to deflect the chip shot away. The ball flew toward the sideline. Li Yu was about to send it back into the penalty area when Li Qi, with a diving tackle, cut the ball off. Still on the ground, Li Qi swept his foot across the ball and dispatched it toward the front field. Tu launched a counterattack. Although they had all dropped back moments ago, now Yun Feiyong and Wei Ming, the two fastest players, were already sprinting toward the front field. Li Qi's swept pass was collected by Meng Qiu. Then, shedding his previous unhurried manner, Meng Qiu completed a turn as he received the ball and burst forward with it at high speed. His earlier slowness was about controlling the tempo, now was a golden opportunity for a quick attack. The dynamics on the pitch were never static. The key was choosing the right attacking option at the right moment. Meng Qiu's explosive power was formidable, so in that instant, he quickly surged to the vicinity of the center circle. Wei Ming was even faster while Yun Feiyong lagged slightly behind. Zheng Tianqing had dropped back and came to meet them, determined to stop Tu's quick counterattack, even if it meant committing a foul. Meng Qiu did not attempt to take him on. Instead, he lifted his foot mid-stride and passed the ball to Wei Ming. Wei Ming managed to keep the ball under control despite the pressure from an opposing defender continuing to advance. Under that pressure, however, his speed was clearly affected. Meng Qiu shook his head slightly. He had dropped too deep just now, and there was no supporting option in the front field. From such a counterattack, a quick break would not be possible. "Pass it back to me," he shouted. Wei Ming was worrying about how to shake off the defender who had successfully stuck to him. With the opponent pressing so tightly, his speed was rendered useless. With a sudden stop and turn, Wei Ming sent the ball back. Meng Qiu received it, sidestepped the quickly recovering Li Yue, and then settled the ball at his feet. Since a quick attack was out of the question, he might as well slow things down. As Tungfei's players recovered into defensive positions, their head coach on the sideline breathed a sigh of relief. A moment ago, Tu's counterattack had looked formidable, causing him concern. Now it seemed everything was fine. Their counterattack was not that fierce after all. Meng Qiu played the ball back to Liu Yiyang, then peeled away diagonally, creating space to receive a return pass. Liu Yiyang fed the ball back to his feet. At this moment, Tungfei's players had just recovered into defensive positions and had not yet organized a complete defensive structure. Several of Tu's attackers had also arrived in position. Quick then slow, Meng Qiu suddenly accelerated the attacking tempo once more. Facing the press from Wang Fazhong, he shaped to make a square pass to Zhao Rui, who had come up to support, luring Wang Fazhong to shift sideways and attempt the interception. Then he swiftly chopped the ball back with his foot. A fake pass and an inward chop. The move was nothing special. Anyone who could play football could do it. Yet executed at this moment with such realism, the result was that Wang Fazhong was easily left behind by Meng Qiu. Zheng Tianqing hesitated, unsure whether he should step up. Only two defenders were back. If he went forward, could those two defenders possibly contain Yun Feiyong? With Yun Feiyong's physique, once he gained an advantageous position and struck on the turn, there was a high chance of scoring. Still, Zheng Tianqing charged up. He could not simply allow Meng Qiu to possess the ball in such a dangerous area unopposed. Meng Qiu flicked his ankle again, seemingly about to pass to Wei Ming, who was making a diagonal run on the left. Faced with that utterly convincing passing motion, Zheng Tianqing, like Wang Fazhong, was completely fooled. Another fake pass and chop. Zheng Tianqing was beaten by Meng Qiu. Two opponents left in his wake. For a Tengfei side that had not yet fully settled or solidified its defensive shape, this opened up a huge gap in their backline. Yun Feiyong ran into an advantageous position. Two defenders were left behind him as he raised his hand to call for the ball. A third defender charged over diagonally, determined to block his shot if he could not prevent him from receiving the ball. Meng Qiu played the through ball. Not to Yun Feiyong, but to the other side. Lightning, Wei Ming burst into the penalty area like a flash from the opposite flank. Meng Qiu's pass landed perfectly at Wei Ming's feet. Unmarked and through on goal, he faced the on-rushing goalkeeper alone. He darted diagonally into the penalty area with the ball at his feet. This was Wei Ming's favorite shooting angle. He wasn't a pure striker yet as the top scorer for No. 2 High School last season. The vast majority of his goals had been scored from this very angle. This time was no different. Facing a goalkeeper who had just turned around and launched himself into a desperate dive, Wei Ming didn't stop the ball. Instead, mid-stride, he swung his right leg and curled the rolling ball with the inside of his foot. The ball traced an arc through the air, fluttering past the on-rushing goalkeeper and curling past the far post into the net. The second goal within 5 minutes. In the first half, Tengfei High School had overturned a deficit in 3 minutes to take the lead and dominate the match. Now No. 2 High School, also trailing, had fought back in 5 minutes to level the score. About 20 minutes remained until the final whistle. The suspense returned. The game was far from over. Long live No. 2 High School. Hundreds of No. 2 High School students roared in unison. Even when trailing by 2 goals, they had never stopped cheering. Now with the score tied, the wave of emotion they unleashed could shake the entire stadium. Though most voices were already hoarse, what drove their shouts in this moment was genuine, heartfelt joy. Wei Ming punched the air fiercely, then pointed toward Meng Qiu, threw open his arms, and sprinted toward him, locking into a tight embrace. Yun Feiyong crashed into them from behind, wrapping both Wei Ming and Meng Qiu in a broad hug. Though Yun Feiyong seemed to have played little direct role in the goal, it was precisely his threatening presence in the penalty area that drew all 3 Tengfei center-backs toward him, leaving Wei Ming completely unmarked. Coupled with Meng Qiu's pinpoint awareness of Wei Ming's positioning. Old Wang marked that kid carefully, Li Hu murmured to Wang Fazhong. At this point everyone could see it. No. 2 High School's sudden surge in the second half stemmed entirely from Meng Qiu's orchestration in midfield. He controlled the tempo of the game while constantly creating opportunities for his teammates. Every shift in momentum originated from that small-statured player. The middle-aged man in the stands allowed a faint smile to surface. No. 2 High School has finally found its rhythm in the second half, but why did they still deploy that small fellow at left back during the first half? Even if the intention was to mislead the opponent, the cost was rather steep. The middle-aged man pored over the question, unaware that No. 2 High School had not deliberately tried to deceive their opponents. It was simply a shortage of players at left back. With Li Qi now covering the left back position, he had effectively become the left defender, while Liu Yang dropped deeper behind the midfield to receive from Meng Qiu, handing over the full playmaking responsibilities to him. No. 2 High School's midfield appeared weaker without Li Qi, that ferocious fighter. Yet as Meng Qiu kept more possession and controlled the tempo through precise passing, reducing the opponent's attacking opportunities, the defensive pressure on No. 2 High School was actually lighter than before. Occasional attacks were handled with ease by Gao Meng and Lin Bing. Earlier pressed relentlessly by Tengfei High School, there had been no room for reflection. Against Tengfei's ever-shifting attacks, No. 2 High School's defenders frequently made wrong judgments. Now with the pressure eased, they had more time to think and assess. Having equalized the score, their emotions settled into a steady calm. With composure on the pitch came clarity of mind, allowing them to read the opponent's attacking intentions more coolly and accurately. Wang Zhong received the ball and executed an exquisite turn to beat his marker, but Han Ming was not fooled by his deceptive feints. With a clean, decisive slide tackle, he pried the ball away from Wang Zhong's feet. A brilliant defensive challenge. The No. 2 High School students erupted in cheers. Wang Zhong glanced at Han Ming in surprise. The same defender he had manipulated at will in the first half had now successfully stopped one of his breaks. This is getting increasingly interesting. Dalian's tournament truly deserved its reputation as the death zone of the national playoffs. Even the qualifiers featured such outstanding opponents. A gleam of excitement lit up Wang Zhong's face. The ball dislodged by Han Ming fell to Liu Yang, who immediately played a sharp through pass forward to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu distributed the ball the moment he received it, and as soon as he did, Wang Fazhong's foot was upon him. Had he held it a fraction longer, the ball would almost certainly have been intercepted. Their press is tightening. I need to increase my movement, Meng Qiu thought to himself. Previously, Tengfei players only closed him down after he received the ball. Now they were marking him tightly even before he got it. The Football Academy squad was implementing tactical adjustments with ruthless efficiency. Despite the suffocating press, Meng Qiu remained composed. He expanded his movement range and accelerated his one-touch passing. This is where his solid fundamentals shone. He covered enormous ground, yet showed no sign of fatigue, receiving and distributing to the right teammate in one fluid motion. A testament to his judgment, vision, and technique, all executed with remarkable poise. Where on earth did this newcomer come from? The same questions surfaced simultaneously in the minds of every Tongfei High School player. Meng Qiu was not a product of the football academy, certainly not the Dalian program. Every Tongfei player knew that. But before joining No.2 High School, what had he been doing? If he had attended a regular middle school, his ability should have made him impossible to overlook in the junior league. It only took watching Yun Feiyong, whose outstanding performances in the junior league had quickly captured everyone's attention. If he were a member of another city's football academy, well, aside from the bizarre notion of an academy player suddenly transferring to a regular high school, a player displaying Meng Qiu's current ability would have been cherished and utilized at any academy. This Meng Qiu was as if dropped from the sky. After several minutes of relentless back-and-forth play, the Tongfei High School head coach rose from his seat. Taking advantage of a boundary ball, he pulled Li Hu over and whispered a few instructions. Li Hu nodded and jogged onto the pitch. Soon Tongfei High School's attacks began to change. Defensively, they kept the same approach, focusing their pressure on Meng Qiu to prevent him from holding the ball too long. This method had proven effective in the previous minutes, curbing No.2 High School's ability to slow the tempo. Though they hadn't yet forced a turnover in midfield, they had reduced the threat of No.2 High School's attacks. Offensively, however, they made adjustments. Previously, Tongfei had relied on a rapid-fire approach, suppressing their opponents and seeking victory amid chaos, a tactic that had yielded excellent results in the first half, but failed in the second half's early stages. Now they no longer wished to force the tempo back to their preferred pace. Speeding up would require quicker transitions between attack and defense, which naturally increased the risk of errors that No.2 High School would eagerly exploit. Their third goal had been conceded precisely in this manner. Since this approach carried considerable risk, they decided against it. There was no need to rush the tempo. Patient, structured attacking play, a style Tongfei High School was far from unfamiliar with. During the ensuing attack, Tongfei High School displayed remarkable patience, systematically squeezing No.2 High School back until Li Hu rose highest in the penalty area for a heading attempt that sailed slightly over the crossbar. The middle-aged man in the stands cast a slightly surprised glance toward the home coach's bench. Well, now this tactical adjustment is quite impressive. It seems Tongfei's head coach is more than just a training specialist. He genuinely understands tactics. After muttering this to himself, he shifted his gaze toward the visiting bench. No.2 High School's coach is little more than a figurehead. Now it all depends on how their players respond on the pitch. Let's continue attacking. No need to rush. Meng Qiu specifically moved to a deeper position to receive the ball, then made a downward pressing gesture with his hand. The middle-aged man on the stands furrowed his brow slightly. Too young and green. Why follow the opponent's tempo at a moment like this? If it were me, I would do the opposite and accelerate the pace. Tongfei High School is accustomed to a fast-paced style. A simple provocation would have them speeding up unconsciously. By settling down now, aren't you walking right into their hands? The middle-aged man seemed to have grown accustomed to talking to himself. But never mind. Young players naturally lack tactical maturity. Besides, maintaining a clear head while on the pitch is already commendable. It's a pity that No.2 High School lacks a competent head coach. Coach, judging by how lamentable you look, don't tell me you want to become No.2 High School's head coach. A student wearing a duckbill cap suddenly chimed in. The middle-aged man paused, turning to look at his favorite student. What's the matter, lad? Afraid I'll leave. Who cares? The duckbill cap student showed no trace of respect. If you leave, I'll simply return to my old life. Whoever annoys me gets dealt with. That would require you spending time in a juvenile detention center, the middle-aged man replied. The duckbill cap student grunted and fell silent. Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu are the keys to No.2 High School right now. While the team's overall strength is respectable, their run to the quarterfinals last year carried significant luck. When they're firing on all cylinders, they can compete with top-tier teams like Tongfei. We need to be careful when facing those two, the middle-aged man continued. Isn't that the final round? Didn't you say our first priority is handling Tongfei? Why do you keep focusing on No.2 High School? The duckbill cap student retorted. Oh ha ha, true enough. I just got carried away for a moment. Come, let's watch the match. No, let's watch Tongfei's game. Despite the pursuit of Wang Fazhong and Zhang Tao, Meng Qiu managed to dart into open space to receive the ball, then immediately laid it off from the pass delivered by Lu Yiyang. Receiving the ball at the edge of the penalty area, Yun Feiyong turned sharply and unleashed a shot that sailed just over the crossbar. His eagerness to shoot remained as unmistakable as ever. Shaking his head, Yun Feiyong turned to give Meng Qiu a thumbs up, only to see that Meng Qiu had already sprinted back toward his own half without looking back. He just ran off like that, not even letting me show off our chemistry, Yun Feiyong grumbled inwardly. He had thoroughly enjoyed the second half. Although he didn't receive the ball more often than in the first half, every touch seemed to create a shooting chance, far better than before. Yun Feiyong was growing increasingly convinced that having Meng Qiu behind him made playing far more comfortable. Though Meng Qiu had been training in his own training room all this while, Yun Feiyong's training sessions with his coach focused primarily on physical conditioning. There had been no coordinated practice with Meng Qiu at all. The fitness coach had gone from dismissing Meng Qiu at first to now singing his praises endlessly. After learning about Yun Feiyong's physique, most strapping young lads hardly impressed this exacting coach. Yet Meng Qiu quickly won the approval of the stern trainer. His physical qualities are outstanding, almost on par with yours. Of course, I don't mean in terms of direct confrontation. You two are different. Your strength lies in your natural build and explosive muscle power, while he is far more balanced. In a one-on-one collision, he certainly won't overpower you. But over long distances of running, he could wear you down. Endurance is his greatest asset, and with that powerful cardiovascular system of his, it's hard to believe he looks so slim. Yun Feiyong believed every word because the fitness coach had adjusted Meng Qiu's training plans several times. The current regimen was enough to make Yun Feiyong's jaw drop, yet Meng Qiu had persisted through it all. Yun Feiyong was a proud man, but he harbored no pride against someone equally talented. Still, knowing Meng Qiu had great stamina was one thing, seeing him coordinate so seamlessly on the pitch was quite another. Could this guy have been watching my runs all along during the match? How else could he pass so perfectly? Yun Feiyong mused. With that thought, Yun Feiyong was filled with confidence in winning the match. Since Meng Qiu could feed him an unending stream of passes, all he had to do was seize the opportunities. And that was precisely what he excelled at. Victory was surely within reach. Winning this match would practically secure their ticket to the knockout stage of the Dalian division, another solid step toward his dream of a national championship. While Yun Feiyong's confidence swelled, Meng Qiu was frowning. He could sense that Tungfei High School's pressing on him had grown increasingly fierce. At least two players were constantly tracking his movements, forcing him to expend more energy, shaking off his markers. He didn't mind the exertion, but it made delivering passes to the front increasingly difficult. And Tungfei's attacks were becoming more patient. With the score still level, the situation was hardly favorable for No. 2 High School. We need to score another goal before they do, Meng Qiu thought to himself. Tungfei High School launched an attack. Li Yu drove the ball down the flank. Li Qi was a tenacious opponent, shaking him off wasn't too difficult, but the moment he was beaten, he would immediately charge back. Such a relentless marker was truly troublesome. Generally speaking, aside from fullbacks trained at football academies, few defenders were so persistent. But Li Qi was not a standard fullback. He was a defensive midfielder, and relentless pressing was his signature style. After briefly shaking off Li Qi with a burst of pace, Li Yu didn't hesitate. He lifted his foot and sent a cross into the penalty area. The quality of the cross was not exceptional, though still decent. Li Hu and Gao Meng leaped into the air simultaneously. Gao Meng was considerably taller than Li Hu, but Li Hu had the greater strength. The two clashed in midair. Li Hu stabilized his balance and managed to nod the ball toward the far post. Han Ming and Wang Zhong both lunged toward the landing spot. Wang Zhong was a step quicker, yet that step wasn't enough for him to control the ball comfortably. Han Ming didn't immediately close him down. Against a slippery forward like Wang Zhong, rushing in would only give him an opportunity, a lesson Han Ming had learned the hard way in earlier matches. But Wang Zhong didn't chest the ball down. As it dropped, he gave it two subtle headers from underneath, almost like performing tricks in training. Han Ming was momentarily stunned. The ball fell again, and Wang Zhong took a stride, shielding Han Ming behind him, then raised his right foot and swung at the descending ball. If you can shoot from that awkward angle, I'll call you Grandpa. Han Ming shifted his feet, using his body to block the shooting lane. Even if Wang Zhong attempted a chip, Lin Bing was still behind him. Having been chipped once before, Lin Bing wasn't about to be caught out again. Yet Wang Zhong didn't shoot. Instead, in a highly awkward motion, he curled his right leg and hooked the ball away with the inside of his foot. It wasn't a shot, it was a pass. The two previous headers had only been to wait for Li Hu to land and surge forward. In the aerial duel, Gao Meng had the advantage, but after landing, the quicker and more agile Li Hu reacted faster. The ball flew across from near the byline toward the center. Lin Bing immediately shifted to block, but Li Hu, having momentarily shaken off Gao Meng, met Wang Zhong's cross with a diving header. Lin Bing could only wave his hand as the ball crashed into the net. 4-3. Li Hu, the captain of Tungfei High School, scored a tenacious header to put Tungfei ahead once again. This goal came in the 67th minute of the match. In high school league games, each half is only 40 minutes, meaning only 13 minutes remained until full time. Taking the lead again at this stage couldn't be called a guaranteed victory, but it was certainly a tremendous advantage. Li Hu climbed to his feet from the turf, jumped, and pumped his fist fiercely in the air with a thunderous roar. Roaring after his goal, Li Hu looked exactly like a fierce tiger. Taking the lead again. It seems our opponent is Tungfei. No, 2 High School is a pity, if they had a good coach. The middle-aged man on the stand sighed. If you were there, they'd definitely have won. The man in the peaked cap scoffed. Oh, sorry. I never intended to abandon you all and go coach at No. 2. Even though Hui Kai pays me a pittance, I don't even have a formal teaching post, and you lot are a bunch of rude fellows. I still wouldn't forsake you. Don't think I won't knock you around just because you're a teacher, you rascal. Hey, just a joke. Why so serious? While the two chatted, Tungfei students in the stands erupted into frenzied cheers. You may have more goals, but whose goals matter more? Many Tungfei students shouted toward Yun Feiyong, clearly disdainful of the brash forward. Li Hu had now scored 5 goals while Yun Feiyong had 7. But in terms of significance, Li Hu's earlier 4 goals had crushed Xinya Football School, and his current strike had put Tungfei ahead of No. 2 once more. Yun Feiyong might have 7 goals, but if his team lost this match, no matter how many he scored, it would all be a joke. Yun Feiyong clenched his fists. He wanted to silence those wildly cheering Tungfei students. He wanted to show them that he wasn't just a stat patter. He could score crucial goals too. What do we do now? Liu Yiyang asked with a frown. Unconsciously, he had begun to rely on Meng Qiu, especially when it came to reading the flow of the game. We keep attacking the way we just did, Meng Qiu replied. That approach scored us 2 goals, but now they've started marking you heavily. And they seem comfortable with the slower tempo. Should we speed things up to throw them off? Liu Yiyang was clearly familiar with some of the coach's tactics. In theory, yes, but senior, we need to consider our actual situation, Meng Qiu said with a wry smile. Actual situation? Lu Yiyang was taken aback, but he quickly understood. Our team is an amateur side, Meng Qiu replied. An amateur team? What defines an amateur team? A lack of organization. Most importantly, they could only rely on instinct for tactical transitions, especially without a proper coach guiding them. The middle-aged man hadn't thought of that earlier, not because his insight was inferior to Meng Qiu's, but because he wasn't part of No. 2 High School and didn't know them in detail. The earlier tactical shift had worked because No. 2 High School had been drilling that style, and Meng Qiu's distribution had effectively organized the entire team. But if they tried to speed up the tempo again, the team's overall fluidity would certainly break down. Even professional teams cannot flawlessly switch from one tactic to another on a whim. Such transitions require practice to execute without issues. No. 2 High School had never practiced such shifts. Switching tactics constantly under these circumstances would only hasten their downfall. It's like a person who has just learned to ride a bicycle being asked to perform stunts. They would inevitably crash hard. Once he understood this, Lu Yiyang stopped suggesting tactical changes. However, Meng Qiu still had something to say to him. Senior, when we go on the attack, you can move your position up a bit. Meng Qiu stopped Lu Yiyang and said to him. Lu Yiyang was startled. After fielding Meng Qiu in midfield, Lu Yiyang silently made a sacrifice. He was one of Dalian's 4 leading midfielders, and probably the most well-rounded of them all. When Li Qi moved to cover Meng Qiu's abandoned spot, Lu Yiyang quietly moved to cover Li Qi's, giving up his role as the midfield playmaker without a word to sweep up and assist behind Meng Qiu. It was not the task he was used to, yet he did it, and he did it without a single complaint. Lu Yiyang knew this was a sacrifice he had to make. A midfield does not need 2 playmakers, and since he could defend and his ability to organize and direct plays was not as good as Meng Qiu's, it was only natural that he should shoulder the defensive responsibility. But now Meng Qiu was telling him to push forward and take part in the attack. The advantages of this approach were obvious. In offense, He-Fan and Zhao Rui could not actually play too great a role. He-Fan was mostly involved in defense, while Zhao Rui only served as a nuisance. If Lu Yiyang pushed forward, Meng Qiu would have one more passing option and the team would gain another scoring threat. However, doing so would leave the back line without protection, exposing the entire defense to the attacks of Tongfei High School. Then what about our defense? Lu Yiyang hesitated. As long as we can control the ball well enough, we won't be afraid of their fast breaks. When it comes to positional play, we'll just fall back. Meng Qiu replied. Lu Yiyang nodded. There was no other choice. Although this would make his burden heavier if they wanted to win, how could they not pay a price? To win this match, they had to give it everything. Remember to pass me the ball often. I still want to score 5 goals. Yun Feiyong ran back and said to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu laughed. Alright, if you can actually do it, I'll pass to you. Watching these 2 brazen freshmen, Lu Yiyang suddenly felt a little ashamed. If even the new players had not lost their fighting spirit, how could he be afraid of difficulties? Then fight it was. With this kind of tournament format, and with the No. 2 High School's level of strength, every match was a final for them. Since every match was a final, it was only right to give every ounce of strength in a final. The match restarted. Yun Feiyong passed the ball to Zhao Rui, then ran forward himself. Zhao Rui passed it back to Meng Qiu, and Meng Qiu settled the ball under his feet. Li Hu and Wang Zhong charged at Meng Qiu from front and back. Against a midfield core like Meng Qiu, whose rhythm seemed a little slow, pressing aggressively to deny him time to deliver the ball to the most appropriate position was a good tactic. Previous matches had proven this point. When Meng Qiu played one-touch passes, his passing accuracy remained incredibly high, but the threat level of their offense dropped considerably. If they kept up this pressing, even if the second high's possession time was similar to Tongfei's, the eventual winner would definitely be Tongfei. Their ability to seize and create chances was far greater than the second high's. Unless the second high could gain overwhelming control, just like the dozen or so minutes after the start of the second half, they had no chance of winning at all. Charging toward Meng Qiu, Li, who calculated Meng Qiu's possible passing routes in his mind, going forward was definitely not an option. He and Wang Zhong had already cut off the passing lanes to the 2 forwards. Only the sides and the rear remained. If the ball went backward, they could continue pressing. As for the sides, He-Fan did not need much attention, and Wei Ming was already being shadowed by Li Yu. Even though Li Yu was somewhat slower, Wei Ming would not be able to receive Meng Qiu's pass comfortably. He'll probably pass it back. Li Yu thought to himself. Behind Meng Qiu was Lu Yiyang, naturally the most likely target. Sure enough, Meng Qiu half-turned and shielded the ball with his back to Li Yu. Li Yu sped up trying to get around Meng Qiu and continue pressing Lu Yiyang. Although Lu Yiyang was a solid midfielder, his passing vision and organizational ability were still a notch below Meng Qiu's, so pressing him would naturally be easier. Just as Li Yu was thinking this, he suddenly noticed something familiar in his field of vision. He was about to dash past Meng Qiu's right side, and in his left field of vision a dark round object flashed past. A ball. Bloody hell, that's a soccer ball. But he didn't even make a move. I didn't notice it at all. Li Yu cursed inwardly, but his sprinting momentum was not easy to reverse. As he forcibly twisted his body, his foot slipped, and he fell to the ground. Wang Zhong charging up right behind Li, who also failed to react. The moment Li Yu shifted aside, he saw Meng Qiu's face and the ball at his feet. As he was about to slam on the brakes, Meng Qiu stretched out a foot and flicked the ball over his side, then accelerated past him. He had beaten 2 men in one breath. Although they were just two forwards, it should be noted that both Li Hu and Wang Zhong had started in football academies with solid fundamentals and defensive skills that were by no means weak. Yet Meng Qiu simply turned past one, then flicked the ball past the other, slipping through Tengfei High striker partnership with ease. How is that possible? This thought flashed through the minds of many Tengfei High students. They were too far away to see exactly what Meng Qiu had done. Even the Tengfei midfielders and defenders on the pitch did not see it clearly. Perhaps only Liu Yiyang standing behind Meng Qiu saw it most clearly. As he turned, Meng Qiu nudged the ball to one side with the outside of his left foot, then with a flick of his ankle hooked it past his own body with the same outside of his left foot, before continuing his turn in one fluid motion. Li Hu foolhardily ran past his right side, then forced a turn and slipped to the ground. Actually, it was such a simple move, yet Meng Qiu executed it with fluency, carrying an indescribable natural grace. As for the seemingly flashy flick over Wang Zhong that followed, it was actually quite simple. Wang Zhong was completely unprepared, and because he was running forward, he had no room to react. Getting past him was no harder than passing a wooden post. That kid, he was still hiding such a trick. Liu Yiyang was both surprised and delighted, yet his feet never stopped moving forward. He had not forgotten that Meng Qiu had told him to join the offense. In daily training and previous matches, the qualities Meng Qiu had displayed were simply good endurance, tireless running, solid fundamentals, and excellent passing with almost no errors. But he rarely dribbled past opponents or shot, leading everybody to think that the kid must not be good at those things, otherwise he would not have been so low-key. But after seeing that move against Li Hu, who could say he couldn't take on opponents? Truly unfathomable. On the stand, someone else shared the same thought as Liu Yiyang. He had watched the match between the Second High and Chengxi High School, as well as every single match the Second High had played since the group stage began. From the very beginning, he had considered Meng Qiu a player worth watching, but even he had not expected Meng Qiu to possess such superb dribbling ability. Thank goodness Tengfei forced him to reveal it. The Second High is really sly. First they held back his organizational ability, and now they've been hiding his dribbling ability. If not for this, when we met the Second High, they would have beaten the living daylights out of us. The head coach of Huikai Technical School varsity team, the middle-aged man, murmured to himself. Fancy tricks, that's all. I'll hit him hard as soon as I get on, and see if he still dares to show off his tricks. The man in the peaked cap said disdainfully. But the middle-aged man, who had been grinning the whole time and seemed somewhat afraid of the peaked cap, suddenly turned around and reached out to knock the peaked cap on the head. What are you doing? The peaked cap lifted his head and asked in dissatisfaction. Really taking me for a sick cat? Damn it, if I don't discipline you, you'll get too cocky. As soon as you go on, you give him a hard foul, and then you get sent off, and we'll have 10 men against their 11. If you want me dead, just say so. The middle-aged man said angrily. The peaked cap gave a hum, but unexpectedly did not argue back. Put away those bad habits. You can play fiercely on the pitch, but don't deliberately hurt anyone. You can take someone out, and someone else can take you out. Do you really think that would be any fun? I told you I would take you to the national tournament to gain experience, and I'm going to do my best to make that happen. The prerequisite is that you listen to me. Understand? The middle-aged man, in a rare serious tone, said to the peaked cap. The peaked cap replied in a low voice, got it, coach. The middle-aged man finally smiled. All right. In the match against the Second High, you'll most likely be dealing with Yun Feiyang. But paying more attention to Meng Qiu's performance will also do you good. What a goal. While the two were chatting, Meng Qiu, who had evaded Tengfei High's two forwards, swiftly advanced with the ball. Meng Qiu advanced with the ball very quickly. Caught unprepared, Tengfei's midfielders did not send anyone up to hastily defend until he reached the area approaching 30 meters from goal. Wang Fazhong and Jiang Tao, these two old opponents who had been dealing with Meng Qiu all along. Meng Qiu did not continue dribbling, as if his earlier breakthrough had just been a brief glimpse of his ability. While running, he nudged the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot, his body pausing slightly, then accelerated past Wang Fazhong and Jiang Tao. Wei Ming pushed the ball with his instep and sent it straight back to Meng Qiu's feet. Mark Yun Feiyang inside the penalty area. Don't relax on Zhao Rui either. Tengfei's goalkeeper shouted loudly. He could no longer allow any Second High attacker in the penalty area to be left unguarded. Even if Zhao Rui's scoring ability was average, if he were unmarked and Meng Qiu delivered a straight pass, Zhao Rui would most likely score against the goalkeeper in a one-on-one. Two defenders followed Yun Feiyang, while the remaining defender picked up Zhao Rui. Zheng Tianxing, however, directly moved to confront Meng Qiu. Behind Meng Qiu, Jiang Tao and Wang Fazhong, who had just been evaded, quickly recovered. A three-man pincer. At that very moment, without turning his head, Meng Qiu swept the ball with the inside of his left foot and sent it across. It was exactly this pass that made the middle-aged man blurt out, "What a goal!" Amid the cheers of the onlookers, the ball swept horizontally toward the far edge of the penalty area. Liu Yiyang, making a forward run, had only intended to offer a passing option when suddenly the ball appeared right in his field of vision. Unmarked, with the area just outside the penalty box completely open, it was a perfect scoring opportunity despite several players from both sides packed inside the box. Without time to hesitate, Liu Yiyang surged forward, met the rolling ball with his right foot, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball skimmed across the turf, racing toward the far corner of the goal. Yun Feiyang sprang into the air to avoid being struck by the ball. The shot sailed past him the moment he left the ground. Tengfei's goalkeeper saw the ball appear in his vision and could only dive, stretching his legs as far as possible in a last attempt to block the shot, but he was a fraction too late. As the ball hit the back of the net, the students from Tongfei High simultaneously fell silent, while those from No. 2 Middle School erupted from the stands, arms outstretched, cheering loudly. Less than 2 minutes after conceding, Meng Qiu broke through and struck again, leveling the score for No. 2 Middle School once more. Li Hu stamped his foot heavily. He was truly growing anxious. How could this group be so stubbornly difficult to overcome? Time and again they were brought down, yet time and again they surged back, each counterattack faster and more relentless than the last. When they had previously been leveled, Li Hu had not been angered, but now with the score tied once more, even he could not suppress a growing sense of restlessness. We have to go all out, Captain. Wang Zhong's voice came from behind. No. 2 Middle School. They are truly a formidable opponent. Li Hu turned to look at the freshmen beneath him. They are strong, solid defense top-tier forwards like Yun Feiyang, and now Meng Qiu has proven his ability in midfield. A team that excels across all three lines. Do you really think they are ordinary? That they will be easy to defeat? Wang Zhong looked at Li Hu with unusual seriousness. Captain, we must fight. Without fighting there is no chance of winning. All right. Li Hu nodded firmly. Let us go all out. If we lose this match, we lose the entire season. Let us treat it like a final. The near single elimination format was unforgiving, yet it ignited an even fiercer hunger for victory for every hard-fought win. Tongfei needed to fight, and so too did No. 2 Middle School. Without everything they had, they could not reach their goal. A draw is not enough. We must strive for victory. Lu Yiyang pumped his fist and shouted. In that moment, he forgot all calculations, forgot that No. 2 Middle School's scoring ability matched Tongfei's, and that a draw would not be an unacceptable outcome. Let all those calculations go to the wind. What they wanted was victory, a winning streak all the way to the knockout stage. Win their way through with victories, earn the right to advance, win the chance to compete in the national tournament, and claim the national championship. Though they still had many flaws, they improved every day. The more games they won, the stronger they would become. With that spirit, No. 2 Middle School launched their defense against Tongfei. This was the decisive moment. The clock had reached the final 10 minutes. Both sides were exhausted, yet neither would yield. No. 2 Middle School, an amateur team, without extensive systematic training, was already feeling the toll of this intense match. Many players were tiring, but they continued to persevere. As an amateur side, they lacked quality substitutes. Coach Wang also hesitated to make changes. He dared not risk a substitution at this critical moment. Tongfei High's physical condition was far superior, but their entire first half had been built on relentless running and rapid attacking, burning through their energy reserves much faster than No. 2 Middle School. Now they too were reaching their limit. Tongfei's head coach also feared making substitutions. The forwards on the pitch were his best players, replacing them with lesser skilled alternatives would disrupt the attacking flow. Defenders could be swapped, but at this stage another goal would be devastating. A last-minute defensive error was unthinkable. The consequence of such a mistake was far too great for Tongfei's coach to bear. Thus he could only watch helplessly, and any tactical advantage he might have had vanished at this moment. He Fan barely managed to halt Zhao Lei's run, forcing the ball out of play for a throw-in. Zhao Lei threw the ball in, and it fell to Wang Zhong's feet. Lu Yiyang pressed from behind. Though not renowned for any single outstanding attribute, his defensive awareness was sharp, making it nearly impossible for Wang Zhong to turn. At that moment, Wang Zhong revealed his true skill. If Li Hu was the fierce, powerful striker, then Wang Zhong was the graceful, fluid one. His physical strength was average, but his technique and ball feel were exceptional. Otherwise, he could not have quickly become Li Hu's trusted strike partner. Pressed by Lu Yiyang behind him, Wang Zhong stumbled slightly, and the ball bounced off his toe into the air. Lu Yiyang spotted the opportunity, pressed his chest against Wang Zhong, and extended his leg to poke the ball away. Yet, just then Wang Zhong, who seemed to have lost his balance, suddenly raised his right foot and used his knee to loft the descending ball back into the air. Lu Yiyang swiped at empty air. At the same instant, Wang Zhong tucked his head, spun rapidly, and with a single touch of his header sent the ball over Lu Yiyang's body before accelerating away. He had broken free. The entire sequence showcased Wang Zhong's imaginative, unconventional approach to the game. Having shaken off his marker, Wang Zhong was now close to the penalty area. Han Ming stepped forward to intercept, while Lu Yiyang continued to chase closely behind. While dribbling forward, Wang Zhong suddenly raised his right foot as if to shoot. Han Ming tensed his body, instinctively preparing to block the shot. Instead, Wang Zhong shifted laterally, without warning, slipping past his marker. Lu Yiyang, charging from behind, collided head-on with Han Ming. Though neither fell, both were unable to immediately close in on Wang Zhong again. Wang Zhong had broken into the box. Meng Qiu had created No. 2 Middle School's fourth goal with a series of skillful runs, and now Wang Zhong sought to add a fifth with his own dazzling sequence. This would be the winning goal. Gao Ming lunged in from the side to block the shot. Wang Zhong raised his foot once more. Another feint. Gao Ming remained unmoved, simply aiming to take the boy down. But Wang Zhong did not feint, nor did he shoot. He passed. The ball flew sideways toward the unmarked Li Hu. We are going to win. A Tongfei High student rose to his feet. The match had reached the 78th minute. Another goal would seal the victory. Their shouts froze in their throats. Wang Zhong's confident pass traveled only halfway before coming to a halt. A low figure appeared directly in the ball's path. When did he get there? Both Wang Zhong, the passer, and Li Hu, the intended receiver, thought in equal shock. Wang Zhong's earlier dribbles had completely disrupted No. 2 Middle School's defense, and the pass itself had been well concealed. Yet Meng Qiu had read it, immediately positioning himself on the passing lane to cleanly intercept Wang Zhong's final delivery. He trapped the ball under his foot, dragged it backward, turned, and faced away from his own goal, carrying the ball forward. Li Hu came sprinting at him from the side. Meng Qiu accelerated forward with Li Hu in hot pursuit. The entire Tengfei midfield stirred and converged from all directions around Meng Qiu. The prize had slipped away. Even Tengfei's own players began to lose their composure. Watch the others. Wang Zhong managed only this warning before watching Meng Qiu, even as Tengfei's players closed and lift his foot and launch a long ball downfield. The ball sliced through the air like a gleaming blade, heading straight for the left wing. They're making a blistering run was Wei Ming. Tengfei's entire midfield had poured toward Meng Qiu in a desperate swarm, leaving enormous gaps behind. Even the calmest player Zhang Tianxing had rushed deep into No. 2 middle school's 30-meter zone and could not return in time. Wei Ming flew down the flank at top speed. This could be the final chance of the match. If seized, victory would be within reach. Wei Ming on the wing and Yun Feiyong making a central run were the only attacking forces No. 2 middle school could muster at this moment. Yet Tengfei could bring only 3 defenders to the task. One defender was forced wide to cover Wei Ming, yet he still had to monitor the central threat. In a moment of distraction, Wei Ming accelerated past him. The matchup shifted from 2 versus 3 to 2 versus 2, further widening No. 2 middle school's advantage. On the stands, many Tengfei students covered their faces while No. 2 middle school supporters roared ever louder. As Wei Ming approached the box, another Tengfei defender was forced to shift over. Without hesitation, Wei Ming crossed the ball into the penalty area. The unfortunate defender was held firmly by Yun Feiyong. Meeting Wei Ming's cross, Yun Feiyong delivered a powerful, perfectly timed header that nestled into the far corner of the net. Hat trick. 5-4 No. 2 middle school took the lead. In the 79th minute, the second time they had led in this match. Yet it was enough to seal the outcome. The winners would be the amateur team Dalian No. 2 middle school. Hold firm. Only a few minutes remain. Lu Yiyang tightened the captain armband on his arm and called out. Hold firm. We are about to win. Yi Jiqing shouted from the sidelines. The substitute players of No. 2 high school linked hands along the sideline, lending their support to their teammates on the field. Hold firm, we must win. Fang Shuer whispered to herself. Hold firm. No. 2 high school. Hold firm. No. 2 high school. Su Bin waved the flag rhythmically, leading the students of No. 2 high school in chants. The students of Tengfei High School watched anxiously. 80 minutes of official play had already passed, and the score remained 4-5 with home team Tengfei High leading and away team Dalian No. 2 high trailing. Everyone on Tengfei High School held very high expectations for this season's National League. Last year's setback had matured the team. Newcomers Jiang Tao and Li Yu had grown stronger, and an outstanding new talent Wang Zhong had joined them. Tengfei High's strength was now even greater than when they reached the national tournament semifinals. Their group this year was favorable, and everyone was eager to see Tengfei High advance, at least to the national finals. A dominant victory over fellow football academy Xinya High School in the first match had pushed expectations to new heights. Yet who could have imagined that only a week after their joy they would face defeat by No. 2 High School? Although losing to No. 2 High did not necessarily mean elimination, with only one spot available in their group, dropping such an important match was nearly equivalent to losing their chance to advance. Furthermore, even if No. 2 High stumbled later, and Tengfei High secured qualification through the group stage, earning it that way would still feel like a disgrace. Though members of a football academy, they valued honor just as deeply. Li Hu stared at the dense wall of defenders before him, teeth clenched. No. 2 High School had brought all players back to defend, including the forward Yun Feiyong. Previously he had retreated, but always looked for chances to push forward again. Now, however, he stayed entirely focused on guarding the penalty area using his height and heading ability as a center defender. The other forward Zhao Rui had been substituted off earlier and replaced by first-year left-back Zhao Qingji. Li Qi remained on the left flank alongside Wei Ming to help shield the defense. Meng Qiu and Lu Yiyang were positioned just outside the penalty box, sweeping up any loose balls. Though Meng Qiu's direct defensive ability was average, his reading of the game was sharp, and he often anticipated passing lanes to disrupt the opposition. Such a disciplined and compact defense made it difficult for Tengfei High School to find openings. They had tried several attacking approaches in recent minutes, but each was successfully neutralized by No. 2 High. Whenever No. 2 High won possession, they simply launched the ball long downfield. Even if they could not retain it, the tactic bought valuable time. In this moment, playing conservatively was the right choice. Wang Zhong dropped back to request the ball, the confident smile no longer visible on his face. Wang Zhong controlled the ball while facing Lu Yiyang's pressure, scanning for passing opportunities. He saw Li, who had briefly shaken off Gao Meng's marking, and a pass there might create a chance, but that troublesome small-statured player appeared once again on the passing lane between Wang Zhong and Li Hu. Wang Zhong felt a wave of helplessness. Meng Qiu always brought surprises to his teammates and nightmares to his opponents. From his movement and organization to his skillful dribbling and precise reading of intercepting passes. Every time you thought you understood him, he proved you had barely scratched the surface. Wang Zhong now felt the same frustration. Just as he was preparing to look for another passing option, Lu Yiyang seized the moment and slid in to win the ball. The ball broke free and Meng Qiu made a swift forward run to collect it ahead of Zhang Tianxing before playing it toward the left wing. Wei Ming surged forward once again. Two Tingfei High defenders closed in on Wei Ming. Unable to beat them both, he cleverly played a long diagonal ball toward the opponent's goal line just as he was about to lose possession. By the time the Tingfei goalkeeper stepped out of the penalty area with the ball and prepared to launch it forward, the referee checked his watch, raised both arms horizontally, and blew the final whistle. The match had ended. The final score was 5-4 as Dalian No. 2 High School secured a hard-fought victory over their city rivals Tingfei High on the road, taking 2 wins from 2 group matches. We won. Su Bin swung the flagpole like the Monkey King's staff, roaring toward the sky, his voice hoarse. We won. The substitute players of No. 2 High rushed onto the pitch. We won. Half of the starting 11 immediately collapsed onto the grass. Their energy was nearly exhausted, having fought through the final minutes on sheer willpower alone. With the whistle, their strength seemed to drain away at once. Fan sat on the ground, propping himself up with both hands and sighed upward. Goodness, I am completely spent. I was never this tired last year either. Right back Li Lemming fared even worse, lying flat on his back in a spread eagle position, laughing breathlessly. Tired? What's there to fear? We won the match no matter how tired. I am not afraid. Haha, you are absolutely right. Fan replied with a smile. The players standing the straightest were Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu. Though Yun Feiyong was breathing heavily, clearly feeling the fatigue, Meng Qiu, however, stood composed as though untouched by exhaustion. You have better stamina than me, Yun Feiyong remarked. It is only natural that your physical duels with the defenders cost more energy than mine, Meng Qiu smiled in reply. Perhaps you are right. But who cares now? We have won, and it is time to celebrate. Yun Feiyong pulled Meng Qiu into a warm embrace. We have not qualified yet, Meng Qiu managed to say, breathing slightly harder despite running the entire match without apparent fatigue. Perhaps you are right. But Tingfei has lost too. Who can now stop us from reaching the quarterfinals? Yun Feiyong placed his hands on his hips and laughed boldly toward the sky. Young man, you have indeed secured your place in the next round by beating us, but do not be too boastful on our home turf, Li Hu said with a stern expression. Wang Zhong, however, had already regained his composure. Still, you played exceptionally well today. Meng Qiu, we should not have underestimated you. He extended his hand. Would you like to exchange jerseys? Meng Qiu hesitated, glancing at his white jersey stained with mud. Oh, this is school property. Can I really exchange it? He asked Yun Feiyong. Never mind that. Today was a pleasure to play, so let us exchange. Without hesitation, Yun Feiyong pulled off Meng Qiu's jersey and handed it directly to Wang Zhong. Your technique is excellent. Wang Zhong took the jersey with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. Was he not supposed to be exchanging with Meng Qiu? What was Yun Feiyong doing? As he handed his own jersey to Meng Qiu, Wang Zhong replied to Yun Feiyong. But you still scored more goals than I did. Of course. I am a machine for scoring. Yun Feiyong answered confidently. Li Hu studied Yun Feiyong with appreciation. You have spirit just like me. Come, let us exchange jerseys as well. Hey, they came to you voluntarily to exchange jerseys? Li Qi asked curiously as Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong walked back. Yes, why do you ask? Meng Qiu nodded. That is strange. I had the feeling before the match that they would not accept defeat gracefully. Unless they laced our food, they certainly would not have shown us any kindness afterward, Li Qi said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Wasn't I equally confident before the match? But afterward it was all behind us. We are all gentlemen competing fairly, so why overthink it? Yun Feiyong declared with a sweeping gesture. Exactly. I once thought Yun Feiyong was an excessively proud and aloof fellow, but after getting to know him I realized he is actually quite approachable and easygoing. Han Ming laughed heartily. That is absolutely your illusion. I am a proud and reserved man, much like Takaharu Hanamichi. Watching the No. 2 High players chatting as they prepared to leave the field, Li Hu smiled gently. Captain, I thought you would be quite upset, Wang Zhong said, draping Meng Qiu's jersey over his shoulder. Of course, losing does not bring joy, but No. 2 High played well today. We gave our all, and losing is part of the game. Which player has never known defeat? Li Hu smiled faintly, looking nothing like the fierce tiger who roared on the pitch. Do not forget, Xiaozhong, we are all aiming to become professional players. A professional must accept the possibility of failure. Losing a match is not the problem. The real issue is losing because you did not give your best. Today we performed well, and though we lost in the end, regret is natural. But after the match, the next games await. If we cannot advance from the group stage, there is no point in continuing. A few days from now I will report to the professional team. Li Hu smiled at Wang Zhong. What? Captain, you are leaving? Wang Zhong was taken aback. Yes. The team contacted me several times before. I originally planned to go after summer, but I wanted to play one more national tournament first, so I declined. Now that we have lost, continuing feels pointless. I will head to the team early to adapt to the atmosphere of professional football. Next year you will see me competing in the China League 1. Li Hu patted Wang Zhong's shoulder. I will leave first so you can establish yourself more firmly. The next 2 years of Tingfei High depend on you. Yesterday afternoon, during a highly anticipated qualifying match for the Dalian Regional Tournament of the National High School League No. 2 High School of Dalian, last year's top 8 team, defeated their opponents at Tingfei High School with a score of 5-4. Rising newcomer Yun Feiyong delivered an outstanding performance, completing a hat-trick and netting 8 goals across 2 matches. The emerging star has already attracted attention from multiple clubs. Reports indicate that immediately after the match, 2 scouts represented their respective clubs and extended recruitment offers to Yun Feiyong. Su Bin held a newspaper and read with vivid enthusiasm, while a circle of classmates gathered around to listen. Yi Jiqing had been smiling as she listened, but upon hearing the final sentence her expression changed instantly. She asked Su Bin urgently, "What did you just say?" "A club wants Yun Feiyong to join them," Su Bin said halfway before he too reacted, and added, "No way, right? Why not? You've all watched the previous Dalian regional matches. Players who perform well, whether from football academies or amateur teams, always attract clubs eager to sign them. It's just that most academy players already belong to a club's youth system, so even if scouted they can't be poached. But Yun Feiyong isn't part of an academy, so it's only natural for clubs to take interest in him." Class monitor Wu Xian shrugged and said this. "How can we allow that? If he leaves, how will we keep winning?" Su Bin exclaimed loudly. "If a club shows interest, that's a happy thing for any student. After all, the income from professional teams is substantial. It would only be human for Yun Feiyong to want to go if given the chance," Wu Xian reasoned calmly. That unloyal guy. He doesn't care about two high schools honor at all." Su Bin huffed in frustration. "It won't happen." Yi Jiqing suddenly spoke up. She bit her lip as though on the verge of tears. "Yun Feiyong will never leave two high school like that, I'm sure of it." "Exactly," Su Bin agreed with Yi Jiqing, though he wasn't entirely confident himself. Back then so many academies wanted him, yet he chose two high school instead. Why would he leave so easily? Su Bin couldn't shake the thought deep in his mind. The gap between a football academy and a professional team remained an invisible barrier. Breaking through that thin veil was equally difficult. Although this era demanded young talents for professional clubs, only 2 or 3 out of every 100 academy students would ever make it to the professional ranks. The pull of a professional team was far greater than anything an academy could offer. Who could resist such temptation? Wu Xian shook his head and said no more, though that didn't mean he would be convinced by Su Bin and Yi Jiqing's wishes. Still, the reality seemed rather cruel. Even though Wu Xian understood this rationally emotionally, he hoped that Yi Jiqing and Su Bin's expectations would come true. Perhaps Yun Feiyong rarely attending classes was a blessing after all. At least he wouldn't have to face his classmates' puzzled stares, an awkward situation no matter how he explained it. Meanwhile, in his training room, Yun Feiyong showed no sign of embarrassment at all. Neither did Meng Qiu, though he did ask Yun Feiyong, "So have professional clubs come looking for you?" "Yes, 2 of them. But both are from China League 2. Perhaps their information wasn't very accurate." Yun Feiyong smiled. Meng Qiu shrugged. He had already guessed that Yun Feiyong's family circumstances were quite unusual, and combined with his own abilities, joining a domestic club should not be overly difficult. The fact that Yun Feiyong had chosen two high school meant he must have had his own considerations, and he would not easily join just any team. "What about you? One of those 2 clubs expressed interest in you as well. If you want to go, I can help make arrangements," Yun Feiyong said with a smile. Meng Qiu did not answer, merely shaking his head. "They're professional clubs. Wouldn't you like to go?" Yun Feiyong asked curiously. He was increasingly curious about Meng Qiu. The transfer student who had returned from abroad had already displayed football ability that surprised Yun Feiyong. Had he received professional training at a foreign club? If so, why return to China? "I just want to finish my studies." Meng Qiu gave an answer he hardly believed himself. True enough, Yun Feiyong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. A guy who skipped classes to train saying he wanted to focus on his studies. Nobody would believe that for a second. But after his laughter subsided, Yun Feiyong did not press further. Everyone had their own secrets, and if someone did not wish to share, there was no point in pushing. As long as Meng Qiu stayed, that was the best outcome. Yun Feiyong knew that to achieve something significant in the national tournament, he would need strong teammates, and Meng Qiu was exactly that kind of teammate. Without Meng Qiu's breakthrough performance in the second half, two high school would hardly have defeated Tingfei High School. It would be wonderful, if not wonderful beyond words, if he could continue staying. By the way, we've only been doing physical conditioning together. Wouldn't it be nice to try some ball work? Just physical training gets pretty dull, Yun Feiyong said suddenly after finishing his laugh. Meng Qiu looked at him oddly. Physical conditioning and basic drills are the most tedious parts, and who wouldn't prefer ball work? But you've been training for so many years, you naturally know these tedious fundamentals form the foundation for surviving on the pitch. Why do you suddenly find them boring? Yun Feiyong stroked his chin, gazing at Meng Qiu thoughtfully. Meng Qiu felt a bit uneasy. What you just said sounded exactly like someone who received professional training. Even those from football academies might not phrase it so naturally. You must be a professional player, right? Why did you come back to China? Is competition abroad too fierce? Or were you pushed aside by others? Foreigners can be quite hostile toward Eastern competitors. Yun Feiyong's curiosity was nearly overflowing. I really am not a professional player, Meng Qiu answered helplessly. But before he could add, I have simply always trained to professional standards. Yun Feiyong cut him off. Not a professional player, yet you hold yourself to professional standards all along. I never imagined there would be someone like you besides myself, Yun Feiyong remarked. Meng Qiu was speechless. At first glance, Yun Feiyong seemed proud, but after getting to know him, Meng Qiu found him quite amusing. And upon truly understanding him, he realized Yun Feiyong was still inwardly very confident. Could this be a true reflection of the Chinese philosophical concept? Seeing a mountain as a mountain, then not as a mountain, and finally seeing it as a mountain once more. Chinese culture was indeed profound and extensive. Meng Qiu felt his understanding of Chinese culture had deepened another layer. Come on, let's do some ball possession drills. After all, you'll be passing to me from behind during matches, and I need to grow more accustomed to your style, Yun Feiyong said, enthusiastically pulling Meng Qiu along. Alright, how would you like to practice? Meng Qiu asked. You attack, I defend. I want to see how good your dribbling actually is. Yun Feiyong grabbed a football from the corner. Your several breakthroughs during the match against Tungfei Hai were impressive. Why don't you use them more often in regular practice? Breakthrough is the last resort of offense. Most attacks are completed through passing. Too many individual breaks only make it easier for opponents to defend. Occasional dribbling keeps them guessing, Meng Qiu replied as he walked alongside Yun Feiyong toward the field. Yun Feiyong was a naturally powerful center forward, so he rarely relied on dribbling. His most common situation was receiving the ball with his back to goal near the penalty area, then forcefully turning to shoot. He could understand Meng Qiu's perspective. That sounds like a midfielder's mindset. Meng Qiu nodded. Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu arrived at a patch of lawn outside the training room. The lawn was not large, suitable only for basic ball drills, but for a one-on-one session between two players, it was more than sufficient. Come on, use every trick you have to get past me. Let me show you what a center forward skilled in both attack and defense can do. Yun Feiyong raised his arms and declared with great spirit. Alright, I'd like to see that. Meng Qiu nodded. Half an hour later, watching Yun Feiyong lying on the lawn gasping for breath, Meng Qiu nodded again. I've seen it. Can you at least keep your mouth clean? You completely outplayed me. Yun Feiyong panted heavily, shooting back. You were the one who said to let me show you. Meng Qiu looked entirely innocent, then kicked the ball toward him. With a gentle touch of his left foot underneath, the ball obediently sprang upward. Meng Qiu smoothly controlled it twice, then lofted the ball high into the air. It arced upward and fell back down. Meng Qiu headed it twice, then lowered his head as the ball landed on the back of his neck and slid smoothly down his back. Just as the ball reached Meng Qiu's lower legs, he flicked it upward again with his left foot behind him. The ball sailed over his head and landed in front of him. Meng Qiu extended his left foot forward, and the ball settled perfectly onto his instep, remaining completely still. Yun Feiyong's eyes widened in astonishment. I can't believe your technique is this good, he exclaimed. Just some fancy tricks. They don't have much practical use on the pitch. Meng Qiu lowered his left foot and let the ball roll away. Occasionally using them can still be effective. Yun Feiyong had finally caught his breath. He hadn't been that exhausted physically. It was mainly the frustration of being thoroughly handled by Meng Qiu's ball control for half an hour that made him feel so drained. That's precisely why they shouldn't be used too often. Meng Qiu reached out and pulled Yun Feiyong up from the ground. Good point. We should be fine advancing from our group, so let's keep this hidden. When we face Yunbei later, we can use it to surprise them. Yun Feiyong said with appreciation. Old Wang, what's the matter? Inside the principal's office of No. 2 Middle School, the principal looked up from his desk and asked with a hint of curiosity. In the prestigious No. 2 Middle School, Coach Wang, or rather Teacher Wang, was a rather special presence. He was originally just an ordinary physical education teacher. In a school like No. 2 Middle School, where academic performance reigned supreme, being a PE teacher was an easygoing job. Later he was thrust into the role of head coach of the school football team, though everyone knew he was merely a figurehead. Teacher Wang, however, had a good temper and was by nature honest and unassuming. Most of the time people would simply forget he existed. Principal. Teacher Wang sat down on the chair in front of the principal's desk, then said, I'm here to resign from my position as head coach of the school football team. The principal was stunned. Why, Old Wang? You've been doing quite well as the coach. Last year we made it to the quarterfinals of the Dalian division, and this year we've had a decent run. 2 straight wins. Many newspapers in Dalian have covered our school. This is something that brings honor to the school. All of this is your contribution, and the school won't forget it. Principal, I'm not here to claim credit. Coach Wang gave a wry smile. Everyone knows that the school football team's success has little to do with me. It's all the hard work of those kids. If I were to take credit for it, I'd be thoroughly ashamed. The principal chuckled. You can't say that. Although you're an outsider leading insiders, that's not necessarily a mistake. As long as the outsider lets the insiders do their thing, it's fine, and you've done that quite well. You've delegated boldly and didn't interfere with team affairs. Others might not have done as well as you. If it were only that, then it would be fine. Coach Wang subconsciously touched his pocket. He liked to smoke during conversations, but smoking was banned in public places and naturally also on school grounds. In the last match we won narrowly. I don't know much about football, but I could see that young Lu Yiyang was struggling. He had to play and also think about tactics that a coach should consider. That's not something he can handle alone. Without a proper coach, the school team might not reach the height it deserves. Although it's just an amateur competition and we don't expect these kids to go pro, this is a rare opportunity in their growth. I don't want to leave them with regrets because of me. Looking at Coach Wang's earnest face, the principal was somewhat moved. To be sure, although Coach Wang was merely a figurehead of the school team, the No. 2 Middle School team had gained considerable fame over the past year. Coach Wang definitely basked in the reflected glory. Even if there were no tangible benefits, it satisfied the human vanity, and that alone was quite important. He didn't interfere with the team and was content to be a figurehead, which was already the best possible arrangement. Yet for the sake of the team's better performance, he was willing to give up this glory. Old Wang, I know exactly what kind of person you are. The principal laughed. Coach Wang also laughed. Few people knew that the unremarkable Coach Wang at No. 2 Middle School and the principal of the top-ranked No. 2 Middle School in Dalian had been classmates at the normal school years ago. Thinking back on those days, I do regret it. You studied so diligently, so it's only natural that you became successful later. I was the opposite, mischievous and never studied hard, so I ended up as a PE teacher. I often think now back then I was so fond of playing, why wasn't I so keen on playing football? If I had known more about football, I could now be the school team coach with a clear conscience, at least being able to help the team in some moments. Coach Wang said with a sigh. Although you were playful back then, you had a good heart, and I remember that too. The principal nodded. Old Wang, I'll consider what you said. But we can't find a good coach in a hurry. I don't know much about football, but from an educational perspective, a coach like you at least has a positive influence on the team. If we casually hire someone who knows some football, but not too much and likes to give arbitrary orders, it might not help the team, and could even hold them back. Coach Wang nodded slightly. This was also his concern. The school team currently had a great atmosphere, and if someone came in and gave clumsy directions, it might be even worse than the current situation. Well, that's exactly it. Besides, even if we find a new coach, you should continue working with the school team. After all, you're more familiar with the team's situation, and even if you can't say much on the professional side, you can still play a significant role in other aspects. The principal concluded. Coach Wang nodded and stood up. He was actually a bit reluctant to leave the team outright. His initial resignation was merely a strategic retreat, and the principal was certainly well aware of that. But we must act quickly, principal. Time is of the essence. Coach Wang said. Didn't we just defeat the strongest opponent in the group the day before yesterday? There's no problem advancing from the group stage. The knockout stage starts in March next year, so we still have several months. Why rush? The principal waved his hand. Do you think I don't know anything about the team's situation? Principal, that newspaper is still on your desk. Coach Wang smiled, tapped the desk once, and then turned and left. The principal looked down. It was the sports section of the newspaper he had been reading, with the headline, Defeating Tengfei No. 2 Middle School on the verge of advancement. This guy, his observation skills haven't dulled a bit. The principal laughed and scolded. In the last match we won by the skin of our teeth. I have to admit it was my fault in the lineup arrangement. Meng Qiu has the potential to be the core of the midfield, and I think everyone has seen that. After that day's training, Liu Yiyang gathered everyone together and said. The members of the No. 2 Middle School team all nodded. If they had any doubts about Meng Qiu's performance before, those doubts had completely vanished after the match against Tengfei. In the first half, with Meng Qiu playing left back, No. 2 Middle School was completely suppressed by Tengfei High School in midfield organization and rhythm control. Apart from a sneak goal scored at the opening, they were under pressure the entire half and conceded 3 goals. In the second half, Meng Qiu switched to the role of organizing midfielder. No. 2 Middle School scored 4 goals while allowing only 1, and throughout the second half they were not inferior in attacking opportunities and control of the game. They even surpassed Tengfei's formidable midfield. Facts speak louder than words. With the clear outcome right before their eyes, there was no need for Liu Yiyang to say more. So Meng Qiu should not play left back. Our earlier thinking was too simplistic. He can't defend as a left back and then suddenly appear as a midfielder during attacks. He doesn't have the ability to split himself. Liu Yiyang's words made everyone laugh. Indeed, they had taken things for granted. The idea of Meng Qiu playing left back on defense and moving to midfield to organize attacks sounded simple on paper, but in reality, staying in a position also requires continuity. In the world of football, there are players with exceptional versatility who can perform steadily while switching positions 2 or 3 times in a match, but such players are never the core. They are standard supporting players. These players are also important, yet their tasks are relatively simple, or they just need to do their own job well. A core-level position like the midfield organizer demands full concentration. The former Inter Milan captain Zanetti once delivered excellent performances while moving across 3 positions in a single match, but all 3 were defensive positions: right back, defensive midfielder, and left back, the kind that covers gaps. If he had to be in position while defending, orchestrate attacks while attacking, and sprint back dozens of meters to intercept after losing the ball in the front court. Even if Zanetti were an Iron Man, he would likely be exhausted to death. Asking Meng Qiu to do what even a top professional player cannot do was simply a joke. Moreover, being an organizing midfielder doesn't just mean performing well individually, it requires coordination with teammates. If even one person might not adapt to such a positional switch, how could the entire team adapt? That would be an even bigger joke. Therefore, to allow Meng Qiu to better help the No. 2 Middle School team with his organizational and commanding abilities, he needed to be fixed in the midfield position. However, there are only so many positions in the front court. If he moved to midfield, someone would inevitably become a substitute. The left-back vacancy could be filled by newcomer Zhao Qingji. Although he is a newcomer, his performance has been relatively steady with no obvious shortcomings. He runs actively and positions well, so serving as a diligent left-back should be no problem. In that case, the others in the front court probably wouldn't be moved, but forward Zhao Rui and right midfielder He Fan would be in somewhat precarious positions. Captain, just say it. Whether I start or not, I'll accept it. Zhao Rui raised his hand and spoke proactively. As a senior player in his second year, he had taken a relatively relaxed view of starting positions. Moreover, Zhao Rui knew his ability was only average. Last year, he was a starter in the team that reached the quarterfinals, and this year, he had already scored. Zhao Rui was quite content. Whether you're a starter or not, we don't need to draw a clear line. Anyway, we can treat the next few games as practice. Next week we face No. 6 Middle School, and the week after No. 8 Middle School. These 2 matches are perfect for experimenting. No. 6 Middle School and No. 8 Middle School, both renowned schools comparable to No. 2, had nothing remarkable in football. Their team members were also hardworking, but their strength lagged far behind. In the first round, the 2 teams drew with each other. In the second round, No. 8 had a bye while No. 6 was beaten 5-0 by Huikai. They were indeed not opponents for no. 2. Wow, I never thought we'd have the luxury of using group stage matches for training. Wei Ming said with a laugh, which drew a burst of laughter. Dalian no. 2 High School was truly a different team now. Last year during the group stage, they tread carefully and calculated every move, deliberately concealing part of their strength from the first round. They could have soundly defeated certain opponents, but only managed narrow victories, carefully crafting the illusion that they merely relied on luck to string together wins. This lulled the entire Tengfei High School squad into complacency, allowing them to gradually wear down their opponents before snatching victory, with a stroke of fortune producing a stunning upset. This year, even under intense scrutiny from Tengfei High School, they still triumphed in a hard-fought, evenly matched contest. Last year no. 2 High School had orchestrated their success with careful calculation, seizing a fortunate victory. This year, despite being at a disadvantage in every facet, they simply overpowered Tengfei and claimed the win. Both resulted in victories, yet the distance between them was vast. Perhaps last year the stronger teams in Dalian did not yet perceive no. 2 High School as a genuine threat to their status, but this year they had begun to feel it. No. 2 High School was rising. Even if their momentum could not last forever, it seemed all but inevitable that they would stir up a storm during this year's tournament. For the powerhouse clubs in Dalian hoping to claim the regional championship and advance to the national finals, they now faced one more formidable adversary, Dalian no. 2 High School. It is worth noting that even when no. 2 High School reached the quarterfinals last year, they were not considered a real contender for the national tournament. After being eliminated by Yunbei, they failed to secure a 6th-place finish and missed out on a supplementary playoff berth, having recorded the smallest goal difference among all advancing teams. In other groups, all qualifying teams went undefeated, yet most of them boasted convincing margins of victory. No. 2 High School, however, had advanced through a series of narrow wins, placing them at a natural disadvantage. But what about this year? In the opening round, they dismantled Maya by 6 goals. Although they edged past Tengfei by a single goal, they still managed 5 goals scored. More importantly, no remaining opponent could match Tengfei's caliber, meaning no. 2 High School had ample opportunity to improve their goal difference, a task that proved far from difficult. And indeed, events unfolded exactly as expected. A week later at Tengfei High School no. 2 High School's opening match saw them annihilate no. 6 High School 7-0. Meng Qiu started as the central midfielder, flanked by Li Qi and Lu Yiyang behind him. He Fan and Wei Ming occupied the flanks while Yun Feiyong led the attack as the lone forward. With Yun Feiyong operating as a solitary striker no. 2 High School's attacking prowess had not diminished in the slightest. He completed a hat-trick plus performance, netting 12 goals across 3 matches. The midfield players also enjoyed significantly more shooting opportunities than usual. Wei Ming doubled his tally with 2 well-taken goals, both arriving after cutting inside from the wing and finishing off exquisite diagonal passes from Meng Qiu. The final goal came from Gao Mingjin, his header meeting Lu Yiyang's perfectly delivered corner kick. No. 2 High School's performances have grown steadily more impressive. With Meng Qiu anchoring the midfield, this starting lineup felt more balanced and far more threatening. The head coach of Huikai High School remarked with a sigh. Yet when the second match began, everyone was taken aback. Li Hu was not among the starting 11. Paired alongside Wang Zhong was a tall first-year striker. Tengfei High School had no Li Hu, and not only was he absent from the lineup, he was nowhere to be seen on the substitute bench either. This naturally sparked speculation, but throughout the match Wang Zhong delivered a sensational display. Shielded by that prototypical target man, he unleashed his wildly inventive shooting imagination to full effect, tormenting Maya's defense until they were thoroughly drained. He scored 5 goals, each one carrying an almost eerie quality, the true demon blade at work. Without Li Hu, Tengfei's attack did not suffer any significant impact. They ultimately defeated Maya 6-0. I've scored 9 goals myself. Even if you qualify, I refuse to fall behind in the scoring charts. After the match, Wang Zhong trotted over to greet Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong grunted. Your goals hardly qualify as masculine. Watch this. That is what a man's goal looks like. Can I claim 2 of yours? Wang Zhong winked, leaving Yun Feiyong speechless. Where's Li Hu? Why did he not play? Senior Lu Yiyang, Li Hu has left the team. He has reported to a professional club. He said there is little point in continuing these matches. Tengfei's task going forward is to integrate new blood, while his own task is to establish himself in professional football. Wang Zhong replied. A professional club? The no. 2 high school players exchanged glances. Only now did it occur to them that Li Hu was not merely the captain of Tengfei, but also an academy player for Dalian Tengfei, a China League 1 club. Knowing when to step back and allowing Tengfei to prepare for next year in advance, Li Hu made a wise decision. Before leaving, senior Li Hu mentioned that if you wish to pursue professional football, he can put in a good word for you. The Dalian Tengfei midfield currently has openings. Wang Zhong said with a grin. Hey, don't come recruiting our captain. Yun Feiyong protested. Lu Yiyang shrugged. I never aspired to be a professional player. Besides, I do not have the temperament for it. That path is for him to follow. My focus remains on the national tournament. After exchanging a few words, Wang Zhong departed. Several no. 2 high school players watched him go with a trace of envy. That lad will almost certainly become a professional player someday. That aspect is genuinely enviable. However, even if we lack the ability to turn professional, we can still leave behind memories here at this age. Memories we will cherish for a lifetime. That is no lesser achievement than becoming a professional player. Wang Zhong had dropped a bombshell and quickly retreated, leaving the No. 2 high school players murmuring among themselves as they recalled the newspaper reports about professional clubs approaching Yun Feiyang. What are you all staring at? Trying to pick a fight? Yun Feiyang demanded irritably. Isn't it true that professional clubs have approached you? Li Qi asked the question everyone harbored but hesitated to voice. After all, as footballers themselves, they understood the enormous allure of professional leagues for any player. It would not have surprised anyone if Yun Feiyang had submitted his resignation the very next day. Should he choose that path, it would be entirely his prerogative. 2 China League 2 clubs, that is all. Someone like me, a genius, would never so lightly join such a place. Yun Feiyang sneered. Let me tell you, my ambition reaches for the stars and the vast sea. Shoo! His teammates collectively shushed him. Han Ming quipped. You planning to play in space or something? Only a team of cosmic caliber can match my brilliance. Ha ha ha. You should consider yourselves fortunate to share a pitch with me. Yun Feiyang planted his hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly. Teach him a lesson. Don't let his size intimidate you. Let's swarm him. Li Qi exclaimed, raising his arm. The others immediately closed in, and Yun Feiyang's laughter quickly dissolved into yelps of protest. Serves you right provoking trouble like that. Meng Qiu shook his head, sighing with a newly acquired internet phrase. You mocking others will only bring retribution upon yourself. Li Qi, stop pulling my pants. Help. While both No. 2 High School and Tengfei secured convincing victories, the third match of the weekend attracted remarkably little attention. Although Huikai had also claimed a win, their encounter against No. 8 High School drew minimal interest. Xingyao received a bye this round. In their previous match, they had avenged their opening loss by dismantling Maya 4-0, proving that the football academy's caliber remained undeniable despite that dismal debut. No. 8 High School's stubborn defensive setup seemed to confound Huichai's attack. They played in a similarly disjointed manner as their first match, appearing chaotic on the pitch. Though the players covered considerable ground, they committed frequent elementary errors. Nevertheless, leveraging their physical advantage, they broke the deadlock before halftime via a corner kick. This match lacked substance. The play was far too messy. Wei Ming yawned. Having elevated their own standards, their eyes had grown sharper. In matches against the football academy, errors were rarely seen. Witnessing such sloppy amateur-level mistakes now simply failed to ignite any enthusiasm. Both their goals came from set pieces. Meng Qiu observed suddenly. Set pieces yield easier scoring opportunities in chaotic matches. Li Qi smiled. Indeed. When we used to play full-field matches back home, our coordination was poor, and we scored countless goals from set pieces. Han Ming chimed in to corroborate. However, take note of what Meng Qiu said, especially you defenders. If you face Huikai and encounter corner kicks or free kicks, beware of their predatory movement in the penalty area. Lu Yiyang patted Gao Meng and Lin Bing on the shoulders. Rest assured. Lin Bing chuckled. Since the start of this term, his previously erratic temperament seemed to have mellowed considerably. Though he produced fewer spectacular saves, he had grown steadier, inspiring greater confidence as a goalkeeper. Lu Yiyang naturally observed Lin Bing's transformation and felt quietly pleased. People certainly mature with time. Last year, Lin Bing was a frivolous keeper. Though agile and capable of miraculous interventions against stronger opponents, he also conceded baffling goals. No. 2 High School's reliance on narrow victories last season was not merely about conserving strength, but also reflected their tendency to surrender preventable goals. Since the start of this semester, Lin Bing's concentration on the pitch had sharpened, and his performances naturally improved accordingly. As in their previous match, Huikai ultimately exhausted their opponents through physical superiority in the second half, capitalizing on the resulting disorganization to score 2 more goals and secure a 3-0 victory over No. 8 High School. Across 3 rounds, with 1-2 wins and a third place standing secured solely on goal difference ahead of Tengfei. Xingyao sat in 4th place with 1 win and 1 loss. No. 6 High School and No. 8 High School each earned a point from their mutual encounter, occupying 5th and 6th positions. Maya fared the worst, winless in 3 matches without scoring a single goal, languishing at the bottom of the table. Speculation about Yun Feiyang lasted only a short time. When he still appeared in Zhong's starting lineup for the 4th round, doubts about whether he would drop out to pursue a professional soccer career had already faded away. This inspired the students of Zhong to approach the upcoming matches with even greater enthusiasm. The 4th round pitted Zhong against Bajong. Zhong made some adjustments to their starting lineup for this match. He Fan did not start. The midfield featured Lu Yiyang, Li Qi, Wei Ming, and Meng Qiu. The right midfront position was left vacant, a nominal role. Zhao Rui started alongside Yun Feiyang up front. However, this formation did not perform particularly well. Offensively, there were few issues as Zhong rarely launched attacks from the right flank, preferring instead to rely on the left side. Wei Ming delivered an outstanding performance with 2 crosses, assisting Yun Feiyang on both goals. Meng Qiu's distribution created numerous chances, and Lu Yiyang, who increased his forward run, scored again. Zhao Rui also added a 2nd goal of the tournament with a clinical finish. On defense, however, the right flank relied solely on Li Leming, making it a challenging task. Bajong exploited this weakness through a wing breakthrough to score once. Ultimately, Zhong defeated Bajong 4-1, securing 1st place with 4 consecutive victories and 12 points. We still need someone on the right flank. Relying only on Li Leming for defense will be difficult, Lu Yiyang noted during post-match discussions. The right flank pairing of Li Lemming and He Fan had been one of Zhong's more unremarkable combinations, yet the two shared excellent chemistry. Their mutual cover worked well, and although they contributed little going forward, they allowed their teammates to attack with confidence. At this stage, He Fan remained an indispensable part of the starting 11. It seems I will have to make a sacrifice going forward, Liu Yang said to Zhao Rui. No problem at all. Zhao Rui nodded. Being part of this team as it competed in the national tournament was already a source of great pride for him. Moreover, Zhong lacked quality forwards, and among the newcomers there were none who stood out. Serving as a substitute allowed Zhao Rui to provide a tactical change when the team needed to break open a tight match. Matches against Liuzhong and Bazhong, two weaker sides in the group, served as opportunities for Zhong to experiment. Even in that context, they achieved convincing victories with comfortable margins. From this perspective, Zhong had indeed grown into a strong team. Tongfei High School continued their winning streak. Wang Zhong's goal-scoring ability was becoming increasingly evident. In the match against Liuzhong, he once again completed a hat trick, closing the gap to Yun Feiyang's tally to just 2 goals. The promising newcomer Wang Zhong had proven through his performances that Tongfei High School still held hope even after Li Hu's departure. It was worth noting that the top talents in Dalian's high school soccer scene were largely senior students by now, such as the 3 pillars of Qingxi High School. Under these circumstances, the coming years might well belong to Wang Zhong's era. Of course, he had many rivals. At minimum, there were 2 within Zhong himself. Don't worry, I will keep scoring. Even against Xinya, I will make sure he cannot catch up, Yun Feiyang said, with full confidence, responding to his teammates' teasing warning about Wang Zhong chasing the preliminary round top scorer title. This match also saw Zhong conserve some energy. Most of their players were amateurs, and physical conditioning remained a concern. Though a weekly schedule was not overly burdensome, it still placed demands on their stamina. They played more conservatively in this fixture, and it was natural that Yun Feiyang received less support than usual. We only have 2 opponents remaining, Xinya and Huikai. It works out well since they face each other this round. We can observe their performance closely, Liu Yang said. Huaicai, like us, remains undefeated so far. I hope they lose to Xinya today, which would give us even greater peace of mind, Li Qi said with a smile. That's not quite the right attitude. Xinya has only lost 1 match to Tongfei. If they continue winning, they still have a chance to advance. Should they win this match, they will surely fight desperately against us next time. It would be better to support Huikai. Even if they cannot win, forcing a draw would make our final round much easier. Han Ming offered a different perspective. That kind of thinking lacks ambition. We must prove our strength by overcoming worthy opponents one after another, Yun Feiyang declared confidently. Liu Yang and Wei Ming exchanged knowing smiles. These newcomers each had distinct personalities clearly revealed through their conversation. Li Qi often entertained imaginative ideas. His thinking was straightforward, which actually made him a fierce defensive midfielder as he acted without overanalyzing. Han Ming thought more deeply. As a center back, this kind of analytical mindset served him well. As for Yun Feiyang, confidence was written into his nature. Yet on the field, he never underestimated any opponent and always gave his full effort. Meng Qiu, however, was someone Liu Yang found difficult to read. He spoke little but often perceived situations from angles others missed. His calm and composed demeanor may have been precisely the quality expected of a central midfielder. Having such talented newcomers join Zhong was truly fortunate. After the juniors graduated next year, building around these players and adding a few more capable newcomers would create another strong squad. It seems what we hope to achieve is gradually becoming reality, Liu Yang murmured to Wei Ming, Gao Ming, and Lin Bing. A smile spread across the faces of Wei Ming, Gao Ming, and Lin Bing. What were their ambitions? To establish a school soccer tradition and make Zhong a force capable of competing with dedicated football schools. From the current standpoint, they were doing remarkably well. The hard work of the previous year had attracted several talented new students, especially outstanding players like Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu, who gave Zhong a strong foundation for success. With good results, more middle school students who loved soccer but were not from football academies would be drawn to join next year. This would create a positive cycle. Traditions, after all, were usually built gradually in this manner. They did not harbor grand ambitions. In middle school, they had simply been students who loved the game. Yet an informal suggestion had the potential to establish a lasting tradition for the entire school. Whenever he thought of this, Liu Yang felt a swell of emotion. Such glory, even becoming a professional player, could not compare. 2 hours later, cheering from Huaicai's supporters echoed through the stands while the students of Xinya High School looked bewildered. Their team had lost the match. After dropping their first game to Tongfei, they suffered another defeat. It was not a loss to the group's strongest contender Zhong, but to Huikai Technical School, a team little known outside their region. This was a chaotic match. Huaicai, through relentless running, surprisingly dominated Xinya. Xinya had not been concerned initially given their solid defensive line. Moreover, after Tongfei's loss to Zhong, Xinya's hopes of advancing had revived. Their plan was simple: win every remaining match and defeat Zhong, aiming to secure qualification through superior goal difference. In the earlier rounds, they had won by match. In another, they adopted an unusually aggressive approach, defeating Maya 4-0 in a high-scoring affair, hoping to seize the last opportunity. Yet that hope lasted less than 2 weeks before they fell again. Xinya, eager to attack, was suffocated by Huaicai's frantic pressing. Their impatience to score heavily led to their downfall. Constantly pressed in midfield, Xinya's defensive structure cracked. Once again, a set piece proved decisive. Huikai scored from a corner header, taking a crucial point. 1-0. Huikai had defeated Xinya High School, becoming the second regular school team to beat a football academy in this tournament. Zhong had been the first, Huikai the second. Two unusual sides in the same group, an interesting anomaly. Lu Zhanfeng looked skyward and sighed. He had done his best in this match, but unfortunately as a defender victory ultimately depended on the attack. When the final whistle blew, Huitsai's substitute players rushed onto the field, like champions celebrating the remarkable victory. They won. Li Qi said hesitantly. Largely through luck, Yun Feiyong finished his thought. It was indeed fortunate. The entire match had been turned into disorganization by Huitsai's relentless running, followed by a scramble, in which a set piece produced the decisive goal. What else could that be called but luck? If chaotic play were enough to win consistently, no one would bother studying tactics. Xingyao lacked a reliable goal scorer, which is how they lost. If it had been us, we would not have lost so painfully, Meng Qiu remarked. Yun Feiyong nodded. Xingyao had not lacked chances. If he had been on the pitch, Xingyao would have scored at least twice. Furthermore, Zhong's midfield support was far stronger than what Xingyao had displayed. Regardless, Huikai is now our biggest competitor for group qualification, Lu Yiyang said. After this match, Huikai remained undefeated as well, sitting 3 points behind Zhong, with 1 game fewer played. In the final round, the two teams would face each other directly. Come on, boss, there's no need to worry so much. They still have to face Tingfei in the round after next. Given Tengfei's strength, eliminating them should not be too difficult. We lead them by 8 goals in goal difference. We might not even need to play our last match, Lin Bing said with a smile. Indeed. It seems there is no need to worry too much. Although Huikai astonishingly defeated Xinya High School, and like No. 2 High School achieved a perfect record in the group stage, their 3 wins out of 3, with 9 goals scored and none conceded, is not particularly impressive when compared to No. 2 High School's 4 victories in 4 matches with 22 goals scored and only 5 conceded. It is worth noting that although No. 2 High School conceded 5 goals, 4 of them came in the match against Tengfei High School, whom Huikai has yet to face. Even without Li Hu, Tengfei's attacking line possesses formidable scoring ability. In terms of goal difference, No. 2 High School currently stands at 17, while Huikai has 9, a full 8-goal advantage. If No. 2 High School secures a victory over Xinya in the next round and accumulates enough goal difference, then Huitai, should they lose to Tengfei, will have virtually no hope of catching up. No. 2 High School knows Tingfei's strength all too well. Huikai should not be capable of defeating Tingfei. In the group stage rankings, points come first, then goal difference, followed by head-to-head results. This means that even if Huikai and No. 2 High School end up level on points, Huikai would still settle for second place if their goal difference falls short. Having overcome their greatest rival Tingfei, No. 2 High School naturally need not worry about their qualification prospects. After defeating Tengfei High School, their biggest rival in the group stage, it seems no opponent can prevent No. 2 High School, a non-football school team, from advancing to the Dalian Regional Top 8 for the second consecutive year. In the following 2 rounds, they defeated No. 6 and No. 8 middle schools by large margins, 2 schools that could match them academically. Now it seems that although No. 6 and No. 8 are prestigious schools on par with No. 2 in terms of first-tier university admission rates, they have been left far behind on the football pitch. Does this mean No. 2 has taken the lead in holistic education? This report filled the entire school with a sense of pride. The principal specifically summoned Coach Wang and showered him with praise. Afterward, he told him that the search for a new coach had not been going well. Those willing to come weren't up to No. 2 standards, while those No. 2 wanted were reluctant to join. Then what are we to do? I can manage for now, but once the knockout stage arrives, not having a good coach will truly affect our results. Coach Wang grew anxious. Coach Wang was anxious. Don't worry, old Wang. This can't be rushed. We'll take our time. By the way, if you have any other requests, feel free to bring them up. Consider it a morale boost for your team, said the principal patiently. The principal said patiently, well, how about giving the students some subsidies? No matter the amount, it would be nice to lift their spirits. After thinking it over, Coach Wang said, some students seem to come from difficult family backgrounds. Take the new student Meng Qiu, for instance. Last month he asked for a work-study position. He's one of the best newcomers this year, you know. That should be no problem. You already have meal allowances fully subsidized as special meals in the cafeteria. For daily subsidies, the school will allocate funds. That's separate. Any other requests? The principal nodded and asked. That, I'm not really an expert. I'll have to ask our captain, Coach Wang replied. When Lu Yiyang was summoned by Coach Wang and heard the news, his face immediately lit up with delight. I don't have other requests, mainly 2 things. First, the training equipment in the gymnasium is still too scarce and basically ineffective. Could we get professionals to bring in some more effective training gear? Our usual training mainly involves splitting into teams for matches to maintain form. We don't know much about anything else. Second, our cheer squad has grown quite large. If we could get a batch of jerseys in the same style as our team uniform to distribute among them, their cheering would certainly be more imposing. Lu Yiyang spoke quickly as if he had been pondering these 2 matters for a long time. He knew Meng Qiu had been doing physical training at Yun Feiyang's house under a training plan guided by a professional level coach. But although Yun Feiyang was generous, the intensity of those training plans was enough to make everyone abandon the idea of training with them. Moreover, Yun Feiyang was likely heading straight for a professional league, while Meng Qiu had returned from abroad and didn't care about academic results. The 2 of them could skip classes every day to train, but the rest of the school team simply couldn't do the same. Besides, even though Yun Feiyong was generous, the entire team couldn't shamelessly rely on his personal training equipment. A day or two might pass, but in the long run it was simply impossible. Therefore, it was far more important for the school to purchase training equipment so they could receive somewhat more professional training during their spare time. Moreover, although training equipment was a considerable investment, it could be used for a long time. Not only would the current school team benefit, but future team members would also gain immensely from it. As for distributing jerseys to the cheer squad, that was relatively trivial. A small investment that could nevertheless enhance the school's reputation. The second request is easy to handle, but the first is quite difficult. It's not merely a matter of money. Our school lacks professional expertise, and we don't know what training equipment would suit you. I'll go discuss it with the principal. Coach Wang nodded and headed straight back to the principal's office. As he had anticipated, the principal agreed to the second request without batting an eye, while the first request regarding training equipment proved much more difficult for exactly the reason Coach Wang had stated. Alas, it's clear that the lag in Chinese football is all-encompassing. The high school league is thriving, yet there is a shortage of outstanding youth coaches. Even if some schools have talented players, they are easily held back by laymen like me. Coach Wang sighed bitterly. Coach Wang sighed with a wry smile. That topic is too broad. We should focus on doing our own part well. The principal shook his head. Take a note to the logistics department and get the cheer squad's outfits settled first. As for the training equipment, let's put it aside for now. Despite all kinds of problems now, Tu High School continued to move forward steadily. Just as the principal had said, there were many things they couldn't do perfectly, but they could still do what they were capable of doing well. Even without the training equipment now, Tu High School kept improving. The fifth week arrived. In December, Dalian had begun to turn cold, yet for a school team with such a strong chance of advancing, the players' hearts remained ablaze. All 8 seeded teams had maintained perfect records so far. The mighty Yunbei, Qingxi High School, and naturally Tu High School as well. Despite being placed in the same group as football schools like Tongfei and Xinya, Tu High School had still carved out 4 consecutive victories. Tongfei had fallen before them, now Xinya stood in their path. Outside observers and sports media commented that Tongfei had already lost to Tu, and even Xinya would be unable to halt their advance. From every angle, that seemed to be the case. After all, Xinya had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Tongfei by 6 goals, and in the previous round, they had even lost to Huaicai, another amateur team. A devastating blow to their morale. And Tu High School. They can no longer be judged as an amateur team. Yun Feiyong is absolutely a professional-grade player, and his physical attributes are quite rare among Chinese players. His decision to attend Tu High School was surprising enough, but his performance there is even more astonishing. Tu High School is by no means a one-man team. Last year, the 4 Heavenly Kings who led them into the Dalian regional top 8. Midfielder Lu Yang Wing, attacker Wei Ming, center back Gao Ming, and goalkeeper Lin Bing are all highly regarded standouts among Dalian high schools. Add to them the promising first-year newcomers Meng Qiu, Li Qi, and Han Ming, and Tu's starting lineup can stand comparison with any strong team. Now everyone is watching Tu's performance. If they can go further and reach the national tournament as an amateur team, it will set a record for the high school league. Since the high school league was established 3 years ago, it has produced many outstanding young players, quite a few of whom have already appeared in domestic league matches. However, these standouts are mostly products of football schools. The National High School League has provided them with a new stage. From that perspective, the league has been quite successful. Yet when it comes to selecting talented players overlooked by football schools, it has fallen short of expectations. Over the past 3 years, no player outside football schools has used it as a springboard to enter the professional leagues, which raises the question, what is the true purpose of the high school league? The emergence of Tu High School fills that void and proves that the high school league can play a role in discovering talent beyond football schools. As long as we persist on the right path focused on nurturing young players, Chinese football will undoubtedly have more outstanding young talents and a brighter future. From reading this newspaper, I'm starting to feel quite great myself, Li Qi said dramatically as he looked at the paper. We'll just take these reports with a grain of salt. What really matters is that we perform well in the coming matches and prove we are in no way inferior to players from football schools. Even if we don't aim for a professional football career, we can still aim for victory. I don't want to make grand speeches, but I just want to say that in my 2 years in high school, being able to challenge for the national tournament alongside Tu High School, whether we succeed or fail, I will have no regrets. Lu Yang waved his arm. Let's go. Today is the 5th match. Beat Xinya, and we'll try to secure qualification 1 round early. No problem. Defeat them, and we're off to the knockout stage in March. The players of Tu High School waved their arms and shouted on the bus, while Coach Wang watched them with a beaming smile. For Xinya High School, this Dalian Division preliminary tournament was a rather challenging journey. They suffered a heavy defeat in their opening match against Tongfei High School. What disappointed them most was that Tongfei had produced an outstanding first-year student, while Xinya had little to compare. While there were some decent newcomers, none matched that exceptional caliber. Looking ahead to next year, after Lu Zhanfeng, the sole standout star of the Dalian high school football scene, departs, what would become of Xinya High? Their previous loss to amateur team Huikai further dimmed Xinya's prospects. Even now, neither side could fully explain how the match was lost. The opposing team showed no particularly dominant strength, merely superior endurance and physical presence. It was said that after that match, the club owner of the football academy affiliated with Xinya High was deeply displeased. After all, the investment in a football school is substantial, and the absence of exceptional young talents for cultivation was something the owner could not overlook. If Xinhua High failed to produce several promising newcomers in the coming matches, the club owner might lose patience, casting doubt on the school's future. On the surface, it appeared no two middle school would find it relatively straightforward to defeat the somewhat demoralized Xinhua High. Yet facing the possibility of dissolution, Xinhua High's players ignited a tremendous fighting spirit. Though victory would not advance them, they still sought to compete with honor. Even if they could not win, they refused to surrender without effort. They wanted to demonstrate to the owner that while they might lack technical superiority, their determination and attitude would never waver. More than 20 minutes had passed. Despite no two middle school launching fierce attacks, Xinhua High's resolute defense held firm, preventing any breakthrough. Liu Zhanfeng stayed close to Yun Feiyong, marking the top scorer, who had netted 14 goals in 4 matches. Thinking back on his marking assignments this tournament, Liu Zhanfeng couldn't help but smile wryly. Wang Zhong had already scored 12 goals. How fierce these newcomers had become. This season's struggles were not due to a lack of effort from Xinhua, but rather the strength of their opponents. Yet Liu Zhanfeng kept his focus sharp, staying close to Yun Feiyong to limit his touches. If Yun Feiyong received the ball infrequently, his exceptional scoring ability would be difficult to unleash. Though Liu Zhanfeng had struggled marking Wang Zhong, it was because he was unaccustomed to Wang Zhong's unconventional dribbling style and had not prepared adequately. However, marking a powerful center forward like Yun Feiyong, tall and physically strong, was something Liu Zhanfeng had ample experience with. He himself was an excellent center back, tall yet agile. Yun Feiyong had faced such defenders before. Gao Ming of No. 2 Middle School was similar, and Yun Feiyong's explosive scoring ability diminished significantly when facing him. And when facing Yi Yin, Yun Feiyong had once found himself at a loss. This was a gap in experience. Yun Feiyong still had considerable room for growth, and encountering skilled center backs offered an opportunity for improvement. But Yun Feiyong did not see it this way. He felt impatient, worried that if he did not score soon, Wang Zhong might surpass him. Wang Zhong had made his intentions clear several times. Qualification might belong to Yun Feiyong's team, but this gave Wang Zhong the chance to compete fully for the tournament's top scorer honor. Most players would have smiled and let it go. After all, qualification mattered most. The top scorer title was something fans might discuss, but for teams aiming to reach the national tournament, goals in the knockout stages held far greater value. Scoring 5 or 6 goals against weaker teams was hardly remarkable. Yun Feiyong gained attention from reporters and other strong teams not for his 11 goals against Liuzhong, Bajong, and Maya, but for his hat-trick against Tongfei. Those 3 goals against Tongfei carried far more weight than his 11 goals in the other 3 matches. But Yun Feiyong was different. He was ambitious. He wanted qualification, and he wanted this honor that others disregarded. Whatever victory, whatever glory, he desired them all. So he felt anxious now. Liu Zhanfeng's tight marking was effective, and as the only focal point in the attack, if Yun Feiyong was neutralized, No. 2 Middle School's offense would stall. I refuse to believe I can't shake him. I've overcome Yi Yin before, Yun Feiyong thought. Liu Zhanfeng meanwhile gritted his teeth and stayed glued to Yun Feiyong's side. These newcomers were indeed formidable, but Liu Zhanfeng was 2 years older and would never easily allow a goal. Meng Qiu passed to Wei Ming, who crossed the ball again. Yun Feiyong forced Liu Zhanfeng behind him and prepared to head the falling ball toward goal. Liu Zhanfeng pressed hard, using his strength to slightly unbalance Yun Feiyong, causing the header to sail slightly high. The ball struck the crossbar and bounced out for a goal kick. Curses, I didn't hold my ground. Yun Feiyong muttered after landing, stomping his foot firmly before jogging back. At least he didn't blame me for marking too aggressively. This kid has a professional mindset, Liu Zhanfeng observed as Yun Feiyong moved away. Amateur teams often adopted a relaxed attitude in matches where qualification was no longer at stake, thinking there was no need to push so hard. But for these professionally minded players, every match mattered. Even more so in the eyes of these young athletes. Not for anything else, but because giving their all in every match was a matter of personal integrity. An amateur player might think, what's the point of pushing so hard when it makes no difference to you? But Yun Feiyong did not think this way. He simply felt he had not performed well enough. This deepened Liu Zhanfeng's respect for Yun Feiyong. If you have the ability, come and surpass me. Defeating me would surely benefit your future professional career. But I will not hold back. Only skill will overcome me. Liu Zhanfeng was no fool. The core players of Dalian's top high school teams had already formed their own understanding of why Yun Feiyong had chosen No. 2 Middle School. For those not from the football academy system, securing a starting position in an academy team was a difficult path. But excelling in an amateur school team like No. 2 Middle School made it easier to catch the attention of professional clubs, a viable route forward. No. 2 Middle School was the only amateur team to reach the Dalian Division quarterfinals the previous year. Yun Feiyong would have a starting role, exposure, and strong teammates. Where could be more suitable? Liu Zhanfeng had reached this conclusion, so he decided to help the young player. Not by letting up, but by raising his own level of play to better showcase Yun Feiyong's abilities. If Yun Feiyong could defeat the Liu Zhanfeng performing at his best, then perhaps a professional future was possible. If not, perhaps the dream was premature. Feiyong, stay calm. Don't rush. Opportunities will come, Meng Qiu called to Yun Feiyong as he jogged back. He did not doubt Yun Feiyong would score, but noticed the impatience in him and offered a gentle reminder. I'm fine. This performance shows my fighting spirit is high. I am at my strongest right now, Yun Feiyong replied. Meng Qiu shook his head. This Yun Feiyong always quoted manga dialogue as if he were a character from one. What an unusual personality. Xinhao Hai's attacking capability was average, though this was relative to other amateur teams. Against a team like Maya they could still score 3 or 4 goals. But no, Two Middle School was no ordinary amateur team. They quickly stifled Xinyao's counterattack and launched their own offensive. Meng Qiu and Liu Yiyang executed a 1-2 pass breaking through Xinyao's midfield followed by an immediate through ball aimed at Yun Feiyong. As the sole attacking focal point, Yun Feiyong had ample opportunities. He ran toward the ball, with Liu Zhanfeng closely trailing. Yun Feiyong occupying the near post struck immediately. Liu Zhanfeng, a step behind, quickly dropped to block the shot with his body, then sprang up to control the ball. Refusing to accept the failed attack, Yun Feiyong immediately pressed forward, closing in and attempting to tackle the ball away. Liu Zhanfeng swiftly poked the ball away, but Yun Feiyong's extending leg caught him, and Liu Zhanfeng tumbled to the ground unprepared for such an aggressive challenge. The referee's whistle blew and he ran toward the incident. Liu Yiyang felt a chill. Earlier against Tengfei, Yun Feiyong had received a yellow card for a confrontation with Li Hu. Another yellow card meant. Preliminary regulations stated that 2 yellow cards in the group stage resulted in suspension. Cards carried over into the knockout rounds. Last year Li Hu's suspension against Two Middle School was precisely for this reason, to enter the knockouts clean. Instead they had been caught off guard by their opponent's hidden strength. As expected, the referee showed Yun Feiyong a yellow card. Yun Feiyong knew he was at fault, and offered no protest, though he likely did not realize he would miss the next match. Liu Yiyang sighed. During halftime, don't mention that Yun Feiyong will be suspended. Liu Yiyang pulled Meng Qiu aside and whispered to him. Why are you only telling me? Other people might say something too, Meng Qiu asked curiously. Look, the moment I mentioned it you knew Yun Feiyong would be suspended. Others may not have noticed during the game. Yun Feiyong himself probably didn't even realize it. After all, none of us thought about yellow cards before the match. We still lack experience. Let's just make sure it doesn't affect his second half performance, Liu Yiyang said with a smile. Hee, Captain, I was actually planning to remind you, Meng Qiu said with a grin. You're something else, Liu Yiyang shot back with a look, then laughed as well. What are you two laughing about? I get a yellow card, and you're this happy. Where's the team spirit? Yun Feiyong muttered grumpily as he trudged back. It's nothing. I just want you to stay calm. I'll make better passes next time so you don't have to press up front, Meng Qiu said with a smile. No need. Simple passes will do. The harder the situation, the more it shows off my skills as a superstar striker. Yun Feiyong replied. Really? Then I'll just pass casually then, Meng Qiu nodded. Hey, I was just joking, why take it so seriously? You're so annoying. Thank you, I appreciate that. Liu Yiyang shuddered. Despite the jokes, this match was crucial for Two Middle School. They had defeated their biggest rival Tengfei, but only led by 3 points. If Two drew their next 2 matches, while Tengfei won both, Tengfei would still advance. With only 1 spot available from each group, the format might not seem as thrilling as knockout matches, but the excitement was no less intense. Two Middle School continued their relentless wave-like assault. Meanwhile, Xinhao continued their rigid defensive setup. Their previous loss stemmed from chasing goal difference to secure advancement, which Huikai exploited. Now with nothing to lose, Xinhao simply wanted to showcase their identity and prove their football school had value. What defined Xinyao's approach? An organized collective defense. Though they conceded 6 to Tengfei, 4 of those came under unusual circumstances. Liu Zhanfeng's poor form following Wang Zhong's bizarre goal cost them dearly. Before that, against Tengfei's fierce attacks, they had only conceded once. Now it was Two's turn to attack. Two's attacking prowess in this group stage largely centered on Yun Feiyong, who scored 14 of the team's 22 goals, nearly 2/3. Now that Liu Zhanfeng was marking him closely, creating scoring opportunities would prove difficult. Under these circumstances, distributing to other players would naturally create better attacking opportunities, yet Meng Qiu persisted in feeding the ball to Yun Feiyong. Unlike previous matches, this time, Meng Qiu passed to Yun Feiyong whenever possible, regardless of whether the opportunity looked promising. The final pass would always go to Yun Feiyong. Even Two's own players were puzzled by this approach. However, through several matches, Meng Qiu had established his position among them. Despite their confusion, they continued to pass to him strictly, allowing him to organize the attack. Meng Qiu would drift wide after orchestrating play, delivering crosses into the box for Yun Feiyong to finish. He'd also break through the midfield and thread through balls to the edge of the area, setting up Yun Feiyong for shots. Meng Qiu would also launch long balls directly from the backline to Yun Feiyong, who would control and drive forward to shoot. In terms of orchestration, Meng Qiu remained flawless, yet he consistently favored Yun Feiyong with every pass. Even Yun Feiyong felt a bit embarrassed by this treatment. Hey, stop always passing to me. Try distributing to others too. That Yun Feiyong, who constantly demanded, pass to me and I'll score, would say this showed exactly how well Meng Qiu was serving him up. Be good, wait in front for the pass. But why Yun Feiyong pressed. I've passed to you so many times. If you don't score 2 before halftime, what face do you have to show me? Meng Qiu countered. Damn it, my fighting spirit is burning again. Yun Feiyong let out a strange yell and charged upfield, shouting at Liu Zhanfeng. I'm going to score past you next. Xinyao's players bristled at Yun Feiyong's boldness toward their captain, but Liu Zhanfeng merely smiled and replied, I'll be waiting for your goal. The 29th minute of the first half. Meng Qiu continued orchestrating with short passes in midfield. Though Xinya High School maintained tight defensive pressure on him, he consistently found space to receive and create chances through his passing. Meng Qiu had struggled against Tengfei's midfield press initially, but now he was well adapted to such situations. His earlier discomfort stemmed from a significant lack of match experience. Bolivia was a small nation with few professional clubs. As a member of the top team's youth academy, Meng Qiu had received the best professional training, but his actual matches consisted mainly of internal scrimmages and games against local amateur sides. The intensity of those matches proved insufficient. More importantly, Meng Qiu had participated merely as an ordinary team member in those matches, not as a focal point, and certainly not receiving the privilege of teammates prioritizing passes to him. After returning to China, Meng Qiu was fortunate to settle in Dalian, the city with the highest standard of youth football. Facing high-caliber opponents like Chengxi High and Tengfei High, especially when they deployed their full strength, Meng Qiu's experience continued to grow. How to find the best passing lanes amid tight pressing, how to better organize and distribute. Meng Qiu was constantly learning, and his potential was being continually unlocked. Anticipating the space ahead of the opposing midfield, Meng Qiu tapped the ball through to Liu Yang, making a forward run, then surged ahead to receive the return pass. Seizing a brief opportunity to control the ball, Meng Qiu didn't hesitate. He lifted his foot and delivered a lofted pass. Yun Feiyang and Lu Zhanfeng both lunged for the ball's landing spot. As Meng Qiu continued to develop, his sequence of continuous passes was forcing Yun Feiyang to evolve as well. Against ordinary defenders, Yun Feiyang could easily overwhelm them with his physicality alone. However, facing a top-class defender like Lu Zhanfeng, who pressed him closely, relying solely on his body to score goals, proved quite difficult. This forced Yun Feiyang to constantly think about how to create better shooting opportunities in confined spaces. Matches without pressure don't develop players, while excessive pressure can crush them. So outstanding players who break through must possess formidable mental resilience. Yun Feiyang was precisely the type of player with strong mental resilience. Consecutive chances missed didn't depress him, instead they drove him to dig deeper into how he could actually convert them into goals. Meng Qiu's pass sailed through the air as Yun Feiyang looked up, tracking the ball, while simultaneously calculating his positioning relative to Lu Zhanfeng. Control with his chest, and turn immediately to shoot. No, that opponent was pressing too closely. A simple shove could unbalance him, and controlling the shooting angle at the moment of descent would be nearly impossible. Head it directly to a teammate. That wouldn't work either. There was only one forward on the pitch, making it difficult for any teammate to receive the layoff. Yun Feiyang hadn't suddenly become capable of processing all these variables. It was because Meng Qiu had already delivered over a dozen passes to him in previous matches, at least 3 or 4 being lofts like this. These scenarios he had already pondered. Just then Yun Feiyang suddenly noticed Meng Qiu making a rapid forward run after his lofted pass. Yun Feiyang knew what to do. When receiving the ball, he needed to consider not just how to shoot, but also the movement of his teammates. Leaping into the ball, Yun Feiyang headed it downward. Upon landing, he immediately turned and sprinted toward the penalty area. Meng Qiu understood this trait well and would surely anticipate it. True enough, as soon as Yun Feiyang landed, Meng Qiu deliberately paused his touch, then flicked his ankle and lofted the ball again. This time Meng Qiu had completely shaken off Lu Zhanfeng. Lu Zhanfeng refused to give up and lunged toward Meng Qiu after landing, but was still a step too slow. The Russian goalkeeper was similarly a half step late. The moment the ball hit the ground, Yun Feiyang was already swinging his right foot inside the penalty area. The ball rocketed into the net like a cannonball. 1-0, 32nd minute. After relentless pressure, two middle school finally broke through Xinya High's defense. Lu Zhanfeng shook his head. He had given it his all on that goal, but Yun Feiyang's extraordinary natural ability, exploding into a sprint the instant he landed after jumping, was simply beyond his capabilities. Besides, exploiting that slight advantage required Meng Qiu's timely pass. What was there to be ashamed of losing to such young players? Free from the burden of outcomes, Lu Zhanfeng began to appear calm on the field. Just doing his best was sufficient. Yun Feiyang spread his arms wide and threw himself toward Meng Qiu, laughing heartily. How about it? Playing together a bit more makes scoring easier, right? Meng Qiu winked. You're absolutely right, haha. Yun Feiyang laughed freely. Ha ha ha. Leaping high at the edge of the penalty area and cushioning the ball with his chest, Yun Feiyang caught a glimpse of Wei Ming advancing on the left flank. With a flick of his ankle, he delivered the ball across to him. Wei Ming received the ball, forcefully drove alongside the byline, and whipped a powerful cross into the penalty area. Yun Feiyang used his body to shield off Lu Zhanfeng, who kept pressing him from behind, then threw himself at the incoming ball and fired a sliding shot. Lu Zhanfeng stretched out a leg in an attempt to block it, but still failed to prevent the ball from flying into the net. 2-0. Just before halftime, Yun Feiyang scored a brace to extend two middle schools' lead. In merely one half, the team once regarded as their last potential obstacle was already 2 goals behind. Too strong, the current two middle school is indeed too strong. I'm looking forward to their performance in the knockout stage next year. Could Dalian really produce an amateur team that reaches the national tournament? What a thrilling prospect, a reporter behind the goal exclaimed. Don't speak too soon. Even with 5 straight wins, they haven't secured qualification yet. Huikai still have 2 games in hand, and they're also on a 4-game winning streak. Another reporter retorted. The first reporter snorted. Don't be ridiculous. They beat Xinya with sheer luck. If Xinya hadn't been focused on padding their goal difference, and had been caught by a set-piece counterattack under normal play, Xinya would certainly have won. Maybe Huikai is hiding their true strength. Even as he said it, the reporter lacked conviction. Also, Yun Feiyong just received a yellow card, so he'll be suspended for the next match. Deliberately getting a card to clear his slate, right? After all, group stage yellow cards carry into the knockout rounds. Since the situation is favorable, wiping out his card count is a smart move, the first reporter said dismissively. As the two reporters exchanged skeptical glances, the Huikai High School head coach, a middle-aged man on the stands, clapped his hands excitedly. Comrade Xiaozhou Heaven is helping us. With Yun Feiyong unavailable next match, our chances of beating them are even greater. The one sitting beside him, still wearing a peaked cap, said, so I don't have to mark him, right? Good, I can take it a bit easier. Can't you show some professional pride? At a time like this, shouldn't you be saying regretfully, not facing my defense is your good fortune? The head coach said in dissatisfaction. I'm not a fool, the man in the peaked cap replied. Well, you won't have it easy. Since Yun Feiyong is out, you'll move to midfield and deal with that kid Meng Qiu. I've been racking my brains over how to handle him. Now, it works out perfectly. The coach said. Bully a small guy like that. That's not my kind of thing, the man in the peaked cap replied. Yeah, sure. When you walk up to him, he'll hand over his wallet voluntarily. You'll be sorry for that, I swear. You little rascal, how dare you hit your coach? As the Huikai High School coach and captain nearly came to blows in the stands, two middle school players had already left the field. Feiyong, Meng Qiu called out. Yun Feiyong, who had been boasting about how brilliant his two first-half goals were, turned his head at the sound. What's up, little Qiu? Meng Qiu rolled his eyes. You don't need to play in the second half. Why, oi? Yun Feiyong was not happy. You're suspended for the next match. Meng Qiu said casually. Lu Yiyang nearly choked. Hadn't they agreed not to tell Yun Feiyong so that it wouldn't affect the second half? However, Meng Qiu's following words soon put his mind at ease. We've basically got this match under control. Xinya's attacking power is limited, and it won't be easy for them to come back against our defense. We should also test how to attack when you're not on the pitch. Meng Qiu said. Me suspended? I've only got 2 yellow cards. Isn't it 3 yellows for a suspension? Yun Feiyong scratched his head in confusion. Meng Qiu rolled his eyes again. The thing is, the rule in the Dalian division is 2 yellows for a suspension, and the same applies to the national tournament. It's just that regional yellows don't carry over to the national stage. Yi Jiqing explained softly. Fang Shuer nodded. You really are suspended for the next match. Damn one, I missed the top scorer award then. Yun Feiyong said with a headache. He was still 4 goals ahead of Wang Zhong, but Teng Fei still had 2 matches to play, 1 against 8th Middle School and 1 against Huikai. Scoring 4 goals was not too difficult. Whose fault is that? You're the one who got the yellow card, Meng Qiu laughed. I'll forget it. Since I got a yellow card, I'll sit out the second half. For the final match, you guys need to perform well and make up for my share, understand? Yun Feiyong said to all the players. Got it. Quite a few players answered in unison. Lu Yiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was this? Was this an old veteran's encouragement to the younger generation? Are you suspended or sidelined by injury? You're really thoughtful, Meng Qiu. Lu Yiyang complimented Meng Qiu. Indeed, since they led by 2 goals at halftime, and with no 2 middle school's defensive ability and midfield pressing, it would be very difficult for Xinya to turn the game around. Rather than letting Yun Feiyong pad his stats on the field, it was better to use this second half to practice tactics without him. Before Yun Feiyong joined, 2 middle school style had been rather monotonous, relying basically on counterattacks and Wei Ming's strong flank runs to create chances. Against strong teams, this tactic was fine, but against weaker defensive teams, it posed considerable trouble. Using an official match for training would naturally yield much better results. Oh, Yun Feiyong is being substituted. No, 2 middle school does have some smart people, but it's futile. A single half can't easily erase the impact caused by Yun Feiyong's absence. The Huikai High School coach smiled. The second half indeed was played poorly. Zhao Rui, who came on for Yun Feiyong, tried hard, but he was a completely different type of player. He ran more and was decent at harassing, yet the things Yun Feiyong could do on the pitch, he could hardly handle. Yun Feiyong was not just a goal-scoring machine. Using his strong physique, he could also act as a focal point up front. When the ball reached his feet, he could always control it and connect the play, which was of great benefit to 2 middle school's attack. Even though Yun Feiyong had played only 5 matches, he had already left a deep imprint on 2 middle school. Such an imprint could be made in a short time because Yun Feiyong possessed truly formidable ability, but it could not be erased quickly unless 2 middle school found a striker who could fulfill the same role. It was like a person who had grown used to driving a high-performance sports car, then had to switch to a sluggish old roundabout. Not just a day or 2, even a month or 2 might not be enough to adapt. Thus 2 middle school played poorly in the second half. Although they still dominated possession, they failed to score and were instead struck by a goal from Xinya High School amid the confusion. In the end, the whole team retreated to defend, managing to preserve a 1-goal victory. Judging from the contrasting performances of the two halves, 2 middle school can no longer do without Yun Feiyong's strength. This is precisely the significance of a center forward. Fortunately, with 5 consecutive wins, they are almost certain to advance early, and Yun Feiyong will be available in the knockout stage. What 2 middle school needs to consider is what they would do if Yun Feiyong were suspended again later. After all, in the knockout rounds, losing 1 match means losing an entire year. A reporter wrote these words after the match. Having finished their own game, Two middle school watched the remaining two matches from the stands. Tingfei cruised to a 4-0 victory over 8th middle school. Wang Zhong once again produced a hat trick in the match, leaving him only one goal behind Yun Feiyang's total. You can't play in the final match. I'll help myself to the top scorer title. After the match, Wang Zhong again ran to the stands and said to Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang did not reply. He simply rose and playfully rushed at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong let out a startled yelp and turned to run away. Two middle school players burst into laughter. Up to now, they were still not overly worried. They led Huikai by 6 points and had a considerably better goal difference. For Huikai to qualify, they would have to beat Maya and Tengfei consecutively in the following matches and also defeat Two middle school in their head-to-head clash. Only then could they overtake Two middle school and advance. That probability was not very high. Beating Maya might not be a problem, but beating Tengfei. Could Huikai truly do that? So they remained optimistic. The final match of the afternoon was Huikai versus Maya. We haven't watched Huichai's matches carefully before. Now we need to watch closely. Liu Yiyang told the two middle school players before the start. But the players still could not muster much enthusiasm because Huikai indeed played too chaotically. Throughout their run, Huichai's matches could be summarized in 4 words: winning through chaos. With extensive running, intense physical duels, and the trump card of scoring from set pieces, they had doggedly won their way through, even defeating football schools like Xinya. This match was no exception. Maya held on for 30 minutes, then conceded a header from a corner kick to Huikai. In the second half, Huikai scored 2 more goals. After a first round bye, they had now won 4 consecutive matches, and relying on their game in hand, they overtook Tengfei to become second in the group. Still, no one paid them much attention. Compared to the impressive two middle school, Huikai was simply too unremarkable. Their matches were messy, unattractive, and they had no particularly outstanding players. Such a team was a typical underdog side. The only one perhaps worth noting was their captain, a bald-headed man of 183 meters whose build did not look particularly strong, yet who possessed excellent explosiveness and physicality in duels. As for the others, everyone felt they had little distinguishing feature. However, as an amateur team, it was already quite something to have achieved what they had. Hey, do you think Tengfei might deliberately throw the match and lose to Huikai just to spite us? Another weekend as they set off for Tengfei High School, Li Qi mused out of nowhere. Don't always think of them that way. They only joked about you being unprofessional, and you keep bad-mouthing them, Han Ming said with a smile. No way, I'm doing this for the good of the whole team, okay? Li Qi argued. Stop talking about all this nonsense. Let's carefully observe Huichai's performance. Oh, we haven't watched them closely enough before. Liu Yiyang clapped his hands. Yeah, we really aren't used to that kind of chaotic play, Wei Ming said with a smile, and his words drew a burst of laughter from the two high school players. Today they were at ease because they had a bye in this round. Now both Tengfei and Huikai were 3 points behind them. However, Tengfei had only this match left to play, while Huikai still had a final round match against two high school. No matter how this match turned out, as long as two high school drew with Huikai in the last round, they were sure to advance. Against Huichai's reckless style, even without Yun Feiyang winning might not be easy, but not conceding a goal is not that difficult either. Remember, our defense is second to none in Dalian. This was the thought of many two high school team members. Including the more seasoned, for Heavenly Kings, their thoughts were the same. Even Liu Yiyang, who always preached caution against every opponent, might not have held Huikai in very high regard deep down. Indeed, Huichai, like two high school, was one of the only amateur teams in Dalian that had defeated the football school. But two high school had taken over a year to build its current lineup. They had the 4 Heavenly Kings in the second year, the freshman prodigy, Yun Feiyang, and Meng Qiu, who was always surprising. What did Huikai have? Their players' fundamental techniques weren't all that solid, otherwise they wouldn't have fallen into such chaotic play. Although their stamina and running ability were indeed outstanding, having had a bye in the first round, and then playing consecutive matches, their physical energy must have been mostly drained by now, right? Besides, they still had to battle Tengfei hard in this match. After a week, how much strength would they have left for a life-and-death match against two high school? No matter how you looked at it, two high school held an overwhelming advantage. While the two players were talking and laughing in the stands in the visitors' locker room, the head coach of Huikai High School was giving his final pep talk. Huikai Secondary Technical and Vocational School. That was the full name of Huikai Vocational School. Those who attended technical secondary schools generally had mediocre grades. Apart from a few kids from poor families who couldn't afford to continue schooling and entered a vocational school early to find a job, most had already performed poorly in junior high. For these students, they had plenty of extra energy to burn outside the classroom. The football field was naturally a perfect outlet. However, although there were many players, Dalian itself was a city with a very solid football foundation. It was normal for teenagers to love kicking a ball around. Even an ordinary school team, no matter how weak, could find over 100 kids who regularly played football. Therefore, Huikai Middle School had never been particularly impressive in previous Dalian district competitions. Against most ordinary school teams, they could rely on far more playing time and superior physical condition to beat their opponents. But when facing an organized football school team, their performance was no different from those ordinary teams. Losing by 5 goals, or losing by 1 or 2, the result was still a loss. This year, however, things were different. When the coach, who claimed to be only 27, yet looked 41, took office, no one at Huikai thought he was anything special. For vocational school students, physical confrontations were common. Huikai students had engaged in large-scale clashes with students from other schools more than once. Moreover, the kids in Dalian developed well, all sturdy and broad-shouldered, so they naturally looked down on the new coach who was no more than 1.7 meters tall. When he first came to Huikai early this year, he appeared very mild-mannered, just watching every day beside the school field, observing the movements of each first and second-year student who played football. He didn't pay attention to the third-year students, because by the end of that semester the third years would have all graduated. When the new semester started, he brought a shaved-headed young man with him. Then he produced a list of 50 names, which almost swept up all of the most unruly students in Huikai High School. When this group was gathered, he announced a rule. Huikai High School had 2 sports fields. One he paid no attention to. For the other, the well-equipped field, he announced that from then on only team members could play there. Those who weren't on the team would have to use the other field if they wanted to play. At first, this move did not cause much backlash. After all, the toughest kids were all on the team. But 3 days later, he released a new list reducing the team from 50 to 40 members. Among the 10 removed were 4 students who were the most frequently involved in fights. These 4 had initially thought it suited them perfectly to keep others off the best field, but when they themselves fell under the restriction, they immediately refused to accept it. Facing the 4 burly fellows advancing aggressively, the short coach nimbly stepped back. The shaved-headed young man he had brought, however, stepped forward. The 4 troublemakers didn't take the shaved-headed young man seriously. Although he stood 1.83 meters tall, each of them was over 1.85 meters and far more muscularly built. Then it was 1 against 4. With 4 clean, decisive moves, he subdued all 4. The same tough guys who had never whimpered in earlier school conflicts were now lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, clutching their stomachs. Here in this team, I call the shots, the coach declared smugly. The shaved-headed young man's battle-worn face carried a trace of menace. After quelling the troublemakers with decisive action, the newly arrived shaved-headed young man was named captain by the newly arrived coach. What convinced everyone was that the shaved-headed young man was not only formidable in physical contests, but also truly excellent at football. As a versatile defender, he could cover almost any defensive position with strong tackling and an imposing header. Within just a few days, the entire team was fully obedient to him. As for being obedient to the coach, that happened later. Training plans flowed from the coach's hands like water. After training accordingly, the Huikai players found themselves playing better and better on the pitch, with clear minds, knowing exactly what to do and how to deal with opponents. In just 2 months, the Huikai team was successfully integrated by this coach named Xiaofeng, and they began their qualifying campaign. Consecutive landslide victories over 3 ordinary school teams thrilled Huikai students. In the past, they could win, but only by 1 or 2 goals. How could they have imagined winning by 3 or 4 as often as they did now? What made them ecstatic was that they had even defeated Xinya, the football school team. This victory truly made them realize their own strength. Maybe we can actually go on a run in the national tournament. This thought echoed in their minds, giving them a sense of sacredness about the competition. Yes, they were problem students, or rather students with poor grades who got into physical confrontations after entering vocational school. Many of them, after stepping into society, could only rely on minor skills and physical strength to secure a not-so-decent job and livelihood. They knew all this well, yet it did not diminish their love for honor. One might call it vanity, but at this moment they genuinely wanted to leave some finer memories for their youth. Playing with and defeating those promising football school players. Although this might not change the fact that those they defeated would go on to become glamorous professional players while they themselves remained ordinary workers, it would allow them to proudly point at the TV in the future and tell their children, look, that guy is a professional player now, but back then your dad beat him in the match. Even just thinking about it made their blood race with excitement. What a pity that Li Hu ran away. Otherwise I'd have one more thing to brag about later. A Huikai High School player lamented this in the locker room. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng without a word picked up his tactic board and tossed it at the player. The player who had spoken dodged agilely, and the board hit the wall with a loud thud. What are you staring at? Go pick it up. Xiaofeng barked. The player, looking deflated, picked up the tactic board and handed it over carefully. Coach, what are you so angry about, old man? His absence is good for us, got it. That way we can focus on marking that kid Wang Zhong. If Li Hu were still here, we might not win. Geez, do you think it's easy to lead you lot to victory? Why are you unhappy that the opponent has become weaker? Xiaofeng yelled. The player slinked away in shame. Xiaofeng calmed himself and continued, today's match our tactics remain the same: run, fight, and churn the midfield into a mess. Make them completely unable to launch attacks at their usual rhythm. Wang Zhong is not yet the true core of Tengfei, so all you need to do is stick to him tightly. Zhou Jianliang, Wang Zhong is yours. No problem. I'll make sure he knows that even if he's a demon blade, I'll melt him down into scrap iron. The man in the duckbill cap took off his cap, revealing a shiny shaved head. Remember to push forward on set pieces, Xiaofeng emphasized. Zhou Jianliang nodded again. Tell them the bad boy school has arrived. We're not just aiming to advance from the group, we're going all the way to the national tournament. When the captains shook hands, Wang Zhong, wearing the armband, felt an unexpected shiver as he looked at the opposing team's captain. That captain looked remarkably fierce, his expression so stern and weathered that even a severe scar would barely show any difference. Though young in appearance, his eyes carried a cold, predatory intensity. Wang Zhong was no exemplary student, having grown up within the football academy, where his experience of the wider world remained limited. He sensed danger, but could not quite identify its source. Soon they would learn to pay a price for that ignorance. Li Hu had departed early, not only to familiarize himself with the professional atmosphere at Dalian Tingfei Club, but more importantly, to make way for Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, though a talented newcomer, now matched Li Hu in both ability and goal-scoring instinct. But Li Hu was no ordinary player. Having served as captain of Tungfei High for nearly 3 years, his position was simply unshakable, no matter how brilliant a newcomer might appear. And like Wang Zhong, he was a striker. Compared to Wang Zhong, however, Li Hu commanded far greater presence on the pitch and enjoyed more frequent opportunities to hold the ball. In such a setup, Wang Zhong could only operate as a shadowy assassin. Useful perhaps, but no army would place an assassin in command. So Li Hu made the decision to sit out the upcoming match, allowing Wang Zhong to lead the team forward. It was a choice designed to accelerate the young prospect's development and help Tungfei High's other players grow accustomed to Wang Zhong's presence at the heart of their attack. And Wang Zhong had clearly risen to the occasion. Though not a distributor by nature, he was an exceptional finisher. Across these matches against amateur school sides, he had scored 3 goals or more in every game. A truly great forward leads with goals, and Wang Zhong had proven himself capable of exactly that. Within just 3 matches, Wang Zhong had cemented his standing, further reinforced by Tungfei High's long-standing tradition of building all attacking play around their striker, who also had the ability to create chances for the midfield. Wang Zhong's style differed markedly from Li Hu's, yet he too was skilled at receiving the ball and linking play, simply with less raw physical force. His football philosophy was simple. The highest art lay in using technique and psychological pressure to render a defender powerless, denying them the ability to exert their strength at all. Such an approach had once shattered the confidence of Lu Zhanfeng, a fine defender, and had repeatedly frustrated promising young players like Han Ming and Li Qi. Even Lu Yiyang, when dropping deep to assist in defense, found himself unable to contain him. Only Meng Qiu had ever truly read his game, and on that occasion Meng Qiu had seized the opportunity to guide No. 2 High School to victory. But now, Wang Zhong regarded with some astonishment the bald player before him, a man roughly his own height. Though he looked intimidating, the bald player did not appear to be a dirty competitor. From the opening whistle, he had been marking Wang Zhong closely, yet rarely resorting to fouls, instead using strength and physical duels to neutralize him. Such restraint made Wang Zhong profoundly uncomfortable. If Li Hu were still on the pitch, Wang Zhong could simply have drifted into space to draw defenders, allowing Li Hu the freedom to tear holes in the opposition defense. But Li Hu was absent. The burden of scoring rested entirely on his shoulders. He was the core. Wang Zhong began searching intently for an opening. But what had seemed manageable from the stands became something altogether different once Tungfei High stepped onto the pitch against Huikai High. They quickly discovered that Huikai's ability to create chaos was far beyond ordinary. Their relentless running throughout the match disrupted Tungfei High's celebrated attacking rhythm, reducing it to disarray. Clean combination play became nearly impossible. Every player was shadowed, and the demand for precise one-touch passing proved too great. Under such pressing, though Tungfei High created a handful of chances, they fell far short of their usual standard. In those limited opportunities, Wang Zhong worked tirelessly to convert chances into goals, yet his subtle, unpredictable style, which had troubled so many defenders, yielded little result here. When Wang Zhong received a through ball from a teammate, he did not stop it. Instead, he crossed his legs in a quick feint, letting the ball roll through his legs, then spun away instantly. In his reading of the game, Zhou Jianliang was absolutely incapable of reacting the moment the ball arrived. Precisely why he dared to employ such an unconventional method of beating his marker. Zhou Jianliang indeed saw the ball only when it was already well past him, at least a meter away. Then he dropped, suddenly launching a horizontal sliding tackle that seemed designed to tear his own body apart. Yet he made contact. The ball trapped briefly by his toe, and then from an extreme straddle position, he forced himself upright through sheer abdominal strength alone. What kind of core strength was this? Wang Zhong stood frozen, utterly stunned by what he had just witnessed. A scissor-style challenge was one thing. Many players with sufficient flexibility could attempt it given the right willingness. But rising from a full split position relying solely on waist and abdominal power, how extraordinary was that? Wang Zhong was so absorbed in astonishment that he forgot to press. The moment Zhou Jianliang rose, he delivered a long pass. The ball sailed toward the forward area. The long pass was not perfectly accurate, but it was aimed at the edge of the penalty area. Players from Huikai High who had been shifting in midfield immediately surged forward in numbers. Caught unprepared, Tungfei High's defenders could only manage a desperate clearance out for a corner. That defense just now. The astonishment was not limited to Wang Zhong, it extended to the entire No. 2 High School contingent in the stands. Could you do that? Lin Bing asked Gao Meng. Don't be absurd, Gao Meng replied, breaking an unusual streak of humor. Try that, and I'd be seriously injured. How can his physical conditioning be so extraordinary? It's almost superhuman. Wei Ming exclaimed. He must have trained in martial arts, Yin Feiyong offered. I know some practitioners develop leg and core strength to precisely that level. Have we encountered some master of the iron leg style of the No. 2 High School players exchanged glances. Meng Qiu said nothing, merely watching the situation inside the penalty area with close attention. Huikai High prepared to take the corner. 5 or 6 of their players moved within the box, several of them tall. The kind of presence that made Zhou Jianliang at 1.83 meters seem almost unremarkable. He's hovering just outside the box. Meng Qiu observed silently. At that moment the corner was taken. The instant the ball left the taker's foot, Zhou Jianliang accelerated sharply into the box, gathered pace over 2 strides, and launched himself skyward. Zheng Tianxing jumped to clear, yet despite standing 5 centimeters taller, he was held firmly beneath Zhou Jianliang throughout the aerial duel. Go in! Even in that moment, Zhou Jianliang released a powerful shout. His forehead struck the side of the ball with full force. The ball changed direction instantly and sped toward the net. 1-0. In the 28th minute of the first half, Hui Kai took a surprising lead from a corner kick. After scoring, Zhou Jianliang sprinted toward the sideline and leapt into the air, swinging his fist. Unlike the conventional celebration, his arm extended straight forward. His fist, thin yet crackling with explosive energy, resembled a dangerous tactical blade. After landing, his Hui Kai teammates immediately swarmed around him, surrounding their captain, who was younger than most of them but universally regarded as their leader. In the stands, several burly men, shirtless despite the cold, began beating a large drum, while passionate cheers echoed downward from the crowd. They were a vocal group of Hui Kai students. They've been quiet in the previous matches. What's changing now? Wei Ming remarked with some surprise. Meng Qiu shook his head and turned to Lu Yiyang. Captain, we may be in for trouble. Why do you say that? Lu Yiyang asked, puzzled. He too recognized that Hui Kai was no easy opponent, yet this single goal hardly seemed decisive. Given Tengfei Hai's attacking strength, a 1-goal deficit hardly seemed insurmountable. Their chaos is organized, Meng Qiu explained. And that ball defender, his ability is truly exceptional. For nearly 30 minutes, Wang Zhong has found 0 opportunities against him. Not even our full squad managed that. Moreover, they have scored from corner kicks in all 5 matches so far. Can a set-piece conversion rate like that be mere luck? Meng Qiu's words fell upon a silent group. The players of No. 2 High School fell quiet. There was an old saying in football that 2 corner kicks equaled 1 goal, but that belonged to a bygone era. As set-piece defending had become increasingly refined and specialized, even the finest teams in the world might go 2 or 3 matches without a corner goal, not to speak of 2 corners equaling a single goal. 20 corners might not produce 1. Yet Hui Kai had found the net from a corner in every match to date. Even accounting for the gap between Dalian's high school league and professional football, the statistic remained striking. A single coincidence might be chance. 5 consecutive coincidences. Could that still be called luck? Frowns appeared across the bench. Under normal circumstances, No. 2 High School, with its established reputation as a strong side, would not be concerned. But now with top scorer Yun Feiyang unavailable, they had lost their most potent attacking weapon. Against Hui Kai's intense pressing, would the match prove as straightforward as anticipated? More unsettling still was the fact that Hui Kai had won 4 consecutive matches largely unnoticed. Their restrained, patient approach was precisely what made them most dangerous. A reporter murmured to himself, what a surprise. More than 20 minutes into the second half, Hui Kai is still 1 goal ahead of Tengfei. Indeed, it was truly astonishing. It was one thing for Hui Kai to lead in the first half, but in the second half, with only a dozen or so minutes remaining, Tengfei was utterly unable to do anything about Hui Kai. Hui Kai did not hunker down in a defensive wall like Xinya had. Instead, they constantly pressed in midfield, stretching their defensive coverage across the entire half. 11 players could never cover the whole half, yet now the Tengfei players felt as though Hui's size 11 men were occupying every inch of that half. They could hardly organize attacks or hold the ball. Every player in possession was tightly marked and subjected to fierce physical challenges. Neither Li Yu's rapid sprints nor Zhao Lei's crosses from the wing had any room to work. Wang Fazhong's playmaking was severely hampered as the opposing midfielders rarely allowed him time on the ball. Jiang Tao wanted to sprint forward, but without the ball, all his runs were futile. Wang Zhong was closely shadowed by Zhou Jianliang, and all his tricks proved useless against the ball defender. Occasionally he fooled Zhou, but Zhou would recover with astonishing reactions and speed, using his own strength to close down Wang Zhong's shooting space. The players of Tengfei High School began to unconsciously miss Li, who missed their captain. If Li Hu were here, facing such a situation, wouldn't there be no problem at all? He could simply smash through the defensive line with his raw power. Wang Zhong could read his teammates' thoughts, and unease crept into his heart. Having been marked by Zhou Jianliang for so long, Wang Zhong gradually grew accustomed to his guarding. Zhou had quick reactions, nimble footwork, and abundant strength. He was an excellent defender, but even he was not without flaws. A forward's natural advantage over a defender was that even if he were neutralized for 89 minutes, scoring in the final minute would make him the winner. But to achieve that, he needed support from the teammates behind him, continuously creating opportunities through attacks. One chance seized would be victory. At this moment, however, his teammates' resolve was starting to waver. While they longed for Li Hu, they were also giving Wang Zhong less help. Without passes from the back, a striker was akin to a rootless piece of driftwood tossed about by the flowing water. Wang Zhong felt this could not go on. He would try to take the ball and break through on his own. Give me the ball. We need to attack. Don't forget we are Tengfei. Even if we no longer have a chance to advance, does that give us a reason to give up? Wang Zhong ran back and shouted at the top of his voice. Wang Fazhong gave a start, and for an instant it seemed as if he saw Li Hu bellowing at him. Though Wang Zhong's voice lacked Li Hu's ferocity, usually soft-spoken, now it was piercing and sharp. The unyielding spirit in his words was exactly like Li Hu. Indeed, this was Tengfei's tradition. An outstanding striker had always been the key to driving Tengfei forward. Captain Li Hu was no longer here, but they still had Wang Zhong. He had already proven his ability with that goal. It was time to trust him. Without time to think, Wang Fazhong flicked his ankle and threaded the ball straight into the forward line. But the pass was a fraction too slow. A Huikai midfielder darted in from an angle, stretching out a leg to intercept. He had arrived with sly anticipation, utterly without warning and with precise judgment. Just as the through ball seemed destined to be cut out, Jiang Tao charged in from the side and lunged into a swift sliding tackle. The ball accelerated, skipping past the defender's reach and landed with immense difficulty at Wang Zhong's feet. Put this ball in the net. That was the only thought in Wang Zhong's mind. It had nothing to do with winning or losing, with advancing or with the golden boot. He simply yearned to score. Facing such a formidable opponent and carrying his teammates' expectations, he had to score to prove he could carry Teng Fei on his shoulders for the next 2 years. As he brought the ball under control, Wang Zhong immediately felt the pressure at his back. He swung his right leg in a motion as if to backheel the ball behind him. Zhou Jianliang lunged forward with fierce, rapid intent. He did not consider the possibility of being nutmegged. His only thought was to make a direct clearance. Wang Zhong swiftly withdrew his leg, dragged the ball to the side, evaded Zhou Jianliang's outstretched boot, and spun around with the ball in a flash. This was a true breakthrough. He had received the ball right at the edge of the box. After this successful turn, he would be one-on-one with the goalkeeper inside the penalty area. Zhou Jianliang was indeed left behind. Without hesitation, Wang Zhong drew back his right leg once more and struck the ball instantly. A shot. Throughout his career, he had always favored finesse in his finishing, delicate chips and feints that sent the keeper diving the wrong way before the ball slipped into the opposite corner. In short, his goals left goalkeepers with a frustrating sense of powerlessness, as though they had lost without ever having a chance to use their strength. This time, however, he intended to unleash a powerful, straightforward strike, for there was no time left for such tricks. It was not that he lacked the ability, it was merely that his personality preferred teasing goalkeepers. The laces of his boot met the ball. At that very instant, a leg appeared in front of it. The two collided cleanly, foot to foot. Wang Zhong, firmly planted and summoning every ounce of strength, was somehow overpowered. The ball stayed rooted to the spot, as if frozen. Wang Zhong staggered, stumbling forward several paces before turning his head in disbelief. Zhou Jianliang, who had been lying on the ground, rose to his feet and launched the ball clear with a mighty boot. I had already shaken him off just now, but why? That bald defender's reactions, explosive power and strength, are truly extraordinary. Wang Zhong had indeed beaten him, but in the instant of delay before the shot, Zhou was able to hurl himself over and block it from the side. Such power is simply unbelievable. Li Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang exchanged a glance. Then Meng Qiu turned his head and continued watching the pitch. Hey, why don't you ask whether he would have stopped me if that had been me? Yun Feiyang, having had no chance to flaunt his thoughts, grumbled. What use would it be to ask you? You can't even step onto the field, Meng Qiu replied icily. The players of Erzhong burst into laughter. Only Meng Qiu could make Yun Feiyang swallow such indignation. What we need to consider now is how to deal with this guy's defense when we attack, Lu Yang said, coming to the rescue. If Wang Zhong was marked into such a dead, and will probably struggle as well, Lu Yang said. No matter how strong he is just one man. We can fully leverage our midfield's attacking power. Let Zhao Rui draw his attention and use the other players' runs to score goals. Lin Bing said with a smile. That's unlikely. Tengfei High School's midfield is also very strong, yet they still can't find any openings against Huaicai's defense. Perhaps it's because Li Hu's departure and Wang Zhong's incomplete transition as the attacking core, but by now their midfield has created very little, so we can't assume Huaicai's other players are ordinary. A Huicai side with only one standout couldn't have pushed Tengfei to such a state, Meng Qiu said, shaking his head. Meng Qiu shook his head and said, I agree with Meng Qiu. In terms of personnel, Huicai resembles Xinya, but they are far more combative. Actually, Huaicai's other players haven't necessarily shown more ability than Xinya's, yet on the pitch, they seem to perform far better. That is truly a strange thing, Lu Yang nodded. Then why is that? Li Qi asked, genuinely puzzled. The other Erzhong players were equally confused. Only Meng Qiu hesitated, briefly glancing at the coach sitting on the visitors' bench. Individuals of moderate talent, when combined, forming a more formidable whole. There could be only one explanation: the coach had made adjustments so effective that he had welded this group into a far more powerful fighting force. This phenomenon was not uncommon in professional football. The same squad might perform mediocre under one coach, yet unleash astonishing power under another. The increasingly appreciated role of coaches in modern times stems precisely from the magic that elite managers possess. They could not make a tractor outrun a Ferrari, but they could make the same Ferrari run even faster. Such coaches were not unheard of yet in the world of high school leagues. They were extremely rare. Coaches capable of molding players into a cohesive unit and unlocking greater fighting power belonged on the stage of professional leagues, not high school leagues. After all, the essence of high school leagues was not results, but nurturing young talent. A head coach skilled at developing teenagers played a far greater role in high school football. Conversely, a coach who excelled in matchday tactics was rather wasted in such a setting. In fact, across the entire Dalian high school division, there was virtually no coach with such ability. Even on a national scale, they could be counted on one hand. If Huaicai's coach truly possessed the caliber to integrate a team and elevate their performance, would he have ended up managing the school team of a vocational secondary school? A sense of foreboding suddenly stirred in Meng Qiu's heart. If this group eventually saw Huicai advance to the next round, that would surely be the real headline, wouldn't it? It could even be said that if Huaicai squeezed among two football school teams, and an Erzhong squad as strong as any football school could still claim a spot from the group stage, the uproar it would generate would be even greater than Erzhong's run to the quarterfinals last year. Yet such a sensational story was absolutely the last thing everyone at Erzhong wanted to see. When the final whistle sounded, the Huaicai High students in the stands, who had seemed a boisterous and less than gentle crowd, leaped down from the meter-high stands onto the pitch and joined their school team in an enthusiastic celebration. 1-0. Thanks to a key goal scored in the first half, Huaicai had edged out Tingfei by a single goal, drawn level on points with No. 2 high and ranked second only by trailing 5 goals on goal difference. Zhou Jinliang, surrounded by those excited classmates, looked up toward the stands where No. 2 high was seated. Though it was too far for any real meeting of eyes, the gesture was an unmistakable signal. Next it will be your turn. What's so impressive about that? They beat a Tingfei side without Li Hu. When we beat Tingfei, Li Hu was on the pitch, Li Qi muttered. Look on the bright side. At least Yun Feiyang's top scorer title is secure, Wei Ming said, finding comfort in the thought. Yun Feiyang let out a long sigh. He now regretted picking up those 2 yellow cards during the match. If his absence caused No. 2 high to miss the knockout stage, he would regret it for a whole year. I'll have to be smarter on the pitch from now on. I can't afford to take such unnecessary yellow cards again, Yun Feiyang thought to himself. Thinking back, both yellow cards had indeed been unnecessary. The first came from a clash with Li Hu, an incident he himself had provoked. The second was an unnecessary pressing foul. Strictly speaking, both cards could have been avoided. Let's go back, Liu Yang said, rising to his feet and casting a deep look at the pitch. This match had caused No. 2 high's true rival to emerge. No. 2 high began to regard this opponent with full seriousness, while Huaicai also came into the sightlines of the media and other strong teams. I never expected there to be a Huaicai. Is that defender really that good? Yi Yin asked a scout from Qingxi. That scout had been sent specifically to observe Tingfei. A strong team like Qingxi High spared no effort in probing its rival's strength. Yes, quite outstanding. To be honest, his overall ability is not yet up to yours, but in playing style he resembles you greatly. Rather like you when you first arrived at Qingxi High. His physical qualities and reactions are a bit better, though his technique is not as refined as yours, the scout replied with a smile. Technique and experience can be accumulated through training and matches, but physical ability is innate. Yi Yin thought of Yun Feiyang, then of Meng Qiu, and shook his head. If it is at all possible, can we recruit him to Qingxi High? He is only a first-year student. After I leave Qingxi High, we'll need a defensive core to lead them forward. Recruit him over here. That may truly be possible. Yi Yan's remark was directed not at the scout, but at their head coach Lin Guohua. Is that so? Then I will have to observe the final round carefully. If there really is a promising center back, we must recruit him. In recent years, the junior division has not sent up much talent, Lin Guohua said, pleasantly surprised. Qingxi High's approach differed from that of most other football schools. If other football schools aimed to develop talent across the board, Qingxi's method was more pragmatic. They would select a few players for focused development, and everyone else would play around them. This allowed the chosen prospects to mature quickly and adapt more readily to the style of professional league play. It also reflected the school's operating model. Rather than being affiliated with a club, it operated independently and relied heavily on developing players and then sending them out as a major source of revenue. In this current batch, for instance, only 3 players had been developed into regulars on the Chinese youth national team. Yi Yan had already been reserved by a foreign club, while Sun Xiangxin and He Xiaoyan had been signed by domestic professional clubs. The training fees from those 3 alone represented a substantial income, enough to cover 4 or 5 years of Qingxi Football School's expenses. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, he is a vocational school student. He chose that track to secure a career later, and the profession of playing football would greatly appeal to him, Yi Yan said with a faint smile. Well, we've already advanced from the group. A week from now, I'll take you all to watch Huaicai face No. 2 high in person and see just how remarkable that Huaicai captain really is. Lin Guohua laughed heartily. If he truly is good, and along with the one who was injured last year. Yi Yan thought quietly to himself. Qingxi will have a new central spine again. Yunbei High School. Known as the king among school football teams, Yunbei High School was one of Dalian's oldest and most respected football schools. Like Qingxi High, it was not affiliated with any club, yet its standard of player development was even higher than Qingxi's. Nearly every year, 4 or 5 players capable of playing professional football emerged from Yunbei. This was largely due to the school's long-established reputation for nurturing talent, to the extent that Qingxi, whose facilities and coaching staff were by no means inferior, often had to scramble for the outstanding players Yunbei had passed over. A king naturally carries a king's bearing. I never expected that the 2 teams fighting for advancement in that group would turn out to be amateur sides, a tall, handsome young man with a charming smile said with amusement. What's so remarkable about that? An amateur team is still an amateur team. Football cannot be played well on talent alone. Without long-term professional training, even the finest talent can never reach its full potential, another young man of sturdy build remarked with a dismissive snort. Our goal this year is to defend the title, so we cannot afford to be careless starting from the Dalian section. Remember to go watch that match next Sunday, the handsome young man said in a tone that allowed no argument. Not only Qingxi and Yunbei, but many other strong teams as well had begun to pay attention to the coming match. The media too turned their focus to this match. The reason was simple: in the other 7 groups, all the seeded teams had performed well, or rather no other team had produced a striking result. The 7-seeded teams had all advanced with a round to spare. Some had a bye in the final round, and for others, even a loss would have made no difference. A match without suspense naturally held little news value. Only this group. There was simply too much worth reporting. The group containing the 3 strong teams No. 2 Hai Tingfei and Xinya was already a group of death. Add Huaicai's sudden rise, and there were 4 powerful teams in one group. Even the group containing Sunshine Middle School, with its 4 football school teams, did not possess that kind of overall quality. After all, aside from Sunshine, the other 3 football school teams were a notch below Xinya. They lost to Sunshine consecutively at the start, then wore themselves out battling one another, and never posed any real threat to Sunshine. Earlier, some had regarded Sunshine's group as the ultimate group of death, but now it was clear that No. 2 Hai's group was the true group of death. Tengfei and Xinya were both eliminated. The 2 teams that finally reached the decisive stage were amateur sides. Judging from performance, No. 2 Hai should hold the upper hand. After all, their goal difference was 5 goals better than Huaicai's. Even though they won by only 1 goal in both matches against Tengfei and Xinya matching Huaicai's margins, do not forget that Tengfei had their captain Li Hu on the field, and against Xinya their top striker Yun Feiyong played only half the match. In this regard, Huaicai's results carried somewhat less weight. However, in the final round meeting, Huaicai would have the advantage because No. 2 Hai's leading striker, the phenomenal scorer Yun Feiyong, who had netted 16 goals in 5 matches, was suspended for accumulating 2 yellow cards. Huaicai, meanwhile, were at full strength. Although they had received several cards, those cards were spread among different players, so all their key men could play. Even so, public opinion still believed No. 2 Hai had a greater chance of advancing because a draw would be enough to secure qualification. And for the better performing No. 2 Hai entering the knockout stage would seem the fairer outcome. The media began to analyze the match in their newspapers. It was exactly the period when the National Professional League season had just ended and most European leagues were approaching their winter break, so Dalian's media shifted its focus to the high school league. For a time, the 2 amateur teams, No. 2 Hai and Huaicai, became familiar words that Dalian fans frequently saw in the papers. In today's report, a reporter interviewed Liu Yiyang, captain of Dalian No. 2 Hai's football team. Liu Yiyang said that this week the team had been training quietly awaiting the decisive final round match. As for the outcome of that match, Liu Yiyang stated that No. 2 Hai would give their all, striving to reach the Dalian section knockout stage for the 2nd consecutive year. Captain, I heard you were interviewed by a reporter. On the training ground, a group of lads crowded around Liu Yiyang. Liu Yiyang looked resigned. The school asked me to be interviewed. Could I really refuse? Why didn't they interview me? I'm one of No. 2 Hai's new 4 heavenly kings, Han Ming said. Li Qi, meanwhile, was concerned about another question. I've heard that popular figures now receive red envelopes for interviews. Captain, did you get one? Li Qi had only meant to be a little cheeky, but Liu Yiyang actually nodded. There are red envelopes, and everyone gets one. Liu Yiyang then took a stack of red envelopes from his pocket and handed one to each of them. Li Qi opened his with skepticism, thinking there might be a piece of newspaper inside. To his surprise, it really was money. Crimson red crisp 100 yuan bills, 10 in all. Captain, did you strike it rich? Li Qi shouted in astonishment. Haha, this is a subsidy from the school for the team. Everyone gets a share. It's the routine allowance for this semester, Liu Yiyang said with a smile. A group of boys cheered, holding the money in their hands. Although the amount was not much once divided, and today's high school students were hardly unfamiliar with money, the recognition from the school made them genuinely happy. What had been handed out was not just money, it was a token of recognition. Watching the jubilant players, Liu Yiyang smiled faintly. His family was well off, and he didn't really care about the 1,000 yuan, but when the principal told him it was the subsidy they had rightfully earned, he still felt a warm glow in his heart. There were still 2 red envelopes left undistributed, meant for Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu. Training hadn't started yet, and they had not arrived. In the past few days now, 2 high schools' training remained routine. They couldn't come up with any better strategy than strengthening the midfield. By now they had become quite familiar with the 4-5-1 formation. Zhao Rui served as a harassing forward up front, while the midfield coordinated around Meng Qiu, orchestrating the play, controlling the tempo, and reducing the opponent's attacking frequency. After all, a draw would be enough for them to advance from the group. Meng Qiu felt this approach was somewhat conservative, but without Yun Feiyong, No. 2 high schools' direct scoring threat had diminished considerably. Perhaps this was indeed the most prudent approach. No. 2 high school had attacked well before, largely because they had a forward who could seize opportunities up front. Zhao Rui was fine for harassment, but expecting him to shoulder the burden of scoring was not realistic. Moreover, with the opponent's exceptional ability to exploit chaotic situations, how many chances No. 2 could create remained uncertain. Under such circumstances, the priority was naturally to play it safe. The reporters visiting No. 2 high school were quite satisfied. The school wanted to broaden its reputation, and the football team was a new channel. With reporters coming to interview, they naturally opened doors wide. Except for Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu, who rarely showed up for class and were not interviewed, essentially everyone the reporters wanted to talk to was available. As for why Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu weren't there, Liu Yiyang and the others were certainly not foolish enough to reveal that the 2 never attended class. Instead, they said the 2 were undergoing special training. We're keeping them as a secret weapon for the upcoming knockout stage. You other teams from Dalian that advanced, just wait and see how formidable we are. Li Qi shouted at the camera at the end. Unfortunately for him, his photo never appeared in the newspaper. Compared with the smooth experience at No. 2 high school, interviewing the Huaicai school team was not as easy. Or rather, it was quite the opposite. They couldn't even see a single member of the Huikai team. When the reporters found the principal of Huikai Secondary Technical School, he smiled wryly and said, "The coach has stated that they've been training behind closed doors for the past month and are not receiving any visitors. Anything else must wait until the group stage is over. After the group stage, Into on Earth would want to interview you anyway." Grumbling, the reporters refused to give up. Huikai Secondary Technical School was not a large campus, and its walls were far from complete. They could easily sneak inside to see what kind of closed training was going on. The poor reporter had forgotten that vocational schools were probably the least afraid of intruders because the campus was full of idle, energetic youths. And so no sooner had this unfortunate reporter climbed over the wall than he was caught by a group of Huikai students. Had a teacher not happened to pass by and heard him shouting, "I'm a reporter," he might have ended up in a very rough situation. "Comrade reporter, don't try such a thing again. I remember 3 years ago a dim-witted thief sneaked in and stole some trivial items from a dormitory. After the students caught him, he looked at the police as if they were his own family," the principal of Huikai Secondary Technical School said with a sigh. "What happened to that thief afterwards?" the reporter couldn't help asking. The principal sighed again. "He was badly hurt. Later they wanted to sue us, but there was no proper subject to sue." The reporter shuddered. Still unconvinced, he said, "But this is a great opportunity for your school's publicity. You should have the coach come out and accept our interview. Vocational schools don't care about media exposure. This coach of mine is very capable, and I have to listen to him. Show our guest out." The principal dismissed the reporter casually. The reporter had no choice but to leave. Other prestigious schools paid attention to media exposure because it boosted enrollment rates, but a vocational school really didn't care about that. As the unlucky reporter left, Xiao Feng was loudly directing his players. "Press run, understand? In terms of technical skill, not one of you can match now. To high school. If you want to win, you have to show your stamina and physical strength. Only by carrying out my plan to the letter can we win. Got it, got it." Kuwait-sized players roared in unison like soldiers. Xiao Feng's iron hand was no unwarranted reputation. More importantly, although he was not the one with fighting prowess, the most formidable player on the team would heed his commands on the pitch. Meng Qiu's greatest organizing trait is that he can complete the final pass in a single touch, organizing the play in such a fleeting moment. To deal with a midfield core like that, you must stick by his side, without a step away, reduce his possessions, and disrupt their attacking rhythm. With Yun Feiyong off the field, if Meng Qiu can't organize well, no. Two high schools' attack won't pose much threat. Apart from those two, their greatest threat is the winger Wei Ming. But against our defense, even if he breaks through on the flank, he won't be too dangerous. Zhou Jinliang nodded. "I'll mark him tightly. He won't get many chances to touch the ball. Not only should you watch his passes, his dribbling is decent too. But relatively speaking, he has almost no scoring ability. Don't get distracted by his dribbling, you just focus on his passing and playmaking. Otherwise, considering too many things will affect your defensive performance. Defend as if he wouldn't attempt to break through." Xiao Feng stroked his chin and said, "What if he really does break through?" Zhou Jinliang asked. "Come on, don't you have legs? Just chase after him. His initial 20-meter acceleration is good, so you might not catch him immediately, but you have teammates in the back. Slow him down a bit, then once you catch up, stick with him and deal with him." "Do I have to teach you that?" Xiao Feng said with widened eyes. "All right," Zhou Jinliang answered simply. "Well, defensively, that's about it. Without Yun Feiyong, it's unlikely they'll score against us. But defense alone won't see us advance, because that Yun Feiyong from No. 2 is just too good at racking up goals. He single-handedly made their goal difference 5 goals better than ours. If not for that, this match would be much easier," Xiao Feng remarked. "Coach, it's no use just complaining. We need a strategy," a player shouted. "Of course. Do you think I'd send you out onto the pitch with your heads full of mush? No. Two high schools' defense is quite solid, perhaps just a little bit behind Xinya. But don't forget, even when Xinya pushed players forward, we only scored 1 goal against them. If we rely solely on that level of attacking, we won't break through No. 2's defense," Xiao Feng replied. "Then we'll keep defending, lure them into pushing forward, and take advantage to beat them," one of the Huikai players said enthusiastically. "Hell, if it were that simple, anyone could be head coach. Do you think No. 2 high school won't see it coming? Last year they exploited exactly that mindset of Tengfei, and in a match they had to win, they defeated Tengfei with a counter-attacking defense. If we use that tactic against them, they'll blatantly run down the clock and settle for a draw to qualify." Xiao Feng snapped. "Aren't they afraid the reporters will criticize them for being conservative?" one player asked, scratching his head. "What does conservatism matter? They played even more conservatively last year. If they hadn't had Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu this year, would they have gone into an open battle with Tengfei? That fellow Liu Yang may not have much coaching talent, but he has a good head on his shoulders. He won't fail to grasp that. So stop daydreaming about them naively pushing forward and leaving themselves open to our counterattacks. You're reaching for the moon, aren't you? Then what should we do?" Zhou Jinliang couldn't help asking. He didn't care much about the match, but after coming this far, it would be a pity not to get a taste of the knockout round. Of course there's a way. First, as usual, during midfield runs, watch for counterattacks. Once a counterattack starts, charge forward and create chaos. Even if we can't score, we must strive to earn set pieces. Our usual set-piece drills will be very useful," Xiao Feng said smugly. "Against Xinya and Tengfei, we took advantage of that. They won't leave themselves unguarded." Zhou Jinliang said hesitantly. "Naturally, that's why I said it's only the first point. Even if they deliberately avoid giving us set pieces, it will still make them cautious. If we press aggressively up front, we'll create chances. We don't need to fear pressing too high because they can't launch long ball counterattacks without Yun Feiyong. Wei Ming alone isn't enough for that. They have to go through the midfield. In short, we must utilize our strengths, run hard, constantly press and tackle on the field, and don't be afraid of yellow cards. After all, this is the final group stage match, and I don't expect you lot to actually make a run in the national tournament. Hey coach, you can't look down on us like that. What do you mean look down on you? I've only been coaching you for a few months, and it's already impressive that we've gotten this far. Let's gain some experience in the knockout stage this year. Maybe next year we can make a push for the national tournament. Understand? Xiao Feng waved his hand. Practice. The Huikai players immediately dispersed. The coach was right. They had only begun serious training a few months ago, and becoming professional players was almost impossible. So they would simply enjoy each match whether this year or next. Training is about done for today. Shall I have the car drop you back at school? Yun Feiyong wiped the sweat from his brow and asked Meng Qiu. No need. I'll just walk back slowly. It'll give me some time to rest on the way. Meng Qiu smiled as he replied. Your endurance is truly remarkable. Your daily training volume is about the same as mine, yet you still manage to walk back to school and train with everyone else. I heard you used to look less enthusiastic during practice sessions. Was it because of physical limitations? Yun Feiyong asked with genuine curiosity. Of course. I'm not some monster with endless stamina. Meng Qiu shrugged and casually picked up a sports drink from the ground. Put it on my tab. Meng Qiu. Just as Meng Qiu was about to leave, Yun Feiyong called out to him from behind. Meng Qiu turned around to see Yun Feiyong lowering his head slightly, seeming somewhat embarrassed before lifting his gaze and saying, do your best. You have to bring that qualification spot back for me. After saying that, he added with a grin. And if you do, I'll clear all your sports drink tabs. Meng Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. No need to clear it since I'll be working hard for that qualification spot too. What motivates you to play football? Yun Feiyong walked over and asked. Me? I don't know. Meng Qiu shook his head. How can you not know? Let me tell you something. Since I was old enough to understand, I've always wanted to become a professional player. As you can see, my family is well off and never pressured me about what I should do. So I simply chose to play football. Yun Feiyong pulled Meng Qiu down to sit beside him. He seemed to have an urgent need to talk today. Meng Qiu smiled and sat down as well. And then, he asked. And then, I just started learning to play football. My physical condition has always been excellent. My family hired sports nutritionists and multiple coaches for me, so I trained alone consistently. It wasn't until I graduated from elementary school that I joined the middle school team. That's when I realized just how exceptional I was compared to my peers. My training was nearly professional level, and even against students from football academies, my fundamentals were far more solid. But you've never learned to play with others, so you tend to be selfish with the ball, Meng Qiu said after taking a sip of his sports drink. Exactly. Plus my individual skills were strong enough that in middle school leagues, I basically solved everything by myself. Yun Feiyong laughed. Meng Qiu nodded. He could believe it. Given Yun Feiyong's physique and scoring ability, as long as his 10 teammates knew to pass him the ball, victory was almost guaranteed. Moreover, Dalian's middle school league had no academy players competing, so facing amateur opponents, Yun Feiyong finding it not particularly difficult to win was hardly surprising. The point I'm making is that I never really knew how to work with teammates. It wasn't until high school that I realized football cannot be won by one person alone. Yun Feiyong took a sip of his drink and sighed. That's normal. Football is a team sport involving 11 players. One outstanding individual simply isn't enough. Meng Qiu smiled. But I still don't understand why you're telling me all this. And more importantly, I'm curious why you chose no. To high school. Even if your goal is professional play, wouldn't joining a football academy be a better choice? After all, those schools offer more pathways. Their pathways only extend within China. I don't want to play domestically. I want to go abroad to Europe, to those traditional powerhouses, to showcase my abilities. A fierce light appeared in Yun Feiyong's eyes, something Meng Qiu rarely saw. There I can receive better training and learn superior concepts. My current coaches all say there's nothing more they can teach me here in China, so I'll go play overseas instead. What does that have to do with joining the No. 2 high school team? Meng Qiu still didn't understand, though he did grasp Yun Feiyong's longing for Europe. During his time in Bolivia, he had also shared dreams with Daniel about what joining European football would be like. Although South American football remained vibrant, the center of world football continued to be Europe, a fact beyond doubt. Though Europe was currently facing economic difficulties and China's rapid growth had drawn many European stars to the Chinese Super League, propelling its world ranking upward, the finest players still resided in Europe, where the best youth development mechanisms existed. South American talents needed to spend several formative years honing their skills in Europe before reaching the elite level. South America's four most prominent players, Messi, Neymar, Suarez, and James Rodriguez, all followed this path. Looking back throughout history, players who failed to make their mark in European leagues simply did not qualify as the world's absolute best. Yun Feiyong harboring such ambitions was entirely understandable, but what did it have to do with joining No. 2 high school? By joining No. 2 high school, I can become a starter and the team's core in the shortest time possible. The school's overall strength is not weak either. With me on the roster, reaching the national tournament is assured, and with extra effort, even winning the national championship wouldn't be out of the question. Furthermore, several European countries are now closely watching high school leagues. My father has also contacted scouts from various European clubs who will be observing my performances at the national tournament. If I perform well, I can go directly to Europe for training. Now do you understand why I didn't join an academy? Yun Feiyong said with a smile. Why, oi? Meng Qiu asked blankly, looking as innocent as a little white flower. Darn it, don't I need to explain? Simply put this way, I remain a purely free agent with absolutely no restrictions. If I joined a football academy, there might be complications and disputes, and I don't want any obstacles. Yun Feiyong said, half exasperated and half amused. Is that so? Meng Qiu scratched his head. During his time in Bolivia, he had been a member of the strongest club, but he left freely enough as apprenticeship contracts held little binding power. Even young players in European clubs enjoyed considerable freedom before signing professional contracts. Even in England, which enforced the strictest rules about the 20-kilometer radius around a club's location, when a player's parents relocated due to work and moved beyond that range, the connection with the original club would automatically dissolve. Beckham, born in Leighton, London, only had the opportunity to join Manchester United's youth academy because his father's job transfer made it possible. Otherwise, he would have begun his professional career with a lower league club named Leighton Orient. Hey, just knowing this much is enough for you. Yun Feiyong suddenly remembered that Meng Qiu had returned from overseas, so it was natural he wouldn't understand these intricate details. He promptly changed the subject. So making it to the national tournament is crucial to me. I never expected so many variables in the group stage. I can't play in the final match, so qualification depends entirely on you. Please make sure to secure that spot for me. It concerns my entire future. Yun Feiyong made a gesture of gratitude toward Meng Qiu. Rest assured, brother Yun. Your wish, I mean the team's hope, I will do my utmost to fulfill. Meng Qiu stood up, mimicking the posture he had recently seen in period dramas, returned Yun Feiyong's bow, then quickly opened the door and sprinted away. Tisk, cursing me, huh? You better watch out, or I'll settle this with you. Yun Feiyong sprang to his feet from the ground, laughing and scolding, then let out a sigh. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Never mind, we can only see how well Meng Qiu performs. Meng Qiu ran out of the training room. Seeing that Yun Feiyong hadn't followed, he chuckled softly and headed toward the school. The weather had grown quite cold, but Meng Qiu had already taken a shower after training, so he was not worried about catching a chill. The path leading out from the training room connected directly to campus, and at Meng Qiu's pace, it would take no more than 10 minutes to return. Given the current weather, outdoor training was unlikely, so everyone was probably training indoors in the gymnasium. As Meng Qiu thought about this and quickened his steps, he suddenly noticed a slender figure pacing back and forth, trying to ward off the cold by keeping moving. Yi Jiqing. Meng Qiu paused in surprise. What was she doing here? Meng Qiu. Yi Jiqing stopped pacing and ran over happily, but a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. Where's Yun Feiyong? Didn't he come with you? No, he's not playing in the next match. He said he won't attend training these days and will focus on independent practice until he reaches a level where he can handle Yi Yan on his own. Meng Qiu relayed what Yun Feiyong had told him earlier. Yi Jiqing burst into laughter and shook her head. Then it's fine, he's not here. Are you heading back to school? Yes. Meng Qiu nodded. Let's walk together then. I'm heading back too. It's freezing. Yi Jiqing sighed with relief. Meng Qiu didn't ask any questions. It seemed Yi Jiqing had come looking for Yun Feiyong. However, instead of going inside to find him, she chose to walk back with Meng Qiu, which left him puzzled, though he made no effort to figure it out. He had little interest in other people's personal matters. They walked in silence for a while, neither saying much, until they were nearly at the school gate, when Yi Jiqing finally stopped and looked at Meng Qiu, suddenly speaking. Meng Qiu, promise me you must lead the team into the knockout rounds, okay? Meeting Yi Jiqing's earnest gaze, Meng Qiu found himself momentarily stunned. As Meng Qiu made his way to the training hall, Yi Jiqing's words still lingered in his mind. She had asked him to help the team secure advancement to the next round. She could see how much that advancement meant to Yun Feiyong. With Yun Feiyong suspended and unable to play, who could they rely on? In theory, there were many capable players to count on, the 4-star players of the second year. Each was an outstanding player and a pillar of no. 2. Yet Yi Jiqing's first thought was Meng Qiu. The player she had once not taken to, but after just a few games, Yi Jiqing found herself believing that if no. 2 wanted to advance, without Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu was the most important person. She had not said this in front of others, perhaps feeling it was inappropriate, so she specifically waited for Meng Qiu on his way back from the training room to the school, wanting to tell him just that. Yun Feiyong had said, I'm entrusting this to you. Bring back our spot in the next round. Yi Jiqing said, I'm asking you to help Yun Feiyong bring back our spot in the next round. This guy. You asked me why I play football. I'm not entirely sure. Back in Bolivia I played because I loved it. But I'm different from Daniel. He wanted to go to Europe and become a professional player. I wanted to as well, but not with such excitement. So when my dad said we were returning to China, I came along. As long as I could keep playing, I was happy. I didn't care about what position or what team. Now I think I temporarily know why I play football. It's because of you teammates. Since everyone hopes so much to win back that advancement, I'll strive to bring it back. Echoing these thoughts, Meng Qiu walked into the training hall. Hey, that's my job. Seeing the other no. 2 teammates busily cleaning inside, Meng Qiu called out loudly. Why shout? You're late, so we're helping you clean. Besides, you need to conserve your energy. If you can't run properly during the weekend match, it'd be a big loss for us. Li Qi, scrubbing the floor with effort, looked up and said with a smile. Exactly. We're many, so we work fast. It also saves time for training. Lu Yiyang gave Meng Qiu a smile. Meng Qiu also smiled. These were good teammates. If this was the case, then he truly had a clearer goal now. 2 days later. The final group stage match that had captured the attention of the entire Dalian High School football circle finally arrived. The weather today really isn't good, Coach Wang said, frowning as he looked out at the gray sky. It's mid-December after all. Lu Yiyang sighed. The weather forecast says it may snow today. I hope the snow waits until after our match. The cold weather was a pressure on everyone, and playing in such cold conditions was an even greater challenge. The school had prepared long-sleeve jerseys for each player with thin thermal underwear underneath long socks and gloves, yet it could only keep the players somewhat warm. I think the Dalian regional competition format should also be changed. Wouldn't it be better to start in October? Wei Ming complained while breathing warmth into his hands. If school starts in September and matches begin in October, most school teams wouldn't even have time to gel. They'd be at a further disadvantage against academy teams facing such conditions. I think that's probably the consideration behind this. Lu Yiyang sighed. Think about it. If we had faced Ting Fei in October, when Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu had just joined the team not long ago, could we have won? To this question, everyone could only offer a wry smile. In fact, this schedule arrangement was not unreasonable. After all, it was rare in the past to reach the final round and still decide the outcome. Basically, the seeded teams could establish their advantages in the earlier rounds. But two exceptions both coincided with No. 2. The first exception was the match where No. 2 eliminated Ting Fei last year. On the bright side, at least the second-year students aren't unfamiliar with matches like this. Lu Yiyang said with a smile, trying to ease the players' pressure. The players chuckled. Yes, if this counted as a kind of experience, No. 2 did have the upper hand. However, their opponents clearly did not think so. As for timing, geography, and unity, we've got them all now. In this match, even the heavens will be on our side, Xiao Feng said quite cheerfully to the Huikai players. What do you mean? One player asked. Idiot, don't you understand? Geography means the cold weather now and the high possibility of snow later. I know you lot like playing shirtless on the snow last year. We're far more familiar with such conditions. That's geography. As for unity, their key forward cannot play, so we naturally have the advantage. Zhou Jinliang asked, then what about timing? Timing is having me a great coach directing you all. Let me tell you, I am the legendary Zhuge Liang, Xiao Feng said proudly. That guy's ending won't be too good, Zhou Jinliang muttered under his breath. Xiao Feng wanted to curse, but then remembered his words were indeed inauspicious. Zhuge Liang had ultimately not succeeded in his campaigns against Wei. Alright, I am Lu Bowen. Anyway, for this match, all favorable factors are on our side. If it snows before the match begins, that would be even more perfect. The match between No. 2 and Huikai was today's final match. So both No. 2 and Huikai departed for Ting Fei only after lunch. The final match was scheduled from 4 to 6 o'clock. Compared to this match, the two games held earlier were simply warm-up acts. There were hardly any fans interested in those two matches. It was not until the second half of the second match began that the crowd in the stands gradually increased. Over 1,000 students from Huikai High and over 1,000 from No. 2 occupied both sides behind the two goals, while between these two groups sat Ting Fei's own students and spectators from various schools. Captain, why are you here watching the match today? When Wang Zhong saw Li Hu in the stands, he could not help but call out excitedly. I came to see what it looks like to defeat your team. Li Hu grunted, making Wang Zhong lower his head. To lose to a team like Huikai. But I know they must be quite capable, so I wanted to come watch. Sorry, Captain, Wang Zhong said as if he had made a mistake. Anyway, since you won't advance, this kind of defeat might actually be a good thing for you. I only encountered such a defeat in my second year. From this perspective, you are luckier than me. Li Hu softened his tone. Alright, let your teammates watch the match here. I'll take you to meet a few people. Wang Zhong was somewhat puzzled, but obediently followed Li Hu all the way out of the main stand and to the stand opposite it. This stand appeared somewhat empty, yet Ting Fei security guards were watching it, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Once Wang Zhong entered this stand, he finally understood why it was like this. Besides the row of cameras at the very front of the stand, and the reporters behind the cameras, the group sitting in the center of the stand. Yi and Lu Fenghui, Su Miao, you're quite early, Li Hu greeted, raising a hand. Wang Zhong was so astonished that he could not speak. The captain of Chengxi High, the Emperor Yi Yan. The captain of Yangwang High, a top center back, whose reputation and strength could rival Yi Yan, known as the sweeping monk Lu Fenghui. The nickname sweeping monk, besides being because Lu Fenghui was quite quiet in daily life and enjoyed playing with prayer beads, was most importantly because on the field he could sweep away all enemies like a sweeper. As for the last person, Su Miao was the captain of the dominant Yunbei, Yi Yan's lifelong rival, the magician, on the field. Indeed, these two were destined rivals. One a defender, the other an attacking midfielder, both with strong captain qualities, serving Yunbei and Chengxi, the twin pillars of Dalian high school football. Even their names were perfectly matched. Yi Yan carried fire, Su Miao bore water. In fact, at their age group, the entire Dalian football circle also had the saying of the 4 heavenly kings. Exactly these 4 people. Defenders and Lu Fenghui, midfielders Su Miao, and forward Li Hu. These 4 were the core starters of the same batch of China youth national teams and had made a name at the World Youth Championship. Within half a year, these 4 would all enter the professional football circle. Li Hu would join Dalian Ting Fei directly. Yi Yan and Su Miao were reportedly already being scouted by European clubs and would go abroad to play in the summer. Wang Zhong did not know where Lu Fenghui would go, but it would not be disappointing. Tiger, you're moving fast this year. Yi Yan nodded to Li Hu. After all, our Ting Fei already has a successor. Li Hu patted Wang Zhong's shoulder and smiled. Yi Yan grunted and fell silent. Qingxi High had achieved remarkable results in recent years, but truly lacked any outstanding newcomers. After the three pillars retired, where Qingxi High would head next had always been a topic of interest in the high school football circle. Pity I won't get to see your newcomers this year. But I have faced two outstanding newcomers. If you encounter them, next be careful. Li Hu continued smiling. Our newcomers are no slouches either. This year our goal is to defend the national championship. Su Miao patted a young man beside him with a calm smile on his face, and said. Wang Zhong could not help but glance at that young man, only to find the young man was also looking at him. It's such a pity I didn't make it to the knockout stage. Otherwise I could have faced stronger opponents, Wang Zhong thought regretfully in his heart. Then he looked at the field. Meng Qiu, you must strive today, otherwise neither you nor Yun Feiyang will get the chance to face these guys who are about to leave the high school football circle. Meng Qiu had no idea that even Wang Zhong was seeking his counsel about something, nor did he know that the finest group of high school football players in Dalian were waiting in the stands to watch his match. He only knew one thing. He wanted to win this game. He had never felt such an urgent desire to win. For what? Perhaps for his teammates. After warming up, the Erzhong players returned to the locker room to prepare for the match ahead. Yun Feiyang chose not to follow them inside, instead heading alone to the stands. Since he could not play standing on the sidelines would only heighten his anxiety, better to find some distance from the field. If we went on treating everyone to a meal at the best restaurant in Dalian, Yun Feiyang murmured to himself. A nutritious meal perhaps. A voice suddenly echoed beside him. Yun Feiyang started turning to find Wang Zhong's strangely striking face. Why do I keep running into you everywhere? Yun Feiyang said with mild discontent. He had avoided the stands where Erzhong students gathered, unwilling to face his classmates, and certainly would not venture to Huaicai's section. That would invite trouble. With Tengfei's full team occupying one side, he chose the remaining stand, hoping to stay away from anyone he knew. Yet Wang Zhong appeared right beside him anyway, which frustrated Yun Feiyang, while also making him wonder why. I did not come looking for you. Wang Zhong grinned, pointing toward a relatively empty section behind them. Those senior players asked me to fetch you. What senior players? Like gangster bosses. Yun Feiyang volleyed back with sharp words, yet his feet carried him forward anyway. Even from a distance he caught sight of a commanding figure seated in the stands. It was a figure Yun Feiyang would never forget. One who embodied the true standard of high school football. Emperor Yi Yin. He actually came too. Yun Feiyang also noticed three students beside Yi Yin, whose presence was not overshadowed by his aura at all. When had there become so many outstanding players? One was Li Hu, whom he recognized, leaving the other two as. After Wang Zhong introduced him to Lu Fenghui and Su Miao, even the rebellious Yun Feiyang felt a touch of unease. After all, no matter how confident he was in himself, he could not possibly measure up to these three without having won a championship of real substance. Su Miao held one Dalian championship and one national title. Yi Yin claimed the same, a Dalian championship and a national championship. Lu Fenghui may never have competed in the national tournament, but if he had not faced Yi Yin and Su Miao, he surely would have reached it at least once. His two previous attempts to reach the national stage had ended in defeat, one to Yi Yin, the other to Su Miao. That was not a disgrace, it was an honor. Surprised too? Li Hu asked. But Yun Feiyang shook his head. Given what Erzhong has shown, it would actually surprise me if you had not come to scout us. He replied. Yi Yin laughed, Su Miao laughed, and Lu Fenghui laughed as well. A trio of senior players sharing a gracious smile with their junior counterpart. Yet each of them smiled differently. Yi Yin's laugh carried a hint of domineering amusement. Accustomed to provoking opponents on the field to unsettle them, he never shied from any tactic that weakened his adversaries. Su Miao's laughter sparkled with childlike excitement in his eyes. Perhaps it was precisely this thrill of encountering worthy opponents that propelled him to captain the dominant Yunnan High School squad. Their two-year rivalry saw Su Miao fall in their first encounter, rattled by Yi Yan's provocations, but he learned from that loss, and in the second year, maintained his composure regardless of Yi Yan's taunts, mastering the midfield to claim victory. Lu Fenghui's laugh stood apart from theirs entirely. His smile radiated genuine warmth and kindness, serene like an elder next door, yet he possessed the face of a young man. The players in this Dalian region are truly remarkable. Yun Feiyang thought to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting back toward the field. If they did not win this match, he doubted they would have another chance to face them this year. That would be a real pity. In the player tunnel, both teams were ready to emerge. Lu Yiyang stood at the front as captain, flanked by Zhou Jianliang, the youngest captain in the Dalian region, a first-year student. Such arrangements were rare. Football academies seldom had young captains, since senior players naturally possessed greater skill and seniority mattered more. In Tengfei's case, despite Li Hu sitting out the remaining matches, the captain's armband remained on Wang Fuzhong's shoulder from the third year rather than being passed to Wang Zhong, though this likely served to protect Wang Zhong in some way. Other school teams were more willing to give the armband to promising newcomers, but exceptional young talents like that were simply rare. This year's top non-academy prospects had been swept up by Erzhong, so a first-year captain was unlikely to appear. Lu Yiyang himself had captained Erzhong as a first-year, leading them to the quarterfinals the previous season. Could Zhou Jianliang achieve the same feat this year? Curiosity got the better of him, and Lu Yiyang turned his gaze towards Zhou Jianliang, wanting to see up close what this apparently formidable opponent was like. Instead, he found Zhou Jianliang craning his neck to look past him. Behind Yun Feiyang stood goalkeeper Lin Bing, and behind Lin Bing was Meng Qiu. Zhou Jianliang was fixed on Meng Qiu with such intensity, it was as if he waited for Meng Qiu to snap back with a sharp retort. Meng Qiu, however, seemed completely unaware of the stare, his head bowed in deep thought. It was not just Captain Zhou's hostile glare. Every Huikai player radiated the same aggression, locking eyes with the Erzhong players, as though ready to confront them at any moment. The Erzhong students, typically well-behaved given their academic standing, grew visibly uncomfortable under such brazen intimidation, particularly Han Ming and Li Qi. Fortunately, the referee's call from ahead cut through the tension. "Let's go." And the Huikai students finally broke their stares, falling into line behind the officials as they emerged from the tunnel. Psychological warfare. Lu Yiyang mused, wondering if they were trying to unsettle them with their glares. Without time to dwell on it, he led his team onto the pitch. As both teams took the field, a deafening roar erupted from one section of the stands. "Go Huikai! Don't hold back, little Wu. Brother Zhou crushed them. Take down these punks." Four burly men pounded four large drums with thunderous force, sending the other spectators jumping in surprise. It's just a group stage match. Do they really need to go this far? Even Lu Fenghui frowned. Huikai is trying to intimidate their opponents with sheer force of atmosphere. Yi Yan chuckled. Probably only they could pull off a tactic like this. Did they do this in previous matches too? Su Miao turned to Li Hu for answers. Li Hu glanced at Wang Zhong and Yun Feiyang. Wang Zhong shook his head. Not really. They only did it occasionally last match. Most of the time, they were just like regular spectators. Looks like they have been holding back for this match. Yi Yan said with a smile. Yun Feiyang, your Erzhong might be in for a rough time. Yun Feiyang grunted. The loudest cheers mean nothing if you cannot execute on the field. As he spoke, Su Bin in the stands swallowed hard, then turned and bellowed. Brothers, we cannot let Huikai dominate us. Come on, let's shout together. Erzhong rise up. The slogan, borrowed from Sichuan fans, proved remarkably effective. Over 1,000 Erzhong students chanted in unison under Su Bin's direction. Though nearly half were girls with softer voices, their combined shouts quickly overwhelmed Huitzai's chaotic roars. "See, Erzhong will not fall short in any aspect," Yun Feiyang declared triumphantly. "Hey, you just said the crowd noise would not matter," Wang Zhong reminded him. "Did I say that? No, that is definitely your imagination. You are even more shameless than I am." Before kickoff, both sets of supporters had already shaken the stands with their thunderous chants, making this match feel anything but ordinary. Huikai students watched enviously as the opposing side had so many female supporters cheering them on. As a technical college, they lacked the gender balance of medical or normal schools, putting them at a disadvantage in this regard. Ignoring the commotion above, Lu Yiyang immediately dashed back after the coin toss to fetch Meng Qiu. "Be careful. That bald guy might be marking you today. Isn't he a defender? How can he come all the way to midfield to mark me?" Meng Qiu asked, puzzled. "Yes, but he kept staring at you during the walkthrough. Most likely he is assigned to mark you," Lu Yiyang said seriously. "Oh, I did not notice. I was lost in thought," Meng Qiu admitted honestly. "How good that you did not then," Lu Yiyang laughed. "But do not space out on the field later." Meng Qiu nodded and looked up ahead. At that moment, Zhou Jianliang, who was walking toward his own half, happened to turn around. Their gazes collided in the air. Meng Qiu caught a flash of sharp intensity in Zhou Jianliang's eyes. So dazzling. He muttered, uncertain whether he meant the look in those eyes or the gleam of that bald head. Meng Qiu, standing at the center circle kickoff point, saw Zhao Rui, looking a bit uneasy, and comforted him. "Don't worry, just run as usual, and I'll pass the ball to you." It was as if he were a senior, while Zhao Rui was merely a freshman. Zhao Rui, being good-natured, said nothing else, but gave a wry smile. "It's fine, I'm not really nervous. It's just that those guys all look quite fierce." "Well, what's there to fear from fierceness? If he dares to tackle you, just go down, and they'll get a card. Don't worry, I reckon they're just trying to intimidate you. I've watched their previous matches. Although their running and physical challenges are aggressive, they don't make excessive moves. A couple of bumps might hurt a bit, but nothing will happen," Meng Qiu said. Hearing this, Zhao Rui felt a bit more at ease. "Really? Yeah." Meng Qiu nodded. "Besides, even if you get injured, it's not a big deal. Although we don't have another forward, if we push Senior Wei Ming up to the front line, the effect would be about the same." Damn, Zhao Rui couldn't help saying that, but the tension in his heart unconsciously dissipated a little. "That's right, we have no other forwards left. Then I must perform well, because I'm the only forward now." The match began. The referee blew the whistle. Zhao Rui passed the ball to Meng Qiu, and then ran forward. In previous matches, it was Yun Feiyang who ran forward after passing, but now it's me, Zhao Rui. Yun Feiyang received the ball, turned, and passed it back. Today his position would be a bit more advanced, because he needed to give sufficient support to the front line. When he saw Zhou Jianliang charge up immediately, and then stay close to him, he smiled. Sure enough, Zhou Jianliang, the captain of Huitzai, had me as his target today. He began to run, wanting to receive the ball and organize the attack. As long as there was an opening to receive the ball, he could organize the rhythm of the whole match. In previous matches starting from the second half against Tengfei, opponents had been marking him closely. His running space was compressed, but he still had chances to get the ball and organize the team's offense. However tight the marking, it was impossible to prevent a player from ever touching the ball. Otherwise, dealing with an opponent's key player in professional matches would be far too simple. However, this Zhou Jianliang was extremely tireless, extremely fast, and extremely agile. The combination of these three traits was formidable. Meng Qiu could shake off his marker with relentless running, yet Zhou Jianliang could run just as much and was no slower. That might be tolerable since sudden stops and shuttle runs were good ways to deal with such opponents. But even after briefly shaking him off, he could catch up in no time. Unless a teammate could deliver the pass in that brief window, Meng Qiu wouldn't get the ball either. Is this how you froze Wang Zhong? Meng Qiu asked curiously. More or less. Zhou Jinliang's voice was cold as a military saber. But he still got quite a few shots off. Meng Qiu said with a smile. Zhou Jinliang did not reply. Instead, he suddenly surged forward, used his body to shove Meng Qiu aside, then lifted his foot to intercept the pass Liu Yiyang had sent toward him. Meng Qiu immediately challenged for the ball, but Zhou Jinliang shielded him off with his body, and then launched a long clearance. Was that a clearance? Meng Qiu remarked. The landing spot of that long pass was not great. Gao Ming and Han Ming raced toward the ball's landing point one after another. Yet at that moment 3 or 4 Huikai players who had been jogging in midfield suddenly swarmed toward the ball's landing point. Just as Gao Ming settled the ball at his feet, Han Ming's shout came from behind. Careful, 2 of them are pressing you. Gao Ming was not flustered. The previous training had prepared him. He lifted his foot and passed the ball straight back to the goalkeeper Lin Bing. Because of that preparation, the back pass was perfectly weighted. But the moment he released the pass, a figure rushed past him with a whoosh. Pressing this hard. Gao Ming was startled as well. Fortunately, Lin Bing made no mistake. After coming out, he booted the ball far up the field with one kick. What a chaotic match. Watching that long pass being headed away by a Huikai defender, Li, who couldn't help commenting. If he were on the pitch with 3 or 4 Huikai players up front and insufficient protection at the back, he would most likely have won the first ball and then launched a threatening attack. Huikai only dares to play this recklessly because they know no. 2 middle school has no aerial threat up front. Yi Yan said, if Yun Feiyong were on the field, this approach would naturally be very risky. But now, Zhao Rui isn't good at heading duels. Such long passes only give the defenders more clearances to make. Yun Feiyong felt a pang of discomfort hearing that, but he couldn't say anything. Kuwait's offense looked somewhat crude. After the ball was headed down, they quickly spread it to the wing and launched an attack along the flank. After a few passes into the center, the forward immediately unleashed a long-range shot. Such a shot naturally posed little threat. Lin Bing judged at a glance that it was a towering shot over the bar, didn't even attempt to save, and the ball sailed over the end line. Lin Bing let out a whistle and casually made a gesture of gazing into the distance. Behind him, the stands behind the goal were filled with 2 middle school students who immediately burst into laughter. The Huikai students began to jeer, their voices flooding the pitch. This match really seems to have some trouble. Liu Yiyang wiped his sweat and sighed. For the goal kick, Lin Bing did not launch a direct long pass to the front. With no aerial threat up front, a long pass would just hand the ball to the opponent. It was better to patiently build up in a positional attack. The ball was passed to Gao Ming, who then distributed it to Zhao Qingji on the left. After Meng Qiu was fixed in midfield, Zhao Qingji became 2 middle school's main left back. He was steady enough and a reassuring presence. The only shortcoming was the lack of left flank offense, which now relied solely on Wei Ming. Just as Zhao Qingji received the ball, he saw a Huikai player charging at him aggressively. Zhao Qingji did not dribble. Instead, he immediately played a lateral pass to Wei Ming, who had dropped deep to support. Wei Ming received the ball and turned only to be brought down by an opponent. It was not a malicious foul, but it halted 2 middle school's attacking rhythm. Wei Ming got up and sighed. He had planned to pass to Meng Qiu immediately after turning, but the opponent's foul had come just in time. This foul became a microcosm of the entire first half. 2 middle school tried to launch their attacks, but Huikai kept interrupting them with frantic running and constant physical challenges. Meng Qiu received the ball only rarely, and the others also found it difficult to achieve anything in positional play. Only a long-range shot from Liu Yiyang posed a threat, but it was cleared off the goal line by a retreating defender. 2 middle school isn't playing well today. Li Hu commented, their offense was quite distinctive before. Are they just out of form? Wang Zhong couldn't help saying, Senior, it's not that. Huikai presses very aggressively. Last round, that was why we couldn't organize many attacks. Plus that Zhou Jinliang's defensive ability really is outstanding, so we lost. If there were a strong forward, such tactics would be very dangerous. Unfortunately, Li Hu you didn't play in the following matches, and Yun Feiyong is suspended. Otherwise, Huikai wouldn't have been able to show off so much. Their overall strength shouldn't be enough to reach the top 8. Su Miao shook his head and said, I actually hope they reach the top 8 and preferably meet us, so I can see what kind of level that defender really is. Yi Yan said coldly. Hearing this, Su Miao turned his head and looked at Yi Yan. Yi Yan was startled, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. You sneaky devil. How could you guess that? Yi Yan said discontentedly. Want to nurture a new emperor? Yi Yan, if I couldn't see that, would I still be me? Su Miao, who had always appeared so composed, burst into loud laughter. He patted Yi Yan on the shoulder with an air of smug triumph. What are you two talking about in riddles? Yun Feiyong and Wang Zhong exchanged a glance, then saw that the young man beside Su Miao also looked baffled. It was Li Hu who suddenly realized what was going on, while Lu Fenghui smiled silently beside him. Nothing much. It's just that Yi Yan has taken a liking to that bald player, and may be thinking of poaching him to groom as the next captain of Qingxi High School. Li Hu shrugged and said, Right? Otherwise, why would Emperor Yi Yan be interested in a young defender? The ones he always wanted to compete against were those outstanding forwards. Lu Fenghui also laughed. Yi Yan, however, had already brushed off the regretful look on his face. He shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. That's just an idea. Even if we can't get him, we have other means. Even without Yun Feiyong, we're still promoting new players. Yun Feiyong snorted. But hearing you say that, I'm actually a bit interested too. Maybe it would be quite interesting if Yun Bei poached him. Su Miao patted the young man beside him on the shoulder. With such a defensive stalwart behind you, Wang's Yuan, you can attack with more peace of mind. You already have enough talents, and you still try to steal from our Qingxi. Are you even human? Yi Yin said discontentedly. What are you saying? No one ever has too many talents. Besides, our Yunbei development system is better than your Qingxi's, isn't it? Watching the two most outstanding figures in Dalian High School bicker, Li Hu patted Lu Fengwei. What doesn't Yang Wang want to snatch him too? Lu Fengwei shook his head. Yang Wang has its own selection system. We generally don't recruit from outside. Isn't Teng Fei the same? Li Hu laughed. Yeah, and with just 1 or 2 matches I doubt we can convince the bigwigs at our schools. So let's not worry about it. As they were discussing this issue, Yun Feiyong lowered his head, thinking of something, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes. 20 minutes had passed in the first half. To the neutral spectators, it was a rather tedious match. The second high school's earlier beautiful attacks and continuous passing had failed to materialize. All one could see now were endless fouls and constant interruptions to the rhythm of play. In fact, by this point neither side had managed even a handful of shots on goal. The second high school had managed only 3 shots so far, and only Lu Yeyang's long-range effort had been on target. Hui Kai had managed a single shot, the one that soared over the bar, and drew a whistle from Lin Bing. This kind of play won't work. Taking advantage of a throw-in, Meng Qiu ran back and said to Lu Yeyang, if I stay up front, I'll get too few touches on the ball. I'd better drop back a little. That way I'll have many more opportunities to receive it. But if we do that, our attacks may become disconnected, Lu Yeyang said hesitantly. Being disconnected is still better than having no attack at all. Captain, if you and senior brother Wei Ming push up our offense, can still have some guarantee. More importantly, if I drop back, I want to see whether Zhou Jianliang will keep following me. Meng Qiu said with a smile. Lu Yeyang's eyes lit up. This really was a good idea. Although the other Hui Kai players were all capable of running and charging, and had decent fundamentals, none of them could match the second high school's players in individual skill. As a unit, they were formidable, but taken separately not one of them would earn a starting spot at the second high school. The most outstanding among them was their captain, Zhou Jianliang. If Meng Qiu dropped back and Zhou Jianliang did not follow, Meng Qiu could organize the play in peace, and his forward runs would become more threatening. If Zhou Jianliang did follow, Meng Qiu would receive more protection in the deeper area, while also being able to create better chances for himself and Wei Ming with his passes. Lu Yeyang let out a sigh. He really wasn't cut out to be a coach. He had only thought that with Yun Feiyong unable to play, the attack would weaken and moving Meng Qiu forward could compensate. But he had forgotten to address the actual problem. If Meng Qiu hadn't reminded him, continuing like this would make scoring very difficult, and there would be trouble if the opposition stole a goal. Alright, I'll wait for your passes. Lu Yeyang patted Meng Qiu on the shoulder, then ran over to speak a few words to Wei Ming, and the two of them pushed their positions up at the same time. The second high school has made a change. They were quick to react. It really is a better approach, but at least it leaves Zhou Jianliang uncertain about what to do. Li Hu murmured in admiration, and then he saw Zhou Jianliang start running toward the front field all the way to in front of Meng Qiu. Heck, is he specifically assigned to mark Meng Qiu today? Feeling that he had lost face, Li Hu couldn't help muttering a curse. Su Miao and Yi Yin turned to look at each other at the same time. Lu Fengwei then said, with Yun Feiyong unavailable, Meng Qiu is unquestionably the key to the second high school's attack. Although Huaizai's move is surprising, it is the most correct one. Come on, can you stop always bringing up the fact that I can't play yet? Yun Feiyong protested. His protest was ignored by the senior students. Yi Yin nodded. Although the second high school is not without other excellent players, they are all a notch below Meng Qiu. Most importantly, lacking Yun Feiyong. If the second high school wants to achieve something in attack, they must control the midfield to create more chances. That ability belongs only to Meng Qiu. Neither Lu Yeyang nor Wei Ming possesses it. Yun Feiyong rolled his eyes, too weary to argue. Unwilling to listen to their analysis any longer, he turned his gaze to the pitch. But then he froze and looked up at the sky. A crystal snowflake spiraled down and landed precisely on the tip of his nose. It's snowing. Yun Feiyong murmured, the worry in his eyes deepening. On the visiting team's bench, Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly pumped his fist. It's snowing. Now our chances of winning are even greater. Do you know what heaven's timing means? This is heaven's timing. Xiao Feng laughed heartily. His laughter drew Coach Wang's attention. Coach Wang glanced at the sky and asked in surprise, why is he happy about the snow? Coach, our technique is a bit better than theirs. When it snows, the pitch becomes worse, and a worse pitch is also very harmful to our game. A second-year player said helplessly. Is that so? That really is rather bad. Coach Wang seemed to understand. After dropping back, Meng Qiu indeed began to receive the ball more often. The reason was simple. After dropping back, he had to deal with fewer opposing defenders, while receiving more support from his own teammates. Of course, accordingly, the direct threat to the opponent's goal was somewhat reduced. Football is inherently like that. Every move has both advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes the trade-off simply depends on what the team needs at the moment. Meng Qiu received a pass from Gao Meng, and Zhou Jianliang immediately pressed up behind him. Though he had previously been shaken off by a little distance, he quickly caught up again. This was a truly troublesome style of defending. Meng Qiu immediately passed the ball, then ducked low and slipped around the charging Zhou Jianliang. Why is defense considered reactive? because a defender needs time to react. If it were simply a matter of sprinting speed, Meng Qiu might not be able to get away from Zhou Jianliang. However, when Meng Qiu made his run, Zhou Jianliang had to judge which direction he would move. By the time he reacted, there was always a slight delay. Confident that this would be enough to shake off Zhou Jianliang, Meng Qiu raised his hand to call for the ball from Li Qi while still sprinting. Li Qi quickly passed the ball back. Just as Meng Qiu was about to receive it, he sensed danger from behind. Without hesitation, he nudged the ball aside and sidestepped more than half a meter. The moment he moved sideways, Zhou Jianliang rushed past him with a gust of wind. This guy got back way too fast. Meng Qiu thought this with some frustration, so instead of immediately passing the ball, he dribbled forward to see how Zhou Jianliang had managed to recover so quickly. Then he saw Zhou Jianliang, who had already overrun him, stomp his right foot hard into the ground mid-stride. Using that momentum, he spun around in the air and lunged back toward Meng Qiu. Zhou Jianliang's abrupt turn and pounce resembled an eagle swooping down on its prey. What a nuisance. Facing a marker he could not shake off, Meng Qiu truly felt the difficulty. He lifted his foot and passed to Wei Ming ahead, who forcefully broke down the wing, and before the opposing defender closed and sent the ball into the penalty area. Zhao Rui darted forward to attack the ball, drawing a defender to challenge him, but cleverly let the ball slip through. Liu Yiyang, arriving from behind, hit it with a long-range shot, and the ball struck the post, heavily bouncing out for a goal kick. What a pity. The second high school students all let out sighs. It was the best chance the team had created so far. After Meng Qiu orchestrated the move, the three second-year attackers had produced a beautiful combination only to be denied by the post. Xiao Feng jumped up in shock, then roared toward the pitch. Heck, how are you marking your men? Make another mistake like that, and you'll face the consequences. Zhou Jianliang, however, did not shout at the back line. He merely swept a cold glance backward. The Huikai defenders immediately shuddered, and then fixed the second high school players with a glare of utmost hostility. These guys really are a rough bunch, Wei Ming said to Liu Yiyang as he ran back. It's a shame that shot didn't go in. We need a goal in the first half, or it'll be trouble if the snow gets heavier. Liu Yiyang said with a sigh. Meng Qiu ran back. This kind of attack couldn't be expected to succeed every time. It was a pity that no goal came from it. Despite the regret, it had proven that dropping back to receive the ball, drawing Zhou Jianliang along, and then using passes to let Liu Yiyang and the others launch attacks was a viable approach. In the previous match, with Zhou Jianliang tightly marking Wang Zhong, Tengfei had failed to score, not because Tengfei's other attackers were inferior to the second high schools. It was because Wang Zhong as a striker could not drop very deep to receive the ball. While marking him, Zhou Jianliang stayed close to his own defensive line, and with his reaction and judgment, he could support his teammates at any time. That was how he held off Tengfei's attack for the full 90 minutes. The Huikai defense with Zhou Jianliang and the Huikai defense without him were simply on two completely different levels. Huichai's defensive line had to be welded into a cohesive whole to withstand the second high school's attacks, while Zhou Jianliang was the man tasked with snuffing out any spark of brilliance from the opposition's key players. Without Zhou Jianliang, Huichai's defense was still fairly solid, but not solid enough to withstand attacks from teams as strong as Tengfei or the second high school. As he ran back, Meng Qiu kept watching Zhou Jianliang, wondering whether he would show a hint of hesitation. Yet all he saw was Zhou Jianliang's slightly intimidating face, utterly devoid of expression, as he followed Meng Qiu with unwavering strides. Is he really set on marking me out of the game? Meng Qiu wondered inwardly. Off the pitch, Xiao Feng had already sat back down, crossing his legs. There was no sign that he had just given his players a harsh warning. The second high school can't produce an attack like that anytime they want. What do I have to worry about? Moreover, since they didn't score, it might make them even more anxious. They might forget that a draw would be enough to advance, and instead try to score against us quickly. When that happens, that's our chance. Liu Yiyang is a fairly clever player, but he is not the head coach, and players on the pitch are easily thrown into confusion by what's happening. Without a coach directing them, that will always be the second high school's greatest weakness. Xiao Feng thought these words to himself with immense satisfaction. After that retreat to collect the ball produced favorable results, Meng Qiu began to frequently drop back for possession, using a steady stream of passes to orchestrate the team's attacks. However, Xiao Feng had observed correctly in that attack the brilliant combination among Wei Ming, Zhao Rui, and Liu Yiyang was indeed a mere coincidence. A combination that fluid is not something even professional players can produce every time. Moreover, although the three were teammates in their sophomore year, Zhao Rui was different from Liu Yiyang and the others. Liu Yiyang's group of four had played football together since childhood, sharing an extraordinary level of understanding. Zhao Rui, however, had only played with them for a little over a year, and being positioned between Liu Yiyang and Wei Ming made executing such coordinated play even more difficult. As Meng Qiu kept sending passes forward while Liu Yiyang and the others continually failed to create good chances against the opponent's resilient defense, they inevitably grew restless. As Xiao Feng had said, they still lacked experience. More importantly, there was no coach on the sidelines to notice their impatience and make timely adjustments or give instructions. On the pitch, players can easily become impulsive amid the intense atmosphere, even the calmest among them. This was exactly when a coach's guidance was needed. A coach's importance goes far beyond merely sitting on the sidelines. It was precisely this that Xiao Feng exploited. Yun Feiyang's suspension, the falling snow growing heavier, the biting cold, even the physical endurance of the players, all had been taken into account by Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng admitted that despite Huaicai's impressive record under his leadership, the team's overall strength still fell short of no. Two middle schools, and there was also a considerable gap when compared with Tingfei. Yet by leveraging every factor he was able to create such a marvel. In terms of stamina, he had absolute confidence. The Huicai students were naturally a bunch of kids who ran wild all day long, and over the 2+ months since the term began, Xiao Feng had drilled them in an almost merciless way. Although they had already played 5 consecutive matches since their first round, by this was the 6th, and their stamina remained completely unaffected. As for No. 2 middle school, although they had enjoyed a full 2 weeks of rest before this round, and theoretically held an edge in fitness, their training rigor was nowhere near Huaicai's. They spent most of their time in classrooms. How exceptional could their stamina be with only an hour or 2 of training each day? Even if their youth meant they had no major fitness issues in a match of such intensity, their energy would be depleted swiftly. Furthermore, it was unlikely that No. 2 middle school possessed an outstanding physical training program. Stamina training has always been a major field. Even worldwide, a skilled fitness coach would never lack good job offers. Xiao Feng firmly refused to believe that No. 2 middle school had any exceptional fitness coach. Meanwhile, the situation on the pitch was developing exactly as he had anticipated. As the snow fell harder and the pitch began to turn muddy, every player had to expend far more energy than usual just to achieve a normal level of movement. The stamina of No. 2 middle school's players was draining away rapidly. Unaware of this, they kept running and attacking. Under Meng Qiu's orchestration, they suppressed Huicai and continuously applied pressure on their defense. Yet Huaicai's defensive line, though missing Zhou Jianliang, performed exceptionally well, repelling every attack from No. 2 middle school. The forwards were tired and the defenders were equally exhausted. Because Huicai were not purely passive under siege. Whenever they had a chance at the back, they launched long balls toward the front, sending 3 or 4 players sprinting toward the landing point. If they won the ball, they forced their way through for a shot. If not, they pressed the No. 2 middle school player in possession with relentless intensity. Every time No. 2 middle school's defenders received the ball, they had to be fully alert to avoid mistakes. Under such pressure, the defenders' energy also declined quickly. The clock passed the 30-minute mark. After another attack by No. 2 middle school was blocked, Meng Qiu sighed softly and shook his head. It seems such attacks are only moderately effective after all, he thought. Still, at least we've kept them under pressure and haven't conceded. In the second half, if we shift more attention to defense, holding on without conceding for 40 minutes shouldn't be a problem, right? Such a pitch, such weather, such visibility. Everything was too terrible. Besides, Yun Feiyang was unable to play. Achoo! Yun Feiyang sneezed from the stands. Huicai launched another counterattack with another long pass. Gao Meng sprinted toward where the ball would land, and this time a Huicai center forward arrived at the spot almost at the same moment. Both leaped at once. Gao Meng was highly confident in his positioning. Although they reached the landing point around the same time, he had secured the better position and was sure to win the first touch. But as he took his final step and braced himself to jump, his foot suddenly slipped. Darn this wretched ground. Gao Meng cursed inwardly as his body uncontrollably slid sideways. He had just stepped right into a hollow. Failing to jump properly, Gao Meng could not prevent the opposing center forward from claiming the first touch. The center forward flicked a header straight into the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Zhou Jianliang, who had been shadowing Meng Qiu all along, suddenly burst forward with a surge of power. Meng Qiu was taken aback, then lowered his head and silently dashed after Zhou Jianliang. Liu Yang, Wei Ming, and the others had all been attacking, and Gao Meng had yet to get up. Only a few capable defenders remained for No. 2 middle school. Although Meng Qiu was slightly faster than Zhou Jianliang, Zhou's sturdy frame was unshakable, and even with Meng Qiu irritating him from behind, he could not be moved. Li Qi ran toward the ball's landing point, and Zhou Jianliang quickly gave chase, both arriving at nearly the same instant. Li Qi swung a foot to clear the ball, but Zhou Jianliang was quicker in nudging the ball aside and dodging the clearance. Off balance after missing the ball, Li Qi quickly regained his footing. Seeing Zhou Jianliang about to drive into the penalty area, he pivoted without a second thought and collided hard into Zhou's shoulder. The impact sent a heavy force surging back into Li Qi, pushing him away. Zhou Jianliang only swayed slightly at the shoulder. Without losing his balance, he took the ball forward and charged into the penalty area. Darn it, stop him! Lin Bing shouted loudly. At that moment, Li Leming and Zhao Qingji on both wings were desperately moving toward the center. Gao Meng was also chasing from behind. Yet the only one who could truly interfere with Zhou Jianliang was Han Ming. Han Ming bravely stepped up to meet him. He knew he was the only one left who could stop Zhou Jianliang, yet he was not afraid. If I stop him, I'll be a hero, he thought. While thinking this, Han Ming considered how to deal with Zhou Jianliang. Would he try to power through, or use a feint? A pass was unlikely since Huaicai's other attackers had not yet caught up. Just then he saw Zhou Jianliang wind up his left foot. A shot, or a feint. Oh no, he's really shooting. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, but by the time Zhou Jianliang actually struck the ball, Han Ming could only lunge forward in dismay. It was already too late. Han Ming, throwing himself forward, only heard a rush of wind by his ear as the ball flew past his face. Lin Bing, whose view had been blocked by Han Ming, still managed to react in time. However, Huicai had not taken many shots earlier, and Lin Bing, standing in goal, was somewhat stiff. By the time he leapt, the ball had already flown into the 6-yard box. In the air, Lin Bing stretched his arm to its fullest. When his fingertips felt that familiar touch, he was about to push the ball away. However, the force behind Zhou Jianliang's shot was greater than Lin Bing had ever imagined. Before he could summon the strength, his fingers were deflected away. The next moment, Lin Bing heard a soft swish from behind his head. Though the sound was faint, it made Lin Bing's heart sink instantly. The students of No. 2 Middle School looked on in disappointment. The Huikai students, on the other hand, went wild. They shouted, cheered hysterically, and chanted Zhou Jianliang's name, celebrating that magnificent goal. This was Huicai's first goal from open play in 3 consecutive matches. Previously, when facing Xinya and Tengfei, Huicai had scored their crucial goals from corner kicks. In this match, No. 2 Middle School had been careful to prevent Huicai from earning any corners, yet Huicai still took the lead through a goal from open play. Haha, did you really think we could only score from set pieces? You fell for it. Xiaofeng, hands on his hips, threw his head back and laughed heartily. Toward the No. 2 Middle School bench, the No. 2 Middle School players began to deeply dislike this fellow, who provokes opponents like that. If their tempers hadn't been relatively mild, someone might have already charged over to confront Xiaofeng. Meng Qiu watched Zhou Jianliang standing there with arms spread wide, receiving his teammates' congratulations, and shook his head. So, we underestimated them after all. Apart from set pieces, that bald man's forward run must have been premeditated. Although there was an element of luck in the goal, they had clearly prepared this attacking pattern beyond set pieces. Still, it's only the first half. There should be a chance to equalize in the second half. As Meng Qiu was thinking this, he noticed Lu Yiyang walking toward him, panting heavily. A sense of unease began to stir in his heart. Lu Yiyang's stamina was normally excellent, yet after only the first half, could he already be this exhausted? Blasted, blasted, blasted. How did they let a goal in like that? That bald coach. If I were out there, I would have shut him down long ago. Yun Feiyong slapped the railing in front of him, speaking with the frustration of a man who expected better. Your situation is really not looking good. The weather, stamina, lineup, tactics. Everything is moving in a direction that is unfavorable to you. Huikai has a really good head coach. To have brought Huikai this far, this coach's leadership is clearly out of the ordinary. Su Miao watched Xiaofeng, who was gesturing exuberantly in the visiting team's coaching area, and said thoughtfully, "What's so impressive about it? It's just trickery. If I could go on." Yun Feiyong had only said a few words before he caught himself, then pressed his lips tightly shut. Su Miao laughed. Haha, this young lad is certainly interesting. He turned to Yi Yan. Don't you think so? Yi Yan answered coldly, he's not only interesting. He has no idea of his own limits. Yun Feiyong gave a snort, convinced that these seniors were banding together to exclude the newcomer. I don't know how you used to play football, but the so-called tricks you mention are extremely important parts of tactics: understanding your opponent, understanding the weather, understanding psychology. These things may look insignificant, yet they can go a long way toward deciding the outcome of a match. Do you think football is that simple? Having skill and physical strength alone is not enough. The details in every aspect can take a lifetime to learn. Yi Yan glanced at Yun Feiyong and said in a cool tone, he may put on a cool act, but what he said is indeed right. Su Miao stepped in to smooth things over, and Yun Feiyong increasingly felt that Su Miao and Yi Yan were natural opposites. Although Yi Yan's name contained 2 fire characters, his manner was cold, while Su Miao, whose name contained 3 water characters, was quite cordial and warm. Forget players. Even those superb coaches, the most professional football researchers on the planet, have not fully understood football. They can only do their best to raise the winning percentage of the teams they lead. How much less can we? Although players don't necessarily need to understand these matters, knowing a bit more will inevitably add some hope of victory. For a match that is truly important. Yun Feiyong nodded thoughtfully. He knew where his shortcoming lay before joining the middle school team. He had rarely played in coordination with teammates, and in those 3 years of junior high, he had mostly relied on his extraordinary personal ability to resolve problems and overcome opponents. So in this area, he might not know as much as an avid football fan. Actually, this was the most remarkable aspect of Yun Feiyong, because his weakness was plain to see. There was much room for him to improve. Once those areas were strengthened, his ability would undoubtedly make a leap forward. What about Meng Qiu? By now, the Erzhong players at halftime had long lost their smiles. They too could sense something was wrong. The opponents had used every factor to the extreme, which was why they were leading at halftime. Erzhong would have to launch a counterattack in the second half. But what could they counterattack with? Yun Feiyong was absent, leaving Erzhong without their most important scorer. The weather was harsh and snowflakes were drifting down endlessly. It was not enough to turn the whole stadium snow white, but the melting snow was making the pitch increasingly muddy. The consequences of playing match after match were now clear. The Erzhong players' physical condition was already very poor. On such a pitch in the second half, how much longer could they hold on? As Xiaofeng would say, of heaven's timing, earthly advantage, and human harmony, not one single element was on Erzhong's side. What could they rely on to win? Xiaofeng felt that his luck had been excellent, though this was in fact already his limit. Huikai did not have a deep foundation after all. He had used every conceivable method to drill these physically capable and headstrong lads, but in just 2 or 3 months, they could be made to put in hard work and little more. Any unexpectedly brilliant display of technique was beyond them. Fortunately, he had also brought along Zhou Jianliang, a young man known for his toughness, and even more so for his football skills. Leading the team into this group stage, Xiaofeng had felt his draw was rather unlucky as soon as he saw the groups. Still, he kept his hopes alive, carefully hiding his team's strength from the very beginning, hoping to win something through the only favorable arrangement in the schedule. Sure enough, what followed almost developed along the best path he could have imagined. He had never expected Li Hu to leave the Tengfei school team after Tengfei lost to Zhong and hand the team to Wang Zhong ahead of schedule. Yet it was even more advantageous to Huikai. Of the three greatest rivals, Zhong, Tengfei, and Xinya, each had worn down the others in fierce contests. Huaicai meanwhile had relatively easily defeated the other three weaker teams. Then they exploited Xinya's eagerness for quick success as well as Tengfei's weakness from Li Hu's absence and the fact that Wang Zhong had not yet truly become Tengfei's core and defeated both of them. As for Zhong, Xiaofeng had originally felt there was little he could do. But now with Yun Feiyang suspended and the weather turning harsh, every advantage had swung his way. I've had decades of bad luck and now my fortune seems to have turned. Originally, I only hoped to make the team look decent on the pitch and perhaps get a chance to coach a truly strong side in the Dalian division. Then a professional club might notice me, I'd become CEO, marry a fair and wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. Now it seems that kind of good fortune may be arriving ahead of schedule. Not to mention Xiaofeng, who had already drifted off into fantasies. Over at Zhong, Liu Yiyang declared in a solemn tone, "We must win. We absolutely have to win." That was an empty statement. Everyone wanted to win, but how? Let's attack right from the start while our stamina can still carry us. Meng Qiu sighed and said, "I'll make more runs in the front court. Captain, be sure to get the ball to me as much as possible. I'll try to break through and see if I can create a chance. There's no choice but to do that." Liu Yiyang also sighed. Facing this kind of situation, the only way to open things up is through individual breakthroughs while we still have the energy to run. Don't worry. Even if it exhausts me on the pitch, I'll keep running. As for tearing through their defense, that will be up to you. It was a last resort. Since the collective attack would not work, they had to rely on one individual. Although Meng Qiu rarely attempted dribbling penetrations in that match against Tengfei, his several breakthroughs had been exceptionally brilliant. No one else possessed such powerful ball-carrying ability, so it all rested on him. Let's get back out there. In any case, we must win. The Zhong players gathered close and shouted 3 times victory. Victory! Victory! After that they split apart and walked onto the pitch. Yi Jiqing let out a sigh. During an entire halftime break, they had not worked out any real countermeasure. The only plan was to leave it to Meng Qiu to carry the ball forward alone. That really seemed like a rather meaningless approach, didn't it? But, apart from this, there doesn't seem to be any other way. Meng Qiu, you must work hard. You promised me that you would win back the right to advance. Yi Jiqing clenched her hands tightly and prayed silently in her heart. Fang Shuer stood beside her, her lovely face filled with worry. Coach Wang meanwhile wore a bitter smile. Never before had he so painfully felt that he was no more than a figurehead. Looking at these determined children. Why was he so useless? Principal, oh principal, why couldn't you have found a proper coach? Coach Wang blamed himself, then blamed the principal, then unconsciously turned to glance at the opposing bench. There that unremarkable middle-aged man was standing with his arms crossed, smiling smugly. Confound it, I'd really like to give him a piece of my mind, Coach Wang thought. Just as Meng Qiu stepped onto the pitch, a shout came from afar. Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu turned and saw Yun Feiyang standing in the stands surrounded by only a few people. Remember what I told you earlier? Bring back that qualification spot. Meng Qiu nodded toward the stands, saying nothing. Feeling that shouting just 2 lines was not very satisfying, Yun Feiyang thought for a moment, and then called out again, "Don't hold back. Use all your special moves. Let those Huikai lads see how powerful you can be." Yun Feiyang's voice was loud, and the whole stadium was quiet at that moment with only the sound of the wind howling. Carried by the wind, his shouts spread across the entire ground. Everyone reacted differently. Su Bin, who had also been feeling dispirited, immediately grew excited at these words and shouted back, "Did you hear that?" Yun Feiyang said, "Meng Qiu still has special moves to show. We're definitely going to win this second half." The cold and hungry Zhong students listened to Su Bin's calls and answered weakly, "Yes, yes. We're definitely going to win. Hey, muster some spirit. Tell those lads that Zhong is not easy to deal with. Earlier when they scored they were laughing loudly. Shouldn't we now show a bit of our own strength?" Su Bin swung his large flag twice and yelled loudly. His roar finally stirred the competitive zeal of the other Zhong students. Right? Senior Liu Yiyang and the others are still playing on the field. Aren't they even more tired than we are? And they're wearing so little. This is exactly the moment for us to keep supporting them. Wu Xian, Meng Qiu's class monitor, also called out loudly. Moved by their example, the Zhong students gradually revived. Amid the swirling snow, they began to cheer at the top of their voices. Xiaofeng, however, cast a somewhat wary glance at Meng Qiu on the pitch, then smiled. Trying to bluff me. Special moves indeed. Does he think he's a manga character? On a football field, what special moves can there be? Fundamentals, physical conditioning, imagination, determination, and courage. If you can bring those out on the pitch, those are the true special moves. As for what Yun Feiyang shouted from the stands, just pretend it doesn't exist. It's all an illusion and it won't intimidate me. I heard you still have some tricks up your sleeve. I'd truly love to see them, Zhou Jinliang, who had been following Meng Qiu closely, said with a mocking smile on his face. However, Meng Qiu showed no sign of anger. He simply continued with his positioning, completely ignoring him. Seeing that Meng Qiu did not respond, Zhou Jinliang said nothing more. He was not the type to chatter endlessly on the pitch either. Liu Yiyang exerted himself to control the ball in midfield facing Huikai, players who pressed him relentlessly without sparing any energy. He knew that neither he nor the other 2 middle school players could sustain their stamina for much longer. The most crucial thing was to quickly break through the opponent's defense and deliver the ball to Meng Qiu. As for whether Meng Qiu could shake off Zhou Jinliang's marking, and what he would do after freeing himself from Zhou Jinliang's defense to face Huizai's backline, these were not concerns for now. If they could not even accomplish this, then no, Two Middle School would have no further chance to equalize the score. Two Huikai players pressed Liu Yiying fiercely on all sides. He felt as though he might lose control of the ball at any moment. Yet in this moment a growing frustration began to stir within his heart. I am one of the finest midfielders in Dalian. How could I be defeated by a bunch of nameless players? After roaring silently in his mind, Liu Yiying dragged the ball backward with his left foot, seemingly pulling it too far to lure the opponent into overcommitting. Only then did he swiftly cut it back with his right foot, sidestepping the player who had rushed forward too aggressively. After completing this sequence of moves, Liu Yiying lifted his foot and passed the ball to Wei Ming on the wing. Wei Ming was equally frustrated inside. Due to the poor condition of the field, a speedster like him had almost no room to shine. After all, his dribbling skills were not exceptional, and the uneven ground inevitably diminished the effectiveness of his pace. Upon receiving Liu Yiying's pass, Wei Ming immediately chose to pass it back. Liu Yiying, making a forward run, saw that Meng Qiu had just executed a sudden diagonal drift backward, momentarily freeing himself from Zhou Jinliang's tight marking. Without hesitation, Liu Yiying struck the ball and sent it flying toward him. Liu Yiying had controlled the power of this pass perfectly. What he did not expect was that after rolling for about 2/3 of the distance, the ball simply came to a stop. What a terrible field. Liu Yiying muttered a curse and prepared to charge forward for the ball, but an opposing player beat him to it, launching a powerful kick that sent the ball into No. 2 Middle School's half. With a field like this, things are not looking good for No. 2 Middle School. Even Liu Yiying has suffered because of it. Su Miao couldn't help but shake her head. Gao Ming leaped with all his might, this time paying close attention to his footing, and managed to clear the ball with a powerful header before his opponent could reach it. At the landing spot, two Huikai players both rushed forward, but Li Qi got there first. He delivered another header layoff, sending the ball directly back to Liu Yiying near the center circle. Just as Liu Yiying trusted that Meng Qiu would definitely score after receiving the ball, the other No. 2 Middle School players also believed that Liu Yiying would skillfully deliver the ball to Meng Qiu's feet. This complete and unreserved trust was both pressure and motivation. Cushioning Li Qi's header with his chest, and sensing an opponent closing in from behind, Liu Yiying lifted his foot to gently tap the descending ball upward, then quickly exerted force to loft it over his own head. Then he immediately turned. The opposing player, pushing forward with full force, never anticipated such a move from Liu Yiying. His feet slipped, and he stumbled forward uncontrollably. Having shaken off his marker, Liu Yiying began to drive forward with the ball. The deeper he advanced, the lighter the pressure on Meng Qiu would become. After all, other Huikai players could not simply watch him burst past them. Indeed, two Huikai players simultaneously closed in on Liu Yiying. It was not only the No. 2 Middle School players who could lose their heads in the heat of the moment. The Huikai players were equally prone to it. Xiao Feng rose to his feet, sensing something amiss. With those two Huikai players pressing forward aside from Zhou Jinliang, who was already marking Meng Qiu, there were few defensive resources left. Liu Yiying controlled the ball masterfully, keeping it away from both opponents, no matter how they tried to win it back. Finally, after Meng Qiu once again used a clever run to temporarily shake off Zhou Jinliang's marking, Liu Yiying made his pass. Learning from the previous mistake this time, he did not send a low drive, but rather a half-volley pass. Meng Qiu sprinted forward and cushioned the ball with his chest. Zhou Jinliang chased closely behind, confident that he could prevent Meng Qiu from even turning around. Then he watched as Meng Qiu's shoulders twitched, appearing ready to flick the ball backward with his heel. Zhou Jinliang sneered inwardly. Although his actual playing experience was not extensive as a trained martial artist, he possessed an intimate understanding of human biomechanics. The movement of the shoulders could reveal what the feet were about to do. Every motion was part of an integrated whole, something that might go unnoticed by others, but to Zhou Jinliang's trained eye it often revealed the opponent's next move. It was precisely this ability that allowed Zhou Jinliang to shut down Wang Zhong in the previous match, leaving Wang Zhong deeply frustrated, yet unable to understand why his every move seemed to be anticipated. Zhou Jinliang slowed his forward momentum. He didn't even intend to intercept the ball mid-pass. If Meng Qiu wanted to play it through, let him try. As long as he could not get past Zhou Jinliang himself, what use would the ball rolling through be? However, Meng Qiu did not attempt the heel flick. At the very instant before his foot made contact with the ball, his ankle gave a subtle flick, tapping the ball sharply from the side, and in one fluid motion, he shifted laterally by a full meter without turning his body. Only then did he smoothly turn his body around. To Zhou Jinliang, known for his quick reflexes, the entire sequence left him standing dumbfounded, utterly unable to react in time. The No. 2 Middle School students erupted into cheers. Did that guy just freeze for a second? Ha ha. Yun Feiyong burst out laughing. However, Yi Yin frowned and exchanged a glance with Lu Fengwei. Both being excellent center backs, they naturally understood why Zhou Jinliang had been momentarily rooted to the spot. Simply put, before that moment, Meng Qiu had executed a feint that caused Zhou Jinliang to misread the situation entirely, leaving him completely caught off guard. The only uncertainty was that given the distance, even Yi Yin and Lu Fenghui could not discern exactly what had happened. Zhou Jinliang was only stunned for a brief moment before regaining his composure. Although he appeared fierce, he was actually a very calm player. Yet at this moment he could not help but feel a surge of intense frustration. How dare he deceive me like this? Zhou Jianliang gritted his teeth and launched himself forward. What he saw next was Meng Qiu winding up his left leg right where he stood. Zhou Jianliang immediately dropped into a sliding tackle. He did not slide toward Meng Qiu himself, but rather threw his entire body forward, positioning himself directly in front of Meng Qiu. If Meng Qiu attempted a shot, it would surely be blocked. At this moment, Zhou Jianliang was also acting on impulse. Committing a sliding tackle was not impossible, but unless one had absolute certainty of success, missing the challenge would leave one completely defenseless for a considerable time. Meng Qiu's shot was yet another convincing feint. Upon contacting the ball, his left ankle gave a subtle twitch, dragging the ball toward his right side. Zhou Jianliang, already on the ground, could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled right past his eyes. In that instant, he nearly felt the urge to grab it. Of course, he did not act on it. Had he done so, not only would he have conceded a dangerous free kick, he would also have certainly received a red card. If he were sent off, even if no. Two middle school stamina was heavily depleted, Hui Kai would still have no chance of winning. Zhou Jianliang knew exactly how crucial he was to Hui Kai, so he forcibly restrained his urge to act recklessly. Nevertheless, in the moments that followed, he could do nothing to stop Meng Qiu. Having left Zhou Jianliang behind with a thoroughly convincing feint, Meng Qiu was now nearing the edge of the penalty area. He quickly pushed the ball forward into the box and burst inside. "It's over." Xiao Feng sighed and slumped back into his chair. The last remaining Hui Kai defender desperately charged forward to block Meng Qiu's advance. Then he saw Meng Qiu lift his foot, preparing to pass. Only then did he remember that Zhao Rui was unmarked inside the penalty area. This thought made him pause, and Meng Qiu executed another feint. Just as the defender threw himself sideways to cut off the pass to Zhao Rui, Meng Qiu dragged the ball once more and slipped past him. Now it was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Hui Kai's goalkeeper was a towering, imposing figure. In this moment, having abandoned his goal to charge outward, he nearly covered the entire width of the net. He definitely won't score. He barely shot during the previous matches. Xiao Feng still held onto a slim hope, praying silently in his heart. Even the two middle school players lacked confidence at this moment, because Meng Qiu truly had not taken a shot in any of the previous matches, not even during team training sessions. However, Liu Yiyang in midfield couldn't help but smile. He remembered Meng Qiu's first warm-up match since joining the team, when he had ghosted into the penalty area unseen by anyone and calmly tapped in Yun Feiyang's shot into an empty net. Meng Qiu doesn't know how to shoot. Perhaps it's because our tactics never asked him to shoot. Facing the charging goalkeeper, Meng Qiu did not attempt a powerful strike or a chipped shot. Instead, he casually nudged the ball with the inside of his foot. This was not even a low-driven shot along the ground, but a firm, low-rising effort that never touched the turf. The Hui Kai goalkeeper seemed to have covered every possible angle. Yet there was still one opening. The ball sailed just in front of the Hui Kai goalkeeper's legs, struck the inside of the near post, and rebounded into the net. Meng Qiu's first goal in the Dalian regional tournament. Liu Yiyang let out a long breath and began clapping with a smile. What a strange fellow. If we don't ask him to shoot, he really won't shoot. If things hadn't gone this way today, he probably wouldn't have shot in the match at all. We'll need to push him harder in the future, Liu Yiyang thought to himself. Ha ha ha. I told you he had a hidden ace, didn't I? You wouldn't believe me. Now you're all dumbfounded. Yun Feiyang laughed exuberantly in the stands. Earlier, he had simply been stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat, but as it turned out, Meng Qiu really had been holding back a hidden move all along. Now it was his turn to be pleased. The four most renowned captains in Dalian high school football circles looked at one another, hardly able to believe what they had seen. Was that a coincidence, or? Su Miao asked hesitantly. Yi Yan shook his head. I don't know. But if it wasn't a coincidence, then this young man Meng Qiu is truly formidable. Just when you think you have him figured out, he always has something more to offer. For a coach, having such a player on your own side is a stroke of luck, while having him on the opposing side is a daunting thought. The unexpected is always the last thing a coach wants to face. Lu Fengwei added a comment, and the four captains then turned pitying looks toward the visiting team's coaching bench below. What a pity for that coach, he might have created a miracle. Li Hu sighed with emotion. By defeating Ting Fei, he's already created a miracle, Su Miao said with a smile. You can be so exasperating. Li Hu was annoyed. However, Xiao Feng's mood at the moment was not as despondent as they had imagined. Unexpected events are indeed displeasing, but on closer reflection, losing because of something like this couldn't be considered his own fault. Perhaps because he had been unlucky all along, Xiao Feng was a fairly open-minded person. After the restart, he shouted twice toward the pitch, ordering the Hui Kai players to intensify their attack in the remaining time. The score was already level, and qualifying or not was no longer the top priority. It was better to launch an impassioned attack and at least enjoy the game. Moreover, more than 10 minutes had passed in the second half, and the two middle school players' stamina was nearly exhausted. Hui Kai was not without a chance. Attack. A full-scale attack. Hui Kai had rarely launched a full-scale attack before. They usually won by creating chaotic scrambles and snatching victory from the confusion. Yet that didn't mean they were incapable of attacking. Their attacking method was simple. They lofted long balls from the back straight into the opponent's penalty area, then followed with a sustained aerial onslaught. This tactic had a crude yet time-honored name, the long ball game. Perhaps for a certain reason, the players Xiao Feng selected were all burly and physically strong. They might have been rough with the ball at their feet, but in such weather on such a pitch, and with such an advantage in fitness, their long ball game posed a grave threat. They contested every ball fiercely against the two players. Even when they couldn't win the first landing spot, they would still bump into the no. Two players. Such bumps were not fouls, but they could drain the no. Two players' strength even faster. Even Gao Meng, Han Ming, and Li Qi, who had the best endurance, were beginning to falter under such impact. Had it not been for Lin Bing's outstanding performance, saving shots high and low, the no. 2 goal might have been breached by that relentless pressure. If this goes on, things are looking bad for no. 2 middle school. The defensive pressure is weighing on them the whole time. If a single mistake occurs, the entire team could be overwhelmed. Yi Yan said with a frown. Yun Feiyong bit his lip. He knew very well why no. 2's counterattacks were not working. They lacked height up front. Even when they cleared the ball, the opponents would head it back down and quickly launch a second attack. It wasn't that no. 2 didn't want to keep possession or control the tempo. It was simply that under these circumstances there was no room to control the rhythm at all. Meng Qiu also wanted to run back and help defend, but Liu Yang called him to stop. Don't come back. Stay up front. If we clear the ball, go and fight for it. Otherwise we won't have any counterattacking strength left. But even up front I can hardly win the first landing spot. Meng Qiu said hesitantly. That doesn't matter. With you up front, our clearances will have a clearer target. Most importantly, they're playing high balls and crosses. Under these circumstances, dropping back won't do any good. If you stay up front, you can also keep that bald-headed one in check. Liu Yang's judgment this time was undoubtedly quite sound. Although Meng Qiu could hardly win the first landing spot from the defense's clearances, as long as he got the ball once with his dribbling ability, he would very likely put no. 2 ahead. Once they took the lead, defending would naturally become much easier. Meng Qiu dropping back would not help no. 2's current defense, but staying up front, he could possibly bring no. 2 the goal that gave them the lead. No matter how small that possibility, they could not give it up. Zhou Jianliang looked toward the front and hesitated about whether he should push forward to attack. By then Zhao Rui had already pulled back. Wei Ming had become the left back, and together with Zhao Qingji they guarded no. 2's left flank. Up front, only a solitary Meng Qiu remained for no. 2. At this moment Zhou Jianliang began to wonder what purpose he still served by staying close to Meng Qiu. The other teammates were all striving earnestly. These usually lazy, bullying, cowardly, and despised troublemakers had now forgotten everything else, fighting solely for one goal. They didn't even resort to physical contact that bordered on fouls. They just kept sprinting and attacking. In their eyes there was only the football at this moment, and he as their captain could only guard the back and take no part in the attack. Then what kind of captain was he? At that thought, Zhou Jianliang could no longer hold himself back. He calculated very clearly there were only about 10+ minutes left before the end of the second half. If he pushed forward at this time, perhaps he could decisively overpower the opponents. Meng Qiu suddenly noticed that Zhou Jianliang, who had been shadowing him all along, suddenly dashed into no. 2's half with blazing determination. Now only one Huikai defender remained to guard him. Meng Qiu bit his lip. The defense now depends entirely on you all. Better give me an accurate throw-in, and I'll settle these guys once and for all. When Xiaofeng saw Zhou Jianliang charge forward, he stood up from the coach's bench. But he quickly sat back down. There was no other choice. Although it meant risking another goal from Meng Qiu, it wasn't a situation where he couldn't take a gamble. Then he turned to the substitutes bench and let out a wry smile. No. 2 middle schools certainly had no suitable player to bring on, but did he have any suitable one to bring on either? Like no. 2 middle school Huikai was not a professional football academy. Its foundation was still weak after all. The snow fell heavier and heavier. In the less trafficked areas around the pitch, a thin layer of snow had begun to collect. Yet despite the icy weather, none of the players on the field felt the slightest chill. Hold on. Hold on. Su Bin and the others were now shouting such slogans. Anyone could tell that no. 2's players were relying purely on willpower to carry on. Every time the ball went out of bounds, they would bend over, hands on their knees, gasping for breath. But when the match restarted, they would spring back to life and dash forward to block the opponent's attacks. Zhou Jianliang shouldered past Li Qi's defense and unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Mine. Lin Bing shouted, then dived toward the ball. However, as the ball flew into the penalty area, a Huikai player grazed it with his foot, deflecting it toward the other side of the goal. Just as the no. 2 players' hearts were about to sink, a tall figure lunged toward the goal, and with an inch to spare hooked the ball off the goal line. At the critical moment, Gao Meng made a vital clearance. After the clearance, Gao Meng slid all the way into the goal, his jersey covered in mud. The ball flew toward the sideline. The nearest Huikai player chased it for 2 steps, saw he couldn't catch it, and stopped. Let it go out. I can take a breather. This Huikai player was also exhausted by now. But just as he was slowly walking off the pitch, a figure swept past him with a gust of wind. At this instant, Wei Ming was truly like a bolt of lightning. He lunged outward, threw himself to the ground, and just before the ball crossed the line, swept it back into play with one foot. The ball rolled to Liu Yang's feet, and Liu Yang immediately struck a long pass. The ball landed accurately in the middle of the front field. Meng Qiu, who had been standing at the center circle, looking idle, suddenly burst into a forward sprint. He's offside. The last Huikai defender clearly saw that Meng Qiu was behind him when Liu Yang passed the ball and immediately raised his hand to signal. However, loud jeers rang out from the sideline. Idiot. There is no offside in one's own half. Don't you even know that rule? The no. 2 players were roaring with laughter. When Liu Yang passed the ball, Meng Qiu was just barely on no. 2's side of the halfway line. Even if there was no second opposing player ahead of him, the notion of offside was simply impossible. Xiaofeng's vision went dark and he was so mortified that he nearly wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. How embarrassing. How could he not know this rule? Xiaofeng thought speechless. Meng Qiu, however, did not care what the opponents thought. Their ignorance had handed him such a golden opportunity. He now faced only the goalkeeper. Meng Qiu nudged Lu Yiyang's long pass forward and burst through. The Huikai keeper charged out, but facing this defense, Meng Qiu simply changed direction, sidestepped the keeper, and dashed past him. What followed was simple. Meng Qiu pushed the ball into the empty net, and it rolled over the goal line. 2-1. No. Two Middle School took the lead with 5 minutes left in the match. After slotting the ball into the empty net, Meng Qiu dashed past the goal mouth and raced to the foot of the stands, spreading his arms wide toward the crowd. This particular section of the stands was exactly where the No. 2 high school students had gathered. By now every No. 2 high student was in a frenzy. Su Bin waved the large banner in his hands like a legendary golden staff, while behind him the students surged to the front of the stands, shouting and cheering for Meng Qiu with all their might. His teammates were still in their own half. At this moment, only Meng Qiu alone received the cheers of all the No. 2 high students. He closed his eyes, the chill dispelled by the blazing, surging warmth that washed over him. This feeling, it really is wonderful. The purpose of playing football, isn't this one of them? The other No. 2 high players did not rush over to celebrate with Meng Qiu, for they no longer had the strength to run all the way to the opposing byline. They simply embraced one another and offered encouragement. The match was not over yet. Although the likelihood of Huikai scoring 2 goals in the remaining 5 minutes was quite slim, it was still possible, wasn't it? Lin Bing turned around and shook his fist at the stands behind him, shouting, "Shout. Go on, shout some more." From the very start of the second half, the Huikai students in the stands behind him had been endlessly taunting and cursing, and Lin Bing had long been simmering with suppressed anger. As Meng Qiu jogged back toward his own half, Zhou Jianliang stood with his hands on his hips at the center circle, watching him with a complex expression. Under his defense, that diminutive fellow had still managed to score 2 goals. Although Zhou Jianliang did not have much match experience, he had not allowed anyone to score against him during the group stage, no matter the opponent. Yet Meng Qiu had put 2 past him. If that goal was nothing special, then earlier, when Huikai was defending with all their hearts, Meng Qiu had still broken through their entire defensive line with a series of moves that left him utterly bewildered, and then slotted the ball home. For the first time, Zhou Jianliang truly understood the ruthlessness of the football world. Did he think that being physically gifted and trained in martial arts would let him conquer everything? Football was not a game that could be won with such gifts alone. In the following play, the No. 2 high team withdrew into full defense, and Meng Qiu also returned to his own half to help. Though he could do little against their high balls and long crosses, whenever the opponents tried to orchestrate short passes, he would always appear in the right place to disrupt their passing. When Zhou Jianliang's long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area was once again smothered by Lin Bing, the referee, no doubt suffering from the cold too, blew the final whistle after only 1 minute of added time. We advanced. The No. 2 high students shouted this phrase. After such a breathtaking match, they could still celebrate advancing from the group with such excitement. Could there be anything happier than this? Perhaps there was, but at this moment, for all the players and students of No. 2 high No. The No. 2 high substitutes poured onto the pitch, including the 2 girls. Despite the players being covered in mud, the 2 girls who loved cleanliness the most ran around hugging everyone, not caring that their own clothes were becoming muddy too. At a time like this, what was there to care about? We won, we advanced from this difficult group, and next year we'll compete in the quarterfinals of the Dalian Division. Reaching the Dalian Division quarterfinals for 2 consecutive years. Perhaps that was not an impressive achievement for the powerful football school teams, but for No. 2 high, every step they took was making history. To advance under these circumstances. Apart from Meng Qiu's unexpected burst of brilliance, the collective will and fighting spirit of No. 2 high also left a deep impression. Lu Fenghui said thoughtfully. Lu Yiyang and the others have always been the backbone of No. 2 high, and with the addition of several good players this year, the team already has the ability to upset the balance of the entire Dalian Division. If the Dalian Division selects 18 teams to play a league, even if they can't make the top 5, they'll at least finish in the top 8. And even the leading teams would probably lose to them from time to time. Yi Yan replied. Old fellows don't go capsizing in a ditch and lose to this team, Su Miao said with a grin. Who's old? You're the same age as us. Yi Yan and Lu Fenghui immediately turned their barbs towards Su Miao. But I look young, Su Miao touched his face and said narcissistically. Yi Yan and Lu Fenghui both spat at the top midfielder of the Dalian Division, but Su Miao ignored them. He turned to the young man behind him who looked almost exactly like him, and said, Wang Ziyuan, if we run into No. 2 high next, you must be careful with Meng Qiu. Wang Ziyuan laughed. Captain, I face the best attacking midfielder in China every day. I won't lose to him. I am indeed the best attacking midfielder in China, but he has a different style from mine. Su Miao accepted the title naturally, but said seriously to Wang Ziyuan, I'm good at holding the ball in place, shaking off markers, and orchestrating the attack. I originally thought Meng Qiu was the same type of player as me, but after watching this match I realize he's more complete than I am and far more aggressive on the pitch. If you use the method for dealing with me against him, you might get punished. Wang Ziyuan's expression turned serious and he nodded at Su Miao. Hey, where's Yun Feiyong? Li Hu suddenly realized Yun Feiyong was gone. Wang Zhong pointed to the pitch. He's already gone down to celebrate. Li Hu shook his head. Let's go. This year has nothing to do with us. Next year's matches, Wang Zhong, you need to work hard. With that, Li Hu greeted Su Miaoyin and Lu Fenghui, then turned and left with Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong looked back at the pitch, let out a regretful sigh, and followed him away. Let's go too. Now that we've watched this match, when are you planning to recruit Zhou Jianliang? Su Miao asked Yi Yin. Damn, why should I tell you? Yi Yin cursed. I'm telling you, Qingxi is determined to have Zhou Jianliang. Don't even think about snatching him, Yunbei. Unaware that he had already been eyed by the two powerhouses of Dalian high school football, Zhou Jianliang had returned to Xiaofeng's side. Xiaofeng patted his shoulder and let out a sigh. Let's go back. This business of falling at the last moment isn't something I've done only once. It's a pity this time, but it's not the end of the world. Zhou Jianliang nodded, then shouted a few times to gather the Huikai players and begin their exit from the field. In this group stage, they too had their moments of glory, since they didn't get the chance to advance. Then wait until next year. We'll come again next year. Meng Qiu, you're also a freshman. There are still 2 years ahead. Next year I'll compete with you again. The losers left the field, the victors' celebration continued. Only when the excitement had subsided a little and the cold began to set in did Lu Yang wave an arm and call out. All right, brothers, let's hurry and get showered and changed. Don't let us all catch a cold tomorrow. The players burst out laughing. There were no more matches anyway, so even if they caught a cold, what did it matter? Thank you so much, thank you so much. You made up for my mistake of not being able to play. Let's go eat later, it's my treat. No one is allowed to leave. After dinner, let's hit KTV and sing. Tomorrow is Sunday. How about partying all night? Yun Feiyong shouted loudly, his voice sparked even louder cheers. Young Master Yun is so straightforward. Boss Yun is a real man. Coach Wang beamed at the boisterous players, then turned to Feng Shuer and Yi Jiqing. Why don't you head home first? Take a shower, change your clothes, and meet back at school. At that moment, not one person on the team was clean. The players who had been on the pitch went without saying, and even those who hadn't played now had their jackets covered in mud splatters from the wild celebrating and hugging. The two girls, Yi Jiqing and Feng Shuer, were no exception. The boys did not mind. A dirty jacket was no big deal since their inner clothes were clean, and the on-field players could simply go take a hot shower and put on fresh clothes. Only the two girls were more troublesome. In winter, most boys' jackets were mainly gray or black, and dried mud was hardly noticeable. They could go to dinner and sing without embarrassment. But the two girls, although both wore long-down jackets, one pink-yellow and the other bright red, even a few mud spots would stand out, let alone a whole mess of them. Feng Shuer and Yi Jiqing looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. After giving their assent, they immediately fled like the wind. Go shower, then meet Feng Shuer and Yi Jiqing at school. Tonight the school team celebrates. No one leaves until we're drunk. Coach Wang added, his voice drawing even louder cheers from the players. The knockout stage matches would take place in March next year. For the members of the No. 2 high school team, the time ahead was a relaxed period. They had already drawn the attention of all the strong teams, but what did that matter? Just play on one match at a time. Now is a time for celebration, so celebrate without a care. To savor joy in the happiest moments. That is the meaning of life. That evening, even Meng Qiu was urged to drink a fair amount, but his tolerance was poor. After just a few cups of beer, he slumped onto the table and fell fast asleep, drawing peals of laughter from the others. He is the biggest hero of our group stage advancement. Looking at Meng Qiu, who had been moved to the couch and was sleeping soundly, Lu Yang said with feeling. Even Yun Feiyong had no objection to that. Everyone had witnessed Meng Qiu's performance. From now on, we need to train even harder. In next year's knockout round, we'll fight our way to the national tournament. Yun Feiyong waved his fist and shouted, and his cry immediately struck a chord with everyone. Amid the clamor, the sleeping Meng Qiu smacked his lips, turned over, and drifted back to sleep. Son, I heard you've hardly attended any classes this semester. Meng Qiu filled a bowl of rice for his son and said with a serious expression. Why do you never change this habit? Always talking business at the dinner table. Can't we talk after the meal? Lu Hui shot her husband a glare, then turned to their son, who was reaching for the bowl. Xiao Qiu, don't be nervous. Eat first, or we'll talk after. I'm not scared at all. Meng Qiu muttered inwardly, then took a few bites of rice. After the meal, Meng Qiu put down his bowl and said, honestly, this semester, I've basically been training at a classmate's house. Dad, that classmate of mine is amazing. He set up a training room at home with a dedicated fitness coach. I never expected that after returning to the country, I could continue receiving formal football training. Meng Jiwu and Lu Hui exchanged a glance. When you came back, didn't you say that as long as you could play football, you would study hard? Meng Jiwu said with a stern face. How was I supposed to know Chinese high school was that demanding? With Chinese and math, except for English, which I always score high on, I recognize every Chinese character, but don't understand them when they're put together, and math gives me a headache as soon as I see it. Meng Qiu said, quite aggrieved. Ahem, that was our fault too. We took you to Bolivia when you were so young, where the education system is on a completely different level from that in China. It was indeed difficult to throw you directly into a Chinese high school. Meng Jiwu and Lu Hui exchanged another glance, then said to Meng Qiu, but when you came back you said it was fine not to play football. Have you changed your mind now? I suppose so. Meng Qiu nodded. At least right now I feel very happy. Playing with these teammates, they all look after me, and if I perform, well, maybe a professional team will take notice of me. That's fine. You've been playing football since you were little, it'd be a shame to give it up now. And professional players earn good money these days. But you must promise me to stay in high school for a while longer, at least get familiar with the school atmosphere and communicate with your classmates. School is a small society. Even if you make a living from football, you still need to understand how the world works. Meng Qiu nodded at every sentence his father said. How could he not listen to his father's words? Moreover, Meng Qiu had never been too strict with him since childhood, so Meng Qiu felt he should be more obedient. Seeing her husband finished, Lu Hui beamed and said, "Son, I saw your picture in the newspaper. My son is truly impressive. As soon as you returned, you've become a somewhat famous football star." Meng Qiu's face reddened slightly. He thought his mother was exaggerating a bit. But after taking the newspaper from her, he saw himself on the sports page. Muddy as he was, he stood straight with a faint smile, looking ridiculously handsome. "I wonder who took it making me look so handsome," Meng Qiu said a little bashfully. Lu Hui clicked her tongue. "What are you saying? My son has always been this handsome." "Old Meng, don't you think so?" Meng Qiu nodded proudly. "Of course he's my son." Meng Qiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head, leaving his parents, who had started complimenting themselves, to head back to his room. But then his mother called from behind. "Oh son, I hear girls these days are quite bold. Has no one openly confessed to you?" Meng Qiu almost stumbled. He turned around and shouted with a wry smile, "Mom, what are you talking about? I'm only 16. How could there be girls confessing to me? What's wrong with 16? When I was 16, I had already been dating your father for a year," Lu Hui said smugly. Meng Qiu fled back to his room. Finally, the winter break had arrived, and he could rest a bit, but his parents had also finished their business and come home, making it hard for him to find any peace. But that photo just now was really well taken, ha. The Spring Festival was not unfamiliar to Meng Qiu. Although he had grown up abroad, every year during Spring Festival, no matter how difficult or busy things were, his parents always celebrated it with him. If I don't work out, I'm going to gain weight." Meng Qiu looked in the mirror, felt he had put on some weight, immediately jumped off the bed, grabbed a key, and prepared to go out. "I'm going out to train. I'll be back in the evening." After yelling that to his parents, Meng Qiu rushed out the door. "It's New Year. Where are you going to train?" Meng Qiu called from behind, then didn't bother further. After all, he knew Meng Qiu would be back for dinner by evening. It seems Xiao Qiu has made a good friend. According to him, that training equipment must have cost a lot. He just handed him a key like that for him to use. Lu Hui was mulling over a different question. "I'd say his family is quite wealthy and doesn't care about that. Besides, although the equipment is expensive, a thief would have no use for it. There's nowhere to sell it," Meng Qiu said with a chuckle. Jogging all the way to the training room. Meng Qiu's home was about a 20-minute drive from No. 2 High School, and Yun Feiyang's training room happened to be right between the two. Jogging over served as a warm-up for Meng Qiu. After catching his breath, Meng Qiu sighed. Indeed, he couldn't afford to relax. After advancing from the group stage, he had trained for over a month, but the winter break had only been half a month. That half month of rest had already taken a toll on his stamina. It truly was like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall back. From now on, I must maintain at least 4 hours of intensive training every day. Meng Qiu knew that his remarkable endurance wasn't only due to arduous training. Bolivia's highland climate had forged his strong physique. However, once he left the plateau, if he didn't maintain it with rigorous training, the benefits from the highlands would gradually fade away from his body. Since he wanted to become a professional player, he had to hold himself to professional standards in every detail. Of course, many professional players aren't actually that professional. But if he wanted a longer, better-maintained career, he had to do better. He took out his key to open the door, but found it ajar. Clattering sounds of equipment came from inside. "Why are you here so early?" Meng Qiu pushed the door open and asked in surprise. "It's only the 5th day of the new year." Yun Feiyang, who was doing strength training, looked up with glistening sweat on his forehead. "It's boring at home anyway, seeing one person after another all day. I'm not going to take over the family business, so I don't know why Dad insists on bringing me to meet those people. Training here is much more fun." After saying that, Yun Feiyang asked Meng Qiu, "Aren't you supposed to be celebrating the Spring Festival with your parents? Why are you here today?" "Home is too boring. And there are no relatives to visit, so I thought I might as well train," Meng Qiu replied. Then the two of them laughed at the same time. One fled from a home too lively, the other came from a home too quiet. They really were kindred spirits in their own ways. "You really need to work on your conditioning. Looks like you did nothing these past 2 weeks." After watching Meng Qiu finish a set of strength training, Yun Feiyang said with a frown, "Right, once I stop I lose it. But I see you haven't let up on training." Meng Qiu replied with a smile. "Of course I'm going to be a professional player." Many players maintain their form through daily training. Those evergreen players who kept playing until nearly 40 all did the same. You know Zanetti, right? Rumor has it that even on his wedding day, he went to train for half a day. That's the secret to his decades-long consistent performance. Yun Feiyang said with a smile. "I want to be a professional player too." Meng Qiu nodded. "Looks like I'll have to maintain myself properly from now on." "Really? You didn't say that before. What changed your mind?" Yun Feiyang asked curiously. "Because I realized I'm not cut out for studying." Meng Qiu spread his hands. "After all, I spent so many years abroad. When I came back, I simply couldn't keep up." "Huh?" Yun Feiyang burst out laughing. He hadn't expected Meng Qiu's reason to be just that. "Is it that funny? Life has to go on. If this path doesn't work, I'll choose another one that suits me better." Meng Qiu replied with a smile. No. Yun Feiyang immediately shook his head. "I just think you're very suited to being a professional player. Let's perform well from now on, try to catch the eye of foreign scouts, and then go abroad to play football together." "I haven't thought that far yet. Before becoming a professional, I want to play more at No. 2 High School," Meng Qiu said thoughtfully. "Besides, it's still questionable whether any scout will even notice me. Why think so far ahead now? You can't think like that. A player's career is short. The earlier you can play abroad, the better." Yun Feiyong said, the football environment at home has improved a lot, but training is still not up to Europe's level. If there's a chance, go abroad as early as possible. I've just come back from abroad. It's not all that special. As long as you play well, it's the same anywhere. Meng Qiu had a different view. Every spring festival was lively, and this one was no exception. Yet amid the festive bustle, 2 teenagers spent their spring festival in the training room. There was grueling training, and even more the anticipation of the new semester. There was only about a month until the knockout stage began. After the new year, it would be mid-February, and in mid-March the Dalian regional knockout tournament would start. Yunbei, Qingxi, and Sunshine. These powerhouses of the Dalian division would be no 2 high schools' opponents. After the spring festival, the earth was supposed to revive. But of course that was impossible. Although the winter had been warm, the cold snap after a warm winter often proved particularly fierce. Students of no 2 middle schools, still bundled in thick coats, began their new semester. Lu Yiyang had been very busy lately. With the new semester came the knockout stage of the Dalian regional tournament. Although Lu Yiyang was quite familiar with the other strong teams, many of them had recruited new players this year, and merely gathering intelligence on them had been exhausting enough. He had spent the entire spring festival dwelling on such matters, leaving him no chance to truly enjoy the holiday. Despite the fatigue, Lu Yiyang did not complain in the least. It was a task he had taken upon himself, and he could only feel ashamed that he had not done even better. In the midst of his busy schedule, Gao Meng came to find Lu Yiyang and told him that the principal wanted to see him. Filled with curiosity, Lu Yiyang hurried to the principal's office. Xiao Lu, come in and sit down. When Lu Yiyang arrived at the principal's office, he was surprised to see Coach Wang there as well. It seemed the matter concerned the football team. After taking a seat, the principal first made a few official remarks, praising the team's outstanding performance last year and how they had brought honor to the school, and commending Lu Yiyang, the team captain, for his hard work and dedication. Then he changed the subject. Last year, Coach Wang once approached me hoping to find a more professional head coach for the team. Now we've finally found such a person, the principal said with a smile. Lu Yiyang was taken aback, then turned to look at Coach Wang, only to find that Coach Wang was equally dumbfounded. Old Wang, even though we found a new head coach, you can't simply step back. You'll remain part of the coaching staff. Isn't it customary for head coaches to have assistant coaches? I think you'll be perfect for that role. The principal continued. Having said that, ignoring the 2 stupefied figures, one old and one young, he called out toward the small office adjoining his own. All right, you can come out now. Coach Wang and Lu Yiyang, who were already astonished, now wore expressions of even greater surprise as they stared at the unremarkable middle-aged man who appeared before them. Xiao Feng waved at them with a beaming smile. Hi, hello to both of you. We meet again so soon. What a small world. Lu Yiyang went rigid with shock and turned his head with difficulty toward the principal. Well, Mr. Xiao Feng will become the coach of our school team from now on. He'll be hired on a contract basis. There's no official appointment, only a formal contract. The principal nodded with satisfaction. Furthermore, Xiao Feng will also participate in the purchase of training equipment. Under his professional guidance, we'll make the No. 2 middle school team the leading football team in all of Dalian. Xiao Feng shook hands with Coach Wang, then turned to Lu Yiyang. Let's go, my captain. Take me to meet my players. Then he waved his hand behind him. Oh my God, that guy came too. Lu Yiyang pressed his forehead and was involuntarily pulled away by Xiao Feng. Following behind them was a silent, bald-headed man as cold as ice. So are you satisfied with the head coach I've found? The principal cheerfully pushed off his desk, sending his chair spinning in a circle. Why did you pick him? I object, Coach Wang cried in a low voice. Why do you object? The principal asked in surprise. You didn't see how insufferable he was back when we played against Hui Kai. If it weren't for the journalists present, my hot temper would have made me go up there and give him a piece of my mind, Coach Wang said indignantly. The principal asked for a few details, then burst into laughter. Well, at that time you were each fighting for your own side, so it was normal for him to act that way. He's a good coach. That's what the newspapers all say, the principal said once his laughter subsided. Coach Wang was reluctant to admit it, but had to concede. Well, he brought Hui Kai to such a level, defeated Teng Fei and Xinya, and nearly drove us to the brink. His ability is indeed impressive. Exactly. Since he's skilled, he can lead our team. Think about it, old Wang. If we were to look for a head coach from the professional circle, forget whether he'd have the patience to guide these students. He obviously wouldn't be suited to communicating with them either. Moreover, no matter how good a coach is, he still needs good intelligence. We don't have any information on other teams to offer a new coach. But this Xiao Feng led Hui Kai for half a year, so he's certainly familiar with the other Dalian teams. How many detours will that save us? Coach Wang admitted that the principal was right. After all, the principal had a keen eye. But he was so arrogant in that match that many of our players don't like him. Coach Wang reminded him. Well, that will depend on his own ability. Our school team is currently short of a good coach. He has experience, skill, and familiarity with high school football. Where else could we find such a suitable coach? Even if we could invite famous coaches like Lippi or Erickson, we couldn't afford them, the principal replied. All right. Coach Wang was convinced. The principal then added, as for communicating with the players, aren't you and Lu Yiyang there to help? Things will gradually get better. I also hope that No. 2 middle school's name can make a splash at the national tournament. Xiao Feng knew nothing of the conversation between Coach Wang and the principal. He simply followed Lu Yiyang, asking the latter to lead him to the training hall. It was still too cold for outdoor training, so they could only practice indoors. You must have been shocked to see me, right? Life is so strange. A few months ago, I was wondering how to beat you, and now I'm going to lead you toward the national tournament. Ha ha ha, how interesting. As Xiao Feng rambled on while walking, Liu Yang was beginning to find him unbearable. Although he had a good temper, he harbored no fondness for Xiao Feng, a rival who had nearly driven No. 2 middle school into a corner, and after getting to know him, he liked him even less. He couldn't help turning back to glance at Zhou Jianliang, who was following behind them. This weak-eye captain was clearly one of Xiao Feng's trusted followers. He had even followed him to No. 2 middle school. Noticing Liu Yang's gaze, Zhou Jianliang's expression remained unchanged, and he said flatly, "If your hands are itching to give him a piece of your mind, I won't interfere. Xiao Liangzi, you heartless wretch. I brought you from the vocational school into No. 2 middle school, and you actually say such a thing." Xiao Feng shouted loudly. However, he indeed stopped rambling afterward, which made Liu Yang heave a sigh of relief. As Liu Yang had guessed, when he brought Xiao Feng and Zhou Jianliang into the training hall, all the No. 2 middle school players were stunned. "Captain, what are they doing here?" Li Qi shouted aloud. Before Liu Yang could speak, Xiao Feng said with a cheerful smile, "Starting today, I am the head coach of No. 2 middle school, and the school team will have a new member. Zhou Jianliang, go say hello to your teammates." Zhou Jianliang stepped forward and said dryly, "Hello everyone. My name is Zhou Jianliang." Then he stepped back. "My mission is to lead you into the national tournament. I already know your situation. From now on, training times remain the same, but you'll train under my leadership. The training may be tough, but I know you're all good players and won't fear hardship. That's all." Xiao Feng waved his hand. "Now go about your usual business. Liu Yang, bring me your team roster. Although I can put names to most faces, there are still quite a few I'm not familiar with." Liu Yang stepped forward and said, "Report, coach. We don't have a roster." Xiao Feng was briefly at a loss for words, looked around, and then waved toward a corner of the training hall. "You two beauties, please make a roster. It'd be best to include each person's photo, leaving blank space after every entry. One person per page is fine. I'll evaluate you based on your usual training performance." Xiao Feng said to Feng Shuer and Yi Jiqing. The two girls exchanged a glance and replied, "Okay." Nodding with satisfaction, Xiao Feng looked around, and then his face darkened. "Why are Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu absent?" Xiao Feng asked with a grave face. "They don't attend regular classes. They've been training all along in Yun Feiyang's private training room, and they come over for joint practice when we train. They should be arriving soon." Liu Yang looked at his watch and replied. Just as everyone began to wonder whether Xiao Feng would make an example of the two most renowned young players in No. 2 middle school to establish his authority, they saw his expression relax. "Oh, I see. No wonder those two are in such excellent physical condition. I knew it wasn't the kind of fitness an amateur school could produce." Liu Yang was speechless, yet the remark also made him feel that this head coach could at least be pragmatic and truthful. Just as the training hall grew a little quiet, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. Sorry, we're late," Yun Feiyang said while pushing the door open. "Yes, sorry, we're late. Huh, why is everyone staring?" Meng Qiu asked curiously. Then both of them saw Xiao Feng walking over to them with a broad smile. Meng Qiu looked up at Xiao Feng. Yun Feiyang blurted out, "Holy crap. Who are you? Why are you in our school's training hall?" "He's the coach from Huikai," Meng Qiu reminded him in a low voice. Yun Feiyang had just let out a dawning, "Oh," when Xiao Feng said with a grin, "I'm your new head coach at No. 2 middle school." This time, even Meng Qiu was stunned. What stunned him even more was Zhou Jianliang, who walked straight over to him and said, "Even though we're now teammates, I still want to defeat you on the field. Did I walk into the wrong school, eh?" Yun Feiyang looked at Meng Qiu, then Xiao Feng, then Zhou Jianliang, and finally managed to squeeze out that sentence. Regardless of how uncomfortable everyone felt, the fact remained that Xiao Feng had become the head coach of No. 2 middle school. Compared to Coach Wang, who barely existed in everyone's awareness, Xiao Feng's actions after taking office were quite similar. Except that Coach Wang rarely came to the training ground, leaving the space for the players, while Xiao Feng did come to the training ground, yet merely stood quietly and watched. It wasn't until after observing for 2 days that he began to direct the training. The first week was devoted to high-intensity physical conditioning. Though the training equipment at No. 2 middle school was far from adequate, Xiao Feng had his own approach. With a diverse range of physical exercises keeping the players thoroughly fatigued, they found themselves unexpectedly engaged. There was no monotonous running, but rather a rotation of different training methods that drew them out of the drudgery, while their fitness rapidly improved. At Huitai, I spent 2 months building their physical conditioning. Those professional football schools excel in physical training as well, and if we want to compete with those strong teams, we absolutely must elevate our physical fitness. Every player on the No. 2 middle school team took Xiao Feng's words to heart. After all, last year's match had shown just how much suffering Huitai's superior conditioning had inflicted on their entire squad. With such a first-hand example before them, they could not help but feel unsettled. Huitai's overall strength was merely average, yet they managed to push No. 2 middle school to that point through sheer physical dominance. Without Meng Qiu's outstanding performance, that match would have been an almost certain defeat for them. The other academy teams showed no physical weaknesses, and No. 2 middle school could hardly claim a technical edge. If they did not strengthen their fitness, reaching the national tournament would remain nothing but a dream. Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu accepted the physical training without complaint, though they already put in considerable work on their own. Xiao Feng, showing consideration, did not overburden them. Having reviewed their training plans, he understood that excessive conditioning for students their age could damage their bodies, since human physical capacity has its limits. So during this period, Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu became the envy of everyone, yet no one resented it, because these two newcomers had always possessed the best physical conditioning. It wasn't until a week later that Xiao Feng began tactical training. Zhou Jianliang, though he had been with the school team for some time, remained remarkably silent. Silent in training, silent in class, silent even while dozing off during lessons. Only a handful of people knew why Zhou Jianliang had come to know. To middle school alongside Xiao Feng. After last year's group stage concluded, Zhou Jianliang found himself suddenly in high demand. Yi Yin, captain of Chengxi High School, was the first to approach him, offering a position as his defensive partner and even promising to build a team around him. Yunbei High School came with a different proposition. They had financial backing and offered a pre-signed contract with substantial monthly subsidies. Anyone else might have accepted one of these offers, but Zhou Jianliang was unfamiliar with the football landscape in Dalian and did not understand what these schools truly represented. Most importantly, no one knew his real motivation for playing. So when faced with these two invitations, he simply asked one question. Will Xiao Feng be coming along too? Yi Yin and the staff from Yunbei High School paused for a moment before remembering who Xiao Feng was. But such a request was simply unacceptable. Football academies never lacked coaches, and even with Xiao Feng demonstrating his capabilities, top-tier programs had established coaching systems that would not be altered for any individual. Then I will not go, Zhou Jianliang declined immediately. Nobody knew he had turned down two such opportunities. As the two dominant forces in the Dalian district, being rejected by an amateur player was naturally humiliating. Yunbei chose to pretend it never happened, and after Yi Yin also let go of his desire to sign Zhou Jianliang. After all, forced affection never tastes sweet. Next came No. 2 Middle School, slightly slower on their feet, approaching Xiao Feng. No. 2 Middle School had not considered recruiting a talented player. They were an ordinary school team after all, so seeking a good coach seemed perfectly reasonable. When Xiao Feng spoke to the school staff, his first condition was clear. If I go, I bring someone with me. Zhou Jianliang. Sort out his enrollment, waive all his tuition fees, and do not worry about him sleeping in class. Just let him play football properly. The principal could not help but smile wryly at this request, but the school already had Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong skipping classes, so adding one more should not be a problem. More importantly, he only played football, which was exactly what No. 2 Middle School wanted to see. And so the matter was settled. Xiao Feng and Zhou Jianliang arrived at No. 2 Middle School together. During that week of physical conditioning, the No. 2 Middle School players could only see that Zhou Jianliang possessed excellent fitness, quick reactions, and remarkable body control, performing unbelievable moves that sometimes left them breathless. But as technical training progressed, everyone gradually realized Zhou Jianliang's football ability was not as impressive as it appeared. He had a powerful long-range shot and impressive jumping ability in defense, yet his judgment of where the ball would land was lacking and his ball control was quite rough. Technically speaking, every player on the No. 2 Middle School team surpassed him. Don't look at me like that. He has only been seriously playing football for less than a year. After Zhou Jianliang tripped over himself during a dribbling drill, Xiao Feng said calmly to everyone. Less than a year. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Feng chuckled and said nothing more. He does lack experience. I saw that clearly in that match. But his physical attributes and reactions are truly exceptional. If he had more experience and better technique, I would have found it very difficult to get past him and score in that game. I am becoming increasingly interested in going up against him, Yun Feiyong said, flexing his muscles. Meng Qiu glanced at him, but said nothing. Hey, what is with that look? Which side are you on? Yun Feiyong complained. You are not so different from him. You just have solid technical fundamentals. In terms of experience, you are not much better than him either. In one-on-one defending, even though defenders typically have the advantage, he only needs to disrupt your play. In this kind of confrontation, I think he has a much higher chance of winning. I do not believe it. Yun Feiyong huffed, then called out. Zhou Jianliang, come on one-on-one with me. Let us see if you can guard me. Yun Feiyong's voice carried across the field, drawing everyone's attention to the two of them. Zhou Jianliang shook his head. That is pointless. What do you mean pointless? I will show you. In that match, if I had played, your Huikai team would not have had a single chance. Yun Feiyong said dismissively. Although his words were blunt at this moment, all the No. 2 Middle School players stood behind him. Zhou Jianliang remained unfazed, simply glancing at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded. Since it is a break in training, you can play around a bit. Only after hearing Xiao Feng's permission did Zhou Jianliang nod and stand up. I will attack with the ball. If I can dribble past the penalty area line into the small penalty area, that counts as a win for me. 3 attempts total, and if I successfully break through twice, I win. Understood. Yun Feiyong first pointed to the penalty area line, then to the small penalty area line. Xiao Feng silently nodded. It was a fair contest. The area was not large, which would reduce the defender's disadvantage. Since the defense only needed to prevent the opponent from breaking through, both sides could compete on relatively equal footing. Zhou Jianliang said nothing, just nodded. What do you think? Li Qi asked Meng Qiu in a low voice. Yun Feiyong is in trouble. In this situation, Zhou Jianliang can fully utilize his defensive abilities while keeping his weaknesses hidden. This kind of environment is far too unfavorable for the attacker, Meng Qiu replied in a similarly low voice. Yun Feiyong, however, was quite confident. His footwork was solid, and combined with his physical attributes, he did not take most defenders seriously. Only Yi Yin had ever truly contained him to some extent. Go Yun Feiyong. Yi Jiqing cheered from the sidelines. This young girl no longer bothered hiding the fact that she was Yun Feiyong's fan. Yun Feiyong turned and waved smugly, acting as though he were a global superstar. Meng Qiu sighed. He knew Yun Feiyong was trying the same old trick, to make his opponent lose composure and act impulsively. Such an annoying posture was one of his signature moves, but would it work on Zhou Jianliang, who barely showed emotion and rarely experienced psychological fluctuations? The answer was, no use at all. On the first attempt, Yun Feiyong tried to force his way through, but Zhou Jianliang used his body to hold position firmly, then made a precise tackle to clear the ball. Zhou Jianliang won the first round. On the second attempt, Yun Feiyong planned to use a feint to get past Zhou Jianliang. The feint initially worked, but Zhou Jianliang's quick second reaction proved decisive. He lunged forward and wrapped his body around Yun Feiyong from behind. Confused and disrupted, Yun Feiyong lost control of the ball near the penalty area as it rolled away from him. Zhou Jianliang won again. There was no third attempt. Under best-of-3 rules, Zhou Jianliang had already secured 2 victories. Alright, that is enough fun for now. Let us begin training. Xiaofeng clapped his hands and called out loudly. How infuriating. I actually lost to that fellow. Yun Feiyong grumbled with a disgruntled look, making his way back to his training room. Hey, you're not still going to train, are you? It's already so late. Meng Qiu, who had been following him all along, had to remind him. So what? I'll hang my hair from a beam, prick my thigh with an awl, chisel a hole in the wall to steal light, and gather fireflies in a pouch to read by. I'll train with all my might, and then defeat that great demon. Yun Feiyong waved his fist as he spoke. Please speak Mandarin, Meng Qiu said after a brief silence. But I was speaking standard Mandarin. Yun Feiyong looked puzzled. What was all that about heads, alls, light, and snow? What on earth are you talking about? Meng Qiu asked. You're truly uncultured. These are idioms that every middle school student knows. Yun Feiyong sighed. Maybe my Chinese language scores are only at an elementary school level. Meng Qiu said dejectedly. These are things you pick up through constant exposure. Since you grew up abroad, it's natural you don't know them. Anyway, they simply mean working extremely hard. Yun Feiyong felt a little embarrassed. You've nearly used up all your energy during the day. It's not good to train so frantically now. Meng Qiu said very seriously. Actually, I was just talking. Yun Feiyong let out a sigh. There was really no communicating with Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu laughed. But seriously, haven't you ever wondered why you lost today? Yun Feiyong became gloomy again at the mention of it. Of course I know. I was too overconfident today. In an actual match, he couldn't have stopped me, because in a game there are far more attacking options than just one-on-one duels. It's good that you can think that way. Meng Qiu laughed heartily. Honestly, Meng Qiu, have you noticed anything about our new coach's technical training over these past few days? Yun Feiyong asked. Meng Qiu nodded. He's trying to integrate Zhou Jianliang into the team, but it's not working very well. And what else? Yun Feiyong didn't care about Zhou Jianliang. And he wants me to cooperate more with you. Meng Qiu shrugged. That's right. At this, Yun Feiyong became animated. I think his idea is to push your position forward. Just like in that match against Huaicai where your dribbling and passing were outstanding. With me up front, even against Yi Yin, we have the ability to score. Meng Qiu nodded. He was quite pleased with Xiaofeng's arrangement. In fact, he preferred this position. Slightly behind the center forward, able to drop back, orchestrate plays, push forward, and directly threaten the opponent's goal. But if that's the case, the playmaking would rest solely on the captain. His organizing ability is fine, but relying only on playmaking, he'll find it difficult to break through the midfields of top-tier teams to deliver passes to us. Yun Feiyong said with a sigh. We need to trust the captain. And with Li Qi protecting from behind, the captain can be better freed up to join the attack. Meng Qiu said with a smile, yet in his mind the figure of a certain person surfaced. His best partner in Bolivia. Although in the youth ranks of the strongest club, Meng Qiu had always played left back, and Daniel had always played defensive midfielder. When they played street football, Daniel would organize and protect from behind, while Meng Qiu charged forward. Together they swept through every street football team in La Paz invincible. One must understand that South American street football is formidable. Although Bolivia is neither Brazil nor Argentina, not even second-rate in South America, there are still many skilled players in street football. Standing out among them was enough to prove the strength of the Meng Qiu-Daniel partnership. Forget it, overthinking is useless. Meng Qiu shook his head firmly, casting the thought from his mind. After returning to China, his connection with Daniel never ceased. After all, this is an era of incredibly advanced communication. Whether through the internet or mobile phones, the world has truly become a global village. What he knew was that Daniel had already been playing for the strongest reserve team, but he was still frustrated because the coach kept him at defensive midfield, focusing solely on defense. So nearly every day Daniel would come to him to vent. Meng Qiu still remembered telling Daniel that he had already made the team at a Chinese school. Though there was little money, he enjoyed great freedom within the team, with everyone playing around him. Daniel had been insanely envious. Why are you shaking your head? Yun Feiyong asked curiously. It's nothing. Get some good rest. There's training tomorrow. The knockout stage is less than a month away. Meng Qiu said with a smile. Yeah, Yunbei, Chengshi Yangwang. I'll breach the goals of all those strong teams. I want to keep a record of scoring in every match. Yun Feiyong waved his fist. You didn't play against Huaicai, Meng Qiu reminded him. Damn, that doesn't count. I mean, as long as I'm on the field, I'll score. Yun Feiyong's face turned red. Great. I look forward to you leading us into the national tournament. Meng Qiu jumped up, patted Yun Feiyong on the shoulder, and said with a smile. The time for the Dalian regional knockout matches was indeed drawing nearer. Xiaofeng was becoming more and more adept at training No. 2 high school. Compared with Huaicai's players who were physically excellent, but rather ordinary in basic technique No. 2 high school boasted quite a few outstanding players. The 4 Heavenly Kings were all players rich in skill and experience. Among the newcomers, Li Qi and Han Ming had relatively rough technique, but were reliable defenders. What surprised him even more were Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu. Though these 2 young men seemed gifted, they absolutely didn't rely on talent alone. Both had outstanding fundamental skills. Yun Feiyong's footwork wasn't particularly exceptional, but his ball control, shielding, and short-distance explosive breakthroughs were quite outstanding. As for Meng Qiu, though he often kept a low profile on the training ground, he displayed extremely solid fundamentals. Combined with the dazzling dribbling and shooting skills he occasionally revealed in the matches against Tengfei and Huaicai, he too was a source of pleasant surprises. With these excellent original players plus Zhou Jinliang, whom he had brought along No. 2 high school was approaching perfection on all fronts. As for the insufficient depth of the substitutes, no one could do anything about it. In truth, for a cup competition at this level, having a strong starting lineup was already enough. How to integrate these outstanding young players would depend on his ability as the head coach. During this period, the school administration of No. 2 high school was not idle either. Based on the list Xiaofeng had drawn up, the school began gradually purchasing more professional training equipment. The list was put together in consultation with Yun Feiyong, who had trained with professional equipment since childhood. In this regard, if he wasn't an expert, he could at least be considered half an expert. The No. 2 high school team gradually got on track. They now had a proper head coach, more professional training equipment, and well-arranged daily training schedules. All that remained was waiting for results. Xiaofeng knew very well that this was the purpose of No. 2 high school hiring him with such generous treatment. If the team performed poorly, for instance failing to reach the national tournament, he would be fired. This was a requirement written in black and white in his contract. However, Xiaofeng had a clear understanding of such matters. Being a coach was like that. With results you were treated like a king, without results you had to go. Moreover, Xiaofeng had thought it through well before signing the contract. No. 2 high school's current strength was considerable. With proper integration and the addition of Zhou Jinliang, the defensive stalwart he brought along, their strength was bound to rise to a new level. Reaching the national tournament might not be a certainty, but the odds were strongly in their favor. As long as there was hope, Xiaofeng dared to try. After all, he had already endured misfortune for a good part of his life. He didn't mind a bit more bad luck. And if he won the bet, the future would be much easier. The National High School League was now being watched by many professional clubs. As long as he achieved decent results, why worry about not finding a better job? However, what was now giving Xiaofeng a headache was none other than Zhou Jinliang, his own hand-picked protege. He knew Zhou Jinliang very well. This troubled youth whom he had stumbled upon on the street possessed astonishing physical fitness and reactions, truly worthy of someone from a martial arts background. Though physicality isn't the top priority in football, having excellent physical qualities and athletic talent makes playing easier. After more than half a year of Xiaofeng's coaching, Zhou Jinliang had developed outstanding abilities in man-marking and certain set-piece attacks. At least in Xiaofeng's view, if Zhou Jinliang marked someone one-on-one, no more than 5 people in all of Dalian could still score. Meng Qiu was an unexpected factor. When at Huaicai, his usage of Zhou Jinliang was either to focus on man-marking a specific player or to act as a free man in midfield and defense, using constant running and interceptions to block the opponent's attacks. His ability to read passing lanes wasn't bad either. Yet precisely because of this, Zhou Jinliang had made no progress at all in cooperating with teammates. In terms of individual ability, no. 2 high school defender could match him. But placing him in a defense that had already formed a cohesive unit would only disrupt the entire defensive line. In fact, no. 2 high school's defense was already quite mature. The partnership between Gao Meng and Han Ming was growing increasingly well-coordinated, while Li Leming and Zhao Qingji were diligent and hardworking. Such a defensive line, though nothing extraordinary, had the advantage of stability. This was exactly the most valuable quality of a defensive line. If Zhou Jinliang were forcibly inserted into it, it would likely do more harm than good. It seems I need to find him a more suitable position, Xiaofeng thought silently. A strong reinforcement must play a better role to be considered one, otherwise he is merely a chicken rib, hardly useful, yet a pity to discard. Yun Feiyong never expected that after today's training Xiaofeng would actually call him over and ask him to come to the office. We're not even closed, so why are you acting like we know each other so well? Yun Feiyong thought to himself, then glanced at Meng Qiu for help, only to find Meng Qiu had already scampered off in the blink of an eye, clearly having no intention of staying behind. With no choice, Yun Feiyong could only follow Xiaofeng to his office. The office was small, but reasonably tidy. Clean and organized are two different things. This room was clean, though certainly not orderly. Sheets of paper were scattered everywhere. When Yun Feiyong tried to find somewhere to sit, he realized there was simply no space. Xiaofeng gathered some papers off the sofa and offered it to him, finally, giving Yun Feiyong a place to sit down. I didn't call you here for anything major. We need to rebuild the team, and a proper match would help us sharpen our skills. Yun Feiyong nodded, still unsure how any of this concerned him. You agree that a high-quality warm-up match is necessary, right? Xiaofeng seized the opportunity immediately. Then I'll leave it to you. Arrange a warm-up match between our school and Tengfei High School. Yun Feiyong kept nodding. Tengfei High School. They were a solid warm-up opponent. Among Dalian's top teams, only Tengfei didn't need to play elimination matches, yet they still required important games to maintain their form. This was an excellent choice of opponent. What did he say? Wait me. Come on, why should this be my job? Shouldn't the head coach handle something like this? Yun Feiyang complained. After that match against Tengfei, I celebrated a bit too enthusiastically, so they probably hold a grudge against me. If I win, it would only make things worse. Xiao Feng said with a grin. Yun Feiyang rolled his eyes. So you do realize your celebratory behavior after taking the lead was annoying, huh? Several of our teammates don't even like you because of that. As for you, I noticed you get along quite well with those Tengfei guys. That Wang Zhong comes to find you after every match. You two share such mutual respect. I could see it from the stands how naturally you connected. Xiao Feng continued. We have absolutely nothing like that. Yun Feiyang was at a loss for words. Regardless, you're familiar enough with the Tengfei players. This important task is yours, and the party and the people are behind you. Xiao Feng walked over, gave Yun Feiyang a firm pat on the back, and escorted him out of his office. Remember, 5 days from now, Sunday, we'll host the warm-up match at our school. Xiao Feng called after the dazed Yun Feiyang. I seriously think Xiao Feng must have drugged me that day. The next day, discussing the matter with Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyang said thoughtfully. Otherwise, how could I have agreed so foolishly? Would Tengfei even listen to me? If I fail to arrange this warm-up match, I'll lose all face. Yun Feiyang continued. Meng Qiu sighed. All right, I'll go with you. Yun Feiyang immediately broke into a broad smile. I knew you were the most loyal friend. By the way, I've been wondering how I'd even get into Tengfei. They have guards, right? I remember those football schools generally don't allow random people to enter. Meng Qiu glanced at Yun Feiyang. Just tell the guard our names and say we're looking for Wang Zhong. Isn't that straightforward? Yun Feiyang froze. Meng Qiu looked at him strangely. What's there to worry about? Yun Feiyang now felt like an absolute fool. After Meng Qiu simply told the Tengfei security guard, we're members of No. 2 middle schools team. I'm Meng Qiu, and this is Yun Feiyang. We're here to see Wang Zhong from Tengfei. And was let right in. Yun Feiyang felt even more foolish. We've been in the newspapers and played matches here before. How could they not recognize us? Meng Qiu said proudly. Do you think Tengfei's students might find an excuse to give us a beating? Yun Feiyang was somewhat worried. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? We'll just head straight to their training field. Meng Qiu shrugged. Over the past month last year, Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang had visited this school every week for matches, so they naturally knew where the Tengfei High School varsity players usually trained. Though Tengfei High School had many students and over 10 training fields, the best one was undoubtedly reserved for the starting players. Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang made their way to the training area where the Tengfei High School varsity squad practiced. Along the way, some Tengfei students pointed and whispered about them, but nobody approached to cause trouble. After all, Tengfei wasn't invincible. Though they had defeated No. 2 middle school in the group stage for 2 consecutive years, creating some rivalry, it wasn't enough to provoke direct confrontation. The Tengfei team's training field was surrounded by a wire fence. Meng Qiu wanted to wait outside, but Yun Feiyang, growing impatient, began shouting loudly, Wang Zhong. Come out quickly, I need to talk to you. Meng Qiu couldn't even cover his mouth in time. Indeed, the next moment, it wasn't Wang Zhong who came running. It was Tengfei's stern-faced head coach. Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang from No. 2 middle school. What do you two boys want? The coach's expression was unfriendly. This had nothing to do with their identities as No. 2 middle school players. It was the frustration of a coach whose training session had been interrupted. I apologize. Yun Feiyang's nature is too impulsive, which is why he disturbed your practice. Sorry. Meng Qiu stepped forward and apologized immediately, which softened the coach's expression somewhat. After all, he wouldn't hold it against 2 children. Very well then, tell me. What brings you to Tengfei? The coach's tone lightened. The Dalian playoff eliminations are approaching, and we need a warm-up match to adjust our players' form. Among Dalian's high school teams, only Tengfei can truly match the level of those elimination round opponents. So we came specifically to request a warm-up match with No. 2 middle school. Meng Qiu spoke with considerable respect. Yun Feiyang listened somewhat uncomfortably, but he knew this was the moment to be humble. He couldn't possibly march in arrogantly and say something like, playing a warm-up match with you Tengfei is your honor. Now hurry up and show your respect. It's rare to see young people who understand courtesy. The coach nodded, then raised his hand and called over Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong jogged over smiling as he looked at Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu. Wang Zhong, No. 2 middle school wants to arrange a warm-up match with us. What do you think? The coach asked. We also need to play warm-up matches against high-level teams right now. Other strong teams are fine, and so is No. 2 middle school. Wang Zhong smiled. Besides, I've heard Zhou Jianliang join No. 2 middle school. I'm looking forward to facing him as well. All right, it's settled then. The coach nodded. How shall we arrange the warm-up match? This Sunday at our school, Meng Qiu replied. All right. We'll come to No. 2 middle school on Sunday afternoon. The coach waved his hand. Thank you very much. We'll return to prepare right away. Meng Qiu bowed to the coach, then shook Wang Zhong's hand before turning to leave with Yun Feiyang. You did great today. After leaving Tengfei, Yun Feiyang praised Meng Qiu. You didn't let me down. I told them the warm-up match was cancelled, Meng Qiu said, turning to leave. Wait, don't go. Yun Feiyang grew anxious and grabbed Meng Qiu's arm. I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Meng Qiu chuckled happily. After learning that Tengfei had agreed to the warm-up match, Xiao Feng was overjoyed. Over the following days, he began focusing more on tactical training, and his approach to utilizing Zhou Jianliang gradually took shape. He retained a solid defensive line and anchored Meng Qiu in the position between midfield and attack, with Yun Feiyang leading the front line, Wei Ming roaming the wings, and behind Meng Qiu stood Liu Yiyang, Li Qi, and Zhou Jianliang. Liu Yiyang leaned more toward organizing play, Li Qi focused purely on defense, and Zhou Jianliang. He served as a free defensive sweeper, constantly moving to intercept opponents the moment they received the ball and rushing to fill any gaps that appeared, a purely defensive libero. This novel tactical approach intrigued all the No. 2 players. In today's information-rich era, they were certainly not the type of players who only knew about various formations. However, at the high school level, fixed formations were quite normal, so such a flexible and dynamic tactical system was rather uncommon. They quickly experienced the benefits of this approach. Zhou Jianliang's difficulty in coordinating with others stemmed from a lack of team match experience. Placing him in this position allowed him to utilize his defensive strengths without disrupting No.2's overall defensive structure. With him roaming through midfield, the forwards like Meng Qiu could focus more fully on attack. At the very least, it freed up Liu Yiyang to concentrate entirely on organizing. Even without Meng Qiu's outstanding playmaking ability, Liu Yiyang was still quite capable by Dalian standards. As long as he could deliver the ball forward, the three attackers could take care of the rest. Wei Ming's speed, Yun Feiyang's physical presence, and Meng Qiu's ability to thread passes. Even when only 3 players participated in fast breaks, they could still create enough threat. The chemistry between these three was already quite strong. A wing attacker like Wei Ming naturally clicked with a powerful striker like Yun Feiyang, especially with Meng Qiu serving as the connecting link. Let Tingfei see what we're made of, Xiaofeng thought, filled with confidence. For Tingfei, this warm-up match was also of great importance. A team without matches to play is a troubling affair. After all, no matter how skilled the players are, if they only train and never compete, their form will inevitably decline. Training maintains one's condition, but genuine matches give players the feel of competition. Thus, for Tingfei, having no matches for the next 6 months could easily leave their players out of form, so arranging warm-up matches against strong teams was precisely what they desired. Therefore, when Erzhong came calling, Tingfei readily agreed. So on that Sunday, the entire Tingfei squad arrived at Erzhong aboard a bus. The match was scheduled for the afternoon, for in February in Dalian the afternoon is the ideal time for football. When they saw Erzhong's pitch, some of Tingfei's new players wore contemptuous expressions. Compared with Tingfei's ground, which could rival a regulation football field, Erzhong's pitch indeed looked far more amateurish. Wang Zhong took all this in, but said nothing. Instead, he jogged over cheerfully and exchanged a hug with Yun Feiyang. The Erzhong players wore odd expressions, and a few with a mischievous streak secretly wondered whether this rather flamboyant fellow might harbor some peculiar hobby. Today's match is a chance for us to learn as well. Learning from Erzhong, a top 8 team, is quite a rare opportunity for us. After the embrace, Wang Zhong said with a grin. Yun Feiyang shot him a glare. Don't kid around. You have to bring your real strength against us. Wang Zhong shrugged. Although our senior third-year players have all moved on, we've brought up many talented players from the first-year class. What they lack is merely experience. That makes 2 of us. We also lack experience, Yun Feiyang said with a nod. Aside from Wang Zhong and Yun Feiyang, who regarded each other with mutual admiration, there was little interaction among the other players. After all, Erzhong had been knocked out in the quarterfinals for 2 consecutive years, so even if there was no real animosity, a hint of displeasure was inevitable. Meanwhile, Tingfei's head coach exchanged superficial pleasantries with Xiaofeng. After a few words, Xiaofeng walked back and loudly announced the start of warm-ups. Xiaofeng placed great emphasis on warm-ups before training and matches. Proper warm-ups help players quickly get into rhythm and reduce the risk of injury. At first, some players thought he was making a fuss, but he enforced this matter with an iron fist, insisting that players must complete their warm-ups diligently before joining training. Knowing he had their best interests at heart, the Erzhong players obediently followed suit, as they saw the regular starters comply readily. In today's match, what we're really testing is our defense. After warm-ups, Xiaofeng immediately began explaining tactics on the sidelines. On the offensive end, I'm not too worried because most of the time we don't commit many players to attacks. Erzhong has a tradition of solid defense. We should carry on that tradition. In attack, we'll rely mainly on the coordination of Yun Feiyang, Meng Qiu, and Wei Ming, while the rest focus on defense. I believe their attacking trio is second to none in the country. The others should concentrate more on defense. Today we face Tingfei, the team with the most distributed attacking points and the most formidable offensive power in Dalian. How well we can contain their attacks will be the greatest test for our backline. After hearing Xiaofeng's words, the Erzhong players exchanged bewildered looks. Testing the defense. That sounded rather unreliable. Didn't they want to win? Then what are the 3 of us supposed to do on the field? Yun Feiyang asked. When there's a chance the 3 of you attack, do whatever you like. However, apart from Liu Yiyang occasionally making forward runs, the others can't offer much support. As for how you 3 attack, I have no requirements. Attack however you see fit. If a knowledgeable football fan or a professional head coach had overheard Xiaofeng, they would have been astonished. Brazil's national team won their last World Cup largely through such a tactic. In attack, they relied on the genius coordination of Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Rivaldo up front to tier open defenses, while the others focused more on defending. Although Cafu and Carlos were also excellent going forward on the flanks, most of Brazil's attacking was accomplished by those 3 geniuses. Xiaofeng had Yun Feiyang, and the other 2 play freely up front. Though they might not have been executing exactly the same tactics as the Brazil national team of that era, there was already a hint of that flavor. Star player tactics. Such tactics, increasingly rare in the world of professional football, are nevertheless frequently seen in national team and youth team matches. Without a doubt, in Xiao Feng's view, Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu had already reached a level second to none in the country. Wei Ming, though slightly inferior, was still a distinctive attacking player. If these three could coordinate well, Zhong would not fear any opponent. Therefore, the first issue he needed to resolve was the defense. If Zhou Jianliang could excellently fulfill the role of a free man in the midfield defensive line, then Zhong's two fullbacks could also make occasional forward runs. Even if their attacking ability was not remarkable, they could still pull the opponent's defense and add one or two passing options for the front line. That would be enough. That was Xiao Feng's thinking. Teng Fei's players had intended to engage Zhong in an open battle of attacks, especially Wang Zhong. In the group stage, having been tightly marked by Zhou Jianliang in the last round, he fell one goal behind Yun Feiyong and missed out on the group stage's top scorer award, a fact that had been gnawing at him ever since. In this match, I'll compete with you again to see who scores more goals, Wang Zhong thought to himself as the kickoff approached. Since the end of last semester, most of Teng Fei High School's third-year players had left the school. Besides Li Hu, who left early, the two senior players Wang Fazhong and Zhao Lei had also departed. Though they didn't make it into Teng Fei Club's first team, they did join its reserve team. As long as they performed well, securing professional contracts would not be a problem. After the senior players departed, the captain's armband was not given to second-year players Jiang Taozheng Tianxing or Li Yue, but to first-year newcomer Wang Zhong. Most players had no objection to this decision. For one thing, Teng Fei had a tradition of forwards serving as captain. For another, Wang Zhong's ability was genuinely outstanding. With Li Hu absent, he secured his place at Teng Fei with one goal after another. Although he went quiet in the match against Huaicai, that was merely an accident. Wang Zhong knew that becoming Teng Fei's captain meant not only honor, but also pressure. Li Hu had done quite well before. Although Teng Fei's results over the past 3 years had not been particularly impressive, he never lacked fighting spirit on the field. Wang Zhong felt he should do the same. Meanwhile, in this warm-up match, besides competing with Yun Feiyong for goals, he also wanted another showdown with Zhou Jianliang. He had lost that previous match badly. Under Zhou Jianliang's marking, he could not create any opportunities. Looking back, however, Wang Zhong discovered many insights. The opponent had excellent physicality and man-marking ability, so why should he have tried to fight him head-on? He had never been the type of center forward who engaged in direct physical battles with defenders. Why had he stupidly focused solely on scoring himself instead of better coordinating his teammates? He felt that in this match, he should show Zhou Jianliang his improvement, competing with Yun Feiyong for goals and helping his team win in front of Zhou Jianliang. These were Wang Zhong's two major objectives for this warm-up match. Unfortunately, before the match began, Wang Zhong had never imagined it would turn out like this. Teng Fei was rather wary of Zhong's offense, so at the start they did not rush to press high. Instead they waited for Zhong to attack. Then they saw only 3 Zhong players coming forward. When Lu Yiyang passed the ball to Meng Qiu began dribbling forward with Yun Feiyong ahead of him and Wei Ming by his side. They think just 3 players can score against us. Everyone at Teng Fei was taken aback. 3 might be enough for a counterattack, but at this moment most Teng Fei players were still in their own half. The Teng Fei players, now roused, converged on him from different directions. Although Meng Qiu was excellent at controlling the ball with 3 opponents closing in and his passing lanes cut off, he could only helplessly concede possession. After winning the ball, Teng Fei immediately launched a wave of attacks, because they now had something to prove. This was exactly what Xiao Feng had hoped to see. Teng Fei pressing Zhong with their attack, so that Zhong's current defensive level could be tested. For the time that followed, Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu, and Wei Ming idled about in the front, running back and forth listlessly. Yun Feiyong, thoroughly bored, crouched on the turf, plucked a blade of grass, and chewed on it. Although several senior starters had left and some newcomers had filled in, Teng Fei's offensive ability had not been greatly affected. After all, the reserve strength of a football school could hardly be matched by an ordinary high school. Although the newly promoted players still differed in ability from the former regulars, like Li Hu, Wang Fazhong, and Zhao Lei, they had integrated well into the team. Li Yu received a pass from Wang Zhong, quickly sprinted down the flank, and delivered a cross. The newly installed center forward headed the ball into the box. Wang Zhong collected it, and suddenly sent a beautiful diagonal pass to the advancing Jiang Tao. Li Qi charged over from the side to block Jiang Tao's advance, but halfway there he collided with Zhou Jianliang, who had come over to cover. Both were a step slow at the same time. Jiang Tao seized the opportunity and drove a shot from the edge of the box, scoring the opening goal for Teng Fei. After scoring, the Teng Fei players celebrated. As Wang Zhong embraced Jiang Tao, he cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Jianliang and Li Qi. How on earth had those two collided with each other? Could it be a lack of coordination? That was possible. Li Qi, on the other hand, was quite annoyed. He could have disrupted Jiang Tao in time, maybe even blocked him, but he ended up colliding with Zhou Jianliang. His arm was still aching. Why did you have to charge over at this moment? Isn't that practically helping the opposition? Although he was usually somewhat intimidated by Zhou Jianliang, Li Qi still blurted out in irritation, not caring whether Zhou might come over and confront him. Zhou Jianliang, however, merely nodded with an impassive expression. It won't happen again, he said. Since Zhou Jianliang had said that, Li Qi naturally had nothing more to say. As the defensive midfielder, protecting the area in front of the penalty box was his duty. Now with Zhou Jianliang added, the two shared neither understanding nor coordination. He had to keep an eye on both opponents and teammates, truly exhausting. On the sidelines, Xiao Feng remained expressionless. To improve, one must let problems surface. Exposing them in a warm-up match is far better than exposing them in an official game. It was feasible for Zhou Jianliang to play as a defensive sweeper. His running ability and defensive skills were well suited to such a role. However, just as people live in society, players play as part of a team. For such a free-roaming defender, finding the right position on the pitch is no easy task. If his runs overlap with those of his teammates, it not only wastes defensive resources, but may even prove counterproductive. The goal they had just conceded was a case in point. Having conceded a goal, they naturally sought to make amends. After the restart, Meng Qiu Middle School launched a counterattack. This time the offense no longer relied on just 3 players against the whole opposing side. Liu Yang began pushing forward, and both fullbacks repeatedly advanced to join the attack, pulling the defense apart to create space for teammates. Meng Qiu now had ample passing options, allowing his playmaking to become smooth and effortless. 5 minutes later, Liu Yang and Wei Ming produced a sequence of one-touch passes. He then drove toward the penalty area, drew the attention of the opposing defenders, and cleverly slipped the ball to Yun Feiyang, who had just carved out space. Yun Feiyang shot, at once leveling the score for Meng Qiu Middle School. This attacking line has no problems. Xiao Feng nodded to himself off the field. Among the current front 3 of Meng Qiu Middle School, the most important player turned out to be Meng Qiu, a seemingly unremarkable figure. Yet he was able to link the midfield and the forwards. In each attack, he might not be the initiator or the finisher, but throughout the build-up of a goal, he touched the ball more than anyone else. The true attacking core of Meng Qiu Middle School is now Meng Qiu, not Yun Feiyang, who is more highly regarded by outsiders. Xiao Feng reflected inwardly. Meng Qiu's rise had only occurred in the last 1 or 2 group stage matches, but his role was extremely important and indispensable. No matter how many goals Yun Feiyang could score, he still needed passes. Meng Qiu could serve as the final passer, organize attacks, and even break through on his own. Such a versatile attacking player would naturally become the one everyone relied on. Xiao Feng did not mind Meng Qiu Middle School becoming a team reliant on Meng Qiu. In youth competitions, relying on a star player was actually quite important because it helped cultivate better individual players rather than merely building a collective unit. Xiao Feng also had no desire to mold Meng Qiu Middle School into a team that stood apart from all other strong high school squads. If they were shaped into a perfectly integrated whole, they might sweep through the country's top high school teams. However, gifted young players like Yun Feiyang, Meng Qiu, and Zhou Jianliang, with their brilliant individual qualities, would very likely lose their distinctive traits, something Xiao Feng was unwilling to see. Therefore, in the front, he did not restrict Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu's playing styles, letting them figure things out on their own, and at the back, he did not restrict Zhou Jianliang either. It was up to Zhou Jianliang to accumulate experience quickly. The defensive sweeper operates without a fixed position, making it a role that demands experience and understanding with teammates. What exactly is a defensive sweeper supposed to do? When the opposition attacks, he must quickly read the routes of their attackers, determine which zones his teammates are already covering, and move to the weakest spot to reinforce, rather than chasing the ball foolishly. No matter how fast a man runs, the ball travels faster. To achieve this, in addition to physical and technical fundamentals, one needs sharp insight and judgment. The entire situation at the back must be assessed instantly in the mind. Only then can one truly fulfill the role of a defensive sweeper. In terms of physical attributes and man-marking skills, Zhou Jianliang lacked nothing. But in insight and judgment, he still had a long way to go. After Meng Qiu Middle School leveled the score, Ting Fei launched another attack. Defense was not their strength, nor did they want to defend in a warm-up match. Why not engage in an open scoring battle? Who was afraid of whom? Receiving a pass from a teammate in the front, Wang Zhong saw Li Qi close in. With a series of feints, Wang Zhong threw off Li Qi's judgment and immediately dashed past him. Having just eluded Li Qi, Wang Zhong found Zhou Jianliang already in front of him. Sighing inwardly at how quickly Zhou had arrived, Wang Zhong lifted his foot and passed the ball out to the wing. Zhou Jianliang did not give up marking Wang Zhong, but followed him directly. As Wang Zhong ran toward the penalty area, Zhou Jianliang shadowed him only to overlap with Gao Meng's defensive zone. Ting Fei sent in a cross from the wing. With both Zhou Jianliang and Gao Meng focusing their attention solely on Wang Zhong, the rest of the defensive coverage became noticeably thinner. Han Ming was overpowered by the opposing center forward, who met the ball with a powerful header. Lin Bing was unable to react in time, and the ball flew into the net once more for Meng Qiu Middle School. Wang Zhong has matured a great deal since last year, conducting play with his passing. He plays somewhat like Meng Qiu, Xiao Feng thought to himself. This time Gao Meng appeared to be in a much better temper. Seeing Zhou Jianliang standing there seemingly lost in thought, he walked over and said, "Wang Zhong has entered my defensive zone. You don't have to keep all your attention on him. Go where the defense is weakest. That is your responsibility." Zhou Jianliang again nodded with an impassive face. What Gao Meng did not know was that Zhou Jianliang's inner state was far from the calmness his expression suggested. Before meeting Xiao Feng, Zhou Jianliang had been a typical troubled youth. Adopted as a child by an old man, he learned some rudimentary martial arts. After the old man passed away, he drifted through the streets where fighting was a daily occurrence, and being taken into custody had happened more than once. It was not until he met Xiao Feng a year ago that his fate began to change. Xiao Feng taught him how to play football, and told him that the sport could bring great wealth. Then he took him to Huaicai, found ways to solve his enrollment problems, let him live at the school, and made him the captain of Huaicai. Previously, Zhou Jianliang had never thought that playing football was a particularly difficult thing. Thanks to his outstanding physical qualities, he possessed great defensive talent. The tasks Xiao Feng assigned him in matches were nothing more than marking the opposition's key players and sweeping across the midfield. Kuwait-sized defense could hardly be called a system. It was simply that everyone could run tirelessly. In such an environment, Zhou Jianliang's strengths were brought into full play, while his weaknesses remained completely hidden, which was why he had performed so brilliantly. Losing to Meng Qiu was the first time he had ever lost a confrontation, and in his heart, he was deeply unwilling to accept it. After arriving at No. 2 middle school, he had then defeated Yun Feiyang in one-on-one defending, which made Zhou Jianliang feel even more that playing football was nothing special. This match, however, undermined that conviction. Teng Fei had already scored twice, and in both goals he felt a sense of pent-up strength with no outlet. So he could not help glancing toward the sideline. Why not let me mark Wang Zhong? I guarantee I can keep him from scoring. Xiao Feng, however, made a gesture to him, keep doing what you were told to do. Thus Zhou Jianliang had no choice but to continue his sweeping duties at the back, albeit reluctantly, and his performance in the following minutes appeared distinctly poor. His defensive zones constantly overlapped with his teammates, and his judgment often faltered when sprinting back and forth to mark players. As a result, No. 2 middle school's defense became overcrowded in some areas, while leaving other zones dangerously vacant. Given their defensive capability, they might not have been able to shut out Teng Fei entirely, but at least they could have conceded fewer goals. Yet with him disrupting the shape, their defense was virtually non-existent. The match ended with a score of 74, an extraordinarily high-scoring game. Teng Fei scored 7 goals in the match. Wang Zhong's abilities were on full display. Though he only scored once, his drawing of defenders' assists and constant runs created numerous opportunities for his teammates. All of No. 2 middle school's goals were scored by Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu. Despite insufficient support from the back, they still managed 4 goals, which spoke volumes about their performance. Conceding 7 goals, however. After the match, the defenders and goalkeeper Lin Bing all wore rather grim expressions. Since the team was formed the year before last, No. 2 middle school had never conceded so many goals in a match. Even in last year's group stage, Teng Fei had scored only 4 against them. Now that was nearly double. Xiao Feng, however, did not seem to think anything was wrong. After the match, he went straight to shake hands with Teng Fei's coach, expressing endless gratitude until the other man felt embarrassed. Your defense has major problems, Teng Fei's coach finally said. It's normal for the problems to be significant. The fact that they've been exposed is a good thing. Next we can work on solving them properly. Xiao Feng replied with a smile. Problems may be easy to solve, but do you really think that kid who runs around like a headless fly can solve this one? Teng Fei's coach asked out of curiosity. Before playing against your Teng Fei, he had only played football for half a year. Xiao Feng laughed. I believe this fellow will improve quickly. He is sharp-minded and hard-working. It's just that everything went too smoothly for him before, which made him somewhat arrogant. A defeat like this should sober him up a bit. Only half a year. Teng Fei's coach was taken aback, then remarked with emotion, it seems there are many promising talents outside the scope of football schools. Xiao Feng chuckled softly. Have you noticed that Zhou Jianliang has become very quiet these past few days? After finishing the physical training in the gym that day on their way to school for team practice, Meng Qiu suddenly said to Yun Feiyang. Really? I always thought he was quiet like a gourd without a mouth. Yun Feiyang said doubtfully. He didn't talk much before, but these days he's been listless on the training ground, not like when he was the captain at Huikai. Meng Qiu shook his head. He played so badly in that match, so it's normal for him to be quiet. Yun Feiyang laughed. If I had played such a terrible game, I'd be upset for a few days too. His strength is still very strong, Meng Qiu said thoughtfully. But his match experience is really poor. If that isn't made up for, our No. 2 high school probably won't be able to use him. Are you praising yourself in a roundabout ways? Yun Feiyang cried out. With his strength, you still scored 2 goals under his marking on such a terrible pitch. How shameless. I'm not like you. Meng Qiu fell silent for a moment, then hit back. Yun Feiyang chuckled a couple of times. This kind of shamelessness was indeed his style. If we can't use him, then don't. The defensive line formed by senior Gao Meng and the others is already well reputed in Dalian. Even if we don't use him, the loss won't be great. Although he is Xiao Feng's trusted man, Xiao Feng is new here and has to consider results. He can't force him into the starting lineup and hurt the team's performance. Yun Feiyang turned the conversation back. I think so too. Meng Qiu nodded. There are still 20 days before the knockout rounds begin. If he still can't integrate into the team during this time, then he can only be a substitute. After all, we can't afford to lose. Integrate in just 20 days. That's a bit difficult. Yun Feiyang didn't think such a thing would happen. After all, even as a center forward, integrating into a team was easier, but it still took him 1 or 2 months to build some understanding with his teammates. Zhou Jianliang had even less match experience, and a defensive position required even more understanding and cooperation. How could he integrate into the team in just 20 days? What a joke. However, after returning to school, Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu both discovered that Xiao Feng had not given up on integrating Zhou Jianliang into the team. After all, besides being his confidant, Zhou Jianliang was indeed a defensive stalwart. No. 2 high school's foundation was relatively weak, so it would really be a shame to give up such a defensive stalwart. Zhou Jianliang looked mature, but in fact he was the same age as Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu, not yet 17 this year. If he could integrate, he could play for No. 2 high school for at least 2 more years. Xiao Feng also felt responsible for Zhou Jianliang to let him truly find his own path in football so that he wouldn't be caught and locked up again. In the coming period, we need to find our form through matches. We can't find suitable opponents for warm-up games, so from now on we'll have an internal training match every day. When Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang arrived at the training ground, Xiao Feng announced this rule. The weather was gradually warming up. Although it was still cold, it was already possible to play outdoors. Xiao Feng announced one match a day. Although this would put considerable pressure on the players after the previous crash physical training, it was not enough to make them feel too tough. Compared with the tedious physical training, the daily training matches were simply heaven. But Xiao Feng's next grouping exposed his thoughts completely. The main defensive line was grouped on one side, with Zhou Jianliang and Li Qi. On the other side, they faced another team, led by Lu Yiyang, Wei Ming, Meng Qiu, and Yun Feiyang. With the main attacking unit against the main defensive line, it was no exaggeration to say that Xiao Feng's intention was as clear as day. He arranged for Meng Qiu and the others to shuttle back and forth, launching attacks from multiple points. He arranged for Gao Ming and the others to hold firm in their zonal defense. And he arranged for Zhou Jianliang to cover back and forth. By this method, he hoped to quickly increase Zhou Jianliang's match experience and familiarize others with Zhou Jianliang's movement range. Xiao Feng had indeed taken great pains. Some no. Two high school players didn't understand this, but Meng Qiu and a few others understood it very well. For a team's strength to improve rapidly, besides enhancing overall coordination and tacit understanding, it was also very important that the ability an individual player displayed on the field improved. Among the two high school players, the one with obvious shortcomings was probably only Zhou Jianliang. Unlike technical flaws, his lack of experience and understanding could be quickly compensated through a large number of matches. It depended on whether he could absorb enough nourishment from these matches to increase his help to the team. No, two high school didn't have much time, and Xiao Feng wouldn't give him more. Then let's attack with all our might. Defeat the defensive team. Before taking the field, Yun Feiyang waved his arms and shouted. Everyone knew why Yun Feiyang seemed so excited. He had lost to Zhou Jianliang in a one-on-one before, and he must have been very displeased. Now that there was a chance to openly get his revenge, it would be strange if Yun Feiyang weren't so excited. With the addition of Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang, two high school had gradually transformed from a team strong in defense and weak in attack into a team strong in attack and weak in defense. Not that their defense had declined, but rather their defensive players were somewhat inferior in ability compared with their offensive players. No, two high school was not a traditional strong team. Whichever part had outstanding players, the whole team unconsciously leaned toward that part. In the group stage, two high school scored so many goals and conceded far more than before, which was clear proof. It also sufficiently demonstrated how excellent Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang, the two newcomers, were. After receiving a pass from Lu Yiyang, Meng Qiu began to dribble forward on his own. Zhou Jianliang stepped up to meet him, but Meng Qiu did not try to force his way past him. Instead, he passed the ball straight out. The ball went to He Fan's feet, and He Fan quickly passed it back. After receiving the ball, Meng Qiu quickly distributed it to Wei Ming on the left flank before Zhou Jianliang came over to defend. Facing Li Lemming, who was in his second year, Wei Ming used his speed to force past Li Lemming's defense, then cut diagonally into the penalty area. Zhou Jianliang rushed to the left flank, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the ball. Before he could get into position to cover Wei Ming, with Han Ming forced to shift, passed the ball into the penalty area. Yun Feiyang used his body to hold off. Gao Ming got to the first point first, and poked the ball in with a close-range shot, opening the scoring for the attacking team. Stop. The whistle in Xiao Feng's mouth sounded, and he paused the game. You see, the defensive problem just now was exposed quite clearly. When Meng Qiu had the ball, it wasn't just Zhou Jianliang who needed to step up and mark him. Li Qi, at that moment your task was to pay attention to whom Meng Qiu might pass to, and then provide cover. Zhou Jianliang, when Meng Qiu passed the ball to Wei Ming, you should not have moved to that direction to cover, because it was too far from you. At this time, Meng Qiu's threat was not the greatest. You should have judged that Wei Ming could break through Li Lemming's defense, and then pose a threat in the penalty area. The thing you most needed to do was drop back into the penalty area, help Gao Ming mark Yun Feiyang, and free him, or Han Ming, to cover the right flank, because they were closer to the covering spot than you. As the defensive sweeper, it doesn't mean you have to appear in every defensive gap. Rather, when a teammate near the gap goes to cover it, you cover for them, so that the overall defensive line doesn't create a gap. Understand? Zhou Jianliang nodded, trying hard to digest Xiao Feng's words. Yun Feiyang curled his lips. He had just scored, and was about to cheer, but Xiao Feng's call interrupted him. Unpleasant. Meng Qiu, however, glanced at Xiao Feng with some surprise. Stopping the game midway to explain like this was clearly easier for people to remember. After all, it was something that had just happened. Pointing out where you went wrong in defense immediately was even better than playing a full match. If the results of leading Hui Kai in the group stage had proved Xiao Feng's tactical ability, then now Xiao Feng was gradually displaying his ability to train players. Although it was only demonstrated with Zhou Jianliang alone, given that the two high school players were not too keen on him being able to do this, was enough to prove that Xiao Feng was truly a capable coach. I wonder what he thinks I need to make up for. Meng Qiu thought to himself. He hadn't known what his level was before. After all, when he was in Bolivia, he played in a position he wasn't used to, and he had little contact with other teams. After returning to China, he didn't feel that opponents were too hard to handle, but if asked exactly what level he was at now, he really couldn't say. In the knockout stage, we should be able to meet the strongest teams in the Dalian division, right? I'm really looking forward to the upcoming matches. Just as Meng Qiu was thinking this, Xiaofeng was also anxious inside. This kind of stop-and-explain coaching, although effective, was also a bit rushed. After all, a person's ability to accept is limited. Constantly having mistakes pointed out is also likely to frustrate a player's confidence. He didn't know how far Zhou Jianliang could go, but the time left for him, and Zhou Jianliang was indeed no longer much. If it were in a team's youth system, he wouldn't use this method. Instead, he would let Zhou Jianliang start from a fixed position, accumulate experience bit by bit, and then achieve a breakthrough after thorough preparation. That would be the most reliable approach. But because there was no time, he could only force the growth of the young plant. Now Xiaofeng's only hope was that Zhou Jianliang, the seedling, was sturdy enough and would not wither halfway. Zhou Jianliang meanwhile remained silent. It was unknown whether he would finally explode in silence or perish in silence. Time passed day by day. While the students of No. 2 High School studied diligently, they were also looking forward to the arrival of the elimination round in the Dalian tournament. In last year's elimination round, No. 2 High School was knocked out after just one match. However, they had fought hard for 90 minutes before narrowly losing by a single goal to Yunbei High School, the eventual national champions. This implicitly raised the students' expectations for this year's competition. Although No. 2 High School encountered considerable difficulties in the group stage, they ultimately qualified with a perfect record. They defeated football powerhouses such as Tongfei and Xinya, as well as the dark horse Huikai. This year they had reason to harbor even greater expectations for their school team. Aside from the senior students who were absorbed in preparing for the college entrance examination, the students of the first and second grades all appeared somewhat restless during those days. Yi Jiqing gazed at the sky outside the window, then turned to look at the 2 empty seats in the classroom. The weather was growing warmer. Surely the March match would not see the terrible conditions that plagued last year's final round. What are you thinking about, little sister Yi? Subin poked his head over from beside her and asked. What else could I be thinking about? The match, Yi Jiqing replied with a smile. Oh, today is the quarterfinal draw. I hope the captain doesn't have the same bad luck as the group stage draw ceremony, Subin said, suddenly understanding. What's bad about it? There are no weak teams among the top 8. It makes no difference which side we face, said Yi Jiqing, repeating words Xiaofeng had spoken when dismissing practice the day before. Who said that? Asked Subin. Our head coach, answered Yi Jiqing. Subin burst into hearty laughter. I think he's saying that to cover himself in case he draws a tough matchup. He's one of the people conducting today's draw after all. As he spoke, Subin did not notice that at a desk in the corner of the classroom, Zhou Jianliang, who had been sound asleep, suddenly raised his head. His gaze swept over Subin like cold lightning, then he buried his face back down. Don't speak disrespectfully about our head coach, reminded Yi Jiqing with a smile. What are you talking about? We all saw his arrogant behavior during the final group stage match last year. I absolutely detested him back then. Who would have guessed he'd become our school team's head coach? But if he can lead us to good results, I'll support him, huffed Subin. For Subin and Yi Jiqing, this was merely an ordinary break-time chat. Yet those words falling upon the ears of Zhou Jianliang, who had been feigning sleep, struck him like a profound revelation. Zhou Jianliang knew just how detestable Xiaofeng could be. The man was capable and not ill-intentioned at heart, but he was fiercely unrestrained and seldom considered others' feelings. When he coached Huikai, hardly anyone in the team liked him. It was largely through Zhou Jianliang's physical dominance that Xiaofeng maintained control over the squad. Even among the teachers at Huikai, Xiaofeng was deeply unpopular, for he never let issues rest when he was right and when he was wrong, while he still refused to let them rest. Thus Zhou Jianliang could understand why Subin disliked Xiaofeng. During that match, Xiaofeng's earlier arrogant behavior had been so provoking that even Zhou Jianliang had felt the urge to march up and confront him. Yet Subin had said that as long as Xiaofeng could lead No. 2 High to victory, he would support him. A person whom others found disagreeable. If he could lead the team to success, then others would rally behind him. Was this truly how the world of football worked? Though usually silent, Zhou Jianliang was no fool. He naturally understood that since arriving at No. 2 High, although the players did not openly discriminate against him, they found it difficult to quickly embrace him. After all, they had once been opponents. And his background differed entirely from theirs. Students who progressed smoothly through elementary, middle, and high school, especially those admitted to a prestigious institution like No. 2 High, rarely encountered threats of violence. But Zhou Jianliang had received little formal education, spending his days navigating the streets where brawls were commonplace. Compared to the students of No. 2 High, the aura he carried was fundamentally different. A person of entirely different temperament entering a group sharing a different kind of camaraderie would inevitably experience a sense of alienation, and it would be profound. On the training ground, everyone practiced together, yet few would initiate conversation with Zhou Jianliang. And Zhou Jianliang himself was not given to words. He did not know how to reach out to others. Though he never showed it, Zhou Jianliang himself was deeply troubled by this. Now he had heard those words from Subin. If I can perform better on the field, perhaps I too can be more easily accepted. Beneath his silent exterior, Zhou Jianliang harbored a heart that yearned for connection. Our quarterfinal opponents have been drawn. Everyone should thank me, for I drew a favorable bracket. Ha ha ha. When afternoon training began, the players of No. 2 High School spotted Xiaofeng in the midst of unrestrained laughter. Dalian Jinzhou Football School would be their next opponent. This draw was indeed quite favorable. Among the 8 teams from Dalian, Yunbei, Chengxi, and Yangwang football schools were universally recognized as the strongest, boasting star players famous throughout Dalian and even the entire nation. Encountering any of them prematurely would not be an ideal situation. Given that all teams were drawn from a randomized pool rather than their original school brackets, avoiding these 3 powerhouse programs was indeed fortunate. Among the remaining 4 football schools, Jinzhou, Fingyalida, and Lanying, Jinzhou could only be considered a mid-tier side. They relied on collective play rather than possessing any outstanding star players. In youth football competitions, the presence or absence of star players was of paramount importance. Even Huikai, the dark horse team previously led by Xiaofeng, would have struggled to create miracles all the way without a defensive player like Zhou Jianliang, whose marking ability was exceptionally formidable. However, in the half of the bracket containing No. Tuhai, the other match pitted the powerhouse Yunbei against Lanying. If No. Tuhai could pass through Jinzhou, then in the semifinals their opponent would be Yunbei. If our goal is the national tournament, then Yunbei, Chengxi, and Yangwang are opponents we simply cannot avoid. Across all of Dalian, only 3 teams can advance to the nationals. Either we reach the final and qualify as one of the top 2, or we enter the top 6 and defeat other opponents in the brutal elimination rounds to claim that final berth. Those are the only 2 paths. None of the quarterfinal opponents will prove easy to handle. They have all, like us, emerged from the group stage with perfect records to stand upon this stage. We are luckier facing Jinzhou, but sooner or later we will confront opponents of Yunbei's caliber. Prepare yourselves. A thrilling journey is about to begin. Understood. After his initial boisterous laughter, Xiaofeng suddenly grew serious. This seriousness, rather than inspiring the players, left many feeling somewhat uneasy and unsure how to respond. Seeing the players' perplexed expressions, Xiaofeng sighed. It was still because his authority was insufficient. Otherwise, those words should have produced a far greater effect. Continue training. He waved his hand and said simply. The one thing that brought Xiaofeng some consolation was that through this period of training, Zhou Jianliang seemed to be growing increasingly familiar with the role of defensive sweeper. He began appearing more frequently in areas beyond the coverage of the defensive line. His abundant stamina also allowed him to make forward pushes during set pieces and then quickly recover to defend. With his presence, the 2 fullbacks were also able to surge forward on occasion, greatly alleviating No. Tuhai's struggling wide attacks. During training, the defensive side also became increasingly capable of countering the attack. This transformation led the players of No. Tuhai to better accept Zhou Jianliang, acknowledging that his addition made their defense considerably stronger. Even more pleasing to Xiaofeng was that the front 3 under this pressure continued to improve. After Meng Qiu was fully pushed into an attacking position, his abilities began to emerge completely. His excellent dribbling skills were constantly on display during training. Often 2 defenders closing in on him could not dispossess him. As Meng Qiu increasingly delivered ground passes, Yun Feiyang's ball control also made significant progress. Previously, most of Yun Feiyang's goals had been scored in the air owing to his considerable physical advantage over peers of the same age. In middle school, his teammates had mostly created chances for him through wide crosses, meaning that although his footwork was not poor, it rarely received opportunities to shine in matches. Now, with Meng Qiu behind him, someone who preferred ground passes, Yun Feiyang's technical abilities on the ground began to be utilized far more frequently. In Xiaofeng's view, a striker who relied solely on headers had limited prospects. In modern football, super defenders were becoming increasingly numerous, and their aerial protection was growing ever more excellent. Center forwards who depended only on heading were finding less and less space. Although this trend was not yet pronounced in high school football, improving Yun Feiyang's ability to receive the ball on the ground and finish with his feet would undoubtedly be of tremendous help. With Yun Feiyang's weaknesses being addressed, his individual strength would increase. Likewise for No. Tuhai, whose primary scoring threat was him, their overall goal-scoring ability would correspondingly improve. Xiaofeng was growing increasingly confident about No. Tuhai's upcoming results. He knew just how outstanding the 3 powerhouses, Yunbei, Chengxi, and Yangwang, were. Although the former No. Tuhai was also quite capable, when facing these 3 giants something was still lacking. Only when Zhou Jianliang had fully integrated with Meng Qiu serving as the attacking core and Yun Feiyang's individual abilities fully unleashed would No. Tuhai truly possessed the capability to compete with those 3 dominant schools. Zhang Lintao was filled with eager anticipation for the upcoming Dalian Division knockout stage. Many people eagerly awaited the Dalian Division's knockout stage. High school fan scouts from professional clubs. The fans wished to see their peers shine on the pitch, while the scouts hoped to discover new talents. The high school league's purpose lay precisely in these 2 aspects: first, promoting youth football, second, selecting promising players. However, Zhang Lintao's anticipation was not for these reasons. He was an editor at a Dalian newspaper. In this information age, print media were struggling. As a comprehensive weekly, the Dalian Weekly had no advantage over several major newspapers, and its circulation had been declining steadily. Under such circumstances, the Dalian Weekly's solution was to launch a new publication. As a newspaper inherited from the planned economy era, the Dalian Weekly possessed a publication license. In this age, when such licenses were scarce, launching a brand new periodical was no easy task. If used well, this license could breathe new life into the Dalian Weekly. However, the Dalian Weekly's license was for a semi-annual publication. That is only 2 issues per year. To conglomerates seeking to create periodicals, such a license was hardly attractive, so the Dalian Weekly could not sell it even if it wanted to. Thus the Dalian Weekly decided to do it themselves. Launching a semi-annual was not easy, but at that moment Zhang Lintao, who had joined the paper less than 6 months earlier, came up with a brilliant idea to focus exclusively on high school football. Dalian had always been a city with a vibrant football culture, and football publications sold well there. Yet after 3 years of the high school league, despite its growing influence, coverage of the league was fragmented and lacked an authoritative unified publication, a genuine pity. Fans who missed certain matches had to rummage through old newspapers, piecing together fragmentary bits of information. There was a demand for a publication offering detailed match reports and player profiles. And the Dalian division happened to host a series of matches every half year. Group stage in the latter half, knockout stage in the first half of the following year. A semi-annual fit perfectly. As for the national tournament, there would be plenty of coverage then, and the Dalian Weekly could also publish a supplement. Therefore, starting last year, the Dalian Weekly dispatched an interview team led by Zhang Lintao to gather intelligence on the Dalian division. However, new publications always encountered difficulties. Many fans were unaware of the magazine, and the group stage lacked sufficient appeal. As a result, sales of the semi-annual were not great. Under these circumstances, the knockout stage would become the lifeline for the semi-annual magazine, named High School Football. The Dalian division's knockout matches were often spectacular. Strong teams and star players attracted numerous fans and audiences. Zhang Lintao believed that if the magazine combined detailed coverage with abundant images, High School Football would surely lay a solid foundation. He was also a football fan and a young man, so he naturally understood how fervently teenage fans could be about football. Post-match reports alone could never satisfy their passion. What they needed was a platform to express their enthusiasm for their idols. Posters and special collections were what they craved, yet other media accustomed to catering to more mature fan groups had overlooked this need. Their match coverage was certainly detailed enough for mature fans, but young fans wanted every detail and more. High School Football could offer them more. Yet all of this came with one prerequisite. That prerequisite was that this knockout stage had to be exciting, compelling, full of suspense, and thrilling enough to leave the students craving more even after watching the matches and reading the reports. By then, the emergence of High School Football would sweep across the high school fan base in Dalian, quickly creating a phenomenon. Once high school students in Dalian developed the habit of buying High School Football, the publication would truly gain a foothold. And Zhang Lintao, the young editor, would also secure his place at the newspaper. This proposal was his. If it succeeded, everything would be fine. If it failed, not only would High School Football be stillborn, but the entire Dalian Weekly would teeter on the brink of collapse. This year's knockout stage. It absolutely has to be exciting. Zhang Lintao thought, gazing at the bright sky outside the window. Chief Zhang, which match should we focus our coverage on? Xiao Chun said enthusiastically. Yunbei has an outstanding newcomer this year. They say he will become Yunbei's leading figure after Sumiao. Such a person is bound to have a bright future. Yunbei always produces newcomers like that. Nothing special. Zhang Lintao shook his head. Then, what about Qingxi? The final act of the 3 leading teams. It's dull. They don't play an attractive game, and they've never had many fans. Then how about Yangwang? A player as excellent as Lu Fenghui has never once reached the national tournament. This is his final push. His strength is beyond doubt. He failed to reach the national tournament because of Yunbei and Qingxi. No great appeal either. Then, Chief, which team are you planning to track closely? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Though High School Football sent staff to each knockout match to capture footage and gather the most detailed information, they still needed a focus rather than trying to cover everything indiscriminately. We'll focus on the second high school. Zhang Lintao waved his hand and said firmly. Second high, the only amateur team. It's a good angle, but if they can't reach the national tournament, the angle won't matter. That's why we have to take a gamble and hope they can make it. That will give us enough appeal. Zhang Lintao said seriously. First, as an amateur team, the second high school has performed well in the past 2 years and enjoys many fans among high school students. What they lack is just results. After all, our target audience is high school fans, not football academy students, so the second high's journey resonates more easily with them. Second, the second high is not weak. Newcomers Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu have performed excellently, and with the old guard of the 4 Heavenly Kings still around, they do have a chance to break into the national tournament. Most importantly, if the second high really creates a miracle, we'll be ahead of other media, because they will inevitably focus on the top 3 teams, Yunbei, Qingxi, and Yangwang. If we have the most detailed material, we'll be the only one in Dalian with it. Then how could we worry about sales? Seeing Xiao Chen's lingering doubts, Zhang Lintao sighed and patted his shoulder. We can only take this gamble now. Xiao Chen's gaze dimmed, then he nodded. Indeed, it was the only gamble they had. If the magazine succeeded, the whole newspaper would survive. If it failed, the entire newspaper would face its end. They didn't need steady progress now. What they needed was a blazing success. What a beautiful day. Xiaofeng looked up at the sky with satisfaction, then turned to all the players. With such wonderful weather to start our first knockout match, this proves we are about to enter a glorious period. Such uplifting words only drew silent complaints from the players. Other schools also had equally fine weather, so would everyone enjoy a glorious period. Xiaofeng didn't care. He knew that unless he could lead the team to continuous victories and steady improvement, authority could not be established overnight. What lifted his spirits was that Zhou Jianliang was growing increasingly familiar with his new position, naturally appearing nearby to cover for teammates. The other defenders were also adapting to rotating coverage instead of standing idly in their own defensive zones. Though not yet polished, this conceptual shift was no easy achievement. Zonal marking was the simplest defensive scheme to train and the most common in youth matches. Making them play more flexibly would naturally require time. Progress had been made, and as long as they persisted they would only get better. Provided they weren't eliminated midway, the talent of these second-high players would surely make them even stronger. It was precisely for this reason that Xiaofeng was genuinely pleased they hadn't faced powerhouse teams like Yunbei Chengxi and Yangwang right from the start. The longer time passed, the stronger the second high would become. Because they were not trained in professional football academies, they had many flaws. As these flaws were corrected one by one, they would grow increasingly formidable. For instance, Gao Meng's judgment in defensive covering, Liu Yiyang's lack of focus in midfield, Lin Bing's occasional lapses in concentration while goalkeeping, and Wei Ming's overly monotonous attacking methods. All these were flaws, but they could be remedied. In the team's internal training matches these days, Xiaofeng would stop play for every wrong move, pointing it out and letting the players correct themselves. If I had become the head coach of the second high earlier, would the team be even stronger? Xiaofeng sometimes thought. Old Wang, is the camera ready? Set up a few more camera positions then. Try to capture every detail of the matches. It will be very useful for our upcoming training. Xiaofeng patted Coach Wang on the shoulder as he said this. It's ready. Coach Wang nodded. He knew Xiaofeng was far superior in this regard, so despite still not liking him, Coach Wang cooperated with him well. As the grand finale of the Dalian division, the organizing committee of the Dalian High School League attached great importance to it. Although only 8 teams participated, these 8 teams were undoubtedly the elite of the elite in Dalian high school football, and every match could almost rival professional games. So the schedule arrangement had cost the organizing committee considerable effort. The 4 quarterfinal matches were scheduled across 2 weekends, 1 match each on Saturday and Sunday. The venues were enough to excite the young players. The famous Jinzhou Stadium and Dalian People's Stadium would host 2 matches each week. This weekend the 2 matches in the upper bracket would be played. The first was No.2 High School against Jinzhou, and the second was Yunbei against Lanying. For many people the match between Yunbei and Lanying was almost a foregone conclusion. The title King Yunbei did not fall from the sky, rather over the past 3 years Yunbei had earned it with 2 national championships and 2 Dalian championships. Apart from Chengxi, which could match them in achievements, all other teams lagged far behind. Although Lanying was also one of the top teams in the Dalian division, compared with Yunbei, which boasted several members of the national youth team, they were still far behind. However, even if that match was a foregone conclusion, it was still more exciting than the match between No.2 High School and Jinzhou. Though No.2 High School had been the biggest dark horse last year and performed quite well this year, it lacked much in terms of highlights. When Zhang Lintao arrived at Jinzhou Stadium with his own filming crew, he did not see many journalists. Although he spotted some familiar faces among the journalists, all from Dalian's major media outlets, basically each outlet had sent only 1 or 2 reporters. Because reporting a match usually required only 1 or 2 reporters, enough to describe the details of the game and take a few photos. This situation made Zhang Lintao smile with satisfaction. Such an effort might suffice for an ordinary match, but it was far from enough to produce a full publication. Old Zhang, your Dalian Weekly really splashed out this time. A journalist he knew greeted Zhang Lintao, though there was an undisguisable smile in his eyes. To make such a fuss over a mere group stage match. This must be how Dalian Weekly spends its money. Tisk tisk, 4 cameras and 8 operators. Are they recording a Dalian high school division match or the World Cup final? What a waste of money. No wonder Dalian Weekly is getting poorer and poorer. Zhang Lintao naturally saw the contempt hidden in those reporters' eyes, but he just laughed it off and glossed over the matter, while inwardly resolving to prove them wrong. Go ahead and laugh. When No.2 High School truly becomes impressive, our publication will be an instant hit, and then we'll see who's laughing. Though he made this resolution inwardly, Zhang Lintao also knew that in reality the approach of his peers was the most suitable at the moment. Journalism values timeliness, and grabbing the news and releasing it first is the best strategy. What Zhang Lintao and his team were doing was actually creating a premium product that is presenting the charm of the National High School League in every detail. Such a magazine had to be crafted with great care to possess collectible value so that more people would buy it. For many newspapers, this approach could easily lead to thankless toil. What Zhang Lintao had not imagined was that the semi-annual publication High School Football, originally established merely to create a new revenue stream for Dalian Weekly, would several years later become the most authoritative publication and collector's item covering the National High School League. In particular, the first issue of High School Football, because it had not sold well at the time, and thus had a very low print run, would eventually become a sought-after treasure for many collectors. Of course, that was a story for later. At that moment, Zhang Lintao, who would later become the nation's foremost high school football reporter, was wearing a feigned smile and exchanging pleasantries with a group of journalists. Hey, interesting, old Zhang. Which newspaper is that over there? They're actually doing the same thing as you. A journalist suddenly called out. Zhang Lintao jolted and turned to look. He found that next to each camera of his own crew, there was an additional camera, and a plain-looking middle-aged man was directing people as they set up positions, though they were clearly laymen as their positions were arranged in a mess. Zhang Lintao felt a surge of annoyance. Who would even compete for this kind of work? What worried him even more was another matter: had someone else also thought of this idea? In that case, the uniqueness of high school football is gone. Being a pioneer was certainly a comfortable thing. If high school football became a hit, he would not be afraid, even if others followed suit afterward. People always have a first impression bias, so the dominant position of high school football would not be shaken. But if another media outlet did the same thing as high school football, things would be uncertain. After all, in terms of distribution channels, Dalian Weekly was arguably the weakest among Dalian's major print media. Once it lost the first mover advantage, what advantages would Dalian Weekly have left? Feeling uneasy, Zhang Lintao immediately rushed over, wanting to see which media genius had come up with the same idea as him. After making a round, he found that he did not recognize a single person. The journalist circle was not large, in fact. Though there were many journalists now, for them, in any group of journalists, one would surely recognize one or two familiar faces or people they had dealt with. But after this look around, Zhang Lintao recognized no one. They were all strangers. Feeling troubled, Zhang Lintao happened to hear that plain-looking middle-aged man shouting, "Set it up better. We need to shoot the match from every corner later." Hearing such obviously unprofessional talk, Zhang Lintao felt annoyed. Suppressing his displeasure, he coughed and asked the middle-aged man, "Sir, which media outlet do you belong to?" The middle-aged man paused, then turned to look at Zhang Lintao. "I'm a reporter from Dalian Weekly," Zhang Lintao introduced himself. "Oh, we're not from the media. We're teachers from No. 2 High School here to film this match," Coach Wang answered honestly. "Teachers from No. 2 High School." Zhang Lintao was stunned for a moment, then beamed. "Not a competitor. That's good. I knew it. How could anyone else have thought of such a brilliant idea as mine? Wait, teachers from No. 2 High School. This is a great opportunity." In an instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. Zhang Lintao was glad he had not rashly caused trouble just now, and the smile on his face became even more amiable. Seeing the 20-something young man smiling so ingratiatingly, Coach Wang grew a little wary. The salesmen he had encountered often wore such smiles. "Teachers from No. 2 High School, hello. I've watched all your school team's group stage matches. They were so exciting. I'm a big fan of yours." Zhang Lintao grabbed Coach Wang's hand and kept talking. Only then did Coach Wang realize, so that was it. A fan after all. It was normal to smile so ingratiatingly. With that thought, Coach Wang felt rather buoyant. If No. 2 High School played, well, even he could bask in the glory. Having someone come specially to film the matches before the game. This must be to review the problems after the match and keep improving, right? To be so meticulous even in football, no wonder No. 2 High School has achieved such good results over the past 2 years. It truly follows the same lineage as your school's rigorous academic atmosphere. Back then, I wasn't very successful in my studies, otherwise I might have studied at No. 2 High School too. What a pity. If only I had studied a bit better at the time. Zhang Lintao continued his flattery, but Coach Wang's face flushed a little. The good results of No. 2 High School in recent years had little to do with that. Filming every detail of the matches and bringing it back was actually a request from Xiaofeng. Nevertheless, Zhang Lintao's string of compliments made Coach Wang take a liking to the young journalist. This kid really knew how to talk. "May I ask your surname?" Teacher Wang, you are truly conscientious. But I suppose you and your colleagues haven't filmed a match before, have you? These methods are not quite suitable. They won't produce very good results. Hearing this, Coach Wang was also troubled. He and the other teachers who had been temporarily helping the school team were indeed laymen. They knew how to operate a camera, but they had no idea how to film well. "If you don't mind, let our people film together with your colleagues. We also have 4 cameras this time. If we combine them, we can shoot from 8 directions and basically capture the whole scene. Moreover, my colleagues have a good eye for moments. They can capture specific details more clearly. Then we can share the footage. What do you think?" Zhang Lintao proposed. Coach Wang was not entirely without precaution. After all, those cameras were quite expensive. But this was on the campus of Chengxi High School, on the football field, with so many people in the stands and security guards and police outside maintaining order. Why fear that these people would grab the cameras and run? Moreover, Zhang Lintao had handed over his work credentials. That could not be faked. The monk might run away, but the temple remains. The brand of Dalian Weekly was still quite solid. Immediately, Coach Wang called over his colleagues. After a brief discussion, they agreed. The 8 staff members from Dalian Weekly began operating 8 cameras, while the 8 teachers from No. 2 High School assisted them, forming such a strange combination. After chatting a few more sentences with Coach Wang, Zhang Lintao walked back in a cheerful mood. Taking the initiative to help others felt great. Especially if No. 2 High School truly kept achieving excellent results along the way, then this small relationship now would play a significant role in the future. It was a win-win situation, and Zhang Lintao was glad to do it. "I've made the connection. From now on, interviews and such should go even more smoothly, right?" Zhang Lintao thought gleefully to himself. "Old Zhang, who are those people? How come you're cooperating with them?" a reporter asked curiously as Zhang Lintao walked back. "Oh, they're from No. 2 Middle School. They're all amateurs and don't know much about filming matches, so we're giving them a hand. A mutual exchange, you know." Zhang Lintao suppressed his excitement and said casually, "Nice move, old Zhang. By seizing this chance to build ties with No. 2 Middle School, you'll have exclusive news at your fingertips." That reporter burst into laughter, and the other reporters, catching on, joined in with hearty laughter. Zhang Lintao feigned indifference, but inwardly he was secretly grinding his teeth. He knew perfectly well why his colleagues were laughing. An amateur team like No. 2 Middle School, even if they were decent and had performed well this year, would find it hard to break out from among strong teams like Yunbei, Chengxi, and Yangguang. Their group stage performance was indeed impressive and made for good headlines, but unless they could reach the national tournament and do well there, such headlines were only worth a brief report there was no need to build such a long-term connection with them. Even in professional football, only elite coaches or clubs have such tightly connected journalists who always get the first-hand reports first. Only such material is valuable. For an ordinary team with few fans, even if you get an exclusive scoop, how many people would be interested? Such long-term investment costs a great deal. Without sufficient returns, there's simply no need to do it. In the eyes of his peers, Zhang Lintao and the Dalian Weekly were merely engaged in a last-ditch struggle. Zhang Lintao knew it was a last-ditch struggle, but only by grasping this final lifeline and winning through surprise could he have one last chance. Please do us proud, No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Lintao murmured silently in his heart. Just as he was feeling anxious, the team bus of No. 2 Middle School drove into Jinzhou Stadium. What luck! Someone's helping us film. After hearing Coach Wang's report, Xiaofeng pondered for a moment, then nodded. Since someone is helping us, that's naturally for the best. There are still 2 hours before kickoff. Rest for a while, then go out to warm up. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, the No. 2 Middle School players swarmed forward, touching this and that in the dressing room of Jinzhou Stadium, proving beyond doubt that they were country bumpkins. However, none of the current No. 2 Middle School players had ever been inside the dressing room at Jinzhou Stadium. Last year's quarterfinal knockout matches were held at the school stadiums of Qingxi and Yunbei football schools, and only the final was arranged at Dalian People's Stadium. The stadium dressing room was a mysterious place for many people, for Xiaofeng too actually, but he suppressed the urge to explore and barely maintained his composure. Compared with our school's dressing room, a proper stadium's is definitely much better. There are lockers and a dozen or so shower heads. After the match, we won't have to queue up for a shower. Li Qi laughed heartily. Meng Qiu smiled. Professional teams' dressing rooms were all much the same. Although he had never played professionally, he had seen them before. The other person who, like him, did not wander around was Yun Feiyang. However, his reason was different. I'm a genius who will become the world's best player in the future. How could this dressing room possibly interest me? He said in a low voice to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu was speechless, then chuckled. The third one who stood apart was Zhou Jinliang. He sat on a chair resting with a towel covering his head. Only he himself knew that he was not resting, but calming his mind. I need to fit into this team. I need to perform well. I need to prove myself. I can't go back to the life I had before. He knew he would be in the starting lineup today, and his task was to protect the defense behind the attackers. This was also what he practiced most during this period of training. If he could protect the defense, well then Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu and the others would be able to attack better. That was his mission. Zhou Jinliang knew he had not played football for long and lacked the ability to help much in attack, but in defense he could run and was tenacious. No matter the opponent, he would stop them. Half an hour quickly passed, and Xiaofeng led the players out to warm up. Zhou Jinliang followed silently behind. When the No. 2 Middle School players appeared on the pitch, cheers erupted from the stands. Almost the entire school had come. Apart from the third-year students who were still studying on the weekend, both first and second-year students had arrived at the stadium. According to the rules for such a match, students of the participating school could enter free with their student IDs. Over 2,000 No. 2 Middle School students occupied a section of the stands. All were dressed in red, and though the shades differed, they displayed a unified spirit. Many people from other schools also came to watch, since it was a match between their peers. As students themselves, this kind of game easily attracted high schoolers' attention. Even if the match was not as exciting as a professional one, it was far more relatable. Moreover, tickets cost only 10 yuan. Zhang Lintao looked at the crowds beginning to fill the stands, and at their youthful faces, and smiled with satisfaction. These students with an interest in football would be the potential future buyers of his magazine. Students these days were not short of money. Spending a dozen yuan to buy a magazine for collection was easy as long as they felt it was worth it. The consumption mindset of the new generation was entirely different from that of the older generation, a change brought about by social transformation and progress. Let's work hard. All the girls at school are watching us. Lu Yang made a rare joke, which made the No. 2 Middle School players shout with even greater excitement. Pay attention to warming up. Get every part of your body moving. Xiaofeng yelled. This was normally the assistant coach's job, but Coach Wang was an amateur, so naturally Xiaofeng had to do it. Fortunately, he had 3 good helpers. Since Xiaofeng had taught Zhou Jinliang to play, Zhou naturally understood the importance of warming up, and the 2 new students Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang also paid attention to it. After they finished warming up, they began helping Xiaofeng guide the other teammates until every muscle was loosened. Xiaofeng nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, No. 2 Middle School had these few good players, otherwise he would have to do everything himself and be worn out. In such details, an amateur team like No. 2 Middle School was indeed far behind those football school teams. We've warmed up enough. Let's go back. Xiaofeng looked at his watch and said with satisfaction. As No. 2 Middle School headed back, their opponents, Jinzhou Football School, also finished warming up and headed back. For Jinzhou Football School, although they reached the quarterfinals every year and found it hard to go further as a football school, they still valued such matches highly. Having drawn No. 2 Middle School, Jinzhou Football School was full of ambition to beat them and break the curse of always being stuck in the quarterfinals. Of course, they also knew that No. 2 Middle School was a formidable opponent, otherwise they wouldn't have defeated Teng Fei and Xinya in succession, and the outstanding captain of Weikai had also transferred to No. 2 Middle School, further strengthening them. Although there was some talk in the community about Zhou Jinliang transferring to No. 2 Middle School, the impact was not great. After all, in the past, there had been football schools poaching skilled players from other schools during tournaments to bolster their strength, and no corresponding rules had been introduced yet. For Jinzhou Football School, however, playing at Jinzhou Stadium was in itself a tremendous boost. Their school was right next to the stadium. This stadium, with decades of history, had seen many vicissitudes. For many fans, the name Jinzhou evokes painful memories of the Chinese team's crushing defeat in the 1997 World Cup qualifiers. For the players of Jinzhou Football School, their daily training took place beside Jinzhou Stadium, and the majestic silhouette of the stadium greeted their eyes every day. Playing on this pitch would undoubtedly give them great courage. Defeat no. Two middle school entered the semifinals and then faced the reigning king Yunbei. Even if they lost, they would lose spectacularly. That was the truest thought of the entire Jinzhou school team. Xiaofeng thought differently. In this match, we'll play the way we train. Tear through their defense and teach them a lesson with goals. When attacking, you three, Yun Feiyang, Meng Qiu, and Wei Ming, are the main force. Liu Yiyang supports from behind, and the two fullbacks take turns pushing forward to draw the opponent's defensive attention and create more opportunities for Meng Qiu and the others. If they counterattack, press aggressively in the front court when there's a chance, and fall back promptly in the back. On defense, keep an eye on their two forwards. They're good scorers, having accounted for 2/3 of Jinzhou's goals in the group stage. Though not as strong as the Li Huang-Zhong duo, they're still quite fine players. We must win this match, then face Yunbei and knock them off their throne, and finally go to the national tournament to show your brilliance. So how about it? Excited or not? Exhilarating, isn't it? No. Two middle school players looked at each other in bewilderment. We haven't even gotten anywhere yet. Why is he already talking about the national tournament? Also, coach, do you really think we're football illiterates? To knock a team off their perch, isn't that the famous saying of the retired Manchester United legendary coach, Sir Alex Ferguson? Seeing the players stunned, Xiaofeng chuckled. Don't you actually want to accomplish such a feat? To topple a king from his throne, and then become the king ourselves? Wouldn't that be exhilarating? Exhilarating. Yun Feiyang shouted, raising his arm. As long as someone responded, Xiaofeng was pleased. Alright, let's set off then. For today's match, old Zhang, who do you favor, Second High or Jinzhou? A reporter asked Zhang Lintao. Second High, of course. They were already in the top 8 last year, and this year they've added several accomplished players: Yun Feiyang, who made a name in junior high, Meng Qiu, who transferred back from abroad, and Zhou Jianliang, the outstanding captain of Weekai. With this group, whether as a team or as individuals, they are hardly inferior to the top high school sides in Dalian. Jinzhou is no match for them. That's for sure, Zhang Lintao declared. In truth, he wasn't entirely convinced, but at this moment he had already placed all his bets on Second High. Certain or not, he had to be certain. Jinzhou might not be a particularly outstanding team, but this is Jinzhou Stadium, practically their home ground. Besides, although Jinzhou doesn't have players of the caliber of Su Miao and Yi Yin, their players' individual ability and teamwork are quite solid. In particular, their forward partnership of Wang Pengfei and Su Xiangnan combines good physique, technique, and speed, and they cooperate with remarkable understanding. When they were first-year students last year, they were already impressive, and this year, they have matured even further. Second High may not necessarily beat them. We'll see, the reporter said with a smile. Well, just wait and see. I have immense confidence in Second High, Zhang Lintao laughed heartily. To produce a magazine like High School Football, you need an intimate knowledge of Dalian's high school football scene. And Zhang Lintao, a well-known figure there, possessed exactly that. He knew with equal clarity where Jinzhou's strengths lay. They had no exceptionally gifted stars, but their collective strength was anything but ordinary. Playing cohesive, team-oriented football, they matched up well against any strong side. Only when compared with a fully matured team like Yunbei did they show a slight lack in overall organization. What's more, their two center forwards, one 88 meters, the other one 83 meters, are both physically imposing and technically sound. They cooperate with great tacit understanding and carry tremendous attacking threat. Most of Jinzhou's goals are scored by this pair. Before Wang Zhong burst onto the scene this year, the best forward pairing in Dalian high school football circles was exactly this Jinzhou duo, and they were merely second-year high school students. Every team that had earned a name in Dalian high school football was no pushover. Each had capable players and its own distinctive tricks. If Dalian high schools played a league format like the professional leagues, even powerhouses like Yunbei and Chengxi would have found it hard to capture the title easily. In knockout tournaments, they could rely on their strength to eliminate opponents and advance. But in a league format with so many strong teams of distinct character, even those elites would have a real headache. Reportedly, the Dalian division had already considered restructuring, converting the knockout tournament into a league centered on the 13 football schools with a few amateur teams added. However, such a reform required a great deal of paperwork and was constrained by many practical limitations, so far it remained nothing more than an idea. After all, for schools other than the professional football academies, squeezing in time for knockout games was no big deal, but playing a full league would consume an enormous amount of time. Besides, schools had to consider their students' futures. But that was getting off track. While Zhang Lintao chatted with his colleagues, the players from both sides walked out. Loud cheers rang out from the stands. Although everyone from Second High except the third-year students had turned up in the stands of Jinzhou Stadium, these 2,000-odd people were no more than a small wave against a stadium that could hold 38,000. The attendance was not exceptionally low. Close to 20,000 people entered the 38,000 capacity stadium. Naturally, the majority were neutral spectators, but many nearby residents were there to support the Jinzhou football school. They were, after all, the local side. Under such circumstances, although plenty of high school students from other schools treated Second High as their own team, the volume of cheering was just about even. Xiaofeng walked over to the visiting team's bench and sat down. Coach Wang took a seat next to him, and the remaining places were occupied by Second High substitutes. Today, Xiaofeng set up a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Lin Bing, fullbacks Li Leming and Zhao Qingji, center backs Gao Meng and Han Ming. In front of them, Zhou Jianliang, Li Qi and Lu Yiyang, and on the forward line Wei Ming, Meng Qiu, and Yun Feiyang. This was also in Xiaofeng's mind Second High's strongest starting 11. In his view, Meng Qiu's most suitable position was certainly neither left back nor central playmaker. Playing there would waste his dribbling and finishing ability. Although these abilities had not been apparent at first, they had been fully displayed in the match against Huikai. Moreover, while his sprint speed was not slow, he lacked the ability to carry the ball over long distances. If he stayed too far from goal, his threat shrank considerably. If positioning Meng Qiu too far forward would leave the midfield lacking organization, then placing two pure defensive players, Zhou Jianliang and Li Qi, behind Lu Yiyang was the key to unleashing Lu's organizational talent. In Xiaofeng's eyes, Lu Yiyang's style over the past year had been a disservice to himself. Forcing him into an all-round midfielder role simply diluted his game, and with the extra burden of coaching work, the result was that he neither played nor coached well. Lu Yiyang was meticulous and had an excellent sense of the bigger picture. He was a natural playmaking midfielder. Once freed from the heavy duties of sideline management and defensive responsibilities, he would unquestionably organize the team beautifully. As long as the ball could be advanced into the final third, the combined charge of those three front men would be a nightmare for any opponent. Wei Ming's speed, Meng Qiu's dribbling and playmaking, and Yun Feiyang's finishing. They had the ability to break down any defense. As long as they stayed on the right path, this Second High team was bound to become stronger and stronger. There were still many flaws in Second High, in coordination and experience, but these flaws could be fixed by playing matches. In other words, the more Second High played, the more formidable it would become. As long as they did not break down midway, they would be fine. Hence, in Xiaofeng's view, this match was actually the most dangerous one because the team had not yet secured a victory using this brand new tactical system. The players still had doubts and to some extent lacked self-confidence. Thus, not encountering a powerhouse like Yunbei or Chengxi in the quarterfinals was definitely good news for Second High. Even though passing Jinzhou meant they were bound to meet Yunbei next, Xiaofeng didn't mind. After all, even if that match was lost, Second High would still have a chance to reach the national tournament through a playoff. And after being tested by Yunbei, they could only get stronger. You must perform well and win some pride for me. I've had such bad luck for so many years, and I'm counting on this team's results to turn my fortunes around. While Xiaofeng was murmuring to himself on the bench, the match had already started. Lu Yiyang lost the coin toss and won the right to kick off. Yun Feiyang stood in the center circle, watching the two opposing forwards across the halfway line, Wang Pengfei and Su Xiangnan. Wang Pengfei was a burly man, 188 meters tall with broad shoulders and a broad back, his face calm and steady. Su Xiangnan was a little shorter than Wang Pengfei, though still 183 meters. A smile hung on his face, making him look more friendly. But once these two center forwards joined forces on the pitch, their goal-scoring power was truly devastating. Facing 6 weak teams in the group stage, they scored 31 goals, of which this pair netted 20. Wang Pengfei 11 and Su Xiangnan 9. That was why nobody cared much about the group stage's leading scorer. When football schools played non-football school teams, the former usually enjoyed overwhelming superiority, and a good forward scoring 3 or 4 goals in a single match was nothing special. Naturally, the quality of such goals was not considered high. Only the top scorer of the knockout stage could be considered truly strong. If Yun Feiyang wanted to prove himself, scoring in the group stage wasn't enough. He needed knockout stage goals to demonstrate his worth. Yun Feiyang, though, had absolute confidence in himself, not just because of his own ability, but also because of the teammates beside him. Wei Ming, though capable of scoring, was more of a provider. With his frequent crosses from the wing, a center forward like Yun Feiyang would enjoy more scoring opportunities. And although Meng Qiu could score, he seemed to prefer passing. Having Meng Qiu break past defenders and then feed the ball from behind would give Yun Feiyang even more chances to shoot. At this thought, Yun Feiyang glanced down at Meng Qiu. Sensing Yun Feiyang's gaze, Meng Qiu raised his head. "What's the matter?" "Remember to pass me the ball, Qiu," Yun Feiyang said with a smile. "Don't worry, you're our top scorer." Meng Qiu smiled slightly. In the stands, Sister Schwer, I'm so nervous. Only team members were allowed inside the pitch area, so even though Yi Jiqing and Fang Schwer were both members of the Second High team, they could only watch the match from the stands. Watching from off the field, Yi Jiqing seldom felt nervous, but now she was beginning to feel anxious. "Don't be nervous, we'll definitely win." Fang Schwer tightened her grip on Yi Jiqing's hand. In truth, she had no confidence in her heart either, but being older than Yi Jiqing, she appeared much calmer. "Let's cheer for them," Zhou Yi said with great enthusiasm. "I believe they will definitely win. Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu are both exceptional players. Look, Yun Feiyang helped us win against Teng Fei, and Meng Qiu helped us beat Huikai, even without Yun Feiyang. We've already defeated such powerful opponents, so if we're facing a football school now, are we destined to lose? No, we will definitely win." Fang Schwer and Yi Jiqing looked at Zhou Yi. They both knew that Zhou Yi didn't understand football very well, yet at that moment an outsider could have more confidence than an insider. Then let's cheer together. Feng Shuai laughed. As cheering sounded from the stands, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Yun Feiyong passed the ball to Meng Qiu, then ran forward. Lu Yiyang stopped the ball passed back by Meng Qiu. Now Meng Qiu was positioned furthest forward, so after the kickoff the ball would often land at his feet. With our lineup, we're actually well suited for a surprise attack at the start. After the kickoff, Wei Ming pushes up the flank, Yun Feiyong pushes up the middle, Meng Qiu supports from behind. If we have a good long pass, we can go directly to Yun Feiyong, and through his knockdown create chances for Wei Ming and Meng Qiu. That long pass role would have to be you. Lu Yiyang recalled Xiao Feng's words before the match, yet hesitation lingered in his heart. Could he really do it? He was better at short through balls within 30 meters, not long passes. However, Xiao Feng had told him that he possessed excellent game vision. All he needed was to spot the passing lane on the field and strike the ball toward that direction. Seeing Jinzhou's two forwards charging at him, Lu Yiyang passed the ball to Li Qi, then surged forward. Li Qi quickly returned the ball. Due to that brief delay, some Jinzhou players had already flooded across the halfway line, leaving their backline somewhat depleted. Lu Yiyang had charged into the 30-meter zone with Meng Qiu and Wei Ming following closely. A good opportunity. He swung his right foot and struck the ball with force. The long pass sailed far toward the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Xiao Feng rose to his feet, observing the situation on the pitch. This surprise attack had been his design. He had no idea how it would turn out. Still, with those three forwards up front, it would have been a pity not to exploit such a kickoff opportunity. The ball soared into the air, heading straight for the edge of Jinzhou's penalty area. Yun Feiyong did not turn to look behind him, because doing so would prevent him from reaching the spot in time. He chose to trust Lu Yiyang, believing the long pass would land at the usual point they had practiced. Only after sprinting to the top of the penalty area arc did he turn his head, leaping high into the air. Yet the moment he jumped, Yun Feiyong sighed inwardly. The pass was overcooked. Sure enough, above the height of his leap, the ball continued flying forward a full half-meter too high. The charging goalkeeper leaped easily and plucked the ball out of the air. Sighs from No. 2 middle school students and jeers from Jinzhou supporters rang out from the stands. Did they think scoring would be that easy? A reporter laughed. Such a long pass indeed looked childish, handing possession right back to the opponents. Lu Yiyang shook his head. The direction of the long pass had been right, but his weight of pass was still not precise enough. Yun Feiyong landed, glanced regretfully at the opposing goalkeeper, then ran back. No matter. Hold off their attack. Xiao Feng shouted from the sideline. Xiao Feng's shout had its effect. Despite the jeers from the stands, Lu Yiyang's composure remained largely intact. Such a surprise attack had a low probability of success, but if it came off, the payoff would be tremendous. Jinzhou launched their attack. The goalkeeper rolled the ball out with his hand. Just as the defender received it, he saw Yun Feiyong charging at him with fierce intensity. Amateurs are amateurs. Can pressing like that actually work? The defender thought disdainfully. He planned to pass the ball, just as Yun Feiyong approached, sending him on a futile run. Yun Feiyong's considerable reputation was actually dismissed by many football school players. Hadn't he only won 3 Dalian championships in junior high? Without football school players involved, they were only amateur champions, nothing impressive. Yet the group from Yunbei High School in the stands knew that this fellow would likely face consequences. Yunbei's own match was tomorrow, but Yunbei would not pass up the chance to observe this potential opponent in action. This was both Yunbei's confidence and the prudence of a championship-caliber squad. They would never miss an opportunity to scout an opponent, even one that seemed completely unremarkable. As Yun Feiyong pressed, the Yunbei players, enjoying a height advantage, could already see that it was not just Yun Feiyong pressing. Meng Qiu and Wei Ming's runs, and even Lu Yiyang's movement behind, had subtly cut off all of the defenders' passing lanes. If he had launched a long clearance before Yun Feiyong closed in, the opponent's forward press would have been ineffective. But the defender chose not to clear immediately. Instead, he wanted to send Yun Feiyong on a meaningless chase. When Yun Feiyong reached him, the defender lifted his foot and knocked the ball sideways. He intended to pass to his center-back partner, but the moment the ball left his foot, his face turned pale with shock. A short figure burst out from behind Yun Feiyong with explosive acceleration and intercepted the pass midway. Shielded by Yun Feiyong's screen, Meng Qiu showcased his explosive speed and superb anticipation, completing a brilliant interception in the attacking third. An interception alone might not mean much, but what if it occurred within 30 meters of the defensive zone with no defenders in close attendance? After stealing the ball, Meng Qiu nudged it forward and drove straight into Jinzhou's penalty area. The defender who had made the mistake charged toward him, desperate to atone for his error. Just as the defender was about to reach Meng Qiu, and as the goalkeeper's attention was fixed on Meng Qiu's one-on-one drive, Meng Qiu suddenly cut the ball back and slid it sideways. The trailing Yun Feiyong struck a shot on the run. The goalkeeper had barely turned around when the ball, howling through the air, flew into Jinzhou's net. After a failed long pass, Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu combined to turn an interception into a goal. At 1 minute and 43 seconds into the match, No. 2 middle school took the lead. Cheers erupted from the No. 2 students in the stands. Yun Feiyong turned, pointed at Meng Qiu, then ran over and embraced him. Xiao Feng pumped his fist and burst into laughter. He didn't mind the failed opening surprise. Taking the lead through a forward interception was a pleasant surprise. The opposing defender's carelessness had given No. 2 a perfect start. In stark contrast to Xiao Feng's delight, Jinzhou's head coach was furious. He jumped up, shouted a couple of curses toward the pitch, then waved his hand in frustration and returned to his spot. At Jinzhou's stadium, Jinzhou were trailing by a goal from the very beginning. Zhang Lintao was laughing too. He felt his luck had indeed begun to turn. Lu Yiyang's errant long pass might have made no. Too nervous and unable to perform at their true level, yet such a goal was enough to fill them with confidence and dispel their tension. The other reporters were dumbfounded. Jinzhou had fallen behind just like that. They hadn't been prepared at all. Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu ran back toward their own half, celebrating with teammates who rushed over. This goal had truly released the tension weighing on their hearts. Although there were 5 second-year students in the starting lineup who had played in last year's knockout rounds last year, they had faced Yunbei, so there was no psychological burden in losing. This year, with a stronger squad and higher expectations, other burdens were inevitable. The fear of losing while yearning to win would be a heavy pressure, even for professional teams, let alone these ordinary kids. Now that pressure had been greatly alleviated. No doubt they could cast aside their previous anxieties and face the rest of the match with a more composed mindset. This goal was delivered by 2 young forwards. Having played many matches as a fullback, Meng Qiu's interception ability was quite decent. Although he held no advantage in physical duels, anticipating the opponent's passing lane and suddenly darting in to steal the ball was a move he often made as a left back. Making such a defensive play in the back line nearly stopped one attack, but completing the same interception in the attacking third could lead directly to a goal. Meng Qiu intercepted, dribbled, and laid the ball off. Yun Feiyang's screen surged forward and shot. They will become No.2's best strike partnership. Technique, speed, strength, teamwork. Although they had never partnered on the front line before, there is chemistry between them. Nothing could be better than this, Xiaofeng thought to himself. Pushing Meng Qiu up to the forward line was a decision Xiaofeng made after several days of observing training. Besides feeling it would be a waste for Meng Qiu's qualities to stay far from goal, the most important reason was that he could see a considerable chemistry between Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang. Although they had known each other for only 6 months and had never formally played together in a match, they had spent those months training fitness side by side every day and often kicked the ball around on the grass in their spare time. Though their casual games were mostly one-on-one battles, through such contests, they had unconsciously grown very familiar with each other's style and traits. That was the source of their chemistry. Now those coincidences would bear rich fruit on the pitch. Compared to the group stage, Meng Qiu's position has been getting further forward. Su Miao murmured to himself from the stands. I heard that before the match against Huaicai, Meng Qiu played in midfield. Wang Ziyuan scratched his head, puzzled by Meng Qiu's positional shift. You saw Meng Qiu's performance in that match. He can break through, carry the ball, and even launch long-distance runs to a certain extent. Playing further forward makes him even more threatening as long as he can receive the ball. Su Miao smiled. It seems if we face No.2 in the next round, your defensive pressure will increase again. I will definitely shut him down. Wang Ziyuan clenched his fist. Your value isn't limited to defending. You watched that match too. Huaicai's Zhou Jianliang is a strong man marker, yet Meng Qiu still escaped him and scored a crucial goal. So even if you can't stop him, it's fine, because we still have our attack. The team's victory matters far more than individual accolades. Su Miao patted the first-year student on the shoulder and said with a smile. Wang Ziyuan nodded thoughtfully. The entire Jinzhou team was somewhat incensed. In the sacred arena of their hearts, conceding a goal at the very start of the match was a common occurrence on the football pitch, yet for these young players who were more naive and earnest, such a concession felt like nothing less than a humiliation. Kicking the ball that Su Xiangnan had passed to him back behind, Wang Pengfei charged forward. As a center forward, he would wait in the front field for his teammates' long passes. He trusted that his Jinzhou teammates would surely deliver the ball to the front field to him, or Su Xiangnan, just as they had in every ordinary match. And the two of them would also send the ball into the opponent's net. With Li Hu having departed the world of high school football, they were the best forward partnership in Dalian high school football. But now they faced a formidable opponent, the newly risen Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu. Right from the match's outset, Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu had proven themselves with a goal, and they now seemed to have seized the early advantage in the contest for the best striking duo. Wang Pengfei and Su Xiangnan of course refused to concede. They had partnered on the front line since childhood, and as they grew older their coordination became ever more seamless. With their combined strength, there were few defensive lines in Dalian that could hold them back. The second high school's defensive line was said to be decent, but after all it was the defense of an amateur squad. How well organized could it truly be? Even if it were a wall of bronze and iron, Wang Pengfei believed that he and Su Xiangnan could break it down. Jinzhou's backline swiftly organized their attacks, continuously advancing past the midfield with passes. Once they evaded the second high school's pressing up front, moving through the midfield became far easier. The pressing tactics arranged by Xiaofeng were by nature concentrated in the opponent's half and their own defensive half. The forwards up front were all fleet-footed, and a successful press could yield great results while the backline had to hold firm. Under such circumstances, to conserve energy and running distance, the midfield was naturally abandoned. After carrying the ball past the midfield and seeing no one challenge him immediately, Jinzhou's midfielder promptly lifted his foot and sent the ball directly to the edge of the penalty area. It was a high-lofted ball. A direct long ball game. This style of play lacked technical refinement, yet with two outstanding powerful strikers in the front line, such a simple approach delivered an even more formidable impact. Wang Pengfei leaped high at the edge of the penalty area and Han Ming jumped as well, but although Han Ming was a sturdy defender compared to Wang Pengfei, he was outmatched in both strength and height. Wang Pengfei won the first landing point and headed the ball directly to Su Xiangnan, who was surging up from behind. Gao Ming closed in. When it came to strength, he was no worse than Su Xiangnan. Su Xiangnan used his body to withstand Gao Ming's challenge and calmly brought the ball down with his foot. After drawing Gao Ming's attention, he suddenly stabbed a pass into the penalty area. After flicking the ball on, Wang Pengfei had already landed back on the ground. He collided once more with Han Ming, knocking him off balance, and then swiftly burst forward. Su Xiangnan's diagonal pass was perfectly weighted, a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Despite his towering frame, Wang Pengfei was anything but slow. He sprinted toward the ball's landing spot, already winding up his right foot in full stride. Lin Bing rushed out. With arms spread wide, he lunged toward Wang Pengfei, whose swung right foot had already begun its downward arc. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on the striker and the goalkeeper, a figure darting in from an angle instantly shifted the focus to himself. The bald-headed Zhou Jianliang came flying in from the rear flank at an almost unimaginable speed, and with a sliding tackle swept the ball clear. Lin Bing threw himself back sharply to halt his forward momentum. Wang Pengfei fared worse. When an extra figure appeared in his field of vision, he was startled, but it was too late to withdraw his foot. All he could do was tense his instep, and then he kicked Zhou Jianliang squarely on the backside. Wang Pengfei immediately let out an owl. With ample flesh on his backside and his naturally tough, sturdy build, Zhou Jianliang felt a sharp sting from the blow, but it was merely a bruise that would ease after a moment. And Wang Pengfei, he felt his entire right instep go numb. Sitting down hard on the ground, Wang Pengfei rubbed his foot vigorously while grumbling, "Where did that kid come from? How can he be so desperate? I was about to shoot when you threw yourself in front. Good thing I hit your behind. What if it had been your head?" Turning around, Zhou Jianliang also sat up and replied with a deadpan expression, "I calculated it. You couldn't reach my head. At most you'd hit my back." Wang Pengfei was struck speechless. At that moment, the referee ran over. Seeing that neither player seemed injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and awarded a corner kick to Jinzhou. Zhou Jianliang's sliding clearance had been extremely risky. The ball barely grazed past the far post and crossed the end line. Had it been slightly askew, it would have been an own goal. Well done, timely cover. Lin Bing reached out and pulled Zhou Jianliang to his feet. Jinzhou's simple attack just now had nearly pulled the second high school's penalty area defense apart, and defenders naturally found themselves at a disadvantage against forwards. Zhou Jianliang had spotted the gap in time and made up his mind to launch the sliding tackle at the first moment. Though it carried the risk of an own goal, had he not made the tackle, the ball would most likely have gone in. Such timely protection was worth a goal. For a goalkeeper, seeing this naturally brought great relief, though any goalkeeper would feel fondness toward a defender who helped defuse a crisis. Not knowing how to respond to Lin Bing's kind gesture, Zhou Jianliang paused briefly, then gave a simple nod. "It's my job." Lin Bing had grown used to this. Zhou Jianliang had been at the school for a month or two and had always been like this. If Zhou Jianliang actually smiled at him, Lin Bing might not even know how to handle it. What Lin Bing didn't know was that it was precisely this kind gesture that made Zhou Jianliang feel even more strongly that as long as he performed well and put in the effort, he would surely be accepted by the rest of the team. This way of thinking was certainly not wrong. In football, in fact, it was very simple for a newcomer to blend into a team. As long as you had the ability, everyone would accept you. Jinzhou took the corner kick, and once again, Zhou Jianliang leaped high inside the penalty area, heading the ball clear first. With that, Huikai captain added, the second high school defense has indeed become much more solid. Wang Ziwan let out a word of praise from the stands. His position was defensive midfielder. Though he was a two-way midfielder who could organize attacks in addition to defending, he had also put great effort into defense, so he naturally understood how valuable it was to appear promptly in a teammate's vacated position. It was no exaggeration to say that the arrival of such a player added an insurance policy to the defense. While he was praising, Su Miao's brow furrowed slightly. Su Miao felt something was off. A man hailed as the command tower on the pitch naturally possessed exceptional judgment and meticulous thinking. From this perspective, Liu Yang's nickname of schemer was a whole tier below Su Miao. There's no way he could have integrated into the team this quickly. Impossible, even for a genius. Offensively it might be possible, but defense leaves no room for error and demands an extremely high level of coordination. What kind of magic has the second high school's new head coach used? While Su Miao was still puzzled, the second high school had already launched a counterattack. Ever since Yun Feiyong joined, the second high school's tactical emphasis had shifted. After all, Yun Feiyong's ability was exceptional, and his arrival caused the team to tilt more toward offense rather than defense. As a result, the second high school, which conceded no goals and scored fewer than 10 in last year's group stage, had conceded 5 goals in this year's group stage, but multiplied their goal tally several times over. Such changes were perfectly normal in youth teams, as they couldn't yet speak of tradition. After Xiao Feng took over, he further accentuated this tendency, making the second high school's attack even more ferocious. Zhou Jianliang's headed clearance landed at the feet of Liu Yang, who didn't linger on the ball. He immediately lifted his foot and delivered a mid-range pass. Meng Qiu received the ball near the top of the penalty arc. As he received it, he executed a swift turn and drag of the ball to bypass the Jinzhou defender, closing in from behind. The stands immediately erupted in cheers from second high school students. "That move really resembles the style of you, senior," Wang Ziyuan exclaimed in admiration. That dragon turn move was truly elegant, with a graceful, effortless bearing. Su Miao, the midfield commander, often displayed such brilliant performances on the field. Su Miao gave a faint smile, but did not respond. After shaking off the opposing defender, Meng Qiu didn't continue carrying the ball forward. Instead, he completed the pass, while executing the dribble, sending a sharp diagonal ball directly to the left flank. Wei Ming surged forward like lightning and received Meng Qiu's pass. Great! Xiao Feng shouted from the sideline. Though he never explicitly stated it during offensive training, he always centered the play around Meng Qiu, not only because of his outstanding technique and tactical vision, but also because of his chemistry with Yun Feiyong and Wei Ming. With Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu had excellent understanding, knowing his movement and technical characteristics. With Wei Ming, he was even more familiar. After all, when he first joined the second high school team, he played left back behind Wei Ming, and Wei Ming was the earliest teammate he became familiar with. The diagonal pass was exquisite, perfectly suited to unleash Wei Ming's speed. Wei Ming used his pace to get past the opposing fullback. Seeing that Jianzhou's defense in the penalty area remained composed and unflustered, he chose to cross directly. Yun Feiyong leaped high inside the penalty area, overpowering the defender with a powerful header toward goal. Jianzhou's goalkeeper made a brilliant save, tipping the ball over the crossbar with one hand. Corner kick. Yun Feiyong shook his hand in regret. Even though he had already scored a goal, a striker like him would never lose his hunger for goals no matter how many he scored. Set-piece tactic, go up. Xiao Feng shouted from the sideline. Gao Meng and Zhou Jianliang charged up the field at the same time. Oh my, that header was so close. Zhou Jianliang nearly scored with a set-piece header just like in the group stage. The No. 2 High School is really strong now. They already had the 4 Heavenly Kings, Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu, and now add Zhou Jianliang, who performed brilliantly in the group stage. Listening to the exclamations from his colleagues around him, Zhang Lintao felt extremely pleased. Let you underestimate No. 2 High School, let you underestimate me. Now look who has been proven wrong. On the field, seeing that his header failed to find the net, Zhou Jianliang shook his head in regret, then quickly ran back to his own half. Good job, you will score next time. Meng Qiu shouted after him from behind. Although Zhou Jianliang did not respond, his heart was stirred with even greater excitement. He was integrating into the new team with his performance. 3 threatening shots within the opening minutes. No. 2 High School is truly different from last year. Su Miao sighed in admiration. Last year when they faced No. 2 High School, although they only won by 1 goal, in his heart, he never regarded No. 2 as a truly difficult opponent. In that match, No. 2 was completely suppressed by Yunbei. They could not launch attacks and could only defend desperately. If not for Lin Bing's godlike performance that day, Yunbei would have won by a landslide. This year's No. 2 seems to have weakened a lot in defense, but their attacking power has grown exponentially. It is this No. 2 team that is a truly threatening opponent. Can our defense withstand No. 2's attack? That Yun Feiyong is a young center forward who even gives Yi Yan a headache. Su Miao smiled and looked at the tall tower-like figure behind him. Yi Yan's strength lies in his all-round ability, but when it comes to defense alone, I don't think I am any worse than him. The tall guy said calmly. Then in the next round you take care of Yun Feiyong, and Meng Qiu will be handled by Xiao Wang. Contain those two, and no matter how fast Wei Ming is, he can't charge straight into the goal. Once you control those two, No. 2's attack won't pose much of a threat. Then it will all come down to our offensive performance. Su Miao laughed. Senior, we haven't made it to the semifinals yet, and No. 2 hasn't either. Wang Ziyuan weakly reminded him. There won't be much suspense. Jinzhou might score a few goals in the match, but their defense is mediocre and cannot withstand No. 2's attack. As long as nothing unexpected happens, No. 2 should win this game without a problem. Su Miao answered with a smile. Captain, don't forget the ball is round. Wang Ziyuan shouted. In my view, the ball is triangular. Su Miao chuckled. A triangle. The most stable shape, unchanging and extremely steady. Su Miao's words were arrogant, yet carried immense confidence. Without such confidence, he wouldn't have dominated all the strong teams in Dalian high schools for a whole year. Even this year, no one can surpass his brilliance. Losing to Yi Yan in his first year gave Su Miao a valuable lesson in defeat. Since then, Su Miao has never known how to spell the word failure. Despite being continuously attacked by No. 2, Jinzhou was not significantly affected and continued to launch their own attacks. They are not a balanced team. Offense is their strength. Their traditional attacking style involves organized teamwork, then delivering the ball to their 2 forwards to finish. Their defense is not bad, but it is not outstanding either. If they continue to defend, it would be a dead end. Wang Pengfei was making runs in the final third. The 2 Jinzhou forwards are not static target men waiting for chances in a fixed spot. Although both are power forwards, they are also agile in their movements. For most high school teams that defend zonally, such dragging runs make it very troublesome to defend. But one player had attached himself to Wang Pengfei, Zhou Jianliang, who was 6 or 7 centimeters shorter. Despite being that much shorter and apparently smaller in build, Zhou Jianliang was quicker than Wang Pengfei. No matter how he moved, Zhou Jianliang stayed tightly beside him, making it impossible for him to receive the ball comfortably. While running, Wang Pengfei grew impatient and tried to use physical contact to shake off Zhou Jianliang. With his better build, he should have had the advantage in such collisions. But after a few bumps, Zhou Jianliang remained unfazed while Wang Pengfei was the one feeling worn out. This guy is too solid. The collisions left Wang Pengfei aching all over, yet his opponent seemed completely unaffected. This reality discouraged Wang Pengfei. Wang Pengfei was shackled by Zhou Jianliang's relentless shadowing, and Su Xiangnan's elusive runs were of no use either. Gao Ming and Han Ming guarded the penalty area, while Li Qi defended the edge of the box. Wherever he went there was always a defender to deal with him. Seeing that both forwards could not create space through their runs as usual, the entire Jinzhou team had no choice but to resort to direct forceful attacks. Compared to their central defense now, Tu's wing defense was less formidable. Jinzhou's attacks began to repeatedly launch from the flanks, sending crosses into the box, where their two forwards engaged in direct physical battles with Tu's defenders. This approach seemed simplistic, yet it was easy to organize attacks. Constant pressure and relentless attacks would inevitably force even the best defenders into mistakes. This was Jinzhou's last resort on offense. But Tu stood firm. In terms of height, Tu's defense was slightly lacking, but they could still disrupt the forwards. In such tight duels, even if Wang Pengfei and Su Xiaonan won the first ball, it was hard for them to cause much danger. Wang Pengfei finally managed to rise above Zhou Jianliang to win the first header and flicked it toward goal, but Lin Bing dived and smothered the ball into his arms. Getting back to his feet, Lin Bing immediately hoofed the ball upfield with a long clearance. The ball flew to the area around the center circle arc. Yun Feiyang jumped high, beating the opposing defender to head the ball down. Meng Qiu moved forward to receive it, and before the Jinzhou defender could close him down, lifted his foot and delivered a beautiful through ball. Wei Ming made a diagonal run, a classic through ball with a diagonal sprint. One-on-one with the keeper. Sprinting at full speed, Wei Ming was like lightning, leaving every Jinzhou defender further and further behind. With such a late run and a one-on-one against the keeper, Wei Ming had plenty of experience and confidence. Last year when Tu lacked attacking power, Wei Ming was the sharpest knife on the counter, and he never let the team down. Even strong teams like Tengfei were struck down by him. Facing the charging keeper, Wei Ming simply accelerated once more, dribbled past him, and then lifted his foot to roll the ball into the empty net. 2-0. Tu High School had a 2-goal lead. Only 15 minutes into the first half, they were already leading by 2 goals, a pretty solid advantage in a football match. Xiaofeng clenched his fist once again. The start of this match was so smooth that even he could not quite believe it. Why do I feel that neither of Tu's goals was a conventional goal? Wang Ziyuan asked in surprise. One goal came after a steal in the opponent's half, and the other from a quick through ball launched from the back. Both goals were indeed unconventional. That is what makes Tu frightening. It is impossible for them not to have conventional attacking methods. This also shows just how powerful their offense is. Besides, through these 2 goals, haven't you noticed who is the most important player in Tu's attack? Su Miao asked Wang Ziyuan with a smile. Meng Qiu. Wang Ziyuan said affirmatively, it's him. He is the core linking Tu's attack. The final passes were both made by him, and these 2 assists were completely different, yet he executed them perfectly. For the first goal, his breakthrough completely lured the opposing defenders to cover him, leaving Yun Feiyang unmarked, and after the keeper's attention had also been drawn to him, he only then passed to Yun Feiyang, who slotted into an empty net. As for the recent goal, his through ball was slightly overhit, but it perfectly suited Wei Ming's speed. If the pass had been more precise, Wei Ming might have had to slow down to receive it, and getting past the keeper wouldn't have been so easy. Exactly, you have good judgment. That is indeed the case. Tu is a hastily assembled team, especially their crucial frontline trident, who have only played together for about half a year. Yet Meng Qiu has familiarized himself with the traits of his 2 partners, and his passing brings out the best in Yun Feiyang and Wei Ming. So even though Yun Feiyang scores more and Wei Ming's speed catches the eye, their most important offensive player remains Meng Qiu. In the next match, your task will be very heavy. Su Miao said with some relief. He was also a third-year player. After this year's national tournament, he would leave Yunbei, possibly heading to Spain next. After his departure, Yunbei would need a new core to support the sky of Yunbei High School. Just as the previous Yunbei captain had nurtured Su Miao before leaving, Su Miao also wanted to cultivate Wang Ziyuan before his own departure. The legacy of the kings of Yunbei was passed down through this tradition of one guiding another. We still seem to be lacking a bit of positional attack. Remember to let me score a few more, haha. I won the top scorer award in the group stage, and I am going to win it in the knockout stage too. Yun Feiyang laughed loudly. Don't worry, apart from Meng Qiu, I will also be crossing from the flanks for you. You just need to get on the end of my passes. Wei Ming answered with a smile. As a winger, he was not so keen on scoring. Last year, because there was no good striker, he became the main scorer. This year with Yun Feiyang, he was willing to be a provider. Down by 2 goals, we cannot let this go on. Watching the celebrating 2 players, Wang Pengfei said to Su Xiaonan. That bald-headed guy is marking you very tightly. Su Xiaonan replied. Then I will drag him away from the penalty area. I will rely on you in the box. Wang Pengfei patted Su Xiaonan on the shoulder. All right. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaonan's face. Previously, Wang Pengfei had always played the role of the battering ram. Now, it was his turn. Zhou Jianliang had been in a good mood. Earlier, he had done a solid job filling in, and now he was tasked with marking the opposing team's main striker, Wang Pengfei, something he excelled at. This helped Zhou Jianliang regain his confidence. When he played for Huaicai, his thought was simply football is straightforward. But after joining Tu middle school, he began to feel football is not as simple as I thought. Now his thinking had shifted again to football is quite complex, but I can play it well. This change in mindset meant he was gradually coming to understand the game. However, what happened next left him somewhat puzzled. Wang Pengfei began making frequent runs toward midfield, and even drifting wide as if he had no intention of attacking. Zhou Jianliang followed him closely. At first he thought Wang was trying to shake off his marking, but after tracking him for a while he realized Wang seemed to be deliberately drawing him away from the defensive area. In fact, that was exactly Wang Pengfei's intention. Although the other defenders at No. 2 Middle School were decent, their reactions were not particularly sharp. Zhou Jianliang, however, was a defender with quick reflexes and agile movements. Keeping such a player in the back line would pose a significant threat to Jianzhou's attack. During previous attacks, Jianzhou had created several good chances only for Zhou Jianliang to suddenly appear from unexpected angles and disrupt them. His next move was completely unpredictable, so it made more sense to simply draw him out of position. Although Wang Pengfei's absence from the attack was a considerable loss for Jianzhou, it would allow the other attackers to operate with less worry and play more freely. Li Luming's defensive position was breached. With He Fan no longer protecting him in front, his marking began to show signs of strain. Xiao Feng had originally planned that given Zhou Jianliang's stamina and running ability, he could shuttle back and forth to cover, making up for the loss of He Fan from the starting lineup. But now that Wang Pengfei had drawn Zhou away, both wingbacks were left without the protection of their fullbacks. Li Qi was forced to rotate over to cover, but the moment he started running, the opposing attacker passed the ball straight into the middle. Wang Pengfei, who had already run far from his original position, suddenly sprinted back into the center. Zhou Jianliang stayed close behind, trying to block the attack. However, Wang Pengfei did not control the ball. Instead, he let it run straight through. Zhou Jianliang hesitated for a moment. The Jianzhou midfielder, making a late run from behind, delivered a precise pass directly to Su Xiangnan, who had positioned himself inside the penalty area. Su Xiangnan took a touch to control the ball, and immediately turned, sidestepping the closing in Han Ming, before firing a shot inside the box. Lin Bing could not reach the shot in time. The ball sailed past him into the net. 1-2, Jianzhou had pulled one goal back. The Jianzhou supporters in the stands erupted in cheers momentarily, overwhelming the shouts from the No. 2 Middle School students. Su Xiangnan ran into the goal, picked up the ball, and jogged back toward the center, high-fiving Wang Pengfei along the way. Not bad, but executing this kind of attack consistently would be quite difficult. Wang Pengfei said. True, but there isn't much else we can do. Su Xiangnan replied with a hint of frustration. He had worked hard to create that opportunity, and it had involved an element of luck. What would happen if that luck ran out? Actually, I think we still have a chance. That Zhou Jianliang. Something about him doesn't seem quite right, Wang Pengfei said quietly as they walked. What do you mean, eh? Su Xiangnan looked surprised. Wang Pengfei shook his head. I can't quite put my finger on it. But sometimes he plays brilliantly, and other times he seems completely out of position. My dummy run was fairly obvious, yet he fell for it. It's as if his attention was fixed entirely on me without noticing the surroundings. Lack of experience. Su Xiangnan quickly identified the issue. Perhaps, but let's keep watching. If he's a defender who relies purely on instinct, then our chances only grow. Wang Pengfei nodded in agreement. After conceding the goal, the No. 2 Middle School team did not take it too seriously. Their focus this season had always been on attack, so a weakened defense was expected. Besides, they still led by one goal, and extending their advantage should be manageable. Zhou Jianliang, however, felt uneasy. He believed he had made a mistake by allowing Wang Pengfei to create that scoring opportunity. The sense of doubt weighed on him, though he was not fully aware of it himself. Xiao Feng, observing from the sideline, did not seem particularly concerned. One goal is just one goal. Zhou Jianliang is still inexperienced, but he will improve. As for the rest, we simply need to extend the lead again. After No. 2 Middle School restarted play, they launched an attack. Lu Yiyang this time did not go for a long ball directly, but instead kept possession in midfield. Zhao Qingji made a forward run to draw the opposing defenders, and as their attention shifted, Wei Ming seized the moment, accelerating swiftly to break through. Wei Ming tracked his run all the way to the byline, constantly scanning the penalty area. Then he crossed the ball. The cross was of excellent quality, curling just over the head of the Jianzhou defender attempting to intercept. Yun Feiyang used his body to hold off his marker, then turned slightly to meet the descending ball, and struck a volley. The goalkeeper was momentarily caught off balance. By the time he threw himself to make the save, the ball had already sailed past his outstretched hand. As despair began to settle in, a sharp thud echoed behind him. The ball struck the post and rebounded out for a corner. The cheers from the No. 2 Middle School students caught in their throats, then faded into a collective sigh. Yun Feiyang jumped lightly, then ran both hands through his hair, his expression filled with regret. The shot had felt so clean, so close. He did not forget to give Wei Ming a thumbs up. The cross had been excellent. It was a pity he could not convert. Wei Ming waved dismissively. Even the best assists do not guarantee goals. Football is a game of margins, and even the finest strikers miss chances. A well-timed cross and a connecting shot were far from certain. Though shaken for a moment, Jianzhou was not discouraged. They continued to press forward in search of an equalizer. Wang Pengfei continued his movements, but this time, he carefully observed Zhou Jianliang's positioning. Quick on his feet, sharp reflexes, but his technique lacked refinement. Clearly, he still had much to learn. In defensive situations away from the penalty area, Zhou Jianliang's lack of experience became evident. For any defender, understanding spatial awareness is crucial. The tighter the space, the more difficult it becomes for attackers to operate. During one-on-one training sessions against Yun Feiyang, the confined space had allowed Zhou's defensive instincts to shine, limiting Yun Feiyang completely and earning a decisive victory. Similarly, in the match between Hui Kai and Tengfei, Wang Zhong had positioned himself close to the goal as the main striker, which allowed Zhou Jianliang to neutralize him entirely. Now that Wang Pengfei was actively dropping deep and drawing Zhou out, he quickly identified Zhou's weakness. This was actually a vulnerability that Meng Qiu had spotted back in the final group stage match. It was not that Meng Qiu and Wang Pengfei were vastly superior to Wang Zhong, but rather that Wang Zhong's own experience was still developing, which is why he had not noticed Zhou's issue at the time. Meng Qiu had spotted the flaw partly because of his habit of operating slightly deeper, while Wang Pengfei, with an extra year of experience and more intelligent movement, had also been able to identify it. From a corner of the stands, Wang Zhong smiled wryly. Young players have their limitations. I was naive enough to try and shake off Zhou Jianliang directly back then. Wang Pengfei's approach is something to watch for in the future. If I want to take over Li Hu's role as captain of Tengfei, I need to learn from this. This was both the weakness and the promise of youth. Because of these flaws, there was direction for growth. Next year, Wang Zhong would not be the same player. Sometimes defeat itself is a valuable teacher. But for No. 2 middle school, there was little room for error. And for Zhou Jianliang, failure was not an option. He gritted his teeth and continued to follow Wang Pengfei, unaware that his persistent marking only reinforced Wang Pengfei's conviction about Zhou's inexperience. Knowing where Zhou Jianliang's weakness lay opened up new possibilities. In a one-on-one situation, Wang Pengfei might not be able to shake him, but he could use the flow of the game to benefit the entire team. And that was something Zhou Jianliang could not counter. When drawn away from his defensive zone, his contribution to No. 2 middle school structure diminished considerably. If executed properly, Wang Pengfei smiled to himself. It would be as if Jianzhou had 11 players against 10. Zhou Jianliang did not notice this imbalance. Xiaofeng observed it, but he could not know what Wang Pengfei was thinking at that moment. To Xiaofeng, although Zhou Jianliang was drawn into midfield and unable to provide timely cover for the back line, he had also neutralized one of Jianzhou's key attacking pieces. Overall, the trade-off still favored No. 2 middle school. Without Zhou Jianliang, No. 2 middle school's defense remained intact. But without Wang Pengfei, Jianzhou's attack lost a vital outlet and connection point. If I were Zhou Jianliang, I would not follow Wang Pengfei. A striker with moderate pace has little threat when drawn away from the box. I would stay in my optimal position and wait for him to come into my marking zone. That would be far more effective. Wang Ziwan offered his assessment from the stands. Your analysis is sound because you possess rich match experience. You understand which opponent is most dangerous in which area, and you react accordingly. But Zhou Jianliang does not yet have that advantage. Su Miao chuckled, amused not only by Wang Ziwan's correct evaluation, but also by the fact that he himself had already identified Zhou Jianliang's deficiency. Discovering the weakness of an opponent's key player before kickoff was undoubtedly a significant advantage, and an exceptionally valuable one. Wang Pengfei began to constantly receive the ball in the midfield. Although he was a center forward who had never played as an organizing midfielder, the modern trend of football demands ever more versatile players. Moreover, it is not difficult for tall players to orchestrate play, as their height affords them a broader view of passing lanes and enables more precise distribution. Wang Pengfei did not receive the ball frequently, and when he did, it was in relatively deep positions. Despite Zhou Jianliang's persistent pressing, Wang Pengfei still managed to collect the ball and distribute it time and again, placing considerable strain on the No. 2 middle school's defense. More importantly, with an additional outlet for possession, Jianzhou's attacks began to multiply. The No. 2 sides saw less of the ball, their own attacking forays diminished, and consequently their offensive threat waned. Jianzhou's collective strength gradually came to the fore. Though their individual ability was slightly inferior to that of the No. 2 middle school, their overall play was superior, for their players trained together day after day and enjoyed excellent coordination and mutual understanding. The No. 2 defense began to come under mounting pressure. Su Xiangnan repeatedly collected the ball in the penalty area and took shots. His nimble runs left the comparatively slower Gao Meng and Han Ming chasing shadows. Zhou Jianliang watched the situation on the pitch deteriorate, puzzled as to why. Still intending to stick with me? Your back line is struggling, you know. Wang Pengfei said to Zhou Jianliang with a grin as he ran. Zhou Jianliang gritted his teeth and said nothing. While keeping pace with him, he glanced toward the sideline. He wanted to see what Xiaofeng intended him to do. Xiaofeng was pondering at that moment. Clearly away from the penalty area, Zhou Jianliang's defensive effectiveness was steadily declining. The space was too vast, giving Wang Pengfei numerous possibilities to receive the ball. This gap could not be bridged by sheer effort. It seemed there was only one option. Just then Zhou Jianliang looked toward Xiaofeng, who rose to his feet and made a gesture. He instructed Zhou Jianliang to drop back and help defend. If Wang Pengfei followed him deeper, then he should continue to mark him. The judgment and instruction were sound, but they came a little late. Such is the difference between players and coaches. However sharp a coach's judgment may be, he remains off the pitch without the immediate feel of the game, so his reactions can appear somewhat slower. A player on the pitch can perceive shifts in the game in real time, and with sufficient experience, can instinctively respond correctly. Unfortunately, Zhou Jianliang's experience was inadequate to allow for such a response. After Zhou Jianliang dropped back and swept tirelessly across the penalty area, the No. 2 defense steadied somewhat. Yet by then Jianzhou's attack was in full flow, and the slender 1-goal lead forced the No. 2 backline to grow more cautious while enduring even greater pressure. We need to counterattack, Meng Qiu thought to himself. He did not drop back, because if he did, the pressure on the front line would be even lighter, making it harder to launch an attack. Pushing his position forward increased Meng Qiu's threat to the opposition goal, but it also reduced his control over the team as a whole. The two effects went hand in hand and were unavoidable. Facing this situation, Xiaofeng had no better solution. He glanced at his watch. More than 30 minutes of the first half had elapsed. If they could hold on until halftime, there would be a chance to adjust. Jinzhou was well aware of this as well, and they kept attacking relentlessly, hoping to at least equalize before the two side could make changes. Having a 2-goal lead erased would unsettle even a mature team, let alone the relatively inexperienced two middle school. Under Jinzhou's persistent attacks, the two defense finally made a mistake. Zhao Qingji's sliding tackle missed the ball entirely, and the opposing midfielder sidestepped him. After evading the challenge, the Jinzhou midfielder began to dribble toward the penalty area. Gao Ming went over to defend him, while Han Ming quickly moved to cover the gap he left behind. Zhou Jinliang also spotted the void created by Han Ming's departure and rushed toward that spot. As Gao Ming rushed in, the Jinzhou midfielder released a pass. The ball flew into the area. Su Xiangnan lifted his foot to control it, then skillfully slipped past Han Ming's challenge. Zhou Jinliang moved quickly to cover decisively, perhaps too decisively. Su Xiangnan did not shoot, however. Instead, he lifted his foot and laid the ball off to the far side. Wang Pengfei left unmarked, wound up, and shot. Zhou Jinliang displayed his exceptional reflexes, spinning quickly and stretching out his leg to block. His foot did make contact with the ball, but the touch proved worse than none at all. The ball glanced off his toe and redirected toward the opposite corner of the goal. Lin Bing, already committed to his diving save, could only watch helplessly as it flew into his own net. 22. Having trailed by 2 goals, Jinzhou had leveled the score. A roar erupted from the stands as the Jinzhou supporters' cheers threatened to lift the roof off. Wang Pengfei turned and sprinted away, embracing his teammates. The goal was ultimately credited to Wang Pengfei, yet everyone knew that the concession was almost half an own goal by Zhou Jinliang. Had he not attempted the tackle, it remained uncertain whether the non-deflected ball would have beaten Lin Bing, who had already started his reaction. Xiaofeng shook his head. To field Zhou Jinliang was to accept such consequences. He could only hope that such an own goal would not undermine Zhou Jinliang's confidence. Zhou Jinliang knelt on the ground, staring at the ball bouncing inside the net, filled with regret. If he had not charged in so rashly to block Su Xiangnan's shot, he would not have found himself scrambling to recover and failing to make the block. If he had been more experienced, he might have anticipated the possibility that Su Xiangnan would pass rather than shoot, and reserved some attention for Wang Pengfei's run. That goal might then never have happened. A 2-goal advantage had been thrown away because of his own mistake. Zhou Jinliang's heart was filled with remorse. He dared not even lift his head to look at his teammates, afraid of seeing their disappointment. Though he appeared resolute inwardly, he was quite fragile. Beneath his formidable exterior lay a sensitive heart. What he did not know was that his two teammates did not blame him at all. In football, you either score or concede. True, Zhou Jinliang had inadvertently scored an own goal, but everyone could see how hard he had worked defensively. To end up like this was merely a stroke of bad luck. What was there to blame? Those who have played football for a long time come to embrace such an understanding, yet Zhou Jinliang was not someone with years of experience behind him. His mentality was different from that of most players. Unaware of Zhou Jinliang's state of mind, the two players launched an energetic push after the restart, hoping to regain the lead before halftime. Jinzhou, having equalized, now retreated into defense. Though not particularly adept at defending, they could certainly see out the few remaining minutes of the first half by doing so. Especially with both of their towering forwards dropping back, even Yun Feiyang could not easily breach their goal. After Yun Feiyang received a pass from Meng Qiu, spun sharply and shot over the crossbar, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. 22. The two side had made a bright start, but failed to secure a favorable outcome. The two side still has plenty of weaknesses. When we meet them in the next round, we'll know how to deal with them, Su Miao said, stretching languidly. Senior, do you still insist that two will advance? But right now things don't look good for them, Wang Xuan reminded him, a little exasperated. For now, we only need to consider and observe two. They are the only team we are relatively unfamiliar with. Jinzhou is an old rival, and we know exactly what they are capable of, so there is no harm in focusing on two. Su Miao replied with a smile. Wang Xuan was speechless, so that was the reasoning. No wonder Su Miao had been talking only about two all along. And it made sense too. The football academies in Dalian had frequent exchanges, leaving few secrets among them. A team like two, on the other hand, still had some hidden aspects worth uncovering. The captain truly is the captain. There is still much for me to learn from him, Wang Xuan thought admiringly as he looked at Su Miao. As the two players walked into the locker room, a heavy silence hung over them. Though it was only a draw, having let a comfortable 2-goal lead slip into a tie was indeed hard to accept. As said earlier, even a more seasoned professional team would suffer a considerable setback after being pegged back from a 2-goal lead. Some things are not easily reconciled simply because you understand the logic behind them. Don't hang your heads. It's still a draw after all. But what happened in the latter part of the first half cannot happen again. Give us the ball, and we will go score and defeat them. To everyone's surprise, it was Yun Feiyang who spoke first, though it was entirely in character. Xiaofeng smiled. Yun Feiyang is right. Attack is our greatest strength, and we should put them under pressure with our attacking play. When the backline wins the ball, look for the captain if there's a chance, and let him organize the attack. If there's no chance, a long clearance down the middle will do. Yun Feiyong is up front. We need to push the attack forward. There's no need for complexity. Just keep it simple. Xiaofeng's words began to take effect. After all, his pre-match tactics had worked quite well. If luck had not been against them. If Zhou Jinliang's header and Yun Feiyong's poaching effort inside the box had both gone in. No. Two would have scored 4 goals in the first half. Against teams at football school level no. Two had rarely created so many chances in a single first half. Last year was not even worth mentioning. This year they had scored 1 against Tengfei in the first half and none against Xinya. Such a remarkable improvement convinced the players that Xiaofeng was a capable head coach, at least in that his leadership had noticeably sharpened the team's attacking prowess. This made them begin to respect Xiaofeng, at the very least they would heed his words to a certain extent. The second half was about to begin. The players from No. 2 middle school walked out of the locker room chatting and laughing as they prepared for the second half. Although the first half result left them somewhat dejected, young people are resilient and quickly bounced back from their discouragement. The score is still tied. Let's just keep scoring in the second half. With such thoughts in mind, the No. 2 middle school players made their way onto the field, unaware that Zhou Jinliang was following silently behind everyone. Zhou Jinliang was rarely talkative, so his silence at that moment went unnoticed by everyone. Xiaofeng didn't notice anything amiss in Zhou's demeanor either. On one hand, Zhou Jinliang was naturally quiet, and on the other, this was Xiaofeng's first time coaching a team in the Dalian playoff tournament. He was genuinely nervous himself, and therefore less attentive than usual. At the exit of the player tunnel, the No. 2 middle school players crossed paths with those from Jinzhou. They didn't exchange greetings after all. They weren't familiar with one another. Wang Pengfei observed Zhou Jinliang, wondering whether he would adjust his approach in the second half. Wang figured he'd need to drop deeper and make sudden forward runs to create opportunities. That strategy suited him better. The second half began. Since No. 2 middle school had kicked off the first half, Jinzhou naturally took the opening kick. Wang Pengfei passed the ball to Su Xiangnan before making a run forward. To his surprise, after advancing into No. 2's half, Zhou Jinliang did not mark him closely, but instead held his position near the edge of the penalty area. This was actually Xiaofeng's instruction. If they continued marking Wang Pengfei, the same vulnerability from the second half of the first period would reappear, which would be disadvantageous. Instead, they should defend compactly and respond to whoever advanced rather than fixating on marking a single forward. This was precisely the role Zhou Jinliang, as the defensive sweeper, was meant to fulfill. Had he maintained this positioning from the start, Zhou Jinliang would not have harbored any discontent. Yet his man-marking of Wang Pengfei in the first half had yielded poor results, leaving him simmering with frustration. He resolved to keep close track of Wang Pengfei and prevent him from scoring in the second half. This stubborn streak in Zhou Jinliang's nature was something even Xiaofeng did not fully grasp. Jinzhou's attacks continued to flow through patient passing, but No. 2's defensive structure held firm with composed efficiency. During defensive phases, Zhou Jinliang remained fixated on Wang Pengfei's movement, analyzing when he might find space in dangerous areas. The more experienced Wang Pengfei quickly recognized this pattern. He began making frequent appearances near the corners of the penalty area, subtly drawing Zhou Jinliang toward those zones, while Jinzhou launched their attacks from unexpected directions. Though staying close to the box, Wang Pengfei's positioning gradually pulled Zhou Jinliang away from the defensive shape. The real problem was that when Zhou Jinliang was not positioned correctly, No. 2's defenders were disciplined enough to track both man and ball. Over recent training, they had established a system where others handled marking duties while Zhou Jinliang filled gaps, a role he had been executing well. This approach allowed the other defenders to focus on their markers while sharpening Zhou Jinliang's reading of the game. It was a responsibility he had been handling admirably. But now, Zhou Jinliang, who was supposed to cover spaces, had all his attention fixed on Wang Pengfei. His teammates had not realized this. With Zhou Jinliang anchoring the defense, they had grown comfortable focusing solely on their marks. In the 8th minute of the second half, Zhou Jinliang committed a critical error. Jinzhou built an attack. Su Xiangnan surged toward the near post to meet a cross, drawing Gao Meng's attention. Meanwhile, Wang Pengfei made a run to the far post, and Gao Meng followed. Zhou Jinliang should have scanned for the cross's trajectory before moving, but instead, he drifted toward the far post alongside Wang Pengfei. This left the center of No. 2's penalty area completely exposed. When Gao Meng spotted Zhou Jinliang arriving, his face paled. "What are you doing coming here? The center is wide open." Only then did Zhou Jinliang realize his mistake, but by the time he turned, it was already too late. The cross found its way into the center. Li Qi and Lu Yiyang had been occupied marking Jinzhou's midfielders, and returning to defend was impossible. The advancing Jinzhou player took the cross cleanly, and facing Lin Bing, who came out to challenge calmly, slotting it into the far corner. 3-2. Jinzhou had completed a stunning comeback from 2 goals down. What is going on? Why are you all marking men instead of watching the ball? Even kids who just started playing football would not make such a mistake. Lin Bing sprang to his feet in frustration, roaring at the back line. His anger was directed at Gao Meng and Han Ming, yet both felt wronged. In recent training, they had been assigned to mark opponents, while Zhou Jinliang covered spaces. How could Zhou Jinliang abandon his post and follow a runner? Xiaofeng buried his face in his hands. This goal was a devastating blow. Zhou Jinliang's positioning should never have failed so catastrophically. Zhou Jinliang stood bewildered. He knew it was his fault. He had been so absorbed in tracking Wang Pengfei's runs that he had forgotten to cover for his teammates. His fists clenched teeth, grinding audibly. He never feared a fight, but this was football. Inferior skill meant accepting humiliation. Push forward. Get those goals back. Xiaofeng shouted onto the pitch. At this moment he needed to redirect the players' focus. If the entire team succumbed to despair and regret two middle school would have no hope left. Fortunately, he still had two young players with strong mentality. We are counterattacking now. We cannot play like that again. Yun Feiyang told Meng Qiu. Pass to me after kickoff, Meng Qiu replied after a moment's thought. You want to take on defenders yourself? Yun Feiyang asked. Yes. Right now that is the only way to lift our spirits. Meng Qiu nodded. Can you do it? Yun Feiyang asked, concern in his voice. Carrying the ball solo through defenses was difficult under any circumstances. How would I know unless I try? Meng Qiu smiled. Besides, you will be making runs behind me. Watch for space. If all their attention is on me, I will find you with a pass. Alright, it is up to you, Yun Feiyang said, patting Meng Qiu's shoulder. No. Two middle school prepared for their fourth kickoff of the match. Amateur teams will be amateur teams, a reporter sighed. They squandered such a strong position. I doubt they will have any chance to mount a comeback. Going from 2 goals up to trailing 3-2, that is devastating even for a professional side. To go 2 goals up was already surprising, another reporter agreed. But in this situation, no. Two middle school is probably finished. I hope they perform better next year. This season's playoffs seem destined for the football academy teams. Zhang Lintao bit his lip. If he was not the most disappointed person in the stadium besides two students and players, then who was? When two led by 2 goals, he had been ecstatic. But as Jinzhou kept scoring, his heart sank lower and lower. He listened to his colleagues' discussion, and he admitted they were right. Let alone an amateur team, even a professional side would be deeply affected after collapsing like this. Take AC Milan, one of the world's top clubs. In 2005, they were at their peak. Leading Liverpool 3-0 in the Champions League final, they conceded 3 goals and lost. Even top strikers like Shevchenko could not convert simple chances afterward. Players are human after all. No one is immune to emotional swings, not even professionals. So how could amateurs be expected to cope? No. Two middle school was likely finished. Yet despite what logic told him, a voice deep inside Zhang Lintao kept shouting. No. Two will win. How could they not win? We are counting on you to turn things around. At that moment, Zhang Lintao saw Yun Feiyang pass to Meng Qiu. In that instant, for reasons he could not explain, his heart pounded fiercely. Zhang Lintao had not staked his hopes on two middle school lightly. He had watched every group stage match. Against Tingfei, two took an early lead but conceded 3 goals. Against Huaicai in terrible weather and on a waterlogged pitch, they lost a crucial goal in the first half. Those had been two's most perilous moments. Had they not survived those moments, they would not be competing in the playoffs now. But they had. Why? When facing Tungfei's rapid attacks, and everyone was at a loss, Meng Qiu pushed forward to the midfield, orchestrated the offense, stabilized two's structure, and completed the comeback, a 5-4 victory. Against Huaicai in foul weather on a muddy pitch while being closely marked by Zhou Jinliang, Meng Qiu advanced again, broke past Zhou with his dribbling, and scored twice to complete the reversal. In everyday play at two, Meng Qiu was the unassuming one. After all, there was Yun Feiyang, who scored constantly, Wei Ming with his blistering pace, and Captain Lu Yiyang in midfield. But whenever two faced desperate situations, it was always Meng Qiu who stepped up as the key figure. Now two faced crisis once more. Yun Feiyang passed to Meng Qiu. What would he do? Zhang Lintao instinctively stepped forward 2 paces, eager to see more clearly. Then he saw Meng Qiu receive the ball from Yun Feiyang. Rather than laying it back, he took it forward, driving straight into Jinzhou's half. After receiving the pass from Yun Feiyang, what Meng Qiu should have done most appropriately was to pass the ball back to Lu Yiyang behind him to organize the attack. However, Lu Yiyang's performance in this match was not particularly good. Perhaps because he had made too many sacrifices earlier, he still needed time to adapt to his new role as an organizing midfielder. At that moment, he saw that Meng Qiu did not pass the ball back, but instead drove straight into Jinzhou's half with the ball. Lu Yiyang was stunned, and then a sense of shame welled up within him. Is it because you think I cannot pass the ball forward that you chose to dribble yourself? If someone with a shorter temper were in his place, they would likely have erupted on the spot, or at least sneered from behind, watching just how far Meng Qiu could push through. But Lu Yiyang did neither. He simply fell into step behind Meng Qiu, keeping close. Having such a captain was a blessing for two middle school, for Xiaofeng, and equally for Meng Qiu himself. Jinzhou had not anticipated Meng Qiu's audacity. Wang Pengfei and Su Xiangnan, operating on instinct, surged forward from both flanks to press him, yet they watched in disbelief as he weaved the ball cleanly through their overlapping positions. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Should we retreat to defend? Su Xiangnan asked. No need, we will wait for the counterattack. Wang Pengfei shook his head. As forwards, it was natural to trust that their defensive line could hold firm, and scrambling back to defend might not prove useful anyway. They were hardly acquainted with Meng Qiu's tendencies. He rarely erupted on the pitch like this unless he sensed the team had reached a critically precarious moment. Such a driving run, if executed successfully, would bolster the team's morale considerably, even if it did not result in a goal. Jinzhou deployed a 4-4-2 flat formation, so after threading through Wang Pengfei and Su Xiangnan, Meng Qiu now faced their 2 central midfielders. Behind Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyang kept close pursuit. On the wing, Wei Ming recovered from his momentary hesitation and launched into a sprint, and further back Liu Yang was making a rapid supporting run. These four represented No. 2 middle school's most potent attacking force. They carried all the team's hopes at that moment. Confronted by two midfielders closing in to double-team him, Meng Qiu shifted the ball deftly between his feet while in motion, then suddenly drove it forward to break through. The two Jinzhou midfielders were bypassed with barely any resistance. A roar rose from the stands along the sideline. Among the press box reporters, many of whom played football themselves, given the city's growing number of pitches, it was instantly clear how difficult it was to execute such a feint while sprinting with the ball at pace. This was no mere showpiece. The sharp cuts and turns at speed left even vigilant defenders momentarily frozen, and the fact that Meng Qiu slipped cleanly between the two players proved just that. What footwork is this? Where did this kid learn to play like that? The journalists, hardened by years of covering the sport, might dismiss such prodigies as fiction, yet Meng Qiu's return from overseas sparked their imaginations nonetheless. A youth dedicated to revitalizing Chinese football, trained since childhood abroad in the finest academies, returning home with extraordinary skill to lead a school team to prominence. The reporters' imaginations ran wild, but their theories were not entirely unfounded. But Meng Qiu himself did not see it quite that grandly. He was merely a boy who did not know what lay ahead, content to keep playing football with joy. Having left the two central midfielders behind, Meng Qiu now faced only Jinzhou's defensive line ahead. The Jinzhou defenders were no greenhorns, easily rattled. Both center backs stepped up to meet the threat, while the full-backs shuffled inward to strengthen the penalty area. Meng Qiu's explosive pace was beginning to fade. After 20 or 30 meters of acceleration, his speed naturally waned, and he was approaching that limit now. He showed no intention of pressing forward further. Wei Ming had surged down the flank, and was already past him, and Meng Qiu lifted his foot mid-stride, as if to deliver a diagonal pass to Wei Ming. With Jinzhou's fullback drawn inward toward the penalty area, the pass would leave Wei Ming completely unmarked. The feint immediately drew the defender's focus, and in that split second of hesitation, Meng Qiu dragged the ball back with his right foot and surged past him. This marked his fifth player sent packing. Double-team him. Jinzhou's goalkeeper roared in frustration, his composure shattered. If the kid broke through from the kickoff onward, their entire reputation would be ruined. The prospect of such humiliation drove the three remaining defenders to converge on Meng Qiu from all sides. Two blocked the front, one cut off the side near the goal. Except for the empty right flank, Jinzhou's defense had sealed every angle toward the net. That is when Meng Qiu smiled. He stopped sharply, and just as the defenders braced for another feint, he slid a horizontal pass through the gap between them. While Meng Qiu drove forward with the ball, Yun Feiyang had been tracking from a slight diagonal angle behind. His pace was slightly slower, but close enough to read every move Meng Qiu made. When Meng Qiu used those rapid directional changes to slip past two defenders, Yun Feiyang was genuinely impressed, thinking to himself, "This kid has been holding something back during training all along." Then, as Meng Qiu drove right and pulled the opposing defenders toward him, the path ahead suddenly opened up completely for Yun Feiyang. The entire Jinzhou penalty area lay empty before him. If only Meng Qiu could pass it out here. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the ball came into view rolling laterally along the edge of the 6-yard box. Yun Feiyang was startled for an instant, then overjoyed. What followed was straightforward. He launched himself into a final sprint and struck the rolling ball with his right foot. The goalkeeper barely had time to turn before the ball slammed into the back of the net. The score was tied 3-3. After Jinzhou had taken the lead, Meng Qiu dismantled their defense with a series of dribbles and delivered a sharp cross to Yun Feiyang for his third assist of the match. "Compared to you, I have scored 2 goals without doing much." Yun Feiyang laughed heartily as he charged toward Meng Qiu, wrapping him in an embrace. Wei Ming shook his head as he jogged over to join them, though no one could say exactly why. Liu Yang brought himself to a stop. Positioned deeper on the field, he had a clearer view of what Meng Qiu had accomplished. Following Meng Qiu's brilliant run, Yun Feiyang had simply arrived at the perfect moment to net his second goal of the match. Where Liu Yang might have once thought the young player overly arrogant, he now found himself utterly convinced. Yes, convinced. When someone could break through at will and convert chances into goals, who would not be swayed? Liu Yang did not join the celebration. Instead, he stopped and applauded steadily. A young player capable of producing goals like this would undoubtedly achieve great things, and even if Liu Yang had to accept a supporting role now, he welcomed it gladly. Zhang Lintao clenched his fist fiercely from the sideline. While solo runs through multiple defenders were not unheard of in high school competition, they typically only occurred when strong academy players faced amateur opposition. In matches against actual football schools, Zhang Lintao could recall only one instance of a player beating several opponents single-handedly to score. That was Su Miao, the captain and tactical commander of Yunbei. In last year's championship final between Yunbei and Qingxi, with the match deadlocked, it was Su Miao who erupted in the closing stages, receiving the ball in midfield, weaving past Sun Xiangxin and several other Qingxi defenders, and despite Yian's tight marking, creating just enough space to score the decisive goal. Both players shared the same profile, rarely attempting to beat men individually, yet rising to the occasion in critical moments to lead their teams to victory. Meng Qiu might not yet rival Su Miao as the undisputed king of Dalian's football circle, but the ability he had just displayed proved he possessed the potential to become one. For that brief moment, Meng Qiu's brilliance stood unmatched. Watching his colleagues beside him speechless, Zhang Lin Tao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The other reporters had only their cameras capturing a few snapshots at best, but this goal had been recorded exclusively by No. 2 middle school's cameras and his own equipment. In Dalian's tournament structure, even the knockout matches lacked television coverage. Only the final and the knockout final earned that distinction from Dalian television. These recordings could become invaluable archives in years to come. Beyond Yun Feiyong, there is also Meng Qiu. Can this No. 2 middle school squad still be considered amateur? Among the stunned reporters, a single question echoed through their minds. If the No. 2 high school players had already begun to show signs of panic when Jinzhou overtook them on the scoreboard, then at this moment, it was the entire Jinzhou camp that fell prey to a creeping sense of dread. In reality, being equalized alone would not have been enough to unsettle Jinzhou's players. After all, conceding a goal is the most ordinary thing that can happen in a match. Yet the way Meng Qiu had scored that goal virtually single-handedly dealt a crushing blow to Jinzhou's players. Anyone who plays football knows that the higher the level of the match, the harder it is to complete a solo charge through the defense. And the fact that Meng Qiu had just completed such a solo charge meant either that Meng Qiu was exceptionally talented or that Jinzhou as a whole was terribly weak. No matter which cause, Jinzhou's players chose to believe the shock to their morale was severe. Wang Pengfei and Su Xiangnan's expressions changed at the same time. If in their junior high years they could still rely on their physiques to power through and score, then after entering senior high, facing peers with equally impressive physical attributes, they definitely could never score a goal like that. Meng Qiu was only slightly over 1.6 meters tall, far shorter than them, which was considered quite short in the north. Yet after scoring such a goal, in everyone's eyes at that moment Meng Qiu was a titan of towering stature. Let's attack, Wang Pengfei said to Su Xiangnan after drawing a deep breath. If we can take the lead again, there might still be a fight left in us. Su Xiangnan nodded. Although they were not third-year students, although they still had the chance to contend for the national tournament next year, if they were to harbor such thoughts, they did not deserve to stand on this stage. The cruel elimination rounds had taught every player competing in the Dalian division one lesson: no matter what opponent they faced, they must give their absolute all. Even if Meng Qiu's performance had stunned the entire stadium, they could not afford to be afraid. Even if their teammates' minds were wavering as Jinzhou's attacking spears, the two of them absolutely could not let themselves be affected. The ball was restarted. Wang Pengfei and Su Xiangnan did not advance with the ball themselves. That was not their specialty. Instead, they positioned themselves in the attacking third, making runs while waiting for their teammates to deliver the ball. No. 2 high school in turn engaged in fierce pressing at the front. Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu, and the others continuously ran across the opponent's half, spending their stamina without hesitation. Jinzhou's players, however, appeared hesitant because of Meng Qiu's earlier interception and assist, as well as his individual breakthrough. They worried about being dispossessed again, and they dreaded the sight of Meng Qiu receiving the ball and launching another one of those runs. I'll drop back to get the ball and help with the attack, Su Xiangnan couldn't resist saying to Wang Pengfei, but Wang Pengfei stopped him. No, I trust them. They are our teammates. Like us, they are the core of Jinzhou. Wang Pengfei answered seriously, no matter what, we have to trust them. At that moment, as the captain of Jinzhou, Wang Pengfei chose to believe in his teammates, because he knew they were all capable players, even if No. 2 high school was strong, they likewise had the ability to contend with No. 2 high school. Perhaps it was the Jinzhou players gradually recovering from their panic, or perhaps it was the anticipation of their forward partners up front that spurred them. Under No. 2's press, Jinzhou slowly steadied themselves and launched their offense from the midfield. An established powerhouse is truly different. Their ability to adjust is so impressive. Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh. Although No. 2 high school had many good players, their foundation was after all still shallow, otherwise Meng Qiu wouldn't have chosen such an individualistic approach to attack. This was the difference between an ordinary team and a strong football academy team. Even if Jinzhou could not be compared with leading schools like Yunbei and Qingxi, they were still a squad that reached the last 8 every year. After Jinzhou's midfield pushed up, they began to penetrate the heart of No. 2's defense. Lu Yiyang returned to defend, but the rest of the attacking trident did not retreat. The 3 of them remained up front as targets enough to pin down the entire opposing backline. This time Zhou Jianliang did not focus on the opponent's 2 forwards. Instead, he concentrated entirely on observing Jinzhou's attack, watching the ball, not the man. But after that mistake of his just now, the No. 2 defenders dared not go back to pure man marking. What if Zhou Jianliang were to have another lapse like that? Admittedly, it was because the team's coordination was not yet seamless. After all, Zhou Jianliang had only recently joined, and he was quite taciturn. Unable to mark with complete concentration, Jinzhou created a fine chance. Su Xiangnan shielded Han Ming behind him and received a cross from his teammate inside the penalty area. Gao Ming was forced to rush over to cover. Su Xiangnan played the same trick again, laying the ball off to the unmarked Wang Pengfei, who took the shot at once without hesitation. Lin Bing, rushing off his line, could only manage to deflect the ball with a flying save, and the rebounding ball stubbornly continued toward the goal. Get in. After shooting, Wang Pengfei remained in his follow-through posture, roaring in his heart. If they could take the lead again, the rest of the match would be much easier to play. Yet in front of the goal, a figure was sprinting swiftly toward the goal mouth. It was Zhou Jianliang. Zhou Jianliang had made a decisive judgment. He had not gone to mark Wang Pengfei because the instant Su Xiangnan made the pass he knew he could not block Wang Pengfei's forward dash to shoot, but Lin Bing's full stretch save gave him the opportunity to cover the empty goal. This was a chance for redemption and also a chance to be a hero. Zhou Jianliang sprinted at his top speed racing against the ball. The ball flew into the 6-yard box and Zhou Jianliang had just charged past the penalty spot. The ball was about to cross the goal line when Zhou Jianliang's entire body had already surged into the 6-yard box. With his eyes fixed firmly on the ball in flight, Zhou Jianliang launched his whole body into the air. In midair, he stretched his leg as far as it would go. At the instant his toes touched the ball, Zhou Jianliang twisted his ankle and hooked it clear. The ball flew diagonally away far beyond the touchline. Unable to stop his momentum, Zhou Jianliang crunched into the goalpost. Had the ball crossed the line, or had Zhou Jianliang successfully cleared it just before? It's a goal. It was already over the line before. Wang Pengfei shouted, raising his arm. But no. Two defenders ignored the dispute and ran over to check on Zhou Jianliang. That collision just now was audible even in the stands. After clearing the ball, Zhou Jianliang crashed sideways into the post. He did not hit his head, but his waist and other areas took a heavy impact. Lin Bing, the nearest player, had just rushed over when he saw Zhou Jianliang prop himself up on the post with one hand and jump up from the ground. What goal? I clearly saw the ball hadn't reached the white line before I kicked it out. Zhou Jianliang shouted loudly. Are you all right? Lin Bing asked cautiously. What could happen? Zhou Jianliang replied. Lin Bing couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He had hit the goalpost while making saves too. Whether it was his shoulder or back colliding with the post, even if no bone was broken it would hurt terribly. Yet Zhou Jianliang didn't even frown. Was that shaved head made of iron? Everyone else's gaze fell on the referee. The referee looked at the assistant referee, who raised the flag and pointed toward No. 2's side. The referee then also raised his hand and indicated in the direction of No. 2's goal. Throw in. The students of No. 2 High School burst into thunderous cheers. No goal conceded. Zhou Jianliang had succeeded in saving the goal mouth and the score remained level. Well done. Exuberant Lin Bing slapped Zhou Jianliang on the shoulder. For a goalkeeper, a defender who helps him guard the goal at the critical moment is his best friend. After shouting, Lin Bing naturally placed his hand on Zhou Jianliang's shaved head and patted it. Keep playing. Stop their attack and push them back. That was just an ordinary act for him. With his near 1.9-meter height, he always seemed to look down on everyone in the team, so he habitually patted others on the head during defense. Not just newcomers. Gao Meng was also frequently patted this way during matches. Zhou Jianliang, however, was stunned. He knew himself well, he was not good looking, and he had a fierce face. When he was at Huaicai, his teammates wouldn't even dare to pat his head, let alone put an arm around his shoulder. Yet this tall but slender, gentle and refined goalkeeper had patted his shoulder and then his head. Haven't you heard that a man's head and a woman's waist are for the eyes only and not to be touched? But Zhou Jianliang quickly broke into a smile. It seems they've forgiven me, haven't they? A good performance certainly makes people treat me much more kindly. Zhou Jianliang didn't want people to fear him. What he feared was others keeping their distance. That clearance was truly spectacular. Zhou Jianliang's burst speed in that instant. I'm afraid even Wei Ming can't match it. Su Miao sighed. His physical qualities are indeed very good, but his defensive skills aren't really outstanding. He relies more on his body. However, if he receives more standard training, he will become a very formidable defensive player in a year or two. The tall man behind him replied. How does he compare to Gao Meng? Su Miao asked with great interest. Gao Meng. Gao Meng has rich experience and good physical conditioning, but his ability has already reached its ceiling. At best, he is what he is now. An excellent defender in Dalian, but not ranked at the national level. As for this Zhou Jianliang, he's different. It's a shame he didn't come to Yunbei. The tall man let out a sigh. Yes, but compared to you, the most disappointed should be that fellow Yi Yan. Zhou Jianliang also displayed attacking ability when he was at Huikai. If he had gone to Qingxi and received their Central Defender Corps training, Zhou Jianliang might have become even more frightening. Fortunately, he went to No. 2 High School. Su Miao stretched lazily, looking pleased. The tall man nodded. A player cannot rely on fine physical endowments alone. He must also receive more professional training to avoid taking wrong turns. This is very important for a player. Now, what a pity. The spectacular goal scored by Meng Qiu dealt a severe blow to Jianzhou's morale. Then when Zhou Jianliang cleared away what had seemed a certain goal at the goal mouth, it struck Jianzhou's spirit once again. After those two sequences, although the match remained level, the scales of victory had begun to tip toward Erzhong. Erzhong still had plenty of problems. Zhou Jianliang lacked chemistry with his teammates, and Liu Yiyang struggled to deliver the ball cleanly to the front three, but they could create attacking opportunities with simpler methods. After finally breaking down the defense on the wing, Jianzhou's midfielder chose to cross only for Gao Meng to leap first and head the ball clear in mid-flight. Li Qi intercepted the ball outside the penalty area and fed Liu Yiyang, who immediately launched a long pass forward. The ball flew toward the attacking third. Yun Feiyong sprinted to its landing point and, despite the opponent having already settled into a favorable position, forcibly claimed the first bounce and nodded it down to the supporting Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu lifted his foot and brought the ball under control, instantly snapping Jianzhou's defenders' nerves taut. They had no idea what this small-statured player would attempt next. Although Meng Qiu had not been conspicuous for much of the match, that goal had already carved a deep sense of unease into Jianzhou's defensive line. If Meng Qiu's goal had been forged solely by his own individual power, the Jianzhou defender's mindset would have remained unanimous. A crazy dribbler, however brilliant, could always be contained by throwing several bodies at him. But that attack had ended with Meng Qiu threading a decisive pass through the narrowest of gaps. It reminded Jianzhou's defense that Zhong still possessed a top-class center forward. So when Meng Qiu once again drove forward with the ball, Jianzhou had plenty of defenders, but no unity of purpose. Some wanted to gang up on Meng Qiu, others kept their eyes on the advancing Yun Feiyong, or even Wei Ming on the wing. The greatest taboo for a backline is a lack of coordination. As a result, when Meng Qiu began his forward charge, only 2 defenders moved to close him down, 2 more were tracking Yun Feiyong, and the last was watching Wei Ming's overlapping run. Just 2. Meng Qiu was surprised. His surprise lasted only a heartbeat, and then he used his superb dribbling to torment the 2 defenders. Meng Qiu darted forward and cut across, sending the 2 defenders chasing frantically back and forth. Before long, one defender spun himself into a daze. During a hasty turn to cover, his legs gave way, and he tumbled to the turf in spite of himself. With only 1 defender left, the task became even less daunting for Meng Qiu. A beautiful feint and change of direction left the man rooted, and Meng Qiu charged straight into Jianzhou's 30-meter area. A 3rd defender rushed over, but such disorganized one-at-a-time challenges were unquestionably a terrible idea. In the art of war, this is called the piecemeal reinforcement tactic, sending soldiers in small waves only to have them methodically picked off by an opponent who holds numerical superiority. 2 sudden stops and swerves in quick succession, and the 3rd defender was left behind him. If Wang Zhong had been watching, he would have recognized it instantly. This was precisely the style he mastered, altering the rhythm of the run to unsettle opposing defenders. Is he about to go on another solo charge? A reporter cried out. Clearly the Jianzhou defenders were thinking exactly the same thing. The 2 players he had shaken off stubbornly gave chase, while another defender stepped in front of Meng Qiu. They had abandoned their coverage of Yun Feiyong. Or perhaps they hoped Meng Qiu would pass. Sure enough, Meng Qiu raised his foot as he ran, shaping a pass feint. Had the pass actually come, it would have been another one-on-one with the keeper. But even though they had loosened their grip on Yun Feiyong, Jianzhou's defenders could hardly allow him to receive the ball and break through alone, so almost in unison they angled their bodies and prepared to spring toward Yun Feiyong. Laughter burst uninhibitedly from the Zhong students in the stands because Meng Qiu still hadn't passed. From the stands, it seemed that Meng Qiu had simply lifted his foot and fooled the entire defense. Only the defenders on the scene knew how subtle, yet utterly convincing that move had been. All of them veterans who were not short of experience instantly reacted on the assumption that Meng Qiu would pass. What a formidable player! Wang Ziyuan could not help murmuring. In that flash, Wang Ziyuan had mentally placed himself in the defender's shoes. His conclusion: if he had been the one facing Meng Qiu, he would have been fooled just the same. When he put himself in that position, his face went pale. Su Miao glanced at him, but remained silent. Back on the field after executing that lifelike feint, Meng Qiu blew past the last defender standing before him and sliced into the penalty area. Jianzhou's goalkeeper rushed out of his goal area ready to throw his body in front of Meng Qiu's breakthrough shot or continued advance, even if it took a foul. In the keeper's eyes, Meng Qiu loomed larger and clearer, and his conviction swelled. He would definitely deny Meng Qiu this time. The closer a defender gets to the shooter, the narrower the shooting angle becomes. At that very moment, from a distance where none of Meng Qiu's movements could escape him, he saw Meng Qiu swing his left leg and prepare to shoot. Instantly, he hurled himself forward. Meng Qiu's left foot swept across the top of the ball. Then with a rapid withdrawal, he nudged the ball behind his standing leg, drew it back, and spun around in a single seamless motion. To the keeper's eyes, the ball and Meng Qiu that had been right before him vanished completely in that instant. What the? That's insane, the goalkeeper blurted out in disbelief. Having slipped past the keeper with that splendid turn, Meng Qiu nudged the ball sideways, once more fully evading the keeper's reach before swinging his left leg and slotting the ball home. The ball flew into Jianzhou's empty net. 4-3, Zhong surged ahead once again. After recording 3 assists, Meng Qiu had now given Zhong the advantage with a magnificent individual run. Meng Qiu was about to sprint toward the touchline to celebrate when he felt his shirt pulled tight from behind. Someone had grabbed him. Turning around, he saw Yun Feiyong clutching his shirt with one hand while pressing the other down on him, his face wild with joy, the ecstasy contorting his handsome masculine features. Yun Feiyong toppled him onto the turf and roared, "Damn! You even pulled off a Cruyff turn. How are we supposed to enjoy the game now?" "It's a highly effective move in a one-on-one with the keeper. How could I not practice it?" Meng Qiu replied. As Zhong's players charged from the backfield to celebrate, everyone from Yunbei in the stands exchanged bewildered looks. "Did you see that clearly, Captain?" the tall guy asked. Su Miao's expression was hesitant. He glanced at Wang Ziyuan before saying tentatively, "A Cruyff turn, right?" Once he said it, all the Yunbei players were sure that what they had seen was not an illusion. "No way. This has to be a football novel, doesn't it? Otherwise, where would such a monster come from? I could do that move in training too." "What nonsense. Training is completely different from a match. In training I can also do an elastico plus a Marseille turn, but why can't I use them in a game? The pressure is different, so the chance of executing such moves is different. Even in an intra-squad warm-up, if you went one-on-one with the keeper and did a Cruyff turn, I'd call that impressive." Amid the heated discussion, Su Miao noticed Wang Ziyuan had gone pale and was saying nothing. He knew this younger teammate had likely suffered a tremendous shock. After all, ever since Wang Ziyuan had entered the junior division of Yunbei High School, everyone had considered him a genius destined to become Yunbei's leader. Born into a football family, his father a former international, he had received professional coaching from an early age and entered an elite football school like Yunbei. He himself had more than justified expectations as a defensive midfielder. He was a rare combination of defensive solidity and attacking flair, excellent in protecting the backline, adept at organizing play, and formidable when surging forward into the box. In Su Miao's eyes, once Su Miao left Yunbei, it would be Wang Ziyuan who led Yunbei to dominate Dalian and then the national stage in the coming 2 years. Wang Ziyuan had always possessed strong self-belief, but watching this match had turned his perception of same-age players upside down. If this performance had come from a professional, it would not be especially rare. But among his contemporaries, could there really be such a remarkable player? Even compared with Yun Feiyong, Wang Ziyuan never felt inferior. He might not score as many goals as Yun Feiyong, but he believed his role on the pitch contributed far more to the team. He would be the commander of the battlefield while Yun Feiyong was only a gallant vanguard. But Meng Qiu could be both the commander and the battle-hardened star. The abilities that he and Yun Feiyong possessed, Meng Qiu had them. All the abilities that neither he nor Yun Feiyong possessed, Meng Qiu also had. To think such an outstanding player was the same age. Even more astonishingly, before this year, he had been so utterly unknown. Powerhouses within the football school circle, Wang Ziyuan had at least heard of them even if he had never faced them. Powerhouses outside that circle like Yun Feiyong, he also knew well. But this Meng Qiu, from where had he suddenly emerged? If soil outside football schools could cultivate one Meng Qiu, could there be others? Was he truly so brilliant after all? Was he truly so brilliant that no one could compare? This was the shock Meng Qiu delivered to Wang Ziyuan, an immense shock. A blow of such magnitude left Wang Ziyuan to some degree bereft of his confidence. Su Miao did not immediately say anything to Wang Ziyuan. Wang Ziyuan was a proud player, and ever since he took up football, everything had gone smoothly, giving him a deep-seated confidence that he was the best player of his age group in all of China. Precisely because of this, when he realized he might not be the best Chinese player of his age, his confidence suffered a serious blow. The old Wang Ziyuan was a flower raised in a greenhouse, never having faced any setbacks, and so when confronted with this first real disappointment, he appeared remarkably fragile. For exactly this reason, Su Miao chose not to offer timely reassurance. Such a setback was not truly significant, and if it helped Wang Ziyuan grow more mature, it would be enormously beneficial for his future development. Let him brood over it for a couple of days, then share some thoughts with him before the match began. That way he would navigate this emotional hurdle more steadily. Su Miao even sighed inwardly. For all of this, Wang Ziyuan's luck was almost too good. Leaving aside Su Miao's reflections from the stands on the pitch, compared with the earlier goal, Meng Qiu's first goal in the knockout stage dealt an even more severe blow to the morale of Jinzhou. They could not stop him. Not at all. That was the only thought running through the minds of the Jinzhou defenders. Only by facing Meng Qiu directly on the field could one truly understand the frustration these defenders felt, powerless as they were. If you cannot defend your own half, what good does it do, no matter how dangerous you are up front? Although Jinzhou's defenders were among the most experienced players of their age, they were still merely 17 or 18 years old. It was rather unreasonable to expect them to quickly regain their fighting spirit after such a blow. Moreover, since Jinzhou's two most important players were both forwards, their backline was momentarily deprived of someone who could steady the team. Ever since Meng Qiu scored that goal, Xiao Feng's heart had settled. He no longer stood on the sideline, but took a seat on the bench, crossed his legs, and looked utterly relaxed, showing no concern whatsoever. His casual demeanor, seen by the anxious Jinzhou head coach, made the poor coach want nothing more than to charge onto the field and punch him. But however furious he was, the head coach could not reverse the course of the match. Though the role of a head coach has become increasingly prominent in modern football at the high school level, a coach could still only arrange tactics before the match, make adjustments at halftime, and change tactics through substitutions. Once the game had started drifting in a certain direction, there was indeed little they could do. Just as Xiao Feng had been helpless on the sideline when two middle school fell behind, the Jinzhou head coach was equally powerless now. After all, their team was far from a top professional side. The true strength lay with the starting players on the field. Even if substitutions were desired, making them lightly was risky. If the gap between starters and reserves was too large, it could produce an even worse effect. Jinzhou certainly had a stronger foundation than two middle school, but substitutes were substitutes precisely because their ability fell short of the starters. In a professional club, a player might sit on the bench due to tactical mismatches rather than lack of skill. Yet in youth teams, the stronger performers simply started. There was no other logic to it. Xiao Feng had dared not make substitutions before, and now the Jinzhou head coach dared not either. He could only watch helplessly as Jinzhou slid deeper into trouble. Wang Pengfei and Su Xiangnan continued to work hard in their attempts to score, but individual effort could not replace an entire team. More importantly, they could not help their defenders either. With their momentum growing stronger by the minute, two middle school began pressing Jinzhou in attack. Liu Yiyang began focusing on a supporting midfield role. True to his strengths, playing as a distributor and organizer proved to be quite effective. With his excellent vision of the game, once he stopped worrying about too many things and adapted to concentrating on a single task, the characteristics of Liu Yiyang, that midfield schemer, began to emerge gradually. After a series of passing exchanges through the midfield, Meng Qiu took the ball and broke through down the right flank, drawing all the opponent's defensive attention to that side. Then unexpectedly, he played a sweeping long pass, sending the ball directly to the left wing. Wei Ming, making an overlapping run, delivered a cross of excellent power and curve. Yun Feiyang, arriving at the central area of the penalty box, met the ball with a powerful header, sending it into Jianzhou's net once again. 5-3. Yun Feiyang completed his hat-trick, and No. 2 Middle School extended their lead to 2 goals again. But this time, unlike the previous occasion, with this 2-goal advantage, less than 10 minutes remained until the end of the match. Many students from No. 2 Middle School had already hoarse voices, yet they paid no mind, continuing to cheer enthusiastically. The semifinals. The semifinals were beckoning them. For No. 2 Middle School, reaching the quarterfinals the previous year had already been a historic milestone, and now they were on the verge of writing new history. A new history, an amateur team advancing to the semifinals. And they were all witnesses to history, standing among the heroes who were creating it. Young men they saw, everyday classmates they walked alongside. This was the true meaning of the National High School Football League. Heroes displayed on walls and television screens inspire admiration, yet they carry a certain distance, lacking warmth and closeness. But the ones beside you, those you might see anytime, who yesterday lent you their notes to copy the day before, brought you breakfast, and 2 days before delivered a love letter to a girl you admired, today within a stadium like this in Jinzhou were using their performances to help No. 2 Middle School reach the semi-finals of the Dalian Regional Tournament, becoming the heroes admired by over 100,000 high school students across Dalian. Such heroes were people one could learn from, who were vivid and real, inspiring a genuine desire to achieve the same. The students of No. 2 Middle School, through their performances, had proven that even without attending a specialized football academy, as long as one possessed talent, it was possible to become a hero bathed in the spotlight. Zhang Lintao was trembling with excitement. He knew he had made the right bet. Before this match, he had built a good rapport with No. 2 Middle School, which would make future interviews far easier. After all, No. 2 Middle School maintained rigorous academic standards and generally did not permit reporters to interview students. When they reached the quarterfinals the previous year, many journalists had attempted to cover them, but the school had turned most away, and even when interviews were granted, only Lu Yiyang and Coach Wang would represent the team. Even after their outstanding performance in this year's group stage, few reporters managed to interview No. 2 Middle School students, simply because it was not a football academy. Although No. 2 Middle School also hoped to enhance its reputation through football, the school always prioritized ensuring that students' academics were not compromised. Making a sudden attempt to interview them would result in a refusal the first time, making future efforts increasingly difficult. But with a relationship established through mutual understanding, the chances of securing good interview opportunities would rise considerably. As long as they could advance to the national tournament, then this magazine, High School Football, would surely find its audience. With hope for the future, Zhang Lintao began to watch the remainder of the match in a cheerful mood. Jinzhou, clearly showing signs of decline, failed to create any further threats for the rest of the match. No. 2 Middle School continued to press forward throughout the final 10 minutes. If fortune had been slightly kinder and Jinzhou had not thrown everyone back into defense, they might have expanded their lead even further. When the referee blew the final whistle, No. 2 Middle School substitutes rushed onto the field, beginning to celebrate joyfully. Meanwhile, the Jinzhou players quietly filed off the pitch. Zhou Jianliang let out a long breath. Although mistakes had occurred, at least they had won the match. Winning this game meant things would improve from here on, Zhou Jianliang thought to himself. Just as he was thinking this, Gao Meng came running over and gave him a hug. Good work. Keep it up, Gao Meng said briefly, and then moved on, leaving Zhou Jianliang standing there alone, lost in thought. How does it feel moving forward together as a team? Xiaofeng's voice came from beside him. Yes, it feels great. Zhou Jianliang nodded, a rare smile appearing on his face. Oh, look at you actually smiling. I really should bring those kids from Huikai over to see this. Zhou Jianliang straightened his expression, shot Xiaofeng a look, and fell silent. Xiaofeng chuckled, about to tease his most trusted disciple a bit more when he noticed Coach Wang approaching. Young man. Coach Xiaofeng, this is reporter Zhang Lintao from Dalian Weekly. His camera team has been helping us with filming. Oh, thank you very much. This has been a tremendous help, Xiaofeng said warmly, shaking Zhang Lintao's hand. Zhang Lintao smiled. It's nothing. Our people were idle anyway. We'll burn the footage onto discs with all 8 angles covered. If it's convenient for you, please allow us to continue helping. Absolutely not a problem. You professionals are the best for this. We'd have to find someone else back at the school anyway, and we certainly can't do it ourselves, Xiaofeng agreed readily. Zhang Lintao was surprised by how quickly Xiaofeng agreed. After all, the two parties were not well acquainted. Wasn't he at all worried that Zhang Lintao might lose the footage? But thinking about it again, it made perfect sense. As long as Xiaofeng was sensible, he would realize that Zhang Lintao would eventually need to interview No. 2 Middle School, so there was no real cause for concern. Besides, the match footage might not be particularly important to No. 2 Middle School, whereas future interviews would be very valuable to Zhang Lintao. Do you need the discs urgently? If so, we can work overnight and deliver them to you tomorrow, Zhang Lintao said immediately, with a smile, having figured things out. That's wonderful. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just say the word, Xiaofeng replied, patting his chest. In yesterday's quarterfinal of the National High School Football League Dalian Division knockout round, the Dalian No. Two high school team defeated Jinzhou Football School 53, historically advancing to the Final Four of the Dalian Division. This marks the first time that a non-football school team has reached the Final Four in the Dalian Division. If they go one step further, they would create the miracle of a non-football school squad reaching the National High School League. The No. 2 high school's top scorer Yun Feiyang completed a hat trick in the match, yet their most outstanding performer was actually another first-year student Meng Qiu. He scored a spectacular goal that dribbled past several defenders and also provided 3 assists and 1 key build-up. All 5 goals were related to him. This freshman transferred back from abroad at the start of last semester, and his arrival has greatly strengthened No. 2 high school, making them the first team to advance to the Final Four. When the next day's newspapers began covering the match in succession, the Dalian Weekly did not stand out particularly. After all, a newspaper can only present articles and photographs, so the superiority of having filmed the entire match could not be conveyed through print. Zhang Lintao, however, was not anxious. He knew that as No. 2 high school's results grew better and better, those materials would sooner or later play an excellent role. After a night of urgent work, the match DVD had been produced. Zhang Lintao pocketed the disc and hurried to the Dalian People's Stadium. Although No. 2 high school had no match today, the confrontation between Yunbei and Blue Eagles was scheduled, and the entire No. 2 high school squad would certainly not miss such an opportunity to observe their opponents. Sure enough, after entering the Dalian People's Stadium, Zhang Lintao spotted the No. 2 high school members seated in a prime spot in the stands. After setting up the camera crew, Zhang Lintao waved from a distance toward the stands. He had already agreed with Xiaofeng yesterday that they would also help No. 2 high school gather intelligence on opponents, and in return No. 2 high school would give Zhang Lintao many interview opportunities. It was a partnership of cooperation and mutual benefit. After all, compared to those football schools, it was very difficult for No. 2 high school to collect opponent intelligence well. They lacked professional staff, while Zhang Lintao and his team did not. After we go back today, we will review some details from yesterday's match, and then make improvements in training. Now let us watch how Yunbei performs. If we want to enter the national tournament, we must pass the test of Yunbei. They are a hurdle that we cannot bypass no matter what. Xiaofeng spoke to the No. 2 high school players. After the celebration upon returning yesterday, the players were somewhat tired, so no training was arranged today. Instead, they had all come to watch the match together. Football is not merely about training on the pitch, watching an opponent's match is likewise a form of practice. Yunbei. Besides defeating Yi Yin, defeating Yunbei is also something I want to accomplish. Yun Feiyang said, clenching his fists. Meng Qiu sitting beside him laughed. Why? You want to beat Yi Yin because he is the best center back, and defeating him would prove your own strength. But Yunbei's top player is their midfielder Su Miao. Because they are the kings. Only by defeating the kings can I prove my ability. Yun Feiyang answered. I just want to play football well. Even if we lose this upcoming match, we still have a playoff to play right. Meng Qiu asked. Bah, you jinx. How could we possibly lose? We are going to win the Dalian Championship. Yun Feiyang immediately reached out to cover Meng Qiu's mouth. Meng Qiu dodged his clutches. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be good to be mentally prepared in advance? Meng Qiu is right. Our goal is to break into the national tournament. We will certainly give our all to win in the next match, but even if we lose, we still have the chance to enter the national tournament through the qualifiers. So in the upcoming semifinal, let us unleash all our strength and give it our best fight. Xiaofeng said in agreement. The No. 2 high school players were now more willing to listen to Xiaofeng's words. After all, after his training and tactical setup, although the team was not yet fully adapted and yesterday's match had been somewhat chaotic, they still won with only minor scares. This also gave the No. 2 high school players increasing confidence. Even when playing chaotically, we managed to beat Jinzhou without major crisis. Next, we will surely become even stronger. To tell the truth, aside from these 3, Yun Feiyang, Meng Qiu, and Zhou Jianliang, the other No. 2 high school players always placed themselves at a disadvantage when facing football school teams. After all, their opponents had been receiving professional training since childhood, which could not be compared with these self-taught grassroots players of No. 2 high school. Being somewhat intimidated psychologically was a normal mindset. Being human, one tends to defer to authority and professionalism. Yun Feiyang did not think that way because he too had received professional training from an early age. Meng Qiu did not because he had always trained at a professional club abroad. As for Zhou Jianliang, he did not think that way because he still did not know enough about football, and he had blind faith in Xiaofeng. After all, these 3 could hardly be considered normal high school students. They were anomalies of high school life. That they could assemble in the No. 2 high school squad was indeed a rare occurrence. After defeating 3 football school teams in succession, at least when they faced Yunbei, they would no longer feel scared from the very beginning. This was crucial. It allowed them to stand on equal footing from the start and compete against the kings of Yunbei. On the field, players from both sides had already begun to walk out. The reason Yunbei is called the king is that all of their players are exceptionally capable. Apart from a leader like Su Miao, the abilities of their other players, if placed in other football schools, would likely be at the level of core players. Yet at Yunbei, they are willing to be soldiers under Su Miao. This can only be achieved through Su Miao's own strength and charm. Xiaofeng continued explaining. Although Yi Yin is called the emperor in terms of individual ability, he may not be inferior to Su Miao, or perhaps even slightly superior. Otherwise, the captaincy of China's under-17 youth team a year and a half ago would not have fallen to Yi Yin rather than Su Miao. However, in the matter of leading a team to become formidable, he was not as good as Su Miao. Su Miao could drive the whole team with his individual performance, whereas Yin utilized the entire team to maximize his personal ability. But individual ability, after all, has its limits. Even in youth football, it is difficult to reach the peak by relying solely on individual strength. In the year he led Qingxi to the championship, Yin displayed his finest form, but such form is very hard to maintain. That is why this year's Yunbei is still stronger than Qingxi. Hearing Xiaofeng's analysis, the No. 2 high school players began to feel somewhat worried. They had basically all taken part in the previous warm-up match against Qingxi. Although that match ended in a draw, Qingxi had obviously not taken it too seriously, and No. 2 high school had only equalized thanks to 2 somewhat lucky goals. If Yunbei is stronger than Qingxi, doesn't it mean we will have great difficulty passing the semi-final hurdle? Seeing their expressions, Xiaofeng smiled. Although his smile was not particularly reassuring at this moment, it made the No. 2 high school players begin to feel at ease. We are not the No. 2 high school of last year either. We are strong now, and we will become stronger and stronger. Facing an opponent like Yunbei is exactly a great opportunity for us to show ourselves. Xiaofeng waved his hand, then began introducing Yunbei's starting lineup to the No. 2 high school players. Although for most No. 2 high school players, Yunbei's players were renowned names they knew well, there were still a few in the team who were not familiar with Yunbei. For example, Meng Qiu and Zhou Jianliang. Yunbei's 2 forwards are Meng Qiu and He Yuan. Meng Qiu is a third-year center forward who acts as a bridgehead on the front line. Although his finishing ability is not especially strong, he can do everything a pivot striker can do. Holding up the ball with his back to goal, drifting out of the box to orchestrate play, and attacking crosses in the penalty area. Though he is inconspicuous, he is a very important link in Yunbei's attack. As for He Yuan, he is a fast and agile winger, a second-year student. He is accustomed to playing wide on the flanks and can operate on both wings. His crossing and dribbling ability are outstanding. Because Yunbei likes to use a 3-holding midfielder formation, their wide attacks rely essentially on him and the 2 fullbacks, a rather advanced tactical approach. Among the 3 holding midfielders, the one on the right is second-year student Wang Lan, who has a remarkable ability to make forward runs and score. His arriving late in the box to shoot is one of Yunbei's sharpest scoring weapons. On the left is third-year student Zhao Ning, whose traits are the opposite of Wang Lan's. He excels in wide-ranging running and protection, as well as cutting off the opponent's most threatening passing lines during counterattacks. He is somewhat similar to Sun Xiangxin of Qingxi, though slightly inferior in physical duels. The central one is first-year newcomer Wang Ziyuan. I am not very familiar with his information, but to occupy the central position among the 3 holding midfielders, I believe he must be a midfielder who is capable of attacking, defending, and organizing. Such a holding midfielder is the trend of modern football, yet rarely appears. This match allows us to observe him closely. In the defensive line, both fullbacks are second-year students Zhang Zixuan and Li Guan. They have solid ability to support the attack and are decisive in pushing forward. Last year they were substitutes, but this year they have been promoted to the starting lineup, obviously improving rapidly. The central defensive core is third-year player Xian Ming, also a top-level defender. In terms of pure defense, he is no worse than Yi Yan, but he lacks Yi Yan's versatility and Lu Fenghui's leadership, so his reputation is not that big. The other center back is second-year student Zhu Jun, a very agile defender. Generally speaking, Zhu Jun steps up to press, while Xian Ming covers. This is their habitual defensive tactic. The goalkeeper is Ing Zilei, a keeper who excels at rushing off his line with extremely quick reactions. He is a second-year student. The offensive core in midfield is third-year student Su Miao. You all know him well, so I don't need to introduce more. This is Yunbei's starting lineup. Yunbei's starting lineup comprised 4 third-year students, 6 second-year students, and 1 first-year student. A perfect combination. The large number of second-year starters proved that even with the third-year mainstays gone, the team's framework remained intact. Although a player like Su Miao was irreplaceable, they still had Wang Ziyuan, who had become a starter in his first year. The legacy of a reigning powerhouse, it seemed, was not so easily severed. Compared with Qingxi's predicament of having no worthy successors, Yunbei's dominance appeared destined to continue. Although there was only 1 first-year starter, Wang Ziyuan, who could say how many other talented first-years sat on their bench, kept from the starting lineup merely by a lack of experience. It was worth remembering that the 6 second-year players in Yunbei's current starting lineup had all been non-starters the previous year. For Yunbei's opponent, Blue Eagle, meeting Yunbei at this stage meant their only goal was to lose by as few goals as possible and strive for a top 6 finish. The 4 teams eliminated in this round would be ranked by goal difference and goals scored to decide which 2 would enter the final playoffs, where they would face the teams eliminated in the semi-finals in a single elimination match for the last qualification spot. From the very beginning, therefore, Blue Eagle deployed a dense defensive formation. Jinzhou had lost to No. 2 middle school by a score of 35. If Blue Eagle could keep the deficit to just 1 goal, they would surpass Jinzhou and secure a playoff berth. Blue Eagle has so little ambition. I was hoping to watch them put up a tenacious resistance, maybe even give a couple of Yunbei starters a hard time. After watching 10 minutes of the match, Xiaofeng complained from the stands. The No. 2 middle school students nearby broke out in a cold sweat, wondering whether their pure minds might be corrupted by this mischievous head coach. Then Xiaofeng gave a sly chuckle. I'm just kidding. But seriously, if they try to use a purely defensive approach against Yunbei, it will only give Yunbei the highest quality warm-up. That will make things harder for us later. So you're saying we shouldn't use a defensive strategy against Yunbei? Meng Qiu asked. Pleased by Meng Qiu's timely response, Xiaofeng said, exactly. Yunbei has a wide array of attacking options, overlapping fullbacks, midfielders, surging forward, deep-lying playmaking, roaming on the wings, and central support. If all else fails, they can rely on Su Miao's individual breakthroughs to create chances. Against a team like this, even Chengxi's packed defense couldn't hold them off, let alone Blue Eagles. The only way to beat Yunbei is to push out and attack them, competing in goals. Fortunately, our offensive power is formidable. Even in a goal fest, we'd have a real chance of victory. After Xiaofeng's lengthy speech, Meng Qiu remained silent, but Lu Yiyang frowned. In the past few years, teams that tried to attack Yunbei head-on all ended up badly. When Yi Yan led Chengxi to defeat Yunbei in his first year, it was through solid defense and counterattacks. That's because their attacking play wasn't good enough. If it had been exceptional, that problem wouldn't exist. Yunbei's greatest weakness is that they lack a consistent high-scoring forward. Their goals are spread across many players, which to some extent shows that their ability to force through a packed defense isn't really outstanding. If we simply capitalize on enough of our chances in attack, defeating them shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just as Xiaofeng finished speaking, Yunbei launched a highly threatening attack on the pitch. He Yuan pulled wide, and Wang Ziyuan's long pass landed precisely at his feet. As a Blue Eagle defender moved to close him down, He Yuan laid the ball off to overlapping fullback Zhang Zixuan, who delivered an immediate cross. Center forward Fang Chu, under tight marking from the opposing defenders, won the first header and nodded it on. Midfielder Wang Lan, surging into the box, struck the ball before the defenders could intercept, sending it flying into the Blue Eagle goal. Yunbei took a 10 lead. Look at that goal. It fully showcased Yunbei's player characteristics, each one distinct yet organically combined. That's a formidable thing. Chengxi's players may not be individually weaker than Yunbei's, but when it comes to overall cohesion, they lag far behind. This doesn't mean Yi Yan is inferior to Su Miao in skill. It only shows that Yunbei's head coach is better than Chengxi's. That's the importance of a coach. Moreover, as a center back, Yi Yan is naturally at a disadvantage when it comes to leading the entire team compared with Su Miao. Individually, Yi Yan is stronger, but in terms of overall play, Su Miao is more outstanding. I heard the two of them are going abroad after this year, Lu Yiyang remarked. In that regard, I'm more optimistic about Yi Yan establishing himself overseas. Xiaofeng laughed. A center back like Yi Yan only needs the right position to display his ability. Physically, he's not far from European players. Su Miao would have a disadvantage in that regard, since not every player is favored by the coach to play as the core. By the same token, if they went abroad, Yun Feiyang would settle in more easily, while Meng Qiu would need the right opportunities. Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu exchanged a glance. Coach, I think you're wrong. Meng Qiu isn't the type who needs everyone orbiting around him to perform. He's far more well-rounded than I am, said Yun Feiyang. Haha, maybe you're right. Meng Qiu, I'm not looking down on you. You can play a significant role, but only if someone puts their trust in you. Otherwise, if you keep playing as a fullback, do you think your influence within the team can compare with Yun Feiyang's? Xiaofeng laughed. Meng Qiu looked up, thought for a moment, then shook his head. In terms of importance, I certainly can't match him. But I've never thought about going abroad to play. Being able to keep playing like this is already good enough. Those words stunned Xiaofeng and the others. Yun Feiyang was a big mouth. Despite his initially cool demeanor, once you got to know him, everyone realized he was a goofball who would talk about anything. Thus, the fact that Yun Feiyang wanted to make a name in the national tournament and then play abroad was already known to most of the know. Two players, and they all believed he had the ability to do so. As for Meng Qiu, although he had seemed low-key at first as he displayed his abilities over time, everyone secretly knew, even if they never said it aloud, that he was a player whose skill was in no way inferior to Yun Feiyang's. However, since Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang were close friends, no one discussed idle questions like, who would outperform whom between Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu. Still, everyone was full of admiration for their abilities. In the group stage, the two had helped the team overcome the tough challenges of Tengfei and Huikai. Though unspoken, it was clear to all that these two first-year students were the key to know two middle schools' future success. It was only natural for Yun Feiyang to have the ambition of playing abroad. But Meng Qiu, whose strength was comparable, perhaps even superior, had casually said he simply wanted to keep playing as he was. Did that not seem somewhat lacking in ambition? Xiaofeng was taken aback as well. He had used Yi Yan and Su Miao, the twin pillars of Dalian, as comparisons for Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu specifically, to ignite the two first years' fighting spirit and bring out better performances in the upcoming matches. Yun Feiyang had indeed seemed eager and passionate, but Meng Qiu's reaction. Xiaofeng couldn't help feeling a sense of failure. Let's keep watching the match. Xiaofeng waved a hand, and the no. Two players turned their attention back to the game. Meng Qiu was also watching closely, yet his focus was not on Su Miao, but on the first-year player Wang Ziyuan. Judging by position, Meng Qiu felt that in the upcoming semi-final against Yunbei, it would likely be Wang Ziyuan, a fellow first-year, who would be assigned to mark him. There was no solid evidence to support this judgment, but Meng Qiu found it highly likely. Xiaofeng had said that Wang Ziyuan was most likely a defensive midfielder capable of contributing to both attack and defense. Meng Qiu agreed. A first-year would not ordinarily secure a starting spot in a powerhouse like Yunbei without exceptionally outstanding ability. Although no, two middle school had 5 first-year starters this year, that was due to the school's relatively weak foundation. If they were at Yunbei, Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang might make the starting lineup, but Zhou Jinliang likely would not. Yet when the first half ended, Meng Qiu furrowed his brow. Throughout the first half, Wang Ziyuan had plenty of touches, and from his movements one could see solid fundamentals, accurate passing, and decent physical duels. But that was about all. Aside from that, Meng Qiu could discern nothing more. Wang Ziyuan's first half display would certainly be impressive in an ordinary non-football school, but in a football academy, particularly at a team of Yunbei's level, such a performance was hardly enough to earn a first-year place in the starting 11. Yunbei's overall performance in the first half was not particularly impressive either. Aside from that goal, they looked somewhat lethargic. Their attacks appeared smooth, yet there was a persistent sense of awkwardness, and for the most part, they could not find a way through Blue Eagle's backline. The first half ended with Yunbei holding a 10 lead. That first-year player looked pretty ordinary, Yun Feiyong said, sidling over. Aren't you supposed to be scouting Xiaming? Meng Qiu asked with a smile. Yun Feiyong gave an embarrassed chuckle. Scouting him? It's nothing special. He's a typical center back. There's no way he can keep me quiet for the entire match. As long as I get a chance, I'll score. So I'm paying more attention to your opponent. Rubbish logic. Meng Qiu laughed and shook his head. I don't know why he's performing so averagely either. Maybe he's saving himself, or perhaps he's just out of form. We can keep watching in the second half. Su Miao's performance also seems mediocre. He's not as aggressive on the pitch as Yi Yan. Yun Feiyong said with some disappointment. Since they're called the reigning kings, they can't be this simple, Meng Qiu replied. When the second half began, Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong in the stands were both stunned. Yunbei made a substitution, a third-year veteran came on, and the one replaced was none other than Wang Ziyuan. He was subbed off. Yun Feiyong turned to glance at Meng Qiu. Strange. Could he really be at such a level? But if that were the case, it would have shown in training. Yunbei wouldn't casually give a young player a starting spot on the team, would they? Meng Qiu said, somewhat puzzled. Maybe he got into the starting lineup through connections, and after poor performance they pulled him off. Ha ha. Li Qi beside them laughed heartily. Listening to the players chattering among themselves, Xiao Feng knitted his brows slightly. The players could afford to think simply, but he could not. After all, this might be a smoke screen by Yunbei. According to the information he had, Wang Ziyuan had played every group stage match as a newly joined player, yet Xiao Feng had not watched any of those games, so naturally, he could not make a judgment. Damn it, the disadvantage of an amateur team. Xiao Feng sighed inwardly. A powerhouse like Yunbei with national championship ambitions would surely have been gathering intelligence on all opponents since the group stage. Even in other divisions they would scout key rivals so that the team could prepare targeted strategies for the national tournament. In this regard, Zhong was far behind. The high school league was hardly a professional competition, and broadcast recordings were hard to find. With the internet flourishing, games of professional clubs could basically be found online, making intelligence gathering much easier. Yet now Zhong remained largely in the dark most of the time, which put them at a disadvantage at crucial moments. As Wang Ziyuan left the field, however, Yunbei's offense seemed far smoother than in the first half. Although Blue Eagle continued to pack the defense, the pressure they were under began to grow ever heavier. Su Miao also began the second half with even more outstanding play. It was his personal breakthrough shortly after the restart that scored Yunbei's second goal. It was a splendid individual effort. Su Miao first received the ball in midfield, then suddenly exploded with acceleration, dribbling past two defenders in succession, and from the edge of the penalty area, he unleashed a sudden long-range strike that buried the ball into the corner of the net. He scores whenever he wants. That's the value of a top-level player. Xiao Feng exclaimed in admiration. Those words, however, stirred the other players involuntarily to recall Meng Qiu's performance against Hui Kai and in the previous match. At the most critical moments when Zhong might have lost, Meng Qiu helped them secure crucial goals. Wasn't that also a manifestation of scoring whenever he wanted? Could Meng Qiu already be compared to a top-level stalwart like Su Miao? At that thought, a single phrase surfaced in every Zhong player's mind. No way. Yet Meng Qiu himself showed no reaction. Su Miao's goal shattered Blue Eagle's delusion of continuing to sit back. They had already conceded 2 goals, and their goal difference was level with Jinzhou's. However, Jinzhou had scored 3 goals, while they had none. According to the rules, they would be ranked below Jinzhou, and thus fail to reach the final playoff. That reality forced them to commit to attack. The match began to grow exciting. Although Blue Eagle had resorted to negative defensive tactics, at first they were, after all, a football academy team, and one of Dalian's traditional top 8. When it came to attacking, they had capability, especially when desperation spurred them on. Blue Eagle actually suppressed Yunbei for a time. Oh, Blue Eagle has a chance. Ideally, they'll beat Yunbei. That would make our semi-final much easier, Wei Ming said with a grin. Xiao Feng shook his head. Impossible. Actually, their initial tactics weren't wrong. If their defense had been a bit luckier, they might have stolen a goal. Unfortunately, Yunbei's attack overwhelmed them, and they conceded 2 goals smoothly. Forced to come out and fight Yunbei openly, they can only die faster. This time Xiao Feng's judgment was quite accurate. Although they appeared to be pinned down by Blue Eagle, their defense remained unshaken. After absorbing several minutes of fierce assault, Yunbei scored their 3rd goal through a beautiful quick counterattack. Zhu Jun moved up to block the opposing striker's shot. Xiaming collected the ball and passed it to Zhang Zishuan, who lofted a through ball forward. Su Miao received it and quickly spread it wide. He Yuan took the ball and burst down the flank all the way into the opponent's half, then delivered a cross into the penalty area. The on-rushing Fang Chu met it with a brilliant diving header and knotted it into the Blue Eagle goal. 30 Yunbei sealed the victory. What did you observe from these 3 goals? Xiao Feng posed a question. The first goal came from collective teamwork in a positional attack. After tearing open Blue Eagles' defense, a player arriving from behind finished it. The build-up was extremely lucid. For the second goal, Su Miao's individual talent was displayed to the fullest, but the off-the-ball movement and coordination of the other attackers was also outstanding. The third goal was a beautiful fast counterattack with combined play among 3 or 4 players in the front third to score. Meng Qiu said all this in one breath, then sighed. Yunbei truly lives up to its name. 3 completely different attacking methods, and they executed them all so smoothly. It shows they are a team that can display their full strength under any circumstances. Meng Qiu is right. Xiao Feng nodded with satisfaction. He increasingly felt that Meng Qiu was a player whose overall vision had reached an extremely high level. Though watching from the sidelines now gave a more direct perspective, this trait of his could equally produce excellent effects on the field. This is where the kingly Yunbei is strongest. Speaking of other strong teams in the Dalian division, we all know what tactics they specialize in. Qingxi's full-court press, Sunshine's steady build-up, Tengfei's multi-pronged attack. Even Xinya has a tradition of solid defense and counterattacks. But if you ask what tactics Yunbei specializes in, you can't say. Because no matter the environment, they can perform remarkably well. In any situation, they never lack attacking means. That is what is truly terrifying. At that point, Xiao Feng sighed. Against other strong teams, we can counter their characteristics and create a match rhythm they are not good at to find a chance of victory. Although that is hard to achieve, at least there is a direction. But what about Yunbei? We can only contend with them in inner strength. To borrow a term from wuxia novels, Yunbei is like a martial expert who has reached the pinnacle of both internal and external cultivation. When facing him, you cannot find weaknesses, you can only rely on true ability to fight against him. Xiao Feng felt that using wuxia novels as an analogy was simply a stroke of genius, but he soon saw the bewildered looks in the players' eyes. Damn, don't young people read wuxia novels these days? Oh right, wuxia novels are outdated. Xiao Feng thought gloomily, and then he resorted to another way of describing it. Let me put it this way. If other teams are like classes with obvious strengths and weaknesses such as mages, knights, or necromancers, then Yunbei is a ridiculous class like a battle mage. They can wield a blade one moment and cast spells the next. After this more down-to-earth analogy, the Zhong players nodded, indicating that they understood. Still one remained utterly bewildered. Meng Qiu tugged at Yun Feiyong and asked, "What is the coach talking about?" He's saying that other teams are either good at attacking or good at defending. Only Yunbei attacks like Brazil and defends like Italy, Yun Feiyong answered. So the forwards fight on their own and the defenders are all scattered. Meng Qiu said thoughtfully. Yun Feiyong burst out laughing. 10 years earlier, saying attacks like Brazil, defends like Italy would have been the highest praise. Everyone knew Brazil was a football kingdom full of attackers, and Italy epitomized the concrete defense. But now it was no longer so. Brazil had played embarrassingly at the home World Cup, unable to find a reliable striker besides Neymar, while Italy had not produced a top-class defender in years. A bunch of second-rate defenders hardly deserve the reputation of a reinforced concrete defense. Then I can only say their attack is like Barcelona, penetrating everywhere, and their defense is like Chelsea, parking the bus, Yun Feiyong added after the laughter. Watching these two goofing off, Xiao Feng was not annoyed. Their antics inadvertently diluted the pressure created by his earlier praise of Yunbei. He had intended to ease that pressure with his own words, but Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu had beaten him to it. Having two talented newcomers who don't know their place. What luck for Zhong, Xiao Feng thought to himself. Yun Feiyong had a personality that cared nothing for anyone and considered himself number one, while Meng Qiu had returned from abroad and had never heard of a powerhouse like Yunbei before. Facing Yunbei, they were probably the two least burdened by psychological pressure. Of course, there was another person without psychological pressure, Zhou Jianliang. He had never played football before, so naturally he didn't know which high school team in Dalian was the strongest. However, Zhou Jianliang was a man of few words, and using him to boost morale was hardly easier than reaching the sky. Xiao Feng hoped the Zhong players would take the upcoming match seriously without being afraid. That was why he kept explaining things during the game. In truth, even being afraid was not a big deal. Understanding the strength of an opponent actually proves that one has begun to grow stronger. To understand strength, to fear strength, and then to mentally break through that fear. Only then can one approach the next match with the best mindset. Xiao Feng hoped the Zhong players would mature quickly, for that would give them a greater chance of victory. As it looked now, the situation was not bad. The final result of the match was a heavy defeat. Yunbei crushed Blue Hawk with a score of 5-0, eliminating them from the playoff race. The winner of this bracket would face the loser of the semifinals along with Jinzhou, who had lost by the smallest margin in the quarterfinals. Let us go. From now on, we simply wait for the semifinals to begin. Next week belongs to the other bracket, and the week after that we face Yunbei. Xiao Feng stood up and said these words. The players of No. 2 middle school rose behind him and left the field. The semifinal would pit No. 2 against Yunbei. They were about to launch their assault on the champions of Dalian and perhaps the entire nation. From one perspective, competing in the Dalian division was somewhat unfortunate for many school teams, as they had little chance of advancing. Yet from another angle, it offered a rare opportunity to compete alongside powerhouse teams like Yunbei. However, the players and coaching staff of No. 2 did not share such philosophical reflections. They had already faced Yunbei the previous year, and such an occasion held no novelty for them. What truly mattered was the chance to compete in the national tournament. In Beijing, 32 top teams from across the nation would gather and battle through the most brutal single-elimination format to claim the championship. Only a team that forged its way through such a format could be called a true champion. The qualifying rounds featured more matches to give teams additional practice opportunities, while the single elimination knockout stage tested the courage and composure of each player. Players who proved themselves in such matches would be better equipped to handle the pressures of professional football ahead. Though the best players of their age group were concentrated in Dalian, other divisions also held formidable opponents, and competing against them was something No. 2 eagerly anticipated. During the week that followed, the players of No. 2 spent their evenings watching match recordings, studying their own shortcomings, and analyzing the performances of Yunbei's players. This routine gave them the feeling of being professional athletes, and though it was exhausting, they embraced it willingly. Daily training continued as before. After each attacking drill, Xiaofeng would pause the practice and carefully explain what issues arose during offense and defense, and how to address them. Xiaofeng noticed that Zhou Jianliang was increasingly adapting to his new position. Some problems had surfaced during the match against Jinzhou, but they had not defeated him. Instead, they pushed him to study harder and unlock his defensive talent, which was undoubtedly a positive sign. The attacking combination of No. 2 had grown remarkably complete. Meng Qiu was displaying increasing maturity, excelling in ball control, dribbling, distribution, and organization on the field. With him on the pitch, even when the team lacked numerical advantage, their offensive threat remained enormous. The performances of these young players in attack formed a key weight in No. 2's ability to challenge Yunbei, while Zhou Jianliang's adaptation to his new role in defense was equally an important asset for Xiaofeng. Yunbei was not a team that would collapse if their key player were marked. Although Su Miao was their soul, his goal tally was not particularly high, and he operated flexibly across various positions rather than being confined to the attacking midfield role. Even Wang Pengfei could contribute to the attack from beyond the penalty area, so it was no surprise that Su Miao could do the same. Assigning Zhou Jianliang to mark Su Miao individually would be a grave mistake for No. 2. Only when Zhou Jianliang integrated into the overall defensive system as a sweeper and cover player could No. 2 withstand Yunbei's attack, in which nearly every player posed a scoring threat. Other defenders handled marking duties, while Zhou Jianliang swept and covered, making No. 2's defense whole once again. A week passed, and Xiaofeng felt satisfied as the team continued to improve. His confidence in facing Yunbei grew steadily greater. So during the following weekend, the entire No. 2 camp set aside time to watch the other 2 quarterfinal matches. Though No. 2 would not face Qingxi or Sunshine before the final, Xiaofeng believed in preparing ahead of time. Moreover, if they lost to Yunbei in the semifinals, they might still encounter strong teams from this bracket in the playoffs. Observing potential opponents beforehand was always worthwhile. While watching Qingxi's match, members of No. 2 and Yunbei crossed paths in the stands. Next week, we will be rivals. I did not expect Coach Xiaofeng to have the leisure to watch this game. Sun Li, the head coach of Yunbei, said with a warm smile. To Xiaofeng, however, that smile seemed rather annoying. You can come watch, so why can't we? As a self-taught coach who had struggled throughout his career, Xiaofeng had never been entirely convinced by Sun Li, the celebrated manager of Yunbei. In his view, Sun Li's success was simply a matter of fortune, having played professionally, then leveraging past connections to thrive smoothly in high school football. I simply had no ties to the football circle before, Xiaofeng thought to himself, wearing a faint knowing smile. Well, our semifinal fate is likely sealed anyway, so observing possible playoff opponents is still useful. Xiaofeng laughed it off. Coach Xiaofeng is very humble. You do not match the reputation, you know. Sun Li smiled. I will not keep you then. See you next week. See you next week. Xiaofeng nodded, then released his hand and walked toward his players. You showed great composure facing the Yunbei coach, Yun Feiyang said with exaggerated admiration. Xiaofeng laughed. Standing my ground means nothing if we cannot deliver on the pitch. That depends entirely on you. Meng Qiu smiled beside him, but soon noticed someone was looking at him. Turning his head, he found Wang Ziyuan of Yunbei deliberately looking away. Was that his true level in the last match? Meng Qiu wondered. You did not perform well last time, but in the semifinal you need to cast aside those thoughts. Su Miao patted Wang Ziyuan on the shoulder and spoke softly. Wang Ziyuan snapped out of his reverie. Captain. Yes. You are gifted, but talent alone does not guarantee you will be the best at your age. Besides, what use is being first when young? Some players mature early, others late. Have you heard the stories of stars who blossomed in their later years? Su Miao continued calmly. Compared to those who develop later, many so-called geniuses vanish quickly due to fragile mentality. Do you wish to become one of them? No, I do not. Wang Ziyuan said, firmly shaking his head. He had been playing football since childhood, and his dream had always been to become a professional. Without football, what else would he have? That is good. Stop dwelling on meaningless things. The national tournament is a great honor, but it remains only an honor. Temporary victories and defeats mean little. What truly matters is long-term development. I say this not to make you look down on the Dalian division or the national tournament, but to remind you that any player, as long as they grow strong enough, can achieve something before they retire. I understand, Captain. This was something Wang Ziyuan had been pondering for days. He was not naive, and with Su Miao's words, the burden on his heart began to lift easily. It was hardly a heavy burden at all. It was simply a proud young man indulging in a momentary bout of overthinking. We will certainly win the next match and clear this obstacle from our minds. Your future is vast. You cannot let yourself become entangled over trivial matters. Having said his last words, Su Miao turned his gaze toward the pitch. Trivial matters. Wang Ziyuan could not help but glance at Meng Qiu again. He had a strong feeling that Meng Qiu might be someone he would be entangled with for a long time to come. Wang Ziyuan was a balanced midfielder while Meng Qiu was an attacking forward. These positions were almost natural rivals on the pitch. Unless they found themselves playing in different leagues in the future, their paths would inevitably cross many times. Then let this upcoming match serve as a preview of what lies ahead. Wang Ziyuan took a deep breath and turned his attention to the game. In previous matches, Sunshine, led by their captain Lu Fenghui, had delivered a brilliant performance dominating Lida and winning 3-0 to become the first team to reach the semifinals. This match between Chengxi and Maple Leaf would determine the fourth and final qualifier for the semifinals, as well as the last team to enter the playoff bracket. If Maple Leaf lost by only 2 goals, they would still qualify for the playoffs. The schedule was not entirely fair given the uneven strength of opponents. If teams like Sunshine Chengxi or Yunbei were drawn together, and one side suffered a heavy defeat, they might miss the playoffs entirely, which would be a significant loss. It was said that the rules would change the following year. The 4 eliminated teams would play each other before the semifinals, with the winners advancing to the playoffs. But that was a matter for another time. Now both know. Tu and Yunbei players were focused on Chengxi's performance. Chengxi had always been Yunbei's greatest rival, having even topped Yunbei for an entire year. The current Yunbei squad was essentially on equal footing with Chengxi. One had won a year of matches over the other. This year was their last chance, and Yunbei naturally hoped to dominate Chengxi with a convincing scoreline. No, Tu's thinking was simpler. They believed that if they entered the playoffs, their toughest opponent might be Sunshine rather than Chengxi. However, everyone wanted to witness Yi Yan's performance. However, less than 10 minutes into the match, Su Miao frowned. On the other side, Yin Feiyong also furrowed his brows. Have you noticed? Yin Feiyong asked in a low voice beside Meng Qiu. Yi Yan. His movements aren't very agile, seems like he's injured. Meng Qiu nodded in response. Not only he had noticed, Su Miao had also, and many players on both sides had seen it too. After all, even Meng Qiu had watched Yi Yan play up close, and was deeply impressed by his movements. The other players had also seen Yi Yan play more than once, so naturally they could tell that since the start of the match, Yi Yan had been very quiet, staying on the defensive line, and barely running at all. This was not Yi Yan's style. Although Yi Yan was a center back, he was the absolute core of Chengxi. His role on the field was far more than that of a mere center back. Defensively, he was the pillar of Chengxi. Whether marking the opponent's key players or organizing the entire defensive line, his role was irreplaceable. In attack, his forward runs and shots were a trump card for Chengxi. Everyone knew this trump card, yet it was impossible to defend against it, thanks to Yi Yan's formidable individual skill and judgment. Whenever he surged forward and seized an opportunity, he was usually quite confident in it, and even if he didn't score, he could still create a great effect. To achieve that extensive running was naturally indispensable. According to incomplete statistics, in every official match, Yi Yan's running distance reached as high as 1,200 meters. Even though modern football places increasing emphasis on running, not many players can cover such a distance in a single professional match, let alone in every match. So when they saw Yi Yan barely running, everyone sensed that something was wrong. This was also where Chengxi was at a disadvantage. Based on Yi Yan's performance, one could basically judge how much Chengxi could deliver. His performance was a barometer of Chengxi's overall display. Soon a piece of news began to circulate through the stands. During the previous day's training, Yi Yan had pulled a thigh muscle. Though it wasn't serious by all rights, he should not have played in this match. But because Yi Yan was so vital to Chengxi and Fengya was not an easy opponent, Yi Yan still took the field, playing despite his injury. That guy, too self-confident, too responsible. Su Miao scolded in his heart. Apparently with Chengxi's overall strength, they had a good chance of beating Fengya even without Yi Yan. He could have rested well to face Yang Wang, their opponent, in the upcoming semifinal. However, Chengxi had already become so dependent on Yi Yan that without him they lacked confidence to win against Fengya, so Yi Yan had to play through injury. After all, even without Yi Yan, there were capable players like Sun Xiangxin and He Xiaoyun, along with other solid performers. The reason they had reached such a state was that Yi Yan had played so remarkably well that without him the other players completely lost confidence. Though it wasn't entirely Yi Yan's fault, if he had been better at galvanizing his teammates, such a situation might not have arisen. This was also a result of Yi Yan's natural temperament. He would unknowingly make others rely on him, unable to do without him. After noticing that Yi Yan was not running actively, Fengya began to intensify their attacks. They frequently launched attacks through midfield. Without Yi Yan's organization and command, Chengxi's pressing seemed to lose its former edge. Sun Xiangxin kept running back and forth in midfield, yet felt powerless. Fengya began passing the ball around in midfield, trying to bypass him and attack from the weaker spots in Chengxi's defense. Even when they entered the penalty area, they tried to avoid Yi Yan when attacking. This was to lure him into running. If they could aggravate his injury and force him off, so much the better. These guys are playing rather unfairly. Yun Feiyong called out discontentedly from the stands. He regarded Yi Yan as a rival he had to defeat himself, so he couldn't bear seeing Yi Yan beaten by other opponents under such circumstances, especially such an apparently unsportsmanlike approach. Their tactics are quite calm and effective. Meng Qiu remarked in a low voice. In a head-on confrontation, Fengya has no chance of winning. Even with his injury, as long as Yi Yan guards the penalty area, he is an insurmountable wall. If Yi Yan leaves the field, then no matter what, Chengxi will be much easier to handle. Yun Feiyong shot a glare at Meng Qiu, yet had to admit that Meng Qiu's words were correct. But if this drags on, they may not necessarily score. Yi Yin has held the most critical position. If it continues once Qingxi's players adapt, Fengye will be in trouble. Xiao Feng added, sighing inwardly with regret. He hoped Qingxi would not be forced into a playoff, if so Zhong would find it very difficult to enter the national tournament, even through a playoff. Yet circumstances seemed to be heading in that direction. The first half was grueling for both sides. Qingxi was still not adapted, while Fengye had to bypass Qingxi's 3 pivotal players to attack, which made their effort inefficient. By the end of the first half the score was 0-0. This situation, however, encouraged Fengye. If they could hold a draw in the first half, wouldn't they have an even better chance in the second half? Although Yi Yin merely stayed there, his running inevitably increased, which would greatly drain his stamina and worsen his injury. In the second half we need to put more effort into attack. Don't worry about me, but attack as you normally would when I'm on the pitch, understand? Yi Yin, who was always extremely serious in front of his teammates, smiled during the halftime break. Don't forget, I've never let anyone down. Seeing Yi Yin smile, the other Qingxi players felt somewhat ashamed. It was true that Yi Yin had dominated the team, but had they been too dependent on him? Since winning the national championship in their freshman year, they had not achieved particularly good results, and were suppressed by Yunbei. Wasn't this part of the reason? Especially He Xiaoyun and Sun Xiangxin. Although they were often mentioned alongside Yi Yin, they knew very well that even without them Yi Yin could still lead the team forward, but without Yi Yin their own performances would drop considerably. Now that Yi Yin was injured and not at full strength, it was time for them to shine. Yet Qingxi, who wanted to rise, suffered a heavy blow at the start of the second half. Fengye attacked again from the flank, advancing into the penalty area. Yi Yin was the first to clear the ball, but his clearance was short. Right after the clearance he fell to the ground. A Fengye player outside the box intercepted the ball, and struck a long-range shot of superb quality, curling straight into the top corner of the goal. Fengye took a 1-0 lead. More importantly, Yi Yin had collapsed. Qingxi's team doctor immediately rushed onto the pitch and carried Yi Yin off. He is very tired and should come off. The team doctor said to Qingxi's head coach Lin Guohua. No, I'm not leaving. Covered in sweat, Yi Yin shook his head. It's just a muscle strain, nothing serious. This is the most critical moment, I should stay on the pitch. Lin Guohua looked at his proud disciple, gritted his teeth, and said, all right. When Yi Yin limped back onto the field, warm applause broke out from the stands. Qingxi too began to launch fierce attacks. They knew that Yi Yin might not hold on for long. If they didn't equalize, or even take the lead now, they might never get the chance again. Fengye in turn defended with all their might, determined to hold on to their goal. Qingxi had always lacked the ability to break down a deep defense. In the past they hadn't feared such situations because Yi Yin's forward runs were highly effective both in open play and set pieces. Now with Yi Yin holding a defensive position, they seemed to have no good solution against Fengye's stubborn defense. Having failed to score for so long, Qingxi were caught by another counterattack. After a clearance from the back, the ball was sent forward, and the opposing forward began a high-speed charge down the wing. Yi Yin kept adjusting his position to block the counterattack. At that moment a figure was also racing back at high speed. It was He Xiaoyun. He abandoned the attack and sprinted back desperately. Known as the cheetah, He Xiaoyun possessed exceptional speed, which allowed him to close the distance little by little, even despite his positional disadvantage. Seeing He Xiaoyun about to catch up, the Fengye forward grew flustered. He Xiaoyun executed a brilliant sliding tackle from the side, knocking the ball away. After the desperate tackle, He Xiaoyun quickly got to his feet, then lifted his foot to pass the ball to Sun Xiangxin, who had tracked back. Qingxi isn't just Yi Yin. Sun Xiangxin gritted his teeth and drove forward with the ball. His dribbling style was similar to Yi Yan's. Excellent at shielding the ball, though not exceptional at beating opponents. His breakthroughs relied more on an unstoppable momentum. Two Fengye midfielders converged from both sides, yet he forcefully barged through the middle with the ball. Sun Xiangxin, the wild bull, was not just a defender. As Sun Xiangxin pushed forward with such powerful runs, Fengye's defensive formation began to waver. Instantly 3 defenders charged at him, trying to use their strength to stop Sun Xiangxin's advance. But at that moment Sun Xiangxin passed the ball sideways. He Xiaoyun, surging forward from behind, received Sun Xiangxin's pass. Their combination instantly left Fengye's midfield behind. Meanwhile, the Qingxi players quickly spread out in all directions, stretching Fengye's defense. Hold on. Just as the head coach of Yangwang shouted from the sideline, He Xiaoyun had already dribbled at high speed to the edge of the penalty area. Fengye's entire defense shifted laterally to guard him, but he passed the ball again. A series of quick passes. They tore a gap at the edge of Fengye's penalty area. Sun Xiangxin, charging forward and gritting his teeth, met the rolling ball and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball rocketed into the net. Don't underestimate Qingxi. As Sun Xiangxin clenched his fist and roared, the entire team's momentum began to return. Did you see that? This is the bearing of a strong team. Even in the most unfavorable circumstances, they have the ability to ignite. With Yi Yin absent, there is still He Xiaoyun, Sun Xiangxin, and the other players from Qingxi. This quality is built upon years of consistent excellence. If we continue to win, we too can develop such composure. Xiao Feng was coaching the No. 2 middle school players. But coach, they are only tied at present. Seeing Qingxi equalize the score, Yun Feiyang unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and began to perk up as he normally would. With this equalizing goal, Qingxi will mature. It will be difficult for Maple Leaf to defeat them from here on, Xiao Feng stated confidently. However, it seemed as though fate intended to prove Xiao Feng wrong. In the ensuing match, although Qingxi grew increasingly adapted to playing without Yi Yin, they still lacked effective scoring opportunities against Maple Leaf's resolute defense. If the match ended in a draw according to the tournament rules, there would be no extra time. Instead, the outcome would be decided by a penalty shootout. For Maple Leaf, such a result would already be quite acceptable. In a penalty shootout, both sides are equal, and even in defeat, they would at least advance to the playoff round. The minutes ticked by one, and the likelihood of Maple Leaf pushing the match into a penalty shootout grew ever greater. Just then, through a powerful attacking push, He Xiaoyan dribbled past defenders and took a shot that was pushed over the crossbar by the opposing goalkeeper, a corner kick. As He Xiaoyan prepared to take the corner kick, a wave of startled gasps erupted from the stands. Because everyone watched as Yi Yin, who had been positioned deep in his own half, suddenly burst into motion, sprinting at astonishing speed toward the Maple Leaf penalty area. This was Yi Yan's first forward run of the match. His surge forward threw the Maple Leaf players into disarray, and He Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to deliver the corner kick. The ball flew directly toward the edge of the penalty area. As it began its descent, Yi Yin arrived precisely at the landing point, swung his right leg, and struck the ball with tremendous force. The ball shot like an arrow released from a bow, aimed straight for the upper corner of the goal, soaring overhead past every player, then streaked into the net like a wrathful dragon wielding its claws and fangs. Emperor Yi Yin is indeed an emperor. He has shown his worth at the crucial moment, a journalist praised. By this time the match was nearing its end, and this goal was unquestionably decisive. Qingxi's players surged toward their captain from all directions. At this critical moment, Yi Yin remained the most dependable player on the field. What no one noticed was that after the shot, Yi Yan's right foot had merely tapped the ground lightly. He had taken the shot with his injured leg, and afterward, he could feel the strained muscles within him trembling with pain. Forcing a shot and aggravating your injury. Can you still recover in time for the match against Yang Wang? Or did you decide from the beginning to stake everything on the more grueling playoff tournament? Su Miao rose from her seat in the stands and cast a long contemplative gaze toward the field. She had a strong premonition. In these Dalian regional elimination matches, she might not get to face this rival again. Let us leave as well. Next week we face Yunbei. We must win. Xiao Feng stood up, spoke those words, and then turned and walked away without looking back. He shared Su Miao's foreboding. If they lost to Yunbei, that they might face in the playoffs would likely be the colossus that is Qingxi. He had calculated so carefully, believing he could reach the national tournament without needing to defeat both Yunbei and Qingxi, thereby having more time to strengthen No. 2 middle school. But now, it seemed unlikely. The No. 2 middle school players, however, were unaware of this burden, for unlike Xiao Feng, they did not need to consider such matters. As they left the stadium, their conversations revolved only around how to perform better against Yunbei in the upcoming semifinal. There is only 1 week until the most important match. From now on, we must train diligently and become more proficient with the new tactics. We may have defeated Jinzhou, but that performance would not be enough to defeat a powerhouse like Yunbei. The next day on the training field, Xiao Feng spoke with unusual seriousness. Ever since becoming the head coach of No. 2 middle school, he had always adopted a gentle approach, for he was a newcomer coach. But now he could no longer afford such leniency. The No. 2 middle school players were somewhat surprised by Xiao Feng's sudden severity, but training hard to become stronger was never a wrong thing to do. Zhou Jinliang's understanding was far more direct. He could sense Xiao Feng's anxiety, and he was the only one who knew that if Xiao Feng failed to lead the team into the national tournament, he would be dismissed. Although he had known Xiao Feng for only a short time, just over a year longer than the other No. 2 middle school players, he understood him deeply. Having funded his own studies abroad, Zhou spent 4 years at the renowned German sport university in Cologne and also traveled extensively for further education in Spain, Italy, Britain, and other countries. Xiao Feng was confident that his coaching abilities rivaled those of any Chinese head coach. Yet Xiao Feng, who had boldly returned to his homeland eager to contribute to the development of Chinese football, was dealt a harsh blow upon his return. No professional club was willing to hire him. After all, he was not a former player, had no connections in the domestic football world, and had no opportunity to showcase his coaching talents. He fell through the ranks until he could only find work as a physical education teacher. It was not until the establishment of the National League that Xiao Feng, now thoroughly worn down, finally saw an opportunity. After discovering Zhou Jinliang on the streets, Xiao Feng began training the gifted boy and later brought him along to Huikai. When Huikai achieved certain success and No. 2 middle school took notice, Xiao Feng was appointed head coach there. This was his first chance to demonstrate his abilities. In his 30s, Xiao Feng could no longer afford another failure. Zhou Jinliang was in the same position. So in the days that followed, he trained even more rigorously, absorbing experience and striving to perform to the best of his ability under Xiao Feng's guidance. Zhou Jinliang trained with the intensity of someone possessed, which surprised the other No. 2 middle school players, for whom football was a passion and a source of honor, but never something that defeat could seriously affect. Xiao Feng observed all of this with understanding. He knew why Zhou Jinliang was pushing himself so relentlessly. Because Zhou Jinliang was a man of loyalty, and Xiao Feng had shown him kindness, so Zhou felt compelled to repay that debt with everything he had. Zhou Jinliang's dedication brought Xiao Feng both comfort and quiet joy. For the better Zhou Jinliang performed, the more solid No. 2 middle school's defense would become, and the three-crusher attack up front would play with even less concern for the backline. Only when the strength of all these players was fully unleashed and combined into a team operating at peak efficiency would No. Two middle school have a chance to defeat Yunbei and reach the final. And once they reach the final, two middle schools' momentum would rise to an almost irresistible height. Regardless of whether the other finalist was Yangwang or Chengxi, neither would likely be able to stop two middle school after they had already defeated Yunbei. Two middle school's golden era would begin, and Xiaofeng himself would leap to become one of the outstanding youth coaches in the country. On stages like the national tournament, his performances would be recognized by ever more people. Xiaofeng eagerly anticipated this day, he had longed for it for so many years. After so many misfortunes, surely the tide must finally be turning. If they could defeat Yunbei, anything was possible. If Zhou Jinliang could integrate well into the team, and if Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang had slightly better form on the day, then defeating Yunbei was not entirely out of the question. Two middle schools' training load increased. Fortunately, Xiaofeng had emphasized physical conditioning in the earlier sessions, and despite the short duration, the results were already clearly visible. His expertise was genuine. Facing this demanding training regimen, two middle school players found it somewhat strenuous but persevered. In practice matches, they grew increasingly proficient with the new tactics and performed ever better. Xiaofeng's heart swelled with confidence. The players' self-assurance also continued to rise. They could sense that within the new tactical system, each of them would perform better than ever before. Moreover, inspired by several outstanding new players, the abilities of the two middle school squad were growing steadily during their joint training sessions. Those who regularly play against skilled opponents inevitably improve themselves. Furthermore, the two middle school players had all been playing football for many years. They lacked only professional training. Now Xiaofeng had filled that gap and helped them correct many long-standing bad habits, causing their abilities to soar. While such rapid improvement could not be sustained indefinitely, it was enough to give the entire two middle school a sense of rebirth. What pleased Xiaofeng most was that as his teammates' abilities clearly improved, Meng Qiu's on-field performances grew ever better as well. It seemed that the strength of his teammates was in fact driving him to perform even more brilliantly than before. This lad could be an exceptionally gifted player. The better the environment, the better he performs. Put him among mediocre players and his output would suffer considerably. Where on earth did such a genius come from? Xiaofeng mused with a touch of smug satisfaction. However, his good spirits came to an abrupt halt on March 21st, 2 days before the match against Yunbei. Meng Qiu lay prone on the ground, and Zhou Jinliang lay on his back. Meng Qiu's face was turned downward, making his expression unreadable, while Zhou Jinliang lying on the ground wore a peculiar look, a mixture of surprise, worry, and an unusually rare sense of guilt. For heaven's sake, why did you move so recklessly? Xiaofeng called out in sheer anguish. This was supposed to be a perfectly ordinary training session. After that day's session, Xiaofeng planned to ease off over the following 2 days, scheduling gentle drills so the players could recover their energy and meet the upcoming match against Yunbei in peak form. During the training, it was still the attacking unit against the defensive unit. They used Meng Qiu, Wei Ming, Yun Feiyang, and Lu Yiyang to sharpen Zhou Jinliang, Gao Meng, Lin Bing, and their teammates, while the defenders in turn forced the attackers to build greater chemistry. This kind of exercise had proved highly effective in previous practices. Today's session followed the same pattern. Meng Qiu was exceptionally lively on the field. His elusive movement and his ability to break through and dish out passes after receiving the ball made him extremely hard for the defense to contain. Yet under that pressure, the defenders' judgment and experience were growing at an impressive speed. After one successful combination, Meng Qiu tapped the ball to Wei Ming, who was making a run on the wing. Wei Ming unexpectedly switched the play to the far side where Lu Yiyang received it, and with a deft inside foot push returned the ball to Meng Qiu. By then Meng Qiu had already dashed into open space and could carry the ball deep into enemy territory. At that moment, Zhou Jinliang made a timely and precise read. Unfolded by Wei Ming's switch or Lu Yiyang's touch, he appeared right beside Meng Qiu at exactly the right moment. Then came a well-aimed sliding tackle. Meng Qiu, however, had noticed the danger. As he drove forward, he discreetly nudged the ball to the side, slipping out of the reach of Zhou Jinliang's tackle. Regrettably, Zhou Jinliang's tackle was faster and more accurate than Meng Qiu had expected. The ball slipped clear of the tackle, but his supporting leg did not. Zhou Jinliang had done his utmost to withdraw his leg, yet still the collision sent Meng Qiu flying. By the edge of the training ground, Yi Jiqing and Fang Shui'er both clapped their hands over their mouths. The players of two high school could hardly believe their eyes. Yun Feiyang rushed over in agitation. He had always been closest to Meng Qiu, while his relationship with Zhou Jinliang was less warm. What were you thinking? Making such a heavy challenge during practice? Are you secretly working for Yunbei? Yun Feiyang blurted out his complaints without restraint. Zhou Jinliang ignored him and got up, intending to check on Meng Qiu. Only then did Yun Feiyang snap back to reality. He pushed Zhou Jinliang aside and bent down to look at Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu had already lifted his head, offering Yun Feiyang a smile. My ankle hurts a little, but it should be nothing serious. Yun Feiyang, Gao Meng, you two take Meng Qiu to the hospital for a checkup. Xiaofeng spoke up. He had to intervene, if only to prevent further conflict within the team. Yun Feiyang gave a cold snort, his resentment now extending even to Xiaofeng, who had brought Zhou Jinliang here. He grabbed Meng Qiu by one arm, and with a tug pulled him over. Gao Meng hurried over as well. The two tall teammates supported Meng Qiu on either side, lifting him off the ground at once, and carried him away like a small child between their hulking frames. Coach Wang followed them, intending to call the bus driver to take them to the hospital. No need to go to the hospital. It's too crowded. There's a doctor at my house. Let's go to my place. After they had gotten Meng Qiu into the vehicle, Yun Feiyong said directly to the driver. Coach Wang and Gao Ming both looked at Yun Feiyong in astonishment. This kid actually had a doctor at home. Yet to Yun Feiyong, it was perfectly natural. Having trained as a football player since childhood, and being a physically powerful player, he had inevitably suffered all kinds of sports injuries, so it was only normal for his family to have a doctor. They rushed to Yun Feiyong's house where his private physician examined Meng Qiu, and then said to Yun Feiyong with a smile, "It's fine, just a slight ankle sprain. It will heal in a week." In the doctor's view, this was a fairly minor injury that would leave no aftereffects and cause no real hindrance. However, upon hearing these words, Yun Feiyong and Gao Ming both frowned at the same time. A week truly wasn't much, but the match against Yun Bei would begin in just 2 days. Can it be cured in 2 days, eh? Meng Qiu asked. The doctor chuckled wryly at the question. Impossible. An injury is an injury. The human body's healing ability isn't that strong. We have a very important match in 2 days, Yun Feiyong said to the doctor with a frown. Nonsense. An ankle sprain may not be a major problem, but if not treated properly, the aftereffects could last a lifetime, especially since the tendon is also strained. Western medicine can only recommend rest. With traditional Chinese medicine, I can use steel needles to correct it. A week is the minimum time, and only because you came in time. This kind of problem may look like nothing at first, but if it flares up, you might not even be able to move a step, and then it would take half a month, or even a full month to heal. What have I always told you? There will always be more matches. Only by treating every injury and waiting until you are fully healed before playing again can you extend your career. Good doctors usually have strong tempers, and this physician was no exception. Then he took a thin steel needle and inserted it into Meng Qiu's ankle, twisting it round and round, filling Meng Qiu with an indescribably sore yet tingling sensation. After the needle work, the doctor took out gauze, spread a layer of ointment over it, applied it to Meng Qiu's ankle, and wrapped it neatly with a thick bandage. Only then did he pat his hands together in satisfaction. You'll need to come back for dressing changes every day for the next week. No strenuous activity, understand? After 1 week, you'll be completely healed. The doctor then launched into another lecture, saying that although a sprain was a minor injury, a complete recovery was quite difficult. If Meng Qiu were not young and gifted with excellent natural healing, he would still suffer ankle pain in the future, even after treatment. Meng Qiu even began to suspect he had run into a quack. Is this treatment really going to work? Although the soreness and heaviness in his foot had already eased a great deal, he still asked worriedly on the way back. Don't worry. This man is a superb doctor of traumatic injuries, a skill passed down through his family for generations. He told me that major injuries like torn ligaments are beyond his ability and require surgery in Western medicine. But for sprains, Western medicine has no particularly good solution other than conservative treatment, whereas his steel needle technique and medicinal dressings are far more effective. I've always played football with full intensity, and it's thanks to him that I have no lingering hidden injuries. Yun Feiyong said with a smile. Gao Ming also nodded. Severe sports injuries naturally require surgery, but for this kind of injury, traditional Chinese medicine offers far better recovery methods than Western medicine. When they returned, Xiaofeng came up to them with a calm expression. Since the doctor said that you should sit out the next match, so that your injury doesn't get worse. After he heard Gao Ming's report, Xiaofeng simply nodded. Meng Qiu felt a little disappointed, but he did not insist on playing through the injury like the heroes in many comics and novels often do. Having trained in a professional club since childhood, he naturally understood the truth behind the saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Though he did not know that exact proverb, he fully grasped its meaning. When you are injured, you should recover properly rather than force things. Zhou Jianliang walked over. Seeing him approach, Yun Feiyong let out another snort. Yet after knowing that Meng Qiu's injury was minor, he no longer felt much anger toward Zhou Jianliang. Instead, he began to wonder whether he had been too harsh earlier. I'm sorry, Zhou Jianliang said to Meng Qiu in a low voice. It's nothing. Injuries are just part of training. Meng Qiu, however, took it quite magnanimously. He understood that training required genuine intensity, otherwise it would be ineffective. Moreover, Zhou Jianliang had not deliberately fouled him. If Meng Qiu had not dodged so quickly, he might not have been hurt at all. As for responsibility, both sides bore some. You didn't mean to. Anyway, this next match will be up to you too. I'll be in the stands cheering for you, Meng Qiu said to Zhou Jianliang with a smile. Zhou Jianliang nodded without saying anything else and walked away. Gao Ming followed after him. Once they were a good distance away, he patted Zhou Jianliang on the shoulder. Don't carry any burden. Yun Feiyong didn't mean what he said earlier. He's hot-tempered, so you'll need to be a bit more tolerant. I've already let it go. Zhou Jianliang shook his head. Will the next match be very difficult for us? Gao Ming was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Of course it will be difficult. But once you're in the knockout stage, how can any match be easy? We just need to give our best. Losing isn't the end. After all, there are still playoff opportunities. I think that's why Meng Qiu didn't insist on playing. Zhou Jianliang nodded silently. When they learned that Meng Qiu would miss the upcoming match, the players of No. 2 High School fell into a thoughtful silence. They all understood what Meng Qiu meant to the current No. 2 High School team. Though he was only 1 point of the trident, it was he who linked Wei Ming and Yun Feiyong together. The main attacking force of No. 2 High School now consisted of 4 players: Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyong, Wei Ming, and Lu Yeyang. They were the four most capable attackers among both the new and veteran players. Yun Feiyang held the front line, Wei Ming roamed the wing, and Liu Yiyang orchestrated the center. Yet the one who connected all three was Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu could carry the ball through the middle pass to orchestrate attacks, charge into the box for shots, drift out to the wing, or drop deep to collect possession. With him absent from this match, the fully formed attack of No. 2 High School was bound to be torn into fragments. At this moment one could hardly claim that No. 2 High School had no good offense before Meng Qiu arrived. The truth was that since the beginning of this semester Xiaofeng had been building this exact attacking combination. The players had barely adapted and grown accustomed to it, and now it was suddenly broken apart. What could they use to adjust? With only 2 short days could they possibly get used to playing without Meng Qiu? No one could be certain of that. We all know Meng Qiu will miss this match, but he won't be gone forever. We must not lose hope because we still have a great chance. Besides, this semi-final doesn't necessarily mean defeat. Let's go out and fight. Fight against the best. Win or lose, as long as we fight our hardest, there will be no regrets. When Meng Qiu returns, we'll continue the journey, whether it's the final or a playoff. The match against Zhong is tomorrow. Are you ready? Su Miao sat beside Wang Ziyuan on the grass at Yunbei High School, holding a bottle of water and patting the spot next to him. Wang Ziyuan sat down as well and nodded. Captain, I've figured it out. There's no reason for me to feel discouraged simply because there are more outstanding players my age. After all, the world is vast. There's no expectation that only I should stand out, is there? Su Miao chuckled. Exactly. There are countless people in this world, and even more who play football. Even just in Dalian, there are thousands of players your age, and among them some will inevitably become geniuses. What's so extraordinary about that? The key lies in the future, at the achievements you attain. That is what will determine your standing. I will work hard to defeat him. Wang Ziyuan clenched his fists. Him, or any of the opponents who appear in the national tournament. I'll overcome all of them. To be a player, you must carry that fire within you. Su Miao smiled. Though no player wins forever without an unyielding heart, victory in any match is impossible. Meng Qiu possesses exceptional technique, and he is not merely an attacker who relies solely on individual dribbling. Defending against him will be a test for you, and also an opportunity to accumulate experience. Many fine attacking players will emerge, but someone as well-rounded as him is rare. If you face any adversity during the match, do not lose heart, for in the end it will still be us who prevail. Captain, Wang Ziyuan said with a wry expression, you make it sound as though I'm certain to lose. Su Miao laughed. Neither of them felt the need to explain why they were so confident. This was simply the pride of Yunbei, the reigning champions. After training, the Yunbei players gathered together in a conference room. Su Miao stepped onto the platform, picked up a marker, and began writing on the tactical board. Lin Bing and goalie Lemming at right back, Zhao Qingji at left back, center backs Gao Meng and Han Ming defensive midfielders, Zhou Jianliang and Li Qi attacking midfielder, Liu Yang left winger, Wei Ming, and forwards Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu. That will be Zhong's starting lineup. As Su Miao wrote and spoke, Sun Li, Yunbei's head coach, stood nearby without offering a single objection. As a celebrated high school football coach in Dalian, Sun Li was far from a figurehead like Coach Wang. Yet ever since Su Miao joined the squad, he had ceded the responsibility of tactical instruction to him. He knew this young man was a rare commanding midfielder with genuine tactical acumen, and that pre-match tactical preparation would nurture that gift effectively. His potential had not fully manifested in his first year, but from the year prior this cultivation had truly shaped Su Miao into a true field commander. Not only off the pitch, but during matches as well, he could accurately and promptly assess the situation, then through his own actions, or by rallying teammates, make victory more attainable for the team. This year proved no different. Moreover, Su Miao's exemplary display served as a valuable learning opportunity for his eventual successor Wang Ziyuan. Sun Li understood that even for Yunbei, possessing gifted players such as Su Miao and Wang Ziyuan was a tremendous blessing. It was true that Yunbei enjoyed unparalleled appeal in Dalian, yet without exceptionally talented players, even the finest developmental program would amount to nothing. You must have an egg before you can hatch something alive. If it is a stone, well, perhaps you might somehow produce a Sun Wukong. On the surface, Zhong deploys a 4-3-3 formation. This has been their primary setup since entering the knockout stage. However, two of their players refuse to be confined to fixed positions. One is Meng Qiu. He operates more like a free man in the attacking third, appearing everywhere, dropping deep to organize crossing from the flanks, breaking through the middle, even finding the net inside the penalty area. You must never regard him as a conventional striker, or you will pay a heavy price. Wang Ziyuan, he is assigned to you. Focus on marking him during the match. We will not require your assistance in attack this time. Wang Ziyuan nodded. He had long understood this responsibility. The other free operator is Zhou Jianliang, former captain of Huikai. Though his performance in the opening match displayed some mistakes, his stamina and defensive ability make him well suited to the role of a defensive free man. However, his understanding with Zhong's defensive line remains insufficient. That is precisely where we can exploit them. During offense, utilized more lateral switches of play, forcing him to chase the ball across the pitch without ever reaching it, then launch attacks in the openings. Jianzhou managed to score 3 against them. Naturally, we can score even more. Keep moving, rotate positions frequently, and stretch their defensive shape. If Zhong continues employing man-marking with Zhou Jianliang covering, we will certainly dismantle them. The Yunbei players all nodded, their confidence absolute. Their offense, even when compared to Teng Fei's, was arguably superior. Teng Fei merely possessed multiple attacking outlets and 2 top-class strikers. Yunbei likewise boasted numerous attacking options, seamless chemistry among the players, and Su Miao, who could break through at any moment to score. Against any opponent in a direct offensive clash, they harbored no fear. Another player requiring close attention is their center forward Yun Feiyang. However, he is a center forward who thrives only when supplied with frequent passes from teammates. If we can better sever Zhong's attacking passing lanes, his threat will diminish considerably. Xie Ming, you are assigned to mark him. Zhu Jun, provide cover. Su Miao focused primarily on countering Zhong's 3 young players, omitting detailed discussion of Zhong's senior 4 Heavenly Kings. Not merely because he considered the 3 freshmen more threatening, but also because the majority of Yunbei's current squad had faced them the previous year and were quite familiar with their abilities. Following Su Miao's overview, Sun Li proceeded to arrange more granular tactical details. Su Miao needed to cultivate his macro-level understanding, not expend energy on such minute specifics. Exceptional court vision did not require a player to attend to every detail, that was the coach's domain. Su Miao might one day become an outstanding manager, at which point he would need to master such finer points. But for now he was simply a player. Sun Li's detailed tactical arrangements naturally proved far more comprehensive than what Su Miao had outlined, including who would double-team Meng Qiu depending on his positioning. Though Meng Qiu had been assigned to Wang Ziyuan as Yunbei's deeper-lying defensive midfielder, Wang Ziyuan still bore the responsibilities of organizing the team's attacks and controlling the overall tempo. He certainly could not abandon his position to chase Meng Qiu recklessly, making it essential for others to participate in the defensive effort. As for other considerations, such as neutralizing Wei Ming's running lanes to nullify his pace, exploiting the space behind Zhong's 2 tall center backs, who turned somewhat slowly, applying pressure from the flanks to render Zhong's average fullbacks ineffective in both phases, and using constant ball rotation to prevent Zhou Jianliang from arriving in time defensively. Sun Li, as Dalian's most celebrated high school coach, naturally brought considerable expertise to these matters. What he did not know was that Xiao Feng was making equally meticulous preparations. With Meng Qiu unable to play, the offense would need to rely more heavily on Yun Feiyang and Wei Ming, while Lu Yiyang's position would advance further forward, organizing attacks through passing. After all, without Meng Qiu, Lu Yiyang remained the sole player capable of such creativity. The player selected to replace Meng Qiu was Fan, a second-year student who would operate as a right midfielder. This adjustment would at least stabilize the right flank defensively and add greater solidity to Zhong's midfield. In this match, we cannot merely think about defending. Defense alone will not suffice. Attack, boldly attack. Especially you 2 fullbacks. We have plenty of midfielders who can cover for you. When you push forward offensively, take turns advancing to break through from the flanks and deliver the ball quickly into the penalty area, unleashing Yun Feiyang's scoring ability. This is our only path to victory. Xiao Feng waved his arms as he spoke. He too was preparing tactics, but Zhong lacked a dedicated football tactical room, so he could only find a classroom and sketch tactical diagrams on the blackboard with chalk. Without Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyang and Wei Ming would have one fewer creative outlet. Lu Yiyang would push higher, but while his passing was solid, his dribbling ability paled in comparison to Meng Qiu's. Therefore, strengthening wingback support and utilizing crosses to create chances for Yun Feiyang would at least increase Zhong's attacking opportunities. This was the only solution Xiao Feng could devise. In circumstances where the available roster was limited, his ability to rapidly adjust tactics similarly demonstrated his coaching capability. Zhong's players listened attentively to Xiao Feng. They understood how crucial this upcoming match was. Even without Meng Qiu, they needed to strive for victory against Yunbei, or at minimum demonstrate sufficient capability. They could still qualify for the playoff round, but the playoffs required getting past either Qingxi or Yangguang first. Without the courage to face Yunbei head-on, what qualified them to challenge formidable teams like Qingxi and Yangguang? Conversely, if they performed well against Yunbei, even in defeat, it would elevate the team's overall confidence. Once Meng Qiu returned, the strengthened Zhong would possess a genuine opportunity to compete with any rival. Do you feel some regret? Yi Jiqing asked Meng Qiu softly. Nothing to regret. Injuries happen to everyone. I'll be able to play again soon. Besides, even if we lose this match, as long as we keep winning the remaining games, we'll still have the opportunity to face Yunbei at the national tournament, won't we? Meng Qiu smiled in reply. You seem indifferent to everything, Yi Jiqing observed, watching him. That's simply because I haven't yet encountered anything worth caring about, Meng Qiu shrugged. March 21st, Dalian People's Stadium. Compared to the quarterfinal venue, the field for this match had changed. While the other semifinal was held at Jinzhou Stadium, the final would also take place at Dalian People's Stadium, while the playoff final was scheduled for Jinzhou Stadium. Meng Qiu never imagined that his first visit to Dalian People's Stadium would be as a spectator rather than a player. Although some students at No. 2 High School expressed regret over his injury, spirits soon lifted. Meng Qiu had rarely attended classes since joining the school, and most classmates, and certainly students from other grades, knew little about him. Now seeing him at the stadium offered a valuable opportunity to get to know this newcomer hero. Thus Meng Qiu was treated to an extraordinary send-off as they set out. The bus ride to Dalian People's Stadium passed without incident. But when they arrived and prepared to enter, Su Bin on his left and class monitor Wu Xian on his right each took an arm, supporting him with exaggerated care as though he were utterly disabled. Hey, I only sprained my ankle, I didn't break both legs. Do you need to fetch a wheelchair and carry me up? Meng Qiu protested. Wu Xin stroked his chin. That's actually a brilliant idea, but it's far too late to buy one now. Meng Qiu could only laugh and shake his head. Let us simply carry you up. You don't need to put any weight on it. Two of us can lift you easily and you'll enjoy a comfortable view from the stands. Su Bin patted his chest confidently. No need, I can walk on my own. Meng Qiu said weakly. That won't do at all. You need to rest properly so you can help us when the final's ahead, Su Bin insisted, already hoisting him onto his shoulder. Exactly. This is about our school's honor. Wu Xin, supporting from the other side, added firmly. Yi Jiqing covered her mouth, laughing quietly. With both Su Bin and Wu Xin of considerable height, Meng Qiu sandwiched between them resembled nothing so much as a small child being carried along. What a defeat, Meng Qiu thought silently to himself. If only I were a bit taller, I wouldn't be so humiliated. By the time Meng Qiu was carried into the stands, both teams were already preparing to take the field. Wang Ziyuan stood at the rear of the Yunbei lineup, but his eyes kept darting across to the No. 2 high school side. He quickly noticed that Meng Qiu was absent, a fact almost too difficult to believe. How could Meng Qiu possibly not be playing? From the group stage through to the previous match, Meng Qiu had grown increasingly outstanding. He had become indispensable to No. 2 high school. There was no way he would sit this one out. Most importantly, Wang Ziyuan had intended to defeat him on the pitch himself. How could he be absent? The question escaped his lips before he could stop it. Where is Meng Qiu? Wang Ziyuan was usually a calm and composed player. Otherwise, Yunbei would never have regarded him as the natural successor to Su Miao. But whenever Meng Qiu was involved, he found himself losing his composure more than once. His voice carried enough volume that the No. 2 high school players nearby all turned to look at him. Closest to him stood Yun Feiyong, also in the back row. Yun Feiyong immediately sniffed disdainfully. Meng Qiu isn't even playing and will defeat you anyway. Even though Yunbei's players were seasoned and composed, rarely ruffled by provocations, this arrogant remark from Yun Feiyong succeeded in stirring their temper. Defeat us without Meng Qiu? What kind of talk was that? Xiaming, a defender known for his hot temper, shot Yun Feiyong a sharp glance. Watch your words, kid. I'm the one marking you today. Don't imagine you'll still get chances to score. Intimidating me. You're no Yi Yin, Yun Feiyong retorted with a snort. That remark struck an even deeper nerve. Yi Yin had always been Yunbei's greatest rival, and Xiaming had long considered himself their equal. Yet Dalian's two finest defenders were universally regarded as Yi Yin and Lu Fenghui, a regret that had followed Xiaming throughout 3 years of high school league play. Now this grade 1 freshman had just flicked him directly. Just as the atmosphere grew taut, the referee turned his head, ready to enter the field. A cheer rose from the stands as both teams appeared on the pitch. With the competition advancing to the semifinals, the stands were growing fuller. Dalian people loved football, and though this was merely a high school match, reaching this stage meant the games would undoubtedly be thrilling. True football fans in Dalian would never miss such encounters. Zhang Lintao waited in good spirits for the match to begin. No.2 high school's convincing victory in the previous round had lifted his mood considerably. Moreover, he had laid a solid foundation for future coverage of the school. That was even more important. Even if No.2 high school lost this match, they still had a chance to reach the national tournament through the playoffs. As long as they secured one of the qualifying spots, High School Football magazine need not worry about sales. But that cheerful mood evaporated the moment Zhang Lintao saw No.2 high school's starting lineup. He counted the players once, then counted again in disbelief until he was certain Meng Qiu was not among the starters. Panic seized him immediately. Zhang Lintao had not chosen No.2 high school as a breakthrough for his magazine at random. Although he had not watched every group stage match, he had seen most of them, particularly the final group game and the quarterfinal. Following the team all the way, Zhang Lintao had long recognized that although Meng Qiu did not draw as much surface-level attention as Yun Feiyong, his actual influence on the pitch was even greater. Yun Feiyong was a powerhouse striker capable of explosive goals, yet he relied heavily on others to deliver passes. He lacked the ability to drop deep and collect the ball, spending much of his time simply waiting inside the penalty area. Meng Qiu, however, could do far more on the field. The previous knockout match was clear proof. When No.2 high school's midfield and attack were disconnected, it was Meng Qiu's persistent drops to receive the ball and his individual breakthroughs that restored the team's attacking rhythm. If Meng Qiu could not play, No.2 high school certainly would not collapse entirely, but their attacking threat would be significantly diminished. That was beyond doubt. Why was Meng Qiu absent against the mighty Yunbei? Other journalists soon noticed the same thing and shared his confusion. Not wasting time on fellow reporters' speculations, Zhang Lintao walked directly over to Xiao Feng at the away coach's bench. We've also set up our cameras today. When the footage is ready, we'll gladly share a copy with you. Though anxious inside, Zhang Lintao kept his composure outwardly. Xiao Feng nodded. That would be wonderful. After a few rounds of pleasantries, Zhang Lintao ventured, Meng Qiu doesn't seem to be playing today, does he? He is injured, Xiao Feng replied with a nod. It was hardly a secret. Meng Qiu had not even made the substitutes bench, and Yunbei would soon learn of it as well. Is it serious? Zhang Lintao asked, unable to conceal his urgency. Not overly so. He should recover within a week. We simply chose not to risk worsening the injury. Rest assured. Xiao Feng smiled. Seeing Xiao Feng so at ease, Zhang Lintao relaxed as well. If Meng Qiu was not gravely hurt, then even if they lost this match, the playoffs still held strong promise. Watching Zhang Lintao walk away, Coach Wang remarked, "What a warm-hearted person." Xiao Feng smiled without answering. Coach Wang was unaware of the nuances involved, but Xiao Feng understood clearly. Benevolence shown toward others often carries hidden expectations. Zhang Lintao's low profile was simply an attempt to secure more news opportunities in the future. Nevertheless, Xiao Feng had no objection. Mutual benefit was always preferable, and whether for No. 2 high school, or for himself knowing one more journalist was undoubtedly a positive thing. On the field, Su Miao, having walked back into position, raised his hand and called Wang Ziyuan over. "Meng Qiu is likely injured. Our chances in this match are greater. Play well. You are all freshmen, and there will still be opportunities to face each other." "Understood, Captain," Wang Ziyuan replied. He had momentarily lost his composure, but as he stepped onto the pitch, his thoughts quickly settled. Now that the knot in his heart had been untied, continuing to dwell on it would only be a matter of mindset, and Wang Ziyuan's mentality was sound. "Since he is absent, I will defeat his team, even better letting him see how great the gap between us truly is," Wang Ziyuan said. "Excellent. That is the right attitude." Su Miao patted Wang Ziyuan's shoulder. "Since he is not playing, you need not invest so much energy in defense. Focus more on attacking and show them that although you are a defensive midfielder, you are also a capable offensive player." "I will." Wang Ziyuan nodded firmly. "Though you cannot play Meng Qiu, I will still defeat your team." In the stands, Meng Qiu sneezed. "It is late March, but still a bit chilly," he remarked. Others, however, did not share his relaxed state of mind. "Do you think we might lose this match?" Yi Jiqing asked worriedly. "We definitely won't lose. We have the 4 Heavenly Kings plus Yun Feiyang and Zhou Jianliang. Even without Meng Qiu, we can still defeat Yun Bei," Su Bin declared, pumping his fist in the air. "That remains to be seen. I watched No. 2 high school's matches. They are truly strong. Even with me present, I am not certain we could beat them." Meng Qiu shook his head. "You never know how to sugarcoat things," Su Bin huffed. Meng Qiu shrugged and fell silent. Yi Jiqing looked at him, then shook her head. "How can you analyze something like this so calmly?" "Perhaps, because even if we lose there will still be the playoffs to play through," Meng Qiu considered before answering. Yi Jiqing could not help but laugh, shaking her head as she did. Meng Qiu smiled, as well, turning his gaze toward the pitch. "Though I am not particularly optimistic about this match. Everyone please give it your best. Though I have my doubts about today's match. Everyone fight hard." Zhang Lintao whispered to himself, "We have to win. My chance to succeed depends on all of you." Xiao Feng thought silently, "We have to win. Whether No. 2 middle school can earn recognition across the nation rests on your shoulders." From a corner of the stands, the principal of No. 2 middle school murmured to himself. This match seemed burdened with weighty expectations. Yet for the No. 2 players on the field, their thoughts were wonderfully simple. Play well, give it your all. Professional football has never been about joy, but youth football. At its root, it is pure happiness. Even the tears shed after defeat cannot erase that joy. Liu Yiyang had been nervous before. He had carried burdensome pressures that did not belong to him. But now he had completely cast them aside. "I am the captain of No. 2. With Meng Qiu absent, I will fulfill his role." The referee blew the opening whistle. Yun Feiyang passed the ball to Wei Ming and surged forward. Wei Ming returned the pass and drifted toward the wing. Liu Yiyang followed to collect the ball. As he received it, the No. 2 players behind him began their runs in unison. Li Qi shifted forward slightly, ready to support at any moment. He Fan made a forward run on the right, while Zhao Qingji pressed ahead on the left. From the very first whistle, No. 2 adopted an attacking posture. Despite missing Meng Qiu, No. 2 launched into an offensive formation right from the start. This was Xiao Feng's requirement. He knew a team must maintain its identity, so players always know their role on the pitch. In the past, No. 2 had little defined style, having become a powerhouse in the Dalian district only within the last 1 or 2 years. In last year's group stage, they had instinctively relied more on attack. After Xiao Feng took over, this direction was firmly established. Even without Meng Qiu, No. 2 would play attacking football without compromise. Of course, only an attacking approach could fully unleash Yun Feiyang's scoring ability. That was also a key factor. With such a tradition established, young and promising attacking players would be more willing to join No. 2. Ensuring the tradition continues, the two naturally reinforced each other. Seeing 2 forwards come charging at him, Liu Yiyang remained calm, turned smoothly, and passed to He Fan, making a run down the right wing, then continued his own forward movement. Although He Fan had been demoted to substitute since Zhou Jianliang arrived, his ball control and fundamentals were solid, making him a useful piece in attack. Facing Zhao Ning pressing to defend, He Fan did not attempt to dribble. Among Yunbei's 2 wing midfielders, Zhao Ning's defensive ability was strong, covering nearly the entire middle area. Thus Yunbei's main attacking direction was not He Fan's right side. He lofted the ball back to Liu Yiyang, who took a light touch, and passed to Zhao Qingji, arriving on the left flank. The moment the ball left his foot, Su Miao's leg came in, dangerously close. "Well-timed pass," Su Miao said with a smile after regaining his footing. Liu Yiyang did not respond, instead pushing forward to leave Su Miao behind. Su Miao smiled faintly and did not retreat, trusting that Wang Ziyuan behind him would handle the situation. Though his mentality remained unaffected, Wang Ziyuan would clearly play better during the match. Zhao Qingji advanced with the ball as Yunbei's right midfielder Wang Lan closed in to mark him. Unfazed, Zhao Qingji boldly drove forward. Yunbei's 2 central midfielders split duties. Zhao Ning focused on defense, while Wang Lan pushed forward to attack, making his defensive capability comparatively weaker. Zhao Qingji may have gone unnoticed, but he was one of the better players among No. 2's freshman batch. Solid fundamentals and dedication defined him alongside capable attacking skills. This earned him the starting left-back role quickly after Meng Qiu was pushed further up the field. Wang Lan had never expected Zhao Qingji, who rarely participated in attack during previous matches, to so decisively drive forward. Caught off guard, he was successfully beaten. The atmosphere has certainly changed. Are they trying to compensate for Meng Qiu's absence through collective effort? Sun Yao thought to himself. After getting past Wang Lan, Zhao Qingji did not continue dribbling, but instead lifted his foot and delivered a direct pass to Wei Ming, who had timed his run to the wing. Wei Ming started his run the moment he received the ball. His pace was formidable. Although Yunbei's right back, Li Guan, managed to stay somewhat involved, he was forced backward by Wei Ming's speed, creating space for a cross. Breaking into the penalty area proved difficult, but using speed to create crossing space was no challenge for Wei Ming. Now it was up to Yun Feiyong to find the net amidst Yunbei's defense. Wei Ming crossed the ball. It flew swiftly toward the penalty area. Yun Feiyong on the move shook off Xie Ming's marking and rose to meet it with a header. Xie Ming had read the ball's trajectory before Yun Feiyong even jumped, but upon leaping, he realized something unbelievable. He was completely overpowered in strength by this freshman. Impossible. Xie Ming roared inwardly, then pressed tightly against Yun Feiyong. His experience was rich as well. Since Yun Feiyong already held the advantage in jump and power, his best course was to disrupt him as much as possible. He had acted correctly. The moment Yun Feiyong made contact, he knew this header would not find the net. Although he struck it with full force, Han Ming's interference caused a slight deviation in his heading point. Ng Zile sprang upward with all his might, but at such close range, every goalkeeper could only react on instinct. His outstretched hand remained a distance away. The ball sailed past Ng Zile's fingertips and struck the crossbar, with a sharp clang bouncing toward the edge of the penalty area. Liu Yiyang appeared exactly where the ball dropped and struck immediately. This was a golden opportunity. Ng Zile was still on the ground, the goal wide open. But the instant Liu Yiyang shot, a figure darted in from the side, blocking the strike with his body before clearing the ball far down the touchline. Brilliant work, Wang Ziyuan. Ng Zile climbed to his feet and gave Wang Ziyuan a thumbs up. He had not anticipated No. 2 launching such ferocious pressure from the opening whistle. Without Wang Ziyuan's timely cover, Liu Yiyang could easily have opened the scoring for No. 2. Yun Feiyong let out a disappointed sigh, but quickly flashed a cocky grin, shrugging at Xie Ming in mock resignation before jogging out of the penalty area. Xie Ming watched Yun Feiyong's retreating figure, teeth clenched, wishing he could throw a punch at the boy. Stay calm, senior. Didn't the captain say that Yun Feiyong excels at using arrogance to rattle opponents? It didn't work on Yi Yan. Ng Zile patted Xie Ming's shoulder reassuringly. Xie Ming took a deep breath and nodded. I'll defend him better next time. The kid's strength and reading of the ball are truly outstanding. One slip and he could score. On the sideline, Xiao Feng sighed regretfully. That attacking sequence had been executed beautifully, yet it ended without a goal. Wang Ziyuan. His performance this match was dramatically different from before. Had his previous appearance simply been off form, or was Yunbei deliberately showing weakness? Although the goal eluded them, nearly scoring would undoubtedly boost No. 2's morale. Yunbei was not impenetrable. They were beatable. As long as they kept pressing forward, they would find the back of the net. No. 2's attack looked solid. I didn't expect them to play so boldly against Yunbei. Usually only Tengfei dared to go head-to-head like this. True. Whether facing Qingxi or Yangwang, teams usually relied on counterattacks against Yunbei. Only Tengfei's reckless bunch would engage in open attacking football. But I recall even Tengfei never managed to beat Yunbei. Obviously, otherwise how would Yunbei remain champions? No. 2 showed courage, but beating Yunbei remains a steep challenge. The reporters chattered amongst themselves while Zhang Lintao gradually composed himself. With an attack like that as a foundation, even a loss would not crush them. Once Meng Qiu returned, what was there to fear in the playoffs? Yet the No. 2 players harbored no such complacent thoughts. He fanned through in the ball. Li Leming took it and immediately switched play to the center, where Li Qi received and looked to pass forward to Liu Yiyang, only to find Wang Ziyuan shadowing him closely. Give it to me. Withdrawing, Wei Ming called out. Li Qi passed instantly. Wei Ming took the ball and feinted toward the wing, drawing Li Guan's balance off course, then quickly cut it back and drove straight into the center. This came as a complete surprise to Yunbei's players. Unless it was a clear-through ball, Wei Ming rarely ventured centrally. This time was different. Before anyone could close in, Wei Ming, having broken into the 30-meter zone, struck a powerful long-range shot. The ball rocketed toward goal. Ng Zile once again demonstrated his quality as Yunbei's goalkeeper, shifting his feet swiftly before leaping high to gather the ball with both hands. No. 2's advancing players immediately began retreating. When an attack fails to produce a goal, swift defensive recovery is essential. Well done. Xiao Feng gave a thumbs up from the sideline. Wei Ming's approach was exactly what he had requested. A single-dimensional attack is easily stifled. Diversifying their offensive options would naturally strengthen their chances. Meng Qiu's absence forced No. 2's other attacking players to step up and contribute more on the pitch. This too was a valuable form of development. It was not the reigning champions Yunbei that launched fierce attacks at the opening, but the No. 2 middle school viewed as the challenger. This took many spectators somewhat by surprise. The students of No. 2 middle school were cheering with unusual excitement. Two threatening attacks right from the start seemed to be more than enough for them. With such offensive displays, as long as we don't lose too badly going forward, we should be fine. Meng Qiu thought to himself. No one expected two middle school to win. Even the team themselves understood how difficult it would be to defeat Yunbei. But playing boldly meant that even if they lost in the end, it could still be considered a gallant defeat. As long as they aren't crushed by Yunbei in a back-and-forth battle and suffer a heavy defeat, there won't be any real problems. Ying Zile threw the ball to left back Zhang Zixuan and shouted loudly, "Attack! Push them back!" Xiao Feng remained composed on the sidelines, secretly hoping Yunbei would lose their composure. A calm Yunbei was impenetrable, but if they grew frustrated, there would be weaknesses to exploit. Of course, there was also the risk they might channel that energy into playing even better, but pushing for that level of performance meant accepting those consequences as well. Even though a loss would still allow them to compete in the playoffs and Meng Qiu's absence was a factor, Xiao Feng was still determined to strive for victory. Admitting defeat before the match even begins is something a good head coach should never do. The players could afford to think losing was acceptable. It would let them play without pressure and just give their all. But the coach couldn't think that way. Even with only a 10% chance of winning, he had to commit 100% effort. Zhang Zixuan received the ball and looked to drive forward. Yunbei's flanks operated in opposite directions. The left midfielder focused on defense while the left back pushed up the field, and on the right the midfielder was attack-minded while the fullback stayed back. Calling them the most balanced team wasn't an exaggeration. He closed him down. Zhang Zixuan had considered beating this ordinary player from his own grade, but found that despite being a wing midfielder, Fan's positioning and defensive structure were remarkably solid. Breaking through wouldn't be easy. They'd faced each other the previous year, and seeing how alert Fan was, Zhang Zixuan dropped back and played the ball to Wang Ziyuan waiting in support. Wang Ziyuan got to the ball ahead of Liu Yiyang, then used a smooth turn to break past him. Liu Yiyang wasn't fooled by the feint. He read Wang Ziyuan's intended direction precisely and shifted his body to cut off the advance. But Wang Ziyuan completed his pass, while breaking through, laying it off directly to Wang Lan on the right wing, then making a forward run, as Wang Lan immediately returned the ball. A crisp 1-2 combination. Wang Ziyuan drove through the center with Liu Yiyang trailing closely behind, then played a direct pass forward to Su Miao. The moment Su Miao received the ball, Zhou Jianliang closed in tightly. Zhou Jianliang wouldn't chase Su Miao everywhere, but once he entered the 30-meter zone, he became two middle school's first line of defense. Dalian's premier attacking midfielder. Let me see what you're really made of, Zhou Jianliang thought to himself. Zhou Jianliang felt deeply guilty about accidentally injuring Meng Qiu, so he resolved to perform better on the field and make amends for his mistake. After extensive training, Zhou Jianliang had developed solid defensive instincts. As he pressed in, he prepared multiple defensive options to counter Su Miao's potential drives. But Su Miao didn't give him the chance, releasing the ball the moment Zhou closed him down. Yuan, stretching wide, collected Su Miao's pass and swung it across to Zhang Zixuan, whose cross deflected off the recovering Li Lemming and curled toward the far post, where Wang Lan struck it powerfully. The ball screamed into the penalty area and slammed hard against the side netting, earning two middle school a goal kick. Only then did the tension finally ease from the two middle school students. From high above, Yunbei's attacking flow was remarkably smooth. Their passing, dribbling, and movement off the ball blended seamlessly with attackers positioned at every outlet, forcing two middle school's defense to constantly shift and struggle to cover all threats. That was Yunbei's hallmark. Their attacks blossomed from multiple sources with effortless chemistry orchestrated by two elite playmakers in midfield who made their offense flow like something natural. Since Wang Ziyuan joined, Yunbei had gained a second creative outlet in midfield, doubling the pressure on their opponents. Counterattack. Xiao Feng called out, convinced his tactical setup was sound. Against an opponent attacking so effectively, sitting back and defending would only lead to disaster. Whether they lost by 1 goal or 3, the result was the same. So they might as well throw everything into an aggressive attack to lift the team's spirits. Lin Bing launched the goal kick long and forward. Yun Feiyong won another aerial duel against Xie Ming, quickly heading the ball down to Wei Ming. Wei Ming drove forward along the wing, this time reaching the byline in one burst, then crossing the ball. Yun Feiyong flicked it with his head under Xie Ming's pressure, but it sailed out for a goal kick. Yun Feiyong is quite strong. Xie Ming is struggling to contain him. Still, the pressure isn't too great. Let's just keep pushing forward. Su Miao thought to himself and signaled from a distance. Ying Zile took the goal kick. Unlike Lin Bing, he rolled it short to left back Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan advanced with the ball, then played it to Wang Ziyuan, who immediately passed it to Su Miao. Zhou Jianliang pressed tightly, trying to disrupt Su Miao's control, but this time Su Miao didn't pass it away. Instead, he lifted the ball with a delicate touch as it rolled toward him, sending it arching gracefully over both his and Zhou Jianliang's heads. The stands erupted with thunderous cheers. They had finally witnessed the midfield conductor Su Miao in action. Without exaggeration, many neutral fans attended Yunbei's matches specifically to watch Su Miao. Although he rarely attempted solo dribbling runs since last year, whenever he did, the crowd would erupt in screams. After nutmegging his opponent, Su Miao immediately executed a graceful turn, leaving Zhou Jianliang trailing behind. Zhou Jianliang threw his entire body at Su Miao, grabbing his shoulder with one hand, while reaching out with his foot to poke at the ball. But Su Miao was a step faster, striking the ball directly to the left wing before Zhou Jianliang could react. Zhang Zixuan, making an overlapping run, crossed the ball before he fanned, and Li Leming could close him down. Inside the penalty area, He Yuan and Fang Chu started making runs while Gao Meng and Han Ming tracked back quickly to mark the two forwards. However, the cross sailed over their heads, diving toward the far post. Wang Lan was the one making the late run into that space. Zhao Qingji was scrambling back in defense, but he was completely overpowered by Wang Lan. Leaping for the ball at the far post, Wang Lan used his physical strength to hold off Zhao Qingji and drove a powerful header toward goal. Lin Bing, diving full stretch, made a spectacular save, deflecting the ball upward with one hand. It struck the crossbar with force and bounced back into the penalty area. Both Wang Lan and Zhao Qingji converged on the rebound simultaneously, colliding shoulders in the process. Wang Lan's physical advantage proved decisive again. Zhao Qingji was stunned by the impact, while Wang Lan surged forward one step, then shot the ball rolling toward him. Lin Bing couldn't reach it in time. The ball flew past him into No. 2 Middle School's net. 9th minute, Yunbei took the lead through their advancing right midfielder Wang Lan. Cheers erupted from the Yunbei supporters in the stands while the No. 2 Middle School students exchanged bewildered glances. We had clearly created more chances in the opening stages, yet Yunbei scored first. And in that goal, our defense hadn't made any mistakes. Everyone gave their maximum effort, but Yunbei still found the back of the net. Is this the overwhelming power of the defending champions Yunbei? They seemed to score without even trying, breaking through our defense effortlessly while we pushed so hard forward and still couldn't find a goal. Is this truly a gap in quality? The gap isn't that big. They just got lucky with their attack. Our first chance was so close to scoring, and their goal was pure fortune, with the header hitting the bar and bouncing right to them. There is a difference, but not this much. If we keep pressing forward, we will definitely score. Meng Qiu, who had been cautiously measured in his pre-match comments, spoke with unusual seriousness now. His words helped steady the No. 2 Middle School players. Yes, they simply hadn't been lucky. Meng Qiu's pre-match analysis had always been objective without personal bias, and that wouldn't change now. If he said they had a chance, then they did. We need to support them even more right now. Come on, let's make some noise. Su Bin waved his arm and shouted to the crowd. No. 2 Middle School. Come on. No. 2 Middle School. Hold strong. The No. 2 Middle School students rallied behind Su Bin's lead, chanting loudly. Meanwhile, Yi Jiqing watched Meng Qiu and asked quietly, "What you said earlier, was it true?" Of course it was. We might be slightly weaker, but not by that much. They just got a bit lucky at this moment. Meng Qiu replied with a smile. What about this match then? Yi Jiqing asked hopefully. It's still very likely we'll lose. Meng Qiu answered. Yi Jiqing huffed and turned away, refusing to engage with him anymore. Meng Qiu managed a wry smile. Let's focus on our attack and not let this goal affect us. As Lu Yiyang received the ball from Lin Bing's back pass and placed it on the center spot, he spoke quietly to Yun Feiyang. Next time I won't miss, Yun Feiyang growled. Right? Play aggressively. No attack means no goals. Lu Yiyang nodded and turned to shout, don't let it get to you. Stick to our game plan. But was everyone really staying composed? Some trouble might lie ahead. Su Miao observed from a distance, watching the scene unfold. After his teammates finished celebrating, Su Miao gathered everyone and said, their morale seems high now. After the restart, let's press harder and throw them off balance. Yunbei's players nodded. They were already accustomed to Su Miao directing play from the pitch from time to time. More importantly, his guidance had proven highly effective in the vast majority of situations. The initial difficulties had not put No. 2 High School under pressure, so now they would use even more relentless pressing to add to that pressure. When it came to subduing opponents, Su Miao and Yunbei never held back. They would never be naive enough to engage in some so-called fair contest. Football itself was the fairest game, as both sides had the same number of players, and whoever gained the advantage under such circumstances was exactly who proved to be superior. Thus No. 2 High School, which intended to attack after the kickoff, found itself in a formidable situation. As they prepared to launch their offense, Yunbei's players surged forward like a tide and began pressing high up the pitch. The entire formation pushed forward, leaving vast spaces at the back. Apart from Li Guan, who kept an eye on Wei Ming to guard against the threat of his pace, everyone else flooded the midfield and engaged in high pressing against No. 2 High School's players. No. 2 High School did not have many attackers, and once faced with such pressing, they immediately found themselves in difficulty. Lu Yiyang struggled to keep the ball under control, yet when Wang Ziyuan and Su Miao, 2 top-class midfielders, converged on him, he too began to lose his grip. Worse still, he could not see any passing lanes. Whether it was Li Qi and Zhou Jianliang behind him, or He Fan and Wei Ming on the wings, all routes to them had been cut off by Yunbei's players. With Meng Qiu absent, the lack of attacking players in No. 2 High School was ruthlessly exposed. Xiaofeng rose to his feet involuntarily. He had not anticipated this, yet he understood the likely consequences. If the ball were lost in midfield and Yunbei launched an immediate attack to score another, No. 2 High School could collapse entirely. Indeed, Yunbei would never let slip any chance to break their opponents. On the stand, Meng Qiu clenched his fists. If only he were out there, he could use his explosive pace and technique to break through, even slice through Yunbei's compact defensive line. Unfortunately, he was not there. Meng Qiu, who had always appeared calm, rarely allowed his excitement to show on his face. Others did not notice, but Yi Jiqing did. This realization filled her with even greater concern. Were they really going to lose without putting up any resistance? It was no exaggeration that if Yunbei could score another goal quickly, the rest of the match would be a mere formality, and no. Two High School would have no chance to hit back. Xiaofeng watched the pitch nervously. If they conceded a second goal quickly, he would be forced to adjust, pulling everyone back to defend to avoid losing by too many and compromising their next match. It was the most sensible move, yet Xiaofeng refused to lose the match like this. If they were finished off by Yunbei without offering the slightest resistance, what future could such a team have? Just as anxiety began to creep into the hearts of No. Two High School players, Lu Yiying finally displayed the brilliance befitting his role as the team's captain. Facing the pressing of Su Miao and Wang Ziyuan, he still kept the ball under control and did not surrender possession. Through a series of cuts and feints, Lu Yiying held on tenaciously. He did not know how much longer he could endure. All he knew was that at this moment he could not afford to lose the ball. His perseverance was rewarded with a glimmer of hope. Yun Feiyong dropped deep to support. Originally waiting up front for the ball, Yun Feiyong immediately sensed trouble the moment he saw Yunbei pressing like this. If the ball were lost in midfield, the consequences would be disastrous. So he decisively began to fall back. Although he lacked the ability to dribble past opponents, his sturdy frame and sound fundamentals allowed him to provide excellent support. His arrival gave Lu Yiying a faint glimmer of hope. After barely creating a sliver of space, Lu Yiying passed the ball to Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong received the ball with his back to Yunbei's half, held off Xie Ming, who had come up to challenge him, and then forcefully turned with the ball. The turn was executed brilliantly. Xie Ming was pushed aside and Yun Feiyong passed to Lu Yiying, who had surged forward to support him. Lu Yiying then spread the ball wide and Wei Ming collected it on the flank. Xiaofeng let out a long breath. Yunbei's high press in midfield had finally been weathered by No. Two High School. Once Wei Ming had the ball on the flank, Yunbei no longer dared to press forward so recklessly. They were wary of Wei Ming's pace. Su Miao let out a sigh, then waved for his teammates to fall back. Yunbei's players rushed back like a tide. By the time Wei Ming shook off Wang Lan's defense, he was faced with Yunbei's full defensive line once again. Xiaofeng sighed softly and sat down. Yunbei was indeed Yunbei, leaving no openings at all. Still, it was better to be able to organize a full attack than to be pressured into not even getting past midfield. When he saw wingers Zhao Qingji and He Fan hesitating over whether to push forward, Xiaofeng shouted loudly, "Push up, attack, don't be afraid." His shouts pointed No. Two High School players in the right direction. This was the value of a good coach on the sideline, helping confused players know what they should do at the right time. Xiaofeng's original tactics had been attacking, but after the consecutive blows they had just endured, No. Two High School's players were hesitating, unsure whether to attack as before. Only after Xiaofeng's shout did they finally understand what to do next. Still, Xiaofeng felt deeply gratified. Whether it was Lu Yiying's ball control or Yun Feiyong's drop deep, both proved that under the immense pressure imposed by Yunbei, these two key players of No. Two High School had achieved another breakthrough. Lu Yiying now more confident in possession and playmaking, and Yun Feiyong now able to contribute more to linking up play. Their growth would elevate No. Two High School's overall strength to another level. Achieving breakthroughs under pressure was in itself proof of how exceptional they were. Lu Yiying received a square pass from Wei Ming. Before Wang Ziyuan could press him, he passed He Fan, who had moved up to support, then ran laterally to shake off Wang Ziyuan's defense and received He Fan's return pass. Run, receive, pass the ball, run again, receive again. Lu Yiying recalled Meng Qiu's performance in the previous match against Teng Fei and found himself becoming increasingly composed. This is exactly what a playmaker should do. Use movement and passing to set the team's rhythm and create better chances. After being weighed down by the team's pressure for so long, has Lu Yiying finally begun to shine. What a pity that you are not a member of a football academy. Otherwise you would have been even more outstanding by now. Su Miao thought to himself. This kind of passing may not seem very useful, yet it effectively controlled the tempo. At the very least, by continuously keeping the ball among themselves, they avoided the danger of conceding, even if they could not score. Moreover, such passing always creates opportunities sooner or later. Under pressure, No. Two High School launched a perfect attack. Through those exchanges of passes, Yunbei's defensive line finally showed a noticeable crack. Yun Feiyong, dragging his marker out of the penalty area, lured Xie Ming forward. Lu Yiying immediately passed the ball to him. Yun Feiyong turned to force his way through, and Xie Ming, overpowered by Yun Feiyong's strength, reached out and pulled him down. Off balance, Yun Feiyong fell, but before hitting the ground, he had already slipped the ball into the penalty area. Wei Ming surged forward like lightning. During the run, he shook off Wang Lan, and Li Guan reached the ball ahead of Zhu Jun, and without giving Zhu Jun a chance to react, took the shot first time with a low drive. The pass from Yun Feiyong and the diagonal run of Wei Ming combined flawlessly. Faced with a low shot delivered so close to the 6-yard box, even Ing Zilei, quick as his reflexes were, had no chance to read it. The ball skimmed along the ground and flew into Yunbei's net. A thunderous cheer immediately erupted from the No. Two High School students in the stands. After the shot, Wei Ming ran diagonally forward. The moment he saw the ball hit the back of the net, he sprinted toward the sideline, toward the stand where the No. Two High School students were gathered, and then launched himself into a belly slide across the grass. The rest of the No. Two High School players followed with similar slides. A goal like this was enough to ignite the passion and pride within all of them. So what if Yunbei were the kings of the league? As long as they did not fear them, they were bound to score. Watching the No. Two High School players celebrating with clenched fists, the No. Two High School students on the stands stretched out their arms toward the pitch and cheered to their heart's content. Yi Jiqing screamed with joy, waving her arms and shouting repeatedly. Beside her, Meng Qiu was smiling with delight. He too was overjoyed by the goal. They have all improved. These lads truly have not let me down, Xiaofeng thought to himself as he waved his arms in celebration. Wei Ming's timely and decisive forward run was something he had never possessed before. In previous positional play, Wei Ming rarely made his way into the penalty area. The ability to deliver the ball to Yun Feiyang at the perfect moment was also something Lu Yiyang had lacked before. Now he had managed to do exactly that. What delighted Xiaofeng even more was Yun Feiyang. From being a pure striker, Yun Feiyang had gradually developed the ability to create chances for his teammates. The move of dragging out and the turn-in-through ball just now were sufficient proof. No. Tu High School was becoming stronger and stronger because these players were growing more formidable themselves. With Meng Qiu absent, they had to do something to compensate for that shortcoming. Whether it was controlling the midfield, delivering timely passes, orchestrating attacks, or pushing forward to score, these were all things Meng Qiu could do on the pitch. The others could not replicate everything Meng Qiu did, but they could share the burden of his responsibilities. Xiaofeng felt at ease, completely at ease. In this match, he had already seen the changes he wanted to see. Everyone was improving. From now on, the future of Tu High School would be bright. And his own future would be just as bright. I never imagined that Tu High School's offense could be of such quality. In the head-to-head exchanges, they not only gained the upper hand in momentum, but also seized their chances. This match is going to be a real spectacle, said one reporter excitedly. The other reporters nodded in agreement. They held no strong preference between the two teams. Although Yunbei had performed admirably in recent years, for journalists accustomed to countless matches, partiality was not something easily given. Instead, a thrilling match full of suspense delighted them far more. It gave them ample material to fill their pages. Now with Tu High School delivering such an invigorating performance, the reporters unconsciously began to root for them in their hearts. For neutral fans, who doesn't love an upset? Unexpectedness is one of football's greatest charms. After equalizing the two players were visibly excited, yet the faces of the Yunbei players showed little change. They remained completely unshaken by the conceded goal. Their mentality was rock solid. No matter how beautifully the goal was crafted or finished, it counted for only one goal. Now the score was level, the match had returned to its starting line, and they were not at a disadvantage. Such a composed mindset was hardly acquired by chance. It required enough matches, enough victories, enough championships to forge that kind of mentality and bearing. To put it plainly, that was the air of champions. Composed and collected, Yunbei launched another attack, immediately placing immense pressure on Tu's defense. Their passing flowed like quicksilver, relentlessly tearing through Tu's defensive line. Though the two players sprinted, desperately scrambling to block every route, they still could not halt Yunbei's continuous shots on goal. In the 18th minute, Wang Ziyuan delivered a long diagonal switch of play. Wang Lan slipped the ball into the box, and Fang Chu at the far post pushed his shot wide. In the 20th minute, Su Miao swung in a corner, and Wang Ziyuan, surging forward to assist, got ahead of Han Ming to flick a header toward goal. The ball drifted just over the crossbar. In the 26th minute, Su Miao collected the ball on the left and threaded it forward. He Yuan took a first-time shot inside the box, but Gao Ming blocked it with his chest. The follow-up shot by Fang Chu was palmed away by Lin Bing with a diving save. In the 31st and 32nd minutes, Wang Lan and He Yuan each had shots, only for the two defenders to throw their bodies in the way repeatedly. Li Qi and Zhou Jianliang each produced a fine block. Tu's strategy of massing numbers at the edge of the box was proving highly effective. It was not until the 35th minute that Tu created another scoring chance. Lu Yiyang threaded a pass from midfield. After receiving it, Yun Feiyang exchanged a series of 1-2s with Wei Ming, then unleashed a long-range strike at the edge of the box. Xie Ming raised his foot to block the shot, but the ball fell back to Yun Feiyang, who immediately followed up with another drive. The ball struck the post hard and bounced out for a goal kick. That was Tu's last threatening attack before the end of the first half. It was only after the first half ended that Xiao Feng let out a long breath. Tu had weathered Yunbei's fierce onslaught and carried the draw into halftime. Without a doubt, this favored Tu. If the Yunbei camp were affected by the deadlock, the second half would offer Tu even more opportunities. However, he also noticed that without Meng Qiu, Tu still lacked something when it came to launching all-out attacks, especially when pinned back by the opponent. Aside from Meng Qiu, none of the other two players possessed the ability to lead a solo counterattack with the ball. Although the attacking combination up front could theoretically complete a counter, the crucial issue was that in previous training, Meng Qiu had always been the most vital link in such counters. With only a mere 2 days without him, Tu simply could not train a new effective counterattacking tactic in such a short time. The consequences of Meng Qiu's absence were gradually becoming apparent. Although the growth of Tu's other players could compensate to a certain extent for Meng Qiu's absence in positional attacks when they were under pressure, Tu without Meng Qiu and Tu with Meng Qiu were simply two different classes. Against Teng Fei and Huaicai, Tu had been suppressed by the opposition with no power to resist, and on those occasions it was Meng Qiu who stepped forward to turn the tide. But now Tu lacked such a presence. This thought made Xiao Feng carefully study the players' expressions once he entered the locker room. Fortunately, although they were drenched in sweat, no signs of fatigue were visible on their faces. Though they had been pinned back in the first half and consumed energy quickly, their previous physical training had paid off. Besides the Two squad was full of strong young lads, so stamina was hardly a concern. And having breached Yunbei's goal had filled them with excitement. Even being pushed back in the latter part of the half could not shake them greatly. Seeing this, Xiao Feng felt reassured. As long as the players kept the sound mentality and solid fitness, the second half was still theirs to contest. Though there remained a considerable gap between them and Yunbei in every facet of the game, no two still had a fighting chance. Football has never lacked examples of underdogs defeating favorites. Since other teams had done it, why couldn't no two? It should be remembered that Yunbei's strength was not overwhelmingly dominant. In certain areas, no two might even hold the advantage. For instance, Yunbei had no forward like Yun Feiyang, who could produce goals in abundance. Yunbei's strength lay in midfield and overall cohesion. Qingxi was formidable in defense, and it was Teng Fei, who had previously stood out with their powerful and outstanding forward line. Yet Teng Fei's two forwards still fell somewhat short when compared with Yun Feiyang. What Yun Feiyang lacked was merely experience. After numerous arduous matches, he was improving at remarkable speed. To secure victory, no two had to fully unleash Yun Feiyang's capabilities. If so, there remained only one path in the second half. While the players sat drinking water and resting, Xiao Feng secretly calculated in his mind. When he had mulled it over sufficiently, he coughed to quiet the locker room. We played well in the first half. Why do I say well? Because when we traded attacks with Yunbei, we did not come off worse. When Yunbei pushed forward, we also held firm against their offense. Few teams of our age across the entire Dalian, or even the whole of China, could have done what you did. I am proud of your performance, truly. Hearing Xiao Feng's words, the no two players began to feel a sense of pride as well. Yes, Yunbei had been invincible in 2 of the past 3 years with no team able to match them, yet we had played them to a draw in a single half. Was that not something to be proud of? For most, no two players joining the high school league was about leaving something behind for their high school years, a story to tell in the future. For Liu Yang, all he wanted was to help no two establish some football tradition and leave his name within it. That alone would be enough to satisfy him. And now they had achieved something even better. How could they not feel proud? Perhaps only one person saw little to be proud of because his ambitions were far grander. Coach, this is nothing. If we knock them down in the second half, that's what would really be worth being proud of. Yun Feiyang took a sip of water and laughed heartily. The no two players also broke into smiles. They knew Yun Feiyang well, and such words from him came as no surprise at all. Yun Feiyang is right. In the second half, let's strive to knock them down. Remember, we carry no burden at all. Even if we lose this match, we still have a playoff to play, and no one would consider losing to Yunbei a disgrace. But what about Yunbei? The high school league has been held for 3 years, and they have reached the Dalian Division final every year. They are the ones who truly cannot afford to lose. If they had never considered the question of what if we lose to them, before then, after the first half draw, they must now contemplate the consequences of it actually happening. The title of kings is both glory and pressure. When they lost to Qingxi 2 years ago, perhaps it did not bring such immense pressure, because back then they had not yet been called the kings of high school football. But now, they carry that title, and they are even less able to afford a defeat than they were 2 years ago. We can exploit this and pull them off their high horse. Show more toughness, still more toughness. Make them afraid, make them realize they really could lose this match. Xiao Feng's impassioned speech struck a chord with the no two players. Yes, why couldn't they achieve this? With no worries about the aftermath, just go all out. Losing is fine, a winning would be a feat to boast about. Seeing that he had stirred the players' emotions, Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction, then turned and wrote 2 large characters on the tactic board. Attack. Staring at those 2 characters, something different gleamed in the no two players' eyes. That's right, we will attack in the second half. Keep attacking. No matter how many goals they score against our backline, we must keep attacking using offense to breach their goal. Their strongest link is their midfield, but their defenders do not have much confidence in dealing with Yun Feiyang or Wei Ming. We must attack relentlessly from the flanks and through the middle. Every goal we score will apply enough pressure on them, and then we can simply wait for them to crumble under it. At this point, Xiao Feng sneered, don't be afraid of their counterattacks. After all, their front line lacks a target man like Yun Feiyang, nor do they have a speedster like Wei Ming. We may not have Meng Qiu, but they also do not have Meng Qiu. Xiao Feng confidently arranged tactics in the locker room, while Sun Li, the head coach of Yunbei, was equally busy. The Yunbei players entered the locker room in silence. Though not deeply shaken, Zhong's first half performance had genuinely impressed them. Zhong had attacked for over 10 minutes and scored against their defense, then held a solid defensive shape for nearly 20 more minutes without conceding. They hadn't always been so helpless against Changxi's attack. During the second half of the first period, Zhou Jianliang played a crucial role. His relentless running and constant positioning disrupted Yunbei's long-range attempts from just outside the penalty area, long shots being an essential weapon against compact defenses. Even when not on target, they could deflect onto defenders and create opportunities. Yet Zhou Jianliang blocked most of them, forcing Yunbei's attacks toward the wings where their aerial presence was lacking. Central penetration attempts were mostly neutralized by Zhou Jianliang, with the remainder swept up by Li Qi and Liu Yuyang. By the time the ball reached the penalty area, such chances were few and far between. Yunbei had nearly 20 shots in the first half, but aside from the goal, only 2 or 3 were on target. Such attacking output could hardly yield better results. This brought real pressure, as Xiao Feng had noted. Since the Dalian zone began, Yunbei had never missed the final. 2 championships and 1 runner-up finish represented glory, but also expectation. Falling short would bring considerable embarrassment. I have spent 10 years at Yunbei. When I first took charge here, many of you were still learning what football was. Sun Li looked at his players and spoke calmly. The Yunbei squad lifted their heads to regard their coach. For Yunbei, Sun Li was undeniably pivotal. Without this former national team player's leadership, the club would have remained merely an ordinary football academy. He built Yunbei's foundation and developed countless players. One could fairly call him the patriarch of Yunbei football. Yet Sun Li rarely spoke of his past, and even the Yunbei players knew little about it. Did you know that before the National High School League was established, Dalian also held zone competitions? This traces back 10 years. As the nation's finest football city, Dalian's competition was fierce. Do you know what my first result was leading Yunbei in the Dalian zone tournament? Sun Li smiled with a question. The Yunbei players immediately showed interest. Champion? Asked Wang Zhiyuan. At minimum runner-up, said Meng Qiu. After some lively discussion, they all felt Yunbei could hardly finish worse than 4th. We failed to advance from the group stage, Sun Li said quietly. The Yunbei players erupted in surprise. That's impossible. Nothing impossible about it, Sun Li shrugged. Back then the strongest side in Dalian was Jinzhou, the very team Zhong eliminated earlier. They had tradition and depth with many national youth players emerging from their ranks. They were the true kings of Dalian, then just like Dalian Wanda. Both were sources of pride and symbols of Dalian football. The Yunbei players exchanged glances. They certainly knew Dalian Wanda, but Jinzhou Football School, though a decent side that regularly reached the quarterfinals, never progressing beyond that point. There were many strong teams, then Tongfei among them. Yunbei was merely an ordinary academy side, rarely even reaching the top 8. After that, my work gradually bore fruit. Step by step we advanced, and 5 years ago we won our first Dalian championship. That same core became the foundation for our first national title. And now it is your turn. Sun Li smiled. Though we have shown brightly these past 3 years, football knows no permanence. Dalian Wanda once swept across China with terrifying force, dominating Asia as well. Only luck denied them the Asian Club Championship. 55 unbeaten league matches, 7 titles in 11 seasons. Who would have imagined Dalian would reach its present state? Sun Li sighed. No general remains undefeated, no dynasty lasts forever. Even if we lose a match and fall short of the title, what harm is there? 2 years ago we did not win the Dalian championship, but last year we reclaimed what was lost. Losing a game is nothing frightening, what matters is losing everything. His meaning was clear: carry no burden, for even missing the final would not be the end of the world. Zhong is a genuinely strong side. They eliminated Tongfei in the group stage after all. Though Meng Qiu cannot play, they still possess excellent players: Yun Feiyong, Lu Yuyang, Wei Ming, Gao Meng, Lin Bing. Though an amateur team, their quality long exceeds amateur standards. They defeated Jinzhou convincingly in the first round, proving they possessed the strength of a Dalian top 4 side, and could advance past the first round at the national level as well. If we cannot beat them in the first half, what reason do we have to worry? Hearing this, the Yunbei players lifted their heads to look at their coach. I have coached Yunbei for many years, through victories and defeats, brilliance and hardship. 1 or 2 unfavorable results mean nothing. The key is that you must not feel pressure. Truly do not carry pressure, because if any pressure exists, it rests on my shoulders, not yours. Do not steal this burden from me, you lads. The Yunbei players burst into laughter. Sun Li's words completely dissolved their remaining tension. There is an old saying I know you have heard countless times. Winning and losing are common in war. Football is round out, anything can happen. Yet actions follow probability. If we advance toward greater probability, we will prevail more often. Even occasional setbacks cannot derail us, provided the path is correct. We shall eventually reach our destination. In the second half, play in our accustomed manner. If they retreat deeply, Wang Zhiyuan distribute widely, using quick exchanges to shift their defensive line and create gaps. When opportunities arise, pass to Su Miao to finish. You two are our dual core, one organizing, one penetrating. Su Miao and Wang Zhiyuan both nodded. For 6 months they had practiced this partnership, and it was precisely why both felt confident. Yunbei had never been this strong, never possessed 2 cores of equal brilliance. Su Miao was more experienced, more mature, yet Wang Zhiyuan's talent was equally undeniable. Now Su Miao had willingly passed the organizing duties to cultivate Wang Zhiyuan, and over 6 months the younger player had performed admirably, except for last match's slight disruption. Once this summer passed, and Su Miao departed, Wang Zhiyuan would be firmly established as Yunbei's central figure, and tactics would shift accordingly to build around him. Until then, allowing Wang Zhiyuan to learn as an auxiliary alongside Su Miao would benefit him greatly. Even the finest player cannot enjoy permanent stardom at every club. Adapting to supporting roles only strengthens character. That concludes the adjustments. Zhong's defense this year is not outstanding, yet defensive shape they recall last season's solidity. With Zhou Jianliang's tireless movement, a determined blockade would prove harder to break than last year. But remember, our attack is stronger than last year as well. Be patient in possession, circulate the ball, and create superior chances. Their defense will reveal gaps. The question is whether we can exploit them. And if we cannot, someone asked, then we shall take it to penalties. I trust we have trained them. Not extensively perhaps, but we have not neglected the practice, have we? Sun Li smiled. The Yunbei players laughed as well. Sun Li was meticulous in preparation. Though Yunbei had not faced penalties in recent years, he had never ceased training them. A thorough coach was the true cornerstone of Yunbei's dominance as champions. Players came and went like flowing water, but Sun Li remained the permanent foundation. What if they press forward and seek an open contest? Wang Zhiyuan suddenly asked. Sun Li and Su Miao both smiled. Su Miao explained to Wang Zhiyuan, if they truly advance, and we cannot outscore them in a shooting match, then even defeat would be honorable, would it not? Wang Zhiyuan contemplated this and smiled with relief. Indeed, Yunbei's overall quality was superior with numerous attacking threats and seamless cooperation. In any open exchange they could rely on individual brilliance to secure advantage, whether facing any opponent. Could Zhong's attack possibly surpass Yunbei's? Ridiculous. Moreover, Meng Qiu could not play. If Zhong without Meng Qiu could still defeat Yunbei in a shootout, what team could possibly stop them? If Zhong possessed such strength, they would not have struggled so narrowly in the group stage, nor been pushed to the brink by Jin Zhou in the first knockout round. So they really intend to trade attacks with us? Su Miao was slightly taken aback. So they really intend to trade attacks with us? Sun Li was equally surprised. So they really are attacking us head-on? Wang Zhiyuan was astonished. At the start of the second half, no. Two Middle School had not yet shown any intention of trading attacks, because it was Yunbei who launched the first offense. Yunbei's attack was patient. Through Wang Zhiyuan's passes, they constantly shifted the ball from side to side, trying to break Two Middle School's defensive rhythm and find a gap to exploit. Two Middle School, however, did not shrink into their own half as they had in the first half. Instead, every player increased their movement, continuously disrupting Yunbei's attacking rhythm with one-on-one pressing. This kind of defensive approach was not original to Two Middle School. In last year's final, Qingxi had used exactly this kind of wide-ranging movement to frustrate Yunbei's attack and create plenty of fine chances. Had it not been for Su Miao's perfect solo effort and late winner before the final whistle, the outcome of that match would have been far from certain. Two Middle School was now using the same approach to press Yunbei, yet no one at Yunbei was worried. After all, Two Middle School could not possibly possess pressing ability as intense as Qingxi's. Qingxi could do it not only because of their collective coordination, but also because Yi Yin directed it so well that Yunbei's offense could find almost no openings. Could Two Middle School really do the same? So after one failed attacking attempt, no one at Yunbei paid it much attention. However, after Lin Bing took the goal kick, Two Middle School's players began streaming in numbers toward Yunbei's half. Though they lacked skilled dribblers who could break through on their own in that instant, Two Middle School displayed the results of their recent training. Lin Bing passed the ball to Li Liming, who immediately sent it forward to He Fan. He Fan squared it to Lu Yiyang in the center and then surged forward. Lu Yiyang passed back to Li Qi behind him and also pushed forward. Li Qi instantly released the ball to Wei Ming, who faked a breakthrough before sending another diagonal pass, bringing the ball back to Lu Yiyang's feet. Through this series of passes, Two Middle School had advanced their attack into Yunbei's half. Just as the thought, could they actually be attacking us, crossed the minds of Yunbei's players. Two Middle School's offense surged forward all at once. Yun Feiyong, who had dropped deep, received Lu Yiyang's through ball. He turned sharply under pressure and forced his way past Wang Zhiyuan, who had come up to press him. Knowing his ability to carry the ball forward was ordinary, Yun Feiyong did not continue his advance. Instead, he released the ball to Wei Ming, who had come across to support on the flank. Wei Ming feigned a drive through the middle. After drawing the opponent's attention, he suddenly switched the ball wide. Zhao Qingji raced up from behind. A layered attack with multiple players joining in. This was the offensive pattern Two Middle School had been drilling during this period. Even without Meng Qiu, they could still execute it quite well in positional play. Zhao Qingji did not try to push forward. Instead, meeting Wei Ming's pass, he swung his left foot and delivered a cross from a 45-degree angle. For an attack to involve many players, the players making forward runs must possess sufficient attacking ability, otherwise they can at best help pull defenders out of position. Two Middle School's fullbacks were not especially strong at joining the attack, so the best way to let them contribute was to practice crossing. Because Two Middle School had a formidable center forward in Yun Feiyong. It would be far too wasteful not to make good use of that asset. So Xiaofeng had been having the two fullbacks practice crossing. They were not required to deliver beautiful crosses while beating defenders, but at least in an unchallenged situation like this, they should be able to place the ball accurately onto a chosen spot in the penalty area. Such a drill was naturally relatively simple and equally easy to see results from. Now Zhao Qingji had just delivered exactly such a fine cross. Yun Feiyong, who had just passed the ball to Wei Ming, was already sprinting toward the penalty area. He was not particularly fast, but with his height and long legs, the momentum of his stride was truly impressive. Xiaming stayed tightly beside him. Since Two Middle School was attacking down the wing, the only player arriving in the middle to meet the cross would be Yun Feiyong. So Yunbei's defensive objective was quite clear. However, although Xiaming was also a top-class central defender no less effective than Yi Yin in positional defense, the biggest difference between him and Yi Yin was athleticism. If Xiaming had been holding his position in the penalty area while Yun Feiyong rushed in to attack the cross, he might not have given Yun Feiyong any chance at all. But when both of them ran out of the box and then sprinted back toward it at the same time, he found it very hard to keep up with Yun Feiyong's stride. During the sprint, Xiaming repeatedly bumped against Yun Feiyong, hoping to slow him down, but Yun Feiyong seemed entirely unaffected. He continued charging toward Yunbei's box, as if nothing could stand in his way. When he reached the edge of the penalty area, Yun Feiyong pushed off forcefully from his standing leg and leaped into the air. With that final burst, Xie Ming was left completely behind. Zhu Jun, positioned inside the penalty area, jumped to challenge Yun Feiyong's leap, but Zhu Jun was a full size smaller in build. He was brushed aside in the air, almost without resistance. A display of strength. After a full sprint, he had simply outmuscled the defender in the air. Gasps ran through the stands, and many spectators instinctively rose to their feet, waiting for what would happen next. They did not have to wait long. By the time Yun Feiyong reached the peak of his jump, the spinning ball was already in front of him. Meeting the ball as it began to descend, Yun Feiyong tightened his core, drew his body back slightly, and then headed the ball with great force. A towering header. Ing Zilei, who had just rushed off his line, saw the ball flying toward him at speed. He had only enough time to stretch out a hand, trying to stop this powerful header. But the ball dipped sharply, struck the turf just in front of his hand, and bounced upward. It was a bouncing shot. The rebounding ball sailed over Ing Zilei's desperately stretched hand and flew into Yunbei's goal. The stands fell silent. Yun Feiyong landed on the ground. He did not dash off to celebrate. Instead, he stood right where he was, arms wide open, calmly surveying his surroundings with quiet confidence. The stands then burst into warm cheers. The students from No. 2 Middle School went wild, shouting at the top of their voices and celebrating with unbridled joy. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Su Bin said with tremendous excitement, his plump cheeks quivering. Yet no one laughed at him. Everyone was absorbed in the sheer majesty of that goal. The sprint from outside the box, the leap at the edge of the box, the powerful header at the penalty spot. All of it made this headed goal an utterly commanding statement. This was a goal that made the heart race. Even neutral fans in the stands were applauding. Everyone had seen how that tall young man scored in a way that brought the whole crowd to its feet. More importantly, it was the goal that gave No. 2 Middle School the lead. Meng Qiu was also applauding. The moment he saw Yun Feiyong leap, he was certain Yun Feiyong would head the ball home. Because he understood Yun Feiyong, and he knew the conditions under which Yun Feiyong could shine with such dazzling brilliance. It was that level of support that created the stage for Yun Feiyong to radiate his full splendor. On the pitch now, 2 Middle School's players were shouting madly, rushing toward Yun Feiyong from every direction. Wei Ming was the first to reach him. He jumped onto Yun Feiyong's back from behind, pumping his fist with wild joy. Then Zhao Qingji, who had provided the assist along with Lu Yiyang, and He Fan, who had followed up, all surged over, surrounded Yun Feiyong, and laughed heartily as they celebrated this hard-earned goal, the goal that had put them ahead. Sun Li folded his arms and frowned. He could not help glancing toward the away team bench, where Xiaofeng was gesticulating enthusiastically. He had to admit that Xiaofeng's decision was bold, and yet it was able to fully unlock Yun Feiyong's potential. With sufficient support, Yun Feiyong was an inexhaustible source of goals, able to score in abundance. To win the game, Yun Feiyong had to be contained. Sun Li realized that he still had not attached enough importance to Yun Feiyong. Originally assigning Xie Ming, a top-class defender, to mark Yun Feiyong should have been more than enough, but the ability Yun Feiyong had displayed still exceeded Sun Li's expectations. Now, there is likely no forward in Dalian who can match Yun Feiyong. Even when Li Hu was playing, he could not compare, because Li Hu was somewhat lacking in strength and build. Wang Zhong does not have this kind of commanding presence. If we cannot control him, I am afraid we really might lose this match. He had told his players at halftime that no team was invincible and had asked them not to feel pressure, but for Sun Li himself, he did not want to lose this match and bring his own streak to an end. Being told not to feel pressure over a loss and being unwilling to lose the match were not contradictory. After thinking for a moment, Sun Li waved toward the field and called both central defenders Han Ming and Zhu Jun over. It was a mistake in my setup. A top-class center forward like Yun Feiyong deserves a more secure defensive plan. After saying this, Sun Li told Xie Ming, from now on, do not mark Yun Feiyong alone. Especially when he drops out of the penalty area, do not follow him, or he will keep shaking you off like this. Zhu Jun should step out to defend him, but just make sure he does not get a long-range shot away. Xie Ming, you mark him inside the penalty area and use your positional advantage to offset his jumping and strength. Understood. Xie Ming and Zhu Jun exchanged a look. Doesn't that mean the two of us are specially assigned to mark him? What about everyone else? No. 2 Middle School's most important player right now is Yun Feiyong. Even if it takes 2 men to deal with him, it is worth it. Understood. Sun Li said with the utmost seriousness. Understood. Xie Ming and Zhu Jun nodded simultaneously. Sun Li observed this accurately. For Xiaofeng, a major reason he continued to adopt an offensive strategy in the second half was the presence of a powerful center forward like Yun Feiyong. What does a good center forward mean to a team? It means that if the team can create enough opportunities, he can deliver a wealth of goals. Even though modern football places ever greater emphasis on the collective, with forwards being assigned more diverse roles, a prolific scorer remains the cornerstone of any team, even at the highest level of competition. Moreover, in youth football, an outstanding forward can serve as the catalyst for an entire team's attack. It was precisely because Xiaofeng discerned that Zhong, apart from the position held by Yun Feiyong, was outmatched by Yun Bei in every other area, that he devised a tactic to fully unleash Yun Feiyong's abilities. This brought Zhong the go-ahead goal. And Sun Li, having precisely discerned this as well, he did not hesitate to assign both center-backs to mark Yun Feiyong, determined to snuff out Zhong's last hope of victory. Football at its core is about maximizing one's own strengths and minimizing the opponent's. Sun Li's advantage lay in the fact that his team was overall superior to Zhong. Nevertheless, his decisive move to have two center-backs jointly mark Yun Feiyong, a freshman no less, was a testament to his keen insight and resolve. When the match resumed, Yunbei quietly launched their attacks. They did not seem provoked, instead unfolding their offense with methodical precision, which made Xiaofeng frown. Are they truly under no pressure? This could be quite troublesome. Being able to attack steadily indicated that Yunbei still held something in reserve, whereas Zhong had to summon its full fighting spirit every moment just to stand firm. If things went on like this, Zhong would inevitably be the one to suffer. Perhaps this approach had alleviated Zhong's pressure for the moment, but with so much of the second half still remaining, Zhong would eventually exhaust all of its strength. The attack ultimately came to an end when Meng Qiu headed the ball over the bar inside the penalty area. The Zhong students in the stands cheered for having weathered Yunbei's comeback attempt, yet Xiaofeng could not bring himself to celebrate. His expression darkened even further when on the next attack Yun Feiyong dropped out of the penalty area to receive the ball, yet Xiaming did not follow him out. Instead, it was Zhu Jun who came out to track him. Wei Ming forcefully broke through along the wing and delivered a cross. As Yun Feiyong sprinted into the penalty area, he was disrupted by Zhu Jun, but after shaking off Zhu Jun and charging into the box, he found Xiaming standing resolutely in his way. In the ensuing physical duel, Xiaming matched Yun Feiyong blow for blow. The two battled in the air, but neither managed to make contact with the ball, which sailed over both their heads and was claimed by Yunbei as the second ball. Yunbei promptly launched a counterattack. Fortunately, Zhou Jianliang intercepted Wang Ziyuan's pass midway, giving the other players time and opportunity to track back. Xiaofeng rested his chin on his hand. There was little he could do at this moment. Even with an arsenal of tactics and adjustments at his disposal, the players on the pitch were finite, and their capabilities were plainly visible to the opposition. No matter how they shifted, they could not transcend the scope of the squad. All he could rely on now was for his players to perform a little better and exceed the tasks he had set. Only then could victory be achieved. Push forward and attack. If Yun Feiyong could perform a bit better, and the other players delivered more accurate crosses. Even with the opposing center-backs lying in wait, there was still a chance. Against the opponent's swift attacks, Zhou Jianliang displayed greater composure and sharper judgment, effectively slowing down their advances and affording teammates time to recover. It wasn't that he couldn't push Lu Yiyang higher to compete for the second ball. In terms of the first ball, Yun Feiyong was still doing well, either winning it himself or preventing Yunbei's defenders from doing so. However, with only one man inside the box, the second ball was being completely locked down. But if Lu Yiyang moved forward, who would orchestrate the midfield? In this match, Lu Yiyang had produced his finest performance since the start of the year, continuously receiving the ball in midfield to organize and direct play, creating ample space on both wings for crosses. How could he be moved? Li Qi's station deeper, managing to complete a few good passes, was already commendable, especially since he also had to cover Zhao Qingji's forward runs down the left. The same went for He Fan and Li Leming on the right, who took turns pushing up to attack and covering for each other. So Xiaofeng could only wait, hoping for a better outcome. Yunbei and Zhong traded attacks on the field, but in the ensuing minutes neither side seemed able to find a breakthrough. Zhou Jianliang's tireless running effectively curbed Yunbei's counterattacks, and Zhong was equally impressive in positional defense. When they attacked, however, Yunbei impeccably neutralized Zhong's biggest scoring threat, Yun Feiyong, leaving their offense to roar like thunder without yielding a single drop of rain. The back-and-forth nature of the match drew sighs of amazement from the sideline reporters. How long had it been since a team could trade attacks with Yunbei and not fall behind? Even Qingxi and Yang Wang had failed to do this, yet Zhong had managed it. Not only that they were currently leading on the scoreboard, that alone was enough to make everyone at Zhong swell with pride. The Zhong students were shouting themselves hoarse, already dreaming of defeating Yunbei, reaching the final, and even claiming the Dalian championship. If Yunbei could lose to us, what team could possibly stop us? Even at the national tournament, we could take the championship. Meng Qiu raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. What's wrong? Yi Jiqing asked in a low voice. There's still half an hour remaining. If we keep playing like this, things won't end well for us. Meng Qiu replied in the same hushed tone. Why? We're not at a disadvantage, and we're still one goal ahead. Yi Jiqing asked curiously. Stamina pressure. Meng Qiu answered simply. Their attacks are well measured, their defense relies only on the two center-backs making sacrifices, so the rest of their players aren't expending much energy. We, on the other hand, need every one of our players to give their all and maintain absolute focus just to compete with them. If this continues, when our players' stamina and willpower begin to decline, it will be very hard to withstand Yunbei's explosive offensive. Hearing this, Yi Jiqing asked anxiously, then what should we do? Completely unaware that she now believed everything Meng Qiu said, she added, should we tell the coach to drop back and conserve energy? Meng Qiu shook his head. It's no use. Once we drop back, we'll hand over all the advantage we've built. Without midfield support, Yun Feiyong will have a hard time receiving the ball alone up front, and will be completely suppressed. Even with Qingxi's entire team defending, they couldn't keep Yunbei from scoring for that long. Yi Jiqing asked in confusion, but on TV, don't many teams manage to hold on for a draw or protect a lead by defending with everyone? Meng Qiu let out a wry smile, but said nothing. A full defensive stand also required sufficient manpower up front as a deterrent. Only by occasionally striking back on the counter to disrupt the opponent's rhythm could a team hope to defend until the final whistle. The only truly pure all-out defensive display Meng Qiu had ever witnessed was in the second leg of the 2009-10 Champions League semi-final, when Inter Milan saw a player sent off within 10 minutes of the away match and consequently retreated into a full defensive shell. In that game, Inter's collective defending reached its absolute peak, yet they still conceded a goal to Barcelona. Had they not built a 2-goal advantage in the first leg, they might not have dared to defend so desperately. Urgent. At this moment, they did not have a 2-goal cushion. If we can hold on a little longer until the last 15 minutes, or even 10 minutes, and then pull everyone back, we might be able to ride it out. What I worry about is whether we can hold on until that moment. Meng Qiu sighed. In fact, Yunbei's adoption of this traditional methodical back-and-forth attacking style had another purpose: to make Urgent's players unconsciously accustomed to a relatively slower tempo. If the entire match had been a frantic storm of attacks, perhaps Urgent's players might have gritted their teeth and held on until the very end. But with this alternation between slow and fast, Urgent's players had to stay constantly tense until they could no longer endure. Under the worried gazes of Xiaofeng and Meng Qiu, the match reached the 21st minute. Li Qi received the ball from Liu Yiyang and passed it back, but Han Ming made a mistake in receiving it, allowing the ball to fall at He Yuan's feet. He Yuan drove into the penalty area and fired a shot, but the ball struck the side netting. This failed attack seemed to be a signal as Yunbei's players suddenly accelerated the rhythm of their offense. 2 minutes later, Wang Lan received a pass from Wang Ziyuan and threaded it straight into the penalty area. Fang Chu collected the ball and, despite Gao Meng's challenge, managed to get off a shot, but Lin Bing reacted swiftly to palm it away on the goal line. Drop into defense. Xiaofeng sensed the shift in Yunbei's attacking rhythm and shouted for his players to fall back and weather the storm. However, Liu Yiyang's through ball was intercepted midway by Wang Ziyuan, who then carried the ball forward. Liu Yiyang moved to block him, but Wang Ziyuan executed a sublime dragback to evade the challenge, then lofted a chip pass. The ball dropped toward the left edge of the penalty area, where Su Miao had positioned himself at the landing point. Li Qi closed in from the side, while Zhou Jianliang approached head-on. Don't rush in too aggressively. Don't give him a chance to break through. With Xiaofeng's pre-match instructions echoing in their minds, Zhou Jianliang and Li Qi maintained ample caution. Su Miao, however, did not trap the ball, nor did he attempt to dribble after receiving it. Instead, as the ball descended, he swung his left foot and blasted it with tremendous power. The moment Zhou Jianliang saw Su Miao draw back his leg, he charged out to block the long-range shot. However, the ball traced a curling arc through the air, soared over Zhou Jianliang's head, then arrowed into the penalty area, and before Lin Bing's outstretched hand could reach it, slammed into the far corner of the net. Wang Ziyuan lofted a pass, and Su Miao controlled it. Zhou Jianliang and Li Qi had closed off Su Miao's breakthrough routes, yet Su Miao took a direct shot. Su Miao, who had seemed to have little impact throughout the match so far, revealed his prowess as the leading player of Yunbei. It was a long-range shot from just outside the penalty area on the left side, slightly off target from a distance beyond 20 meters. More importantly, Zhou Jianliang stood in his path as a defender with Gao Meng, Han Ming, and the rest of the defensive line waiting in the box. If he had shot directly, there would have been virtually no clear path for the ball to reach the goal. Yet Su Miao opted against a direct strike, curling the ball upward into the air before it dipped sharply back down. A devastating banana kick. The ball sailed flawlessly over the entire Urgent defense line, nestling precisely into the top corner where the crossbar met the post, the theoretical dead zone, before Lin Bing could dive to stop it. A collective gasp echoed through the stands. Today's Chinese fans had far outgrown the days when they couldn't appreciate true skill, though everyone understood the extraordinary difficulty of executing such a long-range strike, without even stopping the ball first. After scoring, Su Miao pumped his arm with delight. Even for him, this kind of shot wasn't something he could conjure at will. It had simply felt right in the moment, and that instinctive strike had found the net. Yunbei equalized 2-2. Though merely a draw, the momentum had already shifted decisively in Yunbei's favor. In terms of both stamina and form, they now held an overwhelming advantage. Xiaofeng sighed, and so did Meng Qiu from the stands. Until now, Urgent's sole advantage had been their lead, an advantage that no longer existed. Xiaofeng crossed his arms, watching the pitch with a helpless expression. After equalizing, Yunbei launched a fierce offensive in the following minutes, completely dominating Urgent. Urgent's players sought to counterattack, hoping to neutralize the opponent's offense with their own, but they soon realized their stamina had been largely depleted. They wanted to run but couldn't find the energy, wanted to resist but couldn't match the physicality of their opponents. During the earlier deadlock, although Yunbei hadn't scored, they had ground down Urgent's energy and stamina like a millstone bit by bit. Now holding absolute dominance, they would give Urgent no chance to fight back. After weathering 5 minutes of pressure, Wang Ziyuan surged forward, received the ball, and played a precise left side through pass. The ball threaded cleanly between Li Qi and Gao Meng to the advancing He Yuan, who didn't hesitate, taking a decisive first-time shot inside the box that flew upward and into the near corner. Lin Bing dived desperately, but couldn't prevent the ball from finding the net. 3-2. Yunbei had snatched the lead in one sweeping move. It seems Urgent's chances are fading. Their performance thus far has been commendable, yet compared to Yunbei, something is still missing. A journalist remarked with a sigh. Indeed. When Urgent held the advantage, they couldn't pull away. But Yunbei, after weathering the pressure, they'd suddenly explode and retake the lead. That's what makes Yunbei so formidable, their consistency. Too consistent. Reminiscent of Dalian Wanda in their prime. You might push them to the brink only to realize at the final whistle that they're still the ones claiming victory. Another journalist sighed in agreement. A chorus of nods rippled through the press corps. Yunbei's stature in Dalian and across the nation now mirrored that of the legendary Dalian Wanda, true kings of the game. Zhong may have shown vibrant energy and surprising moments, but against reigning champions, the gap remained undeniable. If Meng Qiu had been able to play Zhong, would have performed better, Zhang Lintao said, biting her lip suddenly. Lao Zhang, that's not entirely objective, another journalist countered. In a full team match, having one more or fewer key players doesn't necessarily swing things dramatically. Yunbei's tactical edge doesn't mean they lack other options. Had Meng Qiu been on the pitch, Yunbei might have adjusted their approach entirely. After all, Yunbei's overall strength remains superior. Zhong still falls short in certain areas. The journalist's words resonated with everyone present. Yunbei's formidable depth meant their current tactics were just one weapon in their arsenal. If they were so easily exploitable, they wouldn't have maintained their dominance in Dalian high school football. Zhang Lintao shook his head, letting the matter rest. Though he acknowledged his colleagues' points held merit, he remained convinced that with Meng Qiu present, Yunbei would face substantially greater challenges. On the field, Yunbei continued their attack. Despite scoring twice and taking the lead, a single goal advantage remained insufficient for them. Even as Zhong's capacity to counterattack diminished, Yunbei sought to play safely, denying their opponents any opening. Zhong's defense appeared to be crumbling under Yunbei's relentless pressure. Even Yun Feiyong tracked back, an acknowledgement that standing alone up front served no purpose. Yet despite their determination, with stamina severely depleted and trailing on the scoreboard, Zhong's players ultimately couldn't withstand the mounting pressure. Wang Ziyuan distributed to the overlapping Wang Lan. Su Miao's movement drew the Zhong defender's attention, allowing Wang Lan to once again thread a pass into the box. He Yuan received it on the wing inside the penalty area. Gao Meng lunged desperately to block the shot, but He Yuan deftly slipped a crossfield pass to Feng Chu, who was unmarked, and calmly finished into Zhong's net. 4-2. Yunbei pulled further ahead. While there's little doubt left in this match. A journalist glanced at his watch. 5 minutes remaining and Yunbei isn't giving Zhong any respite. Indeed, Zhong lacked the capacity to mount a response. Despite Yunbei easing their tempo to conserve energy, Zhong couldn't generate meaningful chances. Only in stoppage time did Wei Ming carve space on the flank to win a corner. Liu Yiyang delivered the ball into the box, and Yun Feiyong leapt highest to head forcefully toward goal, pulling one back for Zhong. The final score stood at 4-3. Zhong's defeat was dignified, yet they had still lost, meaning they would need to navigate the playoff round to reach the national tournament. When the final whistle blew, nearly all Zhong's players collapsed onto the pitch, too exhausted to even summon tears. Numerous Zhong students in the stands wept openly, yet no blame was cast upon the players. They had given everything until the final whistle, briefly igniting hope. The sole player still upright was Yun Feiyong, his stamina intact, though a wry smile graced his features. This marked his first defeat in competitive football. Defeat stings. Despite scoring twice and displaying his sharp finishing without a victory, where could joy be found? Yun Feiyong walked toward his half, where only goalkeeper Lin Bing and Zhou Jianliang remained standing alongside him. Like Yun Feiyong, Zhou Jianliang possessed exceptional endurance and running capacity. Despite covering the most ground of anyone in the match, he still had the strength to remain on his feet after the final whistle. Yet, Zhou Jianliang had covered more ground than Yun Feiyong. While the striker often waited in advanced positions, Zhou's role demanded constant back-and-forth movement across the pitch. Despite his upright stance, sweat beaded across his bald head, his chest heaving with each labored breath. Yun Feiyong, standing before him, suddenly broke into a smile. "Well played, mate. I don't hold it against you for injuring Meng Qiu," he said. "Injuring him was indeed my responsibility, and giving everything in this match was simply my duty. There's nothing to resent." Zhou Jianliang drew deep breaths, speaking as calmly as he could. "You're truly a tough guy." Yun Feiyong clapped Zhou Jianliang on the shoulder, saying. Zhou Jianliang found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether the praise was genuine or laced with irony. Yet judging by the expression, it seemed sincere, or at least carried some truth. "All right, lads, time to head off. Rest well, we've got playoff matches in April." Xiao Feng entered the pitch and helped each Zhong player to their feet. He felt a bittersweet mixture of emotions, disappointed by the loss yet proud beyond measure. The squad's performance had far exceeded expectations, proving that each player had grown significantly. This growth would surely benefit them in the upcoming playoffs. From that perspective, perhaps Meng Qiu's injury was a silver lining after all. Without that pressure, they might not have evolved this way, Xiao Feng thought with a wry smile. Meng Qiu sat quietly in the stands before steadying himself against the railing and rising. "I'm heading back," he said. "I'll walk with you," Yi Jiqing replied, standing as well. Lost in their own grief and disappointment, the other students failed to notice. Yi Jiqing offered her arm to Meng Qiu, and together they slowly made their way out of the stands. "I told myself it didn't matter. I'm young, missing a match or two shouldn't affect anything," Meng Qiu murmured softly to Yi Jiqing as they walked. "But just now, I felt so unwilling to accept this. If I had been on the pitch, we would never have lost to Yunbei. There will be more opportunities in the future, right?" Yi Jiqing asked gently. "Yes, absolutely. This summer," Meng Qiu declared with unwavering conviction. Witnessing such rare resolve on Meng Qiu's face, Yi Jiqing smiled. "I believe in you." Yunbei, the reigning powerhouse, defeated the dark horse Zhong and advanced to the final first. This also marked the fourth consecutive year that this Dalian high school football giant had reached the Dalian regional final. For Yunbei, they had done what they were supposed to do. However, Zhong's performance in the match had drawn the attention of many more people. Their courage and fighting spirit won the recognition of more students. Coupled with other factors, Zhong increasingly became a focus for students from non-football schools. Few people noticed this. Even many students from other schools did not realize they were becoming devoted fans of Zhong, yet in their hearts, they had already grown accustomed to Zhong's presence and wished to see more of their matches. Zhang Lintao noticed this, but he was careful not to be impatient. After the match, he simply went to console Xiaofeng, and Coach Wang then left without requesting an interview. This approach made Xiaofeng feel quite pleased. He subsequently declined many interview requests from journalists, knowing that they only wanted to interview the loser from a unique angle. Such an approach annoyed him. Why should I accept an interview as a loser? If they want an interview, they can wait until I win. After returning to Zhong, Xiaofeng did not say much. He simply announced a day off and another for the next day, letting them rest well. As for tomorrow's match, he would go watch it himself. Besides, there were still the match recordings provided by Zhang Lintao. The players of Zhong had been drained by the match, so they certainly needed a good rest. The next day, the second semi-final kicked off under Xiaofeng's watchful gaze. Yi Yin did not appear in Qingxi's lineup, not even on the bench. I hope his injury is serious. Otherwise our playoff won't be easy. Xiaofeng thought to himself with a sly private smirk. After 80 minutes of play, the players of Yangwang celebrated wildly. Led by their captain Lu Fenghui, they narrowly defeated Qingxi 2-1. Despite He Xiaoyan having pulled one back for Qingxi, at one point at Qingxi side, missing Yi Yin ultimately fell to Yangwang. Their first loss to a team other than Yunbei in Dalian regional competition in 3 years. For Yangwang's captain Lu Fenghui leading his team to the Dalian regional final for the first time in their history was a perfect culmination before his departure. The upcoming weekend would feature the final between Yunbei and Yangwang, and after the next month began, the playoffs would start. Zhong would face Fengye, and Qingxi would face Jinzhou. The winners of these two matches would meet in the playoff final in mid-April to contend for the last spot in the national tournament. We lost the last match, but we haven't lost everything. The playoffs are brutal, yet they are still a chance for us. Let's train hard. First we'll take down Fengye, and then we'll seize the final qualification spot. Xiaofeng said to all the players on the training ground. The Zhong players pumped their fists in response. After a day of rest, they had mostly recovered, and although they had lost to Yunbei, the match had significantly boosted their confidence. We held on to the very last moment against Yunbei, so in the upcoming matches we must perform even better. We have the ability to make a run in the national tournament. Seeing that the players' morale was unaffected by the defeat, Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Zhong's momentum was strong now, it would have been a real pity if that loss had dampened their spirits. How's the recovery coming along? Xiaofeng turned to ask Meng Qiu. Almost there. The doctor said I'll be fine after 2 more days of applying medicine, Meng Qiu answered with a smile. Well, once you're recovered, slowly ease back into training. Don't rush. We still have half a month before the next match. Xiaofeng urged Meng Qiu. He was genuinely afraid that Meng Qiu might not be able to play in the playoffs. After all, Qingxi was also a top-tier team. The playoff final will most likely be against Qingxi. I wonder if Yi Yin will be able to play by then, Meng Qiu said to Yun Feiyang on the way back. I hope he can play. Yun Feiyang clenched his fist. That friendly match didn't prove anything. Only by defeating him in the playoffs and then entering the national tournament can I truly prove my strength. Actually, you already proved your strength in the last match. Not many players can score 2 goals against Yunbei, Meng Qiu said with a smile. That's different. Yun Feiyang shook his head. Yunbei are excellent, but they don't have a defender of that absolute top caliber. Yi Yin is the strongest center back in Dalian, and even in the country, for our age group. Only by defeating him can I prove I am the best forward in the nation. I think Qingxi will still use defensive counterattacks against us. That's their specialty. In that match, the duel between you and Yi Yin will be the most important factor. Meng Qiu said thoughtfully. Yun Feiyang looked pleased. Of course. A center forward is the key figure who can decide a team's victory or defeat. The most direct contribution of a center forward is scoring goals, and no one can criticize you on that. After thinking for a moment, Meng Qiu said, but from the last match you should also know that for a modern center forward, dropping deep to receive the ball, linking up play, and even drifting wide are all very important. Why do you always turn nonsense into such serious, earnest topics all of a sudden? Yun Feiyang said with dissatisfaction. Alright, I'll stop. Your individual technique is already flawless, but in terms of overall play, Meng Qiu said with a smile. Stop it. Yun Feiyang glared. If you say more, come hit me. Hit this injured foot. Meng Qiu stretched out his injured right foot and wagged it provocatively. You win. Yun Feiyang swallowed speechlessly, then suddenly rushed over, grabbed Meng Qiu around the waist, and hoisted him onto his shoulder. What the hell are you doing? Meng Qiu yelped, hurriedly grabbing Yun Feiyang's clothes. Yun Feiyang let go, forcing Meng Qiu to cling even harder to his clothes. Yun Feiyang chuckled and spread his arms. I'm running forward now. If you let go and fall, don't blame me. Meng Qiu's face turned pale from fright. Normally he would just jump down, but with his right foot injured, jumping might worsen the injury. So he could only grip Yun Feiyang's clothes tightly, while Yun Feiyang's arms spread wide ran down the road like that. Despite the bumpy ride, Meng Qiu's right foot was not injured again. But when Yun Feiyong set him down with a mischievous grin at the training room, Meng Qiu felt as if his whole body was coming apart. I really don't want to talk to a barbarian like you. Meng Qiu sat down with a sigh. Don't think I can't deal with you just because you're injured, Yun Feiyong said smugly, then began his own physical training. Meng Qiu sighed and joined the training as well. Though he couldn't put weight on his injured foot, he could still work on his upper body. By the way, we didn't manage many of our attacking combinations in that match. It's really frustrating to lose like that, Yun Feiyong said while training. Yeah, I wasn't there. If I had been, our attack would have flowed more smoothly, Meng Qiu nodded. It's up to the coach. I think the tactical patterns he's arranged are very useful. Against Qingxi, we should be able to use them all right. Yeah, using all our attacking patterns against a team like Qingxi, just thinking about it gets me excited. Meng Qiu laughed. Hey, that's my line. Yun Feiyong protested. Is that so? Then I need to be careful. I've been around you so long that I'm starting to become less steady myself. You're just a kid. What do you know about being steady? Time passed day by day. 3 days later, Meng Qiu fully recovered and joined the training. His return was a shot in the arm for the Urzhong players. Now all our players are together and everyone knows the situation. For teams are in the playoffs, and there is only one qualifying spot. What we need to do is seize that spot from the other 3 teams. Where is our advantage? In attack. We have the best center forward in Dalian, the best free-roaming playmaker in Dalian, and the fastest winger in Dalian. We are fully capable of attacking. We have 20 days until the final, and our goal has always been the final. Fengya is nowhere near our level. So from now on we will use these 20 days to develop the most effective attacking tactical patterns. I should note in advance that I've prepared many attacking patterns suited to this team, but in the coming training sessions you will work very hard. Do you have the confidence to do this? Of course we do, coach. We've come this far. If we don't make it to the national tournament, wouldn't all our hard work be in vain? Liu Yiyang was the first to respond. Yes. During the day, when we have time, we're on the pitch, at night in the training hall. In short, as long as we have time, we can use it for training. We're going to the national tournament. We're going to Beijing. Guys, don't you think so? Yun Feiyong shouted, waving his fist. Yes. We're going to Beijing. We're going to play in Beijing. Workers' Stadium, even the Bird's Nest. We'll get there. The Urzhong players all waved their fists and shouted. During the national tournament, the early knockout rounds were held at various private football fields, and only after reaching the quarterfinals would the matches be played at formal stadiums like Workers' Stadium and Xianongtan Stadium, with the final at the Bird's Nest. The names of these stadiums undoubtedly stoke their desire to strive. For an amateur player to be able to step onto the pitch of the Bird's Nest in their lifetime and play a match there, how thrilling that would be. Watching the players whose emotions had been fully stirred, Xiaofeng revealed a satisfied smile. Very good, he said. The highly anticipated Dalian Division Finals took place on March 28 at Jinzhou Stadium. The 2 competing teams were Yunnan Football School, which had reached the Dalian Division Finals for 3 consecutive years, and Yangwang Football School, making their first appearance in the finals. Qingxi Football School, which had contested the finals against Yunnan in the previous 2 years, had been defeated by Yangwang in the semifinals and would compete in the playoff matches. Many fans expressed regret over this outcome, yet it also drew considerable interest to the upcoming final. However, the final match unfolded in a rather measured manner. Yangwang was a balanced team. Although their star player and captain was center-back Lu Fenghui, their attacking capabilities were equally solid. Relying on this well-rounded strength, they defeated Qingxi, who were missing Yi Yin, through steady back-and-forth play to reach the final. In the final, they performed with their usual composure. Unfortunately for them, they encountered an equally disciplined Yunnan. Throughout the match, both teams played with restrained composure. Yunnan then found their rhythm twice, with forward He Yuan and midfielder Wang Ziyuan each scoring 1 goal, securing a 2-0 victory and claiming the Dalian Division Championship for the 2nd consecutive year. After the match, many journalists remarked on Yunnan's remarkable strength. They appeared to defeat their opponents without exerting great effort, leaving little to write about. Some focused their praise on Wang Ziyuan, the only first-year player in Yunnan's lineup, and the second first-year player after Su Miao, to earn a starting position. Wang Ziyuan's performance in the final was indeed noteworthy. He effectively controlled the midfield, organizing Yunnan's attacks through his precise passes and intelligent movement. This mature composure earned admiration from many analysts and reporters. Beyond this, he provided an assist and scored a goal himself. The first goal came from a 20-meter accurate long pass that created a one-on-one opportunity for He Yuan, while his second-half run from midfield produced the decisive goal. For a first-year player to deliver such outstanding performances was certainly commendable. Although the Best Player award ultimately went to Yunnan's captain Su Miao, Wang Ziyuan took home the Best Newcomer title, an honor Su Miao himself had not achieved, as the most radiant talent among first-year players that year was Yi Yan from Qingxi. With Wang Ziyuan, it seems Yunnan's dominance will continue, several journalists observed. Compared to Wang Ziyuan's Best Newcomer recognition, Yun Feiyong, the Dalian Division's top scorer, who netted 5 goals in just 2 knockout matches, seemed to have been somewhat overlooked. A top scorer who did not reach the final regardless of goal tally appeared to attract less attention. Many students from No. 2 Middle School felt uneasy about this, though Yun Feiyong himself did not mind. A team without a championship. What meaning does a top scorer award hold? If we're going to win something, let it be the championship, Yun Feiyong said to Meng Qiu privately. Meng Qiu agreed with this sentiment. Nevertheless, No. 2 Middle School's outstanding performance had attracted significant media attention. Reporters frequently sought interviews with head coach Xiao Feng and the team's key players, but all requests were politely declined. We are currently preparing for the playoff matches and have no time for interviews. You may contact us after the playoffs conclude. Faced with these rejections, many journalists expressed their frustration. Some felt the team was being overly aloof, questioning whether anyone would still care about them after the playoffs. The championship of the playoffs would likely go to Qingxi. What difference would it make even if they achieved the best result ever by an amateur team in the Dalian division? After all, they would still fall short of the national tournament stage. If not for their decent performance against Yunnan, who would have taken interest in interviewing them? To act so reserved was quite unexpected. The disappointed journalists dispersed, leaving No. 2 middle school with valuable training time. For these young athletes, a defeat often leaves a deeper impression than a victory. Each player recognized their shortcomings from that match and identified areas requiring improvement. If I had maintained better concentration during that save, Lin Bing thought. If I had delivered more accurate crosses and made earlier runs during my assists, Zhao Qingji and Li Lemming reflected. If my defensive positioning had been sharper, Gao Meng and Han Ming considered. If I had moved more actively, Li Qi thought. If my organization and physical duels had been stronger, Lu Yang pondered. If my dribbling ability had been better, Wei Ming reflected. If I had performed better, perhaps I could have made up for Meng Qiu's absence. He Fan thought. If only I could play more aggressively. Zhou Jianliang considered. Yun Feiyong had not dwelled on specifics. His main area for improvement lay in his ability to beat defenders near the penalty area, a skill that cannot be developed overnight. His physique was also not ideally suited to such intricate footwork. After all, not every tall center forward is like Ibrahimovic. If only I had been on the field that day. But I will be on the field next time, Meng Qiu thought. With clearer objectives in mind, and particularly after narrowly losing to Yunnan, the No. 2 middle school players realized how close they had been to reaching the Dalian final. With a bit more effort. This realization drove them to train with exceptional dedication in the sessions that followed. Previously, they had approached competition with a philosophy of accepting both victory and defeat gracefully. Now their thoughts centered on a single pursuit. Victory, continuous victories. Whether facing Fengya or Qingxi, they aimed to defeat every opponent and claim the final ticket to the national tournament. At the national tournament, they would continue pursuing victory until they faced Yunnan once more. That would be the moment to turn things around. They could not wait until the following academic year's Dalian division matches. This summer they would seize their opportunity. On the training field, they poured their energy into every drill. In the gym, they pushed themselves to new limits. This rigorous training placed considerable pressure on them, and each night before sleep, they could feel their bodies calling out for rest. Yet they persevered. They were still young, full of stamina, and a single night's rest was enough to restore their strength. During this period, the teachers at No. 2 middle school grew somewhat anxious. These football players were ordinarily diligent students who behaved well in class, but many had begun dozing off during lessons. It's fine for now. Let's see how they perform after the playoffs conclude, the teachers decided after holding a meeting. These students were generally excellent in their studies with solid academic foundations. Though the courses of the first 2 years were important, they could certainly catch up provided this phase passed. It must be acknowledged that with the evolving times, teachers had become increasingly tolerant of their students' behaviors. More importantly, these students normally performed well, making their occasional indulgences understandable. Young people make mistakes, and those are forgivable. Of course, Zhou Jianliang, whose academic record was poor despite transferring in, and sports specialist students like Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong, who rarely attended classes, were not included in this consideration. On the training field, Meng Qiu dribbled forward. Facing Li Qi's defense, he first feigned a pass, then quickly dragged the ball back and slipped past Li Qi. Zhou Jianliang immediately shifted to cover Li Qi's position, but Meng Qiu did not give him the chance. With a flick of his ankle, he simply passed the ball out to the wing. Wei Ming received the ball and drove toward the center, drawing Han Ming's marking before suddenly lifting a chip pass into the penalty area. Yun Feiyong rose highest with Gao Ming closely marking him to disrupt his timing. Rather than attempting a header, Yun Feiyong directed the ball downward with his head. Jiqing, are you ready? Ready. Wearing a cap and a denim outfit, Yi Jiqing dashed out from the stairwell. You're so slow. What if we miss the games? Feng Shuer complained. Sorry, I was making this. Yi Jiqing stuck out her tongue, then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a large box from behind her back. What is this? So many. Feng Shuer gasped. Inside the box were small flags, red banners in the very color of Erzhong's jerseys, with the 2 characters, Erzhong, spelled out in yellow paper strips on each flag. There are more upstairs. I've been preparing for a long time. 2,000 of them. Once we hand one to everyone and wave them together, the atmosphere will be so much better. Yi Jiqing said with a giggle. You really are. Although Feng Shuer was only 1 year older than Yi Jiqing at that moment, she felt a little old. She knew she would never be crazy enough to make so many flags just to cheer for Erzhong's school team. Only a young, fervent fan would put in such effort. Yet having such a wild gesture also proved how young Yi Jiqing was. After sighing that she herself no longer had the heart for such craziness, Feng Shuer began to worry. This box only holds about 200. For 2,000 we'd need 10 boxes. The 2 of us can never carry them to the stadium. Feng Shuer said. Yi Jiqing giggled, and then Feng Shuer noticed a dozen or so boys walking up from behind. For this kind of heavy work, of course we need boys to do it, hee hee. Yi Jiqing smiled like a sly little fox. Speechless Feng Shuer watched Su Bin bustling about directing the others to carry the boxes, while he himself carried the big banner over. Ladies, let's head out. We're definitely going to win today. Su Bin said. Oh, shut up. You said the same thing against Yunbei. Don't jinx us again. Yi Jiqing cried out. Huh, did I? Then I won't say it. Su Bin covered his mouth and said obediently. The group, a dozen or so boys and 2 girls, set off toward Dalian People's Stadium. This was also the venue for the playoff match. At the same time, another match was being held at Jinzhou Stadium, Jinzhou versus Qingxi. The winner would advance to the final of the playoffs, and only the ultimate victor would claim the last ticket to the national tournament. Although losing one match in the elimination round might still leave a chance for a team that had fought through the brutal single elimination rounds, playing another single elimination match was indeed a tremendous pressure. In such matches, strength often matters less, mental pressure often decides the outcome. Yangwang, widely regarded as Dalian's third strongest team, had also failed the playoff test last year and missed the national tournament precisely because their players underperformed under pressure. For the players of Erzhong, however, they might have felt pressure against Qingxi, but right now they did not feel the slightest bit of pressure. We nearly drew with Yunbei, let alone you guys. Such thoughts made them appear even more confident. Xiao Feng watched all this without saying a word. Previously, Erzhong's players had lacked confidence, for the opponents they faced were nearly invincible to an amateur team. Now, although their confidence bordered on overconfidence, it was still far better than lacking belief and suffering from pre-match nerves. Fengye is no easy team to deal with. When Qingxi faced them, they had little answer for a while. But that Qingxi was the one with Yi Yan injured and out of form, so it doesn't prove their opponents on par with Qingxi. With our strength, as long as we perform as we do in training, we will surely win. Let's go. Let our offense show everyone that Erzhong has not been broken by defeat. Before the match, Xiao Feng waved his arms and shouted in the locker room. Erzhong's players roared in response, then charged out of the locker room. They were indeed holding their breath, an unwilling breath after losing to Yunbei. This alone showed how truly strong Erzhong had become. Had it been an ordinary team, losing only by 1 goal to Yunbei in the Dalian semifinal would have been a matter of relief and pride, wouldn't it? Yet they felt nothing but unwillingness. At least mentally, they had already adopted the mindset of a strong team, believing themselves to be good players, their team a good team, and deserving of excellent results. For Fengye, meeting Erzhong in the playoffs was actually a relatively favorable draw, although Erzhong seemed to match Yunbei closely after all. They weren't a football academy team. Still, looking at Erzhong with old eyes was the biggest mistake Fengye made. Their tactic in the match was still to grind back and forth with the opponent, then use their experience to take the lead. There was nothing wrong with this tactic, but to achieve it they needed to make fewer mistakes than the opponent, and their strength could not be lacking. In the eyes of Fengye's entire squad, although Erzhong had some outstanding players, their overall strength was still not that impressive. They had performed well in the last match, but they would likely fail this time. Such was the nature of amateur teams, as they found it hard to maintain a consistent level. Unfortunately, they had run into an Erzhong determined to win the playoff championship and showcase their brilliance on the national stage. On the stands, Erzhong students again occupied an entire section, and they immediately drew attention, each holding a small flag. This sight was common in national team matches, where fans waving small national flags were uplifting to watch, but rare in club matches, let alone youth games. Yet Erzhong had done exactly that. 2,000 small flags waved in unison, instantly capturing countless eyes. That included the eyes of Erzhong's players. See, our fellow students are cheering for us with such devotion. How could we not try even harder? As Lu Yang walked back, he said to Erzhong's players, guys, we must repay them well. Yun Feiyong burst into laughter. Meng Qiu looked at the stands as if seeing Yi Jiqing's excited face. All right, let's prepare to attack. When the referee's whistle sounded, Yun Feiyong passed the ball to Meng Qiu, who turned and kicked it back, then let out a shout. Lu Yang kept the ball under control as Erzhong's players began their runs. Li Qi moved forward slightly to support Wei Ming, sprinted down the wing, and the 2 fullbacks also pushed forward. Attack! Stop their attack! Fengye's head coach shouted from the sideline. Erzhong's offense was quite threatening. If they conceded early, the game would become difficult. Even with their defense on high alert, Fengye still allowed Erzhong to complete a successful attack. After a 1-2 between Meng Qiu and Lu Yang, the ball was suddenly threaded into the opponent's penalty area. Yun Feiyong forced his way forward and met the ball with an immediate shot. The timely charging goalkeeper threw himself to block the shot, eliciting a groan from Erzhong's students. Fengye's head coach breathed a sigh of relief. Having weathered the opponent's opening attacks, they could now bring the game into their own rhythm. Fengye's attacks were methodical. They kept passing the ball in midfield, trying to make Erzhong anxious. A minute later, they created a shooting chance through a crisp passing sequence. The ball was played diagonally to the edge of the box, and Fengye's striker turned and suddenly unleashed a shot. The shot was sudden and well struck, but Lin Bing flew across to make a splendid save, palming the ball away on the goal line with one hand before smothering it. Their defenders really aren't as lively as last match, Fengye's head coach thought to himself. In the following attacks, Fengye also succeeded in slowing the game's tempo, and the match began to drag. This sight reassured Fengye's head coach even more. As the game went on, their advantage would only grow, wouldn't it? After an Erzhong attack broke down, Fengye launched a counter-attack. After a series of back-and-forth passes, their midfielders spotted another exploitable passing lane. If I slip it through, we can shoot inside the box. the midfielder thought as he passed. Yet the moment the ball left his foot, a figure dashed in from the side and stretched out a leg to intercept the ball. Zhou Jianliang keenly spotted the gap in the defensive line and completed the steal. Without hesitation, after winning the ball, he immediately poked it through to Liu Yiyang. Liu Yiyang received the ball, turned, and quickly sent a diagonal pass to the wing. Wei Ming collected it on the flank and surged forward at full speed. Zhong's students began to cheer loudly as Fengye's defenders scrambled back to defend. As Wei Ming sprinted, Yun Feiyang also dashed forward, trusting in Wei Ming's speed and simply running his hardest. Meng Qiu silent followed behind. Fengye's defenders had their eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang, especially after he entered the box. Wei Ming broke to the edge of the penalty area and then sent in a cross. The ball flew into the penalty area. Yun Feiyang lunged forward, drawing Fengye's defenders with him, but the ball sailed past behind them. Meng Qiu, following up from the back, stopped the ball with his foot and then surged straight into the box. A defender hastily rushed over to block Meng Qiu's advance. Mid-run, Meng Qiu faked a shot, then quickly nudged the ball with his left foot and cut sideways across the defender. The defender was left behind, now near the penalty spot, and completely unmarked. After that touch, he drew back his left foot and struck the ball directly. The ball arrowed toward the near post. The goalkeeper couldn't react in time, and the ball flew into the net. 1-0. Just 8 minutes into the match, Zhong completed the first goal of the game through a counterattack after a steal in their own half. On the stands, Zhong's students cheered with exhilaration as their team scored within the opening moments, their confidence and pride swelling twofold. Meng Qiu, however, did not appear overly elated after the goal. He simply pumped his fist once, exchanged a high five with Yun Feiyang, and walked back to his own half. Why aren't you celebrating? Yun Feiyang asked curiously. As a forward who relished the spotlight, Yun Feiyang always celebrated his goals with great flourish, except when his team was trailing by a wide margin or the result was already beyond doubt. What's there to celebrate? It's just one goal, Meng Qiu said calmly. His voice was not loud, yet quite a few Maple Leaf players overheard it, and soon the entire Maple Leaf squad knew what he had said. This ignited a flicker of resolve in their hearts. Just one goal. Simply a first-year kid. An amateur team that had only grown stronger over the past 2 years. Yet he dismissed them with such calm nonchalance, saying there was nothing worth celebrating about a single goal. In that case, they would have no more celebrations. Attack pulled back the goal and turned that proud boy's pride into his greatest folly. As this fire burned within them, they launched a spirited attack right after the kickoff and immediately pinned Zhong back. Within just 5 minutes, they managed 3 shots, forcing Zhou Jianliang to block 1 and Lin Bing to make 1 save. For a moment, it seemed they might soon level the score. Zhong's students began shouting loudly to cheer for their team, but Xiaofeng smiled at this moment. Although Zhong was now better suited to attacking with Meng Qiu, they were also adept at counterattacks. Not only in positional play, but the weakness in their counterattack could also be remedied. Meng Qiu's forward runs and breakthroughs allowed them to contest the second ball during counterattacks. In the previous match, it was precisely the absence of this crucial element that left Zhong powerless after being pressed back. Judging this match by the experience of the last one, you really are asking for trouble. Zhong's defense was not weak except by last year's standards, especially when they pushed forward. Their backline could be vulnerable to counters, but in a compact defensive setup, their defensive strength was truly formidable. Li Qi swept around Zhou Jianliang, covered the gaps, and together they provided ample protection just outside the penalty area. Inside the box, Gao Meng and Han Ming were excellent in aerial duels and formidable in physical contests. Li Leming and Zhao Qingji might not be outstanding fullbacks, but they performed diligently and were dependable in defense. Facing such a defensive line, even Yunbei could only grind away slowly, gradually wearing down the resolve of Zhong's defenders. Maple Leaf's attack looked fierce at the moment, but in reality, all 3 shots were long-range efforts from outside the box, and such shots had a very low success rate. Even while defending, Zhong never gave up their counterattacks. The front 3 had not dropped back to defend, so once an opportunity appeared, Maple Leaf would suffer an even heavier blow. Maple Leaf soon encountered such a blow. In the 11th minute of the match, Liu Yiyang intercepted the opponent's pass in the backcourt and immediately threaded a through ball to Meng Qiu, who was lurking ahead. Meng Qiu received the ball, turned and shook off one defender, but he did not immediately pass to Wei Ming or Yun Feiyang in the front. Instead, he chose to advance with the ball himself. When met by a defender, Meng Qiu stopped abruptly, turned, and passed back to Liu Yiyang, who had followed up in support. Then Meng Qiu sprinted forward, Liu Yiyang played another through ball, and the ball returned to Meng Qiu's feet. Meng Qiu then passed to Wei Ming, who laid it across, and the ball returned once more to Meng Qiu's feet. 2 consecutive 1-2s made Maple Leaf's already fragile central defense even thinner. Seeing Meng Qiu dribbling to the edge of the box, the remaining 2 Maple Leaf defenders rushed toward him. Just as they closed in, Meng Qiu flicked the ball sideways, a diagonal pass. The ball flew diagonally into the penalty area. Wei Ming, sprinting onto it, received the pass level with the 6-yard box and immediately knocked it into the middle. Yun Feiyang, arriving in stride, slotted the ball home with his instep, sending it into the net for the second time. After scoring, Yun Feiyang swung his arm, ran toward Wei Ming, and beckoned Meng Qiu to join them as he ran. The 3 embraced tightly. It was another quick attack that swiftly tore open Maple Leaf's defensive line. While Zhong players celebrated, Maple Leaf players looked baffled. How had they conceded 2 goals and 2 counterattacks? Xiaofeng was clapping on the sidelines. Maple Leaf's troubles were entirely of their own making. In the previous match, Zhong could not launch quick attacks because Meng Qiu was absent. Now that Meng Qiu was back, their opponent's decision to push so high was practically asking for trouble. Shortly after conceding the second goal, Maple Leaf suffered another huge setback. Zhong pressing high soon intercepted a Maple Leaf pass. Liu Yang played the ball forward. Meng Qiu received it in the penalty area, accelerated past a defender, and pulled it back near the end line. Before the goalkeeper could turn, Yun Feiyong stepped up and pushed the ball toward the open net, only for a defender who had raced back to instinctively block it with his hand. The referee's whistle sounded. Unmistakably a red card and a penalty. Liu Yang converted the penalty, extending Zhong's lead to 3 goals. Ha ha ha, I never thought we'd end up with a man advantage. They'll have to drop everyone back now, won't they? Perfect. Xiaofeng laughed exuberantly from the sideline. Whenever his team was in the ascendancy, he always managed to get under the opponent's skin. With only 15 minutes on the clock, Zhong had already sealed the victory, 3 goals behind and a man down. Let alone Maple Leaf, who were weaker than this Zhong side, even Yunbei would have no power to fight back under such circumstances. In the remaining time, Zhong used every tactical pattern and skill they had trained before on an opponent with little capacity to counter. Maple Leaf, now completely on the back foot, had no choice but to drop everyone back and defend desperately, hoping to avoid an embarrassing defeat. This situation played right into Zhong's hands. They had long set their sights on the final of the playoffs, and they knew their opponent in the final would surely be Qingxi. What was Qingxi best at? Defensive counterattacks. A rock-solid defense paired with swift transitions was the foundation of Qingxi's game. Facing an Zhong side that now favored attacking football, they would surely adopt such a tactic. They would use a packed defense to sap Zhong's morale, then strike decisively through a counterattack or set piece. Putting himself in their shoes, Xiaofeng felt that if he were Qingxi's head coach, he would certainly use the same approach. So testing various attacking patterns and gaining experience against a fully retreated Maple Leaf was simply hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, over the remaining 60-odd minutes, Maple Leaf players endured a long and trying period on the pitch. Wing crosses with the center forward attacking the delivery. Continuous combination play at the edge of the box, then penetrating passes leading to shots inside the area. They used long balls and wide switches to attack the opponent's weak spots. After some passing, they tried their luck with long-range shots at the edge of the box. The 3 classic weapons for breaching a packed defense: long shots, dribbles, and wing crosses. Zhong employed all of them on Maple Leaf, wasting none. And the goals kept coming one after another. In the 23rd minute, Yun Feiyong, hugging the touchline, delivered a cross, and Meng Qiu, arriving from deep, poked the ball home. In the 37th minute, Meng Qiu slipped a through ball. Yun Feiyong burst into the area, cut back past a defender, and let fly with a powerful right-footed shot into the net. In the 53rd minute, Li Lemming's cross from the right was blocked by a defender. Meng Qiu intercepted the ball, cut inside, and delivered a clever backheel pass. Yun Feiyong, arriving in support, met it with a sliding finish to complete his hat-trick. 6 minutes before full-time, Wei Ming won a corner after a dribbling run. Liu Yang swung the ball into the box. Yun Feiyong flicked a header at the near post, and Gao Ming, charging and powered home a second header. Zhong's 7th goal of the match. The final score was 70, the biggest margin of the knockout stage in the Dalian qualifying section this time. It was also the biggest knockout stage margin in the Dalian section since the start of the National League. To be fair, the strength of school teams in Dalian varied greatly, and lopsided scores, even double-digit ones, were not uncommon. But those had all occurred in the group stage, when strong football school sides riding high ran up big numbers against amateur teams. In the knockout stage, however, only 8 teams were chosen from the many school teams in Dalian, including 13 football school teams, so every side was bound to be quite accomplished. Previously, the biggest scores had been no more than 40 or 51. Winning by 4 goals was already considered a massive margin. Now Zhong had stretched their winning margin to 7 goals in a single match. Almost without realizing it, they had set another record. Not some amateur record this time, but a record for the entire Dalian section. That result was of course caused by Maple Leaf's own tactical misjudgment, compounded by an instinctive handball that led to such a lopsided defeat. Regardless, having beaten a football school team so soundly in a match, Zhong could no longer be overlooked. The famous encounter at Dalian People's Stadium would be fondly recounted by fans for a long time to come. Those unfamiliar might assume it was just another big score typical of youth football, but fans who knew the Dalian section understood how astonishing such a result truly was. Xiaofeng laughed heartily and embraced his players, eager to welcome the upcoming final in such fine form. Qingxi, are you feeling the pressure? Although the members of Zhong did not yet know the result of that other match, they were all certain that their opponent in the final could only be Qingxi. The reality was indeed as described. In another match taking place simultaneously, although Yi Yan still did not appear in the starting lineup, the Qingxi players had clearly begun to gradually adapt to playing without him. Throughout the entire match, they controlled Jianzhou's attacks through extensive running and intense, close marking, while relying on cohesive team attacks to continuously stretch Jianzhou's defense. Neither of Jianzhou's 2 forwards could penetrate Qingxi's solid defensive wall, and Qingxi capitalized on patient passing and set pieces to score 2 goals, ultimately winning 2-0. The footage of this match was repeatedly reviewed by Xiaofeng, who attached utmost importance to it. From certain perspectives, Yi Yan's absence due to injury for 2 matches was actually beneficial for Qingxi. Previously, because Yi Yan's individual ability was too outstanding, the other Qingxi players had been overshadowed by his brilliance, and they had grown accustomed to relying on him. However, in the last two matches when Yi Yan did not play, it forced them to awaken their own true capabilities. Sun Xiangxin and He Xiaoyan are both excellent players, and their performances in these two matches were commendable. As for the other Qingxi players, often in our eyes, they were merely symbols, nothing more than Yi Yan supporting players. But in these two matches they also proved their abilities. Forward Sun Lan is a diligent center forward. Although his scoring ability is merely average, he possesses high tactical awareness and running capacity. Forward Yang Run is a winger similar to He Xiaoyan in style. He is slightly slower than He Xiaoyan, but his dribbling on the flanks is distinctive, and he has excellent off-the-ball movement. The first goal for Qingxi in this match was scored by him. Midfielders Chao Kai and Shen Zhihao both possess high tactical awareness and positioning ability. Like Sun Xiangxin, they serve as crucial barriers protecting the area in front of the penalty box, and they can also make timely forward runs during attacks. They each have their unique insights in judgment and timing selection. In the defensive line, apart from Yi Yan, among the other three defenders, Hu Jianpain, who partners with Yi Yan as a center back, is a flexible defender with quite accurate positioning. Left back Wu Dongping and right back Lu Zhonghua are both fullbacks capable of contributing to both attack and defense. Their forward runs during set-piece attacks are one of Qingxi's important defensive weapons. Goalkeeper Qin Pengfei is quite a reliable shot stopper. Although he rarely makes spectacular saves, he almost never makes mistakes. After saying this, Xiaofeng sighed and asked all the players, "Have you noticed any common characteristics among these players?" The two middle school players looked somewhat bewildered. Previously, Qingxi's spotlight had indeed been overly focused on Yi Yan alone. Not to mention the other starting players, even Sun Xiangxin and He Xiaoyan, who were also among the three core axes, were rarely given much attention. With Xiaofeng suddenly mentioning so much, who could remember what common points there might be? They vary in height, build, position, and technical characteristics. However, the only common point is that they all possess very high tactical awareness. Simply put, they are all excellent role players. Meng Qiu suddenly spoke up. Xiaofeng nodded appreciatively. Exactly, role players. That's a very good assessment. Over the past 2 years, this group of players has always been performing such roles. They are able to excellently fulfill their duties on the field, uniting around Yi Yan to form a complete whole. This is the greatest characteristic of this Qingxi squad. It is also why no new players have been able to join over these 2 years, because the most suitable players are already alongside Yi Yan. Speaking of which, Xiaofeng sighed. Personally, I do not approve of such a team-building approach. Because after this group departs, it will be extremely difficult to assemble a new team. However, facing such a team is also very challenging, as they operate almost like a precisely engineered machine. Moreover, during these 2 matches without Yi Yan, the other Qingxi players have also made significant progress. The Qingxi we will face in the final will be even stronger than before. According to my observations, Qingxi this year is not as strong as in previous years. This squad was most competitive in its first year, but will gradually decline in subsequent years due to lack of fresh blood and diminishing player motivation. In fact, they performed well last year too, but without the brilliance of the first year, and this year is no exception. The warm-up match you played earlier clearly demonstrates this point. However, even if their strength has declined, they still have the capability to reach the final. This situation is actually advantageous for us, because we are unlikely to encounter them in the playoffs. Even if we do, with our current strength, we have a great chance of defeating them. However, Yi Yan happened to get injured, and they ended up in the playoffs. Under these circumstances, these players actually gained fresher motivation. Therefore, what we face is a Qingxi team even stronger than before. After saying this, Xiaofeng looked around at the players, and then spread his hands. Tell me, don't you think our luck is rather bad? The two middle school players fell silent. Looking at it this way, our luck indeed seems rather poor. We were drawn into a death group in the group stage. Meng Qiu got injured when facing Yunbei in the knockout stage, and now we have to face an even stronger Qingxi in the playoff final. Coach Wang, listening nearby, felt a bit anxious. What is he trying to do? Is he directly trying to make us lose our fighting spirit, making it impossible to even play? However, I actually feel quite happy. Xiaofeng changed his tone. Although I am getting older now, I was once young too, and I have dreamed of many things. For example, a team creating a glorious season. During this process, one will inevitably encounter many hardships and distractions that are not usually faced. If we can endure them, it will mark a great beginning. Such hardships are omens of greatness. Think about it, we are now moving towards greatness. Are you not happy? Yun Feiyong laughed heartily. Coach, I don't know about greatness or not, but you said Qingxi is now the strongest Qingxi, so Yi Yan must also be the strongest Yi Yan, right? Previously, Yunbei was also considered the strongest Yunbei in 3 years. We have faced the strongest Yunbei. Although we lost, we did not lose disgracefully. Now, facing the strongest Qingxi, only by defeating them can we prove we are the strongest. Saying this, Yun Feiyong swung his fist. I am really looking forward to facing the strongest Yi Yan. Only then can I prove I am the strongest forward. The two middle school students looked at him one after another, but he remained as carefree as ever. Meng Qiu simply said one sentence. I have already missed Yunbei, and I don't want to miss Qingxi either. No matter what the goal is, facing many strong opponents makes victory more meaningful. If we had only encountered ordinary teams along the way with other football schools teams eliminating each other, so we could easily advance to the national championship, that wouldn't be very interesting, would it? Yun Feiyong nudged Zhou Jianliang with his elbow. Bald Liang, what do you think? Zhou Jianliang glared at Yun Feiyang. He was not satisfied with the nickname Yun Feiyang had given him. Then he said, I am an amateur. I don't know which teams are strong or weak. I just want to keep winning. What everyone says is correct. A strong opponent is not a reason for us to be afraid, because we are also very strong. In the previous match we created a record, the winning record in the Dalian Zone knockout stage. This is enough to prove our strength. We are a strong team at the same level as Chengxi Yunbei and Yang Wang, representing the highest standard of high school football in the entire Dalian area. And we have more prospects than them because many of you have not received formal training. If we can win the final with several months until the national championship, we can improve our abilities to an even more outstanding level. At that time we will create a whirlwind at the national championship. And now what we need to do is win this upcoming final. After spending a long time telling the players what kind of opponent they would face, Xiao Feng finally began to arrange the upcoming tactics. Coach Wang watched all of this with great admiration in his heart. Although he did not fully understand, it certainly looked impressive. Professionals are professionals after all. I will just handle the supporting tasks. Coach Wang thought to himself. We do not yet know whether Yi Yin will recover from his injury and return for the final. However, let us assume he can play. Chengxi's tactic is counter-attacking football. This is a deeply ingrained tactic, formed over 3 years. Even if other players begin to showcase their abilities, this will not change. Their formation is 4-3-3, but everyone is very versatile. Their abilities cannot be defined by their positions. Midfielders making forward runs and wingers cutting inside to shoot are common occurrences for them. The year before last, it was precisely this kind of flexible and dynamic tactic that made Yunbei very uncomfortable, leading to their defeat by Yi Yan's goal. The most difficult aspect to deal with is naturally their defense. The attacking tactics we have practiced before need to be implemented one by one. The confrontation between Yun Feiyang and Yi Yan is the key to whether we can score. And how many opportunities Yun Feiyang can obtain is your task, Meng Qiu. Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu nodded simultaneously. They knew Yi Yan's level and also understood the toughness of Chengxi's defense. This was equally a test for both of them. Regarding defense, there is not much to say. In the final we need to focus more on offense. Regardless of whether we concede a goal or not, we must persist in attacking and find gaps in Chengxi's defense. Continuously create pressure on them. Even if Yi Yan recovers, his condition will not be optimal. If he is broken by us, then the entire Chengxi team will not have much opposing force. Coach Yu just said that the other Chengxi players have also grown. Yes, but the most important is still Yi Yan. Because he is such a top-class player. Without defeating him, there is no possibility of defeating Chengxi. Last year Yunbei did exactly that. Su Miao defeated Yi Yan at the critical moment, which led to Yunbei's championship. Coach, thank you for trusting me over these 3 years. Building Chengxi around me has brought little particular benefit to the club itself, but it has meant an enormous advantage for my personal development. There is no need to speak so formally. That championship title alone has already been the finest return you could offer me. After our generation departs, Coach, the hardship will fall back upon your shoulders once more. It is merely my duty. As for you, are you certain you must take the field in this final? Though your injury has healed, it is not yet fully recovered. Should you suffer another setback, it could jeopardize your future playing abroad. It is of no consequence. I can still see out a full match regardless. That youngster Yun Feiyang is the most naturally gifted striker I have encountered. Meeting a forward of such caliber before departing for overseas. It has been a long time since I felt such thrilling passion surging within me. Ha ha, you remain exactly as you were 3 years ago. When I first laid eyes upon you, I thought to myself, how can a 16-year-old youth possess such an unyielding desire to win? That indelible fighting spirit is rarely seen in ordinary players, which is precisely why I made the decision back then to organize a team around you. And then we claimed the national championship. Reflecting upon it now, my decision at that time was indeed quite bold. Speaking of which, I still feel somewhat embarrassed. For 3 whole years, not a single newcomer managed to break into the starting lineup, holding back quite a few promising talents in the process. What does it matter? The fact that you emerged from our Chengxi serves as a living advertisement. Every young player who enters Chengxi Football Academy will take pride in aspiring to become the next Yi Yan. We cannot match Yunbei in terms of historical depth, so we must rely upon this approach to achieve unexpected success. Managing a football academy carries considerable pressures as well. I will strive to ensure Chengxi qualifies for the national tournament for 3 consecutive years. Do not overexert yourself. How has that fellow been doing recently? Not bad. Despite lying in the hospital for half a year, that guy is as resilient as a cockroach. Nearly impossible to put down. With him present, there is finally someone capable of handling Meng Qiu from No. 2 middle school. This was the exchange between Chengxi captain Yi Yan and head coach Lin Guohua on the eve of the match. For Chengxi, this represented the final performance of their golden generation, led by Yi Yan, and they certainly did not wish to falter. For No. 2 middle school, this was their first ambitious campaign toward the national tournament, making failure even more unacceptable. Jianzhou Stadium. The playoff final was held here. On this day, nearly 30,000 spectators flooded into the arena. Compared to the Dalian regional final held at Dalian People's Stadium, the crowd was considerably smaller, with fewer fans from broader sectors of society, but many more student supporters. They had come to support No. 2 middle school. Over the past year, and more, No. 2 had gradually become the favorite team in the hearts of students from non-academy schools through their performances. After all, they were ordinary students, not members of football academies. This year they had defeated Tingfei from the group of death, knocked out Jinzhou in the knockout stage, narrowly lost to Yunbei, and demolished Maple Leaf 7-0 in the first leg of the playoffs. These accomplishments had become the favorite topic among students, and everyone approached this match with enormous enthusiasm. When the students from No. 2 arrived at the venue and witnessed nearly 80% of the crowd chanting cheerfully for their team, they were utterly astonished. This is truly unbelievable. How can so many people be supporting us? Subin asked in surprise. Probably students from other schools. After all, we are the only non-academy team to reach this stage, Yi Jiqing said with a smile, having greater familiarity with the situation. If we win our No. 2 will become even more renowned. If we take this match, I am determined to travel to Beijing during the summer break to watch the national tournament, Wu Xian said excitedly. Everyone should go, we should discuss going together. It will be more economical and secure, Su Bin said with a grin. Hey, let us focus on this match first, Yi Jiqing said somewhat discontentedly. Right, Yi Jiqing is correct. Let us watch this match first, then discuss how to go to Beijing. As the No. 2 students discussed in the stands, the players from both teams were already preparing to emerge onto the field. In the player tunnel, Yun Feiyang kept his gaze fixed upon Yi Yan. From the very beginning, he had made no effort to conceal this, for Yi Yan was the opponent he sought to overcome, always had been. Yi Yan stood at the forefront with complete composure, entirely unfazed by Yun Feiyang's intense stare. An established star like Yi Yan would inevitably face challenges from rising newcomers throughout his career, and he had witnessed far too many such encounters to give them any thought. Though he acknowledged Yun Feiyang as the most naturally gifted center forward he had encountered domestically, what of it? He had already faced the world's top peers at the Youth World Cup. Compared to Yi Yan, Yun Feiyang still fell considerably short. Meng Qiu paid no attention to Yi Yan. He knew Yi Yan was Yun Feiyang's adversary, and the one he needed to concern himself with appeared to be their Sun Xiangxin, the midfield barrier of Qingxi. However, Sun Xiangxin possessed outstanding mobility, formidable defensive ability, and offensive skill, serving as an excellent link within Qingxi's attacking system. He should not be concentrating solely upon marking himself, Meng Qiu reasoned. As Meng Qiu pondered this, he noticed a gaze lingering repeatedly upon him. When Meng Qiu turned to look, he spotted an unfamiliar face. That was a rather fierce-looking countenance. Upon seeing it, Meng Qiu could not help but glance back at Zhou Jinliang, wondering which of the two appeared more intimidating. Although they had only played one warm-up match against Qingxi, their starting lineup had remained remarkably stable, with the fewest changes among all players. Meng Qiu knew what each of them looked like quite well, yet this person was entirely unfamiliar. Somewhat puzzled, Meng Qiu scanned all the Qingxi players about to take the field and immediately noticed who was absent. Xiao Kai, the original central midfielder, had not appeared in this match. It seemed this unfamiliar face was his replacement. Deploying a newcomer at this moment, specifically to counter me, Meng Qiu thought to himself. Unexpectedly, he had guessed correctly. Before the match began, players from both sides were required to shake hands. After Yun Feiyang shook hands with Yi Yan, he immediately said, "Your injury is completely healed, isn't it? I would rather not defeat an injured opponent." Yi Yan smiled faintly. "Not entirely, but sufficient to handle you." "Is that so? Then do not make excuses should you lose," Yun Feiyang laughed. "Young man, do you not understand what it means to respect a senior player?" Sun Xiangxin could not help interjecting. "I am not from Qingxi. If anything, I should respect our senior Lu Yiyang." Yun Feiyang laughed heartily. Lu Yiyang could not help but roll his eyes. In what manner was he being drawn into this? While Yun Feiyang and Yi Yan shook hands, Meng Qiu happened to be shaking hands with that stranger. "I did not expect Yi Yan to assign me to mark a short fellow," the other party sighed somewhat discontentedly. "I do not see what is so remarkable about natural height," Meng Qiu shrugged. "Interesting." The stranger nodded. "Remember my name? I am Zhang Jianxi, next year's captain of Qingxi. I have heard that Qingxi possesses no notable talents beyond this graduating senior class," Meng Qiu said with a smile after releasing his hand. Having spent considerable time with Yun Feiyang, Meng Qiu found himself unconsciously using pointed remarks to unsettle his opponents. "Everyone will ultimately pay the price for such misconceptions." Zhang Jianxi snorted coldly, then extended his hand toward the next No. 2 player. Then he noticed a fellow whose countenance was nearly as fearsome as his own, silently grasping his hand. "No. 2 has someone equally unappealing," Zhang Jianxi exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Jinliang shot him a cold glance. Though he spoke no words, his expression conveyed his attitude sufficiently. Zhong against Qingxi, 4-3-3 against 4-3-3. "I suddenly realized these two teams are quite alike," a reporter said, while flipping through the lineup sheets of both sides. He was immediately met with gentle teasing from his fellow reporters. "Is this your first day covering a Dalian division match? Even though both teams play 4-3-3, they are completely different things." The young-looking reporter was indeed covering a Dalian division match for the first time. He had meant to appear impressive, but only ended up embarrassing himself. Qingxi has played a 4-3-3 for the past 3 years, yet they are a standard counter-attacking side. Every player, including the 3 forwards, possesses solid defensive ability, while in attack both forwards and defenders are capable of scoring. That is what makes them hardest to defend against. Zhong's 3 forwards, however, are quite different from the usual front trio. One central striker leads the line, one winger drifts along the flank, and one free man roams without a fixed position. It must be said that high school football has developed rapidly in recent years. These blurred roles and flexible tactics once seen only in professional leagues are now common in the Dalian division. Zhang Lintao sighed in admiration. Another reporter who had long covered high school football nodded in agreement. I remember 3 years ago when the National League was first organized, all teams still played the traditional way. Midfielders were midfielders, forwards were forwards, and defenders were defenders. Qingxi was the first team to blur positions centered around Yiyan, and they won both the Dalian title and the national title that year. The following year Yunbei followed suit and reclaimed the Dalian and national championships. This year Yunbei has pushed this tactical approach to its limits, yet Erzhong and Qingxi also employ these mobile tactics. Had Erzhong not run into Yunbei and Qingxi not suffered Yiyan's injury, neither would have been forced into the playoffs. In comparison, Yangguang is somewhat undeserving of its reputation, a reporter said with a smile. Well, I've covered more regions. Now strong teams playing modern football are emerging in other divisions across the country. I'm not too optimistic about Yangguang's performance in the national tournament this year. Yunbei, however, remains formidable. And whether Qingxi or Erzhong goes to the national tournament, neither is likely to tarnish the reputation of Dalian football. This is the trend of modern football. I think the level of the National High School League will only get higher in the future, but by then the chances of producing standout players will probably diminish. But what does that matter? We now live in an era lacking superstars. Apart from Messi and Ronaldo, no one stands clearly above the rest. Yet any player who can excel in such an environment is bound to be reliable. Chinese football has fallen too far behind. Catching up through high school football might well be a promising path. As these veteran reporters began to drift off into broader topics, the highly anticipated playoff final was about to begin. Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu stood at the center spot waiting for the match to begin. We're finally facing Qingxi's defense in an official match. I can see you're excited. Meng Qiu said with a smile. Of course I am. Aren't you the same? Yun Feiyong replied. If I steal the spotlight, don't be upset. Meng Qiu chuckled. As long as we win, Yun Feiyong grinned. If it's you, I won't mind. That's generous of you. I suppose I'll have to treat you to a meal. The referee's whistle interrupted their conversation. Yun Feiyong passed the ball to Meng Qiu and then sprinted forward. Meng Qiu turned and passed the ball to Liu Yiyang. Erzhong's attack officially began. Liu Yiyang settled the ball at his feet. He had grown accustomed to his role of organizing attacks from deep. No need to worry about anything else, just orchestrate play and occasionally push forward. That was enough. It was something he relished, especially with Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong up front. Sun Lan charged toward him. Liu Yiyang knew that despite being a center forward, Sun Lan was no slouch in defense, another hallmark of Qingxi. In addition to Sun Lan, He Xiaoyan and Yang Ren also surged into Erzhong's half, from both flanks pressing high. The other Qingxi players, however, did not rush forward. Liu Yiyang passed the ball back to Gao Meng behind him, and Erzhong's entire team began to push forward. Attack, suppress Qingxi with offense, and try to break through their defense to score. That was Erzhong's game plan. Having been tempered by many matches, Erzhong's backline players were well accustomed to this style of attack. Despite the constant pressing from Qingxi's 3 forwards, they remained unruffled, advancing the ball into midfield through well-drilled passing. Liu Yiyang received a pass from Li Qi, and Sun Xiangxin immediately appeared before him. While controlling the ball, Liu Yiyang asked curiously, "Aren't you worried that pushing up so high leaves the edge of your box without enough protection?" Qingxi's midfield isn't just me alone. As he spoke, Sun Xiangxin moved in close. Sun Xiangxin, nicknamed Wild Bull, possessed formidable physical strength. However, Liu Yiyang's physicality was no less impressive. They were about the same height, and while Sun Xiangxin had an edge in power, he could not easily dispossess him. Despite Sun Xiangxin's disruption, Liu Yiyang still managed to release the ball. Zhao Qingji received it, dribbled toward the center, and quickly distributed the ball wide. The ball reached Wei Ming. Feigning an explosive burst past his marker, he quickly dragged the ball back and sent a cross into the box. The ball flew toward Qingxi's penalty area, and Yi Yin and Yun Feiyong both dashed toward the landing point. The first duel between Yi Yin and Yun Feiyong in this match. Many reporters grew excited. Yi Yin had always been the best center back in the Dalian division, while Yun Feiyong, though only playing in the Dalian division for a year, had an undeniable scoring record, scoring in every group stage match 5 goals in 2 knockout matches and a hat-trick in the first playoff game. Averaging 2 to 3 goals per match, his rate was astonishing anywhere. The clash between these two was a major highlight. As he ran, Yun Feiyong repeatedly bumped into Yi Yin, testing whether the injury had truly healed. Yi Yin's injury was to his foot. If it had not healed, it would greatly affect his duels and mobility. Yet Yi Yin seemed completely unaffected by any injury. He likewise kept bumping into Yun Feiyong, and the two tussled all the way into the penalty area. They jumped at the same time, but neither could reach the ball as the on-rushing goalkeeper Qin Pengfei cleanly plucked it out of the air. "Uncle, looks like you've recovered quite well," Yun Feiyong said after landing. "I told you. Although I'm not fully recovered, dealing with you is still well within my reach," Yi Yin said with a faint smile. "But our Erzhong has more than one attacking threat," Yun Feiyong said with a grin. "We also have more than one good defender. Besides, you are closer to the goal, making you a greater threat," Yi Yin said impassively. Yi Yin remained expressionless. Yun Feiyong said no more. He turned and ran off, thinking to himself. Yi Yin was indeed a formidable opponent. Words alone were unlikely to shake his composure. Qingxi launched their attack. Their offense was distinctive with front and midfield players not sticking to their positions, but constantly interchanging and creating chances through passing. Such fluid movement left Zhong's players accustomed to zonal defending somewhat unsettled. Fortunately, they had prepared beforehand. Each player held their defensive zone, and wherever the opponent concentrated their attack, Zhou Jianliang and the nearest teammate would converge to provide support, preventing Qingxi from easily breaking into the box. After a series of passes, Xiaoyan found an opportunity on the right side of the penalty area. Receiving a split pass from Sun Xiangxin, he decisively shot from the corner of the box, but the ball sailed slightly over the crossbar. Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Although Qingxi primarily relied on counterattacks, they took plenty of shots in every match. Seizing one chance was all it took. To counter such an attack, the key was to keep every defensive position manned, and to close down shots at the first moment. That would naturally prevent any major problems. Lin Bing took the goal kick and Zhong continued their attack. Lu Yiyang spread the ball to Yun Feiyong, who had pulled wide. Yun Feiyong delivered a cross and Wei Ming arriving at the far post shot first time, but the ball again flew over the bar. In 2 consecutive attacks, Meng Qiu never touched the ball, because from the very start of the match a man had been shadowing him. Yi Yin handled Yun Feiyong, while Zhang Jinshi marked Meng Qiu. Qingxi used the most straightforward method to neutralize Zhong's 2 most important attacking players. Xiaofeng was not too worried about this. For one, Zhong's other players were also capable in attack. For another, if Yi Yin and Zhang Jinshi were marking Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu, it also meant Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu were occupying Yi Yin and Zhang Jinshi. Before the match, Xiaofeng had planned to use Yun Feiyong to occupy Yi Yin and let Meng Qiu lead the attacks. Now Meng Qiu was being marked as well. Pass to Meng Qiu whenever you have the chance. Xiaofeng shouted to the pitch, then turned back. He believed that even if Yi Yin shut down Yun Feiyong, Meng Qiu would still create opportunities. Zhang Jinshi's defensive ability could not match Yi Yin's, so as long as Meng Qiu had the chance to receive the ball, Zhong's attack would remain highly threatening. As for Yun Feiyong, he did not need to possess the ball too often. As long as he could win the aerial duels at the right moment, that would be enough. You've brought out all your defensive strength. Then let us see whether your defense is stronger or our attack is more brilliant. From the opening whistle, the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. The climax of this match was still far from arriving. This match is a bit dull. After watching 10 minutes of play, the young reporter said with some regret. Dullness proves the level of these 2 teams. Top-level matches are basically dull, let alone a final that determines qualification for the national tournament. Moreover, no. 2 high schools' offense and Qingxi's defense have both been displayed. The 2 sides are feeling each other out now, and it won't be long before No. 2 high school begins to attack. Zhang Lintao said with a smile. Meng Qiu of No. 2 high school is being tightly marked. Apart from touching the ball at kickoff, he hasn't gotten a touch since. Another reporter said. Well, that new player from Qingxi is very strong in running and defense. A bit like Zhou Jianliang, though Zhou Jianliang's overall defense is also excellent now. Someone nodded. I remember who this new player is. I never thought he'd still be able to appear on the pitch, a reporter suddenly exclaimed. Who is it? The other reporters asked one after another. This match certainly needed to be reported, but the reporters were almost completely unfamiliar with that new player from Qingxi. That wasn't a good thing after all, they couldn't just mention him dryly. You people have such poor memories and you call yourselves reporters. The reporter who spoke looked at the others with contempt. A year ago, Qingxi unearthed a new talent recruited from the junior department of Xinya. Before he even finished junior high, he started training with Qingxi High School. At that time, Ling Guohua said he was the best successor to Yi Yan. Have you all forgotten? At this mention, the others suddenly realized, oh, so it's him. It was indeed quite a sensation back then, but why did we hear no news of him later? Right, I even went to Qingxi after the semester started, but I didn't see him. The reporters chattered on. At this point, the game was quite tense on the field, so they had time for casual talk. The reporter who had spoken first sighed. This kid was also unlucky. During the summer vacation, he got into a fight with some people. He took on 3 troublemakers by himself and subdued them, but he also got hurt. He acted a bit too forcefully, 2 of the other side were hurt, and 1 was dazed. The police almost took him in, but the investigation showed the other side had provoked him first, so he didn't end up with a record. Impressive. He took on 3 by himself. Did the kid train in martial arts? A reporter marveled. So what? He also suffered considerable injuries himself. A blow to the face nearly left a scar, and he had injuries to his lower leg and arm. It took him over half a year to recover in the hospital. The fact that he's on the pitch today means he's basically back to full strength. The veteran reporter shrugged. Young people, they're just too impulsive. But he's a real man, another reporter praised. Yet truly tough. He took a brutal hit on the leg that nearly broke his shin, yet he still fought off 3 opponents with a hobbled leg. If the police hadn't arrived, he probably would have kept going. In this match, Meng Qiu will have a hard time getting away from his defense. Meng Qiu was already feeling this at that moment. His running was always enthusiastic and agile. Even if someone wanted to stick to him like glue, it was hard to keep up with his steps. Even when facing Zhou Jianliang, he could rely on his reactions and judgment to temporarily shake him off, then contribute to the attack with passes. But this Zhang Jinshi, his physical contest seemed not as strong as Zhou Jianliang's, and he rarely came close to charge directly into Meng Qiu. However, his movement pattern seemed much more scientific than Zhou Jianliang's. When occasionally left behind by Meng Qiu, he would not rush to chase him, but instead cut off the passing lanes that No. 2 high school's ball carrier might use to reach Meng Qiu through lateral movement. Achieving this requires not just excellent physical qualities, but also strong judgment and rich match experience. After several physical contacts, Meng Qiu could tell that compared with Zhou Jinliang, Zhang Jinshi was slightly inferior in strength, speed, and reactions. Yet his experience was far richer than Zhou Jinliang, who had only played for 1 year. Using experience to compensate for insufficient reactions allows one to accomplish things that pure reaction speed could not. Even if Meng Qiu managed to shake him off temporarily, he still had difficulty obtaining a clear passing route from his teammates. Xiao Feng also noticed this. Darn, Qingxi actually has such an outstanding player. Well, if we recorded his movements on the pitch, it could become a target for Zhou Jinliang's training. After letting his mind wander for a while, Xiao Feng redirected his attention to the match. Although Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang were both tightly marked now, two high schools still had means of attack. Yun Feiyang could create chances without even needing the ball as long as his teammates gave him enough passes. Since Meng Qiu was being tightly guarded by that opposing defensive midfielder, they might as well use other attacking methods. At that thought, Xiao Feng stood up and made a gesture to the field. Change the previously arranged tactics. The focus shifts to Yun Feiyang. Upon seeing his gesture, the two high school players immediately intensified their movement. Through a series of previous victories, Xiao Feng had gradually built his prestige in two high school. At least the players would carry out his tactical arrangements to the letter. Lu Yiyang received the ball in midfield. Without looking at Meng Qiu, he lifted his foot and directly passed the ball to the right flank. Li Lemming on the right flank pushed forward. Essentially, the two wingbacks of two high school took turns making forward runs. Whichever side attacked, Li Qi would cover that side. After receiving Lu Yiyang's pass, Li Lemming did not let himself get trapped by opposing defenders. He knew his ball control and dribbling skills were average. If he wanted to help two high school attack, he had to rely on his crosses. The ball traced an arc in the air and flew straight into the penalty area. Yun Feiyang and Yi Yan jumped up again. Yi Yan's positioning and physical contest were still excellent. Yun Feiyang knew that even if he won the first point, he couldn't directly head the ball toward the goal. Just then, while in midair, Yun Feiyang caught sight of Meng Qiu at the edge of the penalty area. When Li Lemming was about to cross, Meng Qiu had already begun to accelerate forward. In this kind of straight-line dash, Meng Qiu could exploit his explosive power advantage, and Zhang Jinshi could no longer cut off the passing route between him and his teammates. Yun Feiyang immediately flicked his head and nodded the ball down. Meng Qiu charged toward the landing point, with Zhang Jinshi closely following behind. Another center back, Hu Jianpain, also rushed out from the penalty area to block Meng Qiu's shot. At the top of the penalty area arc, Meng Qiu reached the ball's landing point and swung his left foot. Hu Jianpain braced his body and stepped up, while Zhang Jinshi also made a strenuous sliding tackle from behind to stop Meng Qiu's shot. However, the moment Meng Qiu's foot touched the ball, he gave his ankle a flick. Instead of shooting, he threaded the ball diagonally into the penalty area. While everyone was distracted, Lu Yiyang quietly slipped into the penalty area. Xiao Feng stood up. Even if Meng Qiu rarely received the ball, he could still contribute in this way. Yun Feiyang at the first point, Meng Qiu at the second, and Lu Yiyang pushing forward to support. This was one of two high schools practiced attacking combinations. Meng Qiu's diagonal pass was exquisite, perfectly threading between Zhang Jinshi and Hu Jianpain, and not too forcefully. Lu Yiyang, who had penetrated the area, didn't need to control the ball. He directly swung his right foot and shot at the ball rolling toward him on a diagonal. That strike was smooth and powerful, executed in one fluid motion. The ball suddenly changed direction, then rose upward, flying past before goalkeeper Qin Pengfei's hand could reach it and hit the net behind him. 1-0. In the 13th minute, two high school broke through Qingxi's goal first. After the goal, Lu Yiyang first made sure the referee confirmed it, then turned and ran to embrace Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu. Darn it! Zhang Jinshi slapped the turf hard and shouted at Hu Jianpain. Why did you come over to block him for no reason? The penalty area was left empty. I could handle his shot alone, but I couldn't prevent the pass. Although Hu Jianpain was a senior player in his third year, he was rendered speechless by the shout. That's enough. Yi Yan stopped him, then turned to Hu Jianpain and said, Xiao Zhang is right. His job is to defend Meng Qiu, so you don't need to cover for him. I was marking Yun Feiyang at the time, and you were the last line in the penalty area. You can't make such a mistake next time. Hu Jianpain nodded. He was still not very familiar with Zhang Jinshi because the judgment he had made at that moment would have been correct in a normal match. It was just that Meng Qiu had seized the opportunity too well, and Lu Yiyang's run was too timely, allowing two high school to seize this chance that wasn't really a chance. Now everyone should understand, right? Two high school is strong, really strong. If Meng Qiu hadn't been absent from that match, Yunbei might have lost to them too. We are also strong now, but they still possess the ability to tear apart our defense. If we don't show something in attack, this match will be very dangerous for us. After hearing Yi Yan's words, the Qingxi players nodded one after another. You see, scoring a goal against a well-prepared Qingxi defense was something even Yunbei had failed to do last year, yet two high school had managed it, which fully proved how outstanding two high school had become. Perhaps there were still some flaws in their overall operation, but these attackers had combined harmoniously, and they were fully capable of breaking through Qingxi's goal. Qingxi was improving, Yunbei was improving, but they were already strong. Their improvements only made up for some previous deficiencies. What about two high school? Their foundation was originally weak, but every day they became better than the day before. We have to treat this match as the national tournament final. Because if we don't win, we won't even have a chance to enter the national tournament. In these 3 years, we've only won one national championship. I'm not satisfied. Are you satisfied? Yi Yan said loudly. No. The Qingxi players roared, waving their fists. They still had ambitions, and they were unwilling to end their high school careers like this. I remember during last year's final, Yunbei came up against Qingxi's defense and only managed to win at the very last moment on the back of an explosive display from Su Miao. How has Zhong scored so soon after kickoff this time? Have they really become this strong? Asked one reporter, puzzled. Not exactly. After all, every match has its element of unpredictability. If last year's Qingxi and Yunbei were to face off again, the outcome would not be identical to last year's. Besides, last year Qingxi focused entirely on defense, hoping to drag the game out until Yunbei collapsed. Meanwhile, Yunbei had to keep an eye on Yi Yan's forward runs so their attacks couldn't be fully unleashed, which made the match so tightly contested. This game, however, is different. Exactly right. Qingxi is playing a more open game this time, while Zhong's attacks are a bit reckless. They just charge forward and strike hard without caring about much else. Naturally, their offense is less restrained. It looks like this match is going to be exciting. Qingxi's attack is no pushover either. Amid the reporters' chatter, the match resumed. Qingxi launched an attack. Despite being double-teamed by Li Qi and Liu Yiyang, Sun Xianxin still delivered a diagonal pass. The ball landed at the feet of left winger Yang Run, who had surged forward on the left flank. Facing Li Lemming's defense, Yang Ren feinted, drawing Li Lemming into stepping back to guard against a breakthrough, then immediately played the ball into the center. Center forward Sun Lan received the ball and shot at the first opportunity. Gao Ming's block was a step too slow, but Lin Bing made a brilliant save, palming the ball away. Han Ming immediately cleared it with a long boot. The ball flew into the front court. Yun Feiyang and Yi Yan both raced toward the landing point. This time Yi Yan won the physical battle and headed the ball down first. Zhang Jianxi received the ball, and under Meng Qiu's pressure lifted a lateral pass to Wu Dongbing, who had come forward on the left. Hey, your passing is pretty accurate. Why don't you push up and attack? Meng Qiu's attempt to win the ball back failed, and seeing that nothing was happening at the moment, he asked Zhang Jianxi this question. I don't need to attack. All I need to do is guard you. Zhang Jianxi replied. But we're leading. If you don't attack, we'll just run the clock down until the end. Meng Qiu said deliberately. Zhang Jianxi responded. But Zhang Jianxi's words were wasted. Meng Qiu rarely surfed the internet and had no idea what he actually meant. After receiving the ball, Wu Dongbing began to push forward. Both of Qingxi's fullbacks were players capable of both defending and attacking. In fact, all of their players shared this trait. Fullbacks could push forward to attack and forwards could drop back to defend. This was their strength and also their weakness. Although versatility is the direction modern players are moving toward, only a few can truly excel at both ends of the pitch. Qingxi's strength lies in their balance, but they are perhaps too balanced. They can perform steadily throughout a match, yet erupting with explosive brilliance is not an easy thing for them. Wu Dongbing, advancing with the ball, ran into Li Qi, who had shifted over to defend. He didn't continue dribbling. Instead, he passed laterally to Chen Zhihao in the center. Chen Zhihao didn't hold onto the ball either, quickly slipping it out to the wing to He Xiaoyan, who had pulled wide and asked for it. He Xiaoyan received the ball. Zhao Qingji closed in immediately, but He Xiaoyan didn't tangle with him. He simply knocked the ball past him along the byline and forced his way through. Zhao Qingji was a step slow to accelerate and was left behind by He Xiaoyan, yet he continued to chase tightly from behind. After catching up to the ball, He Xiaoyan made a sudden stop. Zhao Qingji, unable to check his momentum, overran the play. He Xiaoyan nudged the ball sideways and prepared to drive toward the penalty area. However, Zhong's defensive line had now reacted as well. Zhou Jianliang quickly moved over to cover, while Han Ming also stepped up from the front to block, trying to cut off his path to cut inside. Seeing himself about to be enveloped by Zhong's defenders, He Xiaoyan showed not a trace of fear. His dribbling skills began to shine in full force. With a series of sudden chops, dodges, and deft dribbles, He Xiaoyan kept advancing even under the double team. This guy's ball control seems to have improved. I didn't expect him to progress this fast. Xiao Feng thought to himself on the sidelines. Compared to that warm-up match, Qingxi's players had improved tremendously, especially the two key players, He Xiaoyan and Sun Xianxin. Sun Xianxin could now push his position forward and take part in organizing attacks, while He Xiaoyan, originally a striker who relied mainly on pace, had made remarkable progress in his footwork as well. These were abilities they had always possessed, yet had been suppressed by Qingxi's overall tactics. Now those abilities had been unleashed completely. Neither of the two defenders could steal the ball from He Xiaoyan, which left Zhong's backline feeling somewhat embarrassed. Gao Ming immediately charged over, as well, aiming to combine the strength of three players to win the ball. But the moment Gao Ming rushed out, He Xiaoyan passed the ball. The ball came out near the byline, and Sun Lan, who had moved into the middle to support, arrived at the landing spot in time. Before Li Qi could close him down, he shot decisively. A sigh arose from the Qingxi fans in the stands, followed by even louder cheers from Zhong supporters. Sun Lan's shot from inside the box, taken with no one marking him, sailed over the bar. Zhong had escaped a scare. Sun Lan let out a sigh toward the sky. He had always been a center forward whose scoring prowess was not outstanding. His tactical role on the pitch mattered more than his goal tally. And now he had squandered such a golden opportunity. It's all right, just don't waste the next one. Stay calm. He Xiaoyan ran over and patted him on the shoulder without much reproach. Xiao Feng, however, looked furious on the sidelines. Damn it, you lot need to be careful when defending. When he has the ball, the three of you just swarm him. Hold your positions. Startled into a cold sweat by that shot, Xiao Feng shouted loudly. Although Zhong was still leading, that earlier goal had involved a fair amount of luck. The attacker's performance in that instant had been near perfect, and such a goal could hardly be replicated. If they recklessly gave away the advantage that goal had brought, the rest of the match would be much harder to play. Counterattack, push them back. Lin Bing roared, then played the goal kick to Zhao Qingji. Zhao Qingji passed the ball to Lu Yiyang in the center, then surged forward himself. Lu Yiyang received the ball, turned, and played a diagonal pass back to Zhao Qingji's feet. Advancing with the ball was not as easy for Zhao Qingji, as Qingji's pressing in the front court was ferocious. Seeing He Xiaoyan charging at him from behind, Zhao Qingji immediately passed the ball forward. Wei Ming received the ball, turned, and sent it across to the middle. Meng Qiu, having barely shaken off Zhang Jinqi during his sprint, didn't even have time to stop the ball. He could only lift his foot, hook the ball backward over its path, and pass it to Lu Yiyang, who was charging forward in support. That was a beautiful touch, one reporter marveled. Forcing Meng Qiu to pass in such a way. Zhang Jinqi's man-marking is truly formidable. Another reporter remarked with admiration. But Meng Qiu is an attacking player. He only needs to seize one or two chances, just like in that goal just now. Yi Yan and Zhang Jinqi have now been cut off from Qingxi's overall defensive shape by Zhong's play. Their defense is definitely not as solid as usual. It remains to be seen whether Zhong's other players can create opportunities. The reporter's analysis resonated with the others. It was the same old problem. While Yi Yan and Zhang Jinqi were indeed shadowing Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu, they could no longer play a significant role in the overall defense. Now the question was whether Lu Yiyang and Wei Ming, Zhong's two main attacking forces, could create chances against the remaining Qingxi defenders. Lu Yiyang made a sudden stop with the ball, evaded Chen Jihao, who rushed in to defend, and suddenly played a through ball into the box. Yun Feiyang used his body to shield off Yi Yan, opening up the passing lane. Wei Ming sprinted into the box like lightning, using his pace to shake off the Qingxi defenders' marking and shot at the first moment. The net trembled violently. The Zhong students in the stands burst into cheers. From a distance, it really looked like a goal, but it wasn't. Wei Ming's shot had been decisive, but the angle was slightly off, and it slammed straight into the side netting. Isn't this kind of trade-off too costly for Qingxi? After all, Yi Yan is crucial to them. And even without Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu, Zhong was already very strong last year. A reporter asked in confusion. On the surface, Qingxi seems to be at a disadvantage in this trade-off, but they've also taken out the two most important players in Zhong's attack. It's hard to say whether this trade-off is advantageous or not. Moreover, the areas where Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu roam are mostly danger zones. If the others can't keep up with their marks, Yi Yan can still switch over to block in time, unless he has already gone to guard Yun Feiyang, as was the case in the first goal conceded. The reason they use this approach is probably their immense confidence in Yi Yan's abilities. Qingxi believes that apart from guarding Yun Feiyang, Yi Yan can also appear to block at crucial moments. In fact, he has always done so in past matches. Lin Guohua sat quietly on the coaching bench watching the match. Despite being behind on the scoreline, he was not overly worried. In that goal by Zhong, everyone had performed at their peak in that instant. It was unlikely they could reproduce such a display. Zhang Jinqi's marking of Meng Qiu was spot on, and Qingxi's attack just now had proven that they were capable of scoring against Zhong's defense. This was not the time to panic. In a final like this, one must be even more patient. Rushing would only expose more weaknesses. Only 20 minutes of the first half had passed, just a quarter of the entire match. As for victory or defeat, there was still a long way to go. Qingxi's tenacity absolutely could not be shattered by a single goal like that. They had enough patience and were not afraid of a grinding contest. But Zhong, young and lacking in experience, did they have the patience to grind it out with Qingxi? Lin Guohua knew that the current Zhong was indeed strong, so he intended to use every factor available, including Qingxi's experience and savvy, one of Qingxi's greatest advantages. It would be a shame not to put it to use. Until the match is over, no one can be certain who the final winner will be. We will be more patient than you. No, Tu High School was a formidable team, a fact neither Yi Yan nor Lin Guohua would deny. Within the Qingxi camp, they repeatedly stressed this very point, urging the Qingxi players never to underestimate their opponents in the slightest. Nevertheless, despite being a strong team, Tu High School had not truly matured. They possessed several outstanding players, but the rest were of uneven quality, leaving them with few reliable options at both ends of the pitch, and making their tactics rather simple. Most importantly, they lacked match experience, and had been assembled for too short a time. Both their collective experience and their overall coordination offered openings that could be exploited. After carefully observing Tu High School's previous matches, Yi Yan and Lin Guohua were both convinced that this team was truly excellent. They had several top-tier players. Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu, though young, were exceptional, and few players in all of Dalian could match them. Add the four celebrated standouts of the second-year class and a physical marvel like Zhou Jianliang, who lacked experience but possessed remarkable athleticism, and Qingxi could hardly claim any significant advantage in individual ability. To win this final, Qingxi had to bring their superior experience and patience into full play. At the same time, they needed to exploit the relative weakness of Tu High School supporting players seized every opportunity to teach them a few hard lessons, and only then would they have a real chance at victory. On the pitch at that moment, Tu High School were on the attack, while Qingxi defended steadily, ceaselessly searching for the perfect moment to counter. Both of Two high school's fullbacks kept pushing forward to support the attack. This was exactly what Xiaofeng had instructed. He was a head coach who believed in maximizing his team's strengths to the fullest. No, Two high school's greatest strength was offense. Dropping deep, Wei Ming received a pass from Liu Yiyang. Seeing Meng Qiu sprinting at full speed into the penalty area, he immediately sent the ball forward. Meng Qiu pulled away from Zhang Jinshi by a fraction as he ran, then at the edge of the penalty area, he struck the ball instantly with a long-range shot. Zhang Jinshi was guarding against the possibility that Meng Qiu might be feigning a shot before dribbling or passing, but this time Meng Qiu shot directly. Zhang Jinshi's foot arrived a step too late, and the ball flew past it. Qin Pingfei braced himself. He could tell that Meng Qiu's long-range effort was not of the highest quality. The ball skimmed low toward goal, but was struck rather centrally. Dropping instantly, he gathered it with both hands, tucked his elbows in, and clutched it securely to his chest. Meng Qiu shook his head regretfully, then jogged back. Zhang Jinshi watched his retreating figure lost in thought. Could it be that this kid isn't good at long-range shooting? If that shot had been struck a little better, he might have forced Qin Pingfei to spill the ball and given Yun Feiyang a follow-up chance. If so, defending against him would be simpler. Zhang Jinshi thought to himself. Even Yun Feiyang had not noticed this. Meng Qiu was indeed not especially proficient at long-range shooting. In fact, his finishing relied more on finesse. Inside the box, he favored placing his shots rather than unleashing powerful drives, because his legs were not exceptionally strong. During his time in Bolivia, he had either played as a fullback or operated inside the penalty area, so he rarely had opportunities to shoot from distance. After coming to China, he had not had many chances to practice it either. Meng Qiu himself did not mind, for his speed and technical skill were enough to create better chances for him inside the box. Moreover, his passing from outside the box seemed even more dangerous. Zhang Jinshi, however, had taken notice of this, though he was not entirely certain it was enough to make him keep a closer watch in the remaining moments of the match. Jingshi's attack was intercepted in midfield. No. Two high school's pressing ability in the center of the pitch was remarkably good. Li Qi covered a lot of ground, and Zhou Jianliang covered even more. The two holding midfielders made the No. Two high school midfield far more robust. With Liu Yiyang's sharp judgment and frequent interceptions, few teams could easily pass through their midfield defense. This time it was Liu Yiyang who intercepted the pass. With Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu both tightly marked, he played the ball to Wei Ming, who then drove forward through the middle with determination. Chen Jihao stepped across and halted him with a foul awarding No. Two high school a free kick about 23 meters from goal. Meng Qiu, Yun Feiyang, and Liu Yiyang all stood over the ball, making the entire Qingxi camp somewhat tense. Liu Yiyang was No. Two high school's primary set-piece taker, and though Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang had never taken free kicks before, Meng Qiu's outstanding technique meant he could hardly be poor at it, while Yun Feiyang's raw power made his powerful free kicks equally difficult to defend against. Standing in the wall, Zhang Jinshi kept his attention on Meng Qiu. At that moment, Liu Yiyang suddenly nudged the ball sideways. Meng Qiu stepped on the ball to stop it, and Yun Feiyang, standing between the two of them, accelerated instantly. Winding up his right foot, he launched a powerful drive at goal. The ball whistled toward the penalty area, and a figure rushed out from within the box, throwing himself in front of Yun Feiyang's shot to block it with his body. The one who made that timely block was Yi Yan. Defending inside the box, he was the first to spot No. Two high school's intentions during the free kick routine. Darting out from an angle, he used his body to stop the shot. The ball rolled clear. Yun Feiyang attempted to follow up for another shot, but Yi Yan got a foot in first and poked the ball out to the flank. He Xiaoyun, who had dropped back, collected it and began his run forward. Zhao Qingji, who was defending that side, had pushed forward in support only moments earlier and had not yet recovered. He Xiaoyun immediately took the ball and charged up the flank at high speed. Guard the middle. I'll cover out wide. Zhou Jianliang called out to Li Qi, who was about to race over to the flank. At the same moment, he himself set off, sprinting toward that side. Zhou Jianliang's judgment was undoubtedly correct this time. Li Qi was a little short on pace, and even if he went to the wing, he would probably struggle to catch He Xiaoyun before he could cut into the penalty area. Zhou Jianliang was quicker, making him far more likely to catch up. He Xiaoyun raced down the wing with the ball, while Zhou Jianliang tracked back from the middle. As he sprinted, he adjusted his line step by step, closing in on He Xiaoyun from an angle. Meanwhile, Gao Meng in the back line had also begun shifting left, ready to cut off He Xiaoyun's path from the front. The player Gao Meng had been responsible for Sun Lan, was picked up by Han Ming, who had come across to cover. Qingxi's other forward Yang Ren also began charging toward the box from the far side. Li Qi, who had tracked back through the middle, moved across to mark him. That was exactly why Zhou Jianliang had placed him in that central recovery position. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. This sequence of movement embodied exactly why Zhou Jianliang was so valuable. When he went to cover, the other defenders could organize their positions more calmly. Now all three Qingxi forwards in the counterattack were being marked, so this quick break was unlikely to amount to anything. Zhou Jianliang finally caught up with He Xiaoyun at a point level with the edge of the penalty area. Seeing Zhou Jianliang closing in, He Xiaoyun sighed inwardly and gave up any idea of cutting into the penalty area. If only Gao Meng had been in front of him, he would have trusted his pace and skill to escape, but with Zhou Jianliang also arriving, forcing his way through was no longer realistic. He therefore committed himself to driving toward the byline, while Zhou Jianliang continued to block his route inward. That was exactly what a wide defender ought to do. A cross was nowhere near as dangerous as allowing an attacker to cut inside with the ball. After all, a cross still required a teammate in the middle to win the header, so its accuracy was not that high, especially since both Qingxi forwards following up were being shadowed by two high school defenders. Just as Xiaofeng began to relax, he suddenly saw a figure in a black jersey sprint from midfield straight into the penalty area. That was Sun Xiangxin surging forward through the middle. Oh no! Xiaofeng shot to his feet. The other defenders had not yet recovered and Sun Xiangxin was completely unmarked at that moment. At that moment He Xiaoyan made one final burst, and just as the ball was about to cross the byline lifted a pass into the penalty area. Sun Lan's forward run and Yang Ren's lateral movement pulled the attention of Han Ming and Li Qi away, but the ball was not delivered into the 6-yard box. Instead it was played directly toward the penalty spot. Sun Xiangxin charging into the two high school penalty area rose high to meet the dropping ball. Gao Meng turned and rushed toward him, but he was still a step too late. Before Gao Meng could reach him, Sun Xiangxin had already gathered his core strength, arched his head back slightly, and then powered the ball away with his forehead. With the momentum of his run, it was a powerful driving header. The sudden impact changed the ball's flight path instantly, sending it straight toward the top right corner of the goal. Lin Bing threw himself into the air with all his might, stretching his arms to their limit in an attempt to keep out the lightning-fast header. But, as the ball grazed past Lin Bing's fingertips, his heart turned cold in an instant. Swoosh! A soft sound came from behind him, and Lin Bing tumbled awkwardly to the ground. From the stands, cheers rose from more than 1,000 Qingxi students. In the 27th minute, through a swift counterattack, Sun Xiangxin, who had pushed his position forward, powered a strong header into the net to level the score for Qingxi. Lin Guohua sprang up from the bench with his arms spread wide. Yes, your ability now is truly not inferior to ours, but our experience and patience are far greater than yours. In a back-and-forth contest like this, the final victory is bound to be ours. This goal is clear proof of that. Sun Xiangxin landed, spread his arms wide, and let out a resounding roar. He Xiaoyun's son, Lan Yongrun. His teammates rushed in from every direction, celebrating with elation. Though it was only the equalizer, they kept on celebrating, because this goal proved that their odds of winning were still far greater than two high schools. Although both sides had scored only one goal so far, two high schools' goal was almost impossible to replicate, while Qingxi's goal was something they could produce again and again. Can two high school keep attacking the way they did before? If they do, we will cut their defense open with one sharp counterattack after another. Counterattacking. Now that's our bread and butter. It is what we have always done. If you dare to attack, we will break down your defense again and again with our counters. This is Qingxi football. This is the true spirit of Qingxi. We'll keep attacking. Meng Qiu, that guy seems to be clinging to you pretty tightly. Don't you think you should come up with some way to deal with him? Yun Feiyang asked Meng Qiu as they prepared to kick off. I've been thinking about that too. His positioning and anticipation are far sharper than Zhou Jianliang's. I rarely even get the chance to receive the ball, Meng Qiu said with a hint of helplessness. What about the way we did it on that first goal? Yun Feiyang said after a moment of thought. There's a chance, but not a big one. I'd only have that single touch to work with, and it's never easy to pick out the perfect final pass. On that ball, I was just gambling a bit, hoping the captain could time his run forward. Meng Qiu said after thinking it over. You could also just shoot directly. I'll set you up and you just come up and let it fly. Spectacular. Yun Feiyang said with animated enthusiasm. I'm not really good at long-range shots. Meng Qiu spread his hands. Yun Feiyang was taken aback. Inside the penalty area, I can read the angle well and place it into the corner, but my striking power isn't particularly strong. Long-range shots need power as much as precision. Meng Qiu said helplessly. Damn, you never told me that during practice. Yun Feiyang said gloomily. Then after you get the ball, you'll have to rely on dribbling into the box more often. Use your footwork to get past that guy? That's what I was thinking too. Meng Qiu nodded. The match resumed. Lu Yiyang continued to receive the ball in midfield and orchestrate attacks. Although Qingxi's midfield pressure was intense, the fact that Zhang Jinshi stuck close to Meng Qiu reduced some of that pressure. With both fullbacks constantly pushing forward to offer support, Lu Yiyang was able to launch attacks smoothly. More attacks naturally create more chances, and with more chances comes a greater likelihood of converting one, an unassailable truth. Wei Ming received the ball about 30 meters from the opponent's goal. After drawing the attention of the opposing defenders, he passed to Zhao Qingji, who was supporting him. Zhao Qingji immediately sent a diagonal pass to the edge of the penalty area. Yun Feiyang darted out of the penalty area to receive the ball, but Yiyan was pressing from behind, leaving him unable to turn. Spotting Meng Qiu suddenly accelerating toward the edge of the box, Yun Feiyang immediately played the ball back. The ball flew toward the arc of the penalty area. Meng Qiu sprinted to the landing spot and wound up his left foot. Go on, take the shot. Zhang Jinshi, sticking tightly to Meng Qiu, didn't stretch out a leg to block the shot. Instead, he shouted from behind. Meng Qiu's heart tightened slightly. Had this guy already figured out that he couldn't shoot from this distance? Even as these thoughts ran through his mind, Meng Qiu's feet moved without hesitation. After completing the shooting feint, he knocked the ball forward and charged into the penalty area. Yun Feiyang used his body to shield off Yi Yan, opening up a path into the penalty area. That was the only thing he could do at the moment. Seeing that Meng Qiu really hadn't shot, Zhang Jinshi confirmed his judgment. Defending from here on would be much easier. With the shooting option eliminated, everything Meng Qiu could do next would be limited to dribbling or passing. A defender is at a disadvantage against an attacker precisely because the attacker has many options. especially near the penalty area. Shooting, passing, and dribbling are all major threats. Now that one of the three options was gone, defending naturally became simpler. Meng Qiu sprinted forward quickly, and Zhang Jinshi still couldn't overtake him. But by now he was quite confident. He could just follow along without needing to sprint desperately to block. This left him with more energy to make a second reaction. Meng Qiu dribbled into the penalty area. Hu Jianping moved over cautiously and positioned himself in Meng Qiu's path. It was a well-chosen spot. Whether Meng Qiu tried to break through or shoot, there wasn't a good angle. In full stride, Meng Qiu wound up his left foot again, but quickly knocked the ball sideways. Hu Jianping was fooled by the motion, and after creating a shooting window, Meng Qiu immediately wound up his left foot once more and struck the ball with force. A shot from inside the penalty area naturally carried far greater danger. However, the moment the ball was struck, a foot shot out from the side and poked the ball away at an angle. The ball rolled out over the end line for a corner kick. Meng Qiu let out a sigh and turned helplessly to look at Zhang Jinshi, who was still lying on the ground in a defensive pose. The closer you get to the box, the less room you have to maneuver. So Meng Qiu, do you still think you have a chance in this match? Zhang Jinshi said to Meng Qiu as he climbed to his feet. He probably intended to look contemptuous, but speaking while scrambling up rather undercut the effect. Meng Qiu laughed. As long as the match is still going, there's always a chance. With that, he ran out of the penalty area only to see Zhang Jinshi following him. He asked helplessly, "It's our corner kick. Why are you following me instead of staying in the box to defend?" Meng Qiu asked in exasperation. "That's not my job," Zhang Jinshi said, wagging his head. Meng Qiu sighed inwardly. He had initially planned to slip into the box amid the chaos and maybe poke in a rebound, but now it looked like he wouldn't be getting in there at all. With both teams packed with tall players inside the penalty area, he wouldn't get a sniff at the ball even if he went in. Gao Meng and Zhou Jianliang both surged into Chengxi's penalty area. Set pieces were also an important attacking weapon for No. 2 High School. Xiao Feng had always placed great emphasis on set pieces during his time at Huaicai, and most of Zhou Jianliang's rare goals had come from corner kicks, so he naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip. Lu Yiyang swung in the corner kick. Yun Feiyang's forward run drew Yian's attention, but the ball was sent straight into the box, where Zhou Jianliang rose above Hu Jianping and powered a header toward the goal. Qin Pengfei made a brilliant save, palming the ball away with one hand. Gao Meng followed up for a rebound, but a recovering defender booted the ball clear. Zhou Jianliang immediately sprinted back after landing, and Meng Qiu also began tracking back. Chengxi's counterattack had quietly begun at that moment. The ball flew toward the center circle. Han Ming and Sun Lan rose together to contest the header. Sun Lan gained the upper hand and nodded the ball out to the wing. He Xiaoyan received the ball and began charging down the wing. Zhao Qingji didn't rush to challenge him tightly. Instead, he firmly blocked the route to cut inside. At this moment, what was needed was delay rather than reckless pressing. Zhao Qingji's composure proved crucial at that moment. Although He Xiaoyan was progressing smoothly down the wing, his path to cut inside was consistently sealed off by Zhao Qingji. Once they neared the penalty area, Zhao Qingji resorted to grappling with both arms and legs, and that kind of nuisance entanglement gave He Xiaoyan plenty of trouble. As No. 2 High School's defenders gradually recovered their positions, He Xiaoyan's hurried cross was headed away by Gao Meng, and No. 2 High School neutralized the opponent's counterattack. Lin Guohua, however, remained unruffled. Just like during the earlier goal, No. 2 High School's defensive retreat this time was watertight. Yet such a level of defense couldn't be maintained on every possession. If Chengxi kept playing, opportunities would surely come. But even Lin Guohua himself hadn't expected that such an opportunity would arrive very soon. Li Lemming pushed forward in support, received Lu Yiyang's pass, and then switched play with a long ball to the other flank. Wei Ming collected the pass and played a through ball into the opponent's penalty area. Yi Yin and Yun Feiyang contested the first ball simultaneously, with Yi Yin getting a toe to it first and poking it away. Chen Jihao took possession and immediately fed Sun Xiangxin ahead of him, and Chengxi launched a counterattack. Sun Xiangxin advanced with the ball. Lu Yiyang and Li Qi both closed him down, yet despite the pressure, Sun Xiangxin still managed to spread the ball to the wing, where He Xiaoyan once again forced his way forward along the flank. Zhao Qingji's defending remained steady, but this time He Xiaoyan didn't try to sprint all the way to the byline. Instead, he waited for fullback Lu Zhanbo to push up in support, laid the ball off to him, and then continued his run forward. Lu Zhanbo played a neat pass, and He Xiaoyan, receiving it back, delivered a cross before Zhao Qingji could close him down. Zhou Jianliang stayed close to Sun Xiangxin, preventing Chengxi's most important supporting runner from reaching the landing point. However, as the ball flew into the penalty area, Gao Meng leaped to clear it, but was still a step too late. The ball skimmed over his head, and the advancing Sun Lan received it inside the penalty area. Sun Lan was completely unmarked in the box. Lin Bing immediately charged off his line, and Han Ming also rushed over from the other side. They attacked decisively, hoping to force Sun Lan into a mistake under pressure. Yet at this moment, Sun Lan displayed his superb fundamentals. With a cushioned touch off his thigh, he controlled the ball, which had dropped at an awkward angle, then quickly wound up his right foot and struck it powerfully toward the goal. I am Chengxi center forward. This is the moment for me to score. The ball flew diagonally toward the left side of the goal. Lin Bing, who had just rushed out, lunged desperately, but the ball still flew past his outstretched hand and slammed into No. 2 High School's net. After missing an earlier chance, Sun Lan gave Chengxi the lead with a brilliant stop and shoot inside the penalty area. That shot was taken with such decisiveness. Who would have thought Sun Lan had such composed finishing? Many reporters sighed. In Chengxi's attacks, the goals usually came from the trio of Yi Yin's son Xiangxin and He Xiaoyan, with He Xiaoyan scoring the fewest of the three, while Yang Ren occasionally chipped in. Compared with them, Sun Lan's role on the pitch mostly involved laying off balls, occupying opposing defenders, or competing for headers in the box. So unnoticed, it was easy to forget that he was Chengxi's starting center forward. Xiao Feng let out a helpless sigh. The goal conceded had come from Gao Meng's mistake, but no defender was immune to errors, and against Chengxi's sharp counterattacks, conceding was simply unavoidable. The problem now wasn't the defense, it was the offense. Xiao Feng glanced at his watch. Only a few minutes remained in the first half. The adjustments he made during the halftime break would be where he needed to demonstrate his abilities. In the remaining time, neither side could create any significant chances. When the referee blew the whistle for halftime, the score stood at 2-1. After conceding first, Chengxi had scored 2 consecutive goals and entered the break with the lead. The first half was well played. Honestly, I am quite satisfied even though we fell behind Chengxi. That was not due to problems in our defense. After entering the locker room, Xiao Feng's words brought a slight sense of relief to the players from Erzhong. Honestly, trailing at halftime did place some pressure on them, for this match differed from the earlier semi-final of the elimination tournament. In that game, even a loss would still leave them a chance to play the consolation bracket. But in this match, a defeat would mean no opportunity to catch up at all. Xiao Feng's words brought them a slight sense of relaxation. A coach's role often lies precisely in this. We conceded 2 goals to Chengxi, but that is not the key issue. Our defense has no major problems, the issue lies in our attack. Chengxi used Yi Yin and Zhang Jinxi to mark Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu, which was something we had not anticipated beforehand. Especially Zhang Jinxi. Meng Qiu, he marked you very tightly in the first half. Have you thought of any way to deal with him? Meng Qiu took a sip of water. There is no particularly good solution. Moreover, he has noticed that I am not skilled at long-range shooting. I think that in the second half, if I want to receive the ball more, there are only 2 options. What are those options? Xiao Feng asked. Under these circumstances, especially since Xiao Feng was not very familiar with Zhang Jinxi, Meng Qiu, who had been tightly shadowed by Zhang Jinxi throughout the first half, was naturally the more authoritative voice. The first is to drop back and organize play. In the defensive third, my range of movement is larger and the possibilities of receiving the ball are greater. The captain can push forward to play as a second striker. Meng Qiu said. That is impractical. Now the captain, organizing from the back, can already fully replace your role. If he pushes forward, no one can replace your impact in attack. This approach would weaken your capabilities. Furthermore, even if you receive the ball in the back, it would be difficult to dribble all the way into the opponent's penalty area to create threats. Such a method would essentially be disabling our own strengths. We cannot use it. Xiao Feng rejected this method without hesitation. In a desperate situation, perhaps this approach could be used as a last resort, but it would indeed create weaknesses on both ends of the pitch. Meng Qiu's defensive abilities were inferior to Liu Yiyang's, and Liu Yiyang's dribbling and attacking capability was inferior to Meng Qiu's. Such a swap would only make Erzhong's already disadvantaged overall strength decline further. Then only the second option remains. Meng Qiu nodded. In the second half, when passing to me, play longer balls that keep a greater distance from Zhang Jinxi, denying him the chance to intercept. Additionally, I need more opportunities to receive the ball. After receiving it, I will create attacks through more dribbles. The effectiveness of such attacks may not be ideal, and if we lose possession, everyone must retreat quickly to defend against their counterattacks. Meng Qiu's meaning was essentially that in the second half, he would be more self-centered, maximizing every opportunity to receive the ball and attempting to score through individual dribbles. This approach would naturally place greater responsibility on his teammates because in the first half, Erzhong had been very careful about Chengxi's counterattacks after gaining possession, rarely attempting risky passes and trying to force dead ball situations with each attack to deny Chengxi any counterattacking opportunities. However, even with such caution, Chengxi seized 2 chances from their limited counterattacks, and both of their goals came from counterattacking play. If we adopt this tactic in the second half, the longer passes to Meng Qiu would inherently have lower accuracy, and initiating attacks through Meng Qiu's individual dribbles would not guarantee a high success rate either. More importantly, the probability of losing possession mid-attack would also be considerable. This would mean the defensive players of Erzhong would face even more counterattacks from Chengxi, placing tremendous additional pressure on them. Xiao Feng looked around at the players and noticed that some wore serious expressions while others looked eager, yet none displayed fear or anxiety. This observation settled Xiao Feng's mind. At least he did not need to worry about the players collapsing under such circumstances. Then let us adopt this tactic. Using Meng Qiu as the core to break open the current situation, when he receives the ball, the other attacking players must stay nearby ready to support and draw defensive attention, clearing paths toward the penalty area. Defensive players stay alert, preventing their counterattacks, tracking both your markers and the ball simultaneously. Understood. Understood. The players answered in unison. They were not afraid of the difficulty. In fact, for players, the greatest fear on the pitch is not a challenging task, but not knowing what to do. With a clear objective and wholehearted focus, players can perform at their best. All right, rest well. There are still 45 minutes left, enough to decide whether we can take a trip to Beijing this summer. I certainly want to go. What about you? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. We definitely want to. The players raised their fists and shouted together. Zhang Lintao tucked a cigarette between his lips, but did not bother to light it. Instead, he frowned, contemplating how Erzhong should mount a counterattack in the second half. The situation on the field was clear. The reporters had basically figured it out. Qingxi had begun to dominate because they had locked down Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyang Erzhong's two most outstanding attacking players. Their counterattacks were incredibly sharp. Although Yi Yin rarely made forward runs to participate in offense, whether due to physical reasons or tactical arrangements, Qingxi's attacking players performed at an exceptionally high level. Both of their goals were executed smoothly. Qingxi today was indeed stronger than ever before. Yet such a powerful Qingxi could only lead by one goal in the first half, and even conceded one goal to Erzhong while Yi Yin was defending at full strength. Such a situation was sufficient proof of how outstanding Erzhong had been. In previous years, Erzhong winning the consolation bracket championship would have been no problem at all, even challenging for the Dalian title. Unfortunately, the landscape of the Dalian zone has changed significantly this year. Both of these teams possess at least the strength to reach the top 8 in the national tournament. It would be a great pity to be eliminated here. A reporter sighed. There is no way around it. After all, we cannot send every strong team to the national tournament. I must say the organizing committee has been very favorable toward Dalian. Among the top 10 national zones aside from Dalian, which other zone is organized primarily around a single city? Who told us Dalian has so many good teams? Another reporter laughed. The reporters all laughed, their laughter carrying a trace of pride. Indeed, Dalian was a football city, and only Dalian would face such delightful troubles. Listening to his colleagues discuss, Zhang Lintao gritted his teeth. He understood these principles well, but what could he do? His hopes for high school football and the magazine's aspirations were both pinned on Erzhong. Only if Erzhong qualifies for the national tournament would there be genuine news value. Only then could high school football establish its reputation. In the second half, we must definitely press forward, aim to defeat Qingxi and advance to the national tournament. Zhang Lintao thought with clenched teeth. Zhang Lintao harbored no grudge against Qingxi. In fact, he had previously admired Yi Yin greatly. But at this moment, he only wished for one thing to happen: Erzhong defeating Qingxi to claim the final qualification ticket. Sharing the same sentiment were the students of Erzhong. Although Erzhong trailed in the first half, the students could see the effort their teammates had invested. Under such circumstances, they could only wholeheartedly cheer for Erzhong, hoping to witness a victory at the final whistle. The students of Erzhong understood how monumental an achievement the school team was attempting. Since the National High School League was established, no amateur team had ever reached the national tournament. All participants were specialized football academy teams. Even in the decentralized district competitions held independently across various districts, amateur teams had almost never advanced to the quarterfinals. Without exaggeration, what Erzhong's school team was doing was creating history. Although one could not inflate it to the lofty height of breaking the football academy's monopoly over the National High School League, regardless, if Erzhong's school team qualified for the national tournament, it would cause considerable commotion nationwide. Currently, major portal websites and sports print media were paying increasing attention to the national tournament. If Erzhong could create such history, they would undoubtedly become a hot topic for a certain period. Although they were not members of the Erzhong school team, as part of Erzhong, just thinking about it was thrilling. Therefore, although Erzhong trailed by one goal in the first half, none of the students lost heart. During halftime, they had eaten lightly and hydrated, preparing to offer even greater cheering volume in the second half to bolster their teammates. When the Erzhong players appeared on the field, the stands where Erzhong students sat immediately erupted with thunderous applause. 2,000 small flags waved, and 2,000 mouths produced cheers simultaneously. Although this constituted only a small proportion of the entire stadium at this moment, it became the only sound that mattered. Fans from other schools and other stands remained silent. They hoped Erzhong would perform more outstandingly, but in adversity, they were reluctant to cheer for Erzhong prematurely. They knew Erzhong had played splendidly before, but before witnessing a truly great match with their own eyes, they would not easily become devoted followers. What Erzhong was about to create was precisely such a magnificent match. Facing a powerhouse like Qingxi in a disadvantaged position, defeating them to claim the final ticket to the national tournament. Students from other schools hoped to witness a great match that would satisfy their hero worship and idolization. If Erzhong could achieve this, they would fervently fall in love with this team and its players in the days ahead. This was Zhang Lintao's judgment, and the primary factor behind his decision to stake everything on Erzhong. They were anticipating. Within this atmosphere of expectation, the referee blew the whistle to start the second half. Sun Lan passed the ball to Yang Run and then ran forward. The final 45 minutes of the Dalian zone competition began. He Xiaoyan raced down the flank with the ball at his feet. Seeing Zhou Jianliang charging toward him, he feigned a burst forward, then pulled the ball back at once, ready to cut inside. Zhou Jianliang, however, did not fall for the feint. With a clean sliding tackle, he swept the ball away from He Xiaoyan's feet. Zhao Qingji, trailing the play, collected the ball, and spotting Wei Ming dropping back to receive it, delivered the pass immediately. Wei Ming latched onto the ball and turned. At the same time, Meng Qiu, who had been roaming near the center circle, suddenly accelerated and surged forward. Before sprinting, he first made a motion toward Wei Ming, prompting Zhang Jinshi to back up a step. Then he suddenly pivoted and burst into a sprint. Zhang Jinshi was left behind, but he remained unperturbed. With his reflexes and speed, Meng Qiu could not fully shake him off. Yet all Meng Qiu needed was that fleeting moment of separation. Wei Ming lifted his foot and sent an angled pass from the wing into the midfield. Chen Jihao rushed over, hoping to intercept, but Meng Qiu stretched out a leg first to poke the ball past him before accelerating into the open space. Before Chen Jihao could react, Meng Qiu had darted past him, and in the next instant Zhang Jinshi also swept by. Although he was slightly delayed by Chen Jihao, Zhang Jinshi was not anxious. From this distance Meng Qiu could not attempt a long shot. If he kept moving forward, Zhang Jinshi would be able to close in and stick to him. As expected, when Meng Qiu sprinted to the top of the penalty area, he slowed down. Chen Shi's defense had already formed an ordered line. Yi Yin remained attached to Yun Feiyong, while Hu Jianping sealed the route toward the box. Just as Zhang Jinshi was closing in, he saw Meng Qiu's foot slide the ball sideways, and he dribbled laterally a full 2 meters. Zhang Jinshi, sprinting at full tilt, could not break in time. When he regained his balance and turned around, Meng Qiu was already right in front of him. In the previous defensive sequences, Meng Qiu had always been trapped with a wall ahead and Zhang Jinshi chasing from behind. A difficult situation for any attacker since he had to watch for threats from both sides. Now, although 2 Qingxi defenders stood before him, Meng Qiu could focus entirely on the way ahead. Zhang Jinshi lowered his body slightly and stared at Meng Qiu with unyielding concentration. He sensed that Meng Qiu planned to enter the penalty area via a dribble. "You want to beat me? Then come and try," Zhang Jinshi thought with unwavering confidence. Despite having spent nearly half a year away from the game, he had begun playing as a child and had ample defensive experience. Meng Qiu had no time to waste, for if he delayed further, every Qingxi player would drop back on defense. At that point, even the most extraordinary dribbling could not produce a goal through such a crowded defense. Even while facing Meng Qiu, Zhang Jinshi knew exactly what was happening behind him. Hu Jianping stood slightly to the right, ready to cover, while on the left Yi Yin and Yun Feiyong were wrestling for position. Zhang Jinshi had greater trust in Yi Yin and knew he did not need to consider a break in that direction. Even Yun Feiyong would have difficulty winning the space there. Yun Feiyong was also watching Meng Qiu, with Yi Yin sticking close. They were locked in a continual contest of strength. Neither could force the other off balance. At that instant, Yun Feiyong saw Meng Qiu's left foot lift slightly and his ankle make a half-circle motion. He immediately understood Meng Qiu's intention. He then edged toward the middle, using his body to push Yi Yin that way. Yi Yin perceived Yun Feiyong's design, but he could not simply abandon him unattended. So he followed Yun Feiyong toward the center, while calling to Hu Jianping to shift to the left. The moment Hu Jianping started moving, Meng Qiu acted. Meng Qiu's left instep brushed the side of the ball, and he prepared to break left. Zhang Jinshi also reacted, shifting his weight left to cut off the path. Yet after the single tap, Meng Qiu stopped abruptly, using the inside of his left foot to cut the ball back to the right, ready to break down that side. The move was so convincing, and with Zhang Jinshi's back to the goal, he had no way of knowing that Yi Yin and Hu Jianping had already started to switch. So he thought breaking to the right was Meng Qiu's true intention, because on that flank stood only Hu Jianping, not Yi Yin. Zhang Jinshi held his balance and moved his body to the right. Meng Qiu nudged the ball again with his left foot, and it rolled sideways. Zhang Jinshi instinctively leaned right. But just then the released ball hit Meng Qiu's right foot and rebounded to the left. The rebound was not strong, but it was sufficient to open up a path. His left foot swept the ball, left once more, and Meng Qiu completely shook off Zhang Jinshi. Zhang Jinshi sensed danger and forced his weight back across, but Meng Qiu had already surged past him. Turning, Zhang Jinshi could only give chase. Meng Qiu, after catching the ball, was nearly at the edge of the penalty area. In mid-stride, he pushed the ball with the inside of his left foot, sending it to Yun Feiyong in the middle of the box. Yun Feiyong used his body to hold off both opponents. Yi Yin in front, and Hu Jianping as well. Yi Yin thrust out his chest, dug in, and stretched a foot to poke the ball away. The interference came at a vital moment. Yun Feiyong would have been able to turn and shoot directly. A close-range strike from near the penalty spot is extremely threatening. But with Yi Yin's disruption, Yun Feiyong's balance gave way, and the rolling ball struck his shin and bounced sideways. Meng Qiu appeared at the landing point. Zhang Jinshi made a desperate slide tackle. Just as Meng Qiu was about to lift his foot to poke the ball, he stepped on the rolling ball and pulled it back behind him. Zhang Jinshi slid harmlessly past him. Then Meng Qiu swung his right foot. Hu Jianping, having rushed back from the middle, raised his leg to block the shot. But it was another feint. After faking the shot, Meng Qiu knocked the ball sideways, and Hu Jianping was also left behind. After bypassing 2 defenders in succession, an open channel lay ahead. Yi Yin was the only one who might cover the space, but this time Yun Feiyong blocked his way. Under Yun Feiyong's constant physical impedance, Yi Yin arrived a step too late. Meng Qiu swung his right foot one final time and fired the ball away. Although Meng Qiu was naturally left-footed like Yun Feiyong, he was equally skilled with both feet. The shot was struck cleanly, the ball skimming low to the left corner. Before Qin Pengfei could get down, it was already in the net. The score was level at 22. Shortly after the second half began, the second middle school had equalized through a magnificent individual run by Meng Qiu. Zhang Lintao dropped the cigarette from his hand and sprang up with his arms wide. On the sideline, Xiaofeng pumped his arm and jumped to his feet, arms open. In the stands, Su Bin Wu, Xian, Yi Jiqing all cheered with open arms. At the crucial moment, Meng Qiu had demonstrated his worth. When pinpoint passing failed to break the deadlock, Meng Qiu relied on his individual brilliance to tear apart Qingxi's solid defense and level the score for the second middle school. It inevitably reminded spectators of Su Miao last year. Facing Qingxi's ironclad defense, it was Su Miao's solo run through the backline that produced the decisive goal. In that match, Su Miao had accomplished his feat under Yi Yan's close marking, which might be considered even more impressive than Meng Qiu's equalizer. All the same, being able to achieve this against Chengxi's defense only underlined how extraordinary Meng Qiu had become. The second middle school with Meng Qiu was a completely different team from the one without him. With Meng Qiu on the pitch when confronted by Chengxi's ferocious defense, he used his intelligent movement and personal breakthroughs to help a team that had been at a disadvantage claw back an equalizer. In the semifinal of the knockout rounds without Meng Qiu, although the second middle school performed admirably, they were pinned down by Yun Bei in the second half and could not mount a comeback, ultimately losing in regret. The second middle school without Meng Qiu was still formidable, but it was only with Meng Qiu that they reached full completeness. This was something even Yun Feiyong could not accomplish. After all, Yun Feiyong depended more on the service of his defensive teammates. Yun Feiyong, however, held no complaints. After all, he and Meng Qiu were good friends. Besides, even if he had not scored, he had drawn all of Yi Yan's attention. Without Yi Yan, Chengxi's defense was no longer as impregnable as before. Even if Yun Feiyong failed to score, everyone could see his contribution on the field. As Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu jogged shoulder to shoulder toward their own half, Zhang Jinshi pressed his palm against the grass. Even knowing that Meng Qiu was going to break through, he had still been left behind. This was just unbelievable. How does it feel to be beaten? Came Yi Yan's flat voice from nearby. You can try it and see. Zhang Jinshi retorted with a sulky air. He was the sort of person who would banter with others, even when idle, not to mention when he felt so frustrated. I felt it last year. Yi Yan said, his voice as indifferent as ever. Zhang Jinshi was startled, then recalled last year's final. At the time, he had just entered Chengxi High School early as a middle school student and was not qualified to play in the national competition. When Su Miao eluded Yi Yan at the critical moment and scored the decisive goal, Zhang Jinshi had seen it clearly from the stands. At the memory, he felt a bit ashamed, since he knew that why had he provoked the captain? A defender will inevitably be beaten by an attacker now and then. Just don't let it shake your confidence. I'm not in my best form at the moment, and Yun Feiyong's strength has grown a lot. Marking him already pushes me to my limits. You are the only one who can deal with Meng Qiu. Yi Yan went on. Zhang Jinshi's expression turned solemn. Understood. I will give everything I have. I must stop him. Yi Yan went on. Zhang Jinshi's expression turned solemn. Understood. I will give everything I have. I must stop him. Although he had firmly resolved to keep a tight watch on Meng Qiu, Zhang Jinshi discovered that the player on the field now bore little resemblance to the one from the first half. During the first half, Meng Qiu rarely had the opportunity to receive the ball under Zhang Jinshi's marking. Even when he did, his hurried passes lacked real threat. Zhang Jinshi had also noted Meng Qiu's inability to strike from distance, a weakness that made maintaining defensive pressure seem quite manageable. But now, Meng Qiu still refrained from taking long-range shots, yet he moved with far greater intensity, using sharp bursts of acceleration to shake off his marker. In a football match, Zhang Jinshi could not simply hold on to Meng Qiu when he was off the ball. That would earn a caution. Initially, Zhang Jinshi saw no problem with this. But after witnessing Meng Qiu's latest run, a realization dawned on him. Even without attempting long-range strikes, Meng Qiu could effortlessly dismantle his defense through clever dribbling. Only after personally marking Meng Qiu and experiencing that breakthrough firsthand did Zhang Jinshi truly comprehend the depth of his opponent's ability. Zhang Jinshi had reviewed Meng Qiu's match footage numerous times. City West's intelligence network far surpassed that of No.2 Middle School, and aside from that single friendly match, City West had recordings of every game No.2 Middle School played. Zhang Jinshi possessed thorough knowledge of how Meng Qiu performed on the pitch. In his assessment, Meng Qiu was an exceptionally agile and well-rounded player, possessing outstanding footwork, keen passing awareness, and strong spatial judgment. Though compact in stature and lacking physical dominance, his endurance was remarkable, making him difficult to dismiss with routine challenges. However, Zhang Jinshi had also identified a vulnerability. Meng Qiu's lack of physical strength limited his threat from distance, a weakness confirmed in previous matches that made defensive marking considerably easier. Additionally, while Meng Qiu's dribbling ability was impressive, it followed predictable patterns. With decent pace and reaction time, Zhang Jinshi believed he could maintain tight coverage even if temporarily beaten. These factors had served him well through the first half, but the goal just scored revealed a troubling shift. Meng Qiu's changes of pace and direction had grown far more acute, with sudden accelerations and decelerations creating genuine difficulty for Zhang Jinshi's marking, a development entirely unforeseen. What's going on here? Zhang Jinshi wondered, deeply puzzled. That was an impressive run, Yun Feiyong said to Meng Qiu as he jogged back toward his own half. After watching Wang Zhong perform, I became quite interested in his style of breaking through with rhythm changes. I've been practicing it for half a year, and it's finally starting to show results. It worked well just now. Meng Qiu smiled. Now I see why it looked so familiar. You were copying him. Yun Feiyong suddenly understood. Meng Qiu nodded. Yes, he applies those rhythm changes more slowly due to his pace limitations. My speed and explosive power are superior, so when I combine them into instantaneous shifts, defenders find it much harder to read. I was right to emphasize match practice. This attacking approach never occurred to me before. You have a talent for observing others' techniques and adapting them to your own game. Yun Feiyong remarked appreciatively. I find this dribbling style suits me well, Meng Qiu agreed with a nod. Then that makes things difficult for him to handle you. Let's press forward. I'll create space for you by drawing Yi Yan's attention. Yun Feiyong patted his chest and spoke. Yun Feiyong had shifted his approach for this match. Previously he believed only by defeating Yi Yin could know two middle schools secure victory, but now he realized that merely containing Yi Yin, preventing him from focusing on Meng Qiu, would be enough to claim the win. What if his streak of consecutive goals came to an end? Either way, no. Two middle school would emerge victorious. Xiao Feng observed from the sidelines and gave a slight nod. While he typically avoided placing his hopes on individual players, Meng Qiu's performance had clearly demonstrated he could shoulder such expectations. With Yun Feiyong occupying Yi Yin and preventing him from assisting elsewhere, utilizing Meng Qiu as a breakthrough point proved to be a sound tactical choice. Football ultimately comes down to exploiting one's strengths against an opponent's weaknesses. Since Meng Qiu's current form was proving difficult for Zhang Jianqi to contain, the strategy was clear focus attacks through that channel and use it to shift the entire momentum of the match. City West understood the situation well, though they still possessed their own strengths. Their counterattacking threat remained potent, and if necessary they could engage in an open scoring exchange with no two middle school. Lin Guohua watched from the bench with a wry smile. An open exchange of goals. That approach went against City West's strengths, whereas no two middle school had built their game entirely around attack over the past year, significantly improving their scoring ability. Now City West found themselves forced to compete on terrain they did not excel at, and their advantage was steadily eroding. The critical factor remained no two middle school's duo of Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu. Facing either one alone would have been manageable, but together they created an insurmountable problem. Yun Feiyong alone could occupy Yi Yin, who was not performing at his best, leaving Zhang Jianqi as the sole defender tasked with neutralizing Meng Qiu. With Meng Qiu no longer overly concerned about Zhang Jianqi's marking, there seemed to be no alternative but to use offensive pressure to counter no two middle school's attacking momentum. City West had never imagined finding themselves in such a position. But with no other option, they would have to fight for it. No two middle school's defense had never been particularly solid, and given their enhanced attacking prowess, finding the back of the net seemed quite achievable. Over the following 5 minutes, City West generated two serious chances. In the first, Wu Dongping surged forward and delivered a precise cross after screening, with He Xiaoyun prompting Sun Lan to get ahead on it ahead of Gao Ming, though his effort went wide. The second opportunity came when He Xiaoyun broke through and played a direct pass to Yang Run, who turned away from Li Moming inside the box, and shot only to be valiantly saved by Lin Bing. Unbelievable, their defense is becoming increasingly organized. Yang Ren thought bitterly after missing the chance. Although no two middle school's defenders could not prevent the final shots on both occasions, they persistently harassed the attackers throughout, maintaining their intensity until the very last moment. A level of defensive commitment that naturally disrupted the opposition's attacking rhythm. No two middle school responded immediately with a counterattack. Liu Yiyang collected the ball in midfield, spotted Meng Qiu accelerating into space, and played a diagonal pass. Meng Qiu arrived at the ball ahead of Zhang Jianqi, executed a sharp stop, and prepared to cut laterally past his marker. Zhang Jianqi stabilized his footing and reached out to poke the laterally moving ball away. But before his foot could connect, Meng Qiu's foot had already claimed possession, executing a precise stop and drag turn that left Zhang Jianqi's challenge reaching only empty air. A magnificent Cruyff turn. This Meng Qiu. Today's performance is simply extraordinary. When do we get to see such effortless skill on a Chinese pitch? Beyond the top foreign imports in the league, when do we witness performances like this? That move he just executed reminded me of Kong Ka when he first arrived in China. So elegant. Although Meng Qiu passed the ball shortly after getting past Zhang Jianqi, and Li Moming's cross was cleared by Yi Yin before it reached Yun Feiyong for a goal, the brilliance Meng Qiu displayed in that moment remained undimmed. Zhang Lintao's hands trembled with excitement as he rushed toward the photographer. "Did you capture that move just now, eh? I got it, boss. I never expected to see moves like that at the youth level," the photographer said, visibly thrilled. "Once we're back at it together, all of Meng Qiu's highlights from this match. If we win today, we can include a DVD with the June semi-annual issue. The fans will absolutely adore him." Zhang Lintao laughed heartily. Damn it. Zhang Jianqi barely had the energy to form the words. He had been completely outmaneuvered by Meng Qiu without putting up much of a fight. How was this guy still improving mid-match? Was he some kind of mythical warrior? In that instant, Zhang Jianqi realized he likely would not be able to contain Meng Qiu, an attacker who could deploy such technique at precisely the right moment. No matter how quick his reactions, first instinct would not be enough. On top of that, he was slightly slower than his opponent. What should he do? Confusion began to creep in. Just then Yi Yin placed a hand on his shoulder. "Captain." Zhang Jianqi felt he had never addressed Yi Yin in such a vulnerable tone before. "Can you mark Yun Feiyong? Do you think you can handle it?" Yi Yin asked. "What?" Zhang Jianqi had not fully registered the question. "I said, can you mark Yun Feiyong?" Yi Yin repeated calmly, his voice steady and measured. "Yun Feiyong. I'm fine with it. He may be stronger and taller than me, but I can match him in physical battles. I think I can manage." After a moment's thought, Zhang Jianqi summoned his composure and replied. Standing at 183 meters, he was not particularly tall, but the height difference with Yun Feiyong was negligible. Moreover, no two middle school's attack revolved around Meng Qiu, with Yun Feiyong mainly tasked with creating space, so Zhang Jianqi felt confident he could contain him. Even if no two middle school shifted tactics and relied on wing play targeting Yun Feiyong, he believed he could still handle it. He did not fear tactical adjustments. Football was ultimately about physical duels, and with proper positioning and close marking, even Yun Feiyong would struggle to score past him. Good then. Yi Yan nodded, his gaze shifting to Meng Qiu. I'll handle Meng Qiu. When Meng Qiu realized Yi Yan had come to guard him, he froze. Not only he but the other players on the field and the fans in the stands all froze. Yi Yan was going to mark Meng Qiu. Yi Yan gave up on Yun Feiyong to mark Meng Qiu. That seemed quite incongruous. Meng Qiu was just over 1.6 meters tall, and compared to Yi Yan's 1.87 meters, he looked like a mere child. And who was Yi Yan after all? When he focused entirely on guarding a particular player, that player basically had little room to perform. Although Su Miao had once beaten Yi Yan with a personal breakthrough last year on that occasion, it was the other Yunbei players who through constant running and stretching broke down the rest of Qingxi's defense, giving Su Miao substantial support and enabling him to complete that much-talked-about winning goal. Now he was going to mark Meng Qiu. This is too incredible. Su Bin murmured from the stands. Yi Yan is without a doubt the top player in high school football. Now that he's going to mark Meng Qiu, does it prove that Meng Qiu has already reached such a level? Yi Jiqing said excitedly at that moment, completely forgetting that she had always believed Yun Feiyong was the one who could challenge Emperor Yi Yan's throne. That's indeed true. But can Meng Qiu shake off Yi Yan? I think Yi Yan could knock him flying with just one shoulder. Hey, don't look at me like that. I know my words are a bit discouraging, but the physical gap is just there. Wu Xin said with some concern. But I believe in Meng Qiu. He always manages to bring surprises. Maybe he'll bring one this time too, Yi Jiqing said. The fans in the stands began discussing among themselves, visibly excited by this development. Zhang Lintao was also excited. He ran over to instruct the cameraman to capture the upcoming scenes better, especially the one-on-one duel between Meng Qiu and Yi Yan. Was there anything with more appeal than this? If Meng Qiu could work a miracle. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lintao chuckled slyly to himself. Yi Yan went to mark Meng Qiu. Geez, I should be the main character here. Yun Feiyong sighed inwardly, then looked at Zhang Jianxi who was guarding him, and found everything about him annoying. You can't even guard Meng Qiu, the second best player in our No. 2 middle school, and you dare to guard me, the top player. That's just asking for humiliation. Yun Feiyong laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? We switched because we thought it wasn't worth having Yi Yan, our top player, waste his energy on you. Although it's a bit beneath me, the future captain, to guard you, I suppose it will just have to do. Zhang Jianxi immediately retorted. You're quite talkative. How about it? Interested in becoming the third best player at No. 2 middle school? We're currently recruiting talent, Yun Feiyong said with a smile. Me, the future captain of Qingxi, become your third best? Don't be ridiculous. If you come over here once Yi Yan and the others are gone, I could make you my deputy, right below me, above everyone else. Zhang Jianxi shot back, unwilling to be outdone. While the two were engaged in a war of words in a corner of the stands, Wang Ziyuan had already clenched his fists. What? Excited? Su Miao said with a smile beside him. Wang Ziyuan nodded. What a pity Meng Qiu didn't play in that match. I really don't want to have to wait until next year to get a chance to play against him. Even if they lose, we can just arrange a friendly match with them before heading to the national tournament, Su Miao chuckled. That's different, Wang Ziyuan shook his head. In a non-official match, it's hard to see such an outstanding Meng Qiu. Compared to the Meng Qiu on video, he has improved a lot. Zhang Jianxi's defensive ability is already excellent, yet he couldn't contain his breakthroughs, forcing Yi Yan to guard him. If I had faced his breakthrough in that match, even if I didn't attack, and only focused on defense, I would have been delighted. Then just wait. You're both first-year students. There will be plenty of chances to meet. As for me, I don't know when I'll get to face Yi Yan on the field again, Su Miao sighed. He hasn't performed very well in this match, Wang Ziyuan said after a moment of thought. The injury must still be affecting him. His body is so strong that once injured, recovery becomes harder. I just hope it doesn't hinder his future development, Su Miao said with some concern. Wang Ziyuan looked at Su Miao. He had competed against Yi Yan for 3 years, and now he was worried about him. Was this mutual respect between rivals? Yet Wang Ziyuan could understand Su Miao's feelings. Naturally, no one would want a top player with whom they had fought for 3 years to fade away because of an injury, right? Moreover, after 3 years as rivals, there was bound to be some affection. What Wang Ziyuan regretted was that he hadn't faced Meng Qiu this year. Even if they met later, would he still have the same mindset as now? While people of all kinds in the stands were buzzing about this change, Xiao Feng fell into deep thought. Yi Yan marking Meng Qiu. From a certain perspective, this was a forced change by Qingxi. Although Yi Yan wasn't in his best form, he had still suppressed Yun Feiyong, well rendering the No. 2 middle school's most direct threat to the opponent's goal ineffective for the entire match. Now Zhang Jianxi was marking Yun Feiyong, and in terms of both height and positioning, he was a step below Yi Yan. So should he adjust the tactics and shift the offensive focus back to Yun Feiyong? It seemed like a cheap advantage to take. The temptation was great, but Xiao Feng knew in his heart that perhaps Qingxi wanted him to do exactly that. Yi Yan was also a player with great tactical vision. He took the initiative to mark Meng Qiu because he knew Meng Qiu was now the most important offensive player for No. 2 middle school, and Zhang Jianxi was having trouble containing him. If they didn't deal with Meng Qiu, No. 2 middle school could rely on that one advantage and expand it into an overall superiority. Theoretically, Meng Qiu drawing Yi Yan away gave Yun Feiyong more advantage, but in reality, No. 2 middle school remained an inexperienced team. Their tactical transitions were absolutely not as good as an established team like Qingxi. Perhaps after some time they could develop such tactical discipline, but with most players still amateur, they did not possess that tactical discipline at the moment. Switching back and forth would easily lead to chaos. Even if Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu were unaffected, the other players would be affected. They could concentrate on doing one thing, but if they were asked to do one thing and then another, their performance was bound to decline. With that thought, Xiao Feng made up his mind. Close call. He had almost been fooled by that sly fox Lin Guohua. Thinking this, Xiao Feng stood up and made a gesture to the field, signaling to continue with the previous attacking tactics. Lin Guohua, who had been watching Xiao Feng closely, sighed softly. That head coach was quite calm, clearly understanding where his team's strengths and weaknesses lay. This match would be really tough. Even if it was tough, they had to keep playing. Qingxi's subsequent attack was blocked by No. 2 middle school, who immediately launched a counterattack. Zhao Qingxi passed the ball to Li Qi, who immediately sent it to Liu Yiyang. Seeing Meng Qiu begin his run, Liu Yiyang lifted his foot and delivered the ball. Meng Qiu temporarily shook off Yi Yin with his explosive speed. Although the player guarding him had changed, Meng Qiu would not alter his attacking approach. Yun Feiyong had been constantly talking about defeating Yi Yin, which made Meng Qiu quite interested in Yi Yin. In that friendly match last year, he had seen Yi Yan's level firsthand. Indeed, he lived up to his reputation. However, now that Yi Yin was marking him, Meng Qiu didn't feel any pressure because of it. He received the ball, stopped abruptly, then quickly pulled the ball back a step. Just as he stepped back, Yi Yan's foot had already stabbed in. Dodging Yi Yan's lunge, almost instinctively Meng Qiu began to sense that Yi Yin might not surpass Zhou Jianliang and Zhang Jinshi in reaction speed, but his ability to seize the right moment was far superior. This was a manifestation of experience. Knowing how to read the opponent's next move with experience could compensate well for the gap in physical fitness. Besides, Yi Yan's physique was exceptional. Even if he was a notch below a physical marvel like Yun Feiyong, the gap was absolutely minimal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep Yun Feiyong so tightly in check. Changing rhythm. Meng Qiu began advancing with quick short steps, constantly varying his rhythm, hoping to unsettle Yi Yan's balance, and then break through. Yi Yan, however, stood like a silent mountain, undisturbed by Meng Qiu's rhythm changes. This was where he surpassed Zhang Jinshi. With abundant experience, he didn't need to follow every rhythm shift Meng Qiu made. All he had to do was, no matter how many tricks you tried, keep his eyes on the ball at his feet. After 2 consecutive feints, Meng Qiu nudged the ball to the left with his left foot, pulled it back, then quickly followed with his right foot. Breakthrough. These 2 feints were executed in one smooth motion. Though not complicated after all the previous rhythm changes, if one's attention wavered even slightly, Meng Qiu could leave them behind. Yi Yan's face remained as calm as water. During Meng Qiu's first feint, he merely shifted his body slightly. When the real acceleration came on the second move, Yi Yan quickly turned sideways, went to ground, and with a sweeping slide tackle that covered a huge area, he accurately swept the ball away. A huge roar of applause suddenly erupted from the stands. Although most students in the stands supported No. 2 middle school in their hearts, Yi Yan, as the top player in this age group, still enjoyed immense popularity among the students of Dalian. Earlier, Yi Yan's quietness had disappointed many, but now, after this brilliant defense, they unconsciously began to cheer. Such was the power of an idol. A judgment like this can only come with accumulated experience, right? His breakthrough attempt being stopped by Yi Yan did not affect Meng Qiu too much, since it is perfectly normal for an attacking player to be stopped by a defender. If you can seize 1 out of 10 chances, you are a hero as an attacker. However, Yi Yan's performance just now earned Meng Qiu's silent admiration. Meng Qiu knew how deceptive his feints were. Each feint could easily transform into a real move if the defender did not respond, which could not be anticipated through prediction alone. Yi Yan's accuracy in reading them came more from intuition. Such intuition cannot be cultivated through training alone, nor is it merely a matter of talent. It comes from countless matches and accumulated experience, allowing the body to develop natural reactions that enable split-second judgments. Easier said than done, yet extremely difficult to achieve. Being able to do this proves that Yi Yan's defensive ability truly deserves the phrase flawless. No matter how flawless a defender is, he cannot be completely unbreachable. We'll see next. Some might think that flawless means a defender can never be bypassed, but Meng Qiu knew one thing: in football, having no technical weaknesses does not make you invincible. Football is not a sport that can be quantified by statistics. No matter how good a defender is, there will be times he is beaten, or no matter how good a striker is, there will be times he misses a sitter. This is part of the beauty of football. The ball swept away by Yi Yan rolled out, and the pursuing right back Liu Zhanbo got to it first, sending it directly to the feet of Sun Xiangxin. Sun Xiangxin, nicknamed Bull, played as a holding midfielder, which easily led people to assume he was a gritty defensive midfielder. In reality, however, he was the most offensively gifted midfielder in the Qingxi lineup. That was also why Qingxi did not use him to mark Meng Qiu. First, because Sun Xiangxin might not have done better than Zhang Jinshi, and second, because Qingxi's offense now truly relied on his ball possession organization and forward runs. Although Sun Xiangxin rarely dribbled past opponents, and was not particularly good at it, he was an unorthodox midfielder. His attacking value lay in his forward surges and goals. His ability to burst into the box from deep was quite impressive. Qingxi's first goal was scored precisely on such a run, which proved the point. After receiving the ball this time, he did not dribble, but quickly distributed it to the flank. He Xiaoyan received the ball, and then saw Zhou Jianliang charging at him from the side. This made He Xiaoyan sigh inwardly. Since Sun Xiangxin did not often carry the ball forward, and Li Qi was watching the middle, Zhou Jianliang could focus on covering the flanks. Sun Xiangxin would distribute the ball centrally, and the wingers Yang Run and He Xiaoyan would then create chances through dribbling, cutting inside when possible or delivering crosses otherwise. The final goal would often be finished by Sun Xiangxin arriving from deep or by Sun Lan in the center. In fact, these two had completed both of Chengxi's goals. It was for this reason that Zhou Jianliang began to pay more attention to covering both flanks. Although the two fullbacks, Zhao Qingji and Li Liming, were extremely hardworking, they still found it challenging to defend against Chengxi's wingers. Zhou Jianliang's support helped stabilize Zhong's flanks. Though running back and forth was tiring, Zhou Jianliang did not mind as he possessed excellent stamina and mobility. Once Zhou Jianliang was on him, He Xiaoyan found it much harder to break through, for Zhou Jianliang's reflexes and pace were no slower than his own, just as Meng Qiu had been unable to shake off Zhang Jinshi at one point in the first half. Moreover, He Xiaoyan did not possess footwork as exquisite as Meng Qiu's. His dribbling was solid, but he lacked the feints that could mislead defenders, so more often than not he could only attempt brute force dribbles. Another option was to launch a long switch to the opposite flank, but such a crossfield pass was difficult to execute with precision, and the time the ball spent in the air was enough for Zhong's defense to react accordingly. He Xiaoyan first made a feint as if to dribble sideways, drawing Zhou Jianliang into shifting his body to block, then quickly nudged the ball toward the byline and accelerated past him. Zhou Jianliang fell for the initial feint, but his second reaction was swift. He repositioned his body and blocked He Xiaoyan's path for cutting inside. You might get a cross in, but if you try to cut inside, I will stop you. This was the task Xiao Feng had assigned to Zhou Jianliang, and Zhou Jianliang executed it completely. He Xiaoyan had already driven all the way to the byline, but still could not find a way through. He pulled the ball back and turned toward the sideline, while Zhou Jianliang pressed tightly from behind, preventing him from turning. At that moment, He Xiaoyan backheeled the ball behind him, then swiftly spun around, attempting to dash past Zhou Jianliang. The instant the ball was flicked away, Zhou Jianliang decisively went to ground, executed a quick turning tackle, and knocked the rolling ball behind him out for a corner kick. Damn it, I failed to get through again. He Xiaoyan waved his hand. Still, he did not feel too frustrated since there was a corner to come. The attack had not been wasted. Set pieces were crucial for Chengxi too. After all, they were accustomed to counterattacking. It was impossible for a counterattacking team not to prepare set-piece routines, and because they earned fewer set pieces, each one was all the more precious. Yi Yan ran toward Zhong's penalty area, leaving Meng Qiu behind. Meng Qiu was taken aback. Just as he was about to run back, he saw Yun Feiyang also sprinting rapidly toward Zhong's box. There's no point in your tracking back. I'll handle it and guard the front. If there's a chance, I'll strike decisively. Yun Feiyang called out with a smile as he ran back. Meng Qiu nodded. He knew Yun Feiyang was right. With Yun Feiyang's height and leaping ability, dropping back could help defend aerial balls, whereas his own retreat would be pointless. Instead, now that Yi Yin and Zhang Jinshi had both gone up, if the ball was cleared and happened to land at his feet, there would be an entire open half of the field. Enough space for him to gallop. There was a big if the clearance succeeded. For Chengxi, this was also a gamble, but as long as they scored, the gamble would pay off. The two sides remained locked in a deadlock on the pitch, lacking an opportunity to break the stalemate. With less than 20 minutes remaining, taking the lead now would grant a huge advantage, allowing the leading side to play out the rest of the match with far greater composure. Zhong's players understood this as well and started to focus on marking Chengxi's key men. Zhou Jianliang tracked Sun Xiangxin, Yun Feiyang stuck with Yi Yin, Zhang Jinshi had Han Ming defending him, and Li Qi also kept his attention on Yi Yin. For a player like Yi Yin, double marking was not an exaggeration. Gao Ming marked Sun Lan, Li Liming shadowed Yang Run. Zhong had almost everyone back, with only Meng Qiu remaining up front. He Xiaoyan adjusted the ball on the corner spot repeatedly before looking up to survey the penalty area. The penalty area had become a chaotic scramble. Chengxi's players darted around trying to lose their markers, while Zhong's players strained to keep up and ensure no opponent was left unmarked. Even with the sharpest eyes, one could not predict what the delivery point would look like in the next moment. He Xiaoyan sighed. After the referee's whistle allowed the corner to be taken, he took 2 steps back and struck the ball with force. Since he could not know who would meet the ball, he simply followed the routine from training. After all, someone would be there to attack the ball. The ball spun rapidly through the air, tracing an arc before flying directly toward the center of the area, a delivery that would prevent the goalkeeper from coming out. Lin Bing indeed stayed rooted, his eyes fixed intensely on the ball, reading its flight path. At the near post, Gao Ming and Sun Lan jumped at the same time, and both came down, the ball flying over their heads with still some distance to go. In the center, Sun Xiangxin and Zhou Jianliang also leapt together. Their bodies collided in midair, both losing balance, and neither could reach the ball. As they descended from their peak, Zhang Jinshi jumped, but Han Ming was clinging tightly to him. Even though he had won the first landing point, Zhang Jinshi knew he could not generate a powerful header on goal. Under Han Ming's pressure, he flicked his head and nodded the ball toward the far post. Yi Yin charged toward the far post. Yun Feiyang also charged toward the far post. Li Qi, who had been double-teaming Yi Yin alongside Yun Feiyang, was now lost somewhere thanks to blocks from other Chengxi players. Yun Feiyang, however, still stuck to him like a shadow. If I haven't scored, don't you dare either. Yun Feiyang roared, inwardly pouring on another burst of speed to stay glued to Yi Yin. The ball began to drop. Yi Yin and Yun Feiyang reached the landing point almost simultaneously. Yun Feiyang launched himself into a diving header, intending to clear the ball away. Yi Yin, however, did not jump. He raised his right foot and gently lofted the descending ball with a delicate chip. Yun Feiyong headed at nothing. The ball looped back from the far post into the center of the box. Yi Yan stamped his right foot on the ground, shifting his body a step toward the middle, and then swung his left foot at the falling ball, unleashing a fierce volley. The ball flew into Zhong's goal like a cannonball. Faced with such a close-range volley, Lin Bing did not even have time to react. Yi Yan. Emperor Yi Yan scores. Though he had been quiet all match and rarely pushed forward, he used a corner kick to prove once again that he was still the most important figure for Qingxi. Roaring voices erupted from the stands. Yi Yan's performance sent a spiritual shock through many students. This was what a captain should do. This was what the most important player should do. Under mounting expectations, Yi Yan delivered when it mattered most, striking a goal that restored Xiqing's lead. With merely 10 minutes remaining, this could well prove to be the decisive moment of the match. Zhang Lintao's expression grew somewhat pale. Zhong had already played exceptionally well in this contest, taking an early lead, staging a resilient equalizer after falling behind in the second half, and briefly commanding the field. All of this stood as testament to the fact that Zhong had undeniably become a top-tier side. Yet Xiqing, or more specifically Yi Yan's emergence, seemed to prove that when a match was pushed to its final stretches, the seasoned powerhouse remained the more reliable option. Much like the match against Yunqing, Zhong may once again suffer a defeat with dignity. Perhaps Zhong isn't as formidable as we think. One might argue they were missing Meng Qiu against Yunqing, but even with Meng Qiu on the field today, they would likely still struggle to claim victory over Xiqing. Xiqing and Yunqing are among the elite clubs, a level that's difficult for them to compete with. However, most of their key players are third-year students. By next year, perhaps we can look forward to whether Zhong can perform a miracle. With Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu growing more mature, and if they can attract a few promising first-year recruits, they may yet have a chance. A journalist sighed and offered his commentary, earning agreement from many of his colleagues. There are still over 10 minutes remaining. It feels premature to draw conclusions just yet. Zhang Lintao forced a smile. Old Zhang, I understand your attachment to Zhong, but you and I have both covered countless football matches. We're veterans who know the gap between amateur and professional football all too well. Perhaps Xiqing doesn't quite qualify as a professional club, and Zhong is more than an ordinary amateur side. But the distinction remains. If this were a round-robin league, the advantages of Zhong's elite players might shine more brightly, potentially even allowing them to finish above clubs like Yunqing and Xiqing in the standings. But in a cup competition, their lack of experience and depth becomes glaringly apparent. It's clear that Zhong was already behind Xiqing in their preparations. Xiqing had Zhang Jianxi holding something in reserve. What did Zhong have? No, I actually believe those factors you mentioned apply more to league formats. In the league, Zhong might fall behind due to insufficient depth. But in a cup match like this, Zhong absolutely has the ability to compete with Xiqing. Zhang Lintao stated firmly. The journalist shrugged. Having the ability to compete doesn't guarantee a win. The game has reached a point where the tide is clearly set. Zhong hardly stands a chance. The journalist's assessment was not wrong. Because after the kickoff resumed, Xiqing immediately tightened their defensive shape. Chao Kai came on for the defense, replacing the winger Yang Ren. Xiqing added an extra defender, determined to hold on to their lead until the final whistle. They weren't concerned that a single goal advantage felt fragile. With Xiqing's defensive prowess, that lead was entirely secure. Breakthroughs require space, and we've compressed it. There's no point struggling. This victory will be ours. After the restart, Yi Yan tracked back alongside Meng Qiu and spoke to him. Meng Qiu offered no reply, instead continuing his constant movement, searching for an opening to receive the ball. Xiaofeng's face remained composed, his arms folded. After taking the lead with 10 minutes left, Xiqing decisively adopted a compact defensive approach, a tactic that appeared conservative yet was remarkably astute and pragmatic. Zhong wanted to exploit Meng Qiu's dribbling to break through, but with Xiqing retreating into defense, the space within the defensive zone had shrunk dramatically, severely limiting Meng Qiu's effectiveness. Even without Yi Yan's marking, few players could realistically beat their defender. Nobody was confident Meng Qiu could overcome Yi Yan. It was always a gamble. And now, even if he succeeded, he'd face an impenetrable wall of defenders. What cunning tactics, leading and then parking the bus. Subin cursed loudly. The Zhong students in the stands joined in their frustration, but their voices couldn't rattle Xiqing's players in the least. This was their football philosophy. Minutes ticked by. Zhong pushed forward, yet faced with such a dense defensive formation, they had no clear path to attack. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and used another substitution. Forward Zhao Rui came on, replacing center back Han Ming. They were already down by 1. Another goal wouldn't change the outcome, so they had to go all out now. However, Zhao Rui was quickly swallowed by Xiqing's defense. With ample defensive cover only, Xiaoyan remained active on the wing, while everyone else had dropped back. After a few bursts of running, Meng Qiu realized he couldn't receive the ball in such congested conditions. Even if his teammates allowed him extra time to control the ball and avoid Yi Yan's interception, there simply wasn't enough room. If Yi Yan didn't win it, another Xiqing defender would. After a brief pause, Meng Qiu suddenly turned and ran backward toward midfield. Yi Yan hesitated for a moment. Looking to drop deep and collect the ball. Or are you trying to draw me away from the box and create space for Yun Feiyong? With a quick scan, Yi Yan identified both possibilities. He stopped chasing Meng Qiu and took up position at the edge of the penalty area. If you want to drop deep, come and get it. See if you can break through the defense I lead. Yun Feiyong jostled for position inside the box against Zhang Jianxi. Watching Meng Qiu retreat, he pondered silently. Meng Qiu didn't stop until he'd run over 30 meters and noticed Yi Yan hadn't followed. Only then did he call for the ball from Lu Yiyang. Lu Yiyang delivered immediately. Against such a compact defense, wing crosses and central penetration both depended heavily on Meng Qiu's presence. Without him, neither option held promise. Meng Qiu received the ball and turned, and immediately found a burly figure looming before him. Sun Xiangxin. In a full defensive setup, Sun Xiangxin's defensive capabilities were fully utilized by Xiqing. Yi Yan's decision not to push forward also factored into this. As soon as Meng Qiu completed his turn, Sun Xiangxin closed and extending his legs swiftly, attempting to poke the ball loose before Meng Qiu could establish balance. Meng Qiu was already close to Sun Xiangxin when he turned. The poke came fast and accurately, on the verge of a clean interception. Just as the Zhong fans in the stands were about to gasp, their cries transformed into cheers. From a distance, they saw Meng Qiu somehow drag the ball past Sun Xiangxin and sprint beyond him. They couldn't see the details from the stands, but Lu Yiyang, positioned behind the play, witnessed everything clearly. As Sun Xiangxin lunged, Meng Qiu, instead of completing his turn, raised his left foot, trapped the ball, and gently dragged it backward, evading the challenge. His left foot released, and he naked the rolling ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it horizontally past his heel. His right foot followed, instantly trapping the ball forward, and he glided past Sun Xiangxin, breaking through cleanly. Watching Meng Qiu's movements, Lu Yiyang accelerated forward to support, while sighing inwardly. This guy was truly firing on all cylinders today. In training, he'd never attempted such elaborate maneuvers. Moreover, while the move was visually dazzling, it was also highly practical. Such close control and sensitivity to the ball couldn't be achieved without exceptional touch. Sun Xiangxin being bypassed stunned the entire Xiqing side. Not because being beaten was extraordinary, but because he'd been dismissed in a single touch, which was remarkably rare. Sun Xiangxin turned and sprinted after Meng Qiu. He wasn't rattled. Having competed in the World Youth Championship, he understood that defenders being skilled around was entirely normal. The key was to remain unfazed. Though such a maneuver was undeniably humiliating, Meng Qiu continued his advance at speed, quickly re-entering the 30-meter zone. He raised his head, scanning the penalty area, while also tracking Yi Yan's positioning. Yi Yan approached, but deliberately left minimal space behind him, prepared for the possibility that his initial challenge might fail. So cautious, truly worthy of being Yi Yan, Meng Qiu thought to himself. Then mid-stride, he sharply pulled the ball sideways, driving toward the left. Yi Yan instantly recognized the real threat, shifting laterally with quick feet to block Meng Qiu's path. Sun Xiangxin now surged diagonally from behind, intent on forming a double team. Meng Qiu stopped abruptly and dragged the ball back. Yi Yan also halted, maintaining his defensive wall. No matter what you try, I'll stop you. That was enough. Or so Yi Yan thought, until he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. And then he saw Meng Qiu gently push the ball sideways with the inside of his foot. It was Lu Yiyang making the run. The area just outside the penalty arc was completely unmarked. Lu Yiyang swung his right leg with all his strength, sending the ball flying toward goal. In that moment of release, Lu Yiyang felt absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, the instant the ball left his foot, a figure darted in and cushioned the shot with his chest, then launched the ball far away with a powerful kick. Chao Kai, excellent. Yi Yan called out. The player who had surged in to block was none other than the substitute defensive midfielder Chao Kai. After the shout, Yi Yan helped Chao Kai to his feet and offered Lu Yiyang and Meng Qiu a reassuring smile. He's one of our starters. If I can't hold the line at the edge of the box, he's here to cover. Meng Qiu huffed and turned back toward the midfield. In the stands, despair began to settle over the Zhong supporters. They hadn't even managed to score from that chance. Could they really find the net at all? When Qingxi gave up attacking and concentrated entirely on defense, their defense was truly too strong. Yes, no. Two middle schools' attack has been quite fierce, and they have numerous attacking threats. Yet Zhang Jinshi is marking Yun Feiyang. He Xiaoyan drops back to deal with Wei Mingyi. Yan contains Meng Qiu, while Sun Xiangxin, Chao Kai, and Shen Zhihao cover the space. Whether it is inside the penalty area on the wings or at the edge of the box, they simply leave no middle school, no attacking routes. Against a defense like this, even Yun Bei could not score in a short time, could they? Less than 10 minutes remained in the match. No, two middle school was now in serious trouble. The reporters all discussed among themselves. Zhang Lintao felt a sinking feeling in his heart at that moment. They were all right. Qingxi, when fully committed to defense, was truly too formidable. Zhang Lintao could not help blaming Qingxi inwardly. A top-tier team in Dalian facing an amateur side like no two middle school actually had the nerve to play such conservative tactics. Did they have no sense of pride as a powerhouse? Seriously, of course, he knew such complaints were meaningless. After all, Qingxi was striving for a place in the national tournament. Moreover, in the Dalian regional finals over the past 2 years, even without the pressure of results, they had still employed these pragmatic tactics. It was their tradition. What should we do, Meng Qiu? Lu Yiyang asked in a low voice. Just now, Qingxi's clearance had been controlled by Gao Meng, and no two middle school were continuing their attack, but they had yet to push the ball into the final third. We can only drop back to receive the ball and try to break through again. Our teammates are all moving eagerly. There will always be passing routes. Meng Qiu said after a moment's thought. Lu Yiyang nodded. Although that ball had not gone in, Meng Qiu had still delivered such a fine pass during his breakthrough. He simply had not expected Chao Kai to play a key role. If they continued to attack this way, chances would eventually come. But in doing so, the pressure on Meng Qiu would become even greater. Apart from being tightly marked by Yi Yan, he also had to watch out for Sun Xiangxin, who might come over to disrupt at any moment, and try to find teammates in open positions to pass to. With all these responsibilities placed on Meng Qiu, could he hold up? How could he hold up? You'll never know until you try. Meng Qiu answered with his signature catchphrase. Receiving the ball, and turning, Meng Qiu took possession. Sun Xiangxin stepped forward to meet him. Having failed to stick close to Meng Qiu with an immediate charge earlier only to be evaded by such a beautiful move, Sun Xiangxin became more prudent. He did not close in right away, but cautiously stood less than a meter in front of Meng Qiu, watching him with undivided attention. Meng Qiu began to move slowly. He shuffled with small steps, shifting his center of gravity back and forth, and gradually advanced. Sun Xiangxin began to retreat slowly. He was not worried. The deeper he retreated, the more Chengxi defenders would be around, and the smaller the space Meng Qiu could exploit would become. The smaller the space, the harder it naturally was to break through. After Meng Qiu dribbled into the 30-meter attacking zone, Yi Yan also stepped forward, and together with Sun Xiangxin blocked Meng Qiu's path. Yi Yan did not think it was embarrassing in the slightest. Even the most elite defender needed the cooperation of teammates to organize a complete defensive line. However, Meng Qiu was by no means fighting alone. Lu Yiyang charged up from behind, providing support on Meng Qiu's right. Wei Ming also shifted his steps, moving over from the left to prepare to help. Zhao Rui, inside the penalty area, began running out of the box, also forming an outlet. In just an instant, Meng Qiu had support in front, to the left and to the right. Relying solely on dribbling was of course easy to defend, but combined with a pass. Even with his teammates cover, Sun Xiangxin's concentration still wavered involuntarily. Meng Qiu made his move. He quickly pushed the ball forward, and then darted past Sun Xiangxin's right side. Yi Yan was on Sun Xiangxin's left. Charging through this gap allowed Meng Qiu to use Sun Xiangxin's body to obstruct Yi Yan's immediate challenge. Yi Yan moved as well. He quickly looped around Sun Xiangxin, denying Meng Qiu that chance. Sun Xiangxin reacted in time. He stretched out his right foot with all his might. Even if he could not stop the ball, he would increase his defensive coverage and leave Yi Yan more room to recover. But Meng Qiu, while running, raised his right foot and passed the ball directly to Wei Ming, who was supporting on the left. Then he accelerated, charging toward the opponent's penalty area. That burst of acceleration was like lightning. Wei Ming hesitated after taking the ball, because Yi Yan was still well positioned. If he played a through ball into the penalty area, Yi Yan would most likely cut it out. At that moment he saw Yun Feiyang, who had been jostling for position in the box, quickly pivot, half a turn, and shield Zhang Jinshi firmly behind him. At that instant, inspiration struck Wei Ming. He raised his left foot and delivered a chip pass. The ball flew rapidly into the air, and then dropped toward the penalty area. A pass through the air could not be intercepted, no matter how exquisite Yi Yan's defensive positioning on the ground was, because the chip was very high, completely beyond Yi Yan's reach. The ball did not fall until it reached the edge of the penalty area. Yun Feiyang pushed back hard, shoving Zhang Jinshi a step backward, and then facing the ball leapt high. Zhang Jinshi jumped as well, unwilling to be outdone. Although at a disadvantage in height and leap, he did not believe that Yun Feiyang at this distance, and with his back to the goal, had the ability to head it in. As soon as he jumped, a red figure flashed into the corner of his eye, charging into the penalty area like lightning. Oh no! Zhang Jinshi thought to himself. Sure enough, Yun Feiyang did not head the ball directly at the goal. Instead, meeting the falling ball, he flicked his head and sent it into the penalty area. Meng Qiu sprinted at his highest speed, charging toward the ball. Although Yi Yan was chasing closely behind, his attention had first been diverted by Wei Ming, and by the time he turned to pursue, he could no longer catch up with Meng Qiu, who Jian Pain charged in from the side. He was the only defender left who could stop Meng Qiu. About a meter away from the ball's landing point, he threw himself into a slide tackle, aiming to clear the ball first. But Meng Qiu's foot reached there one step earlier. Although the distance was not enough for him to finish, Meng Qiu extended his left foot, while running, flicked the ball that Yun Feiyang had headed down up and over Hu Jianpain's body. The next instant, Meng Qiu also leapt, jumping over Hu Jianpain. For a moment, Hu Jianpain had the urge to reach out and grab Meng Qiu, but he controlled himself. Defending in that way would earn him a red card, and more importantly, committing a foul that would also hand the opponent a penalty. Meng Qiu landed cleanly, then swung his left leg again. A push shot from close to the 6-yard box. Although Qin Pengfei had rushed out and spread his body to block Meng Qiu's shooting angle, Meng Qiu still found the only path at this moment. The ball brushed past Qin Pengfei's right foot, hit the inside of the far post, and bounced into the net. Meng Qiu, who had twisted his body to complete the shot, could no longer keep his balance. Yet as he toppled to the right, his eyes remained fixed on the ball. Only after watching the ball fly into the goal did he let himself fall, lying on the turf, stretching both hands toward the sky. Long live Meng Qiu! Long live No. 2 Middle School! Countless No. 2 Middle School students erupted into cheers at that moment. What a magnificent goal! A perfect display of collective coordination. Meng Qiu initiated it, and Meng Qiu finished it. But in between the other No. 2 Middle School players who provided support, Lu Yiyang with his forward run, Wei Ming with his chip pass, and Yun Feiyang with his flick-on, all played crucial roles in this goal. No. 2 Middle School tore apart Qingxi's entire defensive line through collective play. With his arms spread wide toward the sky, Meng Qiu soon saw Yun Feiyang's face in front of him. Yun Feiyang shouted loudly, his face glowing with joy. He cupped Meng Qiu's face in both hands, laughing heartily as he yelled something at him. Meng Qiu could not hear what he was yelling because at this moment his heart was filled with nothing but genuine joy. Although he had not completely beaten Yi Yin, he had still scored this goal. This was a goal that pulled No. 2 middle school back from the edge of the cliff. Yi Jiqing shouted with abandon in the stands, and before she knew it tears were streaming down her face. Through her blurred vision, she saw the other No. 2 middle school players also rush over lying on the turf, celebrating with abandon. The scene was of course somewhat comical, yet at this moment in the eyes of the No. 2 middle school students it could only move them deeply. Students from other schools were cheering loudly as well. If Yi Yan's earlier goal had made them think that Yi Yin indeed deserved to be called Emperor Yi Yin, then Meng Qiu's goal completely stunned them now. Are we not watching the World Cup? Someone in the stands asked hesitantly, drawing laughter from those around him. What a thrilling match. Even better than the World Cup. Someone shouted loudly, and his words resonated with the crowd. Wonderful goals, a plot full of twists and turns. If this match were compared to a movie, it would be at least a Hollywood blockbuster. Meng Qiu, who had already scored 2 goals in this match, began to gradually replace Yi Yin as the top player in their minds. Indeed, in the past 3 years since Yi Yin had become a core player for Qingxi, no one had ever scored twice against Qingxi in an official match. Even Su Miao had only scored a last-minute winner in a match. Although Yun Feiyong had once scored 2 goals in a friendly against Qingxi, that was after all a friendly, not an official match. See, I told you I had faith in them. These are a group of kids who can create miracles. Zhang Lintao laughed heartily, waving his fists excitedly, nearly beside himself with joy. How long has it been since Qingxi conceded 3 goals in an official match? A reporter posed another question. The question left all the reporters momentarily uncertain. Although most of them had covered the Dalian section and the high school league for a long time, they had never once considered such a thing. Still, among the press there were plenty of seasoned experts, and an answer came quickly. Not once in the past 3 years. At least since Yi Yin became a first-team regular for Qingxi, they have never conceded 3 goals in a match, at most 2. Even in that semi-final loss to Yangwang the score was 1-2, and with Yi Yin absent they had still conceded only 2. In the finals of the past 2 years facing Yunbei, twice they conceded only a single goal scored by Su Miao, another reporter said with a nod. A Qingxi side like this has conceded 2 goals to Erzhong. Just how strong is Erzhong now? Another reporter murmured. His words silenced the reporters for a moment. Then another reporter also murmured, I now want to see Erzhong reach the national tournament. Dalian is always represented by the same familiar faces, that has become rather uninteresting. Haha, yes, I'm beginning to feel that way too. After all, Qingxi have already been there twice, and won the championship once. Missing 1 trip is hardly a great loss. As the whole stadium began to side with Erzhong, Qingxi were indeed suffering an immense psychological blow. What they trusted most was their own defense. Especially in their packed and withdrawn shape, with only a dozen or so minutes remaining, they had been almost absolutely certain that they could smother Erzhong's attack completely. Yet Erzhong had done what no other team could manage. They had found the net in just 10 minutes. Now only 5 minutes were left in the match, yet a draw did not favor Qingxi in any meaningful way. If it ended level, the match would go straight to a penalty shootout. Although Qingxi had practiced penalties, they no longer possessed any particular edge. Erzhong had a new coach, and the new coach's ability was considerable. Could anyone believe that this new coach had not drilled his team for penalties? Zhao Rui as a forward had solid penalty-taking technique. The fact that Erzhong had sent him on made it difficult not to suspect that Xiao Feng intended to rely on a shootout to claim victory. Besides, Erzhong now had no shortage of penalty takers. Wei Ming and Liu Yiyang were both reliable from the spot, and Yun Feiyong and Meng Qiu would probably not disappoint either. More importantly, their goalkeeper Lin Bing was the type who thrived in real matches. If he played to form, he could be absolutely decisive in a shootout. Qingxi's goalkeeper Qin Pengfei was a steady presence, but in a penalty shootout, he could not inspire as much hope as Lin Bing. If it comes down to penalties, our chance of success is perhaps 50-50. Yet after they have scored 3 past us, can we still endure being dragged into a shootout, or continue to fall back, and let them attack us wave after wave? Yi Yan asked in a low voice facing all of the Qingxi players. The Qingxi players looked at their captain and said nothing. To keep defending to withstand these 5 minutes, and to drag the match into penalties was certainly the most likely route, but it was not the outcome they desired. Although we have had a forward taken off, we should let them know that every one of us can play as a forward. Yi Yan continued, attack. Let them see our true strength. They have taken off a defender as well, so their defense is much weaker than before. Our earlier failure to put enough pressure on them was a mistake, but we can still make up for it now. Yi Yan's words stirred the fighting spirit of the Qingxi players and the unspoken unwillingness hidden in their hearts. Even though their achievements had already been brilliant, the first year had set the bar too high for them to feel any satisfaction with whatever followed. Still less could they tolerate failing to fight their way into the national tournament in their final year. Attack. Let them see what we are made of. While Yi Yan was rallying the team, Lin Guohua said nothing. At a time like this, the performance of the players on the pitch mattered far more, and what Yi Yan was doing was exactly the change he wanted to make. With such a captain, the coach's task was made much easier. Xiao Feng, by comparison, had far more to attend to. While the other Erzhong players celebrated, Zhou Jianliang did not join them, because Xiao Feng had called him over. After the restart, dropped back into the center-back position. Tell Zhao Rui to help out on the right, bring Wei Ming deeper, and have Li Qi and Liu Yiyang protect the edge of the penalty area. Leave Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong up front. Qingxi will very likely throw all their strength into attack, so we must be careful about that. Understand? Zhou Jinliang nodded, but he cast a slightly hesitant glance at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng clapped him on the back. You're not mute. Is it really so hard to pass on my tactical instructions? I'm not good with words, Zhou Jinliang said flatly. Just repeat what I said. Use your head a little. Understanding my instructions will only help you on the pitch. Xiao Feng muttered something under his breath. Zhou Jinliang ran back onto the field and repeated Xiao Feng's words to the other Erzhong players. I agree. Qingxi will probably strengthen their attacks, so we should defend first. They are likely to push many players forward. Meng Qiu Yun Feiyang. If the chance comes, it will be up to the two of you to make the most of it and settle the match. Lu Yiyang declared in a loud voice. The Erzhong players nodded as well. They were equally reluctant to go to penalties. After all, as amateurs, their ability to withstand psychological pressure was inferior to that of Qingxi's players. Although a few of them had remarkably steady nerves as a whole, they preferred to avoid a shootout, unless there was no other choice. Now was the crucial moment to stand firm against their attacks, and then rely on counterattacks to seize victory. The match restarted. Sure enough, after the restart, Erzhong immediately launched a fierce attack. Although they now had only 2 forwards and 4 midfielders who seemed defensive-minded, what was the trait that defined Qingxi? That was it. Qingxi's players were very capable of defending while also being strong in attack. Sun Xiangxin was pushed forward into the attacking midfield role, and both fullbacks moved up. Qingxi's attacking play was by no means weak. Erzhong, for their part, summoned the last of their resolve and settled into defense. The center-back position was anything but unfamiliar to Zhou Jinliang. At Huaicai, he had been a center-back by primary trade. Now with the experienced Gao Meng as his partner in the center of defense, he had even less reason to worry. He roamed from side to side, while Gao Meng covered for him. With Lu Yiyang and Li Qi dropping back as well, Erzhong's central defense was by no means weak. On the flanks, after Zhao Rui and Wei Ming also joined the defensive efforts, the two sides were guarded just as stubbornly. When Erzhong sets into defense, they are not easy to break down either, a reporter side. Last year, it was on the strength of their rock-solid defense that they fought their way into the last 8. Most of that squad is still around. And just because they have focused on attacking this year, doesn't mean they have forgotten how to defend. Another reporter replied. Erzhong, having fallen back into defense, were indeed not an easy team to unlock. Gao Ming had experience in abundance, Zhou Jinliang possessed excellent physical attributes and a sharp reading of the game. In the double pivot, Li Qi surged forward and back, while Lu Yiyang shuttled across the line, and their partnership worked beautifully. The fullbacks on both sides were hardworking and steady, rarely making mistakes. With Zhao Rui and Wei Ming, both second-year players, also helping out in defense, there were truly few spaces to exploit. Yi Yan surged forward. Yun Feiyang wanted to track back and help defend against Yi Yan, but Lu Yiyang waved a hand at him. You two stay up front. Trust us, we will create chances for you. Yun Feiyang hesitated for a moment and stopped. Yi Yan's forward runs are usually timed when he is most certain of success. Yun Feiyang said to Meng Qiu. There is always an exception. We have to trust our teammates, Meng Qiu said, clenching his fist and speaking through gritted teeth. Yi Xiaoyun, receiving the ball on the flank, forcefully drove forward, then immediately dragged the ball back and played it across into the middle. Yi Yan's forward runs were effective most of the time because his teammates' passes almost always reached him at precisely the right moment. The ball came into the center. Li Qi dived into a sliding tackle to cut it out, but Sun Xiangxin got there first with a touch, deflecting it onward. Through that quick relay, the ball finally found Yi Yan. Yi Yan took it and forced his way through. Lu Yiyang tried to stay with him, but was brushed aside by a burst of strength from Yi Yan. The defensive cover in front of Erzhong's box disintegrated in an instant. Having broken past Lu Yiyang, Yi Yan did not falter. Right at the edge of the box, he wound up his right leg. From that range, Yi Yan's long-range strikes found the target with remarkable consistency. His right boot met the ball with a thumping connection. The ball shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bow, and it would soon flash into the corner of the net. The Qingxi players clenched their fists. Yet one man refused. In the penalty area, Zhou Jinliang sprang up at an angle and forced his head upward in midair. Yi Yan's shot was not a high ball, but had skimmed low along the turf and then risen sharply. It was less an attempted headed clearance and more a resolve to place himself directly in front of Yi Yan's powerful long-range strike. He did just that. The ball struck Zhou Jinliang squarely in the face. By the time Gao Ming saw it rebound from the impact and angle his way, the ball was already flying toward him. Also charging in were the two Qingxi forwards, pressing with almost frantic energy. At the same time, Yi Yan was already racing back. Gao Ming promptly knocked the ball out to the flank. Wei Ming gathered it and turned. Ahead, Yun Feiyang and Meng Qiu had already started their runs. Wei Ming did not hesitate. He swung his left boot and launched the ball powerfully upfield. It is all up to you, Wei Ming roared. The ball flew toward midfield. Not all of Qingxi's players had pushed up for the attack. After all, the two forwards from No. 2 High School had not dropped back, and they left enough defensive strength in their own half. Yi Yan, however, was well aware that if he did not track back, the others would find it very hard to withstand the attacking charge of those two young forwards. Although a man can never run as fast as the ball, he had already begun to retreat, while No. 2's defenders were controlling and clearing the ball, which allowed him to get back to his position in time. Wei Ming's long pass flew straight to the center of the field. Yun Feiyang sprinted toward the landing point, outmuscled the two defenders Zhang Jinxi and Hu Jianping with his body, then powerfully headed the ball into Qingxi's half. As he headed the ball out, Meng Qiu had already flashed across the halfway line like lightning. Chasing tightly behind him was Yi Yin, who was sprinting back at top speed. Meng Qiu, go! Beat Yi Yin! Su Bin suddenly called out from the stands. In the silence of the stands, his shout instantly reached everyone's ears. Yet no one reacted because everyone's eyes were fixed on the two figures running across Qingxi's empty half. 3 years. For a full 3 years, Yi Yin had lost matches, yet in individual contests he still remained undefeated. He was a monument among players of this age. Even Su Miao could only rely on pooling all of Yunbei's strength to suppress and defeat him. There could be a losing Qingxi, but never a losing Yi Yin. That was a saying proven many times over the previous 3 years. But after seeing Meng Qiu's brilliant performances, everyone began quietly to anticipate that scene. Yi Yin toppled, and the new football king of Dalian emerging. Wang Ziyuan clenched his fists, staring at the pitch, his body trembling with excitement. Su Miao glanced at Wang Ziyuan, then sighed. After all, before knowing Meng Qiu, Wang Ziyuan's goal had also been to defeat Yi Yin. Whether Meng Qiu or Yi Yin, both were the people Wang Ziyuan most wanted to beat. Yet by a twist of fate in this Dalian regional tournament, he had not been able to face either of them. Now he could only watch these two compete from the stands. 16-year-old Meng Qiu, 19-year-old Yi Yin. The collision of the old and new orders. Meng Qiu raised his foot to receive the ball. It bounced off his instep, then rolled obediently forward. Dribbling, advancing, 15 meters passed in an instant. Yun Feiyong sprinted while growing anxious inside. Meng Qiu's speed was beginning to slow noticeably. His burst over the first 15 meters was very fast, but the sprint that followed would slow down. Taking advantage of this, Yi Yin ran faster and faster, quickly closing the distance with Meng Qiu. Once Meng Qiu entered the 30-meter zone, Yi Yin pressed firmly in from the side and behind. Yi Yin would not give up his advantage in strength. Yet the moment Yi Yin closed in, Meng Qiu seemed to have anticipated his move. He nudged the ball sideways with his left foot, shifted his whole body laterally by more than a meter, and narrowly avoided Yi Yan's charge. The missed charge sent Yi Yin stumbling forward involuntarily, but he used the momentum to take a few quick strides, then turned around and blocked Meng Qiu's path. A huge cheer erupted from the stands. This sequence of moves could almost serve as a textbook example of chasing back and intercepting. With just a few actions, Yi Yin had turned the disadvantage of pursuing from behind. Meng Qiu, however, remained unaffected. His body was in constant motion, advancing with a strange yet immensely graceful rhythm. His feet dribbled back and forth ceaselessly, shielding the ball tenaciously while continuing to advance. Even though Yi Yin kept blocking his way, his forward speed did not decrease much. "Captain, he's about to enter the box." Qin Pengfei's shout came from behind. Yi Yin grew alert. Once inside the penalty area, Meng Qiu could force open a sliver of space and shoot at any moment. However, he found no opportunity to make a tackle. Qingxi's backfield was wide open. Meng Qiu was shielding the ball very well, and with both of them already inside the penalty area, he could not recklessly commit a foul. The referee glanced at his watch. The match had passed 80 minutes, and stoppage time would be short. Once this attack was over, he would blow the whistle for full time. Xiaofeng was already standing on the sideline, staring intently at Qingxi's penalty area. All the fans in the stands fixed their eyes on the penalty area. Meng Qiu raised his left foot. Yi Yin stayed still. Next, Meng Qiu's left foot swept over the ball, and with a deft flick he chipped it up. The ball spun and bounced up from the ground. Meng Qiu's left foot circled half a turn with the ball, came underneath it, and then flicked it upward. Faced with such an uncanny way of controlling the ball, Yi Yin was momentarily at a loss. The height was awkward, raising his foot would risk losing his balance, and using his body wouldn't reach it. After the left foot flick, Meng Qiu planted his foot, quickly raised his right foot, circled it around the ball to its right side, and then with a snap of his ankle knocked the ball toward his own left. After that move, Meng Qiu's right foot came down, and his left foot immediately went up again, nudging the still airborne ball, and cutting away horizontally. This series of moves was complicated to describe, but in fact took less than a second. When Yi Yin prepared to shift his body to block Meng Qiu, once more a sharp pain struck his supporting foot, and his leg went weak. Failing to take that crucial final step, Yi Yin could only watch as Meng Qiu, after his lateral escape, swung his left leg, and powerfully volleyed the still airborne ball toward the goal. The ball traced a straight line, slammed heavily onto the grass, bounced upward, narrowly slipped past the hand of Qin Pengfei, who had flung himself to the ground, and finally dove into the net. The referee's whistle blew, and he pointed to the center circle. The goal was valid. 4-3. A last gasp winner before the final whistle. Meng Qiu spread his arms and ran toward the sideline, only to be grabbed by the onrushing Yun Feiyong and pulled to the ground. "Good grief. How on earth did you make those moves just now? Man, you were never this amazing in training." Yun Feiyong called out all sorts of nonsense until he himself didn't know what he was yelling. The fans in the stands had gone wild with joy. At the final moment, Meng Qiu and Yi Yin had gone one-on-one, and then Meng Qiu used an unbelievable move to evade Yi Yin and scored the decisive winning goal. In that instant, Meng Qiu became the greatest idol among Dalian's non-football school high school students. What a truly, magnificently brilliant goal. It almost deserves to be selected as the goal of the year, an excited reporter said, at a loss for words. And there's more. A hat trick. Meng Qiu has completed a hat trick. He had scored so few goals before, yet in such a critical match he used a hat trick to save No. 2 high school and lead the team into the national tournament. Another reporter, even more excited, grabbed his shoulders and shook him again and again, exclaiming loudly while shaking. Zhang Lintao looked up at the sky, forcing back the hot tears that were about to spill. He couldn't cry. That would be too embarrassing. But he had truly never expected Meng Qiu to perform like this. This would sell like crazy, absolutely crazy. The next issue of High School Football, featuring interviews with No. 2 high school and footage of Meng Qiu's goals in the match, was bound to sell like crazy. How many high schools were there in Dalian? In the Dalian regional group stage alone, besides the 13 football schools, there were also 35 regular high schools. These high schools had at least 100,000 students. Among them, how many were interested in football? And how many among those had such purchasing power? Moreover, although this spectacular playoff final had not been televised, it would definitely make the front page of every major sports media outlet. If so, purchasing power would rise even more. Even middle-aged people in society, as long as they liked football, would be interested in a match like this. Gao Ming extended his hand to Zhou Jianliang. "Well, does your nose still hurt?" he asked. "It's fine, the bleeding has stopped." Zhou Jianliang shook his head. His palm was still marked from the impact when he used his face to block Yi Yan's shot. But at this moment, Zhou Jianliang felt extremely happy. They had won and advanced to the national tournament. "Xiaofeng, you're probably not going to be fired now." "Coach." Xiaofeng was celebrating at the moment, laughing heartily, hugging Coach Wang and everyone on the bench. Although the match had not officially ended, everyone knew the time was already up. Once the ball was kicked off, the game would be over. Yi Yan watched the celebrating Meng Qiu helplessly. Meng Qiu's dribbling move just now had been spontaneous and unconventional, but if not for his foot injury flaring up, he should have been able to block the shot, or at least interfere. There was no helping it. He was the one hurt. He would have to rest and recover well this summer, or it might affect his performance at the overseas trial. Zhang Jinqi stood with his hands on his hips, staring at Meng Qiu with frustration. He had also been sprinting back desperately, but before he could get into position, Meng Qiu had already scored that vital goal. "Help me up, Zhang Jinqi. I can't walk," Yi Yan said. Zhang Jinqi was startled for a moment, then went over and draped Yi Yan's right arm across his shoulder. "Don't be disheartened. Let's try again next year. Unfortunately, all the veterans are leaving. The new Qingxi will be led by you. It's a hard road, but I believe you can do it," Yi Yan said with a smile. Zhang Jinqi said nothing, silently helping Yi Yan off the pitch. Everyone watched Yi Yan, knowing that this was the last time they would see him in a high school football match. Su Miao's expression in the stands was complicated, then he sighed. "Let's go, Wang Ziyuan. An era has ended." The era of Yi Yan was over. What would come next? Would it be the era of Meng Qiu? "You want to print 50,000 copies? With a CD attached? Are you insane?" When the chief editor heard that Zhang Lintao had set the print run for the new issue of High School Football at 50,000 copies, he was taken aback. "Don't worry, chief editor. This time we're sure to make a resounding debut. Never mind 50,000. Before long we might be scrambling to print even more." This playoff match was absolutely thrilling. Especially how No. 2 middle school and amateur team defeated City West High School, a team that had never missed the national tournament in the past 2 years, having won 1 championship and 1 semifinal finish to enter the final. Their striker Meng Qiu was simply spectacular in the final, astonishing everyone with his performance. I'm certain they will make a stunning impression at the national tournament. This is just the opening salvo. The special edition after the national tournament will sell just as phenomenally well. Zhang Lintao said, his face glowing with excitement. "It's not that I don't trust you. But to pull off something this big, we'd have to sink most of the newspaper's remaining reserves into it. Our paper can't afford such a gamble anymore," the chief editor said with a sigh. "That's precisely why we must take this gamble. It is absolutely crucial for our newspaper." Zhang Lintao said seriously, "In every other area we hold no advantage over the other papers, so we might as well establish ourselves as the definitive authority on high school football reporting. By leveraging this we can secure a more solid foothold." "Perhaps you have a point. We do need to change." "Then let's do as you suggest. I hope it brings good results," the chief editor sighed. "Don't worry, chief editor," Zhang Lintao said with utmost confidence. For Zhang Lintao and High School Football, which he edited, they were still in a very difficult position. Their distribution channels were far inferior to those of the larger newspapers, and they had no significant advantage in publicity either. Thus, after the new issue of High School Football hit the stands, the enthusiastic buying spree Zhang Lintao had imagined did not materialize. In 10 days on the market, only a few thousand copies were sold. Massive amounts of capital were tied up, placing a heavy burden on the already fragile financial condition of Dalian Weekly. The chief editor and Zhang Lintao exchanged wry smiles. "I can only deduct your bonus as punishment," the chief editor said with a rueful smile. "You didn't fire me. You're truly my dear chief editor," Zhang Lintao replied with the same rueful smile. What they never expected as they smiled wryly was that a turning point was quietly approaching. In truth, Zhang Lintao's grasp of the market was not bad. At the very least, the students who had watched the match live spread the word by mouth. The best advertisement of all. Those who had seen it in person wanted to watch the brilliant goals again through video, while those who hadn't wanted to see whether the match was truly as impressive as their friends claimed. There was demand on one side and supply on the other, yet the problem lay in distribution. For most students, they were no longer in the habit of visiting newsstands to buy magazines. Apart from a few who picked up a copy while waiting for a bus or when bored, most students still had the demand, but no way to purchase it. Until one day a bored student uploaded the video from the CD onto the internet. The final of the Dalian playoff qualifiers, an incredible hat trick by a phenomenal talent eliminating City West. Highlights of Meng Qiu's dazzling dribbling moves in the match. Titles like these immediately attracted countless clicks. On major portal video sites Weibo Videos, AC Fun, and Bilibili, the video quickly went viral. By the time Zhang Lintao astonished saw his video ranked at the top in views on Bilibili, half a month had already passed. In this era, once something goes viral, what comes next is simple. After a discussion with the chief editor, the latter gritted his teeth and carved out a large chunk from his scanty funds. The high school football website was officially launched. The flood of football fans that very day crashed the inadequately prepared servers of the high school football website. After 10 servers were hastily added, everything began to fall into place. Although the articles and videos on the website were all free, the traffic they generated was more than enough to fill the coffers of the entire Dalian Weekly. What era was this? It was the era where traffic reigned supreme. As long as a website had enough traffic, even if everything on it was free, it could still become a golden goose. I was such a fool, really. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have printed so many semi-annual specials. I should have just built a website. Zhang Lintao murmured to himself. Indeed, it was by forging a new path that they managed to turn things around. As Dalian Weekly began to revive, the players of No. 2 Middle School were quietly living out their days. Despite having made it to the national tournament, the team could not afford to completely relax. After the grueling matches, the subsequent training became somewhat lighter, returning to their old routine of practicing during breaks between classes. Relatively speaking, that kind of training was far easier than their previous relentless drilling. However, for Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong, not much changed. They still trained individually and with the team. The only difference was that they had gained an additional training partner. Xiaofeng knew that Zhou Jianliang attending classes all day was not working out, so he simply talked with Yun Feiyong and suggested that Zhou Jianliang join them for physical training. Yun Feiyong also felt that training with only Meng Qiu seemed to be missing something. After all, both were attacking players with entirely different styles lacking confrontation. With Zhou Jianliang around, the defensive drills went even more smoothly. Thus their individual training began to transform. Half a day for physical conditioning, half a day for confrontation drills on the No. 2 Middle School training ground. And then Zhou Jianliang experienced the most miserable ordeal of his life. Every day he was tormented in different ways by Meng Qiu and Yun Feiyong. And the two had different methods. Meng Qiu won with speed and technique, while Yun Feiyong relied more on strength. Taking turns, it was like alternating extremes. Each day left Zhou Jianliang in agony, and more than once he wished he could just throw a punch. Having these two as sparring partners, you should count your blessings. Although both are match-type players who excel in actual games, their offensive moves are quite complete, even in training. Against them you can accumulate a wealth of experience. Xiaofeng patted Zhou Jianliang on the shoulder and said, "A rookie grows through being crushed. What you lack is experience. You've already gained a lot from the previous matches. Now with the two of them as your practice partners, I expect you to become a truly formidable defender." With those words from Xiaofeng, Zhou Jianliang could only continue serving as a sparring partner, albeit grudgingly. Yet Zhou Jianliang himself began to realize that this kind of training was indeed quite beneficial to him. Yun Feiyong was one thing. He had few ways to break through, generally relying on his strength to force open a gap and drive into the penalty area. But Meng Qiu, he was a different matter entirely. The constant array of feints, real and deceptive, kept Zhou Jianliang's nerves taut, while also exposing him to a wide variety of attacking methods. Meng Qiu's dribbling skills were already highly refined. Having faced him in repeated confrontations, Zhou Jianliang would gain experience in dealing with all kinds of offensive moves, which was extremely important for a defender. However, after training this way for some time, Meng Qiu began to feel somewhat frustrated. "I think I should add more attacking options," he said. Meng Qiu said to Yun Feiyong and Zhou Jianliang. Zhou Jianliang rolled his eyes. "Add more. I think you already have plenty of attacking moves, buddy." But Yun Feiyong nodded. "Your dribbling is definitely solid now, but what you lack is a way to score from outside the box. You often receive the ball outside the penalty area, yet you can only score when you're inside it. That is your current weakness. I already know about the match against City West, but practicing long-range shots isn't really my strong suit. Is there any good way?" Meng Qiu asked Yun Feiyong. "First build up leg strength and explosive power, then practice on the pitch. Long-range shooting also requires getting a feel for it, and that feeling can only be found through plenty of practice. So just practice," Yun Feiyong said with a shrug. Zhou Jianliang was dumbfounded. At that moment he deeply felt that he truly didn't know much about football after all. When Xiaofeng learned of this, he was full of praise for Meng Qiu, remarking that it was truly admirable to recognize one's shortcomings in time and work to improve them. After training, every day practice 100 long-range shots after dribbling. 5 zones, 20 shots per zone. Have Lu Yang guard the goal. Xiaofeng quickly assigned Meng Qiu a new task. Lu Yang was the backup goalkeeper for No. 2 Middle School, a freshman. He wasn't very tall, but had good reflexes. Lin Bing was set to leave the school team next year, and if no standout goalkeeper emerged among the newcomers, Lu Yang would likely be the one guarding the goal for No. 2 Middle School in the coming year. Lu Yang was also very pleased to receive this task. After all, it was a form of training for him too. But over the next few days he began to feel disappointed. Because Meng Qiu's long-range shooting was indeed not very good. Although his accuracy was excellent, almost every shot had good placement, he clearly lacked power. Inside the penalty area, he could rely on suddenness and short distances to catch the goalkeeper off guard, but from outside the box the ball traveled through the air long enough for the goalkeeper to make an easy save. This also made Liu Yang wonder, would saving shots like these really help him improve? Your explosive power is actually decent, but you haven't yet gotten used to fully unleashing it when you shoot. Just keep at it, Yin Feiyong said to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu nodded, feeling unusually dejected. He had never practiced long-range shots before, and now he realized that trying to develop a decent long-range shot was quite troublesome.